As Jang Kai's body sank deep into the water, a mysterious voice asked, "Do you trust in fate? Do you believe that your destiny can change based on different choices? Are you heading towards different endings, or do you believe that no matter what choices you make, you will end up at the same point in fate?" The monsters are attacking the humans on the ground. Everyone is running for their lives. This woman, unconcerned about falling, is terrified and shouting, "Don't leave me behind." The people around are so scared they're peeing blood. They run while screaming, and the terrifying beast faces are just unbelievable. Don't come here." But ahead of them is an abyss with no escape. They can only run and hide now. The monster is still howling and searching for prey, each person hiding behind a rock, only praying for their fate. This big-hearted girl is hiding behind a rock, sobbing and reciting a spell. Don't see me, absolutely don't come here, absolutely don't." A drop of the demon spirit's saliva drips onto her face. Its upside-down head appears right in front of Yuan Ni. She jerked in fear, trembling as she begged, "No, please, don't." The tentacles of the demon-faced creature attack. Jang Kai hides behind a nearby rock, thinking to himself, "Is this really the Devil Star? This beginner trial is too difficult." He glanced at the watch on his wrist. They say that after using the transfer material, just surviving on the demon star for 5 minutes is enough to complete the transfer automatically, but ordinary people here probably can't even survive a minute. "Your name is Jang Kai, and you are currently on the planet called Demon Crystal to undergo the novice trial. Demon Crystal is a giant celestial body that suddenly appeared outside Earth 50 years ago. However, the appearance of the demon star did not cause any gravitational disasters that would shift the Earth from its orbit. After the demon star appeared, the animals and plants on Earth suddenly transformed into monsters called beast gods, causing destruction everywhere. Beast gods are something that current human science cannot resist. Their appearance has directly pushed humanity to the brink of extinction. But during this desperate time, the survivors unexpectedly discovered many magical teleportation circles appearing on Earth. Humanity only needs to use these teleportation circles to transfer to the spirit world in digital form. After arriving at this demon crystal, humanity discovered that the demon crystal world is like a surreal digital universe where people can change classes. Each person has data, equipment, skills, and can upgrade like a game character to gain powerful attributes. They even discovered that if you upgrade on the demon star to a certain level, you can bring this surreal power back to Earth for use. Then, people in the real world would become as strong as on the demon star, and some might even use their bodies to fight the beast gods. In short, if humanity wants to break the deadlock and survive, they must obtain power from the demon crystal. And those who come to this demon planet are collectively called explorers. As the demon crystal destroys everyone else, he becomes even more tense. "It's not good. I'm the only survivor left here. But now I have no way out. That demon crystal has approached the rock where Jang Kai is hiding. You don't accept it. Do you think losing everything to the demon crystal just means waiting to die?" Jang Kai remembered his sister's encouragement. "Big brother, if you want to go to the demon spirit, go ahead. Your older brother and I will do our best to gather enough money for you. My sister has endured all hardships at a young age just for my sake to get the demon spirit. And my eldest brother, who has kidney failure, still tries to work. If he doesn't have enough money for surgery in 2 months, he will die. But now I haven't even completed the transfer, and I'm just wasting my family's savings here waiting to die." As the demon rushes toward him, Jang Kai silently screams in his mind, "No." He quickly runs away, instead of waiting to die. "Better to gamble once for my family." Jang Kai ran while glancing back. As one of its tentacles brushed past his shoulder, Jang Kai risked everything to jump and find a way out. Betting was his only chance to survive. His body falls freely downward, and the demon spirit can only cling to the edge of the abyss, watching its prey slip out of reach. Jang Kai grits his teeth, waiting for the moment of fate to decide, as a blinding light shines down. The system notification appears because your behavior closely resembles that of a gambler. Congratulations on activating the 1 in a million chance to obtain a hidden profession. You have successfully changed your class. Congratulations on becoming a glorious hidden profession. The screen only shows the words gambler. Jang Kai falls heavily to the ground from above. You cautiously observe the surroundings, which are desolate and empty. Jang Kai's mind is still foggy. What is going on? Why didn't I get hurt after falling off the cliff? And my previous wounds are all healed now? The system's notification sound rings out. A baron appears, confirming your successful class change, which refreshes your basic attributes, as if you were fully revived. You look surprised and ask, "Are you saying that AY, the intelligence, also exists alongside the demon spirit?" She replied, "You could say that. Congratulations on successfully changing your class. Next, I will introduce to you the gambler's class talent. The double talent, the system of rewards or punishments you receive will trigger a double effect, and there is a 1% chance to activate the super double effect. When super double is activated, rewards and penalties increase tenfold. Since you activated double talent and also received double talent, your number of profession talents doubles, and you will also gain the second talent of the gambler. Double talent activated? Jang Kai asked in amazement. What? Others only get one innate talent when they change classes. Can I have two? Wow confirms. Yes, this is the current effect and attribute of your second innate talent. Your super level critical hit talent has been modified to deal 200 times damage. Your initial critical hit chance has been set to 0.1%. Explorer Jang Kai, Gambler class. Level 1, Strength attribute 4, Physical defense 8 points. Experience 0/100. Agility 12. Mental strength 12. Talent doubled super critical. Are my 4 basic stats adding up to 36 points? Jang Kai was curious. Ordinary people usually have around 20 points in total attribute after class transfer. Why did I end up with 36 points? She explained. Because of the double talent, the attribute points can be doubled after the transfer. You are quite surprised. Can this also be translated? I wonder silently inside. If that's the case, then when I level up on the demon crystal in the future, a normal person will get 10 attribute points, but I will get double that. Oh, that's 20 points. So doesn't that mean I level up as fast as 2 others? Moreover, I also have a second talent. Super critical hit. Normal critical hits deal double damage. But mine deal 200 times more. The component panel appears before your eyes. Your super critical hit talent has been modified to 200 times. Critical chance is set to 0.1% with a critical damage of 2000%. Although the current critical hit rate is only 1%. Increasing it would make my damage extremely terrifying in the future. Is this the weapon that the demon spirit just used? I used to think that changing jobs quickly, to quit in to earn money for my eldest brother's surgery was enough, because even with weak skills there, I could make a bit more than on Earth. But I didn't expect to accidentally activate the job change and become a powerful hidden profession. The gambler. So maybe I can quickly earn enough money for the potions for my eldest brother and let the whole family live comfortably. The system has notified you that the class change was successful. Please complete the novice quest and arrive safely at St. Yao City. Within 5 days, Jang Kai calmed down. However, completing the transfer of profession in the novice challenge is only the first step. Next, completing the novice challenge is the main goal, reaching the final point of the Holy Wisdom trial area within 5 days. But success is full of difficulties. First, the monster-filled training area means that if you die, the challenge fails, and you will be teleported back to Earth. Although you die on the demon planet, your body on Earth remains unharmed, and you can log into the demon planet again. But this deadly price seems to be reserved only for the wealthy, since entering the demon crystal requires a lot of money anyway. The wealthy have countless chances to try again, but for someone like me, I only get one shot and there's no second chance. Suddenly, your brother froze when he heard that sound, a scream echoing from afar. He hid behind the tree, the familiar voice too much like a snake's head baring its fangs and chasing prey. The other person closed their eyes tightly, panicked, begging for help to save their life. This person is Jang Kai's good friend for many years. Yuanju, don't come near me. I am most afraid of snakes, he thought to himself. So it really was true too. He was surrounded by the 6 serpents. This snake is venomous. A single bite could kill both humans and animals, and there are 3 of them. Jang Kai called from behind, "Don't be afraid, Juzi. Hold your weapon and charge forward. I'll handle this." Yuanju was stunned. Kai, why are you here? He's worried about his friend's safety without knowing there's a snake rushing from behind. Kai, don't worry about me. Go quickly. These snakes are highly toxic and have strong venom. We can't fight them at our level. Jang Kai calmly throws the weapon toward the target. Don't be afraid. The snake behind has been struck by the stick. What is he shocked about? Kai, you can kill Luke Hanja. Jang Kai's plan succeeded, using the totem pillar to attract attention. Flanking behind the snakes to attack proved to be effective. The snakes blocked your path before, but now you're the ones being targeted, the orb shouted. Done, Kai. These snakes are very agile. You quickly dodge by leaning aside. Really? Seeing that scene, he seems to have his eyes opened and still managed to dodge. Jang Kai realized that after changing his class, his attributes doubled, and his agility level 1 could compare to level 2. Sure enough, these first-level green snakes are not as quick as he is. So you pick up the staff and continue to attract their attention. The orb immediately understood your plan. Jang Kai's staff also shot out during the moment of distraction, leaving only the snake's corpse on the ground now. He's shocked. I was only supposed to attract attention, so Kai must have killed them all. Jang Kai was quite surprised when reading the information, having defeated 3 level 1 green snake monsters. Current experience points are 3 out of 100. It's clear that I have the agility class with low strength, yet I can kill level 1 monsters instantly. It seems the iron spear I picked up from this demon might be a good piece of gear to boost strength for newcomers. The orb behind him gently embraced him. Legend says that newcomers can only be killed by monsters. How can a beginner kill a monster? Kai, how did you do that? You explained it like this. I was lucky to have my class changed to a new profession, which is gambler. You can't tell anyone. He's stunned. Gambler? I don't know what it is, but my profession isn't useless. Information about him shows he is a level 1 warrior class explorer with 8 strength points, 8 defense points, 0 experience, agility, 5 strength, 5 mental power, and 5 warrior points. Now I understand why he could resist so long against 3 snakes. This is one of the top 5 professions of our holy Diao country. No one knows how many professions exist in the demon spirit, but all explorers after entering the demon spirit first focus on class transfer, and what class they choose depends on the materials they buy before logging in. Usually, wealthy people spend tens of millions to buy powerful class transfer materials. Reaching the level of demon crystal allows you to directly change your profession to a powerful one. The impoverished can only buy the cheapest transfer materials. These transfer strategies are very weak, and even when changing to any profession, the outcome can be random. You hesitated, but just one material to change to a warrior class costs 50 million. True too, you're not taking out a high-interest loan, are you? There's no such thing as a denying orb. It's too complicated to explain now. I'll tell you later. Are you really that surprised? Then hurry up and gather these snake corpses. I heard snake corpses can also be sold for money. Jang Kai secretly analyzed that many things that can be fought in the demon crystal can also be exchanged for money. I also want to use this method to earn money in the demon crystal to repay my family. Items on the demon crystal, such as corpses and equipment, turn into collectible cards after falling, which can be sold. The information board updates, and the corpse of Liu Hangxia can be dissected. You also noticed that, judging from the recent battle, the gambler class seems to be even stronger than martial artists. Just then, someone approached that thing. Hello? The two of them immediately switched to alert mode. My name is Noan. It's very difficult for me to pass this trial alone. May I join your team? Jang Kai refuses. Sorry, we are barely able to protect ourselves. If you bring her along, it might be a different kind of adventure. Noan pleads, please don't leave me alone. My profession is a doctor. I can treat everyone. If we encounter this kind of venomous snake, I can also extract the venom to boost everyone's weapon attack power. Please don't abandon me. My eyes shine brightly as I heal and extract poison at the same time. Now, you're really thinking it over quietly. A doctor, huh? This is also one of the 10 advanced professions, which are very important for healing during novice trials. If I didn't remember to switch classes and fully recover my health now, I might have died already. The boy shook hands with Noan. All right. My name is Jang Kai, and his name is Yuanju. Let's go to the destination together. She was delighted. Thank you. Beyond True whispered from behind. Are you just fickle because of lust? You're annoyed. I want to fight you. At the same time, at the Devil Crystal Base number 18 in Yao City, Holy Demon Kingdom, Earth, in the data research room, Professor Lee was checking. Modern wristwatches are truly amazing, capable of pinpointing explorers' locations on the Devil Crystal. Lam stepped in and replied, Of course. I hear that most of the watches on the market can be used to search for comet data, and the more advanced the watch is, the more functions it has. Professor Lee, what is the current situation of the new recruits? And how is my sister? He replied. According to the positioning of the beginner training watches, many newcomers have already been taken by Dao Tai. It seems that Tu Noan, my sister, is forming a team with 2 others. Lam is shocked. What? Is it because he's brave that he looks for teammates? I kept telling them not to form teams, because the more people gather during the rookie trial, the more likely they are to attract the ghost spirits. The 3 of them are now in the sights of the ghost spirits. It peeked out from the trees to look at them. This was what Lam had predicted. The higher the attraction of monsters, the more likely they are to appear. 3 minutes later, Professor Lee saw that indeed 2 demon spirits had appeared beside to Noan. Lam was so angry she was trembling. 1 demon spirit could already slaughter a newcomer, and encountering 2 Noan would almost certainly mean no chance of survival. She thought to herself that death on the demon crystal, while only equivalent to her character dying in the game without physically harming her on Earth, the truly intense death experience on the demon crystal could cause a severe psychological shock. Someone had previously gone insane recounting, I saw that monster devour itself bit by bit. Monster! Monster! Run! Quickly run! Lam Lam hurriedly left. I will go get Noan out to do psychological counseling. Professor Lee called back. Wait a minute. It seems Nuan isn't dead. She was surprised. What? He pointed at the screen, and it seemed like the two spirits had already been killed by them. Lam Lam was stunned. How is that possible? The other staff also paid attention, turning back 3 minutes earlier, inside that place. The spirit orbs were chasing their prey, one after another. The pillar ran wildly. Mom, what is that? Noan replied, that seems to be a demon spirit. Hurry up and run. Jang Kai ran ahead, staying a safe distance from them, knowing their speed wouldn't catch up. So to save them, he stopped. Jang Kai urged everyone to go ahead, worriedly calling back Kai and saying, You don't want to get caught up. Go, I'll stay behind. He thought to himself, if we keep being chased like this, all 3 of us will die, so I can only stay behind and see if I can kill the demon spirit. The spear in Jang Kai's hand pierced the spirit demon's chest, and he secretly rejoiced that he had hit. But he didn't celebrate for long. Jang Kai soon sensed something was wrong. This demon spirit threw you toward the distant rock. Jang Kai thought to himself, I can't let this happen. This demon spirit's life force seems very strong. I still can't defeat it with just one strike. The greedy demon spirits reach out toward him. Jang Kai is furious, annoying. Is he about to be killed? My rookie trial is about to end. Nuan starts crying. Juzi Kai is in danger. Let's go back and save him. Yuanzi is trembling and breathing heavily. Tu is in the residential area of Zhangjiang City on Earth, where his mother offers a glass of water to a guest. Are you the benefactor who provided the materials for the pillar to upgrade to a martial artifact? I don't know why you value our son so much. He may look tall and strong, but he's actually quite timid. If it encounters a monster on the demon crystal, it definitely wouldn't dare to fight. Truong Ha confirms. That's right. Vientru's mother was even more afraid than others when her son faced danger. But I see that sometimes, no matter how scared he is, as long as he sees someone in need, he will never hesitate to fight. That's why right now, Vientru is shouting at him to go away. Get out! Kai, are you only protecting me because you're too cowardly to face it yourself? We are brothers. Brothers must stick together. Jang Kai was stunned by the sudden change. The pillar was prepared mentally and was willing to die, so he threw his strongest punch. That punch caused the 2 demon spirits to collapse. Jang Kai realized that the pillar could knock down the demon spirits with a single strike, even if it caused very little damage, but this is the control power of a martial artist. A wave of healing energy descends on Jang Kai's body as Nuan steps in. Kai persists, surprised. What is she doing now? She is not a combat professional. Noan bravely replied, No, I am not going. The doctor encounters a wounded patient and cannot afford to be afraid and leave. She recalls that year when my father fought against the beast tide, enduring hardships and sacrificing due to the lack of medical support. Now my teammates also need support. How can I leave everyone behind and run away? Jang Kai realized his wound had healed. When restored to full strength, he smiled. Jang Kai regained his confidence and said, You really aren't afraid of death. He knew the truth. But even with the 3 of them working together, the injuries wouldn't be enough to kill Kui Tin. Suddenly, Jang Kai had an idea. Wait. Noan once said that if they encountered a snake with this venom, he could also provide snake venom to enhance their weapon's attack power. You mentioned before, Noan, that you could die from snake venom injection, right? Do you confirm that? Yes, Jang Kai asked. So can you heal Juzi while also applying snake venom to my weapon? Noan quickly tried. I don't know, but I will try my best. He glanced at the poison on the spear tip. This is the only way. If I'm not mistaken, this method might just work. Now I can't withstand the attack of the demon spirit, but Juzi can. Although my attack isn't enough to kill the demon spirit, Noan is a healer who can boost attack power. From this, it's clear that the 3 of us are a standard combat team for the game. Shield, healing, damage. Noan reports the situation. The poison is dead. You regain your courage. That's right. So what if a newcomer is weaker? Jang Kai orders, Juzi, control one of the demon spirits for me. The orb shifts its attack. Trust us. As long as the 3 of us team up, each with our own task. His fist strikes the spirit demon's body, and at the same time Jang Kai leaps up, about to stab the spear into the other one. That way, even if it's a rookie killer spirit demon, they can still fight and die. A notification appears. A 2nd-level demon spirit has been defeated. Current experience is 5 out of 100. Jang Kai breathes a sigh of relief after taking it down. Even the Yuanzhu can't believe it. We did it. Noan was moved to see the result of their unity. With the help of Yuanzhu and Nuan, Jang Kai defeated a humanoid monster. The other one, witnessing this, widened its eyes and roared fiercely at the three of them. Facing the fierce gaze of the monster, the three of them remained still, their determined look ready to eliminate the last enemy. A sudden thought flashed through their minds. The team's coordination is truly effective. Now, even if another monster appears, the thought is not yet over, as both the monster and Jang Kai's team rush forward together, signaling the start of another fierce battle. We can also defeat it perfectly. What? The data from the smartwatch shows that they really did kill 2 humanoid beasts, but just 1 humanoid beast is enough to slaughter an entire group of novices. How did the 3 of them manage that? Professor Lai also broke out in a cold sweat and analyzed, that's right, based on the data from the watch. Currently, Nuo has no killing ability. In her team, Yuanju is only a level 1 warrior, so his damage is very weak. Therefore, the only person who could kill the monsters is the member named Jang Kai, but the strange thing is that his profession cannot be identified at the moment. In the observation room, a group of people is standing, and on the large screen, Jang Kai's image and information are displayed. Jang Kai's name, male, 18 years old, residing in the slum area of Zhangzhongcheng, class unknown, demon spirit profession. Lam Lam looked surprised and then asked, "Can't trace the profession? How is that possible?" A series of thoughts flood her mind. How can she kill 2 human-faced beasts and still not be able to check her profession? Who exactly is this newcomer? After the battle, the 2 system monsters immediately sent notifications to Jang Kai. Player Jang Kai obtained 2 LV2 human-faced beast corpses. The 3 of them happily lay down on the ground to rest after the battle, and no one said, "We did it, we did it." I didn't expect Kai Ka to react so calmly. That's awesome. No one sat up, her eyes full of hope as she continued. We can now face Beastmen safely and reach the end of the trial. Vientru agreed with her. He continued, so we can go straight to the endpoint of the trial. The 2 of them discussed excitedly, and only then did Jang Kai sit up and say slowly, "Not yet. There's still plenty of time to reach St. Yao City, so we don't need to go immediately. Don't worry, do you know that after passing the challenge, you'll be awarded points? If we can make it into the top 3 on the leaderboard, the army will reward us with equipment." Images of shining, powerful gear gradually appeared in his mind. Now Jang Kai said, "I hear the equipment rewarded by the army is very good and extremely useful for the development of beginners in demon spirit." He opened his system, looked at the monsters he had collected, and said, "We can now kill monsters. And killing monsters earns points. The more points we have, the better our chances of ranking high. So why don't we go hunting monsters to earn points and then claim rewards from the army?" Vientru and Noan were a bit surprised that Jang Kai thought like that. A few hours later, night had fallen, and the 3 of them still hadn't reached the final point, continuing to search for monsters in the forest. Vientru seems a bit impatient, speaking with doubt. "Kai, can your method really earn points? Although I'm not afraid, you still made me attract so many green-scaled snakes. Standing among the snakes, each with red eyes and their tongues sticking out as if they could attack and bite you at any moment. Could I die before it's over?" Jang Kai, standing on the branch, looked down and replied, "You're a martial artist, True Two, so you can both attack and defend." Next to the branch, Now is also focusing on activating her healing ability. Kai continued, "And Now can heal us at any time." The snakes behind True Two suddenly lunged at him. Jang Kai's voice rang out, "If you want to die, charge forward and unleash your strength. Defeating the snakes and finishing your unfinished sentence isn't that easy." 3 snakes were instantly killed, and the system displayed a notification. 3 level 1 green serpent kills. Current experience 10/1. Standing among the 6-legged snakes, he clenched his weapon with both hands and thought to himself that according to the rules of the demon spirit, only the one who deals the killing blow can gain experience from the prey. Since only he has the ability to defeat monsters at the moment, everyone decided to let him gain the experience first. The snakes open their mouths to reveal sharp fangs and long tongues before rushing towards him. Jang Kai charges into battle with the snakes. He used all his strength to defeat each one, thinking again that he must level up first to strengthen his power and ensure the safety of the team. A day later, in the forest, Jang Kai's group finally cleared out the entire swarm of Lukan Sha. High exhausted, he slumped to the ground. The system announced congratulations to explorer Jang Kai for reaching 100/1 experience, leveling up to level 2, and activating the double effect. After leveling up, I received double the attribute points. Explorer Jang Kai, a second-level gambler, looked at his attribute sheet and said, "Finally defeated the 6-action snake after a whole day and reached level 2. Vientru and Noan saw him level up and were happy for him. Noan raised her hand in admiration and said, "Congratulations, Jang Kai, you finally leveled up." Vientru asked curiously, "How are the attributes after leveling up?" Jang Kai happily replied, I gained 20 attribute points from leveling up. My total level 2 attributes now stand at 56, so it's okay. To No Unknown and Vien True immediately widened their eyes in shock, as if struck by lightning. Chu-tu, I need to ask again, how much? Yuanju's eyes widened as he quickly checked his attribute panel again. Explorer Yuanju, level 1 martial artist. You said, oh my god. I knew that when leveling up only strength, physique, agility, and mental power would increase by 10 points for normal people, but you got 20 points. The total attributes of the Explorer are 26 points. To No Unknown also opened her attribute sheet to check her stats. Explorer, To No Unknown, level 1 doctor profession. Moreover, she said her total level 2 attributes were 56 points, which seems to be comparable to level 4, truly terrifying. The total attributes of To No Unknown are 12 points. Jang Kai explained when they asked, it's nothing special, just a class attribute. My class can double the rewards for leveling up, punishments, and commendations, but punishments will also be doubled. Everyone, please keep this a secret for Pooh. No Unknown stepped closer, and Jang Kai clapped his hands while saying, even though he didn't quite understand, he felt this profession was very powerful. Yuanju also said, even cooler than my martial arts gear, as the three of them were talking when AI Brain appeared. She told Jang Kai that players would receive 1 profession skill upon reaching level 2, but because the gambler's duel talent was activated, he would get 2 skills. Jang Kai was a bit surprised and asked, can the skills gained at level 2 also be doubled? So now I have 2 class skills. Vien True and No Unknown were even more surprised after hearing that. Yuanju shouted, your skill can be doubled too. That's really powerful. AI Brain continued. It is the demon card thrower. This skill shows an image of an arm holding a card raising up. Below, there is a note that the card-throwing demon will have a 20% penetration effect when throwing items, excluding item cards. The penetration effect increases by 200%, but consumes 100% more mental energy. The skill can be upgraded. The second professional skill is the Focused Demon Eye. The icon is an eye with 2 red pupils. Focused Demon Eye. Your vision and tracking ability increase by 50%, but mental energy consumption doubles. This skill can be upgraded. Jang Kai looked at the display and said, so these are long-range skills, huh? Although I still don't fully understand how to use them, they seem quite suitable for a gambler profession. Kai continued, well then, now that I'm stronger, we can go hunt monsters with higher experience. Nuan squinted and nodded with a smile. Juzi stood behind, hands on hips, grumbling, letting this kid show off again. 2 days later, in the observation room in front of the large screen, Talam Lam was standing and watching. Professor Lai approached from behind and said, to teacher, another 2 days have passed. Surprisingly, your sister is still alive. Lam Lam glanced at him coldly and said, so what? She smirked and continued, a rookie team that has survived until now must mean that Jang Kai guy has some real skill. As they were talking, suddenly hurried footsteps rushed in. It turned out to be Commander Lam. Comrade in charge of the novice trial, pay attention. The novice trial is about to face danger. Please be on alert. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the room turned to look at him with concern. Officer Lam continued. The sky detected that the country again sent people to cross the border and infiltrate our novice area, and this time it was on an unprecedented large scale. He had just finished speaking when he saw a man enter, so he immediately stood at attention and saluted. The man stepped in and called out to everyone. So the person who just entered is the highest commander of the central Zhangjiang area, Wei Ying. Is it true that there was a large-scale foreign infiltration? Old Master Wei Ung just sighed and replied, if it's false news, I wouldn't be here either. Talam Lam's face immediately turned pale as she thought to herself, it's over. The intruders from L country are a group specialized in hunting down beginners from other nations to prevent the development of their special profession. The scene shifts to the training area, where people outside the fence shout loudly, keep it up! A beginner responds, we will do our best. As soon as he finished speaking, a speech bubble appeared because the rules of the Ghost Spirit Novice Trial state that high-level players cannot enter the trial area to assist novices. Therefore, newcomers can only rely on themselves to pass the trial, unlike the professional intruders from Luo. They can exploit the infiltrators' class abilities to enter the novice areas of other nations, which have no way to defend themselves, and their methods are extremely brutal. They hunt and kill people from other countries, making them experience the terrifying feeling of death. Memories flash back to a rookie being captured by the intruders. His name is Tran Hai, and he was held at knife point around the neck. He kept crying and begging for mercy, but it was all in vain, only heart-rending screams remaining. No, their goal is to torture the rookies until they are too afraid to log into the demon crystal, severely limiting the number of new players from other countries. After Hai was brought back, he lost his composure, constantly clutching his head and trembling, saying, "I don't want to go into the demon crystal, even if it kills me." Talam Lam clenched her fists and slammed them down on the table, shouting angrily, "I hate it!" She gritted her teeth in fury and continued, Noan's tolerance is already poor if she ever encounters those beasts." Wei Ung sighed and told her to prepare psychological counseling for the newcomers because our large-scale invasion has already happened, and for this rookie trial, we must be mentally prepared for no one to survive. The three Jang Kai people are walking together in the forest, when suddenly Jang Kai turns his head back, his eyes becoming alert, and he speaks. "Over there, the master saw your reaction and asked, 'What's wrong?'" Jang Kai, with a cold gaze, looked in that direction, holding a metal rod ready to throw to investigate. "Is there something over there?" Vientru and Noan didn't sense anything unusual. Yuanju asked, "What are you doing, Kai? We just passed by there." Noan also said, clearly there was nothing there. Now Jang Kai, using his demon eye, with his eyes glowing, continued, "No, further away. Focus your demon eye." He gathers his strength and throws the iron staff forcefully into the distance. Is there something? The iron rod, carrying a destructive force, shot out rapidly, piercing through many tree branches. Suddenly, a sound came from afar, and Jang Kai immediately realized something, then quickly ran in that direction, still saying, "Hit it, go check it out." Vientru and Noan watched him rush off without understanding what was happening. Vientru skeptically said, "Clearly we didn't see anything, so how could he have hit anything?" "Hi, you didn't get possessed by a demon, did you?" The moonlight shines down on the forest across, and the iron rod Jang Kai threw pierced and killed a wild boar. When Jang Kai's group arrived and saw the scene, the system notification appeared. Explorer Jang Kai has killed LDL52 Wild Beast Group X1, current experience 199 over 200. The orb saw the system notification and exclaimed, "Good heavens, Kai, are you a hawk? You could see that wild boar from so far away." Noan also covered her mouth with her hand, still looking stunned, and she was even able to kill a level 2 wild boar. Jang Kai stepped beside the beast, grasped the iron pipe with both hands, and pulled it out. Pulling out the iron pipe, he said, "There's nothing to be amazed about. It's all thanks to my new skill." The system notification reappears before Jang Kai's eyes. "Do you want to collect 1 wild boar corpse fragment and 19 wild boar fragments that can be made into weapons?" Jang Kai quickly reached out and selected, "Yes." He opened his system to look at the collected cards, thinking that his skill as a card-throwing necromancer had now increased the damage of his bullets. His 2 main cards at this moment were the card-throwing necromancer and the focused demon eye. And the demon eye focused is like doubling the power of a telescope with a special slow effect, allowing my attack range to be farther and more accurate. I continued to look at the card I just obtained and thought further, meaning I can now snipe enemies from a distance without them detecting me when they are low level. Jang Kai turned to Yuanju and Noan and said, "Well, I just need a little more experience to level up to level 3 and go to the place where I used to fight monsters." Hearing that, Noan just nodded in agreement, while Yuanju sighed, "I'm still at level 1. Transition to a stream. Under the night sky, the water flows rapidly, and in the silence of the night, a voice echoes. "Captain, our Team 2's luck isn't bad either." The 3 of them had no idea danger was lurking, crossing this stream when a whispering voice continued to echo. And unexpectedly, they encountered a meal right upon arrival, as something emerged from the water and spoke. So now, a group of people emerges from the water, led by Zhang Shua, who says we have new toys to play with. "Who are you?" They and their accomplices smile cruelly at Jang Kai's group, their voices filled with madness, saying, "We just want to rip your chests open, hang you upside down and dry your blood, or use you as bait to test some beasts so you can die slowly." In the end, their laughter echoed as they slowly closed in on the 3, and another figure emerged from the water, holding his hat as he surfaced and declared, "The only target this time is 1. Jang Kai looked at him with a mix of shock and curiosity. A figure appeared with a mask featuring a pointed beak and glowing eyes. It was the Crow Beak. Captain of the second crossing team stepped ashore and continued, "Meaning that your new people from the Holy Demon sect won't be able to pass the trial." No one looked terrified and recognized these people, then said, "Kai, these people. I think they are the crossing group that specializes in killing newcomers." Jang Kai and Yuanju both turned to look at her in shock. Yuanju immediately shouted, "What?" Noan opened her watch, and the image of the crossing group appeared. I also checked their ranks. All of them are level 3 or higher, with the highest being even level 5. Thinking about this high-level group, her mind suddenly went blank. Jang Kai clenched his teeth, his eyes cold, and he thought to himself, There are too many of them, and they even have a 5-star explorer? With my total attributes, I can fight against level 4, but against level 5, unless it's me. Jang Kai's thoughts were interrupted by a voice with a murderous look in his eyes saying, "Brothers, maybe it's not the start yet." Jang Kai's thoughts continued, "I really hate this, but there's no other way." He turned to run and told Juzi and Nuan Non, "You two stay together. Let's split up for now." "What do you mean?" "Yes, sir." Crowbeak and his team looked at the scene and only smirked. Crowbeak mockingly said, "Is this what sharing good times and suffering together looks like? Are all Saint Divine people like this?" His eyes turned red as he ordered his subordinates. The two of them charged forward to kill the one who was fleeing alone. "The other two will let our large army torture them slowly." The two subordinates answer in unison. Both Jiang Kua and Shi Nyan have reached L-Phi 3. After saying that, they immediately chased after Jang Kai. The chase begins as Shi Nyan and Jiang Kua pursue Jang Kai from one forest to another. While chasing Shi Nyan, he laughed loudly and said, "That kid runs really fast." Jiang Kua replied, "But he'll be caught soon enough." Suddenly, Jang Kai disappeared from their sight, and in the blink of an eye, there was no sign of him anywhere. Shang Chua glared with a look of surprise. These two have to stop and carefully observe their surroundings. Zhang Chua and Red Eye stand back to back, each looking in a different direction. Jiang So said, "Kid, do you want to play a game of blindfold with us?" Shichnan also chimed in. "That's exciting. Wait until we find you. First, I will break your legs." Suddenly, Jiang Kai's iron pipe shot out from somewhere at incredible speed. Ziknian drew his sword, excitement in his voice. "Does this kid want to fight back?" But I didn't need to pay attention to the attacks from my new soldiers. As soon as I finished speaking, a beam of light shot toward me. Ziknian was knocked away before he could react, and Jiang Kua watched as his teammate was thrown hundreds of meters but still couldn't understand what was happening. He immediately asked, "What happened? Why did you fly away?" But when he looked again, all he could do was stare in shock. Dongtu shrank back when he saw Shichnan lying under the tree, his hands hanging loosely. He was pierced through the body with a metal pipe. "Is he dead? How is that possible?" Jang Kai stepped out from the woods, giving a light chuckle. "One strike, one kill. So this isn't a fake ambush?" Jang Kai's eyes are full of confidence, and he is holding 3 feathers he previously obtained from killing a wild boar. He says, "Maybe he's not as strong as I thought." Jiang Kua quickly opened his watch to check, stammering, "Are you a new recruit of Thandiu? How can you kill that level 3 guy?" He looked at Jang Kai's information on the display screen with warning messages. Critical hit rate unknown. Lethal critical hit rate unknown. At this moment, Jiang Kua was trembling and pointing at him. "What? A level 3 with only 45 attribute points, and this new recruit has 60 points. How is that possible?" Jiang Kai replied to him. "Why not?" Jiang Kai charged at Jiang Kua before he could react. Too fast, Jiang Chua knelt before Jiang Kai, moaning a few unclear words. Seeing both of them defeated by me, Jiang Kai stood still, thinking for a moment. "I succeeded. My total attributes are now equivalent to level 4, so I can naturally kill level 3. I was just running earlier to weaken them so I could strike more easily. Now, I'm still a little short of level 3, but according to my previous knowledge from Earth, as long as I kill the explorer, I can—" "You haven't finished thinking. Eyebrain has already appeared and spoken. You have successfully eliminated the explorer. Can you take the killer's watch, and before the explorer's body disappears, is there a confirmation to take the experience from the explorer you killed? So, if you take a certain amount, those others will lose twice as much." Jang Kai said excitedly, "I knew it. Experience can be stolen, and killing explorers gives much more experience than monsters. Then I will only take 100 points from each of them." AI brain confirmed and then disappeared, and the system notification reappeared. "Congratulations, you have reached level 3. Jang Kai excitedly stared at his status screen, finally reaching level 3. On the display board, Explorer Jang Kai, Profession Gambler, level 3. He walks over to Shichun and Jiang Chua, bends down to take the watch from their hands, muttering to himself, "Now my total attributes have reached 76 points, while a normal level 5 is only about 60 points. Holding a metal tube in his hand, Jiang Kai's eyes were full of determination as he stepped forward and said, "I can now go back and save the others. Things are not looking good for Yuanju and Nuan Nuan. Juzai is injured, blood constantly flowing from his arm, and Nuan Nuan's clothes are torn to shreds. Hansa, one martial artist and one healer, I didn't expect to encounter 2 Holy Spirit-level professionals." Lam An standing beside her, smiling as she added, "That's quite a noble profession." Another person holding a sword in his hand. glancing at Noan tending to Vientru, then smirking, "You can take your time wearing them down." Noan, tears welling up, asked as she tended to Vientru's wounds, "True, too. Kai was chased by 2 assassins. He really can't come back, can he?" Vientru grit his teeth and endured the pain as he replied, "Definitely. Usually he was a womanizer, but in the heat of battle, there was a gaze silently watching the group of pursuers from the forest." Vientru looked at the encroaching enemies surrounding him, thinking to himself, but if his friends or family were in danger, no matter how hopeless it seemed, Mo Kwa suddenly interrupted his thoughts. "Those tricks are boring now. This time let's strip them off and get rid of them." Hansat replied to him. Vientru's thoughts continued. He was sure Jang Kai would show up. Suddenly, Jang Kai burst out of the forest like a gust of wind, blue lightning flashing around him, throwing something at the intruders. 2 of them advanced, aiming to deal with Vientru and Noan, but before she could react, something pierced straight through their heads. Noan watched the scene before her and recognized what had just gone through the heads of these 2 intruders. Yuanzhuo smiled and said, "I knew he would come back." Crow's Beak was also a bit surprised by what he saw. He spoke, "Who was there? Did you sneak back earlier?" "If you dare, come face me now." In the vast forest, the crow turned around to look, but saw no movement or figure, only able to stand still. The crowbeak started to tremble slightly, his pupils constricted, and he thought to himself that he saw nothing at all. He basically had no idea where he was. Could it be that Saint Dieu just granted a new class to the novice who just joined? Otherwise, he would have instinctively turned and run away. "Run quickly." Yuanzhu and Noan are stunned to see Ma's escape attempt. Noan blurted out, "The captain is running away." From the dark gloom, a figure appears. It's Jang Kai, holding a thick iron pipe, trying to run away with my brother. "Your eyes are full of rage. Leave him alive. Just tie him up for me." Then Jang Kai threw the iron pipe toward the crow's beak. Jang Kai's iron pipe pierced straight through his body, causing an explosion. The crow's beak only managed to scream once before collapsing to the ground. The ground is now covered in dust and debris, with the bodies of the intruders scattered everywhere. Jang Kai slowly walks out of the forest, asking Noan as he goes, "Have these bandits been dealt with?" Noan, are you okay?" Seeing you, her eyes filled with tears. "At last you're back." She stepped forward to throw herself into Jang Kai's arms, her voice trembling. "But true too, he's badly injured. I can't save him anymore." Yuanzhu knelt motionless on the ground, blood streaming from his wounds, then opened his eyes to look at Jang Kai and said, "Kai, I know you'll come back no matter what. But this time I might not see you again." After saying that, he fell down and uttered 3 words. "Go ahead." Vientru lies on the ground, Noan sitting beside him, his trembling hand pointing at Jang Kai, weakly saying, "Kai, Noan, risking everything with you 2 is my most beautiful memory. From now on, you 2 will have to carry my part as well." His eyes slowly closed. "You have to try your best to pass the trial." Hearing that, Noan immediately burst into tears and called out, "Brother True Two." Jang Kai stepped forward, looked down, clenched his fist, and called out, "True Two?" Suddenly, he threw an intruder onto Juzi and said, "What are you mumbling about here?" Noan, sitting nearby, was also startled and stopped crying. Pushed down onto the person, the pillar painfully sat up and shouted, "Whoa, who's dead?" "I was planning to take 6 people, only hitting and injuring them. You guys killed them to gain experience and level up, so your blood will be fully restored." After hearing Jang Kai's words, Noan also nodded. "Yes, in the demon spirit realm, you can level up by killing explorers." Yuanzhu was surprised and asked, "Is there also this? So now am I the one being oppressed?" Jang Kai said vaguely, then just smiled and changed the subject. "Weren't they tormenting you earlier? So now it's our turn to torment them. We can even use our left hand for the last hit." Vientru and Noan, after hearing this, both chuckled sinisterly in unison, showing them what the Wheel of Heaven's reincarnation truly is. A man on the ground struggled to crawl away. "Kai, this might not be a good idea. In St. Hui, they call this paying back a debt. It's a good tradition we must uphold." Vientru responded by extending his hand toward the intruder, saying, All right, a good tradition, then I must uphold it seriously." That guy sat up and shouted, "Do not step over here." Meanwhile, at the Data Research Institute of the Landslide Management Bureau, alarms blared continuously and people shouted in chaos. It's terrifying, so frightening. A group of people wake up, panicked and screaming non-stop. Lam An, trembling with fear. Just now, Than Hui had someone come and slaughter us all, and he was so cruel to us. Han Sat woke up, sweat pouring down his forehead, and shouted, "My experience points have been stolen, and my level has dropped. What's going on here? Why are you all like this? Could it be that a new profession has appeared in St. Hui that can counter the Thao Dojaya?" At the same time, in the Holy High Kingdom, Professor Lee hurriedly said in the observation room, "This is bad. The evaluation data from No One No One's watch just came in. No One No One's squad must have encountered the Thao Dojia." "What do you mean? Is No One No One okay?" Wei Ung is also there. He nodded and calmly said, "From the beginning until now, no one has ever escaped the fake demons. Just prepare for their death." Professor Lee then explained, "No, that's not what I mean." He looked at the data on the large screen and continued, "I mean, according to the displayed data, no one and the others encountered the Thao Dojia, but did not die and even leveled up. To Lam Lam and Wei Ung were stunned." Lam Lam froze. "What do you mean?" Wei Ung frowned. "Huh? How is that possible? Hitting them and not dying, but leveling up instead? Could it be that they helped her kill the monsters?" Professor Lai looked over the data on the tablet repeatedly and said, "No. If No One only leveled up once, I could reluctantly believe she killed the monster. But according to the data, she actually increased 2 levels at once. Everyone must realize there is only one possibility." Both Wei Ying and Tuo Lanlan were stunned and exclaimed together, it was No One and her team who had killed the fake monsters. The cup in Commander Z's hand dropped to the ground, spilling water everywhere. Lanlan called out, "Commander?" Wei Ung stood up suddenly and shouted, "Show me No One's team's data immediately." Professor Lai responded clearly. After speaking, he quickly opened the data on the tablet for the commander to see. The information of the 3 people, Jang Kai, No One, and Vian Tru, appeared on the large screen. Jang Kai's identity is unknown. Level and profession unclear. To No One's identity is level 3 with 3 medical professions. Vian Tru's identity is level 3 with a martial arts profession. Wei Ung smiled happily. Could it really be that she reached level 3? If it weren't for killing the fake Thao Du, there's no way to level up twice so quickly. To Lam Lam still couldn't believe it, her voice full of doubt. This can't be true. Nuan's class can't fight, and the damage of a beginner warrior isn't high. Could it be that all those Thao Dojia were defeated by Jang Kai? That's really impressive. Wei Ying laughed out loud again. I am sure it was Jang Kai, but why is his profession still unknown? What is going on here? Professor Lee looked at the tablet and speculated. I found some information about Jang Kai. The reason for the uncertainty is that every explorer going to Demon Crystal must carry a watch to update information. But Jang Kai used the oldest first-generation watch. As he spoke, Professor Lee projected an image of the watch for everyone to see. The first-generation watch was the very first used on the Demon Crystal. He continued analyzing, but the server for the first-generation watch had been out of maintenance for over 10 years, making network connection very difficult, so we couldn't access his information. What? Even in this era, someone is still using a first-generation watch? Wei Ying also spoke up to comment. Not bad. This is interesting. To Lam Lam again asked Professor Lee to bring all the documents about Jang Kai to her, so she could find out what kind of person that kid really is. He immediately responded clearly. He turned to Jang Kai's group and opened his personal information panel, his face full of excitement. You excitedly said, "Wow, I really leveled up and even respawned with full health." Nuonu also opened her profile, clutching her hands unconsciously with joy. I didn't expect it to be the same for me either. Now I can knock back enemies around me. That's powerful. The skill is activated. Ground-shaking stomp. No One also reached out to touch her notification screen. Her skill was unlocked, the doctor's heart. No One happily said, I also activated my doctor's heart skill. Now my healing ability is stronger. Seeing the two of them so happy, Jang Kai rested his chin on his hand and thought before saying, that's really practical for both warrior and doctor skills. What are you thinking? You think reaching level 3 means you can beat someone from a different faction? I'm already at level 4 now. Look at my attributes. Vian Tru, after seeing Jang Kai's information sheet, almost popped his eyes out and shouted in surprise, Huh? Vian Tru holds his head, looking like everything's gone crazy. When did you level up to 4? Wasn't that level 2 just now? No one also looked at you with admiration and then said, Moreover, the total attribute points are 96, which is equivalent to an 8th level explorer. Jang Kai looked at the two of them and calmly replied, When I was fleeing earlier, I killed a transgressor and reached level 3. Then I killed 5 more here, which brought me to level 4. Yuan Zhu shouted in frustration after hearing this. Why are you more showy than I am? I can't take it anymore. No one stepped in front of Jang Kai and asked, "What do we do next?" He looked at her and said, "Next." He paused for a moment before making a decision. Earlier, I heard that the team leader said they are the second border crossing team, so next we just need to go kill the first team. Huh? As soon as you finished speaking, both Vientru and Noan were stunned and exclaimed at the same time, "Huh?" Half a day later, somewhere in the novice forest, a group of people was walking back and forth, and loud laughter echoed. It really is a joke. In the forest, a group of rather fierce-looking people are talking, and someone sitting on a branch speaks. The second team was wiped out by those people. They wouldn't even dare to dream of it. The one standing below with spiked hair and sharp teeth then replied, "That's right, or just let them retire. This guy's name is Wildfang, a 5th-level member of the first border team. Don't be careless. If the higher-ups brought this up, we should be a bit cautious. His name is Tietba, the captain of the first-tier 5th-grade patrol team," said another with a disdainful tone. "What are you afraid of? The highest level for new recruits is only level 5, and our entire team is level 5. Here, it's kill or be killed, face the Buddha or face the demon, and someone else immediately agrees." That's right. On this side, Jang Kai's group of 3 is hiding in the shadows watching the other group. Vientru crouched on the ground watching them leave, then said anxiously, "No way, Kai. Do you really want to fight 9 level 5 border crossers?" No one known also felt scared and advised, "Maybe we should just leave." "Don't be afraid. With my current abilities, even if I can't win, protecting you and having you retreat won't be a problem. Besides, if we don't fight back, they'll attack our newcomers." As soon as he finished speaking, Jang Kai rushed out, gripping a metal pipe in both hands, running and saying, "So instead of passive defense, it's better to strike first." Vientru and Noan hadn't had time to react before Kai Lao rushed out. They hurriedly shouted, "Hey, Tietba, turn around and look behind you." Eyes full of alertness, seeing someone rushing toward him, he clenched his fist and warned his teammates, "Be careful, there's someone coming." The group also turns around to look at Yenan, who opened his watch to check Jang Kai's information and then smirked with satisfaction. "Check. Got it. A level 4 newcomer." Black Shadow also cautiously said, "A level 4 newcomer who managed to survive here is already good. How could they level up again? Maybe it's the guy who killed Team 2. Tifan smiled sinisterly and said, "Not bad. This is a major discovery." He immediately raised his hand to order everyone to stay alert in formation and chase after him. Capturing him would mean Quan Kong. A group of people charged forward wildly in response. "Yes." Jang Kai runs ahead to lure them in. He turned back to look behind him and frowned in thought. Not good. The cross-border runners still know how to keep formation. The original plan was to lure the enemy first, wait for the master to find an opportunity to use the earth-shaking kick to knock everyone away, then take advantage of the gap when they are thrown back to kill them all. But the formation of the crossing group is too long. If the master can't knock them all away at once, Jang Kai keeps running and thinking while the infiltrators are still behind him. So, as long as only a few of the cross-border escapees remain, they might run away. But still, we have a plan. Jang Kai suddenly stopped, no longer running, and continued to think. Then, if he wanted to eliminate all the border crossers, he stomped his foot to brake, turned around, one hand supporting the ground, and channeled all his strength into the iron pipe he was holding up. He charged straight at the pursuers, blue lightning once again enveloping his entire body. As he rushed toward the border jumper, he made a bold decision. Maybe he had to use all his resources to lure them in. Da'an and Hak-an led the chase, and when they saw Jang Kai turn back and rush toward them, they froze in place. The two who couldn't believe their eyes wondered why this guy was turning back. Seeing Jang Kai charging with the iron pipe just a few steps away, Da'an lunged forward with his knife, laughing maniacally and shouting, "Where do you think you're running? Are you too scared to run anymore, kid?" He swung his knife and slashed across Jang Kai's arm, arrogantly saying, "Come to your senses, old man." Blood spurted out instantly from the arm that Da'an had cut. Jang Kai grit his teeth and endured the pain, only letting out a slight cough as he thought to himself that he still wasn't close enough. Kai turned around and kept running headlong. Dan shouted loudly and kept running. Seeing the group of cross-border people seem to have gathered together, Jang Kai thought to himself that they had regrouped. Black Shadow, holding a knife in his hand, said, "Skin him." Jang Kai charged again at Black Shadow's group, still thinking he's not close enough. Jang Kai charged forward, skillfully dodging all of Hak-an's attacks. Tietba saw this and asked, "What are you doing?" But it was too late. Jang Kai had already closed in front of him, wielding a metal pipe and charging straight at Tietba. He started to sweat profusely. 5th level? You dare to abandon me? How can you 4th level kids avoid all those attacks? Black Shadow just checked the watch and shouted, Captain, it's not right. He looked at the constantly warning screen and continued, At first the time was too short to check his attributes, but just now I used an advanced watch to recheck, and I found that although his overall attributes can't be fully determined, I have now confirmed his agility. Jang Kai rushed forward, his body covered in blue light, his eyes glowing as well. The voice of Black Shadow echoed, almost within the 30-point range. Tipba was stunned and stammered, What? You must have misread it, right? My agility is less than 20. If he's much taller than me, how can I stop him? Tietba fell silent, raising his hand to defend, watching Jang Kai pass by one as he pondered. That's not right. It's hard to misread the watch. If that kid is really that quick, isn't he just pretending to be chased by us? Only then did Tietba realize he had fallen for the trap, and he shouted loudly, Don't let them escape. Spread out now. Everyone below the command line was stunned, and someone spoke up. What? Jang Kai stands among the crossing people, his eyes shining. He snorts coldly and says, A bunch of fools finally figured it out, but now your formations have all been tricked and gathered into one group, and now you want to run. Before he could finish speaking, a bolt of golden lightning appeared above the crowd. Jang Kai continued, It's too late. The pillar from above crashes down into the crowd, engulfed in a blazing golden light. The pillar strikes with a powerful kick. Immediately, a loud explosion rang out, scattering the crossing team members who could only cry out in surprise. Seeing this, Jang Kai smirked and said, Well done, pillar. Next, Jang Kai's body emits blue electric sparks again as he holds 2 long swords, similar to those used to eliminate members of Team 2. Jang Kai, triumphant, rushed forward after Tru's attack, running and saying, Leave it to me! As he finished, the members of Team 1 who crossed the border were lying scattered on the ground. Jang Kai stopped, the light around him gradually fading away. Kai let out a breath, having dealt with everything in one go. The pillar saw this scene and roared wildly. All 9 level 5 experts had been slaughtered. Kai, you're too perverted. The system is now sending a notification to Jang Kai. Adventurer Jang Kai killed 5 level 5 hunters, stealing a total of 2,000 experience points. Adventurer Jang Kai is the top experience holder in the beginner area, reaching the highest level, level 5. He looked at his status board and smiled softly, finally reaching level 5. In her heart, she thought, killing a higher-level adventurer doubles the experience gained, so a level 5 adventurer could get 400 experience points. No one looked at Jang Kai with admiration and exclaimed, Kai, you're level 5 now. I heard level 5 is the highest in Tanthu village. Yuanju also added, You're the top now. Jang Kai turned around and calmly replied, It's nothing. When adventurers kill adventurers, they just gain more experience. You see the 4 remaining alive barely breathing on the ground and say, I've left 4 with some health left. You should finish them off and take the experience. No one nodded in response. All right, Kai, what do you plan to do next? Jang Kai looked into the distance and said, I used to kill monsters to gain points and improve my strength. Now that I have enough points, I will lead you to hunt monsters for points. Once you have enough points, you'll be close to the final destination. Noan and Tru both became very excited upon hearing that. All right, then. Finally, it's our turn to kill monsters. Jang Kai, Tru, and Noan, after finishing their task, continue their monster hunting in the forest. Jang Kai leads the way and reminds everyone, be careful. Near the finish line, there might be more points to earn, but the closer we get to the end, the more terrifying the monsters become, even beginner boss monsters, so we must be very cautious. Jang Kai led Tru in the back, both of them extremely alert to any movement around them, while Noan followed behind Kai, nodding softly in response to his words. Suddenly, the 3 of them were stunned by the sight before them. Lying on the ground was the corpse of a humanoid-faced beast, its body torn apart and unrecognizable, with bulging, wide eyes staring out in a horrifying manner. Seeing the corpse of the humanoid beast lying there, Nuan stammered in fear. It's the body of a humanoid beast. Yuanju also couldn't help but speak out. There are many bite marks on them. Did something bite them to death? Jang Kai calmly opened his demon eye to observe. The focused demon eye talent was activated, and strange characters immediately appeared in his eyes. While observing the corpse of the humanoid beast on the ground, he said, Earlier I saw a golden light here from afar. It seems a golden-colored monster killed these 2 humanoid beasts. Noan then asked, A golden-colored creature? The 3 of them are completely unaware that something is secretly watching them from behind. Suddenly, a golden energy burst appears, and a gold-colored energy sphere rushes toward them from afar. At this moment, Yuanju still hasn't realized that it's right behind him. He continues confidently, "What kind of creature could kill two humanoid monsters? Is that thing not targeting us?" Suddenly, the sphere shot out lightning bolts directly at Noan and Jang Kai. "What is that?" Yuanju quickly raised his hand to cover his body, tried to open one eye, and shouted, "The metallic color is a metallic creature. This thing is really targeting us." After attacking the two of them, it immediately charged straight at Jang Kai. And you are still standing still, watching with wide eyes. Vian Tru, clutching his injured arm and shouting, warns, "Be careful, Kai, that thing is highly dangerous. It bites people. Watch out not to get bitten to death." Jang Kai throws the metal tube on his hand away and grabs the golden light stream. Noan and Vian Tru see this scene, one worried, the other confused. Both of them looked towards Kai. Trin Jang Kai also stood still for a few seconds, realizing he had just caught something with his bare hands. It turns out it was a chubby little mouse that you were holding tightly in your hand. Yuanju was stunned. "What?" "It's so fast, yet Kai Noan caught it." Noan covered her mouth with her hand and continued, "Catch it with your bare hands." Jang Kai looked at the mouse in his hand and then said, "Huh? Do you think it's fast? It's just a fat little mouse." The mouse in my hand suddenly shouted angrily, "You bastard! Who are you calling slow and fat? Getting caught is just my mistake." Jang Kai looked at it, scolding him, and just smiled softly. "This mouse really doesn't give up. So I just told you to let go of the mouse and see what happens when I release you." Immediately, the mouse's eyes glowed gold, and it opened its mouth to shout, "I dare you to look down on me!" Then it charged straight at Jang Kai with golden lightning sparks. Yuanju saw this and immediately covered his head, shouting, "Kai, what are you doing letting go?" It was the thing that killed those two face monster creatures. Jang Kai once again caught the mouse with his bare hands and released it, calmly saying, "It's fine, it's too slow for me." Kai kept repeating the action of catching and releasing the mouse as if playing with it in his hand. Yuanju watched the scene with a stiff face. "Huh? Is Kai that fast?" Noan covers her mouth again, her eyes full of admiration. So skilled. After a few minutes of catching mice, the mouse finally raised the white flag and surrendered, obediently lying in Jang Kai's hand. The little mouse is completely subdued. Jang Kai looked at the obedient mouse in his hand and said, "This mouse has surrendered to me and won't run anymore." Vian Tru stared with his mouth open at the mouse in Kai's hand. "Kai, did you catch a pet just with your quick hands?" The three of them turned to look at the bodies of the two humanoid monsters on the ground, and Kai continued, "I don't know if this little mouse can be tamed as a combat partner, but picking up the bodies of these two humanoid monsters is still a good deal." Jang Kai placed the little mouse on his shoulder and looked at Nuan and Yuanju, saying, "Nuan, you two are just a bit short of level 4. Each catch a monster and keep hunting. Try to reach level 5 before the trial ends." Nuan saw the chubby mouse on Jang Kai's shoulder, her eyes brightening as she nodded, "Yes, so cute little mouse." Vian Tru looks extremely dejected, sighing that compared to Kai, a martial artist like me is nothing. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, someone is staggering forward, exhausted with each step. He wore a green cloak that covered his face, revealing only a few strands of hair. When he saw something ahead, he grinned widely. "Finally, we've arrived. After so long, we've finally reached the end of the novice zone." In front of him now was a massive city, the Holy Light City. He stepped up the stairs, heading upward. The city gate slowly opens and a group of people armed with spears step out gradually. 3 of them descend the stairs toward the cloaked figure. The leader stepped forward and greeted you, saying, "Newcomer, congratulations on passing the trial. We are the guides for new explorers, and we welcome you to officially become a Demon Star Explorer. This is the new recruit guide, Xiadao." Xiadao stepped forward, placing a hand on his shoulder to comfort him, but unfortunately someone has already taken the top spot before him. However, ranking doesn't matter. Being able to pass the trial is already impressive. As soon as he finished speaking, he pushed him down and snorted coldly, "Commander, I am indeed not the first to arrive here." He raised his hand to reveal the collected cards, his tone full of arrogance. "But what makes you think I'm not number 1? The 3 of them were all amazed by the large number of cards. The person behind Hadao, Ha-Vi, immediately said, "What? The ranking is based on points, and having so many monster cards can earn a lot of points." Hadao also added, "Someone like him could kill that many monsters." At this moment, he pulled down his hood and cloak, sneering dismissively. "I am the second young master of the Huang family, a future senior of the Huyanvu Guild. and I was specially trained before I came to Quitin, the second young master of the Huang family. Huang Wei Hadao was even more shocked. What do you mean the Huang family owns the Huyanvu Guild? Havi also interjected. The Huyanvu Guild is one of the top 10 guilds, so it's not surprising that they are a major family. Hadao turned to congratulate you. So, congratulations, based on the points, you're not only first in this trial, but might also be in the top 10 of the divine geniuses. Alright, today I, Huang Wei, will stop here. Claiming first place in the trial is just the beginning for a newcomer. Give me some time and this demon spirit will usher in an era of my greatness. Deep inside the novice training area, Jang Kai's group continued searching for monsters in the forest, walking all day without seeing a single one. Jang Kai was a bit suspicious. Strange indeed. After a whole day of walking, logically there should be more monsters the closer they got to their destination, so why hadn't they encountered any? You glanced back and then continued. So this little mouse scared you away? That can't be right, can it? Nuan walking behind, only watching the chubby mouse sleeping on Jang Kai's hat. She softly said, "Such a cute little mouse." Suddenly, a loud noise sounded, making all three turn around, and what appeared behind them made them a bit scared. A row of sharp claws emerged from the ground, and Jang Kai stared in shock. This is Voan Lang. A pack of fierce wolves is approaching the three of them. Finally, a giant wolf stepped out, each of its steps emanating a blue aura of power. This massive wolf with gray and white fur and a scar over its eye is the beginner zone boss, the Holy Demon Kingdom's Voan Lang Vuong. Jang Kai, Noan, and Vientru backed against each other, their faces turning from pale to purple. Jang Kai shouted loudly upon recognizing the wolf, "It's over! This is the boss of the beginner area, Voan Lang Vuong. It turns out we accidentally entered the boss's territory." The pack of wolves has now surrounded the three of them, all three shouting together, "We're trapped!" Vientru looked at Jang Kai with tears in his eyes. "Hi. I heard that the Wolf King is the strongest creature never defeated in the beginner zone. Facing it means only death. What should we do now?" Jang Kai clenched the iron pipe in his hand, thinking to himself, "The wolves are too many. If I were alone, I could run, but Trutu and no one can't, so I have to risk everything." After thinking, he immediately charged forward and shouted loudly to the two still standing. "Still. Master no one, we can't escape only by killing the Wolf King. Can we break through the encirclement? Work together to kill the Wolf King?" The two of them immediately agreed upon hearing that. "Got it!" Jang Kai rushed forward, using his strength, punching hard into the ground. "Watch me now!" The punch immediately caused a huge explosion. Lightning shot straight into the sky. The ground trembled, and the wolves were thrown back by the force of the blow. Jang Kai praised, "Well controlled, Juzi." Then Kai continued to give orders. Nuan, add green snake venom to my weapon now." She immediately nodded in response. It's Jang Kai's turn, and he simultaneously unleashes two skills, shouting loudly, "Now watch me!" With a focused demon eye and a demon blade flying card, Jang Kai unleashes a massive beam of light energy which shoots straight at Lang Vuong. The wolf immediately yelps loudly, baring its sharp teeth and growling fiercely, its eyes filled with fury as it stares intently at Jang Kai's group. All three, Noan, Vientru, and Jang Kai, were open-mouthed in fear. Kai shouted loudly, "What can't break through the defenses of the Wolf King?" At this moment, the Wolf King revealed its sharp teeth and charged straight at the three people. The other wolves, seeing this, also opened their sharp-toothed jaws and lunged forward. The three of them are immediately surrounded by wolves. Noan is injured and stammers loudly, saying, "This is bad. Lang Vuong is commanding the wolves to attack all at once." Meanwhile, Vientru is using his strong hands to try to pry open a wolf's jaws. "You are both fighting against Lang Vuong and it's useless. Is there another way? Jang Kai's situation isn't any better. You are fighting off other wolves, and your mind starts to think about yourself. No. The defense of the Wolf King is too strong. Now the pack of wolves surrounds me, and I can't kill them all." Just then, the chubby mouse on Jang Kai's hat was awakened by the noise and immediately shouted, "Get out!" Seeing the wolves rushing toward it, its face immediately furrowed in displeasure. Soon after, it realized that the troublemaker was the pack of wolves in front of it. Meanwhile, Jang Kai is still fighting with all his might against the pack of wolves. The little mouse is now extremely angry, and flames begin to erupt from its body. The two teeth clenched tightly together. This is a trap egg. Immediately after, the mouse shot out, a burst of golden light power rushing forward, sweeping away the seven wolves. It opens its mouth wide, eyes blazing with fury, then rushes forward to bite and tear at the Wolf King. The Wolf King, being bitten and torn, can only roar in pain. Seeing that, Jang Kai was stunned and thought, did that mouse bite open a wound on Lang Vuong? Recognizing this, he immediately used his demon eye of focus. Good! Earlier the defense was too strong and the attack failed, but now Lang Vuong's skin is torn, just need to target the wound. He poured all his strength into the iron tube and shot it straight at the Lang Vuong, thinking again that the Lang Vuong's defenses would be useless. The iron tube hit the Lang Vuong directly, causing it to scream in pain. The little mouse clinging to it was also knocked to the ground with a thud. Seeing the attack was effective, Jang Kai continued to use his next skill, throwing 3 short swords while thinking, indeed, it works. So now I just need to keep using the focused demon eye to attack. And I'm sure I can. Under Jang Kai's relentless assaults, Lang Vuong keeps getting injured, blood staining all the fur on its body. Finally, Jang Kai delivered a finishing blow that caused the Wolf King to explode with a lethal 200 times force, and the deafening explosion made Nuono and Yuanju turn their heads. What? Kai used a single move. Yuanju also continued, kill the Void Shadow Wolf King. Jang Kai also stood frozen in place as the system notification appeared. Congratulations to Explorer Jang Kai for defeating the boss of the beginner area, the Invisible Shadow Wolf King. Jang Kai almost couldn't believe his eyes. What was he thinking? I originally planned for a long fight, but triggering the X200 critical hit is fine too. Kui Kwai Lao has never triggered a critical hit before, so it's normal for it to happen now. The wolf pack saw that the Wolf King was dead and immediately became frantic like headless snakes, starting to retreat. The wolves turned and fled in chaos, and Noan saw this and said, Kai, look, it seems like the wolf pack wants to run. Jang Kai immediately asked the two, Chuji, Nuan, can you still fight? Both answered yes in unison. Jang Kai continued, that's good. After speaking, he charged forward with full energy. Now, there was no longer a king of wolves leading. This pack of wolves is already dead meat. Yuanju gritted his teeth and said, remember how they dealt with us earlier? All 3 shouted together, don't let them go. Kill. The 3 of them rushed at the wolves in perfect coordination, with Jang Kai and Yuanju attacking directly while Nuan supported by healing from behind. It wasn't until the entire pack of wolves fell to the ground that the 3 of them burst into loud cheers. It's finally over. Seeing the wolves lying scattered around, Juzi happily said, I didn't expect us to be able to defeat the beginner zone boss. Noan also cheerfully said, we are really too powerful. Jang Kai turned to the 2 and said, I left a lot of invisible wolves earlier, and they are low on blood. So go and add more points now. Noan nodded in response, and Vientru asked further, so what's next? Right now we have a lot of points of experience, so of course we should head to the final destination. A few hours after dawn, the 3 of them finally arrived at the target. This place is very busy and lively. Yuanju looked around and asked, is this our Holy Virtue Kingdom territory on the Spirit Crystal? Noan was also very excited and exclaimed it was amazing. Jang Kai also smiled and said, of course, the Holy City of Dieu is the biggest hub for the people of the Dieu Kingdom on the Spirit Planet. Suddenly, the mouse from Jang Kai's hat jumped down and ran away. Noan saw it and said, that mouse is running. Jang Kai simply replied calmly, it's okay, that's its freedom. If fate allows, we might meet again. The main hall for welcoming new recruits is extremely crowded, with people coming and going rapidly. At this moment, Hadao is leading Jang Kai's group. Congratulations on passing the test. I am Hadao, the guide for new recruits. Now all the new recruits who passed through the gate are here. Jang Kai looked at him and asked, Chief, can I see the rankings of the new recruits who have completed the trial? Hadao replied, of course. Huang Vi saw them from afar, and he smiled sinisterly. What a coincidence. He stepped in front of Jang Kai, pointed at the watch on his wrist, and said smugly, I didn't expect the traitors working for me to also join the trial. Shall I show you the rankings? Jang Kai saw him, and his face darkened, thinking to himself, I never expected Huang Vi to come so early. Huang Vi opened the ranking list and smugly said, I am the top 1. And you all have also achieved first place perfectly, but only counting from the bottom. A group of others started to mock Jang Kai as well, with Liang Wen speaking first, full of sarcasm. Look at these useless people with such achievements, how dare they ask why? Behind him is Haidao, also laughing loudly to support, even less than a fraction of the trash. Jang Kai's cold eyes looked at Huang Vi as he thought about his sister, coming to earn soul crystals for him, working as a laborer at Huang Vi's house, and how this scum had harassed her many times. He remembered the times Huang Vi and his henchmen beat him, and he could only lie on the ground, biting his lip and enduring the pain. After each beating, Huang Vi would laugh mockingly at him. "Your brother is a sick dog, and you are a coward." Vien Tru angrily prepared to rush forward and scold him. "Huang Vi, I advise you to clean up your mouth." Jang Kai held you back and said, "It's okay, Tru Tu." Seeing everyone start gathering around, Jang Kai stepped forward and said, "I apologize to everyone. I want to inform you that the rankings will be rearranged soon, because we have already taken the top 3 positions." Huang Vi's people burst out laughing as if they'd just heard a joke. Huang Vi pointed to his head and said, "Are you crazy? The 3 of you took the top 3 spots just by talking?" He chuckled and continued, "Mayor, I think these people are sick." Another guy in his group also said the same. "Maybe we should get a mental health treatment." 3 fools. Jang Kai turned and said, "Chutu, no one, we don't need to pretend anymore." No one nodded in response. Yuanju reached out and touched his watch, then said, "Let's see what you've got. Then it's time to play your hand." When Yuanju's watch opened, thousands of monster cards immediately appeared. Huang Vi and the others could only gape in shock. Huang Vi clenched his teeth in frustration and said, "What?" His eyes widened as he stared at the pile of cards, as if they were about to fall out. How can there be so many monster corpses like this? Not only humanoid beasts, but also many void shadow wolf females. No way. The group started flipping through the cards when suddenly someone spoke up. "I even saw the void shadow wolf queen." Huang Vi can't believe it. He angrily said, "What are you all laughing at? Are you all useless trash capable of killing so many monsters? Is it even possible that the Vo An Lang Vuong is here too? How could this happen?" Jang Kai didn't bother to look at him, just smirked and said, "The rankings have already told you whether it's real or fake." Everyone checked the leaderboard, and whispers spread everywhere. "Look, the rankings really have changed, so their scores might actually be real after all." Huang Wei grits his teeth and opens his own watch to check. How is that possible? Moreover, they really took the top 3 spots. Jang Kai casually put his hands in his pockets, smiled, and said, "Do you think that's all there is?" After saying that, he took a few steps forward and asked, "Chief, if you eliminate the counterfeit watch, does that count for extra points?" As he finished speaking, Jang Kai threw out a pile of watches and continued, "Does that add to my score? This is a fake time-absorbing watch from the country of Lo. Fake time thieves." Huang Vi suddenly burst into loud, mocking laughter, saying, "You've all been exposed. How can a rookie possibly eliminate a fake time thief? Sure enough, it's just a bunch of scammers." He spread his arms wide and shouted so everyone around could hear. "Besides, in this trial, there's no such thing as a fake Thao Du. Has anyone here encountered a fake Thao Du?" The people around also raised their hands in agreement and said in unison, "No, we haven't met anyone at all." Captain Huang pointed at Jang Kai's group and continued, "You see how many witnesses there are? Besides them, no one has ever encountered a fake thief. They must be lying. I suggest we cancel their achievements and conduct a serious investigation into them." Ha Dao was at a loss for how to handle this moment and could only awkwardly say so. The crowd around started to get noisy and put pressure on him, shouting continuously, "Deal with it, handle it seriously, and punish these liars quickly." At that moment, someone suddenly stepped out from the crowd and said, "Rest assured, the Thao Dojia appearing suddenly is real. We just haven't had time to inform everyone yet." Hearing this, Huang Wei froze in place. The man who just stepped out was Luo Jun, the deputy commander of the Jiangzhong Chung military district. Luo Jun, dressed in a white suit and wearing glasses, stepped out, followed by 2 others behind him. He calmly said, "I was initially very surprised to hear this news, but my superiors asked me to personally praise the 3 Jang Kai, proving that this is entirely true." Hearing that, Huang Vi and the others felt a chill down their spines, cold sweat pouring out. Hai Dao and another person exclaimed in horror, "What?" That is Luo Jun, the deputy commander of Jiangzhong Chung. The presence of important figures here makes everyone more convinced that Jang Kai's group really defeated the imposters. Huang Vi could only stammer, "Is it really true?" Lo Tuan approached Jang Kai and said, "Jang Kai, the military has increased your equipment rewards to encourage you because they resolved the threat from the fake bandits." Everyone outside was stunned and exclaimed, "Huh?" Lo Tuan looked at Jang Kai with a gentle smile and continued, "The 2nd and 3rd place rewards at level B will be upgraded to level A, and Jang Kai's 1st place reward will be upgraded from level A to..." He paused for a moment and then said, "S rank." Jiang Kai, Yuanju, and Nuan all cheered happily. Yuanju grinned and asked, "Really?" Nan also smiled and said, "That's great." Jiang Kai thanked her. "Thanks. What do you mean? The reward changed from an A rank to a S rank. Haidao also froze, muttering, so we already have such equipment right at the start of the mission? Memories of his own demon crystal class flashed through Jang Kai's mind. At that time, you stood on the podium with the equipment classification chart for demon crystals in front of you, ranging from S to F, with F being the lowest and S the ultimate. Usually C and B level gear are considered quite good, while A and S are extremely rare and coveted by all explorers. Huang Vi clenched his fists outside, trembling all over with veins bulging, secretly thinking that even if Jang Kai received an S-rank reward, it wouldn't matter. What he couldn't accept was being pushed from first place down to fourth. Huang Vi, the army has already confirmed it. Why don't you believe it? Moreover, I warn you not to bother my family. A person in armor hurriedly shouted, trying to stop him, but was too late. What? Did I say something wrong? Your family is just a bunch of lowly commoners. He stood in front of Jang Kai, continuing to insult him. Your brother is just a sick dog, and your sister is only a servant. You're just a bastard I beat up in a corner. How dare you step on my head today? You should remember that your servant girl sister is still working for my family. Do you dare to anger me? Believe it or not, one day I will bring her out. Before he could finish speaking, Jang Kai slashed across him, creating a large wound on Huang Vi's chest, and before he could react, blood splattered everywhere. Luang Van and Haidao, witnessing the scene, screamed in horror. What do you mean? Jang Kai? Jang Kai's gaze remained fixed directly on Huang Vi. Luo Jun stood outside, watching the scene with a slight smile and a hint of complexity in his eyes. He thought to himself, did they really start fighting? Seeing Jang Kai severely injure Huang Wei, everyone watching around, especially Liang Wen, was extremely shocked. Huang Wei was now kneeling on the ground, trembling all over. Someone outside seeing this immediately spoke up. Huang Vi comes from the Huang family, one of the 10 major guilds in the country. Does Jang Kai dare to lay a hand on him? Huang Vi, sweat pouring down his face, clutches his bleeding wound on his chest and grits his teeth, saying, Jang Kai, if you dare to attack me, do you know what you'll face? Jang Kai turns around, still holding the iron pipe, his cold eyes fixed on him as he replies, You bastard, spreading rumors about attacking my family. Do I even need to know who you are? Seeing his gaze, Huang Vi couldn't help but feel afraid. Jang Kai stepped closer, saying as he walked, In this apocalyptic world, family is the most important to me, as long as someone dares to go after them. Everyone outside watching silently, Jang Kai stands in front of Huang Vi, raising the iron pipe, looking down at him and saying clearly, No matter who it is, I will definitely take action. Moreover, upon seeing your action, Huang Vi trembled, raised his hand to shield himself, and stammered, Wait. Jang Kai showed no mercy, stabbing the iron pipe in his hand directly at him and saying, I will also kill that person. The iron pipe pierced through his body, causing Huang Vi to scream in pain. When Jang Kai pulled out the iron pipe, Huang Wei was already dead. The system immediately sent a notification. Explorer Jang Kai successfully killed level 1 explorer Huang Wei. Can he choose to loot 6 experience points? Only 6 experience points to steal. Is your wealthy family that poor? He dares to kill the young master of the Huang family again? Although he was killed on the Demon Star but didn't die, the Huang family's Huiyan Vu Guild is a huge power. Another person also said this guy is too bold and daring. Lo Tuan, hands in his pockets, stood behind watching Jang Kai and silently assessing him. Not bad. This kid may be a bit reckless, but he still maintains his integrity. No wonder he's the one our superior wanted to meet. Seeing the chaos starting, Luo Jun cleared his throat and said, The previous fight was Huang Vi initiating the attack. Jang Kai was just defending himself, so this matter should come to an end. After finishing, he waved to signal Jang Kai's group and said, Jang Kai, the 3 of you come with me. I'll take you to receive your reward. Jang Kai immediately replied, Yes, thank you, Captain. Yuanju looked at Jang Kai with a bright expression and said, Jang Kai was truly impressive just now. Noan also spoke up. That was amazing. Outside, in a small hut, a few people are standing. That is Jang Kai's group, along with Lo Tuan. In front of Jang Kai, Nuan and Yuanju are 3 mysterious boxes. Luo Jun crosses his arms and says, It's been a while. This is the special military equipment awarded to everyone. Open them quickly. Jang Kai immediately replied, Thank you. Noan reached out and opened her box, and the sparkling light immediately radiated from inside. A glowing lifestone gem flies in front of her, and Noan happily says, This is a lifestone gem. An equipment even rookie doctors dream of. Lo Tuan sees her so happy and nods, saying, The lifestone gem increases physical resilience and mental strength by 15 points, and also enhances healing and potion-making effects. Very impressive. Yuan Ju tried on the armor, and its sparkling appearance made him extremely excited. Look at this. Mine is a black armor, so cool. Noan, standing behind, eagerly urged, Kai, hurry up and open it. Jang Kai nodded and said, Okay, you open your gift first. And the dazzling light immediately shone straight into his eyes. A set of 9 swords appeared in front of you in a box. The system displayed that they couldn't be appraised without identification. Lo Tuan stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, So it needs to be identified before you can see the equipment. Yuanju also excitedly said, You need an appraisal card, so it must be very valuable. As Luo Jun took out something like a piece of tape and handed it out while speaking. That's right. Usually high-quality equipment requires an appraisal card for inspection. Luckily, I have a few that can help you with the appraisal. When the appraisal card is used, Jang Kai's reward information immediately appears. 9 lives pursuit, S-rank weapon, 9 energy points, 9 penetration points, 9 agility points with special effects. Each time you use the chain attack weapon, the chance of critical damage and critical damage itself will increase by 10%, up to a maximum of 90%. After triggering a critical hit, all chain reward effects will be reset. Huh? So it's a critical hit weapon after all? For a beginner with low attack power, even a critical hit wouldn't deal much damage. This S grade seems to be no better than an A grade. Hearing that, Yuan Ju was stunned and asked, Huh, officer, is this a bit of a scam for my guys? So Captain Lu, can Kai's equipment be exchanged? Lu Tuan put his hands in his pockets and said, It's complicated, but I can help you try to apply. Hearing that, Jang Kai immediately refused. No, I don't need the explosion. I want this one. Everyone was stunned by Jang Kai's words. Jang Kai picked up a long sword and examined it carefully, wondering how this equipment could be a trap for him. It was clearly a top-tier item perfectly suited for him. You have to know that my current critical hit damage is no longer just double, but has increased to 200 times that of an ordinary person. Just one critical strike is enough to crush even the shadowless Wolf King. The only problem is that when facing a strong enemy, my critical hit chance is extremely low. I might get killed before even landing a decisive blow. At that moment, this power also had no chance to be unleashed, but with the 9 Heavens reincarnation technique, each move has at least a 10% chance of a critical hit. By the 9th strike, the chance increases to 90%, almost guaranteeing a critical hit. You raise your sword high, a proud expression on your face, while inside you continue to think, this might even be the perfect divine weapon for those who love to bet. Just a heads up, Jang Kai, someone might come looking for you soon. I sincerely advise you to be careful when you return home. Hearing the warning from Captain Luo, Jang Kai, Vian Tru, and Noan stood frozen in place, watching his figure gradually disappear into the distance. Transitioning to Earth in St. Yao Kingdom, Zhangcheng's slum, Jang Kai happily rides his bike home, thinking to himself how he never expected to pass the novice trial so smoothly. I wonder how Big Brother and Atsu would react if they knew about this. Next, I have to take the Big Brother and Atsu away from this place. The sooner we leave the royal family behind, the better. He looked up at the old, dilapidated building that had fallen into disrepair after many years, with piles of trash outside the door emitting a foul smell. I keep thinking that from now on, we won't have to live in the slums anymore. Big Brother's body will be taken care of properly, and Atsu won't be bothered by others anymore. He held his phone in his hand, gazing into the distance as if seeing his future and his family's. Kai continued to think that everything would eventually turn out fine. Jang Kai put away his bike and went upstairs, calling out as he opened the door. Big Brother, Tuan. I squinted and stepped into the house, then said, I'm back. Guess how my rookie trial went? No one responded. When he opened his eyes wide, he saw a man sitting on a chair right in front of him. In your house, the living room is now filled with a group of strangers, each with a very sinister look. And the man sitting on the chair is staring at you with a hateful expression. He is Huang Da. As soon as he saw you, he spoke up. Finally, someone has returned home after waiting half the day. I heard you're pretty impressive in the novice trial today, huh? Jang Kai couldn't react in time and stammered, Are you Huang Vi's older brother, Huang Dat? What do you want to do? I immediately thought, it's you. Why are the royal family members here so quickly? Before he could finish thinking, a hand from behind pushed him forward forcefully, causing him to lean ahead. The 2 men on either side held his arms tightly and forced Jang Kai to kneel down. Kneel down! Jang Kai tried to resist but couldn't because he was tightly controlled by the 2 men. Huang Dat stood up and looked down at him, holding a blood-stained stick in one hand, with the other hand in his pocket, and said, Jang Kai, I don't know if you realize that my younger brother was killed by you on Devil Star, and after returning he was taken for psychological treatment, right? You also know that only the royal family has ever bullied others. No one has ever dared to bully our royal family. Jang Kai glared angrily at him. Huang Dat now looked like he had lost his mind, his eyes bloodshot. He looked at you and smiled in a terrifying way, so if you caused Huang Vi to go offline for a month, you might as well quit for good. You son of a bitch. Without hesitation, he swung the baseball bat directly at Jang Kai's head. Jang Kai opened his eyes wide, teeth clenched as he looked at him, but he couldn't resist because he was being held by the two guys. Just then, someone kicked the door of Jang Kai's house open, smashing into the two holding him and making them release their grip in pain. Who the hell did this? Next to you, a tall man appears with To Lam Lam stepping in behind him. The man speaks. Jang Kai, I told someone to remind you to be careful when you get home. So it turns out it's Wei Ung. Still puffing on his cigarette, he continued. Why didn't you take it seriously? To Lam Lam enters, holding up a piece of paper and speaking sternly. Don't move. This is military business. Huang Dat's group was stunned when they saw Wei Ung. What is the senior commanding officer Wei Ying from the Zhangjiang military zone doing here? Huang Dat was also stunned. How could such an important figure appear here? Wei Ung took the cigarette from his mouth, his face turning fierce as he said, We came here for Jang Kai. Today you've messed with the wrong person. Huang Dat's face immediately darkened. He didn't expect Wei Ung to come for Jang Kai. He gritted his teeth and said, Commander, coming for Jang Kai, how can that be? What kind of background does that guy have? At this moment, Jang Kai slowly leaned against the wall and forced himself to stand up, a thought suddenly popping into his mind. A high-ranking officer from Yao City came for me, and finally, under military pressure, Huang Da had to bow his head and admit fault. Behind him, two tall guards are standing watchfully, honestly. The three of them, Jiang Kai, Wei Ung, and To Lam Lam, stand outside the corridor looking down. At this moment, Jang Kai thanked the Commander Wei and everyone for coming to rescue him today, but Wei Ying interrupted, saying, Don't be nervous, we have a purpose for finding you. During this rookie trial, Vian Tru and Tono Unknown performed exceptionally well. Do you know that after you left the line, Yuan Zhu and Tuo Nuan Nuan were invited to join the army? We came here this time also to invite you after all. He paused for a moment, took a cigarette out of his mouth and exhaled a cloud of white smoke, then continued. So, you're also a new profession? When he heard the words new profession, Jang Kai was momentarily stunned. Jang Kai, do you understand what it means for Wei Ung to know about your situation? Currently, Demon Spirit Explorers have many different classes, and each explorer gets a class change at level 20. But with each class change, their attributes and skills will also change. Some become stronger, while others become weaker. Currently, many professions become almost useless in the late stages of class advancement, so the military continues to research and develop new professions to find stronger combat capabilities. She stepped closer to Jang Kai and slowly said, So Jang Kai, do you agree to join the army with your new profession? Yes. After. To Lam Lam finished speaking, the surrounding atmosphere grew quiet. Wei Ying broke the silence. Don't worry, we have no intention of forcing you. Before coming here, we investigated your family. Sorry about that. We also understand your brother's condition. At this moment, To Lam Lam continued, if you agree to join the army, they will not only protect your family, but also cover all medical expenses for your brother. Hearing this, Jang Kai still pressed his lips tightly, but did not respond. Wei Ying and To Lam Lam left, leaving Jang Kai standing alone in the corridor. Before leaving, Ong said something else. Wasn't it because you needed money to treat your brother that you went to the demon spirit? If you agree, go to the army tomorrow to enlist. To Lam Lam also left a message. Just find me when the time comes. Watching their figures gradually disappear, Jang Kai seemed to have made a decision. He spoke up. I'm sorry, I refuse to join the army. Wei Ying and To Lam Lam were extremely shocked by his decision. Lam Lam turned back and asked why Jang Kai continued. I know joining the army is good, but that only applies to professions with strong potential for future growth. For example, Yuan Zhu's martial arts and Nuan Nuan's doctor. He placed his hand on his chest with a determined look in his eyes. But I am different. I am a new profession, and I remember when we discovered the Demon Wonder was also a new profession. Wasn't the army very supportive then? Back then, the army fully supported the demon wine, which reached its peak. But what if the army finds out that continuing to develop the demon wine is no longer useful? Isn't it true that the demon wine has already been abandoned by the army? Looking at the current situation of the demon wine, changing your class to demon wine will lead to the same ending as in Shin. I thought of my small family and continued. This time I was too excited and careless. I didn't expect the royal family to ignore their image and act directly like that. We need to leave the royal-controlled area quickly. We really appreciate everyone's help, but my brothers and I have been relying on each other for over 10 years. Jang Kai clenched his fist to show his determination. We prefer to take control of our own fate, rather than rely entirely on others' protection. Talam Lam, hearing that, angrily shouted, "But right now, humanity is in a critical period, and your new profession could bring major changes to all mankind. Humanity needs you now more than ever. How can you think like that?" Jang Kai turned away to avoid her gaze and replied, "I'm not that great. I just want to protect my family so we can keep living." He put his hand on her shoulder, stopping her from speaking, and said, "Forget it. I understand what this kid means now." Wei Ying had already lit a new cigarette at some point. He pinched it between the two fingers and slowly said to Jang Kai, "The habits formed over more than 10 years can't change overnight, but little one, you must know your brother doesn't have much time left." The new cigarette in his hand was already 2/3 burned. He flicked it to the ground and continued, "Besides, in this apocalyptic world, fighting alone won't be effective. So, let's take a gamble. For the next month, the army will continue to protect you from the interference of the royal family. If you can raise the money for your brother's surgery and prove you have enough strength to protect your family within a month, I will agree to your refusal to enlist. But if you can't raise the money, the army will cover your brother's medical expenses to help him survive. But then you are forced to enlist to be tested." "Why not?" Hearing Wei Ying say that, Talam Lam was also stunned because she didn't expect him to think so deeply. Wei Ying and Talam Lam once again stood in front of Jang Kai. Jang Kai smiled as if he had accepted the condition. He replied, "All right, I agree." "Big brother, Atsu, are you all still working overtime?" "You have passed the test and will return to Matin first." He left the house, walking through streets filled with homeless people and addicts, his mind filled with many thoughts. Moreover, with the threat from the royal family, the three of us can no longer live in a place like this, and must move to an area with higher security to stay safe. So this return to Matin is an extremely difficult mission, but next time I will definitely come back here with enough money. Jang Kai returns to Holy Virtue City of the Demon Realm, Holy Virtue City of the Demon Realm. When he returned here, the scene was still crowded with people as before. Jang Kai had changed into a new set of gear. Looking at the outfit on himself, he thought that after passing the beginner's trial, his adventure on the demon planet officially begins. Having changed clothes at the trading area, he finally can earn money by fighting monsters on Matin. He looked up at this wooden sign hanging above with the 2 characters for guild, then thought that to make money on the demon planet as a newcomer, he had to join a guild because monsters there are so powerful that fighting alone almost guarantees death. So all explorers must join a guild to form groups and hunt monsters together. After all, a guild is a large team, and newcomers can follow members to fight monsters and increase their chances of survival. So, let me see if there's a guild I can join. You open a door and step into a room eagerly. "Hello, I want to join the guild." "Sorry, are you Jang Kai?" "Currently, I can't join the guild." Jang Kai asked why. "Because you offended the royal family. You are now blacklisted by most of the guilds." After hearing this, Jang Kai stood still for a few seconds. "So if nothing else happens, you will only be able to challenge the demon spirit alone in the future." Transitioning from the safe zone outside St. Yao to the selection area, Jang Kai walks alone into the place, surrounded by many eyes watching him. Jang Kai pats his head as he walks and says, "What? Offending the royal family, no guild dares to accept me. Da Nian Mountain Dao, has it just started and already come to an end?" Suddenly, a person in torn clothes with a large patch on their shoulder steps forward from behind and calls out to you. "This guest, are you worried about which area to go to for monster hunting?" Jang Kai nodded in agreement and turned around. It was a girl, an explorer, with a gentle face, a fortune teller with level 29 skills. She winked playfully at Kai and said, "I am a fortune teller. I can calculate the best spot for you for only 100 demon spirit coins." Jang Kai looked at her, then could only stay silent. Kai then turned and left, waving his hand. "Sorry, I am an atheist." Honyan quickly reached out and called after him. "Don't go yet." She waved her hand and hurriedly said, "Sir, don't leave. You can bargain. 80, 30, or I can offer you a free reading as a startup promotion." "Free of charge? Then I apologize. I am still quite superstitious right now." Honyan saw how quickly he changed and could only stare in surprise, thinking to herself that free was just a trick. This guy is really stingy. She opened her skill bag, gritted her teeth, and took out her bagua pendant, silently telling herself to just practice the skill and move on. She held up the bagua, and it immediately emitted a glow. She muttered some characters under her breath, and in an instant, glowing lines of text appeared neatly before Honan. As she looked at these characters, she said to Jang Kai, "Guest, you are now in danger. If you don't want to get involved, I advise you to leave." Right in front of Honan, she saw the Royal King Cave and the Royal King Mountain Cave. Jang Kai nodded thoughtfully and said, Danger, this is indeed a real possibility since the royal family is targeting me. It's just that the safe zone has rules against killing, so they don't dare to attack. You think of Hoyduk Bin Nguyen, where strange creatures appear all around, including two monsters wielding swords. The scene here resembles a giant furnace, with erupting volcanoes, cracked ground, and flowing lava everywhere. This is where novice adventurers level up from 1 to 10, but it's highly likely that the royal family will send someone here to kill me. No, I switched to Tai Bin Mountain Path instead, where the landscape is lush with mountains and rivers, but it's only for explorers level 15 and above. If I go there now, I will definitely die. Jang Kai snapped out of his thoughts and looked ahead, where the Royal King Mountain Cave was. He thought again. For the King's Cave, this is a dangerous zone for levels 10 and above. With his current strength, entering it would be barely manageable. The Royal King Mountain Cave probably wouldn't expect this place either, right? All right. After thinking for a while, he finally made a decision. If the royal family wouldn't let him join the guild, then he would fight the demon spirit alone for everyone to see. The Kingdom of Kok is my top target. After thinking, I immediately ran off and only turned back to thank Honan for guiding me. Honyan still didn't understand what was happening. She just waved goodbye to Jang Kai, then suddenly seemed to realize something. Wait a minute, why is he going to the royal palace alone? I said you should go with a team. Where even is the king's nest? A newcomer like him going there is basically asking for death. After saying that, she packed her belongings into her bag and prepared to leave. Forget it. This has nothing to do with me, just don't give me a 5-star review to take back. The scene shifts to the Royal King's Cave, and Jang Kai has arrived. The view before him is of lush green mountains and the sound of flowing streams. Jang Kai looked around and thought, so this is the Royal King's Cave? I wonder what kind of monsters are here. Suddenly, a roar echoed from behind Jang Kai, who turned around with a vigilant look as something moved. At the source of the roar, a beast with sharp teeth was opening its mouth wide and letting out a powerful roar. A giant, mutated gorilla with long fangs is fiercely attacking a group of people who seem exhausted and have been thrown aside. A blonde-haired boy, tied up, still tries to hold on and encourages everyone loudly to keep going. The system displays information about the giant ape along with monster alerts, size, and other stats. Level 11, power 172, physique 68, agility 142, mental strength 13, defense 3. One of their team members spoke up. This black monkey is level 11, and we're already level 10. Just a bit more effort and we can take it down. Keep attacking harder. Everyone cheered up and returned to their positions to fight again. Tong Than responded clearly. Jang Kai, now at the source of the roar, hides behind a large tree and observes the situation. Seeing them, he mutters to himself, is this the veteran exploration team? It's so intense, and the monsters here seem very strong. I wonder what kind I'll face. Suddenly, Jang Kai realizes something, his eyes widening. Jang Kai turned around and saw the 3 pairs of eyes of the monsters staring directly at him. Jang Kai immediately jumped back to defend himself. Did it really arrive? I just said, Tao Tao is Tao Tao, and it showed up right away. He checked his watch, which immediately issued a serious danger warning about the 3 monsters ahead. Level 12 Dark Vortex rated Dangerous. The Level 13 Dark UN Beast is rated Dangerous, and the Level 14 Dark UN Beast is rated Dangerous. The team from earlier has just defeated the Level 11 Beast. The system notification also appeared. The Heavenly Sword Squad has eliminated the Level 11 Black Realm Beast. They immediately cheered with joy. We finally won. We are so awesome. One person gives a thumbs up to the blonde-haired guy. You're Wu Hong. You cheerfully say, Captain, with our level 10, we can beat level 11 black orbs without losing any members. Can we brag a little about this achievement? The blonde-haired guy smiled smugly. You're named Twandot, of course. Look who is the team leader. Before they could finish speaking, a loud noise drew their attention, and when they turned back to look at the scene before them, they were all shocked. 3 black orbs were chasing after Jang Kai. While running and dodging their attacks, I thought to myself that I must have entered their territory. Wu Hong shouted loudly as he saw the monsters rushing toward us. Captain, over there, there's someone fighting those 3 black orbs. Quan Trung also added, and each one is of a higher level than the one we just fought. Nuok Hai anxiously said, we have to go help that person. Tuan Dot, hearing their words, panicked and said, those fools, that guy must have attracted all 3 monkeys at once. And now one of them keeps killing without end. We're definitely going to die if we go over there, so it's best we run now. Then, Tuan Dot turned his back and left. Tuan Dot was about to turn and leave when suddenly a loud explosion sounded, causing him to stop. A black crystal was knocked away, and the system immediately displayed a notification of the level 12 by 1 black crystal's destruction. The one who took action was Jang Kai. He used 9 lifetimes to defeat the black crystal. After defeating one, Jang Kai felt extremely excited inside. He thought to himself, this is good. Each time he uses the skill, his critical hit rate increases, and by the 5th time he will finally land a super critical hit. What the hell is that? We have to squeeze our butt muscles to kill a level 11 dark orb. Cantrung, standing behind, also chimed in. But that little guy managed it alone. Tuan Dot continued, so in just a few seconds, he killed a level 12 star. The remaining 2, seeing their comrade killed by Jang Kai, immediately went berserk and chased after him with all their might. Kai ran while looking back, still holding a Truimen in his hand, thinking to himself, just one more to go. He threw the Truimen in his hand with great force, hitting a black orb. In an instant, the black orb exploded, and the system sound rang out again, destroying a level 13 black orb. Jang Kai is extremely excited, with eyes full of confidence that he can kill the last black orb. He happily thinks, wow, this time just one attack with a 10% increased critical chance from the charm has already triggered a super critical hit. Tuan Dot's group stood outside, witnessing him continue slaughtering another black crystal, their expressions growing even more horrified. What do you mean? Are you going to kill another one? The black gem still refuses to give up the chance to kill Jang Kai and continues to chase him furiously. Jang Kai just ran at full speed while thinking, all right, only one left now. Tuan Dot watched the scene and broke out in a cold sweat, saying, this is the strongest level 14 black orb here. I don't believe he can kill it. Jang Kai glanced back, quickly calculating in his mind that he only had 3 more shots of the piercing arrow left, but his divine power and stamina were almost depleted and he was about to run out of energy. He poured all his remaining strength into the 3 piercing arrows, silently thinking that he could only bet on increasing his chances of a deadly strike before it caught him. Thinking quickly, he used his strength to break the 3 pursuit weapons into pieces. Jang Kai turned around, gathering his last bit of strength, and finally shot the 3 pursuit weapons with blazing red lightning straight at the last black crystal. I bet on who will die first, me or it. The black orb also charged straight at me. The black sphere was hit by 3 pursuit attacks and exploded, only managing to scream a few pitiful cries. Seeing the black beast explode, Jang Kai cheered happily. That's it! Using all my weapons in one shot, I really landed a fatal blow. The body of the black beast fell right in front of Tuan Dot's group, leaving them all stunned once again. The system continues to announce that the level 14 by 1 black orb has been eliminated, and Tuan's team members' faces turn from white to green as they all exclaim that he really can kill all 3. It took a team of over 10 people to barely manage to take down these 3 black orbs. Who on earth is this? Jang Kai stepped closer to the black orb's corpse and let out a relieved sigh. I didn't expect this monster to be easier to defeat than I thought. Then Jang Kai collected the 3 cards from the 3 black orbs. He looked at the cards and thought, now that he had 3 cards containing their corpses, it seemed like going alone wouldn't be too difficult. After thinking, he immediately left. Tuan ran after him but couldn't catch up. He stood frozen in place and shouted, the great master is gone. Shouldn't we have made friends with such a great hero when we met him? He almost shouted in despair. Why did you stop me from helping the hero at the beginning? I really regret this to death. Seeing their expressions, Wu Hang, Cantrung, and Nuok He could only remain silent, thinking to themselves, isn't he the team leader? Is my eyes playing tricks on me, or are there really 3 warriors, a soldier, and a doctor here? Is this not the famous Eagle Squad from the Huyen Vu Guild of the royal family? As they saw someone in the team choking a girl, the whispers and murmurs grew louder. Why are they here in the beginner area of Bin Nguyen for Tan? They're so powerful. Phi Tui from the team. She is the doctor of this squad. Seeing the warrior lifting the girl he's choking, she snorted coldly and said, we've circled the plains for a while now, but still haven't found that Jang Kai. The ranks of the members of the U-Bird squad are gradually revealed. Level 20 doctor, level 20 warrior, level 20 soldier. Chung Hai, the one strangling the girl, also asks, I heard you're the one who saw Jang Kai most recently. Tell us quickly where he is. The one with the collar around her neck is none other than Ho Nan. She coughed a few times and said with difficulty, what do you want to do by finding him? Another woman in the group also spoke up. She's Hong Yan, isn't she someone everyone knows? So what if he did? Jang Kai has gone to the king's nest, so you just go there and find him. Trong Hai then let go, causing Hong Yan to fall to the ground. He looked at her with a threatening tone and said, all right, but if you dare to deceive us, when we come back, you will definitely die. The passers-by are eavesdropping. A girl then starts gossiping. The Eagle Squad is actually the top team among the level 20 explorers of the royal family. Another person added, if they mess with such a strong team, that Jang Kai is definitely dead. Honan sat on the ground, still holding the yin-yang 5 elements talisman. Are you really that strong? For those who lack morals, even a fortune teller can't predict what will happen. Her eyes darkened as she continued. I secretly read their fortunes earlier, and after some calculations, when they come to find Jang Kai this time, the result will very likely be... Honan paused briefly, then looked at the Bagua diagram. A terrifying skull appeared, and she only uttered one word: death. One day later, after a day of hunting monsters at the kingdom of the emperor, Jang Kai opened his profile, looked at it, and happily said, "Good, I've killed 16 black orbs, finally reaching level 6. At this moment, Jang Kai is standing on the body of a black crystal. He looks at the black crystal card in his hand and thinks, I heard that the corpse of this black crystal can be sold for a very high price, but it's also quite difficult to carry it out. But either way, I have to drag it along. That way, the medical expenses for Big Brother will be much easier to handle." As Jang Kai was still thinking, a voice suddenly sounded behind him, asking if the kid over there wanted to join our hunting team. Hearing that, Jang Kai froze and turned around to look. In front of you is a small hunting team led by a man wearing a cloak that covers his entire body, named Hung Dat. One of the group members spoke up. Our 3 teams are hunting the elite black crystal. If we win, we'll get the protective essence. Hung Dat raised his hand as an invitation and asked you, do you want to join? A hunting team? But I don't have a team. I'm just going alone. Hung Dat looked at you calmly and said, it's okay. We happen to need one more person. Then they led you up a tall mountain where from above, 4 black stones were sleeping soundly, and one of them asked, have you seen them? A monster, a powerful elite black crystal, level 15. On the other side, there are 4 elite black crystals, and inside their lair is that precious treasure. Another person replied, but these 4 are very strong, and we only have 3 teams, so we need you to lure them out. Team 1, Team 2, Team 3. Hung Dat spoke up now, saying, just lure one of them away, and then our 3 teams will split up to handle the other 3. When you return, you can get a share of the treasure. You. Hearing the words Bao Duong, Jang Kai immediately considered carefully. Bao Duong Tinain? I heard that there are many good things in the brilliant treasure, and you can earn more than the monster's corpses. I have to find a way to get it. My eyes turn cold, but when facing powerful elite monsters, we must fight together. But they actually made me go alone to lure a monster. Clearly they don't want me to come back. This way, it seems they want to swallow the Bao Duong of all 4 teams. But now that we're on the boat, if we don't agree, it will be hard to leave. Jang Kai smiled casually and said, all right, I agree. Hearing you say that, the others immediately shouted and started to act. All right, then let's do it that way. Everyone in the groups pay attention. They slid down from the cliff below, moving while responding clearly in unison, led by Jang Kai. The 4 black orbs woke up at the sound, growling as a warning to each other when they saw the attack coming. Hung Dat watched from afar and shouted to Jang Kai, little brother, go ahead and act. Jang Kai immediately strikes back, responding swiftly. He launches an attack at one of the black orbs to draw its attention. Hit by your attack! The monster immediately roared fiercely and crazily chased after Jang Kai. Hung Dat burst into a triumphant laugh. Not bad at all. That kid really did it. He shouted, so now one group won't have to share the sun anymore. The black stones immediately charged forward in response to his shout. Now, each group can peacefully deal with one. Everything is in my hands now. The crazy howls of the black orbs and their powerful attacks echoed loudly. Jang Kai was running and panting, realizing he had overthought everything. Behind him, a black crystal is still closely following, slashing with its claws to catch him. Its attributes are probably many times stronger than an ordinary black crystal. If I were just an ordinary explorer, I would definitely be dead by now. Jang Kai suddenly slammed on the brakes, stopping his run and turning around to face the black crystal. Like a lightning bolt, Jang Kai launches a direct strike at the black crystal. I'm not just an ordinary explorer. The black crystal roared in pain after being hit, a surge of energy flooding its body and causing blood to spill out. Jang Kai leapt back, and after taking the hit, the black crystal froze in place, unmoving. The next moment, a flash of light erupted where the black orb was standing, instantly exploding on the spot. Jang Kai leapt up, standing on the fallen black orb, with the system displaying the annihilation of the 15-by-1 elite black orb. Jang Kai smiled brightly, thinking to himself, this is great. I didn't expect that just one super-critical strike could take down this elite black orb. He frowned and looked ahead, still with a triumphant expression on his face. So then let Duong take his turn to take advantage of those people, right? Over there, they're still fighting hard.
Some helping teammates heal, others surrounding the black sphere, everyone shouting encouragement. Just a little more and Duong will share the loot.
Hung Dot saw the difficult battle, gritted his teeth and snorted coldly, not knowing that Jang Kai had been behind him all along. The boy struck him suddenly, catching him off guard, and Hung Dot only managed to cry out once before collapsing. Jang Kai quietly stepped into the cave alone, moving deeper inside along the dense vines, and soon saw a shining sword resting on a stone. Jang Kai was delighted, surprised at how easily he managed to get in, and indeed, there was a real protective orb. It looked quite valuable. As he reached out to take the orb, he thought to himself, "This is great. With it, luring a level 15 elite black crystal wouldn't be a waste of effort." Suddenly, a faint cry echoed in the cave, and something fell onto Jang Kai's shoulder. It is a black crystal sitting on your head, with wide eyes, a big grin, and a terrifying, dripping smile. Jang Kai also sensed its presence. His body stiffened and sweat broke out. The black orb jumps down and punches hard where Jang Kai just stood. Jang Kai reacts quickly. He was stunned and asked, "What is this? Is there another level 2 elite black orb inside the cave? Could it be they didn't investigate at all before fighting?" The black orb monster grins with a strange, sinister smile. The powerful LV-20 elite level black crystal is extremely dangerous. After calming down, Jang Kai gradually understood the situation. It has stood right at the cave entrance. Then I rushed forward and swung my fist at the black orb.
So, I have no choice but to fight. Hak Vien was hit in the eye and chest by Jang Kai's attack, but it was completely unharmed.
Jang Kai furrowed his brow, astonished by this black crystal. Does it not leave a mark even when aimed at the eye? Its red eyes bulged wide.
The powerful elite-level black stone with 23 defense points cannot penetrate its outer surface armor and cannot cause damage. Jang Kai frowns tightly, showing clear signs of worry and unease. Its piercing point into the new death story is only 9, yet its defense reaches 23. Could it be that this one is like the Wolf King, only able to cause damage after breaking through its defenses? The black crystal suddenly leapt into the air, raising its hand high, and before Jang Kai could react, it forcefully threw a large stone to the ground. A loud explosion echoed as the earth immediately cracked into long fissures. Jang Kai was hit directly, coughing violently, his body covered in wounds. He struggled to open his eyes, his face now stained with blood. It hurts. It hurts so much. The distance is really too great. Am I going to die here? It brought Jang Kai in front of itself, grinning widely. If things have come to this, isn't it better to just lose the personal victory deal with Commander Wei directly? At this point, Jang Kai has no strength left, breathing heavily, so will I end up dragging you and my sister down with me? Am I being forced to join the army?
He closed his eyes and helplessly said, "But if I am in great difficulty right now," then my consciousness darkened. A voice echoed in Jang Kai's empty mind. "Wake up now. Your memories are gradually returning. The image of someone running hurriedly. That voice still continues to call you back." Jang Kai saw himself as a child full of wounds, being carried by someone. Its big brother, holding him in his arms, running and crying amidst the smoke and flames. "You must not sleep. Keep going. Do not sleep." Big brother is gasping for breath from exhaustion. He will definitely do it. Jang Kai looks at him, who now has no wounds on his body, as the blood-red sky of death looms around them. The monsters roar non-stop in a terrifying wasteland. Big brother screams through tears, determined to get us out of this battlefield, which is the Beast God's arena from 5 years ago. His mind darkened once again. This time, Jang Kai woke up still in Hak Vien's grasp. Jang Kai was startled. "What is that? How could I be able to sleep?" Heo Vien opened his mouth wide and pulled Jang Kai in, but he was still motionless in his hand. When he was still on the battlefield, the Beast God could even save me and my sister. Jang Kai reluctantly opened his palm, a blazing red light flashing in his hand. So how could I not? You open your eyes wide, your whole body surging with power, red spreading across you. Jang Kai grits his teeth and says, "Can you just collapse here?" The black orb immediately swallowed him before he could strike, grinning happily after a satisfying meal. But suddenly a beam of light shot straight out from its eyes and its face instantly changed color. Before it could react, blood splattered everywhere. What was once its head was now just blood spraying from the side. The black orb collapsed to the ground, completely motionless. Jang Kai propped himself up and defeated the powerful LV-20X1, Earth Attribute, Elite Black Orb. He quietly rejoiced. Success achieved. Although the exterior of this dark gem had extremely high defenses, its mouth was unprotected inside. He slowly lifted his hand from the ground, so attacking through its mouth could pierce the defense, just like when he killed the Wolf King before. Jang Kai struggled to stand up, covered in wounds, then suddenly remembered something and looked at that glowing sun, which still lay motionless on the rock, its final smile now in his grasp.
Half an hour later, everyone outside had also eliminated all the black orbs. They cheered, "We won." Someone shouted loudly, saying that it was thanks to that kid leading them to a path. "Otherwise, we would have been wiped out completely," another person echoed. "So that means the kid must be dead then?"
Hungdat grins.
"All right, if it's dead, then we'll have one less to worry about."
They gather in front of the door, eager to go in.
"Let's go, Bao Duong is definitely waiting for us inside."
This time, they're grown up. Hungdat suddenly stopped, his eyes wide with shock. The cave was now empty and dark. Only the sound of wind howling. Duong had vanished. Hungdat couldn't believe his eyes and shouted in anger, "What is going on? Where is Bao Duong? Why is the talented Bao Duong no longer here?"
"Boss, I just remembered. During the fight earlier, I think I saw that kid sneak into the cave."
Hungdat looked at him in surprise and said, "What? Why didn't you tell me earlier?" The person who just spoke is a bodyguard, hesitating. "At that moment, I thought I was seeing things because I didn't think he could survive. The others were also stunned. What do you mean?" The others started to get restless.
"Captain, isn't our battle all for nothing now? We've already spent so many days on this trip. As you can see, even if we didn't get the treasure, you still have to pay us."
"You still owe me several months' salary," Hungdat shouted angrily, veins bulging on his forehead, never expecting that kid to outsmart him in the end. He started cursing uncontrollably. Somewhere in the king's temple, Jang Kai's voice echoed, saying this was the only way to escape those people. "You stand in the forest and open the electronic screen. Then the Duong with 3 sharp claws appears. I need to see what's inside the treasure, Duong." The Duong just opened, and Jang Kai's eyes immediately lit up. The Duong emitted a dazzling light, filled with gems and pearls inside, with a piece of armor right in the center. Jang Kai's eyes lit up with excitement, overwhelmed with joy. Unbelievable. So many mineral stones and even equipment. He took the cloak from the Duong, realizing the value of these minerals and gear in the devil crystal far surpassed those monsters' remains. This time, he's truly rich. While wearing the gear, he suddenly realized there was something hidden among the gemstones. It was a glove with a metal ring on the back of the hand, engraved with a flaming sword in the middle. Was there still another piece of equipment? Jang Kai picked it up to examine it, then tried it on his hand. The glove still looked very new. Jang Kai couldn't help but be curious. What kind of equipment is this glove after all? Is this an offensive gear or something else? I'll try wearing it to see. A beam of light instantly envelops him. After putting it on, his body suddenly feels lighter and more energetic. Could this be equipment that boosts strength and agility? Jang Kai looked at the empty space ahead, trying out a move. He clenched his fist, and 3 claws immediately shot out from his gloves. He swung his arm, and the claws streaked forward like the wind. Unexpectedly, those claws burst into blazing flames and continued to strike forward. Jang Kai frowned in thought. Flames appeared on the throwing dagger. Could this be a common auxiliary flame equipment for weapons? He remembered the effects of different types of flames on monsters. In the demon spirit realm, there are countless kinds of flames, and some special flames can cause various injuries to opponents during battle. He recalled the image of the monster being attacked, and also that normal flames have very low damage and can't be used in combat, only for cooking. The monster in his memory still mocked. Ordinary fire? Are you scratching my butt? Jang Kai raised his hand, looking displeased. Could this end up just being used for grilling meat later? At that moment, a piercing scream tore through the air, interrupting your train of thought. What was that sound? Then came the crash as the Black Sphere's hand slammed down on the ground. Next, a series of rumbling sounds rushed toward Jang Kai. The warning system indicates 4 elite level 18 Earth attribute, black crystal monsters of the powerful giant type, extremely dangerous. Jang Kai is stunned that there are 4 elite level Earth attribute black stones. He immediately jumps back, muttering to himself, isn't this just the perfect chance to test out these gloves? You shot your claws forward. Just now, you barely survived fighting one, and now 4 more have appeared. The claws soared through the air, this time burning even more fiercely than before. Jang Kai aimed straight at the open mouth of one of them, focusing his attack just like he did when he killed it last time. But the 3 claws that hadn't yet reached the mouth were bitten off by the black crystal creature, unable to break the defense, causing no damage. Jang Kai's eyes widened in alarm. The 4 black orbs immediately charged toward Jang Kai. Jang Kai turned around and ran at full speed. Do these things actually know how to keep their mouths shut to defend themselves? They roared loudly, frantically chasing after him. Moreover, even if they opened their mouths, the life-consuming power in his hand was not enough to kill all 4 of them. Jang Kai panicked, thinking that he might die here today. Just then, the flames from the claws earlier flared up, burning part of the black beast's body. The remaining black orbs are also suffering the same, each flame reducing 10 health points. Jang Kai was a bit surprised, glancing at them. Why haven't these flames gone out yet? The flames continued to spread rapidly over the bodies of the dark stones, and their fur made the fire burn even fiercer. The leading dark stone suddenly widened its eyes as the flames roared fiercely, and in the next second, the fire engulfed it completely. The system shows a deduction of 2,000 health points, and amidst the sea of flames, there are screams of agony. The black beast's eyes widen in terror. At this moment, it cannot escape the inferno and can only roar in pain. The flames grew fiercer, and the black orb completely collapsed, with the system constantly deducting 2,000 health points, while the other black orbs froze in shock, afraid to move forward. Jang Kai ran while looking back, equally astonished. With such a huge fire, what exactly is happening? The embers from the big blaze drift with the wind toward the other dark orbs. The remaining 3 black orbs also quickly caught fire and were engulfed in flames. The 4 large fires merged into one, creating an incredibly terrifying scene. Jang Kai no longer ran and stopped, kneeling on the ground to observe. Why did those black orbs suddenly... The flames gradually die out, revealing the figure of the black crystal collapsing on the ground. Jang Kai is stunned. Everyone is dead. The system displayed the words, "Annihilate the mighty black crystal prime element, Earth Elite X4. Jang Kai froze in place. That's right. I saw the flames deal 10 damage earlier, so why did it suddenly become 2,000? Collecting the elite black crystal fragments of the Earth element, I can't help but wonder, isn't 2,020 times my damage? Jang Kai looked down at the shiny glove, raising both hands with a mix of doubt and excitement. Could it be that this glove emits normal flames but somehow amplifies my critical X200 damage? Moreover, this fire can even spread to a whole group. Remember when the black stones caught fire? You should know that normal flames are weak, but if the monsters can't resist fire, the damage silently penetrates their defenses. Jang Kai raises his hand, imagining himself floating in a sea of flames, each burning wire dealing 2,000 damage. So wouldn't he become a blazing inferno directly? This kind of equipment is truly a divine weapon made for his damage. He smirked, a confident smile on his face. Now I don't have to worry about breaking through the defenses anymore, so I can do it. The image of the forest engulfed in flames appears, and then, throughout the night, the mighty black orbs in the king's temple are destroyed, with explosions and screams echoing, witnessing the darkest moments of that monkey's life. One by one, the dark orbs were destroyed. They had never seen anyone burn frogs with just ordinary flames. Under the bright moonlight, the dark orbs panicked and fled from the sea of fire, Jang Kai's voice echoing steadily as none of them saw anything with a red streak above it. A series of dark stones collapse motionless on the ground because the ruthless master of grilling villains will not spare anyone. Jang Kai walks through the sea of fire with his arms wide open, flames continuously pouring out from him. He laughed loudly, surrounded by treasures that could not be ignored. On the second day at the King's Peak, the ground still smoldered, and patches of grass had been completely burned away, leaving only overlapping mountains. Jang Kai's wounds have healed, and he feels great. This is amazing. He looked at the electronic board and happily said, "In just one night I defeated more than 10 black orbs. I finally leveled up." The screen displays Explorer Jang Kai's profession, Gambler, level 7, attributes, Strength 28, Physical Defense 32, Critical Rate 0.1%, Agility 48, Critical Damage 20,000%, Mental Power 48, Experience Points 85 over 6,400, 400. Jang Kai aims at the claw in his hand, which resembles a more legendary weapon. Currently, the fire damage of the gloves is nearly unbeatable within level 20 for area damage. Jang Kai looked at the screen, which now displayed a series of images of black crystals and sunstones, along with several refined sunstone treasures and a pile of black crystal corpses, definitely enough to sell for a lot of money. He suddenly fell into deep thought, his face becoming contemplative. Jang Kai stood alone in the vast, windy grassland, but playing alone in the demon crystal does feel a bit lonely. I really missed the days fighting alongside Juzi and Nuan. I wonder what they're going through now, but at least they have an army backing them up. He stopped, his voice tinged with loneliness. Struggling to survive must be better than me. Somewhere in the royal king's cave, Yuanzhu looked frustrated and shouted, "Why is there nothing here at all? Who killed all the dark stones in the king's palace?" He collapsed to the ground, crying. "We've been at the royal crown forest for days and haven't seen a single black crystal. How are we supposed to keep going like this?" No one sighed, recalling how much better it was when Kai took us to hunt monsters. A voice sounded behind them. Little soldier Yuen Ju and Tonoan Noan don't speak such sad words. That is player Lai Bu, a level 38 cavalry class. He stands with his hands on his hips, speaking in a serious tone. The reason you were able to encounter monsters from the start is because you're in the beginner trial area, and with your current level as newcomers, this is a high-level monster zone. Li Bu frowned and said sternly, "If Jang Kai takes you to the kingdom of Kok, it might be very dangerous. That's why I specifically took the time to bring you two here to experience this. And it's not for you to complain." He shouted, "Let's go, keep searching for the black stones." Vientru and Noan Noan stood straight, clenched their fists and placed them over their chests, clearly showing their resolve. As Li Bu walked away, they secretly cried inside, but I still remember Kai, and so do I. 3 days later, Truong Hai's group stood before the corpses of numerous black monkeys. He spoke and said, "It's strange. We've been in the King's Valley for days and only found these ordinary black monkeys." Then he lowered his sword to the ground, grinning smugly. "Just a few common black stones. This is easy for us." Van Tui stood beside him, giving a thumbs up and laughing loudly. "Young Master Huang Wei told us to kill Jang Kai. It's like using a scalpel to slaughter a chicken." Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind them. "Killing one beast is all they can do." Truong Hai was startled, frowned, and turned his head to look behind. "A few days ago we saw a master kill 3 black stones alone." Jing Chung nodded in agreement. "That's right, the scene was truly terrifying." Truong Hai showed no surprise, only contempt. "Someone killing 3? Is that already a terrifying level for you?" Tuan Dot sat on the cliff, licking his lips and still closing his eyes to enjoy the food, completely ignoring them. Truong Hai raised his hand, and the electronic display immediately showed Jiang Kai's image. "Forget it, I ask you. Have any of you met this person before?" Tuan Dot glanced at it and immediately recognized the person in the photo. "Very clever. That's the great master I mentioned who killed those 3 black stones." When Jing Jung saw Jiang Kai, his eyes lit up. "Super handsome." Luang Kuang shouted loudly, "Are you all blind? Look carefully. This guy is just a level 5 novice." Zhang Hai grinned mischievously. "That's right. Don't speak carelessly out of envy for us." Tuan Dot threw the core of the fruit he was eating on the ground and turned to leave. "If you don't believe it, go find that great master yourself. Just now we saw him leave the king's palace. I still need to go say hello to that old master." Truong Hai then smiled ferociously. "What? You mean Jang Kai is nearby?" He drew the sword he had just stuck into the ground, and the 5 of them immediately moved forward, their eyes bloodshot. Luang Kuang said, "Let's go. I've been wandering in this shabby place for days. It's time to give young Master Huang Vi an explanation." Zhang Hai still kept that fierce smile, finally able to kill that kid. Jing Kung looked disappointed. It seems they want to find the great god to settle the score. Niu turned also to show a look of frustration and helplessness, with the aura of a sage wanting to escape the mortal world, while the arrogance of these people in the comic is usually just a shield for their vulnerabilities. Tuan Dot nodded in agreement. "Yes, there are many people gathered at the entrance of the king's forest right now." A disgruntled person spoke up. "What bad luck. I went to the King's Crown Tower this time and didn't even see a single black gem." A scarred man said, "I heard the forest fire burned them all to death, so we have to wait for the trail before we can enter." The guy behind him nodded in agreement. Behind him. "That's right. Everyone has to wait anyway. At least they don't have to fear being wiped out by someone." At this moment, the culprit of the mass destruction, Jang Kai, walks by. He still happily walked while looking at the electronic screen. "It took me 3 days to kill all these dark stones to reach level 10, and I even gained 19 refined celestial treasures. First, I should return to Holy Wisdom City to sell and get money. My screen shows Explorer Jang Kai, Profession Gambler, level 10. Attributes: Strength 40, Physical Defense 44, Critical Hit Rate 0.1%, Agility 66, Normal Attack Critical 20,000%, Mental Power 66, Experience 332 out of 12,800. A sudden voice shouted out, calling him, "Jang Kai, stop right there." Jang Kai was a bit surprised and turned his head to see who was calling. "That's Truong Hai's group. They've caught up." Truong Hai pointed at Jang Kai's face and said arrogantly, "You've been hiding for days, making it very hard for us to find you." The people around immediately started to buzz. "Isn't that the Eagle Squad of the Royal Huyanvu Guild? What did that kid do to provoke this elite team?" "The Royal Family? Which Huyanvu Guild is that? Are you Royal Family sent to find me?" "Are you still pretending to forget?" "Have you forgotten who you insulted during the rookie trial? Someone as lowly as you dares to provoke young Master Huang Vi?" The remaining 3 also drew their weapons, ready to fight. Jiang Kai no longer held back and prepared to face them in battle. Jang Kai bows his head, focusing his energy, and says, "The novice trial was initiated by Huang V."
I was only defending myself. You definitely want to attack me, right? Trong Hai rushes forward, laughing loudly. I don't care who is right or wrong.
Hong Yan also charged forward, his face full of ferocity. "Do you know how much young Master Huang Wei will reward us if we kill you?" "So what? If you prioritize profit over right and wrong, then he throws Trui Men at them. Trui Men bursts into flames and rushes forward like lightning." Jang Kai gritted his teeth. "I won't hold back then." Trui Men streaked past, and the Trong Hai group quickly dodged. Everyone only takes a small flame. The system shows each person losing 10 health points. Truong Hai still arrogantly says, "It's ridiculous, not even a scratch." "Not Guamambimla. Could this tiny flame be your skill?"
Hong Yan laughed loudly. I really doubt I understand why the young master was killed by a useless person. Like you?
The crowd around started to mock and criticize Jang Kai. "So it was just an ordinary flame. It's really embarrassing that it didn't cause any damage."
I thought it was really powerful, but it's just a little fire for others to light their cigarettes, isn't it?
Jang Kai still looked confident, a slight smirk on his lips. "Is it funny? My fire's damage is small now, but what if I make it cause a little more harm?" Truong Hai looked down and saw his armor was on fire. He was stunned, and within a second, the flames erupted fiercely, engulfing his body, and he screamed in pain. The remaining 3 were stunned by the scene, cold sweat pouring down their faces, their expressions filled with confusion and fear, shouting loudly. "Captain!" Truong Hai cried out in despair, just like Hak Vian earlier, his vitality continuously drained by 2,000. "What is going on? Why is the damage from this normal fire so high?" His companions outside also started to catch fire. They were panic-stricken and terrified. And in the blink of an eye, they were swallowed by the sea of flames, just like Truong Hai, screaming in agony and despair. They shouted to escape, but could they really get away? I feel the same way. The flames grew fiercer and fiercer, blazing intensely, and very soon their figures disappeared entirely, leaving the sky glowing red. The system displayed a notification that explorer Jang Kai had eliminated the Eagle Squad, allowing him to gain experience from the squad. Min Hien and the people outside stared in shock. What just happened? Truong Hai knelt down in the flames.
"All right. Since you're so eager to offer your heads to me."
He smiled as he looked down at Truong Hai, who had been fierce just a moment ago, but now lay defeated at his feet.
"I guess I'll accept this act of filial piety then."
What the hell is going on here? That kid actually destroyed the entire Eagle Squadron? This is a level 20 elite team. If I hadn't seen with my own eyes that a normal fire could burn down an entire team, I would have thought it was staged. They were so terrified they kept cursing. Who exactly is this kid? Jang Kai remained calm, pulling back the previously launched attack, and then began stealing experience. Someone immediately opened the electronic panel to look up Jang Kai's information. Why can't my watch assess his attributes? Level 12. Attributes exceed the allowable range. Evaluation failed. Are others confused and unable to find out? How is that possible? The person checking the information opens their eyes wide, sweat pouring down their face. I understand now. He spoke with a trembling voice. Could he be the fire mage deity? Can they use props to hide their probing? The others immediately gathered around. A fire mage master? That's right, it must be. He is the fire god. At this moment, Jang Kai remains very calm, feeling great, and has leveled up 2 more times. Explorer Jang Kai, level 12 gambler class, strength 48, physique 52, agility 78, mental power 78, critical rate 0.1%, critical damage 20,000%, experience points 1,716 over 12,800. He looked up and softly asked IB, "By the way, iBrain, why can't they see my attributes?" A brain looked at you with a gentle voice. "Because your dual gambler talent provides too many additional attributes. The difference between your attributes and those of others at the same level is too large, so outsiders cannot assess it through their watches." Jang Kai coldly glanced back. So what? He turned around and left directly, leaving the crowd still wide-eyed in shock. Well, it's better they can't find out, so they won't be targeted by others. At the Demon Spirit Holy City, where items are traded, Jang Kai walks in and says, "Hello, I want to sell a few things." Transaction clerk Thanina, who is dozing off at the counter, still yawning, welcomes you to the trading desk. Jang Kai sighed to himself. Only one customer all day. Today's sales are the lowest yet. Still smiling, he said, "All right, I have quite a few items. Please help me calculate the total price." Then Na raised her head with a look of boredom. "How much do you think someone as poor as you could sell?" "I guess at most Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock as a series of images appeared showing the black orbs being destroyed by Jang Kai. She saw over a dozen remains of the powerful black orbs here. Thenya was so shocked she stood up from her chair. Jang Kai grinned and raised his hand. In addition, Jang Kai waved his hand, and a series of images of divine treasures appeared, countless in number. I also have 19 more divine essences. Jang Kai poked his head out among the pictures and said, "Sorry, can you still see me? I want to ask how much all these items sold for in total." Thenya stands frozen, staring intently at the pile of items. Could this person be from a hunting and selling corporation? While others sell items one by one, he brings a whole basket to sell. Then she shook her head and regained her composure. Thenya slams her hand on the table, her excitement completely different from before. "Don't worry, sir. I happen to be the top seller here. Let me handle the calculations for you today." She thought to herself that he was a wealthy man, willing to risk everything to close this deal. Jang Kai smiled and said, "Then I'll trouble you." A sequence of numbers 18.00 appears on the calculator screen as Thenya flips through the papers, unable to hide her amazement. This wealthy man, the cards here can be sold for 10,000 yuan, and the bright crystals along with all the items inside can be sold for up to 170,000 yuan. She paused briefly, then cleared her throat and said, "So the total value of your items sold is 180,000 demon coins." Jang Kai's eyes immediately lit up, almost unable to believe the huge number he just heard. Up to 180,000 devil spirit coins. Jang Kai quickly calculated in his mind that 10,000 demon spirit coins equal 50,000 sacred brilliance coins, with 1 demon spirit coin exchangeable for 10 sacred brilliance coins. So the total value this time amounts to 1.8 million, enough to cover the medical expenses for his brother. He walks down the street with his hands in his pockets, eyes closed, looking quite satisfied. The betting with Wei Chi-hui about taking good care of the big brother is finally over. I don't have to join the army anymore. I can go back to Earth this time to arrange for my brother's hospitalization. Just then, a voice called out behind Theo, "Wait, I am Honan, the fortune teller from before. Last time I told you to go to the king's temple, right? You must have gained a lot and even killed a few who didn't know what manners are, right?" Jang Kai immediately recognized her and smiled, saying, "Going to the royal king's cave really helped me a lot. Thank you very much." "Then can you fulfill a small request of mine without hesitation?" Jang Kai immediately nodded. "That's fine. You've helped me so much already. Just tell me." Honan looked a bit flustered, her face blushing and beads of sweat forming. "I, Ho Nyan, want to join your team. I hope you will let me fight alongside you from today." Jang Kai immediately turned away, looking displeased. "Why are you leaving so soon? You're so straightforward, huh?" Honan's eyes flickered with sadness as she sighed, just as I expected. "Still the same. A character the army considers useless. How could anyone possibly?" Honyan's voice grew sad. "Forget it. I know you like free stuff, right? Do you want to equip what I have on me? I'll give it to you, since this is the last time I log into the virtual world." Jang Kai paused, turning to look at her with confusion. "Are you saying that even in the end you're still someone who has nothing? Are you planning to go offline forever? Why don't you want to keep earning money on the virtual world anymore?" "I want that too, but I just can't do it. In the end, which team would want a useless person who only knows fortune-telling in a mecha battle?" She paused for a moment before sighing again. "When the army considered feng shui masters to be a very powerful profession, I took the opportunity to gain their support for feng shui masters, then successfully reached level 20 and switched to being a fortune teller," Honan explained calmly. "However, a feng shui master's initial talent is only a better sense of time, place, and people. When switching to being a fortune teller, it only adds one more divination skill." She remembered the scene where she and the other fortune tellers were escorted out by the soldiers, and then the army abandoned us after discovering that fortune tellers had no combat skills and threw us away. Because we were too weak and no one was willing to team up with us, our level has remained almost the same ever since. Honyan remembers sitting alone at the fortune-telling stall, with no one to lead her to fight monsters. "I can only scrape by day in the demon spirit, and if I go back to Earth to do scavenging or maid work, at least I won't be wasting my life away." Hearing that, Jang Kai felt heartbroken. "It's so hard, and my brother's body is also worn out from overwork. She's just a fragile girl. How could she possibly endure this?" In response, Honan only smiled softly. "If there's no other way, what can I do?" Honan smiled brightly. "On Earth, I still have younger brothers and sisters. I am also the pillar of my family, so even if I can't take it, I have to endure it." Behind that smile is still an unspeakable sadness. Her smile involuntarily reminded Jang Kai of his older brother. "It's okay, big brother can handle it." Her situation surprised him and made him momentarily stunned because it was so similar to himself.
Jang Kai remembered when he was young, his big brother was just like that.
Originally, he wanted to develop in the Demon Star realm and nurture the ambition to defeat the Beast God one day. You hesitated, but after he raised you and your sister, he was afraid there would be no one to take care of them, so he gave up the opportunity to go to the Demon Star realm, which led to his weakened body.
Honyan's voice interrupted his thoughts. She turned around and said, "Fine, you want my equipment? If so, wait there, I'll go get it for you from this spot."
Anyway, this was before I returned to the real world and would never come back here again. Bye-bye, Jang Kai called out. Wait, let's go next time. Honyan was a bit surprised.
I'm Jang Kai. I have to log off now too, but it won't be for long.
Next time you go online, you can find me, and we'll be a team. Honyan blushed, her eyes shining with emotion. She was so happy that her legs trembled uncontrollably, her voice trembling. Really? Jang Kai turned his back and walked away, waving goodbye. It's true. If I had lied to you, I wouldn't have a penny for my whole life. Honyan wipes her tears, her voice trembling with emotion. A stingy person like you, only caring about money. If you dare to say this, then it must be the truth. She ran quickly and hugged Jang Kai from behind, shouting, "Thank you, you really are a good person." Jang Kai was caught off guard by Honyan's embrace and choked on his saliva. How can you live like this? It's fine. 33 is on Earth, in the slum area where Jang Kai lives. As soon as he arrived, Jang Kai loudly called out, "Big brother, third brother, from today on, you two don't need to go to work anymore. I've earned the money." The three of them sat around a small round table. Big brother was a little surprised. Really? And two propped his chin and pointed suspiciously. Where did second brother get the money from? Is that legal or not? Jang Kai glanced at the girl and said, "What is this girl talking about? You earned it on that demon crystal, and tomorrow you'll arrange for the boss to have surgery. You should also go back to school and study." Big brother feels a bit reluctant. "Little Kai, you've had a hard time lately." "It's nothing, big brother. Compared to how hard you work to take care of us, this isn't a big deal." "Big brother, rest assured, I have always been diligent before, and now I have the ability. I will definitely make sure everyone lives a good life." All three of them happily raised their glasses and drank it all down. Dong Than said, "For our family's mutual support in this world. Cheers!" As Jang Kai was drinking, the phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the screen, which showed an unknown number calling. He picked up the phone, and on the other end was Wei Ying's voice. He was standing amidst a battlefield of smoke and fire. "Jang Kai, you won the fish-catching contest. Do you have time now?" His voice was deep. "Wait a moment, I'll send someone to pick you up to see the items. Remember to go there. Does this mean Commander Wei?" After a while, he arrived at the place where the Beast God battlefield is located outside the safe Holy Empire, a place where skyscrapers have fallen into ruins. A voice echoes from this very place. Jang Kai, guided by two soldiers, looks around and asks, "Have so many years passed, and has the city I grew up in become like this?" Suddenly, the leading soldier stopped. Jang Kai looked up ahead, where a white-haired man with a billowing cloak stood in the wind. "Commander Wei? I don't know if your call to me was just a furious roar that shook the entire ground." Jang Kai gasped in shock at the terrifying sound as the blackened buildings in front of him began to collapse loudly. Amidst the blazing fire, a giant monster appeared with 3 figures on its back. They soared through the air at incredible speed, fighting against the black orb. Jang Kai was stunned. Is that a superhuman on the Beast God battlefield? The scene before his eyes leaves him utterly amazed. Currently, every 20-level milestone for Demon Spirit explorers is a turning point. The entire system is divided into 6 stages, and although some explorers from level 1 to 80 become stronger after changing professions, their power can only be used on demon spirits. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 in front also began to act. But for the superhuman, it was a different story. Because when explorers reach levels 81 to 120, becoming superhumans requires a qualitative change. The 3 of them charged straight at the roaring monster, weapons in hand. Konhak Vian also didn't let them strike first. It raised its head and opened its mouth wide, a beam of light gathering, preparing to attack. Jang Kai's voice remained steady when suddenly the power that could only be used on demon crystals was unleashed, and the frontmost person quickly raised their shield to completely block its attack. The 3 of them frowned in tension as they faced the giant monster, yet they managed to bring it back to Earth for use. They soared into the air, channeling all their strength. They did not step back and charged into battle once again. The emergence of this surreal power was not only a major turning point in human military history, but also a challenge for mankind in the fight against the beast gods.
Jang Kai's voice became more excited as it was the most effective tactic. At the same time, the combined attack of the three successfully pierced through the monster's hide. Jang Kai leapt forward excitedly, shouting, "We did it! He's so powerful!" Wei Ying beside him remained calm, smoking his pipe. Strong? You have no idea. This is just an ordinary beast god, but to deal with that guy, his face darkened in thought. We've already lost 2 superhumans. Jang Kai, right now humanity is in a very dire situation. Don't forget the danger outside just because you're in a safe zone. You won this bet. I won't force you to join the army anymore. Thunderstorms began to roll across the sky and dark clouds gathered, turning the sky gray. Ung closed his eyes, slowly exhaling smoke. Then to the royal family he said, "I will step in and remind them not to touch you." He saw the surprise on Jang Kai's face and faintly smiled. "It's probably strange why I value you so much, isn't it?" Wei Wang paused for a moment before confidently saying, "I always trust my instincts." The rain begins to fall, a few drops lightly landing on Jang Kai's face, but he continues to listen intently, not blinking. Ung slowly continued, "My intuition tells me that you can become a powerful expert, and in the future you might be so strong that the entire Holy Realm will need your help." The rain was getting heavier now, pounding down on the ground and echoing everywhere. The 3 of them still stand in the rain at the place where Hai Yuan was defeated, the sound of rain blending with Wei Ying's deep voice. "But I know that right now you just want to protect your family, and if you join the army, you'll have to go to the battlefield, which is truly very dangerous." Wei Ying takes out a cigarette and takes another puff. "But when the world is in chaos, everyone bears some blame. This world needs someone to stand up and fight these monsters, right?" Wei Ying casually drops the still-burning cigarette onto the ground. "And there will come a day when I also have to die on the battlefield. But as a member of Saint-Dieu," he suddenly turned to look at Jang Kai, frowning in disappointment. "If I could die for the country and for you all, I would gladly do so." A thunderbolt roared down onto the ground behind Jang Kai. You still stand there in shock. "Jang Kai, I don't force you to choose, but if the future of Holy Dazzle faces danger, I hope you will be strong enough in that situation." Wei Ung gritted his teeth and said, "Fight for Than-Dieu." A few days later, after Jang Kai rested on Earth for a few days, he returned to Quitin. At Demon Spirit Holy City, Jang Kai kept thinking about what Wei Ying had said. "I never expected Wei Jihui to think so highly of me. Could it be that in the future I might become someone Saint-Dieu needs?" Then he raised his hand and pressed the watch. Forget it, for now he should focus on himself. The Black Circle group at the King's Cave probably already went through another round, right? The screen shows an image of Yu Lin female demon, an elite-level monster with high damage ability capable of slaughtering explorers. Its attack also has the effect of breaking barriers, effective against spiritual physiques. A new line appears. "Break the barrier!" The scream of the female demon can paralyze explorers within 10 meters, causing extreme fear. Only attacks within 10 meters can damage the female demon. Jang Kai muttered as he reviewed the information on the screen, his eyes fixed on the female demon, a truly powerful monster. Within 10 meters it can be silenced and killed, but beyond 10 meters it cannot cause damage. Then he turned off the screen, closing his eyes with determination. Jang Kai put his hands in his pockets and walked forward with a resolute look. "This monster seems more troublesome than the black orb earlier. I need teammates." In the distance, Honyan is dozing off while standing in the middle of the street, still holding the sign that says, "Do not disturb me. I am waiting for the captain," muttering to herself. Captain, everyone passing by comments on you? Are you crazy?" Jang Kai appears behind her with a helpless look. "Honyan, you shouldn't just stand here waiting for me all the time after I go offline. Captain Kai, I knew you would come back. I've been waiting for you here for days." Jang Kai smiled. "I remember. Captain Kai, are you planning to take me to fight monsters now? I'll help you find a really strong teammate. I've figured out someone who can help us fight monsters very well." "So, do you need him?" Jang Kai heard that and was delighted. "So you're really good at helping fight monsters? That's great, but just so you know, I don't want a drunken worm." A chubby boy immediately appeared in front of the two, scratching his head and introducing himself. "Hello, I am Nguyen Yu. I am a little drunkard." His belt still hung with bottles of wine. Jang Kai immediately turned and ran away, muttering each word as he went. "I don't need this." Honyan forced a smile. "So Captain Kai is being honest again?" Nguyen Ngu felt confused. "Captain Kai, take Nguyen Ngu with you. He's used to hardship and very obedient." Nguyen Ngu, feeling shy, lowered his head and fidgeted with his fingers. Honan kept chasing after Jang Kai, and Nguyen Ngu would also cook for him,
give him foot massages, and shoulder rubs. Even he said that as long as you agree to take him along, Jang Kai's face remained as dark as ever, and he was willing to join without expecting any spoils of war. Hearing this, Jang Kai's eyes widened in shock. He immediately ran over to Nguyen Ngu and reached out his hand. "Hello, Comrade Nguyen Ngu. I am Captain Jang Kai. As soon as I saw you, I knew you were a talented person.
From now on, you are a member of our team."
Jang Kai laughed loudly, hands on his hips, fist raised high in a gesture of encouragement. "Today, Captain, I will lead everyone to find the female spirit Yu Lin. From now on, we are one family. Let's go." "Captain, we have a little—" Jang Kai still kept shouting loudly. "We are family!" Honyan was helpless in the face of his sudden change of attitude. That's right. It's not about family. It's just that the captain only acts like that when he's free. Soon, night fell and the bright moonlight illuminated the forest and mountains. Deep within the dense woods, a dilapidated wooden house appeared, surrounded by a faint layer of ghostly bones. That is the elite monster king of the Yu Lin female demon territory. Inside the wooden house, strange moans are heard, and a hand with sharp claws is casting a spell. It is a level 20 elite ghostly female monster, her body thin, wearing a torn white dress, emitting terrifying screams. A figure watching the female demon appears on the mountain wall, and that is Jang Kai. He whispered, "Everyone, this female demon is 3 times stronger than Hakvi, and if we get caught, we'll be slaughtered. We have to speak very quietly. Moreover, be careful. Only attacks within 10 meters can defeat it. That's why we have to carefully look for an opportunity to get close to it." Honyan is a bit scared, clearly. "Captain," Jang Kai whispers softly. "Honyan, keep your mouth closed." Honyan looked confused and pointed at herself. She didn't understand why Jang Kai was reminding her. That sound still continues along with the moaning captain. Jang Kai muttered impatiently without turning around. "Honyan, be quiet with that whistle." Honyan quickly waved her hands. "Captain, I didn't say anything." The moaning continued. "Captain?" Jang Kai, losing patience, turned around. "If not you, then who is moaning over there?" That's Nguyen Ngu, hanging from a tree branch, surrounded by empty bottles, holding a bottle and snoring loudly. "Captain, look what I found." Nguyen Ngu, drunk, suddenly shouted excitedly, "Thank you, I toast the captain." Jang Kai and Honyan gritted their teeth in anger. The female demon also heard the noise and quickly turned around. She swiftly soared into the air and spotted the 3 people hiding. Jang Kai was stunned by the incredible speed. The female demon shouted loudly. A beam of light appeared in her mouth, her eyes blazing red with 4 sharp fangs. Jang Kai was frightened just by looking, and also shouted, "Nguyen Ngu, what are you doing?" "Honyan, wasn't it you who said that him joining would be very beneficial? I was just speaking offhand. I'm doomed this time." The female demon screams loudly, breaking the barrier with a piercing strike, and the air is instantly torn apart, with a terrifying force that seems to blow the 3 of them away. An invisible force hits them directly. Jang Kai and Honyan immediately sensed something was wrong, while Nguyen Ngu still slept soundly. Jang Kai's face darkened as the system appeared, warning of abnormal conditions and a breach in the barrier. The female demon has now transformed into a much more terrifying form. Jang Kai and Hu Nan kneel motionless in front of her, truly scared. "This demoness is really strong. I was just completely immobilized like that. Captain, we can't fight her. We might as well wait to die." Ava reached out her hand to grab both of them, her mouth wide open. Suddenly, an excited voice rang out. Nguyen Ngu rushes straight at the female demon, his face flushed and tongue sticking out. "Why is there such a beautiful woman? Why is there such a beauty here? Are you looking for me?" He leapt down from the tree at lightning speed, and Jang Kai and Honyan both stared in shock. Nguyen Ngu grabbed the female demon with such force that she was thrown backward. He chuckled, pinning the female demon to the ground, and said, "Surely fate has brought me to meet the beautiful lady. So let me love you." Nguyen Ngu reached out to stroke the female demon's face in admiration. Why is this skin so smooth?" The female demon's eyes darkened as she opened her mouth in disbelief at what had just happened. Honyan gently moved her hand. She's able to move now. The system shows the seal has been lifted, and Jang Kai also got up. What is going on? How is the female demon being controlled by Nguyen Ngu? Jang Kai quickly regains his composure, clenches his fists, and the tracking talismans appear immediately. The female demon's disassembly also requires a cooldown period, so he must seize this opportunity to attack before she launches her second move. He quickly threw the knives forward, needing to act fast. The tracing command was shot out with incredible speed, immediately piercing the female demon's body and igniting fiercely. and Nguyen Ngu is still sitting on her. He pouts right in front of the female demon. Lady, let me teach you how to perform the seductive tongue technique. Even she herself can't understand what strange situation is really happening. Nguyen Ngu's kiss is about to reach the lady he loves, but she is held tightly and cannot resist. From now on, you are my wife. However, the flames from Jang Kai's curse quickly erupted fiercely, consuming her entire body. After a while, the fire gradually died out, leaving only a faint black smoke. Where's my wife? Jang Kai clenched his fists, a bright smile on his face, feeling satisfied. It's done. The notification appears. Eliminated the elite female demon spirit X1. Honan's eyes sparkle with admiration as she says, Captain, you really managed to kill the powerful female demon spirit? Nguyen Ngu Kui collapsed to the ground, looking helpless and in pain, tears welling up in his eyes, voice choked with emotion. How dare you, you monsters, blow my wife to pieces! Nguyen Ngu lifted his head, tears and snot streaked across his face. That is the only love in my life. Without her, I can never love anyone again. My dead wife. Oh, Jang Kai softly whispered to Honyan, casually asking, Does Nguyen Ngu often get so drunk he goes crazy? Honan awkwardly replied, That's right, Nguyen Ngu is a real wine addict. He can't resist drinking, and every time he's drunk he acts so foolish. After saying that, she immediately ran toward the wooden house and excitedly said, Captain, let me go get the treasure chest and the elite's corpse tag for young Master Duong. Jang Kai nodded softly, thinking to himself, That's right, Nguyen Ngu was clearly disrupted by the demoness's spell just now. Jang Kai recalled Nguyen Ngu's drunken, unconscious state, but why was he completely unaffected, and even able to fight back against the female demon queen? The image of Nguyen Ngu holding the demon queen tightly and throwing her back still lingering in his mind. Jang Kai saw Nguyen Ngu crying and chugging alcohol desperately, and he never expected that this seemingly fatal flaw could accidentally break the curse of the female demon. Isn't Nguyen Ngu the divine weapon born specifically to counter the demoness's spell? Honyan was frightened and froze in place. Why does he suddenly have such a sinister smile? Just as everyone thought it was over, in another hut of the demoness, a female demon was growling angrily, looking exactly like the previous one. Suddenly, footsteps sounded, and she turned around when she sensed someone approaching. Before they could react, Jang Kai and Honyan had already charged forward. It's your decision. Shall we continue, Nguyen Ngu? Come on. In front of them is Nguyen Ngu sticking out her tongue happily, and there's a new beauty as well. The female demon screamed piercingly, breaking her spear attack, but that move was completely useless against Nguyen Ngu, whose eyes now reflected a picture of a beautiful heart. Why are you drooling when you see me? Are you craving my body, huh? Once again, Nguyen Ngu rushed forward and embraced the female demon, causing her to be both terrified and struggling. Coincidentally, I also want her. Also, Jang Kai is behind, ready. Delicious. This skill is indeed broken again. Now I can close in and attack. Lady Nguyen presses the female demon down while humming a song. Thank you, baby. Meeting her made me fall in love again. Let's ignite the small flame of love tonight. Jang Kai fires a series of fire spells at the female demon. The female demon, confused by Nguyen Ngu's actions, is caught off guard and easily hit just like last time. The flames erupt fiercely, and the female demon screams in pain. The electronic board displays that explorer Jang Kai has slain the female spirit Yu Lin. Nguyen Ngu was not hit by the curse, but was thrown into the air by the flames and fainted back to consciousness. Nguyen Ngu realizes the situation, hovering in the air and shouting loudly, You beasts! You've blown up my wife again! I curse you all, a bunch of beasts! He falls to the ground head first, tears and snot streaming down. Jang Kai looked at him confidently. Very handsome. While Nguyen Ngu was still not fully awake, go find another demon girl quickly. Honyan also immediately agreed. For the next 3 hours, Nguyen Ngu was once again engulfed by flames that lit up the sky. As he was flying, he shouted loudly, Don't blow up my wife, number 11. A moment later, he sat dejectedly in front of the door, crying. My wife, number 23, was blown up again by these two beasts. Jang Kai and Honyan opened the door with bright eyes inside the house. Nguyen Ngu sat there weeping bitterly, reaching out to stop Jang Kai. Please don't. Spare my 35th wife another duong taken out from the female demon's wooden house, shining and heavy. Jang Kai laughed heartily. Amazing. I didn't expect that relying on Nguyen Ngu would quickly lead to capturing 35 top female spirits, wiping out all the female demons of the Kingdom Lord's cave. Honan covered her face and said, I wouldn't even dare to dream of such efficiency. Furthermore, after defeating the 35 female demons, I immediately leveled up twice to level 14. Jang Kai looked at Nguyen Ngu and winked, but the price was just a shattered heart for Nguyen Ngu.
Honyan, you really are useful. I knew it. Honyan smiled and replied, yes, and we can also help Nguyen Ngu train his mental resilience after breaking up with his girlfriend.
Nguyen Ngu is now crying so badly that his eyes are swollen, training his mental endurance. You two are really shameless. Honyan gives a thumbs up in front of Nguyen Ngu. Nguyen Ngu, this is for you. He simply replied curtly, you are an animal. Jang Kai looked at them and said even more. He raised 2 shiny cards. I also collected 2 skill cards in the little demon girl's shop, and I can learn an additional skill. The first card features a dark cloud and rain. The first skill is the rain-making technique used by those with strong mental power to create a heavy rain over a wide area. Jang Kai imagined summoning rain to form a lake that would drown and wash away monsters. When the terrain is suitable, high-level experts can even create lakes and rivers from thin air, enabling miracles in actual combat. You handed the card to Hunyan. Hunyan, your level is now 29, and your mental strength is higher than mine. This skill allows her to learn. She's a bit surprised. Is the skill card real? Hunyan, tearfully, trembling voice. Thank you. Kai Doi, I finally have skills other than divination. I am no longer just a useless person who only knows how to read fortunes in battle. She knelt down and kept kowtowing to Jang Kai. Please accept me as your little brother forever. Jang Kai helplessly said, don't do this. You deserve it. Honyan, exhausted, finally stopped after a big burst of frustration. She held up the card, examining it happily. I am no longer useless. Jang Kai holds the remaining card, contemplating. The other skill is a one-time use skill for hidden professions. He looks at the card and the information immediately appears. This skill point can activate an additional hidden profession skill, but the extra skill can only be used once and will disappear after use. After reading it, he thought to himself, so what? Then activate it. The card in his hand immediately glowed. Jang Kai looked at the glowing card in his hand, knowing it could only be used once. But if it was a skill only the hidden profession could activate, he had to try. A brain appeared, and the light from the card enveloped her.
Congratulations to the professional undercover gambler for activating the casino pickpocketing skills. The image on the card shows a bony hand controlling 2 dice with magic.
When the casino pickpocket feature is activated, all nearby gamblers will have 1,000th of their total attributes stolen and added to the thief. After 30 minutes, the additional skills and attributes will be erased. Jang Kai frowns in disappointment. Is that all the skill's effect is? Ibrain nodded slightly. That's right. Jang Kai, furious, clutches his head. His once precious skill can only steal 1,000th of another person's total attributes.
He kneels on the ground grim-faced and says, I only have over 200 attributes now. Stealing from one person isn't enough. What good are these 2 for?
Nguyen Ngu is now sober, sitting up and asking, what happened to me? Did I just sleep? Why do I feel heartbroken? Honyan approached and whispered, the most loyal demon. Did you forget that last night you lost 35 wives and felt heartbroken? Nguyen Ngu suddenly remembered, recalling himself sticking out his tongue with a satisfied expression as he went to embrace the other person. Nguyen Ngu immediately vomited yellowish bile and said, I remember now. Last night after I vomited, you started crying. Sorry, Captain Kai, I was blocking your way. I am a drunkard and cannot resist drinking. If you are not satisfied with me, I can leave the team. What is this? Last night you were the great hero. This equipment belongs to you. Nguyen Ngu looked at the person in front of him.
Jang Kai continued, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't know how many times I've been killed by female demons. You are the backbone of this journey.
Nguyen Ngu Duangdong moved by, blushing with embarrassment. No, Captain Kai, I don't need it. I already said just having you accept me into the team is enough. Jang Kai waved his hand and said, take it. I also promised not to treat my teammates unfairly, and I've also prepared equipment for Honyan. Hearing this, Honan turned around, and in the image Honan saw in his eyes, Jang Kai was like the white horse prince holding a rose in his mouth and tossing money, softly saying, Honan, come and get your gear. Honyan's and Nguyen Ngu's eyes lit up at the same time. Is this real? As they both bowed their heads, Jang Kai shouted loudly, Kai team, from now on we will follow you. We live as your people, die as ghosts following you. Jang Kai was both shocked and helpless as he tried to stop them. Why are the 2 of them? The 3 of them then arranged themselves and returned to the demon spirit item trading area. A refined voice echoed, the big shot has come again. Unlike the first time, she greeted Jang Kai very enthusiastically this time, which was truly surprising. Today, the total value of your monster and treasure sales has reached 840,000 demon spirit coins. Jang Kai was overjoyed.
That's great. So it's equivalent to 8.4 million divine marvel coins. So from now on, Big Brother and Brother Tsu won't have to worry about living expenses anymore. Jang Kai entered the dressing room in the trading area, thinking to himself that now, after selling the loot, he not only had enough money for living expenses, but also had two extremely suitable pieces of equipment. He immediately changed into the new gear. The first item is the dark-colored long pants combined with the previous dark cloak, allowing stealth without being detected. Level-pressed dark ink long pants that increase agility by 11 points, strength by 6 points, and defense by 3 points, with the ability to turn invisible for 3 minutes at night. Jang Kai puts on a high-collared waist-length coat. The second item is the U-Spirit armor, which can transform at critical moments to avoid fatal blows. Equipped with an A-grade armor that increases agility by 24 points, strength by 8 points, physique by 9 points, and mental power by 14 points, it can be activated and nullify a physical attack every 10 minutes. Jang Kai raised his hand, carefully observing, as the effect of the gloves had already been tested. The flames from these gloves can indeed stack on my critical wounds. Simply put, this is truly a divine weapon meant for me. Equipped with destruction, gloves of elite quality, increasing agility by 7 points and strength by 6 points, allowing weapons to carry regular flames and area fire effects. The flames will cling to the user's weapon, triggering explosion points and critical damage. Jang Kai confidently steps outside, pulling the curtain aside. Now I feel much stronger than before. Currently, even when fighting explorers level 20 or higher, you step out with full confidence. The information panel shows that the explorer Jang Kai, with a level 14 gambler profession, attributes of 76 strength, 3 defense, 69 physique, 0.1% critical hit rate, 132 agility, 20,000% critical damage, and 104 mental power, clenches his fists, still confident he can win. Nguyen Ngu runs over from a distance, carrying a log on his shoulder and raising his left hand to activate the curse. "Captain, are you here? I've helped you tweak your fate a bit." Jang Kai turned his head back. Nguyen Ngu, panting and running, struggled to speak. "Let me." Then he didn't hesitate to throw the spear straight ahead to show you the effect first. Jang Kai quickly raised both hands to block in front, voice panicked. "Nguyen Ngu, what are you doing? Are you still holding a grudge because I burned your 35 wives? Three men rushes straight toward Jang Kai, only a few centimeters from his eyes. Nguyen Ngu throws the log into the air and shouts, "Come back here!" Three men immediately changed direction and sped back towards Nguyen Ngu. The piece of wood on his head was instantly cut in half by three men. "Hey, Kai! I see you often have to pick up tree men during battles." "That was very troublesome, so I helped you attach some magnetic stones to the soul weapon," he patiently explained. "Now, when you launch it, you just need to use the magnetic stones to pull the flying weapon back." Jang Kai immediately became excited. "Really? So, I don't have to worry about how many more traces I have left, right?" Nguyen Nu continues, and during the pullback, the trace energy can still cause damage to targets along its flight path. Jang Kai pats Nguyen Nu on the shoulder in praise, not expecting Nguyen Nu to be such a genius at modifying equipment. Nguyen Nu rubbed his hands awkwardly. "I just taught myself all that. Am I really that impressive?" Captain Jang Kai raised 3 fingers and swore an oath. "I swear, I dare to swear before the heavens." Suddenly, a lightning bolt struck down from the clear sky right behind Jang Kai. The sunny weather suddenly turned into a heavy rainstorm, with dark clouds covering the sky, completely different from just a minute ago. Jang Kai was sweating and stammering, saying, "What's going on?" Nguyen Ngu also looked confused. "Captain, are you blaming me?" Honyan said as she skipped through the rain from afar. "Captain, it's me. I just learned a basic rain summoning technique, although it doesn't have much effect." Turns out it's Honan. How could Honan's skills be useless? Look, these people are hiding from the rain because of her. You reach out to catch the raindrops. If you can make the rain heavier, it will be enough to seriously hinder the enemy's movement. Jang Kai looks at those rushing away from the rain, some even slipping and falling, and seriously says to Honan, "At that moment, the enemy will become my target, and I can kill anyone I want." "Really? It turns out I can be useful like this. Then I must work hard to practice this rain-calling technique." Jang Kai nodded. "Keep it up." Jang Kai looked into the distance and smiled with relief. Now with Nguyen Yu capable of fighting fiercely and Hunan able to summon rain, not only he but the entire team has become much stronger. 3 people walk past them, one cursing. What the hell is this torrential rain all about? All our equipment brought to the icy island is soaked. What if the royal family blames us for being late? Hearing the words royal family, Jang Kai was startled and snapped back to his senses. The royal family call out to him. Wait a moment. 3 big brothers. May I ask which royal family you are talking about? I don't know which royal family that is. Nguyen Ngu pulled out a letter and handed it to Honan. Here you go. Kanju looked at you as if you were a strange creature. Aren't you going online? The person next to him, named Van Hao, said with a smile. The Huyenvu Society of the royal family will lead 200,000 people to the icy island to hunt the king-level boss. If they defeat this boss, the country can expand its territory on the Great Demon Star. Hao Vu added that besides the royal family, many other explorers would also come to help drive away the monsters. They continued saying, "This is a responsibility related to the rise and fall of the nation. How come you didn't know about such a big news?" Jang Kai stood frozen in place after hearing this. After they finished speaking, they quickly turned and left. "Let's go, don't just stand there or you'll get punished if you're late." Jang Kai stood still, thinking, is the royal family hunting bosses for the country? Could it be that Huang Wei is also involved in this? Jang Kai bowed his head in contemplation and said, "Currently, the divine beasts are causing chaos on Earth, and each country can only seek resources from the demon crystal to fight the divine beasts." He thought of 5 important resources: secret realms, equipment, mineral veins, materials, and energy cores, but all resources on the demon crystal are held by bosses. Only by defeating the bosses can a country control the land and gather resources. He frowned, his voice growing even more serious. Moreover, monsters on the demon crystal are also ranked from low to high: common, elite, general, commander, king-level boss, map boss, and guardian king. In his mind, he envisioned thousands of people fighting, with the boss-level king needing hundreds of thousands to confront that monstrous creature. They are fighting with all their might against a beast, yet the royal family can still lead the Huyenvo Guild to serve the country. Huang Vi's figure appears in his mind, fighting with a sword. Jang Kai remains silent, suspicious. Has Huang Vi really turned over a new leaf and become a leader who cares for the world? He remembers what Wei Ying once said, but even a man of failure has a responsibility for the rise and fall of the world. Someone in this world must stand up and fight the monsters. Jang Kai clenched his fists, looking at his reflection in the water. If Huang Wei can do this, should I go to the Eternal Ice Island to dedicate myself to the country? On Devil Spirit Ice Island, the night sky is filled with stars, while below there is a thick snowstorm and snow-covered mountain ranges. The 3 from Jang Kai's group are struggling through the blizzard, their faces cold and trembling. "Captain, if the icy island says go, then go. Aren't you going to buy some warm clothes?" All 3 of them huddled tightly, shivering. Jang Kai's face turned pale, and his nose started to run. "I didn't expect this place to be so cold." A loud scream rang out. Jang Kai looked up and saw 3 figures standing on the cliff. Who are those fools from which team? Aren't we not allowed to walk on the ice surface before the battle starts? Jang Kai hesitated and stammered, This is also our first time here. May I ask why not?" "Why? Where are you rookies from?" "As everyone knows, beneath the icy island is the lair of the monsters." He coldly continued, "You walking on the lake's surface is causing the ice beneath Jang Kai's feet to crack little by little." Vuong Kwong continued, "I wonder if we've disturbed the wandering mermaids below." As he finished speaking, a mermaid leapt out of the ice, wielding a trident. Jang Kai's group was shocked and suddenly fell over. It was a 2-legged fish monster, level 22. It grinned fiercely. Jang Kai grabbed Nguyen Yu by the collar and pulled him up, and Honan added, "The mermaid? The one standing on the cliff next to Vuong Kwong is a powerful one." He laughed and said, "That's really 3 fools." Wang Kung shouted down, "A level 22 mermaid team must be made up of level 20 players to handle it." 2. He continued speaking loudly for Jang Kai to hear. "As far as we know, mermaids are very skilled in close combat, and once caught, especially a level 22 mermaid, a skill." When cornered, the mermaid stabbed fiercely at Jang Kai with the trident. While Wang Kung was still talking, the only outcome was certain death. "Captain," as soon as the trident pierced him, Jang Kai immediately shouted, "U Lin Kai Jap, Hu Hua." The mermaid was stunned, and the illusion ended. Jang Kai jumped in front of it, smirking, "I thought you were pretty powerful. Turns out you're just a common fish." He kicks it hard in the face and unleashes a blazing fire. "Get lost." The mermaid immediately burst into fierce flames, emitting faint hissing sounds of pain. The 3 people on the cliff stared in shock, stunned. What? Not only did he dodge, but he also dared to fight the mermaid up close. Teodo Kwai Nonbo Sin is also stunned, and it would take a team of level 20 players to handle the level 22 mermaid.
Huang Kung furrows his brow, beads of sweat forming, but he's only a little over level 10.
He looked at Jang Kai still standing firm below and said loudly, "What do you mean by just lightly killing it?"
Jang Kai nhìn thân thể người ca gia bị thiếu chạy thanh cho bắt cuối lớn. Sau khi văng rộng dàn gàn cốt một hồi, quả nhiên không còn cảm thấy lạnh nữa. He waved his hand to call Trui men back and turned around.
Jang Kai thought to himself that his current power level had reached 76 points. Just by activating the critical hit, the previous Trui men embedded in the mermaid's body would immediately vibrate, dealing at least 15,200 points of damage, not including the additional damage from the Trui men enhancement. All the tracers from all directions gathered around Jang Kai, but even based on the lowest critical damage he just calculated, he silently thought that at level 20, whether it's monsters or explorers, the tracers stored in the space pouch wouldn't be able to withstand his attack.
Honyen ran over, holding up a card in his hand. "Captain Kai, I picked up this corpse card of the fisherman for you." "Thank you. Let's quickly get ashore." Jang Kai looked up at the cliff above.
"That's right. The three big brothers. I want to ask if you know where Huang Wei is." The other three are still not fully recovered and were startled when they heard you call.
Huluk pats his hands, flattering. "Your Excellency, what are you talking about? How could we dare to call ourselves big brothers? We're your younger brothers, just among your many younger brothers." Wang Guang also followed suit. "Coincidentally, we know where Huang Vi Tiuzhang is. Please allow these three juniors to lead the way."
Somewhere on the icy island, Jang Kai walks alone, thinking to himself that he didn't want Huanyan and Nguyen Yu to get involved in his matter with Huang Wei, so he didn't let them follow. But weren't those three senior brothers all saying Huang Wei was here? I wanted to find him myself to talk, but I couldn't find him. Just then, someone stepped forward and loudly called your name. "Jang Kai." He turned to look smiling. "Huang Vi." "Huang Vi, after learning that you would defeat the boss for the country, I truly admire you. I think we can put aside past grudges, and I am also willing to contribute more effort on this icy island." Suddenly, a flash of light appeared before Jang Kai's eyes. You hesitated for a moment before Huang Vi drew his sword and swung directly at Jang Kai. Jang Kai immediately dodged to the side. "Jang Kai, what are you doing? I just want to clear up the misunderstanding with you." "So you want to make peace? Do you know how many ways I've thought of to get revenge on you after you killed me? But the army ordered my family not to touch you. How can that be possible? I will actively join the battle to hunt the king-level boss. I just want to use this achievement to ask the army to stop protecting you." Jang Kai was extremely surprised. "You only fought the boss at the king level because of this, right?" Huang Vi replied. "That's right." As he spoke, he rushed quickly towards Jang Kai. "But I didn't expect you to come looking for me yourself. No matter how close the great battle is, I must kill you first." The man swung his sword at Jang Kai, then used the credit from defeating the boss to report to the army. Jang Kai crouched down to avoid the attack, quickly stepping back and sneering, "So I was overthinking. Turns out you're still the same petty person." Jang Kai raises his hand, engulfed in flames. "And if you want to kill me, I suggest you all come together, because sooner or later your Eagle team will be destroyed by me anyway." Huang Tiu stood behind Huang Vi and laughed loudly. "You're impressive. You can destroy the Eagle team only because of the army backing you up." Vu also added, "Now that Diep Thieu is above the master level and equipped with S-grade gear, do we still need to support you to kill him?" Huang Sun nodded while pressing the stopwatch. "Yeah, this clueless kid." The electronic board just lit up, and Huang Sun immediately froze. Wait a minute. In front of him was Jang Kai's information panel. How did this kid level up to 14 so quickly, just like the young master? Over there, Huang Vi was already consumed by the flames. "What is often going on?" "Why is there fire here?" the madman shouted wildly. "Help me! Save me! Please save me!"
"What's going on here?"
"Isn't the fire on the young master's body just ordinary fire? But why does it cause such high damage?"
Jang Kai, standing far away coldly, says, "If you don't want to end up like him, don't get in my way."
Huang Vi still stubbornly reaches out his almost burned hand and shouts, "No! I don't want to die."
"But I am already here," he shouted. "Hurry up and kill him for me." Huang Vi still pretends to be fierce. "Let me torment him to death." His four accomplices immediately draw their weapons and approach Jang Kai. "Understood. 41. Jang Kai coldly said, clenched fist still wanting to offer more heads. He jumped forward and unleashed his full power to shoot the pursuit order.
"Just in time. I used you to test the powerful magnet that hunts for life."
Troy men swept past them, catching them a little off guard but still evading. Their eyes flashed with cunning. Huang Vu snorted coldly, throwing so many darts without hitting a single one.
"Is this called accurate? The four of them are level 31, level 28, level 29, and level 32, respectively."
Huang Sun sneered and said, Do you think we're all level 3 so you're trembling with fear? Without waiting for an answer, he charged straight at Jang Kai. I'll go ahead, he coldly continued, standing firm. As he finished speaking, Trui Men rushed from behind and stabbed straight into his back. The flames from Trui Men burst out fiercely, spreading rapidly in all directions. Jang Kai coldly watched Huang San being consumed by the fire, screaming in despair. The people behind were terrified. How could this dart fly back like that? They saw Jang Kai standing still. And moreover, how could a level 14 person make the captain level 32 look over at Huang Shan, who was now burned and lying on the ground? They screamed in terror and died instantly. Jang Kai shot forward like lightning, pulling back the previous fire arrow just as it was about to hit him, but the other guy stood in the way and was pierced. Flames erupted again, and he was terrified, helplessly watching the fire spread, ultimately unable to escape his fiery fate. Huang Tiu stood watching, his voice trembling. What is this skill? Why does it deal such high damage? Huang Vu is also extremely confused. Is this kid really a master pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Huang Vi struggles to get up and shouts loudly, "Stop being fools! Can't you see he's good at long-range attacks?" He gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go. Isn't it better for the two of you to get close to him?" Following Huang Vi's order, the remaining two immediately charged forward together and replied, "Yes." Huang Vi grinned smugly and said, "Jang Kai is definitely a long-range assassin with high damage, but if he's close up, then he will definitely." Before he could finish, the two in front were engulfed in flames. They cried out in pain, "Stop!" Huang Vi knelt down helplessly, his face full of shock and disbelief. Jang Kai slowly walked towards him, sneering coldly, with a worthless man and a bunch of trash, his eyes filled with contempt and anger. "Is there any difference?" Huang Vi put his hand on the ground and stepped back. "No way. With such a huge gap in rank, how could you do this?" Jang Kai did not answer his question. "The Zhao family sword. The grudges between us could have ended long ago. But you truly disappoint me." Jang Kai, holding his sword, quickly approached Huang Vi and coldly said, "Huang Vi, in the end you're a heartless and ungrateful person. Do you want to kill me?" Huang Vi, terrified, asked, "What do you want to do?" Jang Kai raises his sword high and says, "Nothing much. If you want to kill me, I can't refuse the challenge. I heard last time you were so scared after I killed you that you developed psychological trauma. So this time, with a cunning smile, let the darkness grow a little more." Huang Vi's eyes were filled with fear and helplessness as he stabbed his sword down, shouting out loud, his cry echoing through the forest. A few minutes later, Jang Kai still stood in the middle of the forest, hands in his pockets, staring intently at the electronic board. "Still killing the most experienced explorers, huh? I didn't expect to kill 4 level 30 players plus that useless Huang Vi and still level up all the way to 70. But at that moment, the screen suddenly turned red. A warning appeared, stating that because you killed more than 10 explorers and their camp, you would face the bloodthirsty assassin penalty. Jang Kai was stunned, completely confused about what had just happened. Immediately after, the screen continued to display more information. Bloodthirsty assassin. When in this state, all nearby players will know your location. When the bloodthirsty killer is killed, the experience gained will triple, and 10 drops of remorseful tears are needed to remove the bloodthirsty killer state. Jang Kai broke out in cold sweat. Are they really a bloodthirsty assassin? Isn't this the extremely severe punishment title where anyone on the demon planet who encounters you will attack? Remember the scene on the demon planet? Someone with this punishment is just like a moving experience bag. His location will be sensed by everyone, and anyone who encounters him will be immediately killed. Returning to normal, the system's double talent reward or penalty will trigger a double effect and a 1% chance to activate a super level multiplier. Rewards and punishments will be multiplied tenfold. Jang Kai scratched his head awkwardly, and his maximum double talent could actually increase the punishment up to 10 times. This seems more like bad luck than anything else. Then suddenly you realize and you shout out, "If I die once, I will lose 30 times the experience, and I might even get robbed and sent straight back to level 1. Jang Kai immediately ran forward, hurriedly saying as he moved, "It's over. I must never go to crowded places again. And I also need to find a way to get those tears of repentance to remove this state." At the Royal Uncle's Ice Island camp, which was also in the same forest as before, there were many tents set up with soldiers on guard. "What? Did someone kill Huang Vi? How are you protecting him?" "That is Huang Vi Huang Tong's father, the commander of the Ice Island campaign." He angrily shouted, "I just yelled that the 3 of us are fighting together for the country. But in the end, he died. Doesn't this make me a traitor to the country?" Standing next to him is Huang Vi Huang Dat's brother, the deputy commander of the Ice Island campaign. "So what should we do next?" Huang Thong slammed his fist on the table, causing it to crack instantly, his voice full of anger. Just keep fighting, we'll go directly to take down the king-level boss. Once we defeat the boss, we can use our military achievements to force the army to stop protecting Jang Kai. He gritted his teeth and said, by then, I will make that Jang Kai pay the heaviest price. The others in the room all smiled with hidden meanings, and the atmosphere was filled with treachery. Half an hour later, somewhere on the icy island, Jang Kai had reunited with his two teammates. Hunan asked curiously, Captain Kai, why do you have an extra title on your name now? Wengu shouted, so you're a bloodthirsty assassin? Jang Kai quickly whispered, keep your mouth shut or you'll blow our cover now. He grabbed Honan's hand and pulled her to run with him. I don't have time to explain what happened now. Basically, I have completely become an enemy of the royal family. We need to leave here quickly. Honyan was a bit surprised by the urgency, but he came here not for this. As the three of them ran and talked, a loud sound suddenly echoed, a prolonged horn blast. Jang Kai stopped. What is that sound? The sound still echoed across the snowy hills. Wengu nervously asked Jang Kai, is this the sound of the war horn? Why is it ringing now? Jang Kai speculated, could it be that the royal family declared war first? Honan's face was pale and bloodless. Captain Kai, look over there. Jiang Kai followed her finger, his voice trembling. Look at the ice lake. It's already cracked open, and huge chunks of ice are breaking apart. Honan shouted, the ice lake is actually breaking apart. The ice chunks surged violently as if something was about to break free. Then, a foot with sharp claws stepped onto the ice. Then many similar feet appeared, and hundreds of mermaids took turns emerging from the ice lake. The three of them were terrified when suddenly another loud noise echoed, this time from beneath the ice lake. And standing among the mermaids was a colossal fishman, 100 times larger than an ordinary mermaid. The icy mountain peak. That giant monster is a king-level boss, the Ice Frost Merfolk Lord. Its level unknown, with 100% remaining health points. Honyan stammered, is that the boss? Jang Kai frowned with a serious expression. The pressure is overwhelming. Nguyen Ngu's voice also trembles. I'm scared. Just then, a loud shout rang out. That is Huang Tong's voice. Soldiers on the battlefield, the ice spirit boss of the snowfish race has been lured out. Everyone, get ready to fight. He is clad in shining armor, riding a beast, charging forward and shouting loudly, his voice echoing through the mountains and forests. If we win this battle, everyone will not only receive generous rewards, but also help Saint Dieu claim territorial resources and protect your families from divine beasts. In the future, Huang Thong raises his sword to the sky with a majestic stance. So, whether for the present or the future, we must do everything we can to win, even if it means facing death. The soldiers heard this and immediately clenched their weapons, for once the arrow leaves the bow, there is no turning back. Therefore, in this king-level boss battle, Huang Tong shouted even louder and officially began. As he finished speaking, the soldiers immediately charged onto the ice surface, shouting in unison, charge and kill, kill. Captain Kai, why aren't we leaving yet? Honyan also nodded in agreement. This is a king-level boss battle with 200,000 people on the battlefield. Jang Kai suddenly stood up and waved his hand, saying no, not yet. As long as the battle has begun, the royal family definitely won't have time to pay attention to me. Let's stay and watch the king-level boss fight. It's not often we get a chance like this. The soldiers with weapons rushed towards the fishmen, with Uncle Van and Hao Tian charging ahead, shouting, kill it! A loud bang echoed, the ice shattered instantly, causing many to fall down. A giant fish-like monster with glowing red eyes and sharp teeth emerged from beneath the ice. It is a level 25 common tier, two-legged fish monster. Hao Tian quickly stops, his face pale but still trying to reassure everyone. Everyone, don't be afraid, isn't it just a rotten fish? We have more people, and we can definitely fight it. As he finished speaking, he was suddenly dragged away with incredible force. The two-headed fishman grabbed him and lifted him up, in front of its wide-open, tooth-filled mouth. Hao Tian screamed and struggled, save me! The two-legged fish directly shoved him into its mouth, and as its teeth clamped down, blood splattered everywhere. Hao Tian screamed, it hurts so much, someone save me! His cry suddenly stopped, replaced by the horrifying sound of swallowing. What is that? Are the mermaids eating people? That's so scary. Honyan covered her mouth with her hand. So this is just an ordinary mermaid, yet so strong for an explorer. Wengu continued, and it seemed like there were a lot of mermaids. And Jang Kai's expression grew serious as he said in a deep voice, if the boss doesn't die in this king-level battle, the mermaid army will keep appearing. You still watch this battle closely. So the key to this fight isn't between the 2,000 explorers and the mermaid army. Jang Kai paused to observe, noticing someone rushing across the ice. Jang Kai continued, "But it's the superhuman fake with Bosker." Two people shot past among the soldiers, moving as fast as arrows. When the soldiers saw them appear, they also cheered and chased after them, with Tuan Kiet leading the way, using his fire ability. He warned us to be careful. Our team of 8 has already infiltrated the boss area. The others are also giving their all, running while channeling their power. Bakton also led people to fly toward the mermaid, and all members would try their best to optimize their physical condition. Some are wielding weapons, others using skills, everyone aiming directly at the fishman ahead. We should do our best to deal maximum damage to the boss. Everyone simultaneously attacked the fishman, forming a massive sphere of energy that instantly exploded, illuminating the sky with blinding light. Honyan couldn't help but marvel, "Is this what you call a superhuman?" Nguyen Ngu was stunned, thinking the boss was about to be defeated, while Jang Kai lowered his head. He lowered his voice anxiously. "I don't think this is going well at all." Then Jang Kai looked up, eyes wide open with focused demon eyes as he stared at the fishman. It still stands firm, eyes full of murderous intent. I continue. Their skills look very powerful, but through my focused demon eye, I see the fisherman grinning cunningly, as if even the boss's defense layer hasn't been broken. The system displays a red message, saying it cannot break through the defense. Tuan Kiet couldn't believe his eyes. What? Not even the boss's defenses can withstand it. Just then, something shot up into the sky. The merfolk swung their arm and delivered a powerful strike at the location of the superhumans. The ground trembled violently, shards of ice shattered and pushed back those standing. Some were thrown far away, others struck directly and immediately spat blood. They all fell heavily to the ground from the sky. The merfolk looked at them and then smiled contentedly, before letting out a strange growl. All the soldiers behind Jang Kai's group shouted in shock. Just one move from the boss killed 8 superhumans? Jang Kai clenched his teeth, staring intently at the fishman, who took down 8 people with a single strike so easily. This must be the true power of a king-level boss. At that moment, someone suddenly charged forward with a spear. Jang Kai was stunned by this action. After all 8 people had been wiped out, why is there still one person daring to rush forward? Honyan shouted, "Don't go!" as the other person faced the fisherman directly, who didn't hold back either, swinging his spear straight at him. The people around shouted in panic, "We're doomed, another person is dead." But just then, he suddenly stopped, swung his spear fiercely across the ice, and then unexpectedly thrust it forward. His spearhead collided directly with the trident tip, causing a powerful shockwave. The merfolk was momentarily stunned as his attack was blocked, and immediately, the soldiers and Jang Kai's group all exclaimed in shock. What? This person actually blocked the boss's attack? He clenched his spear tightly, snorted coldly. That boss over there, my teammate just let himself be killed earlier. He looked up, his eyes full of determination, gritting his teeth as he said, "Do you really think we would just let you wipe us out with a single move?" This is the Extraordinary Illusionist, a mercenary class, the #1 strongest in the Huyen Vo Guild. The merfolk withdraws the trident, while Tuong Fong slowly approaches it. "Today, I represent the brothers who have fallen." A notification immediately appeared above Tuong Fong's head. The innate blessing of the dead activates, increasing 25% of each fallen superhuman comrade's power. Without hesitation, Tuong Fong immediately jumps over the fisherman, slips behind him, and sternly commands, "Catch him!" The fisherman had no time to react to Tuong Fong's speed, and was immediately pierced by his spear. A flash of electricity erupted, and the boss's shield was instantly shattered. The spot where the fishman was stabbed started bleeding, and it turned its head with a displeased look. Jang Kai was both surprised and excited, saying, "Impressive, this person was able to break through the boss's defenses?" Ngok Lung, a soldier standing below, was very excited, hoping that the general would defeat the boss. Huang Tong, watching from afar, also grinned with satisfaction. "Do you really think our Huyen Vu society is weak? The superhumans just killed were all part of our premeditated plan to boost Tuong Fong's strength. At this moment, Tuong Fong is full of vitality, his whole body bursting with immense power. Huang Thong's voice remains calm as he speaks because Tuong Fong is already a formidable fighter, and after receiving the blessing from the fallen, his strength has increased by 200%. Tuong Fong continues to charge forward with blazing eyes. Now he alone can match a squad of 20 pseudo-superhumans. Tuong Fong's speed was incredibly fast, so fast that the merfolk couldn't keep up at all. Every place he brushed past was left with a deep slash on its body. Huang Tong watched carefully, so as long as there are no surprises in the fight, the 3 of Jang Kai are still focused on watching Tuong Fong's battle without noticing a shadow quietly approaching from behind. Honyan shouted loudly to cheer him on.
Keep going. We will definitely win. While they were not paying attention, a level 32 elite sea monster appeared behind them. Huang Dot held up the electronic board showing a red warning and shouted to Huang Thong, "It's dangerous, sir. I just detected a large group of merfolk approaching from behind the icy island." Huang Thong was extremely shocked and asked, "So you mean a large army of sea monsters has been summoned here?" Huang Dot hurriedly replied, "Yes, I think there are hundreds approaching, and all of them are level 3 elite sea naga. This is 45. Over there on the battlefield, Tuong Fong is still fighting with all his might against the merfolk. It's too late now. Tuong Fong can fight the boss in peace because we've stabilized the battlefield." Huang Thong's voice grew serious. "The current battlefield is divided into 5 zones according to the 5 ranks of the humanoid monsters. Common, Elite, General, Commander, and Boss." He continued, his voice full of concern. "We have deployed many troops in each zone to deal with the mermaids, which has resulted in a balance across the entire battlefield."
Huang Tong paused for a moment, his voice trembling. But if the rear base is broken and the battle descends into chaos, not only would Tuong Fong be unable to kill the boss, but he would immediately imagine scenes of tens of thousands of people crying for help, while on the other hand, 200,000 of our people would die here. I don't know how much longer it will take for those mermaids to arrive at the battlefield. Huang Dot immediately operated the electronic board. "Let me check." At most, the electronic display shows numerous warnings and dense red dots indicating that a large number of mermaids are approaching. He said in panic, "About 10 minutes, at most." On the other side, Jang Kai's fire chains are soaring through the air. It locks onto a merman. Jang Kai rushes past it and lands smoothly, raising one hand to activate the tracking spell that ignites. "Captain Kai, why are there suddenly so many mermaids coming?" "Let's get out of here quickly." Jang Kai turned his head, narrowing his eyes. "Should we go now?" He stands on the cliff, clenches his fists as he looks down at the icy lake below. The battlefield seems to be holding a very fragile balance right now. If no one stops those mermaids, the entire battle could fail. Jang Kai frowned, deep in thought, then coldly continued speaking.
"The royal family is our enemy. I would be very happy to see him fail. The situation on their side remains extremely difficult."
"It's over. What should we do now?" Jang Kai continued. "But the future of Tindio and the 200,000 people called to fight are all innocent." "Are all?" He closed his eyes tightly, unable to make a decision for a moment. Wei Ying's words echoed in his mind once again. But everyone must be responsible for the rise and fall of this world. Someone in this world has to fight against those monsters. Jiang Kai thought for a moment, then looked up, his eyes determined. "You two, Ho Nyan and Nguyen Ngu, let's not leave just yet." With surprised looks on their faces, Jiang Kai said as he walked, "Not only that, I also need everyone to lure all the mermaids around to my location." Jiang Kai raises his weapon forward, his eyes cold, saying, "I will handle all these mermaids alone." Honan and Nguyen Ngu are both shocked by his words, feeling he is truly reckless. In just 10 minutes, the ordinary merfolk nearly wiped out all the royal soldiers. Jian Hang knelt on the ground, clutching his bleeding arm, trembling as he said, "Captain, stop fighting. Many explorers in the rear have been caught up by these merfolk. Once those mermaids surround us, everything will be over. So, it's best if we run away quickly." The others froze in place, all badly injured, and the soldiers began to panic. "That's right. If I die, I won't be able to go online for a month. Without earning money for a month, my family will be kicked out onto the street." "Let's go, or everyone will die." At this moment, a person in armor and a cloak with a sword stepped forward. "No need to run." All the soldiers immediately turned back. "Captain," he shouted, "don't you notice? It's been 10 minutes since we spotted those merfolk. I heard they'll arrive at the battlefield within 10 minutes. He continued to look towards the mountains, but now not a single one appeared. What does this mean? Why isn't even a single one showing up? Some speculate that perhaps a superhuman imposter has appeared in the rear area. No, the royal family obviously hasn't stationed an army there. Their captain frowned, which meant extremely powerful characters had already taken action behind the scenes, but to stop so many merfolk surely required a team of highly skilled explorers fighting desperately. Over there, Jiang Kai was being chased and attacked by elite merfolk. They roar in anger and rush towards him, opening their mouths wide. But Jiang Kai still doesn't turn his head. He just slightly curves his lips into a confident smile. Jiang Kai softly lands on the ice, then quickly kneels on one knee and suddenly turns around to face the group of merfolk, a red light flashing in his hand. Jiang Kai roared, "The ones who dared speak before me last time now have grass growing tall on their graves." He charged forward with full force, instantly splitting the sea monsters in two, his body soaring several meters into the air. And as he lands, the sea serpent is completely burned away. Jiang Kai turns around and counts. Even though he has already killed more than 20, only one at a time keeps coming. This is really too slow. The system now reports that explorer Jang Kai has killed the sea serpent spirit X2. At that moment, Honyan hurriedly shouted, "Captain Kai, save me! I've already brought the sea naga to this place." Nguyen Yu was also running and shouting, "Kai, Captain, I'm on this side too." Jang Kai clenched his fists, channeling his energy into his arms. "It's perfect. Just leave the rest to me. You two get out of here quickly." Honyan is worried. "Captain Kai, do you know how many talented ones there are? Can you kill them all?" Nguyen Yu also shouted. That's right. He only killed 2 just now and he's already exhausted." Jang Kai glances at the crowd of merfolk rushing over, snorts coldly. "Indeed, I only fought 1 or 2 alone earlier, so it was a bit tiring." He swiftly slips past them, sparks of fire beginning to ignite. Jang Kai said quietly, "But you didn't know that. Compared to single combat, my gaze radiates killing intent. I prefer group battles over it." As soon as he finished speaking, a deafening explosion shook the sky and earth, rocks flying everywhere. The bright information panel revealed that explorer Jang Kai had slain the sea urchin spirit X257. Honyan and Nguyen Ninggu are excited, holding each other tightly. "What is this? Is this Captain Kai's strength? Oh my god, he's only a little over 10 levels. Does it really need to be so exaggerated?" At that moment, Huang Thong's team was close to the location when suddenly they saw a column of fire erupting, shocking everyone. "Why is there an explosion in the rear area?" "There. Huang Vu." Huang quickly pointed at the location and said, "Dad, the sea monsters in the rear have disappeared from the locator. Could it be that the army you called has already arrived?" Huang Thong frowned. "Army? It can't be," he's secretly calculating. "I just contacted the army. How could they arrive so quickly?" Huang Tong squinted towards the explosion and made a decision. "Forget it. If the army has arrived, inform everyone on the battlefield so Tuang Fong can focus on defeating the boss." Everyone shouted in unison. Half an hour later, Tuang Fong plunged his sword into the sea creature, gathering his strength into a massive pressure wave that forced the opponent to strain against it. System notification, remaining health points are at 65%. The team behind cheers loudly. "Great, the boss has only 1/3 of its health left. We can win." Suddenly, an unusual pressure erupts. The mermaid becomes furious and slams hard into the ground, catching Tuang Fong off guard. Huang Vu shouts loudly, "Be careful. When the boss loses 1/3 of its health, it will enter the second berserk phase." Huang Vu's voice echoed in the air. During the berserk phase, the attack speed becomes almost unavoidable. So Tuang Fong can only brace himself to withstand this assault. And the important thing is that he cannot defeat the first boss. Tuang Fong gritted his teeth and endured each furious attack, blood dripping from every blow. Everyone started to worry watching Tuang Fong fight. It was clear he couldn't hold on anymore. The system announced that Tuang Fong's remaining health was 5%. "Is that mighty god about to die?" "Over here," Tuang Fong grits his teeth and whispers to the beast. "Do you think with your little damage, his body ignited with energy, you can kill me?" Supernatural talent, the divine armor of 47, Tang Ying Pao shouts loudly. "Come on!" Each attack from the fisherman echoes as the armor resounds. System reports continuous damage immunity. At the same time, the merfolk also kept reporting received counter damage. Jang Kai's eyes lit up. "That armor is really strong. Not only does it immune to damage, but it also reflects damage back." Is this the superhuman talent? The entire royal team is excited. Hopeful that we can defeat the boss, let's keep trying. Huang Tong proudly said, "I told you so." Tuang Fong is the ace we carefully chose. His super talent can reflect 50 of damage back to enemies for 90 seconds, and right now the boss is in a furious rapid attack phase. The notification sound rang out. The boss's remaining health was 35%. Huang Thong smiled triumphantly and said, in other words, the faster the boss's attack speed, the more its health will decrease. He chuckled proudly. The boss has already lost 30% of its health in just a short while. If we keep this up a little longer, the boss will be in our hands for the royal family. Suddenly, the fishman launched a surprise punch, and while distracted by the attack, he thought he couldn't block in time. The force pierced through his armor, hitting him directly in the chest. The impact so strong it knocked him hundreds of meters away. His body sank into the ground, creating a deep hole. A large tear in his chest, only gasping for breath. The system notification showed his defense was gone, his health remaining at 1%, and everyone fell silent. What? Has the great general lost? Ngunyan used the boss's armor-breaking tentacle attack to counter Tuang Fong's strike. Huang Tong is devastated. Oops, I was careless. Could it be that this boss's armor-breaking skill? Huang Dat quickly helped her up. No one dared to believe it. Was that skill not detected? Now the Huyan Vu Guild is in chaos. It's over. This battle depends mostly on Tuang Fong. If even Tuong Fong has been defeated, then this battle is definitely lost. At the same time, Jang Kai's mood also sank.
The shadow of despair envelops the battlefield as members of the Huyenvu Guild keep shouting, "Help us, the ace has fallen, we can't fight anymore, what should we do?" Run quickly. In another corner, the clash of swords against shields echoed sharply as Li Bu struggled to defend himself, feeling deeply guilty. "Chuzinonu, I was wrong. I shouldn't have brought you two here. The gap in strength is too great, and he's pushing me back constantly." Li Bu regrets that he only brought you here to prove he was stronger than Jang Kai, as you all said.
But Jang Kai didn't lead you to death, yet he brought you to your deaths here.
"I really am a failed team leader." Before I could finish speaking, the sea fishman forced me down. No one shouted desperately. "Captain Li Bu,"
she screams desperately. Is there anyone
who can save our captain? I've never felt so helpless before. I have no more spiritual energy left to heal."
In the blood-soaked battlefield, the boss can't be killed, and the army of sea creatures keeps coming here. If no one intervenes, everyone will die. The sword of the sea serpent. Human pierced through Li Bu's shield, everyone is begging. Is there really no one? Li Bu stared in shock at the scene before him. The bloody mouth of the sea serpent was wide open. Li Bu desperately prayed, is there really no one who can save everyone? Suddenly, a flash of light streaked across like lightning, sharp flames tearing through the sky and shooting up like a meteor. Li Bu's eyes widened in shock as he watched the Haingunyan in front of him explode into pieces in midair. Fragments of the sharkman's body fell to the ground, debris flying everywhere. Li Bu stood frozen as a deep voice suddenly sounded behind him. "Summon!" The three of them looked up in shock at the same time. There it was, everyone immediately stunned. It was Kai rushing past them, leaving only his words echoing in the wind. "Juzi, non, it's been a while. I want to go fight the boss. Take care of yourselves." Yuanju trembled. What did Kai say? Does he want to go fight the boss? Did I hear that wrong? Looking at Jang Kai's back, you clenched your teeth. But why can I clearly sense Kai's position? No one nodded repeatedly and said, "Feel the same way." On the battlefield, the sounds of weapons clashing and screams echo nonstop. The two armies were still fiercely clashing when suddenly, 200,000 soldiers from the Huyenvu Guild all came to a halt. Everyone was confused. Wait, why do I feel like someone is nearby? I feel the same way. I also sense it in my mind. That's the effect of that bloodthirsty assassin. Bloodthirsty assassin? Captain Kai, what are you doing? Have you forgotten your current situation? With that title, you'll be targeted by 200,000 people. Before he could finish speaking, thousands of eyes turned sharply toward the charging, bloodthirsty assassin. The crowd's fighting spirit surged. Damn, I thought I was surely going to die this time, but unexpectedly I met a bloodthirsty killer here. Killing him will gain a lot of experience. Then before being killed by the fisherman, kill him first and then talk. Countless shadows rush out in pursuit of Jang Kai. But just as they closed in, Jang Kai suddenly stopped, his eyes wide open, and a deafening explosion erupted in midair. Yuanju paled in the distance. What's going on? Did they already kill Kai? Noan burst into tears. Kai, a gust of wind suddenly swept past. Jang Kai smirked. It was just a move of his, and you can't handle it? Frenzied energy wrapped around his body as he continued to charge forward. Behind the scattered crowd, they clutched their chests and gasped for breath. How could his attack be so powerful? Isn't he just a rookie with only a few levels? What on earth is going on? Noan and Vien Tru saw Jang Kai still safe, and immediately cheered loudly. Kai, you're okay. Did you already take care of them? He is truly too powerful. Li Bu Lodao almost couldn't stand and stared blankly at the scene before him, lost in thought. Is this really Jang Kai? Surrounded by so many level 20 enemies and still safe and sound, this just can't be true. Nearby, Huang Da suddenly sat up in shock. Dad, I just saw Jang Kai, the one who killed Xiao Wei, appearing on the battlefield, and it seems he's heading towards the boss. Huang Tong couldn't believe it. Is that Jang Kai? Why would he do that? Could it be that he can still kill the boss? What we should focus on now is how to minimize the casualties in the battle. Huang Da reluctantly agreed, but his heart was burning with anxiety. But why do I feel so uneasy inside? Why do I have a vague feeling that Jang Kai might really be able to kill the boss? According to his thoughts, Jang Kai had charged deep into the battlefield. He mocked himself for not expecting that he would lose control and join the fight. Helping the Huang family fight the boss is something I've never done before. The words of Wei Ying from years ago suddenly echo in my mind. If Saint-Dieu faces danger in the future, I only hope you can fight for Saint-Dieu. If you still have the strength, you might smile faintly, but who would agree to let me be the commander of the guard team?
Right now, the country is in crisis and needs more territory for resources, and I only happen to have a bit of backup ability. But your steps still quicken, your figure turning into a flash tearing through the wind. You quietly say, "Who's smart brain? I want to activate the one-time skill I obtained earlier." iBrain appears when Casino Peaceheek Pocket is activated. All nearby explorers who notice you will have 0.1% of their total attributes stolen and added to you. After 30 minutes, the stolen skills and attributes will be permanently erased. Jang Kai pondered silently, initially wondering that this one-time skill could only steal 0.1% of the attributes from followers. So what exactly is its purpose? I didn't expect it to be effective at a time like this. You quietly remind yourself that at this moment, you are in the state of a bloodthirsty killer. Almost everyone on the battlefield could be paying attention to you. Murmurs spread. Why would a bloodthirsty killer appear here? I feel it too, so do I. The system announced it was stealing 0.1% of the total attribute points from the followers. Jang Kai thought to himself, although each person could only take 1,000th of the total attributes, the number was very small. But when he looked down at the people pointing at him, he thought, "Look, the bloodthirsty assassin is over there. I can feel it too." He smirked. But here, with over 200,000 people, a torrent of fire tore through the sky, and his thoughts grew even more tumultuous. Even if each of the 200,000 people lost only 0.1%, combined it would become an enormous number. System notification, Explorer, Jang Kai, level 20, Gambler profession strength, 30,000, Stamina 20,000 plus, Agility over 60,000, Spirit 40,000, Defense, critical hit rate 0.1%, critical damage 20,000%. Huang Dot stared at the location and shouted, "Damn it! Dad, right now Jang Kai is running towards the boss. He really might be able to steal that boss."
Huang Tong frowned deeply. Why is it like this? He pointed at the screen. "Look, Dad." Jang Kai's attribute assessment meter suddenly becomes extremely terrifying. Even his total attributes seem to surpass expectations. What? Huang Tong was terrified. Jang Kai's position was in the demon zone of a battle general level, when suddenly a jagged shark-toothed mouth lunged at him, and the system flashed, revealing a LV-51 shark-toothed merman monster of the battle general level. It chases after Jang Kai, its enormous mouth wide open as if to tear him apart, leaving Huang Dong stunned. Doesn't Jang Kai even bother to dodge when facing a level 51 shark-level mermaid? Huang Tong frowned. Although I don't know if the attributes he currently has are real or not, the bite of the shark-toothed mermaid is a skill that even level 60 explorers must be cautious of. The monster opens its mouth wide, ready to bite down. Huang Thong coldly says, "It seems he can only stop here." But Jang Kai clenched his fist tightly, growling, "Don't get in the way," and punched straight into the shark-toothed mermaid's chest. Everyone was stunned. What is that? No need to use weapons? Did he really kill a level general fishman just with his fist? Is this attribute real? He won't. The shark-toothed merman collapsed to the ground, leaving the marine merfolk on the battlefield stunned. Can he really kill the boss? A new tracking system shows Jang Kai's location in the merfolk leader area. A level 74 level boss sea creature has spotted Jang Kai. It threw the members of the Huiyanvu guild to the sides, opening its mouth to unleash a sonic wave at Jang Kai. Suddenly, he felt his ears ringing and his head pounding as if it was about to explode. Huang Dat saw that and sneered, not knowing his limits. When a level leader level merfolk roars challenge, you need special skills or equipment to be immune. If it's just attributes, what good does it do? Huang Tong sneered, "That kid really doesn't understand anything. He just wants to steal the boss." The fishman leader charged down, his giant hand ready to strike at Jang Kai. Huang Tong coldly concludes that he's delusional. From afar, Noan and Vian Tru shout out loud. Hai, Nguyen Ngu is still a bit drunk after a big beer, and when he saw Jang Kai about to be bullied, he immediately got furious, as if smoke was coming out of his nose. He roared and charged straight at me. Nguyen Ngu will never be weaker than anyone in his life. He shouted and threw punches. Beautiful woman. I'm no worse than my captain, right? Don't just know how to seduce my captain. Two powerful forces collide, both Nguyen Ngu and the mermaid leader being thrown apart in opposite directions. He quickly springs back, roaring, "Do I, a distinguished man, really not enough to attract her? Let me give you a cross-species kiss." Nguyen Ngu holds the mermaid leader tightly. This time, no one will blow up my wife. He pouted, blushing, and gave a quick kiss on the monster's toothy mouth, causing the mermaid leader to freeze, his fingers twitching uncontrollably. Then, the mermaid leader became furious and slapped Nguyen Ngu hard to the ground. You got up unsteadily, smiling foolishly, and you also have quite a fierce personality, but I like this about you.
The system announces that Nguyen Ngu has activated the death dream state, significantly reducing damage taken, but causing unconsciousness. Huang Thong and Huang Dat are horrified. Whose general is this? Everyone was stunned, yet she managed to ignore the roar of the level commander mermaid and even block the attack. Could anyone really make the mermaid leader hate her this much? Jang Kai was stunned to see Nguyen Ngu appear. Why did she follow him here? Weren't he and the others told not to follow him anymore? At that moment, a sharp scream rang in my ear. Captain, do you really think we would embarrass you? Honyan also charged forward, raising her hands to gather energy, and said, I am the martial arts champion. She pushed Jang Kai back. Captain, you should leave now. I can't hold on much longer. The gap between him and the mermaid leader is too wide, while Nguyen Ngu is still drunkenly chasing after the mermaid leader. My mermaid wife, I'm here again, Jang Kai whispered. The two people in your heart are both moved and helpless. Fine. I really have no choice with those two. At the top of the mountain, Hunan looks down in shock as members of the Huyen Vu Guild all stop their actions and look up at that woman, yet she suddenly unleashes a strange martial art. What on earth is going on? Could all those mer people be killed by the rain? Jang Kai confidently ordered. Then this place is yours too. Honyan snorted coldly. Do these people not even understand basic physics? One person pointed up at the sky in panic. No, everyone look up quickly. Someone shouted, what's falling from the sky isn't rain but that huge ice storm. Along with the screams of everyone, countless sharp ice needles cut through the air and rush down. The chaotic shouts echo across the battlefield. What kind of joke is this? It's not magic but ice violence magic. But why aren't they distinguishing between friend and foe like this? Help me. Honyan smugly praised himself, thinking that as long as he exploited the bone-chilling cold weather on this icy island, his rainmaking technique would naturally turn into large blocks of ice. I used to have no attack skills, but now I can defeat 200,000 people at once. It's amazing, she shouted towards Jang Kai. Captain Kai, you already said it, right? As long as my rainmaking technique can hinder the enemy's movements, they will become your living target. My ice storm has now caught the attention of the fish people. They can't roar and attack anymore. You can easily kill the boss now. Captain Jiang Kai, remember we are a team. You don't have to fight alone. Jiang Kai knew suddenly understood something. The current situation reflected clearly in his eyes. The Huyen Vu Society seized the opportunity to defeat the mermaid commander, and finally they had killed one of the mermaid leaders. Nguyen Ngu weeps bitterly on one side, saying, You killed my wife again. Jiang Kai laughs, Well, that's right. Why am I only here alone? Honyan Nguyen Ngu, I underestimated both of you. The flames began to spread from the tips of their fingers. Jang Kai whispered to himself, I remember I have you. These brats. The flames burst out, turning the icy mountainside into a sea of fire. Jang Kai shouted loudly, I'll handle them first. Huang Thong and Huang Dat are terrified. What? Jang Kai has killed all the fish-level leaders. The Hidden Phoenix Society is just as confused. Only about a dozen of our teams have been able to hold out until now. Lai Bu's team cheered excitedly. What kind of monster is this strength anyway? That's great. Jang Kai continues to rush forward like the wind. He secretly thought that the attribute I have now enhanced is terrifyingly powerful. If it triggers a critical hit again, even the Heavenly King couldn't stop me now. Your steps suddenly slowed, a cold aura spreading around you, and now you are right in front of me. Just now, I saw you from afar as very formidable, but how did I only realize how close I was to you? So he's that bad? The system reports the fishman's current health at 35%. Huang Thong and his father are panic-stricken. No way, that kid really made it to the boss. The crowd is in an uproar. Could it be that he really intends to? Honyan shouts, Advance! Captain Jiang Kai! Respond! Use your strength and charge forward! The fishman suddenly opened his eyes in shock, and Liu Bu anxiously shouted, It's over. The boss has launched a furious attack with high speed and damage. Jiang Kai definitely can't withstand. At the same time, the fishman kept striking. But Jiang Kai's steps were incredibly agile. He gently dodged each sharp attack. Jiang Kai thought to himself, Is the boss's speed really that fast? It was clearly slow enough to dodge. Why did the royal trump card choose to resist so fiercely earlier? You jump onto the weapon of the fisherman, a sly smile on Jiang Kai's lips as he stares directly into its eyes. The Hidden Feather Society looks like they saw a ghost. Did I see that right just now? Li Bu was a bit stunned that he missed. This kid really dodged all of the boss's attacks. Honan cheered loudly, truly the team leader, while Huang Thong and his father were stunned. Is he faster than the boss? Jang Kai ran along the blade, his hands sprouting sharp spikes, and suddenly a flash of light appeared. The mermaid uses her tail to strike at you from behind.
Jang Kai leaps into the air and shouts, "Too slow!" He spun around, rushing down at twice the speed, then shot out. Jang Kai struck its tail forcefully, causing a massive explosion at the joint. When Jang Kai hit the ground, the system announced that his current health was 25%. The Huyen Vu Society gasped. This murderer had really taken 10% of the boss's health with a single strike, dropping it from 35 to 25%. Huang Tong and Huang Dat are stunned. Even Tuang Fong would need 10 minutes to fight back, and Li Bu also looks pale. What kind of damage is this? A loud bang echoed as the fishman forcefully slammed his weapon into the ground and stood up. Jang Kai looked up proudly at the fishman. Two beings, one human, one monster, facing each other with fierce, unwavering gazes. Huang Tong's team was stunned. What is happening? Even Tuang Fong doesn't dare to face the boss directly anymore. Li Bu, worried, said, "This kid, Ho Nyan and Tuang Fong secretly admire him, but he didn't use all his strength to fight the boss." Meanwhile, Jang Kai sneered at the fishman. "So you finally know how to use your own legs?" The merfolk takes a deep breath, roars fiercely, unleashing wave after wave of sound toward you, shaking the icy mountain range. Jang Kai quickly dodges aside, coldly saying, "I won't fall for the same trick again." The fishman continued charging forward, thrusting his weapon at him, but his weapon slammed into the ground, sending rocks flying everywhere. The members of the Xuanwu Guild struggled to keep their balance, all panicked. His attack was too powerful, and this time, the bloodthirsty assassin was definitely doomed. Jang Kai laughed out loud. "You're dead, you fishman," startled, turned around, not knowing when your weapon was broken. Jang Kai roared, "You're using the wrong target." The merfolk, furious, panted heavily. Jang Kai stepped out of the dust cloud, mockingly cold. "Do you really not know how to fight without a weapon?" "What do you mean? Did he really destroy the boss's weapon? What kind of monster is he? Has there ever been a precedent of destroying the boss's weapon on the Demon Star before?" From Jang Kai's hand, the fiery red claws extend, and he appears impatient. "All right, fighting you is a waste of time, so I'll end you quickly now." Sparks fly as they shoot fiercely at the fishman. From those sparks, suddenly bombs with terrifying power transformed, blazing as if to tear the fishman apart. It crouched down to one side, roaring in anger. The system notification shows 15% health remaining. Jang Kai keeps attacking, flames sweeping across and hitting the remaining leg of the mermaid. Another powerful explosion erupts, the mermaid's scream blending with the system's sound, now only 5% health left. The dying embers swirl in the air, wrapping around Jang Kai like an evil spirit incarnate, and he speaks in a deep voice. "You seem to be saying that I've been too disrespectful, right? Why do you still look at me with such contempt?" A fierce anger flared in my eyes. "I've long hated that arrogant face of yours, the king of the merfolk." Hundreds of sparks tear through the wind, crashing down repeatedly onto the fishman's legs. Jang Kai's voice echoes loudly, "It's time to hand him over to me." You stand proudly in the air, arms wide open as the fisherman turns into a blazing tower of fire. Huang Tong and Huang Da are speechless. The fisherman remains still. Li Bu's team also held their breath as they watched. The injured fisherman staggered, thick smoke rising from his body, a smug smile on his face. He's fallen. A deafening explosion erupts, and the fisherman crashes down onto the icy snow. Jang Kai still stood there, his aura towering as he watched. The mermaid's body was in a terrible state, limbs cut off, trembling as he lay on the ground. "It's struggling to breathe," the system's shrill voice rings out, with only 0.1% of health remaining. Huang Thong is stunned. What's going on? Did he really defeat the boss? And he did it without getting hurt? Just then, footsteps sounded, and a voice full of pressure spoke. "Lo Tuan, you said Huang Thong hurriedly asked our troops for support, but when we arrived, why was there no need for us to intervene anymore?" That is the commander of the Zhangjiang district, vice commander of the Black Eagle Guardian, an extraordinary person, and vice commander of the Zhangjiang district, vice commander of the Black Eagle Guardian, an extraordinary person. Lo Tuan remained silent and said, "Yes, I also never expected that the turning point of this battle would rely on the young man whom Wei Hui highly regards." Cheek. He looked at Jang Kai standing alone in the sea of flames and softly reminded everyone, "The icy rain has stopped. It's time to deal with the boss." Huang Thong suddenly snapped out of it and shouted, "No, the boss is only one hit away from death. Absolutely not. Jang Kai must not be allowed to defeat him." He ordered, "All members of the Huyen Vu Guild, listen to my command. Everyone immediately withdraw from the battle with the merfolk and use any means necessary to eliminate that bloodthirsty assassin." Huang Tong clenched his teeth and declared,
Anyone who kills the bloodthirsty assassin will be rewarded with 50 million sacred coins, but if you let the bloodthirsty assassin steal the boss, don't expect to get a single cent of reward after the battle. The entire Huyen Vu guild erupted before he finished speaking.
What?
I don't expect the 50 million, but if I don't get paid, how will my family survive next month? That's right. My child still needs medical treatment. Now there's nothing to worry about the merfolk. Hurry up and eliminate the bloodthirsty assassin, or we're all doomed. Everyone was startled and rushed forward in unison. Yes, go ahead. Eliminate the bloodthirsty assassin. The pounding footsteps shook the ground.
Thousands of people, ignoring the merfolk, rushed forward to attack him, climbing up to kill him. From the mountaintop, Jang Kai saw countless figures like black ants gathering, white dust swirling into the sky. He frowned and said, "The royal family can't defeat the boss, now that they see I can do it. They use this to threaten everyone into killing me. It's disgusting." He looked at Tuong Fong and said, "You're still alert." Jang Kai helped him up and softly asked, "Hey, Crown Prince Vuong Bai of the royal family, you're not dead yet, right?" Tuong Fong looked suspiciously, a bloodthirsty assassin. "What do you want with me? You already hurt the boss, why don't you just finish him off?" Jang Kai calmly said, "I am good at draining monsters, but who said I have to compete for the boss with you? If I steal the boss, the royal family won't suffer too much. But if they threaten me with money, then 200,000 families will have to suffer." Jang Kai helps Tuong Fong move toward the dying mermaid and decisively says, "So you are representing the royal family, right?" He pushed Tang Feng forward and said, "So now, please deliver the decisive blow." Tang Feng was stunned. "What is that?" Jang Kai stands proudly on the mountaintop, softly urging, "Hurry up, if you don't act, they'll kill me. Just see it as helping me." Tuong Fong slowly approached the fisherman. "All right, I understand." He shouted loudly, "Well, thank you then." At the same time, it gathered all its strength and unleashed a powerful palm strike at the merfolk. It suddenly opened its eyes wide and let out a scream of unbearable pain. The system panel appears, showing that your current health value is 0. The cry of the mermaid pierces the sky, shaking the entire ice mountain. The system alert sounds, and the extraordinary hero of the Huyen Vu Guild has defeated the boss, the king-level merman. Everyone is stunned. What? It wasn't the bloodthirsty assassin, but the great deity of teleportation who defeated the boss, causing the merfolk's body to shatter into dust and disperse with the wind as the marine soldiers panicked and fled into the water. A member of the Huyen Vu Guild shouted, "The merfolk army has retreated." Everyone cheered and discussed happily, surprised that their great hero had defeated the boss. Why didn't the bloodthirsty assassin take the boss? So, we have a reward now. Huang Tong only just regained his senses. What is going on? Are we winning? The boss was killed by Tuong Fong. Huang Dot suddenly realized. Could it be that little Jang Kai voluntarily sacrificed himself to kill the boss? The image of Jang Kai standing proudly on the mountaintop appears in everyone's mind as the battlefield erupts in cheers. So, we've won. Turns out even a bloodthirsty assassin can be good. Yet he sacrificed himself for the great righteous boss, for the country and the people. That's right. From now on, anyone who dares to harm the benefactor, I will be angry at that person. Noan Noan and Vian Tru are full of admiration. Wow, Jang Kai's actions are so cool, and he's so noble and handsome. Li Bu sighs that hearing 100 times is not as good as seeing once. Today, I am truly impressed and convinced by Jang Kai. He is the greatest hero in this battle. Honan smiled brightly from ear to ear. The bloodthirsty assassin is so good, so generous. Now you see how powerful my captain is, and you should also check who chose the captain. Suddenly, the Huyen Vu Guild changed direction. That's right. Looking back now, when the royal family threatened us earlier, it was truly disgusting. That's right. They force us to sacrifice ourselves, and in the end, the leader fails and wants us to bear the consequences. The shouting and cursing spread everywhere. Come down here, you damn capitalist bastards. Is having money really that impressive? If you're so capable, come fight us one-on-one. I want to leave the Huyen Vu Guild. That's right. I'm withdrawing too. Huang Dot's face changed as he looked at his father. Father, this time it's not going to work. Losing 2,000 people and the negative comments will weaken our reputation. Huang Thong grits his teeth in anger. Damn it, I've remembered the name Jang Kai today. He turned around and ordered, "Let's go ahead first. Next time we must avenge Jang Kai brutally." Huang Da replied, "Yes." After the victory, Tang Feng extended his hand. "Hello, my name is Tuong Fong. I owe you a favor." He asked curiously, "But I want to know why your attribute." Jang Kai shook hands warmly. "I am
Jang Kai. This attribute of mine was obtained from a one-time use skill. That statement surprised Tang Feng. Really? I didn't expect a one-time use skill to be so powerful. Jang Kai replied honestly. Actually, it's not that strong. It's gone after use. Tuang Feng asked further. So you're the two people talking without noticing the ice surface below is gradually melting. Jang Kai continued explaining. I only exploited the punishment mechanism of the bloodthirsty assassin. Then suddenly, tentacles wrapped tightly around him and pulled him forcefully away. Tuang Feng shouted, Jang Kai, you are bound so tightly that you can't move at all, only able to open your eyes as your body is dragged into the cold darkness, leaving behind Tuang Feng's desperate call. Jang Kai, Nifty 5. Honyan immediately rushed over. Is our Captain Kai okay? Tuang Feng bowed in regret and said, it was my mistake. Is Jang Kai your team leader? Honyan nodded. Yes, that's right. Tuang Feng trembles with guilt. Sorry, but I have some bad news for you. Given the situation, it's highly likely that Kai Jiang has activated the boss's death revenge skill. Honan's face paled. Revenge of death. He gently explained that the revenge of death is a skill that some bosses have, which is often extremely terrifying after they die. Once the boss successfully exacts revenge, the explorer will tremble slightly. They will face an extremely terrible punishment, and being tortured to death is only the beginning of their retribution. And the most terrifying thing is that those who are avenged after death in the demon spirit realm return to Earth and cannot withstand the torment of those memories, choosing to end it all. Tuang Feng closed his eyes, a bright red glow flashing in his mind. In that moment, words were unnecessary. Only a cruel ending was understood. Onyan trembled as he looked down into the abyss. Captain Kai, will Captain Kai become like that? She choked back tears. No, don't. A desperate cry echoed down from the mountaintop. Captain Kai. Jang Kai softly groans. It hurts so much. I am in so much pain. Why do I feel like my whole body is about to be crushed? I slowly open my eyes and say, I am still alive. I didn't expect to be hanging upside down in the air. Below is the wide-open mouth of the merfolk, just waiting for me to fall. It's also staring at me. The writhing tentacles coil and crawl through your body, even slipping into your ears. It hurts so much. What is that? It's digging into my body. It hurts so much. System update. Warning, and one-time skill of your all-in casino card and attribute are about to disappear. 20 seconds remaining. Please prepare for the transfer of the skill and attribute. The countdown suddenly begins. 2019-18. That's when it hits you. I see now. I am being tormented by this monster, but now I think it's thanks to the current attribute on my body that I haven't been killed yet. The countdown continues. You realize that if the attribute disappears, you will definitely die immediately. The ghostly image of the fishman lets out a gloomy roar. I'll kill you! I'll kill you! The system panel flashes. The remaining illusion of the boss's hatred. Jang Kai grits his teeth and transforms into a false form, the counting echoing steadily. At that moment, a flash of light streaked through, cutting off all the tentacles wrapping around Jang Kai. Jang Kai's body falls. The countdown continues. 12:11, 1:09. Jang Kai stared in amazement at his body, wondering if escaping those things had restored him to his original state. The countdown grew more frantic. 76 fishermen shout, Die! I want you to die! The countdown is about to end. Ice 4-3. Jang Kai clenched his teeth, unable to resist. His body was too weak to escape, so he could only muster all his strength and use the stolen attribute, summoning the Spear of Strength and the Spear of Unity, bracing himself to unleash his final bursts of fire. Jang Kai shouted fiercely, and sparks gathered into a swirling stream of fire that shot out violently. The fireball swelled up and exploded, with shockwaves sweeping away everything, just as the countdown reached 2. The illusion of the merfolk dissipates into a faint mist. Jang Kai breathes a sigh of relief. Finally finished, right? Suddenly, AI Brain appears before you. Congratulations on escaping the deadly revenge of the Fish Lord and earning the right to explore the secret treasure area that no one has ever set foot in. The electronic display immediately lights up, welcoming you to the underwater kingdom of the merfolk. Jang Kai blinks and the scene around him changes, revealing that he is standing in front of an aquamarine palace. The gloomy water covered everything like a cold, silent curtain, and the sound rang out again. This is the secret treasure room of the icy merfolk lord. Jang Kai frowned slightly. This is the boss's residence. iBrain reminds you there are 10 minutes left before the hall is destroyed, so gather as much treasure as you can in 10 minutes and escape. Why are you panicking? A countdown again? What will happen if I can't escape? Her voice echoes.
If you don't escape, you'll die, and all the boss treasures you've collected will disappear. Only when you escape successfully can you take the treasure. As soon as he finished speaking, Eyebrain shut down. He was stunned, suddenly realizing it had already begun. Jang Kai took a deep breath, ready to face the battle. He whispered to himself, "Whatever. Collecting as many treasures as possible and escaping is the goal." A determined look appeared in his eyes, only risking it all. Jang Kai gently pushes the door in front of him, a beam of light shining through the crack onto his face. The door swings open to reveal an enormous treasure trove, with gold, jewels, and countless valuables piled up like mountains.
The system announces, "Congratulations on discovering the Mermaid Secret Potion X3. Drinking it can increase a total of 60 attribute points."
Jang Kai risked everything and drank it all in one gulp. There was no more time left. Just drink it.
The system immediately displayed the electronic panel.
"Do you want to distribute your attribute points?" Jang Kai chose yes, and immediately added them all to agility. Then he discovered another treasure.
The electronic board flickered. "Congratulations on discovering the boss's rare treasure. Your eyes are shining so brightly."
"There are so many treasures, and they look at least level A. Probably about 7 minutes left. If I go at the fastest speed, I should be able to collect them all."
Friendly reminder, the Underground Kingdom's treasure only exists for 90 seconds. Collect it as quickly as possible.
He shouted angrily,
"The treasure chest has its own timer." The countdown immediately started.
At this moment, Jang Kai rushes in to pick up the items as fast as he can. "Hurry up even more."
30 seconds later, you collapse exhausted on a pile of gold and silver, gasping so hard you almost faint.
System notification. "Congratulations on discovering the Tear of Remorse. Using 10 drops can remove the bloodthirsty killer status. May I ask you?" Before the system finished speaking, Jang Kai suddenly sat up, tears of remorse falling. It really wasn't a waste to look for it. Use it all on me.
He happily jumps around the room. Nice not only found many treasures at once, but also eliminated the bloodthirsty assassin state.
This is bad news. Suddenly, your eyes flicked over something, and your gaze stopped at an object deep inside the wall compartment. You look up curiously. This is the glowing system frame.
Congratulations on discovering the special class change method.
With this method, you can complete the level 20 special class transfer.
After an explorer reaches level 20, they must change their profession before they can upgrade.
You're stunned. Could this be the thing that allows you to complete the special level 20 job transfer? Meanwhile, on the mountain peak, today marks the second day since the battle ended, with tearful sobs echoing in the cold wind beside Jang Kai's portrait. It's been so long without any sign of the team leader, surely he won't end up like Tuang Fong said, right? Honan and Win Gu kept sobbing, saying he wouldn't be able to escape the self-destruction outcome. It really seems like the heavens hate talented people. The captain's death was so tragic. Suddenly, the two saw a hand reaching up from the cliff face. Nguyen Ngu still snorting water back, while Honan already had a stone in hand, warning sternly, "Nguyen Ngu, be careful. It seems like a mermaid wants to climb up to die." Nguyen Ngu saw this and rushed up, throwing stones down together with Honan. "We will never allow any mermaid to ruin the captain's funeral. That's right, I will stay here to guard the captain's grave." A stone hit someone on the head, and a scream echoed from the bottom of the abyss. Jang Kai shouted, "You crazy bastards!" I barely managed to climb out of that cave. Hearing the familiar voice, Nguyen Yu and Honan both froze for a few seconds. Wait a minute, why does this sound so familiar? But they still keep shouting and throwing. The small fish below, "I will do this for the captain." The joyful laughter of the three echoes across the mountainside. Jang Kai chases after the two, laughing and moved. It's been a long time since he saw them, and he never expected it would be just one day apart. Honyan and Nguyen No also giggled as they ran away, their laughter blending with the cold wind, making the icy corner of the sky feel warmer. From a distance, it looks like a group of friends having fun. But in reality, Jang Kai is frowning and chasing after them. The two rebels, "Are you just trying to kill the captain, right? Do you know how hard I struggled to climb up? And you dare to hit me? How could you?" Just a few minutes later, heartbreaking cries echoed again on the ice mountain. We didn't mean to do it."
"How is it? Have you found Jang Kai's offline location yet?"
Black God replied thoughtfully,
"Still not yet, but the reason for Jang Kai's attribute increase has been discovered, which is because he used a one-time skill that cannot be used again."
Nodded. That makes more sense. If a level 20 kid can easily generate thousands of attributes, then we superhumans should just stop training. Luo Jun interjected, but normally those who face the vengeful boss are long dead and offline. Could it be that Jang Kai is still being tortured? Black God frowned. Could he have been tortured for that long? I think that kid is definitely done for. Vyung waved his hand. No, don't judge Jang Kai with normal thinking. He spoke softly, suggesting there might still be a chance. Jang Kai not only survived the boss's revenge, but perhaps also found the boss's secret treasure. Black God immediately denied. No, it definitely can't be. 50 years after the appearance of the demon crystal, only a few people managed to survive the revenge and obtain the secret treasure. But all of these are top-tier superhumans. Luo Jun also agreed. That's right. Jang Kai has only been logged into the demon crystal for about a month. I don't think he has a chance to survive the boss's revenge. Only Ying Wei thinks differently. He leans back in his chair and casually says, "So? But my intuition tells me he might be." At that moment, the door to the room swung open. "Commander Wei, that person is listing goods on the trading platform." All three turned back, not yet understanding what was happening. Lo Tuan and He Than asked seriously, "Who is it? Do we need to report opening a private sales space?" Lam Lam shouted, "Jang Kai! It's Jang Kai! He not only didn't die but also opened his own sales space on the Demon Star, and the total value of goods he sold is over 400 million saintly coins." Luo Jun and Black God changed their expressions. What? A few minutes later, the whole group rushed to see Kai's stall. Lo Tuan and Hak Than were stunned. "I see now. The file shows he just sold 1.8 kilograms of dark green ore in a few seconds. That's worth 18 million divine spirit coins." The two men gape in shock. "There is also a special black and white iron crystal just sold for 3 kilograms, earning 63 million. Plus there are reinforced divine stones, mysterious spirit stones, dark mystic stones, dark alcohol enhancement stones, and golden plum wood ore. The total value of these items is over 100 million. Luo Jun and the Black God are stunned. Can this guy really sell for 400 million? Being able to sell so many good things at once just means Vyung is smiling proudly. I told you Jang Kai could find the secret boss. This guy really hasn't let me down. Lam Lam is still gasping for breath. But Commander V, the royal family suddenly came to find you. It seems they want to talk about something. Vyung frowned. The royal family, huh? A few hours later, at the Demon Spirit Sacred City item exchange, Jang Kai sighed. Too many things to handle. I need to set up a separate selling area. Your face this time shows you lost a lot of money. It feels so unfair. Haonyan pats her on the shoulder to comfort her, saying there's no loss. Who would have such a huge loot that it can only be sold like this? Nguyen Ngu laughs along, saying this is the trouble of happiness. Jang Kai suddenly remembered, right, I left you both a lot of good stuff earlier. Let's share the boss loot now. This made Honyan and Nguyen Ngu's eyes light up immediately. Are you serious, Captain? Jang Kai called out a treasure. Honyan, this Huyanbang Ngoktat is for you. A B-grade equipment allows you to use skills with freezing effects. Freezing can reduce the opponent's agility. If the opponent continues to be affected by the ice effect, it can cause freezing damage. Jang Kai happily said, "This gem has a freezing effect, and combined with the rain technique, you can create a snowstorm." Another treasure is revealed. Nguyen Yu. This shield is for you, the Icebone Tower Shield, an A-grade equipment with 38 defense, 19 attack power. Power, 16 stamina, and -4 agility. Using the Ice Tower Shield to attack opponents can freeze them for 1 to 2 seconds. But if you face an opponent with a much higher level, the chance of freezing will decrease. Jang Kai proudly said, "This can temporarily freeze the opponent when the shield touches them, as the shield can control it." Then he pulled out an ancient book, excitedly handing it to the two of them. Besides equipment, I also have some permanent items that can be used to upgrade skills. There are 2 ways to improve the proficiency of each profession's skills. First, there is a special skill book corresponding to that skill. This type of skill book can usually only be obtained through monster treasure chests or special missions. The remaining item is a universal upgrade item I received from the treasure chest of the Merfolk Lord. This type of tool can improve all levels of that skill. Eternal Paper. Jang Kai emphasized that it is a precious item, valuable but not available on the market or trading platforms. Once listed, it will sell out. The price of a page can go up to 500,000 divine crystals. Depending on the strength of the skill, the number of eternal paper needed for upgrades also varies. For higher level skills related to combat, more eternal papers are needed to upgrade them. You two can hold on to these eternal papers for now. After saying that, he casually handed them over to Honan and Nguyen Ngu, then waved cheerfully. From here on, just relax and enjoy. My dear friends, at this moment in the eyes of Honan and Nguyen Ngu, Jang Kai shines like a deity. Both suddenly rush forward, overwhelmed and tearful. "Captain Kai!" Honyan burst into tears. "You truly are a great benefactor to us. We will pray every day to bless you." Nguyen Ngu choked back tears and agreed. "That's right. Even when you die, your soul will go to heaven. Jang Kai nervously shouted, "Let go of each other quickly. This is so embarrassing in the middle of the street." A sneering laugh suddenly echoed. "Jang Kai, you even know how to be ashamed?" Huang Dot said arrogantly as he stepped forward. "A bunch of low-class people who don't know how to keep their dignity in public? No wonder you're just a bunch of pathetic scum." Jang Kai looked up at him. Huang Dot? Even Honyan is surprised to exclaim, "This is Huang Diet," who tilts his chin and continues speaking arrogantly. "Jang Kai, I warn you not to be too arrogant. Don't think that having the army backing you means you can keep defying the royal family over and over again. I came here just to tell you that." He looked down at Jang Kai with contempt. "In the upcoming gang challenge, I will kill you mercilessly and make the army see that you're just a useless piece of trash unworthy of protection." After speaking, he walks past the three people, the sound of his shoes echoing coldly on the ground. "Once the army no longer protects you, get ready to die at my hands." Jang Kai frowned as he watched him walk away. What is this challenge guild thing anyway? I wonder what that Huang Dot guy is really talking about. Captain Kai, do you not know? The Challenge Guild is a competition organized by the Army to select and filter strong guilds. The competition requires a minimum level of 21 to participate, and every 20 levels are divided into a tier, with the highest tier being level 100, making a total of 4 tiers. Each guild must send at least one team of 5 to compete, and will face other teams of the same level in pairs, then select the top 3 teams from each level. Because the Army offers generous rewards for the top 3 positions in each level, every event attracts numerous guilds, including many powerful factions, and a gathering of strong experts like Clouds. Jang Kai asked confusedly, "But I didn't participate in the challenge. So why did Huang Dot?" He waved his hand and said, "Forget it this time. We made a big profit, so I need to go offline for a while to meet my family." Honyan and Nguyen Ngudongtan answered correctly. A gentle voice sounded in the holy wisdom kingdom of Jiang Trung Tan on earth. "Kai, why did you buy so many supplements? These things cost a lot of money." Jang Kai cheerfully reassures him. "It's okay, I just had surgery. I'm worried you might not keep up with the nutritional plan." Big Brother hesitated. "But the things you bought are already too many." He looked at the pile of goods being delivered with a pale face. "Is it a lot?" Big Brother chuckled and said, "It's like a granary." He sighed. "Kai, I already took you to the most expensive hospital. Why are you still spending money like this? You will be discharged soon and can go back to work to help ease the financial burden." Jang Kai, standing nearby, lowered his voice, saying, "I don't need that anymore. I still remember your old dream of becoming a hero and fighting against the beast gods for humanity, right? So after you leave the hospital, you should become an explorer." Those words made the boss tremble. "Me? How can I become an explorer like this when I am in such a state? Besides, the cost to reach the demon spirit is too high. I only need to go alone." Jang Kai gently tapped the system, and the screen immediately opened, showing a balance of 419,623,471.6. Jang Kai smiled proudly and said, "See, I told you, you don't need to worry about money anymore, and you won't have to work in the future." Big Brother was shocked. "What, Kai? Where did you get so much money from? This is hundreds of millions." Jang Kai with both hands. "I've earned this money honestly and diligently. You've worked hard for me and too all these years. Now that I have the ability, you can live the life you want." Suddenly, memories flood back. "I still remember that, with my mortal body, you saved me and yourself from the beast god battlefield. So what if you become a superhuman now?" You look straight into his eyes and say firmly, "I think we can definitely save more people." Big Brother stays silent for a long time, then asks softly, "Can someone like me become supernatural?" With his current body, Jang Kai broke the apple in half and handed him one piece, saying, "You can definitely do it." Jang Kai sighed in relief as he left the hospital. "Finally, my eldest brother can chase his own dreams again. We should celebrate after picking up 2 from school." Suddenly, the screech of tires echoed loudly. "Jang Kai, quickly come here and go with us." He approached the car door, looked inside, and asked, "Big Brother Luo Tuan, are you looking for me?" "I'm not free right now. I still have to pick up my sister from school," Luo Tuan and Hak Than said in a deep voice. "Jiang Kai, we came to find you because your sister, An Tu's sister, was in a car accident." The scene of the accident ahead is extremely tragic, with thick dust billowing up on the road. Jiang Kai frantically shouts, "An Tu, run across the street immediately! Keep calling your sister's name as you go!" An Tu suddenly called out cheerfully with a clear voice,
Jang Kai stopped in his tracks as An-tu was standing by the roadside, waving happily. "Hey, brother, I'm here." He hugged the girl tightly and asked loudly, "An-tu, are you okay?"
"What happened?" the girl reassured me. "I'm fine, it's just my shuttle having some trouble." Jang Kai frowned. "An incident?" An-tu pointed to the person behind him, but luckily this guy saved me and even said he knew you. Tuong Fong nodded and greeted. "Jang Kai." Jang Kai was stunned.
"You are Tuong Fong, the extraordinary person of the royal family, so why are you here?"
Luo Jun stepped forward with a serious look and said, "Jang Kai, I need to talk to you about something very important."
"Your sister's accident was not a random incident, but was secretly arranged by someone from the royal family."
The two look at you seriously. Jang Kai, now you've embarrassed the royal family multiple times, and their hatred for you is growing deeper. Now they are using the credit for defeating the boss on Vindong Island to force the army to stop protecting you. They both say that the credit for defeating the boss on Vindong Island is too great. Commander Wei, under pressure from above, was forced to concede but still left you an opportunity.
During the negotiation, he mentioned the upcoming guild competition and said that if the royal family could defeat you in the contest, to prove that your new profession is not powerful, the army would accept their demands.
Byung hopes that this time Jiang Kai will obey. If not, he has no reason to continue protecting him directly. In the end, both sides reluctantly reach a compromise. This is the final limit we can push for you in this situation, and today's events are the royal family pressuring you. If you dare not participate in the competition, your family will have to face the consequences. Every word feels like it's draining the blood from Jang Kai's body. Luo Jun clenched his teeth. "Sorry, Jang Kai, the royal family's power is too great, and combined with the achievements on Vindong Island, some people above are wavering. So as long as they don't directly attack you like today, our army can only turn a blind eye." Haitian continued indifferently.
"So now you have two choices: accept the royal family's wager, or quickly join the army to officially receive their protection."
"Does the army really protect us?" An-tu asked with wide eyes. Lo Tuan nodded. "Now, Jiang Kai, your new role still has value. Joining the army gives Wei Chi Hui more ways to protect you and your family, at least for now, avoiding many troubles." He muttered, "First, join the army." Suddenly, images of bloodshed appeared in his mind. An-tu and the big brother being killed, and he himself tied up, kneeling on the ground, screaming until hoarse. "Big brother." An-tu's cold foot presses down on your head, and his indifferent voice echoes. "Jiang Kai, do you think that joining the army earlier would make you feel at ease and worry-free? You are just an utterly worthless thing, a useless person." Jiang Kai clenched his fists, with no thoughts rushing wildly through his mind. "No. If I join the army directly and rely on their protection, once I become like two drunken men watching feng shui because of poor career development and get abandoned by the army, my family will be oppressed even more by the royal family. I've thought about this for a long time and said, the royal family has enormous wealth. In terms of resources, riches, and power, I currently cannot compare. But you have double the talent. The system described that all rewards obtained will trigger double effects, and there is a 1% chance to activate a super double, increasing the reward tenfold. The talent of the gamble is doubled, making my actual attribute points nearly twice those of others at the same level. Therefore, when fighting opponents of the same level, my total attribute points and critical damage can give me an advantage. Even against higher-level enemies, if the strategy is well executed, I can counterattack them to some extent. Furthermore, since the bet involves a new profession, the royal family has no idea about my true strength. Isn't all of this my unique and unmatched advantage? All right, if that's the case, instead of passively seeking protection and waiting for death, I might as well take a risk." Jang Kai suddenly realized a plan. To use this opportunity for the army to witness, for the royal family to officially accept the bet, and to spread the news widely so that everyone in St. Yao would know about this wager. As long as I can defeat the royal family, the army will surely pay more attention to my new profession and continue to protect me, especially now that everyone knows about it. If the royal family still wants to target me, they will have to consider the pressure from public opinion and the military. Lo Tuan, thinking he had convinced them, patted him on the shoulder and said, "All right, if you have no other objections now, I'll help you prepare the documents to join the army." Suddenly, Jiang Kai softly called out, "Lao Tuan, elder brother, can I borrow Juzi and Nuan from the army, since our team only has 3 people and the challenge team must have 5? Luo Jun was stunned. "What are you talking about, Jiang Kai?" Jang Kai firmly said, "I have made up my mind. I will participate in the competition." Lo Tuan was extremely shocked. "Jang Kai, don't be impulsive. You have to understand that once you compete, you'll be facing a powerful royal family." But Jang Kai just smiled and said, "Lo Tuan, elder brother, rest assured, I am very clear-headed now. I appreciate what you and the others have arranged for me, but everyone has their own path to follow. He opened his hand. The path I choose is to hold my own destiny. Then his hand clenched, and a fierce determination shone in Jang Kai's eyes. I want to defeat the royal family in the guild challenge match. Lu Jun continued to try to persuade him. Jang Kai, you're really getting too excited like this. I think you should still. But just then, a round of applause suddenly broke the tense atmosphere. Well done, young man. You're a bit bloodthirsty. I support you. I'm starting to like you. Lo Tuan turned around awkwardly and said, Hakthan, please take your time. My name is Hakthan. If you can do that, even my royal family won't be afraid. I, Black God, swear to help you with this matter of borrowing someone. Tuang Fang also exuded confidence, pointing to himself and saying, I also admire Jiang Kai's bravery, and I owe him a favor. From now on, I will continue to stand up for him against the royal family. If they dare to target his family again, just let me know. And Tu, standing beside him, also felt the surge of passion and shouted excitedly, I support you. Come. Lo Tuan, helplessly holding his head, sighed and said, Why are you guys still kids, causing trouble with Jang Kai so casually? Hakthan and Tuang Fang looked at each other and said together, Because we are like this. And what about you? Lo Tuan sighed and said, Fine, I can't stop you alone, and Wei Chi Hui also relies on me to help Jang Kai more. From now on, I'll be responsible for ensuring your family's safety. And Jang Kai just needs to focus on preparing for the challenge. Jang Kai immediately cheered up. Really? He clasped his hands into fists and said loudly, Lo Tuan, Tuong Fang, Hakthan, the three big brothers, and even the commander. I, Jang Kai, sincerely thank everyone for your concern today. If you need my help in the future, I will definitely do my best to support you. After a moment, An Tu's gentle voice rang out. Are you really sure you want to go see the house tonight? Jang Kai takes her hand and says, The royal family has fully revealed itself. You and the eldest brother can no longer live in this slum with such poor security. They stop in front of a luxurious mansion. An Tu hesitated and said, Are we in the wrong place? This is a villa worth hundreds of millions. We can't afford it. Jang Kai calmly swiped his card and said, How could there be a mistake? The door slowly opened, and he softly said, From now on, this will be our new home. The elegant and serene building appears before us. An Tu opens his eyes in astonishment. Is this our new home? The girl runs around excitedly without being able to contain her excitement. Hey, this pool is so beautiful. Tsu's voice echoes throughout every corner of the house. The living room is really spacious, almost bigger than our old house. Is this a restaurant? With a table this long, how many dishes can you set up? Look over there, big brother. The boss is weak, so he can train here in the future. He was speaking when suddenly the girl fell silent. An Tu trembled and said, This is it. The girl excitedly shouted, My room? Of course. Brother Tu, do you like this new house? Her eyes were now teary, her voice choked. I like it so much. Brother, I'm really not dreaming, am I? Is this place really our new home? Jang Kai gently pats the girl's head with affection. And Tu, this is real. This is our new home. But everything now is just the beginning. From now on, with Mie here, you and the big brother won't have to worry about life anymore. Our 3 lives will definitely get better and better. The obedient girl smiled brightly. Yes, ma'am. The next day, no one, do you think that maybe we performed so poorly that the army abandoned us? Yuan Ju cried. Captain Li Bu said that the new team leader would temporarily take care of us and told us to wait here. But why did things change so suddenly? Noan was also sniffling. I also think that possibility is very high. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Choosy Noan, I'm here to pick you up. Why do you both look so gloomy? Vian Tru and Noan shouted in unison. Kai, are you really our new team leader? Jang Kai appears full of confidence. Yes, that's right. It's me. Yuan Ju patted your shoulder emotionally. So what exactly is going on? Noan also chimed in. So you're planning to join the army? Jang Kai shook his head and said, No, I'm not joining the army. I'm just temporarily borrowing you two from the military to cooperate in the guild challenge for a month. The royal family is using the Ice Island's military achievements to pressure the army. They always want to target me, even exploiting Tu's safety to threaten me, to help me Wei Chi Hui, who has bet with the royal family through the guild challenge. If I win, everything will be over. This time, Jang Kai looked directly at the two with a burning gaze. So I must win no matter what and make those royals shut up completely. Juzi and Nuan, are you both willing to help me? Both of them shouted in unison. Of course, that bastard from the Hoang family dares to lay a hand on Tu again. I have watched him grow up. I can't bear to see this happen. It's just too much. But then Yuan Juan Tran, with a distorted face, said, "But Kai, do you really want to cooperate with us?" Jang Kai was also surprised to hear that. Why is it like that? Yuanju broke out in a cold sweat. The military has a very strict evaluation system. After the new members join, they will go through initial rankings and be classified from weakest to strongest, based on combat performance from level E to level SSS. Then, over the next 2 months, the Army will regularly reassess personnel. If a new recruit is ranked E and loses 6 consecutive matches, they will be eliminated by the Army. In the initial ranking, no one was C, and I was ranked the worst E because I was too scared on stage. Yuanju and Nuan whispered, "Kai, I'm afraid I'll hold you back. Me too." Jang Kai replied firmly, "It's okay. We'll be teammates for a month. After the guild challenge ends and you two return, I will make sure to help you reach at least rank A." Both of you are still worried. Kai, are you sure? We just left the newbie zone not long ago. Are you really able to take us both along? Usually team leaders need to be at least level 15. But are you already level 15 now, Kai? What does level 15 matter? Honyan proudly said, "Kai team has already reached level 20 and is now thinking about passing on the title." Nguyen Yu nodded beside her. "That's right." Jang Kai turned around and said, "That's right. I haven't introduced ourselves to you yet. This is our new teammate." He pointed to Honan. "This is Honan. His profession is the life sage." She smiled and waved. "Hello, I'm Honan. I've heard about you from Kai Doi for a long time." He then gestured to the person beside him. "This is Nguyen Ngu, whose profession is a death spirit." He politely placed his hand on his chest and said, "Hello, I am Nguyen Yu." Noan and Vien Truk happily responded, "Hello." The 4 of them looked at each other friendlily when suddenly Vien Tru and Noan were startled. "Wait a minute. We are only level 9. Kai, you've already reached level 20? Jang Kai said casually. "That's nothing. Next, my goal is to help you reach level 20 before the challenge begins, so dealing with the royal dogs will be easier." Vien Tru pointed at himself in amazement. "Level 20, I'm not hearing things right," Noan said in admiration. "If you can really lead us to do that, Kai, then you are a leveling god." Honyan happily patted her on the shoulder and winked, saying, "I'm not sure about others, but I believe Team Kai can definitely do it." Noan excitedly asked, "So if we've formed a team, should we come up with a name for it?" Jang Kai nodded, and Noan said it made a lot of sense. "Does anyone have any ideas?" Nguyen Yu suggests, "Let's call it the Fire Spirit Squad, meaning the 5 of us will unleash our firepower and maximize our abilities." Everyone agrees. Jang Kai encourages, "Today, everyone rest and recover. Early the day after tomorrow, our Fire Spirit Squad will enter the monster's territory." Under the green canopy, the spirits of all 5 immediately rose. Everyone shouted loudly in unison. After a long day, everyone waved goodbye. "Kai, see you another day. We're leaving now." Jang Kai watched their figures disappear, his heart full of confidence that they would definitely succeed. The next day, the Fire God Squad entered the novice training area deep inside the training grounds. Jang Kai patted Yuanju's shoulder with concern. "In a few hours, we'll reach the final destination, Holy Virtue City, and after descending into the demon spirit once more, the real experience will begin. Are you nervous?" Vien Tru answered in silence. "Now, I wouldn't say I'm nervous, just that I wonder if I will ever be able to activate my warrior heart talent again." Jang Kai asked confusedly, "Why? For the past 2 days you've performed very well, always protecting me and Nuan in battle," Vien Tru said, tightening his fist. "Even though I try my best to fight and protect everyone, deep inside I still feel fear. Only because I worry about everyone getting hurt, I temporarily suppress that fear. I open my hand and continue. But to truly activate the warrior's heart, I must no longer be afraid from the bottom of my heart and believe that I am an invincible warrior." Then the hand clenched again, but I couldn't do it. Jang Kai thought, based on his understanding, the warrior heart talent of the pillar could grant a full attribute bonus when classing up or leveling up. The player character, warrior class, level 1, strength 8, physique 8. Additionally, the warrior's heart can help you achieve effects like knockback, armor penetration, shock, and sword energy /in battle. It truly is an extremely powerful talent. He analyzed that the additional effects of the attack will change according to the levels of courage and confidence. Currently, the courage and confidence of the pillar are still low, so it can only produce a repelling effect when pressed to the ground. The most important goal of the next level up is to help the pillar awaken bravery and activate its innate talent. He silently thought that he also needed to seize the opportunity to strengthen himself. He had previously given a total of 55 eternal sheets to Honyan and Nguyen Ngu. and the remaining 50 could be used to upgrade his demon card and focused demon eye.
You softly call AI Brain, please upgrade the 2 skills of the demon card and the focused demon eye. She responds. AI Brain reports that the 2nd level demon card has reached the peak level, with armor penetration effect at 30%. When using item cards other than item cards, the penetration effect increases by 250%, but stamina and mental fatigue consumption rises by 110%.
Jang Kai happily said, "That's great," after upgrading the card thrower, with the armor penetration effect increasing by an additional 10% when throwing items. When using a card, armor penetration increases by 50%. Although the stamina cost rises by 10%, it remains within acceptable limits. An avid gambler is often haunted by the thrill of betting. After years of practice, his hands have become more agile. Congratulations, you have unlocked the additional state of the card-playing demon. The gambler's time. Jang Kai frowned. The gambler's additional time state. The electronic board displays that after activating the gambler's time, the speed of dealing cards increases by 100%. The duration is 10 seconds, and external objects cannot provide delay effects. In this state, stamina and mental energy consumption increase by an additional 220%. The cooldown time is 60 minutes. This time, Jang Kai burst into an excited laugh. Does a 100% increase in attack speed mean the attack rate doubles? AI Brain continues to report that the focused Demon Eye Level 2 has reached its peak, with vision range and eye tracking ability increased by 60%, and mental energy consumption rising by 120%. Jang Kai reviewed it again, and the focused Demon Eye had also been upgraded. As expected, both the range of vision and eye tracking ability improved, but the mental energy consumption increased as well. Who are you asking about the brain? Does the focused Demon Eye unlock an additional mode? She replied that in gambling, a gambler needs not only skillful hands, but also the ability to confuse the opponent, so they cannot read the cards through their eyes. The electronic display shows that the cheating effect on the opponent's judgment ability through their gaze is determined by the difference in mental strength between the two sides. If the opponent's mental strength is much higher than the gambler's, the effect of infinite convergence becomes 0 but cannot be negative. Duration is 10 seconds, with a mental drain of 240%. Time rewinds 60 minutes, she explains. Even if the opponent's mental strength is high, you can still influence them. The greater their mental strength, the smaller the effect, sometimes negligible. But no matter the distance, there's no risk of backfire. Jang Kai said with satisfaction. Although the effect of this mysterious state diminishes in higher-level battles, it's still very good. And I really want to try out these 2 newly unlocked abilities. 2 days later, the Fire God Squad arrived at a wide river, its rushing waters flowing through the endless green forest. This place is the border between the Kingdom Lord's village and Taiping mountain path, and also the territory of the High Long Armor. The 5 of them stand on the precarious mountain peak, looking down at the vast scene below. Van True asked, "Is there a lot of High Long armored beasts in this territory?" "I remember High Long armored beasts are monsters above level 25, right?" Honyan replied, "Not many, but actually a lot. The High Long armored beasts are social creatures, and there are no fewer than 100 High Long armored beasts in this territory." She narrowed her eyes at Vien Tru and said, "If I remember correctly, I heard that there are also level 50 or higher High Long armored beasts here." He's at the level of a general. Yuanju worriedly said that Tuong-level monsters are quite rare. Usually, about 20 monsters appear with 1 or 2 elite level ones, and it takes around 100 monsters for a Tuong-level monster to appear with certainty. While their squad mostly hasn't reached level 20, are they really going to face a level commander monster head-on? No one also looked nervous when she heard that. "Hi, when you were on Vindong Island, you could defeat the Fish Lord alone on a horseback. I trust your ability, but this time you're leading us. Is it a bit dangerous to have subordinates like High Long regular level 25 and High Long elite level 35 under the command of a tiered general level armored vehicle? Anyway, the gap between us and you is too big." Jang Kai calmly explained that besides gaining experience to level up, the more important thing is to train the team's coordination skills. If the battle is too easy, it won't bring any growth to the team. Only facing danger can stimulate each person's potential, and only real combat can help people improve quickly. You also seriously mentioned that level 20 class-changing materials usually appear in areas with monsters of general or higher rank. Anyway, the treasure of the white and purple black dragon armored knight of general rank has a chance to drop level 20 class-changing materials from the Holy Doctor of the Water, or the level 20 class-changing materials from the Dreaming Brain of the Drunken Demon. The black High Long armored treasure can contain level 20 class-changing materials from the battle-hardened warrior. The whole team shouted together, Level 20 class-changing materials. Honyan, the famous strategist, said, Captain Kai, judging by your confident appearance, do you have some tricks up your sleeve? He turned around mysteriously, keeping it a secret for now. How could a trick be so powerful that it can be described like that? The Fire God squad immediately became excited and said in unison, "Let's go now! What are we waiting for?" The whole team quickly moved deeper into the forest. Jang Kai gently reminded that the traces in front of them seemed to be signs of the iron armor Hai Long's activity. Everyone needs to be careful. All responses are ready. Yuanju leaned in and asked softly, Nguyen, I heard you're not even afraid of the female ghost-level spirits, but how do you overcome the fear in her heart? She widened her eyes, conquering her fear. No, at that time I had no fear in my heart. Vian Tru widened his eyes, unafraid. Big brother Nguyen, how do you do that? Can you teach me? Nguyen Nu threw it to the two young guys. Exactly when you also know that the alcohol our ghost team brewed is effective. This is a second-tier alcohol that I brewed after upgrading Trong Vien Hang's profession skill. It works very well and might be helpful for you. He generously reminded him, but you're a martial artist and a support for our team, so it's best not to drink during a fight. Yuanju nodded repeatedly. All right, I remember. Thank you, big brother Nguyen. Just then, Jang Kai felt something was off. He shouted, There are items under the rock in front. Everyone spread out, causing everyone to startle and jump back. A thunderous roar shakes the surrounding branches and leaves as a dark figure bursts out from beneath the rocks, opening its mouth to tear the person apart. The system announced a LV-25 common-level high-long armored monster. Jang Kai landed lightly, and at that moment he suddenly looked up, and H-Long was charging straight at him fiercely. The whole team shouted, Kai, Captain Kai, watch out! Jang Kai stood firm, sharp claws shooting from his hand. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Wait a minute, because he's too cowardly to face the enemy directly. He hasn't been able to activate his human talent, so isn't now the perfect opportunity to practice his skills. Glancing at the pillar, this is the usual high-long armor. Now the pillar is a level 9 warrior, not strong enough to fight but not weak enough to be killed. As for me, when necessary, I can also enter a state of illusion to dodge the attacks of the Hai-Long steel armor. I decide to stand still and let H-Long bite me. All right, then let's bet on this. I have to help the consciousness realize he's not actually weak. Everyone panicked and shouted, Captain Kai, hurry and act. Captain Kai, it's dangerous. Suddenly, a figure tore through the wind and rushed forward, smashing the pillar with both hands. Kai, I'm here to save you. A thunderous blow. Greed for territory. Trampling down. 63 Hai-Long was struck and slammed to the ground. The whole team stood frozen in amazement. Jang Kai proudly said, Well done, Juzi. He stared intently at Hai-Long, who had been beaten to a mess, but then it suddenly got up. Juzi tremblingly shouted, What? Did it already pounce on me? Help me. A flame struck H-Long hard, making it roar in pain. Jang Kai gently rubbed his hands and said, Chu-Tu, I've pierced through its weakest armored stomach, but I haven't hit the vital spot yet. Finish it off while you can. The young dragon growled as he stared directly at the pillar, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. But his hand still instinctively summoned his sword. Juzi closed his eyes tightly, channeling all his strength to thrust forward. The urgent calls from his teammates pulled him back to reality. Juzi, open your eyes and look, it's all over now. Juzi's ominous signal sounded, killing the level 25 by 1 steel armor Hai-Long. Juzi gazed blankly at Hai-Long. Is it dead? He cursed angrily, surprised and frightened when this suddenly slipped through the gap. Then he smugly nudged Jang Kai standing beside him. Kai, what were you spacing out about just now? If I had been a little slower, it would have bitten you. Jang Kai had to keep acting. I didn't know why my mind suddenly went blank earlier. Besides, you already said before that you would protect me in the future. Are you just going to stand there and watch it eat me? Yuanju paused. I told you, Kai, I have a brave heart. Don't you know? What if something happens? No one and everyone step forward from behind. Druzi, you were very brave this time. When you were in Captain Laibu's Tiger team, you rarely dared to face the enemy proactively. Honyan praised Juzi, surprised at how powerful his earth grab arrow technique was. The words made Yuanju feel embarrassed. It's just normal. Only the third best in the world, Nguyen Ngu, also praised him without holding back. That's right. He truly lives up to his reputation. Jang Kai urged him to continue to the level of the armored dragon general. Quickly hide the body. He cheerfully responded. The group moved deeper into the rugged rocky area where the cliffs stood tall and connected in succession. Monsters surrounded them, and the system's alerts kept ringing nonstop. Monsters, Elite level 35. High-long armored beasts. The Fire God Squad is observing from the mountaintop.
Look there, 3 high-long armored beasts with divine images in the distant stone forest.
Jang
Kai warns that they are very likely protecting the Tich-long level general armored beast. The rocky forest here is too obscured, and the 3 elite high-long armored beasts nearby might just be the surface. There could be other members lying in ambush, so everyone must be especially careful. He secretly thought that in the past he was able to deal with many elite monsters on Vindong Island, thanks to his one-time use of the meteor shower skill. This time, he must act more cautiously. Jang Kai ordered, "Hunyun, I need you to summon rain to disrupt our scent."
To prevent the armored beasts, Hailong realized we might need to hold out for 10 minutes. Can we do it? She nodded. Okay, my rainmaking skill has been upgraded, and I've trained on Vindong Island. Maintaining it for 10 minutes is no problem. Jang Kai begins to outline the plan. All right. Honyan prepares to summon rain. No one gets ready with poison just in case. Wingu is responsible for protecting Honyan and no one. He looked at Vian Tru giving orders, and when it rains, Tru, follow me into the stone forest. Remember, you don't need to attack them. Just use the trap land spear to control and delay them to help me. Leave the rest to me, Vian Tru said firmly. Yes. A lightning tore through the sky. Heavy rain clouds pouring down onto the leaves. A series of Hailong raised their heads, looking confused. Jang Kai shouted, "Juzi, charge now!" As thick rain fell, hundreds of glowing red eyes opened simultaneously, roaring before rushing toward the two. Jang Kai shouted, "Still many hill-long armors are hiding. Trus, protect me!" Guanju turned around and shouted in disgust. He slammed the ground so hard that the shockwave knocked the Hailong away. Jang Kai had already cleared another wave nearby and secretly wondered if his speed had increased by 100% in the last 10 minutes. Then let's see how effective it is in actual combat. Flames burst from his body as the earth-penetrating spear charges forward, sparks flying straight into the hill-long swarm. Jang Kai waved his hand, and the sparks instantly turned into small bombs that exploded fiercely, tearing through the Hailong formation in midair. The sky gradually cleared up. The system's sound continuously rings out, defeating the level 37x1 elite hill-long armor. Honan and Nguyen are extremely excited, feeling like 9 divine swords are being unleashed by the team, shooting countless darts. This is the first time they've seen the core team coordinate skills with the squad. Truly impressive. Nuan is full of excitement. It's really powerful when we participate in the rookie trial. If they can coordinate like that, this Hailong mech has such a tough armor that unless the belly is exposed as the weakest point it's very hard to defeat in normal situations. Even if team leader Lee attacks, it's hard to defeat him with just one blow. The orb pulls out a sword from Hailong's body. The system announces the destruction of a level 35 elite Hailong mech. He excitedly shouts, "Level up, explorer, pillar, profession, martial artist, level 10. Hey, I've reached level 10. Jang Kai calmly turns around. Chu, I know you can do it. Collect the Hailong Elite level 64 mech, the Hailong Elite level 65 mech, and the Hailong Elite level 6 mech. Everyone in the team happily ran over to the two people. Kai team, Juzi, your coordination just now was truly excellent, making our Fire God squad more and more confident. That's right, they've been on the road for less than an hour, and True 2 has already gone from level 9 to level 10. No one looked genuinely impressed. Even though she knew Kai team and True 2 worked very well together, she didn't expect the level up to be so fast. I also want to be that strong. Jang Kai smiled and said Bao Duang Tin might be among the rocks or in the crevices in this area. Nuan, come here, let's look together. A clear call rang out. After the brief battle, the Fire God squad slowly advanced deeper into the stone forest. If nothing unexpected happens, the tiered dragon tank level general should be in this stone forest. Yuan Ju was a bit worried. Kai, do you want to rest for a moment? Your recent expenditure was definitely not small. He shook his head in refusal. The loss was indeed significant, but not enough to prevent action. Moreover, this stone forest entrance might not be the only one, and our earlier disturbance was not insignificant. The group continued to move steadily. Jang Kai warned that if it takes too long, that thing might summon Hailong armored war machines at other entrances to protect itself. Hunting tamed beasts of war tamer level requires seizing the opportunity. Let's go. After 10 minutes, someone speaks up, and it's very quiet. Kai, is it really possible that there are long-embedded tier general tanks here? Jang Kai focused his special demon eye, but found no suspicious traces on the stone surface. You think, no, it's not that you're too tense. It's that there's something wrong with the position we're standing in. Could I be mistaken? Nguyen Ngu spoke. Chuji, what's wrong with you? Is it that cold? Vien Tru in front kept rubbing his arms, feeling strangely like goosebumps suddenly appeared. Honyan is teasing and touching him. Juzi, I think you're too tense already. No one noticed that small stones were rolling down from the mountain peak, behind where they had just passed. Jang Kai suddenly realized that it wasn't just tension, but that there was a problem where they were standing.
You immediately shouted, Chutu, Honyan, Wengu, stop right now! The crack in the rock suddenly shattered, and a giant tail swept fiercely down where the group had just been standing.
Everyone panicked and scattered in all directions. The system announced that the monster was a Tier 4 dragon-scaled Leviathan, level 58. The whole group was gasping for breath, that close to losing our lives. This thing's color is almost indistinguishable from magma. It's really an expert at camouflage. Exactly. Jang Kai immediately charged forward to confront it, spreading his arms and shouting loudly, Nong Nong, the data. She replied, Yes, then quickly read the description from the system of the Tichlong-ranked war beast Manhwa, level 58, also known as Tichlong Trang, about 36 years old and weighing from 2 to 2.4 tons. As Vien Tru's face paled, Lanhua, the first war beast-level mutant we encountered, is already a mutant species. Hundreds of sparks tore through the wind towards Tichfang. Jang Kai unleashes a critical hit, causing it to roar in pain. Honyan and Vien Tru stare in amazement. It's perfect, finally hitting it. Even just one powerful attack should cause significant damage, let alone two. Jang Kai focused his mind, knowing that the mutations in these beast-tier commanders are more diverse, with a higher chance of rare equipment appearing in their treasures, but their strength far exceeds that of ordinary commanders. Seeing Tichlong's eyes wide through the smoke, Jang Kai thought quietly that the skin on Tichlong's back, as a tier war beast of the Lanhua level, not only has more than 35 points of defense, but is also heavily Lanhua, making it highly resistant to high temperatures and corrosion, making it very difficult to break through. Not only that, its chest also developed a layer of Lanhua protective membrane, providing about 20 points of defense, and it also has heat resistance and corrosion resistance. Everyone was stunned after hearing this. Has it not activated its defenses yet? According to previous data, Taichlong transformed into a fierce beast with a similar size, a mental strength of around 100 to 150, a sensitivity of 150 to 170, sweat dripping down, a power between 380 and 420, and a physique from 440 to 480. She emphasized the word beast, indicating extreme danger. As soon as the words finished, Tichlong charged forward fiercely. Jang Kai's face changed. The system kept warning about dangerous beasts, and the entire group shouted in unison. Captain Kai is careful. Tichlong uses its front limb to strike down hard on Jang Kai, causing the ground to shake and dust to billow up everywhere. Jang Kai quickly dodged to the side. I'm fine, don't worry. He thought to himself that indeed this guy's whole body resists high temperatures and has armor protection, so even with the fierce fire attack it couldn't harm him, only forcing him to retreat. He landed safely, luckily sensing it in time to dodge. Its strength is about 400. If it gets hit once, its bones might shatter. Luckily, the secret medicine found in the treasure hall of the Mermaid Lord greatly increased my agility. Currently, my sensitivity is about 60 points higher than it, so I conclude that as long as I am careful, I can attract its attention without getting killed. If I seize the opportunity to stimulate the pillar to activate his innate talent and create an armor-breaking effect, then looking at the giant Tichlong, I plan to continue luring this level General Tichlong armored beast to buy time for everyone, but if I succeed, I might be able to help the pillar fully activate his innate talent. Jang Kai suddenly shouted, Shuzi, save me, as the pillar fell from above. I'm here again. The Hellfire Spear kicks in. He stomped hard on the ground, but Tichlong was completely unaffected. It growled fiercely, glaring at the two of them. The pillar's face changed. Oh no, Kai, it seems this move doesn't work on it. Jang Kai immediately reacted. True to, run away. Tichlong kept biting fiercely at the pillar. He shouted, This is terrifying! A huge burst of fire blocked Tichlong, making it stop in its tracks. Jang Kai took the opportunity to rush over and embrace Vien Tru. Now, this level of Tichlong War Chariot is definitely targeting him and Tru too. Let him go ahead first. Suddenly, a figure rushed past the two of them. Jang Kai narrowed his eyes and asked, Who were you just now? Nong Nong and Honyan shouted loudly, Captain Kai! Nguyen Ngu drank alcohol. Hi, Tichlong's saliva, with the Lanhua battle aura, can quickly corrode most equipment and damage flesh. Jang Kai's face changed. Oh no, if Nguyen Ngu really kissed Tich Long, I'm afraid his whole body would be corroded to pieces. Unexpectedly, Nguyen Ngu leaned in and forcefully stabbed Tich Long, causing such a strong impact that they were both thrown back. Nguyen Ngu planted his foot on the ground, stepped back a few more meters, and then smiled foolishly. Is that Lan Hua Tich Long? Jang Kai was shocked. What? Why isn't Nguyen Ngu considering Tich Long as a beauty this time? Isn't he already drunk? Honan shouted from afar. I don't know, but today it seems he drank the newly brewed second-grade wine. I didn't expect this new type of wine to be able to eliminate the negative effects caused by the strange aesthetic preferences after drinking. Nguyen Ngu chuckled foolishly. As a male Tich Long, I've been searching for a female Tich Long who can be my match. He blushed and pointed at the Tich Long in front of him. Today the heavens did not forsake those with good hearts, nor the dragons with good hearts. At last I found you among countless dragons. My love, let's make the most of this time so we don't waste this beautiful moment. Nuan hesitated and asked, Big Brother Nguyen, does he think he's a dragon penis? The fiery orbs, rushing at incredible speed, immediately shot straight into the dragon, causing it to roar in pain. He hurriedly ran over. Oh, my love, baby, no one can ever separate us again. Don't be shy. Tonight will be our passionate night. The more you struggle, the more excited I become. Seeing this, Jang Kai could only grit his teeth in helplessness. Nguyen Ngu was too difficult to control in his drunken state. If this continued, even if there was a chance to defeat Tich Long, he would exhaust himself physically and mentally. Over there, he's still drunk and fooling himself. Mrs. Sa, let me warm your broken-hearted girl with my strong chest. He hurriedly turned around to look for help. Nguyen Ngu was now completely out of control, and I could no longer manage him while fighting Tich Long Kai Jeep at the same time. We have to hurry. Thinking of this, Jang Kai immediately said, Truz, hurry up. Only by breaking through your innate profession's armor can we get out of this difficult situation. We need you. Yuanju was stunned by the scene before him. So that's what it means to be truly fearless. Secretly, I admire him. Big Brother Nguyen really is like a god. Yuanju suddenly remembered Nguyenu's words earlier about overcoming fear. No, that's not true. At that moment, I was basically not afraid at all. I was extremely surprised then. No fear? How did you do that? Could you show me, please? Then, ending his memory, Yuanju immediately took out a paper cup. You lift it and decisively drink it all in one go. Okay, I'm coming. Cheers. Big Brother Nguyen, thank you for personally demonstrating. I have learned. Soon after, Vien Tru also fell into a drunken state. You look dazed but are smiling foolishly. The system immediately displays a warning. You have achieved a state of chaotic awareness. In this state, your understanding of identity, power, and the situation will appear. Immediately after, the screen continued to issue serious chaos warnings, while Tich Long kept fighting with all his might. Tich Long, who was already berserk, still charged forward, causing Noan, Honyan, and Jang Kai to panic. Nguyen Ngu, Big Brother Nguyen. Suddenly, Vien Tru threw the beer bottle he was holding, smashing it to pieces. He clenched his sword and charged forward. My Yuanju is the strongest war god in the world. You rush straight ahead and swing your sword to cut across Tich Long's body, leaving Jang Kai momentarily stunned. Can Trutu's drink from Nguyen Ngu really break armor in one hit? It seems that after drinking, Trutu's mind has become confused. This boosted his confidence to an unprecedented high, and that blind faith actually triggered his profession's innate talent, making each attack break armor effectively, just like the original Wolf King and the giant black ape at elite level. Breaking armor won't directly harm their bodies, but can damage their protective armor. The more he fights, the more blood he sheds. Our pillar is the #1 war god in the world. Who dares to? Before he could finish speaking, Tich Long's tail swept in and struck the pillar of light hard. Unable to react in time, he was hit quite hard. As soon as the pillar fell to the ground, Tich Long continued to sweep its tail again. Jang Kai immediately fires another fireball to block it. Taking advantage of the monster's distraction, he quickly pulls the pillar away. Jang Kai slightly smiled and said, Thank you, Trutu. Then, just as he finished speaking, he suddenly leapt into the air. Jang Kai excitedly launches a series of fireballs. Let me help you take revenge. The attacks kept draining Tich Long's health bar rapidly, each hit reducing 2,000 HP. Seeing that, he excitedly said, Good job. After Tich Long's armor is broken, it's indeed hard to withstand a deadly critical hit. Crew 2, I'll leave this ultimate move to you. At this moment, Vien Tru staggered to his feet, gripping his sword tightly, shouting loudly,
I am the #1 war god Vian True, who dares to be disrespectful. 67 pillars clenched their hilts and charged forward, swinging their blades repeatedly. He gritted his teeth and poured all his strength into his final attack, and that scene made Nuan a little worried. Kai, is the pillar okay? Jang Kai quickly reassured her. Don't worry, the pillar is just drunk, and the Tichlong armor has been broken. I wounded it badly, it's safe. After a while, Yuanzhu's sword was covered in fresh blood. Tichlong finally couldn't hold on anymore and collapsed to the ground. The system immediately announced, "Congratulations on killing the level 58 mutated General Tier Tichlong. You have received a fragment of the General Tier Tichlong's corpse. A treasure of the General Tier Tichlong, an explorer, a pillar, a profession, a martial artist. Level 15. His face thus became even more proud. Yuanzhu kept smiling widely. I told you this Yuanzhu is the #1 war god in the world. But just as cool as that, he fainted right on the spot. She helplessly laughed. It seems the Pillar Master is totally drunk. He nodded softly. That's right. No one frowned in thought. Kai Ho Nan, I keep feeling like I've forgotten something, but I just can't figure out what it is. Jang Kai listens and strokes his chin thoughtfully. I guess I also have this feeling. Honyan also widened her eyes and realized that she might be the same. The space suddenly fell into silence as the three of them pondered. Suddenly, all three of them turned pale and shouted, Something's wrong, Nguyen Ngu. At the same time, he was holding Tichlong's portrait and crying bitterly. No, my one and only beloved wife in this life. Nguyen Nu clenched his teeth, his face full of fury. You rush forward to confront Jang Kai's group. I consider you family, yet you killed my wife. But as I took a few steps forward, Nguyen Ngu suddenly stopped. What smell is that? It's uncomfortable. In the end, he also collapsed from drunkenness. Honan and Jang Kai immediately turned to look at Nuan with judgmental eyes. No one, I shyly explain. Why are you looking at me like that? Mr. Nguyen thinks he's Tichlong and might attack us again. Just now, you used the water medicine you previously prepared to make him sleep for a while. But those two looked at No one with admiration. No, what you mean is you did very well. Honyan happily said, No one, if you give me some of that water medicine, I can make Nguyen Ngu drunk. It's so useful. Jang Kai immediately added, I want some too. She immediately replied without hesitation. No problem. As night fell, the group lit a fire and set up camp here. The two drunkards are still sleeping soundly, embracing each other under a warm blanket. Honyan also lies down to rest after a tiring day. No one takes out a bottle of water and asks, Kai, do you want some water? He looked around confused and turned his head, and Jang Kai reached out to take the water bottle. Thank you. Are you not asleep yet? She replied. I still can't believe it, after everything that happened today. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Zhu Zi broke through the armor of this Tichlong level war general mutant. He still held the water bottle but couldn't hide his excitement. I never expected that the second-level alcohol, Nguyen Ngu brewed, would accidentally activate True 2's innate talent. Tron No one shyly asked, Kai, do you think True 2 will activate more innate talent effects in the coming days? Jang Kai just quietly smiled and admitted honestly that this kid has never been weak. What he lacks the most is actually confidence. Today's confidence comes from drunkenness, and the chaotic awareness made him bravely burst out, activating the armor-breaking effect. Nguyen Nu beside her is still mumbling. Wife, kiss me. Yuanzhu also muttered in his sleep. Bold of you, Yuanzhu, for I am the #1 war god in the world. In the end, Jang Kai concluded that he probably needs more training. Hopefully, he will soon build genuine confidence. She immediately responded happily, I believe I will definitely do it. By morning, a piercing scream echoed through the air. What? Vian Tru's eyes shone brightly with determination. I only realized how heroic I was yesterday after hearing everyone talk about it, while Nguyen Ngu was devastated by the teasing. Nguyen Ngu couldn't help but say that after his perception was in chaos, when he was flirting with the Tichlong armored beast, it was truly impressive to see Honan smile happily. So heroic. This statement made Nguyen Ngu want to cry without tears, so don't say anything more. A shining treasure chest is placed before your eyes. The five of us stand in a circle around the sun orb. All right, everyone is here. Let's start opening the sun treasure. Honyan placed a hand on Jang Kai's shoulder and said, Captain Kai, this is a rare treasure. I just did a divination, and your luck today isn't good, so let Nuan open it instead. I see that today she looks healthy and much luckier than you. Hearing that, she immediately opened her eyes in surprise. Yes, he smiled in response. That's right. Honan is a master fortune teller.
No one, go ahead and open it.
She also stepped forward to encourage her.
No one, just open it with confidence.
After all, finding the Manhwa Tich Long is already a gain for us. Only then did she gradually accept the responsibility. All right then.
No one stepped forward and quickly opened the bed. As she looked inside, the whole group gasped. At that moment, the system interface appeared before her, and no one stared blankly at the object in her hand.
This is a special city core crystal that can be equipped on weapons to strengthen the fusion membrane and improve defense, weighing 10.4 kilograms, with an estimated value of 500,000 sacred coins. The orb also contains a 17-kilogram earth core crystal, an important energy source for city construction, valued at approximately 100,000 sacred coins. Honyan's piece is a 48-gram crystal of divine blood, used for crafting, upgrading, and enhancing important weapons, valued at approximately 300,000 sacred wine coins. Now it's Jang Kai's turn. The 3 divine limbs and bones are essential materials for upgrading innate talent levels, costing about 210,000 divine elixir coins. And only now she notices something unusual. In front of them is a blazing red crystal containing 0.6 grams of mutated blood crystal, one of the ingredients for crafting attribute secret medicines valued at approximately 6 million divine elixir coins. You immediately gasp in shock. 1 gram of this costs 1 million sacred coins, and it's just one of the ingredients. No one excitedly responds. That's right. Hearing this, Jang Kai's face immediately turned pale. Wait, so the medicinal elixir of the mermaid race I drank earlier was worth hundreds of millions of sacred stones? Another item is taken out. A secret medicine that boosts the attributes of the main body. The materials are extremely rare. All of Holy Dews can only produce fewer than 20 bottles a year. 1 bottle can upgrade 10 basic attribute points. The selling price is about 150 million sacred coins for the divine wine. The orb on this side has become so excited that its eyes are shining brightly. No wonder it's a mutated war general. You just want to cry without tears. As expected, I devoured a villa in Ho Tin Tam before. If I had known, I would have taken it seriously and tasted the flavor. She continued to take out a bottle of water. This is holy water. Honyan quickly recognized the holy water, one of the level 20 doctor class transfer materials. I heard that a single class change requires 5 milliliters, and this place has as much as 15 milliliters. Wingu squinted and calculated that 5 milliliters of this could be sold for 1 million sacred wine coins, so this bottle could be sold for 3 million sacred wine coins, right? The orb enthusiastically praised without stopping. There really are materials for the doctor promotion. No one, your luck is incredible, even if it's a treasure of a mutated general level. The chance of 3 rare promotion materials appearing simultaneously is extremely rare. Her eyes sparkled as she calculated mentally. The total profit from a typical general level treasure is also around 8 million divine coins, so the value of this yang is more than 10 million divine coins. This scene made him just smile wryly. Honyan, you look very much like someone who loves money right now. She smirked and turned to Jang Kai with a teasing look. Are you sure? Do you want to see how Captain Kai looks now? Sure enough, over here, Jang Kai was so happy he was almost crying with joy. The treasure of Duong Ko, combined with the Tich Long battle beast just slain, probably yielded over 15 million divine coins in loot. Seeing your current state, those two also didn't know what more to say. After that day, the Fire God Squad Bin managed to conquer 1 Tich Long lair every day, sometimes even 2 in a single day. And with more battles fought, Vien Tru's armor-breaking attacks combined with Jiang Kai's critical hits made destroying Tich Long's armor increasingly easier, the only downside being it consumed quite a bit of alcohol, and after a drink he would become even more spirited. That's impossible. This Vien Tru is the #1 war general in the world. 10 days later, the Fire God Squad had almost cleared out all the level war general dens they could find. The system continuously displays information. Explorer Vien Tru at level 20, Explorer Nguyen Ngu at level 20, and Explorer Noan. Level 12, the Pillar and Nguyen Ngu both reached level 20, while Noan rose from level 9 to level 12. After a long and arduous journey, they decided to rest by making a fire, with each of the 5 members doing their own tasks. Honyan turned to ask, Captain Kai, where do we go next? We've already passed through this place, and it's unlikely we'll encounter a battle general level so soon. At that moment, she also heard a notification from her bracelet, and immediately, Noan dropped the food she was holding onto the ground. The sound instantly caught her and Jang Kai's attention. Noan, what happened? That's right. Noan, why do you look so pale?
I nervously reported. I just received news that a small guild with special abilities from Diemfong was suddenly attacked by a mutated Fallen Demon King level commander during their training, and the entire team was wiped out. The remaining 4 people were all stunned with their mouths wide open. 69 Fallen Demon Kings, true to their name as Monsters of Hell, appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Extremely terrifying. The power of a typical Fallen Demon King at the level of a Legion commander is above level 60. Even surpassing the mutated dragon armor level of a war general. The abilities of a mutated Fallen Demon King at the Legion commander level are even more unimaginable. Noan calmly recounted that the mutated Fallen Demon King was also injured and went to heal, and that the guild could indeed injure a mutated Fallen Demon King leader, which was truly powerful. Honan was stunned to realize that if they could defeat the mutated Fallen Demon King, they would be truly rich. Unfortunately, now the entire team has been wiped out. The cost was too high. Yuanzhu squinted and sighed. That's right, what a pity. Nguyen solemnly confirmed but said they had done their best. As Jang Kai prepared to ask, Noan paused and asked, Noan, is this news just now sent? Does many people know about this? She raised her eyebrows sincerely. The news probably hasn't spread widely yet, but some major guilds must have already heard, and the righteous faction will definitely go there. At this point, Noan hesitated. Kai, do you really want to? He raised his eyebrows and seriously acknowledged. I remember that St. Yao didn't allow us to loot bosses, but that only applies to king level and above, not including commanders, so there's no more doubt. Right now, I don't know how many people are eager to challenge this injured level 4 boss. Jang Kai smirked and suggested, so maybe we should try too, and she readily agreed without hesitation. Anyway, we've been practicing with the Tichlong iron armor here and it's been fine, so let's go. If we can't steal the Fallen King, it's just a new challenge. Nguyen Yu also happily agreed. If it weren't for Captain Kai, I wouldn't dare think we could defeat the Lanhua steel armor Tichlong. I'll go too. Hi, I'm going too. He kept admiring himself for a while, but still wanted to go along. How could our Fire God squad be missing the #1 warrior in the world, the mighty Yanju? Of course I want to go too. Seeing everyone united like this, I feel truly satisfied. Good. Jang Kai spreads his arms wide. So the next target for the Fire God squad is the mutated Fallen Heavenly King. They kept going like that until the next day. Due to the harsh weather, Nguyen Yu was so exhausted that his tongue felt hot. Suddenly, Yuanzhu stopped and noticed that this tree looked very special. Noan quickly looked at the information board. This is a divine fire tree. The tree is about 20 years old. A tree that lives over 30 years can become a divine fire tree. And after death, there is a chance for a fire heart to appear, a material that significantly enhances the fire's power. Hearing that, he also turned his head to stare intently at the tree. He seemed to have discovered something else unusual. The orb points ahead and says, Look, that's the Qinglong Guild team. I met before. The closer we get, the more small squads we encounter. A group is also approaching them. Nguyen Yu also notices more people. There's another team over there? He gasps and suggests we need to speed up. She frowned and said, Even though we arrived here faster than them from the main city, no matter how quick we are, we can't match the teams that have been training here. Jang Kai also pondered for a moment, and Honan was right. Now, I don't know how many teams are still advancing towards the residence of King Doi Lak Thi, and the nearby groups are surely waiting for reinforcements. Turning around, he saw Noan still refusing to leave, her steps unsteady and her mind beginning to spin. I'm so tired. My stamina still isn't on par with everyone else. With such fierce competition for the boss, everyone is still persevering, and I can't afford to hold them back. Noan's vision began to blur as a foot suddenly appeared before her. Jang Kai stepped forward and handed her a bottle of water. She took a sip and rested for a moment, thinking silently that the leader should be one of the main fighters whose level needs to be prioritized for upgrade. Nguyen Yu's initial level wasn't low, so he leveled up to 20 faster. Honan's level has long been 29. Only Noan is at level 12, but she doesn't complain and is still New Li to not fall behind. Noan frowned, lowered her eyes in deep thought, then finally forced a smile and shook her head, saying, I'm not tired. Jang Kai sighed, noting that even with the lowest rank of a non-combatant doctor, she has persisted until now. Noan is not as fragile as she appears. He slightly curled his lips into a gentle smile and said, I'm not tired, but I am exhausted. Everyone just take a break with me for a while. The others quickly agreed. That's right, I see there are many high-level squads here, so let's rest and conserve our strength before fighting. Hearing that, she hesitated for a moment,
but the 5 of them decided to stop and take a break. Jang Kai carefully discussed Diemfeng, the place where the Lakthi king is located, has a radius of up to 5 or 6 kilometers. Moreover, most monsters in this area lack a clear sense of territory and often appear wandering. With so many teams now searching, it's hard for us to have an advantage in speed and stamina. After hearing this, Honan directly asked, "Seat, Captain Kai, what are your thoughts?" "You also said it straightforwardly. I'm thinking maybe we should stop and rest first, then continue searching for the fallen king. Do we have any special advantage over the other squads?" Nguyen Ngu stroked his chin thoughtfully. Kaidoi's words are indeed very reasonable. With so many experts in the search team, what does our fire god team have to become the first to find the lost king? Yuanju and Honyan immediately look at each other and nod subtly, while Noan clenches her fists and asks anxiously, "I can't think of anything right now. Are we only relying on luck?" Her words sparked an idea in Zhang Kairu's mind. "Luck?" He immediately happily suggested, "How about Honan? You try to read a fortune to see if we can find the lost king." She was stunned after hearing that. How could I possibly guess that? Suddenly he shouted loudly and ran over to her, saying, "Luck, that's right, it's luck. Honyan, our team's main advantage is having you." Hearing that, she opened her eyes in surprise. "Team Kai, do you really want me to read the cards, or are you just asking for rain?" Jang Kai excitedly repeats, "Honyan, have you forgotten?" Before becoming a fortune teller, she was a feng shui master. The fallen king is seriously injured and is definitely hiding to recover. So where will this hellish monster choose to rest? She seems to have understood part of it, the place with the heaviest aura of yin. You seriously said it's not necessarily the place with the heaviest aura. It's injured, so it might not have the strength to find the best spot. We can look at the areas with heavy yin energy near Diem Lin and then filter from there. Only then did Honan fully understand what you meant. She turned around and winked confidently. Feng shui is actually my main skill. You all can rest now. I will analyze the most likely hiding spot of King Duan Lathi. Jang Kai cheerfully encouraged. All right. Time passes slowly as you stand still, your face serious, waiting for the result. Suddenly, someone patted Jang Kai on the shoulder. Yuanju stepped forward, scratching his head, and asked, "So you were scared by me? What are you so serious about that you're lost in thought?" "Even when I step closer, you don't notice." "It's nothing. I just suddenly thought about how Nuan managed to unlock her level 20 transformation material. Even though I know my own transformation formula, I still don't know where to find those items." Hearing that, he gently nudged your shoulder. "Kai, so you already know the recipe. What materials are they?" "Is it rare?" Jang Kai's face suddenly turned serious. "It's not that rare. I just have no idea what it actually is." I honestly shared I found the level 20 class transfer formula in the secret section under Van Dong Island, where the mermaid boss is. After decoding those mysterious characters, I realized it said the origin of the water was unknown. Flames burning spontaneously from nothingness, gentle winds remaining still, mud and earth shifting unpredictably, and metals transforming constantly. Hearing this, Vientru immediately broke out in sweat. "Wait, what do you mean the source of the living water is unknown? And flames are burning from nothingness?" "Hi, are you sure this is the formula and not a riddle?" Jang Kai smiled and replied, "The formula is only one, so it definitely isn't wrong, but it really is hard to understand. I also wondered if the unknown source of the water was rain, but what about the others?" Vientru suddenly opened his mouth wide, unsure of the origin. "That sounds reasonable, but what about the fire burning from nothingness?" "Are you checking if it's in Liu Diem Lin?" Jang Kai asked in surprise. "Liu Diem Lin?" Yuanju recalled seriously. "That's right, it's Liu Diem Lin. I've heard there's no fire there, but it's extremely hot, almost like a natural furnace. Don't you find that strange?" Hearing this, Jang Kai propped his chin and thought, and it does make some sense. Suddenly a voice rang out, startling both of them. "Isn't this the lucky dog from Vindong Island, the petty villain who is proud of himself, Jang Kai?" A group of level 40 cavalry and level 40 warriors approached arrogantly with their hands on their hips, jumping over the wall, and what a small world. Their appearance confused Vientru. What does he mean by saying the alley is narrow? "Kai, do you have a grudge against these difficult-looking people?" Jang Kai glanced at them with a look of unfamiliar disapproval, but judging by their confrontational expressions, they were definitely members of the royal family. Vientru immediately showed clear disgust upon hearing that phrase. "People of the royal family, then I must teach them a lesson." Jang Kai calmly intervened. "Do not act hastily. These people seem to hold a high rank, and our current goal is the mutated Lost King. We shouldn't fight now." After speaking, he stepped forward and asked, "I'm Jang Kai. Is there something?" The man immediately approached. "What is it? You already killed several members of my Eagle team before." Then when we hunted the Sea Lord, you secretly attacked and killed young Master Huang. Phi Tuang laughed maniacally. Jang Kai, you're really brave, seeking your own death. Hearing those words, Yuanju couldn't help but sneer and pick his nose. Jang Kai didn't ambush Huang Wei. In fact, Huang Wei led 4 followers, yet in the end, Jang Kai killed them all. As soon as she finished speaking, Hua Lian immediately lost her temper, swinging her whip and rushing forward, shouting, "The team leader was talking to Jang Kai. Are you a dog to bark so recklessly?" Jang Kai immediately reacted and quickly knocked the whip away with his bare hand. This action made Hua Lian even angrier. "Brother," Jang Kai frowned, looking annoyed, unable to say it directly, only able to say that the flies keep buzzing around and bothering him, so annoying. Phi Tuang didn't say another word before drawing his sword from his shoulder, daring to call our Huyan Vu society a mess. "At first I was going to let you both die easily, but now I won't let you live, and you won't die easily." Jang Kai clenched his fists and drew out his claws. It's clear these people are determined to fight today, so this battle is unavoidable. Noan and Nguyen Ngu quickly ran over after hearing the news. "Phi Tuang, what are you doing? Are you really planning to attack us right here?" At this moment, Jang Kai was stunned. "So they know Noan? He widened his eyes in shock. Nuan, aren't you in the military? Why are you with Jang Kai?" She stepped forward to explain. "I am now a member of the Fire God team. Jang Kai is my team leader. If you intend to attack him, I will definitely not stand by and watch." Nguyen Ngu also quickly nodded in agreement. "Yes." Mak Tren beside him reminded him, "Captain, since this woman's sister works under the Imperial Guard, finding the fallen king is more important now. No need to cause more trouble." Phi Tuang nodded thoughtfully and finally sheathed his sword. "Today you're lucky I won't hurt you, surprisingly. Jang Kai, you like to rely on women and use them as talismans." "That's right. You really like using flying daggers, don't you?" "That's not wrong. Someone like you only deserves to use sneaky weapons like that, but remember this. Next time we meet, before I kill you, I will not only destroy your throwing knives, but also cut off your arms." His words instantly darkened Jang Kai's face as they walked away, laughing loudly at the sight of his angry expression. It's no wonder that the 5th Hawk Squad lost to someone like this. Yuanju was so angry he wanted to rush in and risk his life. It's really too much. But Jang Kai still kept his composure and held back. "Now is not the time to act. Let them go." You quickly calmed down and asked for information. Noan, do you know anything about that guy with the flying sword?" She didn't hesitate to tell what she knew, that he had also lived in the military zone before. And it is said that he switched from a martial artist to a fighter more than half a year ago. His current combat ability could very well have reached the level of a heir. This news left Jang Kai and Nguyen Ngu stunned. Noan, the heir, continued explaining that the martial profession was highly valued by the military, consisting of 4 ranks before becoming extraordinary, and has long been renowned. Martial artists, fighters, inheritors, and ancient warriors, with levels from 1 to 20 called martial artists and levels 21 to 40 called fighters. From level 41 to 60 are the successors, and from level 61 to 80 are called ancient warriors. Jang Kai narrowed his eyes and sighed, surprised that the strength of the flying wall could now rival that of the successors. She nodded and reminded the team that he has a very good relationship with the royal family. "That's right, I heard his agility speed is also extremely high. Everyone needs to be careful." In Jang Kai's mind, the face of that guy kept appearing, and for some reason he had a strong premonition that he would meet this person again in the upcoming Guild Challenge tournament. Suddenly, Hunan ran over, waving her hand to call the team, and said, "Kai team, I've finished calculating. There are 3 suitable locations." She opened the map and explained, "The first location is the Sunset Tomb in the northwest of Diem Ling, quite close to Lord Dolathi's territory. The second location is Sun Am Lake, located directly south of Liu Diem Ling, a yin energy lake, and the closest area to the city center. There is also another location, a low-lying area to the west of Liu Diem Lin, but it's not famous, and even has no name. To get there, you have to cross a small hill." Hearing this, Jang Kai stroked his chin in thought, and the prominent pillar suggested that King Doa Lak Thi, being seriously injured, would surely rush back to his base, or should we try our luck at the Sunset Mausoleum? But then Jang Kai shook his head and said, "No, we're going to the valley." The 4 of them were all stunned to hear that. Jang Kai explains, "Sunset Mausoleum is close to its territory, but surely many teams will think like us. By the time we arrive, others will probably have searched everywhere. Even if it is really there, we might just return empty-handed. And Hosun Am's dark energy isn't as strong as the Sunset Tomb and isn't as peaceful as that valley. Plus it's close to the main city area, so many people are sure to start from there." But the valley is different. Although a mountain range makes it difficult for the injured fallen king to escape here, on the contrary, it causes most explorers to overlook it. So it's better for us to bet on the valley first since it takes them 2 hours to get there.
Is this the place in the nameless valley? The pillar is trembling as it walks. This place is so cursed that I can already feel the heavy evil aura without even checking the feng shui. Nguyen-gu hesitated and said, but since this place is so vast, if the fallen demon king is injured and hiding here, it will be very hard to find. Now, we not only have to find it, but also deal with it before others discover this place. The difficulty is really high. Jang Kai continues walking calmly and explains, because the fallen king is afraid of being discovered and wants to hide to heal his wounds, he will surely choose the most secluded places like caves or tombs. No one takes out a few bottles of medicine and reassures everyone. This is the type of medicine I used to prepare when fighting alongside the army before. It can reduce the harmful effects of the demon beast's toxin. The effect of the medicine lasts about half a day, so it should have some impact in this situation. Jang Kai regained his composure and made a suggestion.
All right, everyone take no one's medicine first, then let's check around together for caves, the ruined tomb,
or anything similar. The others quickly nodded. Agreed. The sky quickly darkened. Jang Kai's group is still moving through the forest. Yuan-ju, walking along, laments and asks, Kai? I can't go any further. Should we rest for a while before going deeper in?
But he only reminded him, Chu-tu, don't fall behind, follow quickly. No one also added.
That's right, Juzi. What if the demon king suddenly appears out of nowhere? Come here quickly. Hearing that, his face gradually changed color, suddenly rushing out? No way. Didn't it get injured a few times and run away? Honyan casually teased, saying it was just in case. Maybe Lac Thi Vuong's mutant was injured and hungry. Then suddenly smelled Hemmons, which made Vien Tru immediately imagine a monster right behind him, causing his body to shiver. He gritted his teeth in frustration and rushed forward.
I'm coming, Jim. I'm coming right... Now.
Wait for me. Jang Kai helplessly reminded. Honyan! Chu-tu is timid. Don't scare him. But she paid no attention. It's clear that Juzi is very talented but disadvantaged because of his timidity, so he needs more training. While running, Yuan-ju suddenly tripped over a large rock and immediately fell flat on the ground. Seeing that, everyone hurried over.
Are you okay, Juzi?
I don't know what you saw, but your face suddenly turned pale. You hurriedly stepped back, still trembling, and pointed forward.
Wait a moment, everyone. Look over there. What is that?
Honyan opened her mouth in amazement. It's an abandoned grave, well concealed so even if we pass by, we might not notice it. Nguyen-gu squinted in thought, but this grave is tiny. Can a fallen Demon King-level commander really fit inside? The crack on the tombstone suddenly shattered and fell before their eyes, making the grave look even more sinister. He shouted in alarm, "This is bad, it's here." Honyan, Nguyen-gu, Noan, step back. The whole group quickly retreats at the command. Understood. Jang Kai also quickly jumps up high and suggests, Chuzu, I'll hold him in front, you stay in the shadows and prepare to attack. Yuan-ju immediately responded, Understood. The ground beneath the tombstone is becoming increasingly strange. Jang Kai sternly advised, If you can't hold it, run. There's no need to resist. I will use the chain to restrain it at any moment. He immediately responded. A hand slowly emerged from the ground, and even though Vien Tru was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but feel terrified. The pressure is overwhelming. A monster emerges from the ground. Monster! The fallen Demon King level 65, a mutated commander, slowly raises his body with both hands and then opens his mouth to roar loudly. The whole group stared in shock at the scene. Then suddenly, the gaze of the Demon King shifted directly toward him. Yuan-ju immediately turned pale with fear. Don't come any closer, he desperately wanted to cry inside. This creepy thing looks terrifying. It immediately emits sound waves that knock Vien Tru flying. Damn it, King Thai keeps making terrifying sounds, and his spine also feels icy cold. Things are getting bad. I'm about to lose my grip again. Yuan-ju, as usual, takes another sip of his drink. After finishing his drink, he threw the cup away recklessly. Vien Tru clenched his sword with both hands and said, I don't care what kind of demon or ghost you are. He doesn't care about anything and rushes in to fight to the death. Vien Tru, the greatest warrior in the world, swung his sword fiercely at the Demon King, expecting to behead it, but the blade unexpectedly got stuck. The surrounding atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Yuan-ju stood frozen in place as if turned to stone. It seems the Demon King is angered. It growled a few times, then stared at him fiercely. Ngu hid behind the tree, feeling terrified. The sword of the pillar is stuck. Jang Kai rushes in quickly like the wind. Things are not looking good, pillar. Run now. Thi Vuong roared loudly, shaking the entire space, causing the pillar to lose balance and fall backward. It raised both hands to prepare to strike him down, but before it could attack, he rushed forward. What's the rush? Your opponent also has me. Jang Kai unleashed a series of moves with terrifying power, causing a massive explosion that blew away the entire sky. Wingu and Ho Nyan helped the pillar retreat to the back, hurry, and run away. Once they reached a safe place, she called Noan, I am coming back. This is a huge opportunity. The fallen King of Despair was already badly injured, and with Captain Kai's attack he won't be crushed into dust, will he? He argued in response, but I saw that even with a sword strike from the leader, it didn't cut through, so it must be more complicated than that. Noticing the woman behind me with a grim face, Ho Nan looked worried. Noan, what's wrong? When she turned around, she was immediately startled, her face full of panic. Ho Nyan's eyes widened in shock as she stammered, unable to speak. What is this? Can this fallen king of death not be killed? The battle between the Demon King and you on the other side is still ongoing. The boss's necromancer skill activates. When the fallen Demon King suffers a fatal wound, its inner soul power will recover, significantly reducing damage taken and speeding up wound healing. Moreover, its biggest wound on the chest is slowly closing. It strikes down with a powerful blow, causing the ground to crack open, and Jang Kai is thrown back. He was stunned and thought to himself that this fallen Demon King, despite being broken and heavily injured, still refused to fall after his continuous attacks, truly incredibly powerful. At the same time, she shouted for Kai to pierce through the heart of this mutated fallen Demon King, otherwise no matter how severe its injuries, it could still recover. Jang Kai suddenly realized that the only way to truly kill it was to pierce its heart completely. But Noan's call caught Thief Wang's attention, and it turned to growl and prepare to attack her. The Demon King approached Noan step by step, emitting ear-piercing screams as he moved. He looked at the scene before him and shouted in panic. Noan, for some reason, King Thi suddenly froze. A huge burst of energy erupted from his hand. Jang Kai, rushing over, also stopped in his tracks. What is that? Suddenly, a hand covered in a blue aura emerged. Istita timpad. You couldn't react in time and was caught by it. With its enormous energy, the long arm tightened around Jang Kai, making him tremble slightly, teeth clenched in anger, as if his bones had broken. This guy even knows how to deceive opponents. Duangdong Kichte can't escape at all, and Jang Kai is now completely in Thief Wang's grasp. King of Beasts opened his jaws wide, revealing sharp teeth, and stuck out his tongue, ready to swallow Jang Kai. Honya saw this and shouted in horror, Captain Kai! Just then, Yuanju, furious, rushed forward, gripping his sword tightly, eyes blazing with rage as he shouted, How dare you hurt my comrades! And immediately the monster spat out thick streams of purple mist to block his path. Noan snuggled behind the tree and softly coughed before warning, That's the deadly purple-black toxic fog. Chutu, be careful. She quickly recalled her knowledge about this type of poison. Poison attacks are a move that the fallen Despair King is extremely skilled at. The darker the fog, the stronger the toxicity. Normally, the bone toxin of a fallen Demon King at the level of a commander is dark green, very potent, capable of corroding explorers' skin in just a minute. But the bone toxin of a fallen Demon King at the boss level is pitch black, and anyone who touches it almost instantly loses their life. This mutated level commander fallen Demon King can still spew out a stream of dark purple bones, which, while not instantly lethal upon contact, are definitely extremely toxic. The amount of medicine she prepared for everyone was almost useless. Now stood frozen as if turned to stone, helplessly watching everything unfold before her. It's not surprising that even when badly injured, it can still wipe out an entire powerful team. She looked at Yuanju fighting the Demon King with a worried heart. Trutu, although he has faced the fallen King of Hell, is no match for the gap in strength, and he certainly can't hold on for long. Before her thoughts could settle, a sudden voice made Noan startle. The voice that reached the team leader Kai. I will be the first to disagree. She turned around in shock. Wait, this voice is none other than Nguyen Ngu's. I am Nguyen Ngu. I will never be weaker than anyone in my life. Noan called after Brother Nguyen with worry, but he didn't even turn around. Suddenly, Honan, standing behind, tightly grasped her hand. Noan, don't be impatient. Stay here. This purple poisonous fog is definitely very dangerous. You are a doctor, and you might be our last hope. So you must protect yourself well from now on. After saying that, Honan turned and walked away, leaving Noan still confused, trying to protect herself. Honan, wait, what are you going to do? Honyan called out to Noan again, but all she received in response was a distant warning not to come closer because it was too dangerous. The toxic gas covered a wide area, and she needed to approach, to summon wind and rain to wash away the poison. No one stood there, stunned, watching her teammates step forward one by one, all fighting desperately, her body trembling, limbs stiff, biting her lip so hard she almost cried. But why? She wondered to herself why, as a doctor, she couldn't do anything. Her older sister had always protected her from all dangers outside since they were young. Gradually, she got used to relying on her sister and grew up in that protective embrace. But then one day, the demon spirit suddenly descended, and divine beasts began appearing all over the world. Only those who overcome the trials of the demon spirit and become superhumans can resist the divine beasts invading their homeland in the real world. Until her father sacrificed himself on the battlefield, and the divine beasts, lacking medical resources in the fight against the beast disaster, she seemed to have grown up overnight. Since then, she was determined to join the army to become the strongest support for her comrades on the battlefield. And in those early days of entering the world of demons, feeling lonely and alone, she met Trutu and Kai, and the three fought together in perfect harmony. Under Kai's guidance, she and Trutu, with their excellent rookie records, were chosen by the army. In the end, she fulfilled her dream of joining the military, just like her sister. At that moment, she thought she had finally taken a firm step towards her dream, but after actually joining the army, she realized the gap between herself and others. Despite trying so hard, her ranking was still just the one who comforted Trutu, the person with not very impressive achievements telling her not to be too sad, but in fact, she was more disappointed than him. Can I really become an excellent doctor or not? Nuan, while reminiscing about the past, wondered if she truly had what it took to protect everyone. From the battlefield, the voices of Vian Tru and Nguyen Ngu echoed one after another. Doa Lac Thi Vuong has an outstanding appearance. How can I let Nguyen Tai Vuong slip away? Come on, let's act quickly and not let anyone interfere with this great plan. I, Yuanzhu, am the #1 war god in the world, so monsters, get out of my way. Those words only fueled her insecurities, making her feel more powerless as she watched her closest friends fight for their lives, while she still hid behind her sister, lurking in the shadows. No one collapsed to the ground in despair, even beginning to question whether she should pursue a path as a doctor or not. Meanwhile, King Thi continued to shout and spew poison bones. Vien Tru and Nguyen Nhu are struggling to hold on. Jang Kai is also reaching his limit, his face pale from difficulty breathing. Nguyen Ngu, the leader. Hearing his voice, she suddenly awakens. No one tremblingly steps toward everyone. It's Kai's voice. As she rushed to the scene, she saw her teammates being mercilessly beaten by King of Poison. Seeing the fierce battle before her, no one was startled and immediately ran over. Chu-tu. Big brother Nguyen. She knelt down, quickly assessing the situation. Just a minute after entering the toxic fog, their bodies had already been severely corroded. Stay calm. No one. Saving people is the most urgent task right now. She cast healing spells on the injured while trying to steady herself. Yuanzhu and Nguyen Ngu gradually regained their strength, and their wounds were closing. Just then, the bone poison also began to dissolve. The sky suddenly started to rain, and no one looked up with an uncontrollable smile, saying, "This is Honan." Under the storm summoned by the pond, the poison bones are gradually melting away. King Thai stands motionless in the rain, as if he doesn't understand what is happening. She hides behind the tree, pouring all her strength into maintaining the relentless rain while the monster still grips him tightly and roars fiercely. Jang Kai at this point could hardly bear it anymore, his body aching all over, even breathing becoming extremely difficult. I guess I really don't know my limits. His face grew paler and paler. He remembered the first time on Vindong Island. If it weren't for the support of the Overlord Steel Skill, he wouldn't have been able to damage the mermaid boss at all. Jang Kai recalls everything he has been through. This fallen demon king-level commander was not part of his plan. He led everyone here but couldn't protect them. He couldn't help but blame himself. Honan was exhausted at that moment. She coughed softly and helplessly called out, "It's gone," then fainted. No one hurriedly ran over, not caring about Honan. Meanwhile, Jang Kai was still lost in self-blame, wondering if he truly overestimated his own strength. Royal family, can I really let them pay for what they've done? His face darkened, as if he wanted to give up everything. But just then, Yuanzhu and Nguyen Ngu rushed forward. Yuanzhu is the strongest war god in the world. Who dares to be rude to my beauty? I have come here. Thi Vuong was suddenly ambushed by the two, and instinctively raised his hand to block Nguyen Ngu's attack, allowing Jang Kai to break free. You grit your teeth and encourage yourself. I can't accept losing like this. Big Brother and An Tu are still waiting for me so we can enjoy our beautiful days together. Seeing my teammates risking everything to save me, I am deeply moved. Everyone, everyone is still fighting for our fire god team. Fight until the very last moment. Jang Kai collapsed to the ground, coughing violently, then struggled to get up. He clenched his teeth and supported himself on the ground, but his whole body trembled with pain, and he couldn't stand up. No one anxiously ran to his side. Kai, what do we do now? True to Honyan, Brother Nguyen, no one. Stay calm. Honyan has fallen. This storm won't last much longer. Jang Kai softly reassures her. I feel like my whole body is broken, but we need to take him down quickly. Is there a way I can recover fast? Jang Kai looks at no one with a weak, pleading gaze. Hearing that, she couldn't help but tear up. Kai, but not wanting his teammates to be disappointed in him, no one clenched his hand tightly. All right, I understand. In that brief moment of distraction, King Thi stuck out his tongue and wrapped his tongue around Yuanju and Nguyen Ngu. He immediately threw both of them into its mouth without hesitation, but before it could swallow, Jang Kai threw a punch right into its face. This damn dog, hurry up and let go of my friend. He jumps up high, getting ready to strike with a kick. A swift kick is unleashed. Jang Kai kicked it in the mouth, forcing it to spit out the two prey it had just swallowed. She saw the two people lying on the ground and immediately felt worried. Chu Tu and Nguyen, no one, they handed him over to me. King Lao rushed forward and threw a heavy punch where you just stood. She took out an orange potion bottle from her pocket, her expression turning serious. Kai, with your current healing ability, you still can't recover immediately. This is the tears of an immature, immortal bird. You accidentally obtained it during your previous military training, and drinking it can help explorers below level 20, regardless of injuries, temporarily restore them to their best state within 1 minute. But the side effect is that after 1 minute, no matter the situation, the person who drinks it will immediately faint. Kai, are you sure you want to drink it? Jang Kai didn't hesitate and immediately grabbed the potion bottle. His eyebrows slightly furrowed, but a confident smile appeared on his lips. 1 minute is enough. Jang Kai unleashed his attack, forcing Thi Vuong to frown and defend himself. Then he leapt back, taunting, Come on, you fool, if you're so brave, chase after me. It roared in fury and immediately chased after Jang Kai, who ran ahead quickly, gritting his teeth to buy more time. Good, the rain and wind have almost stopped. At this moment, he stopped and waited for it to approach. Suddenly, it was as if something was moving beneath the ground, causing the earth to ripple and surge up. Thi Vuong's fist suddenly broke through the ground and shot up toward the illusionary Jang Kai. He dodged the attack, a half-smile curling on his lips, clutching his weapon after being deceived once. Do you think I would still follow in your footsteps? In a rage, it roared and spat out thick clouds of poison gas. Suddenly, from within the toxic smoke, 3 arrows shot straight at the king of demons. It opened its mouth in shock as it saw the 3 arrows rushing toward it. Regaining his composure, King Thi immediately leapt up and counterattacked, causing a massive explosion that shook the entire surrounding area. Amidst the thick smoke, it looked around for its target. From a distance, a bright arrow shot out, but Thi Vuong quickly turned to the side to dodge. Provoked, it roared and tried to find Jang Kai's whereabouts. Tian Vuong spotted a pit ahead, but Jang Kai suddenly appeared behind it. Hey, Jang Kai, you unleashed 3 powerful arrows. I'm right here. You're too slow to react. Thi Vuong roared in fury and launched an attack at you. 3 arrows shot straight into its arm at an incredible speed. This time, the arrow pierced deep, causing Thi Vuong to scream in pain, but Jang Kai was grasped tightly by its giant hand. Thi Vuong moved closer, its tongue lashing out fiercely, while the frightened girl in the distance trembled, tears streaming down her face as she screamed in panic. Hai's mouth opened wide to reveal sharp fangs ready to swallow him, but at that moment, Thi Vuong's eye suddenly twitched. Jang Kai gathers all his strength into his trembling hand and speaks. The rotten corpse in front of you is not what you think it is. You really think you can catch me a second time? And sharp object has pierced straight into its heart. I was just pretending to be caught to lure you into biting the bait. The golden glow of aura shimmered on Jang Kai's hand. Thi Vuong, in pain, released him and roared in anger. Jang Kai's body falls to the ground, but his eyes remain fixed on it. Looks like this time, it was really spot on. A dark blue liquid slowly flows out from the King of Hell's heart. The effect of the medicine is indeed short-lived, lasting only a minute. Its massive body crashes down to the ground. No one, panicked to see Jang Kai fall, immediately runs over. Kai, your vision is gradually blurring. The last image you see is her running towards you. No one, I'll rely on you next. She hurriedly uses magic to heal. Kai no one remembered the moment when 3 arrows pierced its body. The 3 arrows were lodged in that tree. At first I thought Dokai missed his shot, but it turned out to be a trap set for the final attack just now. In intense pain, Jang Kai tried to swing his hand back, and a golden light burst from deep within Thief Wang's heart. Is everything part of your plan? Suddenly, she hears it scream. Nuan Nuan, afraid, stands up and slowly approaches. He's not dead yet. She bit her lip, recalling Jang Kai's face before he fainted, and then Noan relied on him. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and her hand clenched the hilt of the dagger. She slowly approached King Vulture's body. Come on, Noan, your teammate needs you now. Her whole body was covered in sweat, but Noan still resolutely raised her dagger. Her eyes suddenly shone with a fierce light. Thief Wang's roar echoed as its claws slashed toward her. Noan closed her eyes, clutching her dagger tightly and stepping back, blood dripping onto the ground. Despite the pain in her arm, a smile still appeared on her lips. Do you think you can still escape? How dare you hurt my friend? Noan roared and charged forward, ready to die. Her dagger pierced through its heart as Thief Wang's roar echoed through the deep forest. The scene shifts to the next day, under a large tree where Yuanju's group sits on the ground, smiling at each other. Noan furrows her brows as she bandages Jang Kai's wound. Don't exert yourself too much, rest well, and use your medicine. You'll recover in just 3 days. He just smiled faintly without saying anything. She realized Jang Kai was staring at her intently. What's wrong? Is there something strange on my face? You shake your head, then look toward the mountain. No, I just feel that Noan is growing up very quickly now, increasingly resembling an excellent explorer. I wonder, am I excellent? Jang Kai nodded, of course. Noan gently bowed her head and turned away. But when you guys are fighting against the fallen king, I'm just a doctor and have to rely on you to charge into battle. I feel like I'm weakening everyone's fighting spirit. Jang Kai looked up at the sky and then laughed. I think Noan might be underestimating herself too much. I remember how exhausted she looked, gasping for breath. Yet she never complained. In the past days, while helping Juzi and Nguyen-gu level up, you not only didn't complain, but also endured fatigue bravely, trying to keep up with the team so you wouldn't fall behind. Then the scene of Nuan bravely stepping forward to defend herself. Facing the provocation of the eagle hunting team, she knew she was no match for them, but still courageously stepped out. I see her bravely fighting with a dagger against Thief Wang, and after I was severely wounded by the fallen king, it was she who decisively struck the final blow, helping me level up successfully and saving those of us who were badly injured. Jang Kai looked at her with gentle eyes. Noan, you're a doctor with little combat ability, but I know you've never thought of backing down. You've accomplished so much. The things you think are small are actually obvious to all of us. On this journey, you've done very well. Noan, we all like you and need you very much. Hearing those words, she was so moved that her eyes welled up with tears. Vien Tru's people had been standing behind her for who knows how long. That's right, Nuan. If it weren't for your healing with the doctor's compassion, how could we be jumping around like this now? Jang Kai grimaced. Hey, when did you guys arrive here? Nguyen-gu, with his bandaged arm, smiled and said, well, thanks to Noan being here this time, everyone could move forward without worry. Honan rushed over. That's right, Nuan. If it weren't for you, I might have given up long ago. Hearing everyone's encouragement, tears kept flowing down her face. Everyone, even as tears fall, Noan feels a flood of happiness in her heart. Actually, I also like everyone very much. I also need everyone. After sharing their feelings, 2 hours quickly passed. Jang Kai stood still with a serious expression. Are you all ready? Everyone looks excited. The 4 of them simultaneously pressed the device, readying themselves. A duong appeared right at the center. You step forward and gently spread your arms. All right, I'll start now. As the device just opened, a burst of light immediately erupted. It is said that the treasure of the fallen demon king mainly contains equipment, especially high-quality gear that is very easy to fall out. This one is even a mutated level. It really makes people look forward to it. A pile of sparkling treasures appears, astonishing everyone. Seeing the item in Jang Kai's hand, she steps forward to examine it. The Raging Flame Sword, the weapon of an executioner at level 80, with only 2 divine weapons being swords. This is the 3rd one, estimated to be worth 350,000 ghost spirit coins. Yuanju gasped in surprise. 350,000 ghost crystals. So that's 3 million saintly spirit coins. Honyan shrugged. What's so special about that? This is a top-tier level 80 weapon. You reply, it's just a pity that our team doesn't have anyone to execute. Your eyes light up. That's right. Luckily, you can still exchange it for money. Jang Kai picks up a set of armor. Nuan, what is this? She opened the system check but looked suspicious. This is too strange. It seems like there are no records. Nguyen Nu exclaimed in surprise. No records? Does that mean this equipment has never appeared before, Min? Noan smiled and took out the inspection card from her pocket. But luckily, I have an inspection card. When I was with the troop, I occasionally encountered equipment that couldn't be checked with a watch, so I bought a few inspection cards just in case. As soon as I brought one close, the armor suddenly shone brightly. The system displays the information just checked. The Death Spirit Exo armor requires a level 60 suit, with an increase of 24 points in strength, 27 in defense, 33 in agility, and 71 in mental power. The special effect of 1 death pardon can reduce the level requirement by up to 40 levels. The special effect 2, Death Spirit State, immune to nerve system attacks for 3 seconds. Cooldown 10 minutes. The special effect 3, Death Torture. Inflicting a mental attack on the enemy. The enemy will continuously feel mental torment nearing death, only activating when the opponent is severely wounded, and can last until the caster's mental energy is exhausted. After reading this, Yuanzhu was stunned with his mouth wide open in amazement. This armor's attributes are incredible, especially in terms of mental strength, reaching an unexpected 71 points. The more Jang Kai explains, the more excited he becomes. And what's more, its special effect is truly surprising. The one-time Death Pardon effect shows that this armor is suitable for level 60 explorers, and even level 20 players like us can use it. You continue to explain the functions of the Death Spirit exoskeleton, and the special effects of the 2 Death Spirit states are the core of the Death Spirit exoskeleton. Although the neurosystem immunity lasts only for a short time, when facing sound-based attacks from the Phantom or certain neurotoxic poisons, it gives us a chance to rest and counterattack. Jang Kai clenched it tightly in his hand, and as for the special effect of the 3 death tortures, although it only becomes effective when the opponent is seriously wounded and isn't very useful in actual combat, it serves as a good trick to make enemies fear when necessary. About 25 minutes later, she pointed inside Yang. So far, most of the items we've found are weapons and armor. Although they are high level, they don't suit us, so it seems we'll have to trade them for materials to change our class. Among the items just taken out, there is a glowing ring. Curious, he bends down to search. What is this glowing thing? As soon as I picked up the pillar, the 3 people behind immediately brightened up. It's an accessory. You keep talking excitedly, but I'm paying attention to the base of the pillar. This ring looks like it's of a very high level. Noan, try using the watch to see if you dare to identify it. She quickly replied, yes. Jang Kai stepped forward, bent down, and examined the card. As soon as I picked it up, the system announced congratulations on receiving the only weapon belonging to the gambler, the card of the God of Death. His eyes shining brightly, he looked at Eyebrain and repeated what he just heard. Death God. She nodded. Exactly. AI Brain begins to explain the abilities of the cards. Death Card. The only weapon belonging to the gambler. No level required. The set includes 9 cards and the Death Card is one of them. After the explorer levels up to a transcendent or bizarre stage, they can bring this card into the real world. Jang Kai was momentarily stunned and then loudly asked, the only one means there is only this set of demon crystals in the entire world? Moreover, this Death Card is also the gambler's personal weapon and has no level restrictions. So isn't it specially designed for me? He muttered to himself, considering that with his profession skill, the demon card thrower who uses ordinary items could increase accuracy by 40% and piercing effect by 30%. Using items like the card can increase accuracy by 120% and piercing effect by 250%. Jang Kai suddenly realized that when he used this Death Card, the accuracy and piercing effect could be several times higher than with normal weapons. You stare intently at the card without looking away. But what exactly is a strange person? An extraordinary person is someone at level 80 or above. The strange person seems to be a title that corresponds to the same level of being extraordinary. Whatever, I'll check the data after I get back. Brain, display the notification again. The Death Card can increase the user's basic attributes by 20%. Pierce force by 50 points, permanently boost critical hit rate by 15%, and critical damage by 150%. Jang Kai was amazed, as the attributes of this Death Card also increase proportionally, meaning the higher his own attributes, the greater the boost from the Death Card. A look of excitement appears on your face. Now I'm even more eager to see what its special effect is. She doesn't pay attention, and continues. Now let me introduce the special effect of the Death Card to you. Brain started explaining the effects of the card. The special effect activates only when the timing is right and requires the owner to actively use the Death Card once. The Death Card can attack a target up to 50 times. Using an opportunity that hasn't arrived yet will drain a lot of mental energy.
During this process, the target takes an additional 50% damage and cannot die. Jang Kai opened his mouth in shock, attacking 50 times in a row, but the target still couldn't die. Yeah, I just said I want you dead. You can't avoid dying. The special effect of the death card is that if I don't let you die, you won't be able to die. She didn't answer your question, but continued to introduce the special effects of the two Wrath of the Pig gods. After the special effect is actively used, the death card will revolve around its tip at lightning speed, dealing continuous damage to the target area. If the target cannot escape during this process, its piercing power will keep increasing.
Using the Wrath of the gods will drain stamina and mental energy. Jang Kai grimaced. If he couldn't escape, the attack he had to endure would keep intensifying. Combined with the effect of a missed opportunity, this card is called the Death card. AI Brain then proceeds to reveal the final effect. The special effect of the three divine weapons accepting their master. The Death card cannot be damaged, and after obtaining it, one can control, summon, throw, and recall it through thought. After reading the last part, he finally smiled. This effect is great because it can't be damaged and can be controlled by thought. Even against treacherous enemies like the royal family, they would find it hard to guess what our ultimate trump card really is. Jang Kai happily raises the card high in celebration. Surprisingly, even though he couldn't find the level 20 gambling transfer material he had been hoping for, he still found a weapon belonging to the gambler. Suddenly realizing something, he looked at the card with confusion. But what exactly is the God card? The God card? Why do they say my death card is one of those, and there are 8 other cards as well? Suddenly, a loud noise came from behind him. Jang Kai immediately alert, wide-eyed, using his demon eye with focused attention, scanning straight through the forest. Jang Kai saw a group of people approaching. This is bad. A fairly high-ranking team is coming, and everyone's condition is not good right now. If we are discovered to have killed that mutated fallen demon king and taken the treasure, those spoils will definitely be stolen by others. Quickly inform everyone. Someone is coming. We can't delay. We need to leave this place now. They shouted in unison. The scene shifts to a building in Jiangzhong, where Wei Ying's base is located. He stood in front of the window, gazing into the distance, when suddenly there was a knock at the door behind him. Wei Ying turned back with a serious expression, and Lam Lam entered with a worried look. Commander, yet another country has detected the teleportation link. He listened in silence, his gaze deep in thought as he looked into the distance. Another country has been detected. Wei Ying slightly furrowed his brow, his lips moving subtly, but he said nothing, falling into a state of deep thought. Because the level of demon crystal excavation is not high, the territories of different countries are not connected. Except for individual professions that can enter the trial zone for beginners of other countries, through special methods. The domains of the countries do not overlap. The scene shifts to when Wei Ying met you a year ago, and he suddenly recalls that moment of distraction. Wei Ying clearly remembers that at that time all the countries were under attack. The nations repeatedly discovered the teleportation gates of Yao City. Multiple space-time gates have appeared in various locations across the Demon Star, all connected to a central area called Yao Territory. The Yao Territory is quite eerie, with a gray sky and a teleportation gate floating in the air. First, the area of the Yao City is extremely vast, and its location changes every 6 months. Even in the deep forest, a portal appears. Second, inside the Yao Territory, there are many mysterious, undiscovered areas called lost relics, hiding rare treasures and powerful materials for new professions. The scene when the teleportation gate opens reveals a trail of corpses scattered everywhere. However, what worries Wei Ying the most is that only explorers below level 60 can enter the Yao City level 60. What is even more surprising is that once a person enters the Yao territory, the AI will transmit the competition information, and the AI brain above will broadcast a welcome message to the site of the level 1 Yao temple competition. The team participating in this competition must have 5 members, each with a profession level below 60. When the number of countries entering reaches 80, the contest will officially begin. She grinned, her eyes hinting at a secret. All the explorers are competing here. In the end, the teams that win first, second, and third place will respectively receive 3 keys. 2 secret keys of the Yao territory, each with the right to enter the lost relic to search for rare treasures. Everyone is only allowed to participate in the competition once at their current rank. Returning to reality, she quickly spoke up. So far, 49 countries around the world have discovered the teleportation array of Yao City. Once 80 countries are reached, the Yao City competition will begin. Our holy divine has not yet found the teleportation array. He takes a cigarette and puts it to his mouth as Lam Lam continues. Only by ranking in the Yao City competition can we qualify to explore the lost relics. The treasures in the lost relics could very well change the fate of each nation. Seeing that Wei Ying didn't respond, she suspiciously called out, "Commander Wei, are you listening?" He took a puff of his cigarette before turning around slowly. Wei Ying calmly stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray, then passed by Lam Lam and issued a summons for representatives of the guild across the country. She nodded clearly to start the meeting. The scene shifts to a small corner in the town.
3 days later, he stepped out of the building with his hands in his pockets as Vientru's group approached and asked, "Kai, have you sold everything yet?" He nodded and took out 3 blue vials, saying, "I just listed them in the marketplace and they were sold out already. I also bought the materials needed for the transfer ritual that everyone was missing. This is a pre-made potion. Just drink it to complete the transfer of authority." Honan saw it, and her eyes immediately lit up. "The loot we got this time is all rare supplies and not cheap, yet it was sold out in an instant." He smiled. "Looks like more and more wealthy tycoons are emerging." "On the contrary," Nuo Na calmly said, "I heard that a few days ago the military held a global guild congress, and right after that the procurement department started buying up rare resources, probably related to this." Jang Kai's gaze shifted to the 2 people behind them, who stopped to chat each with their own comments. Hey, the guild challenge this year is about to start, and it looks like quite a few strong guilds are preparing to join. This should be very exciting. I heard that this year the Huyenvo Guild is putting special emphasis on the challenge tournament, and claiming that they will definitely take first place. Yuanju, upon hearing this, raised his hand confidently. "Huyenvo really is arrogant. Kai, don't worry, I will definitely avenge you then." Wingu next to him shouts in agreement, "That's right." Jang Kai nodded in agreement and said, "Okay, but before that, let's go to the guild area first." He has to keep his eyes wide open. "Anyway, since we're entering the guild challenge, we need to find a guild to join." She said, "Kai, have you found one yet? Before you said you offended the royal family and no guild was willing to accept you. I thought we would have to go through a tough time." She goes along with it. "That's right, Captain Kai, which guild did you find?" Hearing that, he just smirked mysteriously before cutting to a busy scene at the guild hall with people coming and going. Jang Kai led the group to the location and stopped, saying, "We're here." Yuanju immediately frowned. "Kai, is this the guild we need to join that you found? But why does Dieu look so different now?" The location is in a remote area, with no one in sight not only at the gate, but also no sign of the guild's name hanging up. Her round eyes widen as if she just discovered something very strange. She saw Jiang Kai slowly approaching the door with a suspicious look in his eyes. "Wait a minute. Kai, aren't you trying to establish your own guild?" He didn't answer, but quietly took out his card to scan. As soon as Jang Kai finished, a line of text immediately appeared on the guild board of the 319th Divine Number Area C. That's right. As the door just opened, the whole group froze in shock, their eyes wide as if they were about to pop out. A magnificent and splendid building suddenly appears before their eyes. The house is so beautiful. He stands in front of everyone with his arms open and says, "Welcome everyone to join." The shimmering lake scene with small mountains gradually appears. Hey, Kai. When did you establish the guild? I didn't expect you to keep such a secret move hidden." Honyan stood there, looking up and sighing. "That's right. Captain Kai didn't hide anything from you. I never thought someone as stingy as you would willingly buy such a beautiful place. Being called stingy made me just want to find a place to hide." Win Yu said, "That's right. How much did this place cost? It must have been at least 100 million divine coins, right?" Jang Kai was speechless. It seemed his reputation as a stingy person in their eyes was unchangeable. He pressed the device on his wrist, and the system screen immediately appeared. "Actually, I've had this plan for a long time, so today when I was buying materials to transfer roles for everyone, I also registered the guild. I remember when I first arrived here, everyone refused you. I remember when I first arrived at Demon Spirit, all the guilds refused me at the door because they feared the royal power." Back in the present, Jang Kai smirked mischievously. "Fine. Relying on the heavens and fate rather than myself, I will establish my own guild." The system screen begins to display a notification. The headquarters of the guildmaster is being identified. Once successful, the guild's information is being verified. The verification was successful, you say. Now that the new Holy Lord Guild has just been established, the mechanical voice of the system rings out, announcing the official founding of the guild, and the group immediately erupts in excited cheers. But anyway, now we have a house in Demon Spirit. That's amazing. The scene shifts to the next morning. Yuanju rushes in and says, "I successfully changed my class. Kai, I've changed my class to a fighter." The explorer, a level 21 warrior, clenched his fists with eyes shining with excitement. "Now I have a second talent, and it's very powerful." Jang Kai asked, "What kind of talent is it?" Yuanju smiled broadly, proudly giving a thumbs up, and said the name of his talent was the all-round fighter, which could increase my attributes by more than 10% compared to other professions that had changed classes twice. In addition, each time I level up, I can also gain 7 attribute points. Hearing this, you also feel happy for him. That's amazing. Honyan, standing beside, also looked impressed. The development of this warrior class path relies on increasing attributes. It's really too powerful. No wonder it's one of the strongest divine professions, so envy-inducing. Yuanju rested his hand on his hip, turned around, raised 2 fingers, and said, "It's not just that." He started explaining his abilities. During battle, I can freely allocate all attributes, sometimes reaching a state of heightened awareness, other times a high attack state, and after the fight, I restore my original attributes. Additionally, when I learned combat skills, this talent also had a chance to help me comprehend new techniques. Jang Kai's face showed a mix of surprise and a smile. She couldn't hide her curiosity about being able to freely distribute her core attributes. This ability, if used well, can truly crush all opponents of the same level. Moreover, the new move comprehension feature is almost on par with a free skill. You step forward and pat the pillar on the shoulder, saying, "Chuzi, you're likely to become the most versatile martial artist." He shyly replies, "Kai, I told you, I'll protect you from now on." Honyan, crying, said, "I am so tired of hearing the words admiration." Suddenly, the door gently opened, and Nguyen Ngu, looking dejected, stepped in absent-mindedly. The 3 of them immediately turned back and asked, "That's right, Mr. Nguyen, why are you so gloomy?" "Did the class change fail?" Jang Kai asked Nguyen Yu. "What's wrong with you?" As he spoke, tears fell as he recounted that the transformation was successful, but I changed my class to Deathseer. My innate skill is drinking wine for fun. Explorer Ngui Ningu has the Death Seeker profession, level 21. His strength and agility have increased by 2 points each, but his physical growth rate has decreased from 3 points to 2 points. Seeing that he was sad, Jang Kai explained, "Normal classes after reaching level 20 can increase 20 attribute points with each level up, except for special classes like Warrior. Soldiers can also gain additional attribute points, but few people receive them. Your profession can gain an additional 3 attribute points, which is quite rare." Nguyen Ngu's expression gradually brightened. "Really?" she asked with a big question mark above her head. "I also think it's quite rare, but I am a bit curious about this drinking for fun thing from Nguyen Ngu. What kind of entertainment is that?" He scratched his head, thought for a moment, and said, "The drinking for fun state will activate my subconscious, helping me transition from drunkenness to a semi-sober state between drunk and sober." In short, I think maybe Nguyen Ngu's hesitant words made all 3 even more curious. What exactly is it? He scratched his head and smiled shyly like a blooming flower, quite carefree. After hearing that, all 3 of them looked as if they had just swallowed something bitter, completely speechless. Half an hour has passed, but the door remains completely silent. Yuanju's eyes are fixed on the door, unmoving. "Half an hour has passed, so why hasn't no one come out yet? Isn't there a problem?" Honyan closed her eyes, crossed her arms, and said, "Wait a bit longer. Changing jobs is a difficult process, but I believe no one can do it." As she finished speaking, the door gently opened, and her legs slowly stepped out. As soon as no one stepped out, her whole body trembled slightly, and without thinking, he quickly said, No one. Isn't the transfer of position not ideal? It's okay, at worst we'll try again next time." She nodded and said, "Yes?" Actually, my first time changing roles wasn't very smooth either. Nguyen Ngu comforted her. "Don't be discouraged, no one. We will be with you all the way." Although the situation is quite tense, Jang Kai calmly said, "Everyone, don't be anxious. I think no one has something to say." She hesitated, her lips just barely moving without speaking. No one's eyes welled up with tears of emotion when suddenly the system announced, "Explorer no one level 21 healer profession." I never expected that after becoming a healer, I would gain a top-tier talent like toxin analysis, with less than a 1 in 1,000 chance. "What?" With an interested look, she continued explaining, "If you have the talent for toxin analysis, I can increase the effectiveness of the medicine by 10%, boost the potency of poison by 50%, and also improve your ability to sense toxicity in materials by 30%. He was so excited that his eyes sparkled. "That's amazing." No one. Are you planning to take the poison route?" She shook her head with a gentle smile and said, "Not sure yet, but the medicine is 3 parts toxic. When preparing the medicine, you can use this talent to remove toxins from the potion and ultimately improve its effectiveness." The 3 of them, Yuanju, opened their eyes wide in shock and said, "So, that's how it is."
You did well with the class change, but among our opponents, there are many strong teams. These teams are carefully controlled by major guilds and are specifically used to compete for rankings in the team tournament, so we cannot afford to be careless now. Jang Kai's eyes sparkled brightly. Let's keep leveling up before the official guild challenge begins. Everyone nodded in unison and said, "One mind." 7 days passed, and a system notification sounded in the forest. Collect 180 elite-level wolf corpses and 2 battlefield-level wolf corpses. His eyes shone brightly as he clenched his fist with determination and said, "I've improved a lot after 7 days of real combat." The system screen appeared, showing the explorer Zhu, a level 25 warrior, and Noan, a level 24 healer. On the other side, both she and he received level-up notifications. Explorer Huonyan, fortune teller profession, level 31. She excitedly said, "I am getting better at my rain-making skill." Explorer Nguyen Ngu, level 25 death mage. Jang Kai approached and saw them talking and laughing happily. He pressed the watch, and the screen immediately displayed the results of the Guild Challenge organization. The text appears before everyone's eyes on the screen. The Guild of the Supreme God, the Fire God Squad, all need to know that during the level 21 to 40 competition, 32 teams are participating, with 1 match per day for each team. Your first opponent team comes from the Shun Sat Squad of the Huyen Vo Guild, led by Huang Dat. Be at the Western Arena of Thandu City at 8 a.m. tomorrow to prepare for the match. Pay attention, this competition will be decided solely by whether all members of the opposing team are killed. Nuan's eyes widened in shock, and she said, "Huang Dat, what a coincidence." The opponent in the first match is the Huyen Vo Guild, and it's Huang Dat who clearly has a grudge against Kai. Ho Nan frowned slightly before leaning forward and saying, "Moreover, the previous guild challenge was stopped at the right time, but this time the standard is to kill the opponent to determine the winner. I think the royal family is sneaking in through the back door and seeking revenge." Win Ngu quickly grabbed his hand and said, True too, please stay calm." Jang Kai still calmly reassured everyone and said, "It's okay. Whether it is fate or deliberate revenge, I also want to compete against Huang Da in a match." Huang Da. "Well then, I will take this opportunity to settle both the debt and the interest owed by your royal family with you." The scene shifts to the next morning at the arena, where everyone in the stands is cheering loudly. Vu Vi holds the microphone, her voice echoing throughout the arena. The competition between teams from levels 21 to 40 will start in 15 minutes. Please refrain from wandering around freely. The teams participating in this match are the Thunsat Squad from the Mystical Martial Guild and the Fire God Squad from the Supreme God Guild. If you're here, you can go up to the stage now. Everyone looks up at the screen and cheers. Once Thuansat steps onto the field, no one can stop them. Amid the cheers, Huang Dat's team steps onto the arena. This time, Shun Satsu is sure to make history. "Hien Vo champion," Batngan said with a slightly sarcastic tone. "You girls are really lucky to have arrived just in time for the annual guild challenge. Since you're here, let me take you to watch. Although your team has a pretty good ranking in this month's rookie trial, don't be too arrogant. Learn from how these skilled squads operate." She snorted coldly and said with a cold face, "Qualifying rounds in a small team are nothing special. The real excitement is in the finals. Hong Xiong, don't be arrogant. Although you topped this rookie trial, one of the participants has broken the 30-year-old rookie record of Saint Yao." Her eyes sparkled like stars as she heard the surprised crowd behind her say, "So you mean Jang Kai?" Huang Da smiled arrogantly and asked, "Where is Jang Kai? Not here yet? Don't tell me you're afraid to come because you know you'll have to fight me." Hung Hai burst out laughing and said, "This is normal. Everyone knows your reputation. After all, that guy Jang Kai dares to mess with your brother. Does that mean he still dares to mess with you?" He laughed loudly, lifting his chin with an arrogant look and said, "Jang Kai, aren't you feeling resentful? Don't be a coward." The group behind also chimed in, saying, "That's right. What kind of Fire God Squad is this? Truly a cowardly team." Suddenly, a shout came from behind, making him turn around. "Hey, big boss, Jang Kai's group has appeared at the entrance." As they stepped out, Yuan Zhu behind him asked, "What are you shouting about, La? Who's the coward here? We'll see after the fight." He tilted his chin and said, "That's right." The large screen in the control room is now showing Jang Kai's group. He sat back casually with his legs crossed, working on the computer, and has completed the trial run. Throughout the match, we can evaluate Noan and Vientru's performance at any time. Luojun sat beside him, stretching out his arm and saying, "That's good, but Professor Lee might need to bother you for one more person." He raised an eyebrow in doubt. "Isn't it enough to just evaluate Vientru and Noan?" Lam Lam turned around and smiled, saying, Commander Wei wants to see the evaluation results of one more person.
I see. So that's how it is. Another person who be from I'm pretty person. No problem. Who is that?
He said nothing more, his eyes fixed on the screen as he muttered about the Fire God squad leader. The scene shifts to the arena, where Huang Da looks at him with a frown. He gritted his teeth and called out each word, Jang Kai. In the control room, everyone was staring at the screen, displaying your team's information. It was hard to believe. It's hard to believe. The main explorer, a level 25 warrior. Explorer, Nong Nong. Healer profession, level 24. Professor Lee stands silently, sweat beading on his forehead.
In just a short time, they not only reached level 20 to complete their class change, but also advanced several levels beyond that. She exclaimed in amazement, "What?"
Lam Lam sat up suddenly, picking up her laptop to look back. More than 20 days ago, when they left the army, she clearly hadn't reached level 30 yet. Why does anyone who follows Jang Kai improve so quickly? Luojun smirks with a knowing smile, casting a sideways glance. It's really not surprising. Jang Kai was originally a very interesting person. The scene shifts to the arena. Wu Vi raises his hand high and shouts loudly in front of the crowd, catching the attention of the competitors on the stage. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 magic formations appeared simultaneously. Once the match began, neither team was allowed to leave the arena, surrender, or kill all members of the opposing team. The only way to win. Is that clear? Your team and he responded in unison with serious expressions. Understood. She couldn't hide her excitement. Then the official battle begins. Huang Dat, full of fighting spirit, immediately ordered his team. Everyone, follow the order to kill him. As soon as the words were spoken, they all charged forward together. Jang Kai Jang stood with his legs apart, ready to fight, then gave orders. I and Zhu Zi will lead the charge. Nguyen Yu, you protect Honyan and Nuan Nuan. A cold glint flashes in your eyes. Noan, keep an eye on the battle at all times, and heal us immediately when needed. Under Jang Kai's command, everyone acted clearly. Hong Hai smirked and said arrogantly, I am eager to tear you all apart. Yuan Zhuochen hesitated for a moment, then stepped back. Kai, they're coming. Stay calm at the back, Juzi. Don't be afraid, listen to my command.
Jang Kai's supporters in the stands all shouted, True to, don't be cowardly. Your abilities are no worse than anyone else's.
True too, if you don't improve this time, even the captain can't keep you on the team. You must step up. Li Bu sits in the center, squinting in thought, knowing that True Two's biggest weakness is his timidity. Will he be able to overcome it this time? Suddenly he looked as if he saw something and was stunned. What is Truji doing? Everyone only saw Yuan Zhu pick up the wine bottle, open the lid, and directly pour the wine into his mouth to drink it all, his face turning red from drunkenness. Just a moment later, the wine bottle was shattered in front of everyone's gossiping eyes. What is he doing? Is he drinking alcohol? Even now, he's still drinking? Is he an alcoholic? You're joking! Yuan Zhu lowered his sword and struck a champion's pose. I am the greatest war god in the world, and you bunch of scoundrels keep picking fights with Kai. I don't know what to say except I'm helpless. And you're already drunk just like that? Huang Dat's team was all stunned, open-mouthed at this scene. He attacked with incredible speed, aiming his sword straight down, so why not strike quickly and end it fast? Hung Hai stared in shock as the strength of the pillar suddenly surged. Isn't it said that this kid is a coward with only an E rank in the army? What's going on now? Van Vu shook his head, unsure, clearly a drunken madman, full of excitement with bright eyes rushing into battle. Come here, I, Yuan Mo, am here. Who dares to compete with me? Jang Kai stood behind, quietly sighing as he observed, it seems now there's no stopping the pillar's power. Luckily, Nguyen Ngu hadn't finished speaking when a figure suddenly rushed past him. Noan and Honan screamed in panic, Nguyen Ngu, you're drunk, holding a wine bottle and rushing straight ahead. Nguyen Ngu here. I am not weaker than anyone in this life, daring to show off to our Fire God squad. I am the first person who refuses to submit. Seeing Nguyen Ngu rush forward, he immediately straightened his face. Damn it, another drunkard, deal with him first. A flash of light appeared in his eyes, accompanied by an "oh," and Nguyen Ngu's eyes turned into hearts as he approached, looking incredibly handsome. Little darling, I'm here to protect you.
What the hell is that? Then a huge explosion shook the entire space.
He rushed forward to pin him down and kiss him, but Dao Chok panicked and resisted, and he kicked him away. Get lost. The whole body fell in front of Jang Kai. Nguyen Yu supported himself on the ground and slowly stood up, still full of desire. He rushed forward and said, I like a sharp-tongued beauty like you.
Are all these Ivar God squad members crazy or what?
Hong Duong frowned, still unable to believe what he was seeing, and asked, "Big brother, the Fire God Squad is too perverted." Both Honan and Noan looked terrified. "This time, everyone will think our Fire God Squad isn't a gathering of freaks, right? Only when drunk can Juzi and Big Brother Nguyen activate their powers. They are also protecting us. Open the system and check it. Focused on the demon eye, Tru Tu and Nguyen Ngu are both unconscious now. I must concentrate all my strength." The orb jumps down to attack, kicking the earth spear. As the sword swung down, a loud explosion echoed everywhere. Hung Hai dodged to the side just in time, sighing in relief. "That was close. Lucky I was quick." He quickly regained his composure and charged forward again. "Die, you crazy bastard!" Jang Kai immediately threw a dart, aiming directly at the target. "Watch out, Chu Tu!" Hung Hai jumped up, creating a shield to protect himself and raising it in front to block the dart. After exchanging silent glances, Hung Hai subtly smirked inwardly, knowing that as long as the shield's defenses held, even a fierce attack couldn't kill him. When Vu seized the opportunity to rush toward her while Ho Nan attacked, a medic and a fortune teller, these two had no fighting ability. Let me handle them first. She stands tall and steps forward, saying, Nuan, hide behind me so I can deal with him." Invincible ice magic. "Look quickly, there's a hailstorm." Damn it, I didn't expect this fortune teller girl to be able to control and create a rain of ice. A cold smile appeared on her beautiful face. "I've been practicing with the level B mysterious ice crystal stones that the captain gave me to create hail and control it to disrupt enemy attacks. System notification, level B mystic ice crystal stones can enhance skills with a freezing effect that can reduce the opponent's agility. As expected, it works very well." Yuan Shen's sword rushes forward to cut through her ice orb. His relentless attacks keep coming at Ho Nan. She staggers backward, barely managing to hold herself up. "Ho Nan!" Yuan Shen snorted coldly and said indifferently, "I didn't expect to be caught off guard by a fortune teller." "Don't say you're one of our allies when you go outside." Fan Vu charged forward, shouting angrily, "Stop talking nonsense. That fortune teller belongs to me. I have to kill that annoying woman myself. Where do you think you're running? Your opponent is the #1 war god in the world." His swift sword makes the ground tremble, and the earth-shattering spear strikes. Both of them barely dodged that attack. Damn it, this crazy guy really is a troublesome bastard. Hung Hai crouched down from behind and said, "Let's crush this Yuan guy together. First." The man snorted coldly and nodded in agreement, standing face to face with them, while Yuan Zhu still radiated fighting spirit. "Hey, wife, let me keep the taste of our love on your soft cherry lips. Are you trying to die? Who do you think your wife is? Look again and see who I am." As he spoke, he fixed his gaze carefully on the giant shield that Nguyen Ngu was holding tightly in front of him. The head-butted bastard secretly clenched a sharp knife in his hand, grinding his teeth as he calculated. That crazy bastard's shield had extremely strong defense, so he had to strike where the shield couldn't cover. Thinking that, he immediately rushed toward Nguyen Ngu, but he had already run away quickly, happily shouting, "Wife, don't be shy." Since the headbutt missed, he's so angry he's going crazy and throwing shurikens at Nguyen Ngu, shouting while throwing, "You bastard, die." But just then, someone shot a dart to deflect the 3 sharp knives and warned anxiously, "Nguyen Ngu, beware. If Dao Chok sees that, he'll be startled and immediately turn around. It's Jang Kai." From afar, Jang Kai's hand still glowed with the residual power of his throw. He calmly ordered to retreat, and at that moment, Tao Chok suddenly loudly informed Huang Dat, "Captain, he's already used 8 darts." Hearing that, he happily chuckled and gathered a stream of purple energy in his hand. "Very good." Huang Dahe sneered coldly, quickly condensing a strange purple crystal, a super death crystal. He raised the super death crystal high, emitting a terrifying flickering light around it. Over here, Honya looked at the compass in her hand in horror and muttered, "What is this? Why is my compass no longer responding to my commands?" No one behind also grimaced and said, "My dagger is about to be pulled away too." Far away, Vien Tru stared in horror as the sword in his hand was being pulled strongly by a force. Over there, Jang Kai also trembled as he looked at his restrained hand, worried that he might not be able to summon the tracking spell anymore. In the distance, Huang Da still held up the super death crystal, slowly approaching him step by step. The man stopped a distance away, sneering as he asked, "Jang Kai, don't tell me you think we haven't prepared anything." Huang Da then looked at the super gem again and calmly explained, "This super telepathic crystal was cut from the center of a high-grade telepathic stone, used to craft your darts. Now, with only 1 dart left, do you still think you have a chance to win?" Jang Kai didn't answer, only slightly curved his lips into a gentle smile, showing no sign of worry.
He then drew another dart to attack, frowning slightly as he shook his head and said, "Huang Dot, I'm afraid you're celebrating too early."
Huang Dot was stunned and puzzled, thinking to himself, could it be that this dart isn't affected by the super telepathic crystal? But he quickly dismissed the thought and only sneered as he raised his hand to create a shield. Huang Dot tightly grips the shield in front of him, his eyes focused on Jang Kai with determination.
But it doesn't matter. This guy will die anyway. Behind the shield, his eyes flash with madness as he grits out, "Jang Kai, have you seen this shield yet?"
Today, I will show you what despair truly is. At the same time, in the observation room, Luo Jun was sitting and watching everything on the screen, muttering in amazement. Jang Kai is about to lose. That shield is the Tython Great Shield. Even though it has been downgraded due to the rules of the match, its defense still reaches 72 points. Incredibly terrifying. He pursed his lips, his face darkening as he softly said to himself, in demon spirit, the higher the level of the weapon,
the higher the rank required to wield it. But if you downgrade a high-level weapon, it can help lower-level explorers meet the requirements. Although this damages the weapon and reduces its attributes, its damage output still far exceeds that of normal weapons.
Hualien nearby also watched everything, frowning in amazement that Huyen Vo had downgraded the Transcendent Warrior's weapon.
Lo Tuan widened his eyes and continued, "It's not just that. The super crystal and the shield used by that warrior earlier are also top-tier equipment that have been downgraded. They put in a lot of effort to deal with Jang Kai."
So no one was already destined to be killed.
Over there on the battlefield, Huang Dot grinned widely and shouted.
The Thunderstrike squad listened to the order. Wait a moment. Huang Dot chuckled again and slowly added, "Oh right, kill them slowly. I want them to taste the consequences of daring to touch what they shouldn't." The whole group immediately charged forward to attack. Hung Hai led the charge, roaring excitedly, taking advantage of the weapon's magnetic effect to take down these three first. Nuan and Honan saw this and shouted in panic, "It's not good."
The crazy bastard on this side swung his fist at Nguyen Ngu, shouting, "Damn pervert, go to hell!"
Li Bu watched everything, shook his head slightly, and sighed. The equipment gap is too big. It seems there is really no hope left.
The blonde sister next to him also sighed and added, "Although Zhu Zi has found a way to overcome his timidity, he probably won't have a chance to show himself anymore."
Hadao also crossed her arms in disbelief and asked,
"Jang Kai, are we really about to lose this time?"
Hong Shuang also turned away disdainfully and said, "What is this?" It turns out Jiang Kai isn't that strong after all.
"Over here," Huang Dot still laughed triumphantly and said loudly, "Our Shunsat squad all wear black tea inner armor, so contact with the force won't affect them. No matter how hard you struggle, you'll just be writhing before death."
"Now!" As soon as he finished speaking, the sword in Nuo No's hand suddenly flew away, causing her to fall to the ground. Huang Dot raised the crystal to pull all those weapons toward him and coldly said, "Jang Kai, I want you to die.
Everything you have done to the royal family, I want you to pay back 100 times over."
The man laughed maniacally and declared, "I want you to see clearly your pathetic life. I want you to kneel and beg for mercy." Listening to Huang Dot's arrogant declaration, Jang Kai focused his strength on the dart and said coldly, "I refuse to accept my fate." Standing straight like a bamboo, Jang Kai held the dart tightly, staring intently at him. Huang Dot sneered and advised, "Jang Kai, stop struggling. Do you really think this dart can deal with me? Don't dream anymore." As the words finished, strange energy suddenly erupted from Jang Kai's hand, and a card slowly appeared, devouring and transforming into a figure.
Huang Dot was terrified and muttered in shock, "What is that?"
Hadao was just as amazed, wide-eyed, and asking, "Wait, what was that just now?" Lam Lam was also stunned, opening her mouth in confusion. What is happening? Why did Jang Kai's 9 Lives Destiny card suddenly turn into a card? Luo Jun also couldn't believe it, stammering, "Such strong killing intent, could that be a weapon with its own aura?" Meanwhile, Jang Kai remained calm and smiling, secretly affirming, "Of course, because this is not a fate-seeking item, but the only weapon of the card-playing god gambler." You slowly recall the time you faced Eyebrain when she gently introduced herself. Usually, equipment on demon crystals is classified from F to S. Eyebrain presented various items. The card in Jang Kai's hand is just like that, slowly explaining, but in reality, there are higher levels than S, including SS and SSS, and the divine card is a weapon of SSS quality. Jang Kai, upon hearing this, eagerly asked, "What? A SSS level weapon?" Eyebrain nodded slightly and calmly explained further, the divine card also has a unique deck effect. You frown and repeat, the effect of the deck. She doesn't hesitate and explains, the special effect of the Divine Card 1. Whenever you add a Divine Card, all your Divine Cards will increase their basic attributes by 10% and their weapon's armor penetration by 50%.
Pause for a moment. Eyebrain lowered his voice and emphasized seriously, the special effect of the second Divine deck. Devouring Transformation can swallow other thrown weapons and inherit all their attributes. The Devouring Morphing effect does not affect the original attributes of the Divine Card. Returning to the present, Jang Kai happily chuckled and explained, before the match, the Death Card had long disguised itself as a pursuit command using the Devouring Morphing effect, and since it isn't equipped with a strong magnet, it naturally wouldn't be affected by the Super Death Crystal. At this point, he glanced at the card in his hand and said boldly, "Huang Dot, from now on, it might be you who kneels and begs." A murderous look flashed in Jang Kai's eyes as he spoke in a sinister voice. "Your plea isn't for me to spare you, but for me to kill you." Huang Dot, startled, sweat pouring down, wondered what this kid was planning. As he hesitated, Jang Kai narrowed his eyes and roared fiercely, unleashing a powerful blast straight at Huang Dot's shield. He grimaced and tried to withstand that attack, his brows furrowed in horror. What is he thinking? My Titan shield is a downgraded weapon for superhumans after all. It's just a card. How could it break through? But before the thought even finished, Jang Kai's power had pierced through that solid shield. With a loud bang, the shield shattered into pieces, knocking Huang Dot back and causing him to spit out blood, as he was thrown against the green barrier and groaned in pain. He slumped to the ground. The Super Spirit Crystal also lost control and fell to the ground. As soon as the crystal dropped, the sword and the compass that had been pulled earlier also immediately fell down. The pillar here clenched its teeth and tightly gripped the sword in its hand, also startled by the sound of the falling. Honan saw this and loudly warned, "The control of the Super Death Crystal has disappeared. Take this opportunity to go." As soon as the words finished, the pillar forcefully swung its sword to block the attack of the three swift team members. Hung Hai couldn't believe what he was seeing, his eyes wide with shock. What? The headbutter on the other side is still wildly attacking Nguyen Nhu, while he remains steadfast with his shield. But just a second later, Nguyen Nhu cheerfully and softly scolded, "Wife, why did you sneak attack your family? You're so mischievous." As soon as the words finished, the face of the headbutter immediately froze, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. In the observation room, everyone watching Jang Kai through the screen also broke out in sweat, puzzled. What kind of joke is this? A thin card piercing through that seemingly indestructible shield? What exactly is Jang Kai's attack? How can his power be so terrifying? Outside, Huang Da was knocked to the ground, grinding his teeth in frustration as he muttered, "How is this possible? No way! How could I lose to that useless guy? Damn it, I can't get up at all." Yuan Shen, seeing this, shouted in panic, "Boss!" Van Vu also frowned and shouted, "This is bad! Hurry and support!" But before they could move, Vien Tru and Nguyen Ngu had already rushed to block their path. My opponent is you. The more he runs, the more excited I get. On this side, Huang Dot grits his teeth, eyes wide with fear as he watches Jang Kai slowly but menacingly approach him. You lightly extend your hand, and the card quickly returns from the shattered shield to your hand. Jang Kai clenches the card tightly, a murderous look in his eyes, and says in a low voice, "Huang Dot, the real fun is just beginning. There's still a long time." Huang Dot clearly heard Jang Kai's cold announcement, his eyes gradually widening as if he had just seen something extremely terrifying. Immediately after, Jang Kai swung a sharp strike directly at him, blood splattering and a scream of agony echoing loudly. Lam Lam, standing with her hands on her hips, watched the attack in amazement and exclaimed, "That's so powerful. It's almost impossible to follow with the naked eye." Meanwhile, Jang Kai continued wildly swinging his sword at Huang Dot, causing him to scream in pain. "Stop! Just stop, you bastard! I want to kill you!" My eyes suddenly flash with murderous intent, and I whisper softly, "Death is inevitable, but if you think that's all there is, you're very mistaken." Immediately after, Ibrain's voice also sounded. "Special effect 1 of the Death Card. The time isn't right yet using the Death Card once. The Death Card can attack the target repeatedly up to 50 times. During this process, the target will take an additional 50% damage and cannot die. As soon as the words are spoken, the slash wound across Huang Dot's body is torn open again, blood spraying out violently. The continuous slashes repeatedly cut into his body, causing Huang Dot to scream in pain and madness, his desperate cries echoing throughout the space and even reaching the ears of those watching outside the barrier. The people outside watching were stunned like being struck by lightning when they heard that scream.
Inside, Jang Kai still bowed his head quietly, whispering in a cold, slow voice, Huang Dat, for you, killing people is just like eating rice, isn't it? If you don't care about the lives of others, then right now I will let you experience the fear before death comes. Huang Dat was completely terrified, his pupils constricted as he stammered, unable to speak. No, please don't. But that plea goes unanswered. The special effect of the death spirit outer shell is to torment the enemy's mind once, causing mental suffering before death. This effect only works after the opponent is seriously injured and can be maintained until the caster exhausts their mental energy. A cold, murderous aura surges in Jang Kai's eyes as he ominously emphasizes each deathly word. Huang Dat's pupils contracted violently, his eyes wide and trembling as he stammered no. But Jang Kai maintained a cold expression, lowering his voice and emphasizing each word heavily. As the words finished, Jang Kai's eyes turned icy cold. He gathered his strength and stared fixedly at Huang Dat in front of him. Then a sharp slash with fierce power pierced through Huang Dat's abdomen. His face stiffened in a grimace as he moaned, it hurts so much. Who is cutting me? Huang Dat, in agony, threw his head back, his eyes bloodshot and rolling, feeling as if his stomach had been hollowed out and something was gnawing at his entrails. Bright blood erupted violently from his body. Huang Dat's 7 orifices bleed, and he trembles as he begs for help. Save me, my body is being ground into minced meat, it hurts so much. His body feels as if countless swords are piercing through it, and he bows his head in agony, crying out, it hurts so much. Huang Dat's eyes were bloodshot and wide with despair as he stared, asking himself, why am I still alive? In the end, he couldn't endure the thousands of continuous slashes anymore, trembling as he begged, I can't take it anymore. But Jang Kai's face remained cold and indifferent, his dark eyes lowering with a sarcastic tone. Is that all you can endure? The pain you're suffering now still isn't a fraction of the suffering of the innocent people you killed. Huang Dat completely loses his mind, clutching his head and screaming wildly. Kill me. Just kill me. Jang Kai chuckled softly, thinking to himself that the time for the death card and the torment of the outer shell spirit had not yet come. He calmly watched the suffering man, analyzing internally how the combination of intense physical pain and mental anguish created a truly perfect effect. Over there! Huang Dat was still screaming wildly. Help me! Just kill me already! In the room, Lam Lam watched the scene with suspicion and asked, why hasn't Huang Dat died yet? With injuries this severe, he should have been fatally wounded long ago. Lo Tuan's face also looked serious as he shook his head slightly, saying, I don't know, but I fear Huang Dat is about to be completely ruined. He rested his chin in his hand, deep in thought, with a look of suspicion in his eyes. What is Jang Kai's secret weapon? Even I can't see through it. Outside, Huang Dat-ko leaves Lei behind, grabbing Jang Kai's leg, trembling as he begs Jang Kai, I swear I will never touch your family again. I was wrong, I beg you, I'm begging you, please kill me. Jang Kai still looked down at Huang Dat coldly, secretly sneering inside and thinking, this is such a good opportunity, how could I let Huang Dat die easily? Hearing that, he let out a faint cold snort and then turned his head to look in a certain direction, guessing that the other person would soon be unable to hold on anymore. Jang Kai slowly raised his head and looked up at Huang Thong, who was watching the whole scene, unable to stay still any longer. Grinding his teeth in anger, he thought to himself that despite all his preparations, he still couldn't kill Jang Kai. He didn't kill Xiao Da to force me to show up. Thinking of this, Huang Thong stood up suddenly, stepped forward, and loudly called out to the arena, Jang Kai. Jang Kai achieves his goal, lifts his head, and sneers coldly. So, you're the President Huang of the Huyanvo Guild. What's the matter? He didn't hesitate, glaring angrily, and said, Jang Kai, I know what you want if you kill Huang Dat. Now, I promise that from now on, the boy will never touch your family again. Why should I trust you when he hasn't harmed my family? And what about the others in your group? Jang Kai just shrugged and replied softly, well, it's up to you. While Huang Dat behind him still painfully clutches his head and screams, let me die. On the stands, Huang Thong grits his teeth and considers, no, Vi has to undergo psychological treatment again. If this continues, Dot will be crippled too. Finally, in front of everyone, he took a deep breath and declared, I, on behalf of the Huyanvo Martial Society, promise to ensure the safety of your family. If you still don't believe, after the competition ends, we will finalize the agreement in front of the military. At this point, Jang Kai finally nodded in satisfaction. All right, you said it yourself. From now on, if any of you dare to touch my family, whether you're the royal family or the Huyanvo Guild, I will root you all out completely.
As soon as the words finished, a loud slash sounded, and Huang Da's head was instantly severed from his body, blood spraying wildly. Jang Kai retracted the card, glanced at Huang Da's corpse on the ground, and then loudly said to Huang Thong, "Do you understand?" He had no choice but to grit his teeth and swallow his anger as the soldier behind him nervously called out. Chairman Huang Thong was furious and immediately turned around shouting loudly, "What are you standing there for? You idiot, go offline and invite the best psychologist to check Huang Da's condition." That guy hurriedly replied, "Yes." He quickly turned and left, while Huang Thong silently looked at Jang Kai, thinking to himself, "Jang Kai, just wait for me." Underneath, Jang Kai still sat calmly with his arms crossed, his provocative gaze fixed directly at him. Suddenly, his body tensed in pain, causing Jang Kai's face to turn pale and tremble. He slightly bent forward, hands on his knees, exhaling softly and thinking to himself, "This is really dangerous. I almost couldn't stand earlier, continuously using devouring transformation, divine fury. The opportunity hasn't come yet and death is looming. My mental energy is almost gone." Jang Kai's eyes flashed with sharpness as he quickly encouraged himself. Even though Huang Da has died, the opponent still has 4 level 40 fighters, and I absolutely cannot fall now. A terrifying aura erupts around him, and his mind races to calculate. As long as I stand here, they will have to hold back. When fighting against the life and death pillar, they will definitely be distracted. The pillar side is strengthened, and he excitedly charges forward with his sword to attack. "You cowards are too afraid to fight? Do you dare to face me?" With a clash, Vien Tru strikes fiercely, forcing Hung Hai to grit his teeth and raise his shield to defend. Vien Tru's face is full of fighting spirit, his eyes blazing as he strikes with all his might. Hung Hai can't withstand it and is knocked back, groaning in pain. He gasped for breath, staring in disbelief as he muttered, "What?" Why did this guy's strength suddenly increase several times? Honyan and Noan saw the scene and cheered excitedly. It's the talent of Tru Tu, a versatile warrior. Surely, when attacking, Tru Tu shifted all attributes to strength, which is why the level 40 warrior felt the pressure. At this moment, Van Vu and Yuan Shin immediately charged at Yuan Zhu. The people around nervously warned, "Watch out, Yuan Zhu." Van Vu and Nguyen Tan charged forward with their swords, but Vien Tru quickly dodged aside. Both of them stared in shock, and Nguyen Tan exclaimed in amazement, "His speed is incredible." Vien Tru continued to wildly swing his sword forward, laughing arrogantly. "I told you all you're trash." Lai Bu watched in shock, stood up and asked, "Is this still the Tru Tu?" Sister Hoi also stood up to praise her, surprised by how strong and agile she was. Luang Van nodded in agreement and added, "That's right, she's truly a gatekeeper. No one can break through." In another corner, Nguyen Ngu still coquettishly chased after the headbutt, calling out, "Honey, let's get closer." Luang Van just chuckled and shook his head in admiration, saying, "Seeing a drunken addict chase a level 40 warrior around the arena while alive really broadened my horizons." At this moment, the little brother suddenly turned around and shouted, "Pervert, damn it, get lost." Inside, he was annoyed, thinking, "Damn it, this pervert's shield is too high. It's hard to deal damage." Dao Chok glanced at Jang Kai standing still in the distance, contemplating. If Jang Kai attacked others, he could focus on fighting himself. But he just stood there without making a move. Thinking this, he suddenly paused, a thought flashing in his mind. Wait a minute, is he not going to attack at all? On the other side, Yuan Zhu was enthusiastically attacking Hong Hai while shouting loudly, "Are you just that useless?" It really is embarrassing for a professional fighter. Van Vu and Nguyen Than also noticed something unusual. Van Vu was surprised and speculated. "It's not right. Jiang Kai clearly has the ability to kill us, but why hasn't he acted yet? Prolonging the match isn't beneficial for him." Wait a minute. It seems we've overlooked something. Jiang Kai's rank isn't high, but he used many powerful skills earlier. Could that be it? Upon realizing this, both of them smirked maliciously. Yuenshin said through gritted teeth, "He has no strength left to continue." In the observation room, a data monitor for the pillar nodded in praise as the numbers kept skyrocketing. This Vien Tru really is impressive. Lam Lam still can't believe it, eyes wide with surprise, wondering what exactly makes the Fire God Squad so powerful. Not only did Jang Kai, at level 20, defeat the level 40 warrior Huang Da, but even the previously most courageous core member also performed outstandingly. Hearing this, she patted her chest and let out a relieved sigh. But no matter what, if the Fire God Squad can win this time, and no one can stay safe, I will be at ease. But before I finished speaking, Luo Jun sharply objected. Not necessarily. He propped his chin, his deep gaze slowly analyzing.
Huang Dot has just died. The remaining 4 members of the Shun Satsu team may have lost some of their wits, but this is still a life and death battle. They can't just stand by and watch, mainly because they fear Jang Kai. And outside Noan, Jang Kai also watched anxiously, staring at Jang Kai. Lo Tuan continued to clarify, ever since he killed Huang Dot, he has just been standing still. Lam Lam's face also grew serious. Noan in the yard looked worried, and Lo Tuan straightforwardly said, although it might be a threat, she didn't see the possibility that he no longer had the strength to continue. His eyes flashed with sharpness, quickly realizing that the worst now was that the 4 members of the Thuansat team also seemed to have noticed this and began to attack proactively. Outside, Yuan Shen immediately drew his sword and charged at the pillar. If Jang Kai just stood there watching his friends fight alone, then, as we predicted, Van Vu also clenched his sword and stabbed forward, saying, "That's right. Instead of just giving up, we might as well risk everything now." Over there, the head of the spear also threw a spear to attack Nguyen Ngu, laughing loudly and saying, "All right, then let's bet on this." 2 minutes later, the sword was driven deep into the ground with such force that dust and dirt flew everywhere. The pillar's body trembled violently, eyes flashing with a cold light, and he roared in anger, hatefully. "Have you noticed? It seems like this guy's strength fluctuates between being strong and weak." Van Vu also looked serious and nodded in agreement. "I see so. Every time he draws his sword, when his power increases, his speed slows down." Hung Hai held the sword in front of him with a determined look and said, "I understand. Maybe this guy has a talent for teleportation, but he looks very strong. If he makes a small mistake, it could become his fatal weakness." Wen Shen has already prepared his fighting stance and arrogantly said, "So as long as he times it right to prevent him from switching attributes, he will surely die." His voice drips with sarcasm, and Jang Kai still hasn't made a move. It seems his mental strength has truly been exhausted. Hearing that, the 2 of them surged forward with fierce determination. Van Vu and Hung Hai charged simultaneously, and he shouted excitedly, "If that's the case, what are we waiting for? Come on then," Wen Wu continued. "So you want to fight us in 300 rounds? If you dare, keep going." Yuan Zhu's fury reaches its peak. He turned his weapon around and shouted angrily, "Loser, talk trash, die now." Yuan Shen suddenly lunged sneakily, taunting, "Good, after I deal with you, the next one will be Jang Kai. Go die." Outside the match, Li Bu and Sister Hua were anxious. She shouted worriedly, "Things are not looking good. It seems they have changed their tactics, and the tower might be about to fall." Just then, a powerful voice echoed from somewhere. "You're so arrogant!" Jang Kai swooped down from the sky, throwing a barrage of sharp weapons at the enemy below, voice filled with fury. "You think you can defeat our fire god squad just based on a few words?" The enemy below exclaimed in shock. "What?" Before they could react, the sharp weapons Jang Kai just threw down immediately exploded, wiping out the enemies. As the smoke gradually clears, all that can be seen is Jang Kai rushing forward at an incredibly terrifying speed. Hung Hai is sprawled on the ground, voice filled with disbelief. "Jang Kai." Van Vu is also amazed. "How can you do this?" Jang Kai sneered contemptuously at them. "Curious, aren't you?" The night before the guild challenge, Jang Kai stood by the fountain when Nuan approached, asking with concern about what Lev Yu was thinking after dinner, seeming troubled. "Tomorrow is the guild challenge competition. Huang Dot hates him to the bone and will definitely try everything to deal with us." Khi nghe vậy, Nuan hoảng hốt hỏi,
"Khai, vậy anh có cách gì chưa?"
"Do you remember the mysterious badge you got from the lost treasure of the fallen king that you told everyone about? With it, I am more than 90% confident I can handle Huang Dot myself." Jang Kai closed his eyes, still feeling a bit worried. "It's just that we're not only facing Huang Dot, and using that card will definitely have side effects. Without a proper strategy, the chance of defeating all the members of the Swift Strike Squad is probably less than 60%. No one opened her bag and said, "The immortal bird tears are all used up." Actually, due to this challenge, I have also been researching alternative items lately, but unfortunately, the results haven't been very good. She took out a pill and explained its function. "This is the only demon god capsule with your current attributes. After taking it, your condition can temporarily recover 50% compared to your best state within 1 minute." At the same time, she clearly explained the consequences. During this 1-minute digestion period, he would fall into complete paralysis. Not only that, but this demon god capsule also has a very harsh condition. The user must have exhausted all their mental energy beforehand, otherwise it will not work. Hearing that, Jang Kai was stunned. Noan stroked her chin and shook her head in disappointment. "Being paralyzed for a whole minute is already very dangerous." In a life-and-death arena, deliberately draining your mental energy is no different from self-destruction. You should think of another way. But Jang Kai grabbed her, unable to hide his joy, and shouted out loud, no one, you're amazing," she exclaimed in surprise. What? He tried to suppress his excitement. This time, he was 100% sure he could wipe out the entire Thwansat team. Just wait and see. A minute ago, while the three of them were fighting Hung Hai and Vian Tru, Hung Hai was roaring wildly, attacking the #1 warrior of the world, preparing to die. Nearby, Nguyen Ngu chased after the head with a shield, teasing it. "Honey, give me a kiss." He hurriedly waved his hand and disappeared. Jang Kai stood there watching, his fist clenched tightly, his face darkening. Realizing the time is almost up, he puts the pill into his mouth and thinks to himself, "Good. After dealing with Huang Da, my spirit energy is also depleted. So now." Then he swallows the pill without hesitation, his face showing prominent veins and his eyes shining as he resumes the 1-minute countdown. Immediately after, small but extremely sharp weapons appeared in Jang Kai's hand, surrounded by a dark red aura that looked incredibly dangerous. He sarcastically said, "It's a pity you won't have the chance to find out anymore." Meanwhile, Nguyen Ngu was still chasing after the head bumper. You pouted and said, "Honey, are you playing hide and seek with me?" At that moment, Dao Chok panicked and launched his weapon. He finally managed to regain his composure, reached out to Nguyen Ngu and shouted in panic, "It's ruined. I lost control." At this moment, Dao Chok also sensed a huge surge of deadly aura approaching him. Yuanju was right behind him, his face cold and ready to strike. And in an instant, a sword cut across the head's body, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, his face turning pale. He faintly cried out, Why is this happening?" Then Dao Chok collapsed to the ground. Vian Tru, with his sword on his back, said, "Remember this well. Dying at the hands of the world's #1 war god is your honor." A cry of pain echoed loudly, "No." Nguyen Nu holds the body of Dao Chok and cries like a child, his voice filled with sorrow and anger. "Why did you kill my treasure?" "Why would I kill him?" How ridiculous. Do you really have to ask? I am the #1 war god in the world." Suddenly, the thick, greenish smoke surrounding Nguyen Ngu made him stunned, his mind spinning. Turns out, it was this scent. Jang Kai looked at the spray in his hand and said relieved, "Luckily, I had no one prepare some wolf-repellent sprays for us." He thought to himself that he still needed to bring a few more bottles. Now Nguyen Ngu is more terrifying when drunk than before. He stood up and looked at the two girls running over. "Honan, no one, how are you both?" Honyan cheerfully replied, "Don't worry, Captain Kai, we're all fine." The bodies of the others gradually disappeared, and Vu Vi announced through the microphone, "I declare that this match is over." Suddenly, Yuan Ju stepped forward from somewhere, his face full of murderous intent, asking who was coming and if they were here to fight Yuan Mo. Vu Vi was momentarily confused and stood frozen in place as all three of them shouted in panic, "Stop right there!" Jiang Kai and Honyan hurriedly ran over to stop them. Jang Kai reassured him, "You are the #1 war god now, master. Stay calm." Honyan also added, "That's right. Don't hit this person." Vu Vi is still terrified and stammers to finish. "The Fire God team will win the match at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Make sure to join the second round on time." Yuan Ju, still tall, shouts loudly into Jang Kai's ear, "Remember this. I will protect you from now on." "I will protect you." He turned pale and replied, "I remember. I remember." Behind Vu Vi, she retreated in fear. Jiang Kai hurriedly called the others, Noan, and Honan. "Let's go quickly." The two of them sighed. These two are so embarrassing. Nguyen Ngu was carried away by the two, but kept calling out, "Honey, I'm coming right now." Noan stood beside her, only able to force a smile. Jiang Kai desperately pulled the pillar away. "Let's go quickly, quickly." And he kept raising his sword and shouting, "The battle god is here. Who dares to cause trouble?" The three people in the stands exclaimed in shock. "Wait a minute. I just reacted, and the Fire God squad already won a small team with such a low profile, completely wiped out the famous Swift team. I can understand the fighter named Yuan Ju, but isn't the drunkard one of the most useless classes? How can he be so powerful? They even went after a level 40 fighter, and there's Jang Kai too. What kind of profession could he have? What kind of heaven-defying weapon is that black card of his?" The audience, everywhere, erupted in cheers at this resounding victory. In the stands, Hong Shuang crossed her arms and smiled at the man beside her, saying, "Brother Ha, now I understand why you specifically brought us to watch the Fire God team's match." Meanwhile, Lam Lam exclaimed in shock, "Jiang Kai, they really won." Lord Jin looked at Jiang Kai's team and sighed, saying, "As expected of Jiang Kai.
Even the fire god squad he leads always surprises everyone. I think Commander Wei is eagerly awaiting the new ranking results. Suddenly, a notification sounded, causing them to turn around. The results of the ranking assessment this time have been announced.
In the room, Professor Li was analyzing the images of Yuan Zhu and Nuan Nuan from behind, with their levels displayed. Yuan Zhu had already reached level SS, but To Nuan Nuan had not yet demonstrated other abilities, so her level remained at the initial C level. Hearing this, Lam Lam exclaimed in shock, S level has been around for a long time. No one in Zhangjiang has reached SS level before level 40. Lo Tan also couldn't hide his surprise. If he has now reached SS level, as expected, when he attains a profession above level 60, he can directly join the reserve team of the Holy War Deity Palace. He continued, elaborating a bit more, to deal with the rampant beast gods. Countries have established national and regional war god temples and set up reserve teams to recruit and train potential war gods. Lo Tan explained that there are two paths for the reserve team. The first is to demonstrate outstanding combat ability and showcase talent during local assessments and selections. Most people choose this path. Now, let me tell you about the other option. The second is being selected by the Army after meeting the rank and professional standards. If evaluated and recommended by the Army, they can be directly recruited. But very few people manage to take this path. Lam Lam immediately said with a look of amazement. He was directly assigned to the reserve team of the Holy Divine War God Palace, something that might not be achieved by anyone in the entire Holy Divine Nation in a year. I didn't expect Yuan Zhu to have such potential. Luo Jin turned to Professor Li to ask. That's right, Professor Li. So what about Jang Kai's rank? Professor Li frowned and said seriously, we can't verify it yet. Luo Jin and Lam Lam both gasped in surprise. What? Professor Li calmly explained that Jang Kai's data showed quite serious inconsistencies. First, his attributes at level 20 is already quite exaggerated, but since we don't know his class yet, we won't pursue that for now. Second, his attributes still lag behind top level 40 experts, but his attack power shows unbelievable destructive force. An image of the human body appears, and he continues. Even during one test, his attack coefficient reached 24,000, which is truly hard to believe. Professor Lai looked at Jang Kai's weapon card and added, not only could we not find any data on his weapon card in the weapon database to evaluate it, but it also caused disruptions in the calculation system. He analyzed that the only thing that could be confirmed was that in this battle, although Jang Kai won unexpectedly, he exhausted his own stamina too quickly. As the team leader, he allowed the team members too much freedom to play their roles. Professor Li stroked his chin thoughtfully, and if he had to assign a rank, his decision surprised the others, temporarily classifying him as D. They questioned the D rank, but after a few seconds, Luo Jin replied, Yes, Professor Li, I will report the final results to Commander Wei. That must have been tough for you guys. So why didn't you object earlier? Lo Tian glanced at her and explained to calm her anger. Professor Li's assessment isn't wrong. The problem lies in the entire framework. This evaluation system, although built from data of countless predecessors, has its limitations. But Lam Lam, have you ever thought about that? He thought of Jang Kai and continued, if someone walks a path that no one has ever taken before, then using this system to measure him will definitely cause problems. His eyes grew serious. Lo Tan softly said, Jang Kai, like Wei Qihui, I am also looking forward to your next performance. The next day, Jiang Kai's group passed by a pharmacy, and Honyan immediately suggested, There's a pharmacy here, so why don't we go in and stock up on some medicinal herbs for spray creation? Everyone agreed, and they all stepped inside. The shopkeeper warmly greeted the customers as they arrived. Welcome. What kind of medicinal herbs are you looking for? Boss, do you have lily bulbs, hallucinating mushrooms, and large fruit here? Yes, we have everything you need. Please follow me. At this moment, Jang Kai looked around and, not seeing any familiar figures, he was a bit startled and suspicious. No one raised her head, and he quickly looked around and soon saw her standing in front of a medicine shelf, attentively observing. So, this place also sells medicinal formulas, but what about these ones? Nuan Nuan quickly grabbed a scroll, her eyes wide as she softly said, This is a formula for making poison. Just a bit strange. I don't think I've ever seen the Luke Tui Kui at the trading office. At that moment, the shop owner stepped forward, crossing his arms and explaining seriously, This Luke Tui Kui is extremely rare. A drop from the Yang treasure of a mutated water devil, general that recently appeared at Ho Tui Kui in Tai Bin Sondao. Of course there are. For example, the cultivation monks have always been very mysterious and prefer to seek out desolate and dangerous places. That time, it was also luck that he happened to come across a dying prey. At this point, he shook his head with a sigh and sincerely advised Nuo Nuo, But little girl, the toxicity of the 6 water demons is too strong, and the conditions for its effectiveness are extremely strict. During the preparation process, not only is there a risk of poisoning, but even if successfully refined, it is very difficult to use. So although rare, it has not been sold yet. I advise you to consider other options.
But she only widened her eyes with a serious expression asking, "Boss, what kind of poison is the 6 water demon?" Boss Liu also didn't hide anything, frowning slightly before explaining slowly. Luke Tui Kui is a deadly poison that can kill people. After being sprayed at the enemy, it penetrates their armor and adheres to their surface. But at the same time, the enemy must be fully submerged in water for the toxicity of the 6 water demons to take effect. Both Jang Kai and Nuan immediately brightened and asked in unison, "Water?" Mr. Liu nodded seriously, his eyes thoughtful as he continued to explain in detail. "Yes, it means you risk creating the Luke Tui Kui and successfully splashing it on the enemy, but that's not enough. You also have to make the opponent fall into the water, not to mention whether the place where you two are fighting has a pond or not, even if it does." Before he finished speaking, Jang Kai and Nuan exchanged meaningful glances and quickly reached the same conclusion. Before Mr. Liu could finish speaking, the two of them excitedly shouted together, "That's perfect, we'll buy it." Mr. Liu stood there puzzled, completely unaware of what was happening. After a while, a loud and strange noise suddenly echoed from the pharmacy, shaking the entire space. Not long after, in Jiangzhou City, at Huyanvo Private Hospital, now late at night, the moon hung high in the sky, casting its light over the tall hospital building. In a dark hospital room, a shadowy figure sits silently on a chair, looking exhausted. Huang Thong clenched his jaw and quietly watched through a small crack in the door, carefully observing every movement inside. The chairman slowly recalled when Assistant Mac brought a document and respectfully reported Huang Dat's condition. "Chairman, the young master's condition is even more serious than the second young master. His mental state has been severely damaged, showing early signs of a mysterious breakdown, and urgent treatment is necessary. For now, it is recommended that the young master avoid entering the Devil Crystal during upcoming meetings, and we will provide psychological therapy for at least 3 months." After the battle with Jang Kai, Huang Da seemed like a lost soul, sitting motionless with vacant eyes, uncontrollably drooling. Seeing him like that, Huang Tong couldn't hold back his anger and punched the wall hard. He gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with hatred as he roared, "Xiao Wei isn't even fully healed, and now even Xiao Da has ended up like this." The boy is the most outstanding junior of the royal family, all because of Jang Kai's actions. Huang Thong then recalled the moment when Huang Dat's head was cut off by Jang Kai, and his anger surged even more as he clenched his teeth. "Jang Kai, I promised everyone that I wouldn't touch your family. But don't forget, I never said I couldn't touch you, and the guild challenge is still ongoing." At that moment, a tall figure stepped out from the light, approached him, and said, "Chairman, I hear you're looking for me." The person was Pi Tuong. He narrowed his eyes with excitement and asked crazily, "Is it about the guild challenge tournament?" The guild challenge tournament continued in the days that followed. The large stadium was packed with spectators, all watching each match closely. Some teams, having witnessed Jang Kai's ruthless killing of Huang Dat, decided to forfeit before the match even started. Some teams, after fierce battles, still fell to the Fire God Squad's hands. In the end, Jang Kai led the Fire God Squad smoothly into the top 16. Only Jang Kai's face remains on the screen, untouched by the crossout as night falls and the moon hangs high in the sky. In the cozy house, Honyan excitedly said loudly, "Captain Kai has news about tomorrow's match." Everyone immediately gathered to look at the blue screen of the machine displaying the words, "Guildmaster of the Deity, essential information for participating in the Huathan team's competition. Congratulations, you have made it into the top 16. Your next opponent comes from the Falcon Hunting Squad of the Huyanvo Guild. The team leader is Tu Fi Tuong from this guild. Be at the Western Holy Demon City Arena at 8 a.m. tomorrow to participate in the match." Yuanju opened his eyes wide in astonishment and said once he finished reading, "It's the Huyanvo Guild again, from Fi Tuong. I think I've heard that name somewhere before." Nguyen Ngu next to him also squinted and nodded. "I also have that feeling." Jang Kai quickly remembered the name Fi Tuong, gritting his teeth as he said in a low voice, "Tu Fi Tuong, the 4th Eagle Hunt team, is the squad we encountered on our way to find the fallen king." As expected, the royal family still couldn't hold back. Yuan Zhu, after hearing Jang Kai's words, widened his eyes and shouted, "I remember now, it's those arrogant guys." Honyan also frowned and said seriously, "As far as I know, the 4 Talon Eagles team is the top elite among Huyanvu's elite squads. Although the Shield Slaughter team is very strong, in terms of actual combat, they are basically no match for them."
Noan sighed softly and nodded, adding an explanation. Honan is right. Almost all members of the Thunsat team are children of high-ranking officials in Huyanvu. They have abundant resources and top-notch equipment. She frowned, her expression serious as she continued. Tsufi Tuong's team consists of seasoned warriors who have gone through countless real battles, so their combat skills and adaptability are extremely strong. Hearing this, Noan couldn't help but worry, glancing at Jang Kai and warning him, "Kai, you have to be careful with him." Jang Kai's expression also grew serious as he nodded slightly in response. The next day, the match resumed, and the spectators in the stands cheered excitedly as they watched. Huyanvu's Deepung team fighting the fire god of the main god is truly interesting. On the field, Phai Tuong's group and Jang Kai's group quickly face each other. The audience in the stands kept discussing. Everyone surely knew about the feud between Jang Kai and Huyanvu. This match is definitely going to be intense. I also heard that Hua Phi Tuong once made some very harsh remarks, even claiming to be a rival of Jang Kai. Phi Tuong in the arena saw Jang Kai and was extremely excited, giving a thumbs up and repeating what he had said. "Do you remember what I told you, Jang Kai? I will cut off your arm myself." Jang Kai lowered his head without saying anything, only raising his hand to stop Vian Tru, who was about to scold back. "That too, guy. Don't talk so early. Just look at how arrogant the former emperor was. Now his grave's grass has grown several meters tall." After Yuan Zhu finished speaking, Jang Kai looked up at Phi Tuong and said calmly with a smile, "Let's settle this with strength from now on." At this moment, Wu Vi raised the microphone high and announced with a smile, "Attention all contestants, the 36th Guild War, round of 16 with 8 teams. Countdown begins now." She quickly counted down loudly from 10. The audience in the stands looked at Jang Kai and Phi Tuong on the screen and cheered excitedly, saying, "Look quickly, the match is about to start." "Over here," Wu Vi continues counting. 8. In Lam Lam's room, she also anxiously calls her sister's name, Noan, while Lo Tuan beside her quietly hopes, "Jang Kai, can you still create a miracle this time facing the Diep Ung team?" Aunt Hoa in the stands excitedly covers her mouth and cheers. "True, too. Keep going. Both the team and our captain are cheering for you." Li Bu sitting nearby is focused on watching the field, as Wu Vi's final chest count echoes in his ear. 3. She finally reached the last number and vigorously waved her hand to declare. 1. Start. As soon as the words finished, the Do Phi Tuong team leader led the charge with a loud roar. "Kill!" Jang Kai's team on the other side also quickly prepared for battle, shouting loudly, "Everyone be careful! Respond clearly in unison!" As soon as he finished speaking, Jang Kai kicked off and launched a barrage of darts straight at the wall-climbing group. Honyan behind him saw this and excitedly clenched her fists, saying, "With so many deadly moves, let's see how surprised you will be by our attack." The other side of this wall quickly charged forward, directly facing Jang Kai's missile-like darts, but just a second later he smirked maliciously and muttered, "I see now." Mac Tran raised the card and said, "Leave it to us." As soon as he finished speaking, he exerted force, causing the card in his hand to glow. Phai Tuong saw this and sneered, thinking to himself, "Jang Kai, now I'll show you what team tactics really are." Mac Tran's team immediately formed a strong, solid shield to block Jang Kai's fierce attacks. The Jang Kai team was all stunned, eyes wide open, shouting, "What?" Miss Hoa in the stands was also stunned and exclaimed, her reaction speed truly impressive. Luang Van sitting nearby was also amazed and continued speaking. "Yes, even when the entire squad rushes forward with full force and then quickly forms a defensive line, they can even block Jang Kai's 6 simultaneous dart attacks. Jang Kai's darts whirl fiercely against the shield, almost sparking fire, yet still unable to penetrate. Luang Van continued to watch Ma Tran calmly block the attack and said, "Moreover, even when the critical strike was triggered, he didn't panic but calmly retreated with the force of the collision." After successfully defending against that fierce attack, the Fire Lotus behind eagerly charged forward and said, "Let me try him." Mac Tran also nodded in agreement. Watching from the stands, Luang Van widened his eyes in astonishment and said, "Moreover, when the front member is forced to retreat by a fatal blow, the one behind can immediately continue attacking at the fastest speed." On the field, Hoa Lian charged up and swung his sword to attack, then shouted, "Fire God Squad, taste the power of my blazing whip." This made Luang Van even more terrified as he realized they immediately shifted from defense to attack. Hoa Lian struck down fiercely, causing a shockwave towards Jang Kai's group. Jang Kai immediately dodged and told his teammates to retreat. Lam Lam, watching from the observation room, couldn't help but worry and whispered, "I've only heard of Diepung B before, but this is the first time I've seen their battle like this. No wonder they're famous for team tactics." Luo Jun's face also grew serious as he stared intently at the screen before nodding and saying, "Yes,
Although the individual abilities of each member of the Howling Eagle are not particularly outstanding in Xuanwu, in a large guild with many experts, their small team is still very excellent. Outside, Jang Kai charged forward, his eyes stern as he raised his hand to gather energy and recall the throwing darts, silently evaluating the Phi Tuong team. As expected, such coordination can only be cultivated through countless life and death battles. Jang Kai carefully observed each member of the opponent's team, his heart slightly stirred, acknowledging that even a single confrontation revealed how much more formidable the enemy was compared to the rival, but the other side of the wall showed no intention of giving up easily. He pulled out a super death crystal and smirked, asking, "Do you want to retrieve the death order?" On the 90-second stand, a man with long blonde hair covering most of his face suddenly raised his hand to the sky and shouted, "Look quickly! It's a super death crystal! This time the weapons of the Fire God Squad are controlled again!" Everyone looked surprised. Then someone hurriedly said, "Wait a minute, look at Jang Kai's team. It's basically full of monsters and their weapons are so powerful there's nothing to criticize." A sharp-eyed spectator exclaimed, "The super rare crystal has been disabled. Oh, what's going on here?" A pale-haired young man asked with a faint smile. "You guys have also upgraded your weapons?" Jang Kai replied with a cold look. "Surprised? When you fight one-on-one and have suffered a loss, do you think we wouldn't prepare in advance?" Before the match, I overheard you and him talking in a light tone, saying, "Captain Kai, luckily you kept some of the mineral stones from the mermaid maze earlier." The other person continued to show off their achievements, and I discovered that among them was a special powerful anti-magic stone that naturally repels super death crystals, so I modified the weapons for everyone. As expected, the table was indeed filled with various weapons, so there's no need to fear super death stones anymore. Jang Kai patted Nguyen Gu on the shoulder in praise. "Nguyen Gu, well done." Hearing that, he grinned widely, his eyes shining with excitement. Jang Kai leapt into the air and said, "I guarantee it from Phi Tuong now. Let me tell you, even with perfect coordination at extreme speed, there will still be flaws." He entered the game space. Giant dice appeared around him, and from above he shot down several fiery objects. It seems those sparks caused something to crack and shatter, sending fragments flying everywhere. A mocking voice sneered, as if even the smallest fry dares to show off. At that moment, someone leapt up so quickly that no one could see who it was. It was Yuan Zhu. Surrounding him are blazing red lightning bolts. Yuan Zhu swung his weapon back and said, "Then let you taste the power of the #1 war god in the world." Someone below shouted and charged with a spear, looking up to see Yuan Zhu preparing to strike down. Surrounding him was a raging sea of golden lightning as the people below hurriedly urged each other to retreat. The downward strike shakes the heavens and earth, but the enemy managed to dodge just in time. The pillar lands on the ground and he looks around in confusion, wondering where everyone is. Before he could understand what was happening, an ambush attack from the enemy charged forward. Jang Kai saw the situation was unstable and shouted a warning, "Chuji, watch out!" At the same time, he threw his weapon towards her. The knife flew out, knocking away Hualien's whip, causing her to startle and reveal an annoyed expression. And Vian Tru still hasn't fully recovered his composure. Phi Tuong, wielding his weapon, rushes forward, laughing maniacally. "Jiang Kai, it's because of the fight with Tu Phi Tuong that you still dare to be distracted. I told you, if I meet you again, I will definitely kill you." Jang Kai was momentarily startled. Over at Vian Tru's side, he had regained his composure and charged toward Hualien, shouting loudly, "Daring to challenge the world's #1 war god, you're really bold." Vian Tru's attack was suddenly blocked by Tu Mac's shield. Hualien, standing behind, assigned the task to you. "This is your place." Act 2 frowned, observing Yuan Zhu carefully and thinking to himself that this crazy guy's reaction was pretty good. I underestimated him. Yuan Zhu looked interested and said to him, "All right, if you're so eager, then I will." He jumps back into the air, his voice echoing as he accepts your challenge, launching a kick with a fierce attack. Meanwhile, Ma Tran shouts loudly, ordering to kill them all. Hualien and Miu Lin immediately rushed towards Jang Kai's team, and a blue water bottle was opened, causing the liquid inside to spill out. At the same time, Nguyen Ngu firmly declared, "Nguyen Ngu, I am here. This life I am not weaker than anyone else." Mac Tran thrusts his spear forward. He quickly raises his shield to block and calls out loudly, "Beautiful girl, I am coming." Hearing that, he shouted angrily, "You're really asking for it." Hualien pulled Lin Miu away, then said with a smile, "That perverted ghost should be dealt with by me." Lin Miu happily agreed. "That's right. Leave those useless girls to us." No one from the other side warns, "Honan, be careful." Honyan shows no sign of fear at all. She raises both hands to the sky, and beams of white light immediately gather around her. Watch me now, the upgraded version of the ultimate hailstorm technique. No one immediately joins in to support.
She summoned a blazing golden lightning orb with fierce energy. All right, then I'll support too. 93 throwing knives streaked toward Jang Kai. He raised his dark sword, ready to strike, but Jang Kai managed to turn around and throw a dart at him. The dart master paused for a moment when he saw the dart coming, then smiled with a sinister look, teasingly saying, "So you like to use darts, huh?"
Let me tell you, I've never lost anyone in speed before. As soon as I finished speaking, he charged like lightning, cutting down all the darts Jang Kai threw, looking like he had just set up a battlefield.
The flying wall eyes wide open and criticizes. Too slow. Jang Kai, hearing that, glares and says, "What? This guy is really extremely difficult to deal with." The cameraman, witnessing the scene, excitedly said, "Jang Kai's darts seem to have never been dodged by anyone at such a close distance. You also have to consider who that is. He's from the famous dart thrower known for that speed. Even when I slow down the footage, I still can't see how he dodges Jang Kai's darts." As soon as he finishes speaking, the wall of darts gently evades the incoming attacks. Lam Lam, seeing his speed, exclaimed in shock as Tu Fi Tuong spun around to dodge Jang Kai's dart and used the turn to close the distance, while Lo Tuan beside him added more information.
I have already researched his data. His innate agility exceeds 300, and with equipment, it can reach over 350.
He silently thought that Jang Kai's advantage was his agility, but Tu Fi Tuong's speed might be even more than 100 points higher than Jang Kai's, making him almost a nemesis of Jang Kai in terms of attributes. At this moment, Phi Tuong raises his hand to counterattack. "Fighting me will be the decision you regret most in your life." Jang Kai stared in amazement at the attack, his body stiffening as Phi Tuong lowered his sword. A powerful slash with internal energy descended. An entire Feng Zhan. Seeing the fierce power approaching, Jang Kai silently thought, "Wait a moment," and stared intently at Fei Tuong before activating his demon eye. At first glance, Fei Tuong only swung a sword, but his other hand was clearly secretly gathering strength. It seems that the full wind slash move is not just a simple strike. Jang Kai stepped back, worried inside, thinking that with his current speed, avoiding only by dodging wouldn't be enough against 2 consecutive attacks. After thinking, he launched an attack to block the rushing flying sword. Suddenly, the man smirked with a satisfied smile inside, biting the hook then. What is this? His 2 crossed swords still radiated immense power, but the pursuit ability was now under control. "Jang Kai, do you think only you know how to modify weapons?" Phi Tuong couldn't help but boast, "My Ngan Song sword has been modified, so although I can't control weapons from a distance like the Super Death Crystal, it's enough to counter your pursuit magic in close combat." Jang Kai clenched his fists and looked up at him. "You prepared in advance, didn't you? That's why you deliberately lured me into using more of my life force." Phi Tuong smugly asked again, "So what if that's true?" "Jang Kai, now I'm starting to admire you a little. Even at this moment, you still have the mood to ask meaningless questions. Let's see what I just saw." "That's interesting." Pai Xiang looked at your hand and mocked. "Let me guess, is this your last dart? Either the ace card you disguised as a dart?" The man looked down as if he had Jang Kai in his grasp, just as I had guessed. Jang Kai cautiously looked at him and asked, "What do you mean?" The man glared at Jang Kai, his aura rising as he said, "Our 4-man Eagle Hunt team can stand at the top, not only because we fight in perfect harmony, but also because we never underestimate any enemy. So before the match, I watched and analyzed your game against the Shield Squad team." One of the team members raised his hand and said, "These are the things." Phi Tuong calmly deduces that his surprising victory over Huang Dat was thanks to the hidden trump card disguised as a dart, but after defeating him, he didn't rush to support his teammates and just stood still. Why is that? Could it be that you trust your 4 teammates too much, thinking they can win against the opponent on their own? Phi Tuong propped his chin with his hand and frowned, telling his teammate to rewind the footage and watch it again. He observed Jang Kai's expression, but from that expression, it didn't seem to be the case. So I have a bold hypothesis. Your trump card can kill the opponent with 1 strike, but after using it, it consumes a lot of stamina or mental energy, preventing you from attacking again immediately within a short period. Based on my calculations, that period is probably about a minute. The number just mentioned made Jang Kai startle. Phi Tuong lowered his head and continued analyzing, saying, "If you use that trump card against me here, I will definitely die just like Huang Dat. But at the same time, within a minute of losing my eligibility to compete, my team members also have enough time to deal with the remaining members of the Fire God Squad. Noan and Honan are still fighting with all their might. Noan, try to stay behind me. Yes, I will try my best to heal you." He lowered his voice with deadly intent and said, "Then we will work together to kill you."
Over near Vientru, he suddenly erupted fiercely, eyes blazing, swinging his sword and shouting, "The #1 war god in the world is here! Kneel and beg for mercy now!" Vientru immediately swung his sword with a sharp and powerful strike, but Tumac quickly dodged and leapt away. Vientru's eyes flashed with fury as he growled, "Run!" Tumac, after dodging the attack, thrusts his sword forward contemptuously and says, "You call yourself the #1 war god? Pathetic. Go die." Vientru clenched his teeth, mustering all his strength to defend against the piercing spear. The two swords clashed fiercely, sparks flying everywhere. Yuanju clenched his sword hilt and struck again, forcing Tumac to retreat. He shouted angrily, daring to doubt the strength of the #1 war god. "Here's his sword." At this moment in them stands, Sister Hua, Li Bu, and Luang Van all stared in shock at the scene before them, quickly realizing something was wrong. When the enemy advances, he retreats. When the enemy retreats, he advances, as if teasing the pillar's son. Li Bu frowned as he observed the battle and analyzed quietly, knowing that the pillar's son has a natural talent for attribute transmission, and if they fight head-on, victory is not guaranteed. So he's constantly testing Juzi's patience while draining his stamina to find his weakness. Sister Hoa, standing nearby, looked worried and angrily said, "Isn't the 4th Eagle Hunt Squad very strong? Using this kind of tactic might be a bit embarrassing." But Li Bu shook his head slightly, with a serious expression explaining, "This is a combat strategy. Members of the 4th Eagle Hunt team are not the kind of children of high-ranking officials who value reputation. They understand that in a life-and-death battle, using every means to win is the most important. Sir, you must hold on tight. I believe in you." Mạc Trần nghe vậy lập tức nổi giận. Ánh mắt sắc lạnh mang, "Cầm mồm, sau rượu mai mai là sau rượu, là nghe vợ dung nhật." Anh ta nhanh chóng lùi qua mũi nguyền ngữ rồi xoay người linh hoạt nhìn về phía lưng cậu ấy. Immediately after, Matron stabbed sharply into Nguyen Yu's stomach, his voice cold and contemptuous. "Your profession, and you are both useless and good for nothing forever." With a snap, he drew his weapon. Nguyen Ngu collapsed to the ground, his body covered in fresh blood and a strong stench. Vien Tru, Noan Noan, Honyan, and Jang Kai all saw this scene and were horrified, shouting Nguyen Ngu's name in worry. Noan Noan hurriedly ran to his side and urgently said, "Honan, try to hold on. I'll find a way to save Nguyen Ngu." But Hualien didn't let her go easily and quickly rushed to block her. "You want to save someone right in front of me? Don't mess up." Honyan resolutely faced her, loudly telling Noan Noan to protect herself and go quickly. At this moment, another slender gloved hand suddenly reached out, gathering a strange surge of power. Mulin rushes forward like a lightning bolt, launching a direct attack at Honyan. Let's see if she has that kind of skill. Honyan couldn't dodge in time, her face turning pale as she braced for the fierce attack. Noan Noan froze, her face darkening with worry as she shouted, "Honyan!" Hualien swings her whip again and scoffs. "You're just a fraud, a doctor with no fighting ability, and these two useless fools, are they even worthy to fight against our hunting eagles?" Muling still keeps attacking and laughs as she warns, "Don't think your captain can save you. He's struggling to protect himself right now." As she finishes, the pillar suddenly charges forward, standing in front of them to fight back, daring anyone to be insolent. Noan Noan caught Honyan, watching him stand in front of her and call Vien Tru. Just then, Tumac also rushed to Vien Tru's side, glaring fiercely and warning him angrily. "You little brat, run fast and don't forget that I am your opponent." Tumac just sneered with a sinister smile, his eyes flashing with killing intent as he said, "Foolish. If you have the talent to transmit attributes, why should I use my weakness to compete with your strength?" On the battlefield, winning means survival, losing means death, and deep down he also secretly chuckled, realizing that perhaps he was starting to lose patience. On the other side, Vien Tru's eyes widened as his surrounding power surged, and he clenched his sword, declaring, "Die." He immediately charged forward, swinging his sword at Tumac, but Tumac still dodged nimbly, and in the blink of an eye, his sharp eyes widened as he silently thought, "This is a good opportunity." With a swift slash, he struck mercilessly and sharply, and the pillar had no time to dodge, its face instantly pale with pain as it cried out, "True to." Under the arena floor, Tumac calmly holds the bloodstained sword of Vientu and softly says, "So what? This time you won't be able to shift attributes, will you?" "The most useless in the world," Tumac sneered with contempt, while Pi Tuong, standing across from Jang Kai, shrugged nonchalantly and triumphantly said, "Your teammates are already lying on the ground because of me. It seems the outcome of this battle is clear, and the first unlucky victim has already appeared. If you're not heartless enough to watch them die right in front of you, then there's still one choice left.
But your only trump card is just one. Who do you want to save? His eyes flashed with murderous intent, a crazed look of delight on his face. And he whispered, "Of course.
No matter who you use your trump card on, the outcome for your Fire God squad is already decided to be a defeat."
At this moment, the gray sky suddenly poured rain, droplets splashing onto the arena floor. Jang Kai stood calmly facing the wall, then slowly said, "So what?" But the demon eye concentrates, and his gaze suddenly flashes with sharpness as he sneers and says, "I don't think so." Hoalin snorts coldly, reaching out to attack before dismissively saying, "Is this kind of trashy skill like calling rain even worth mocking? You really don't know your limits."
Mulin also clenched the fan in his hand, laughing loudly and saying, "Now I'll send you all to hell." But as soon as she finished speaking, Nuan quickly threw 2 green liquid bottles, shouting in protest, "Who says rain can't take your lives?" The 2 glass bottles shattered on the ground, and the strange liquid inside splattered out, hitting Hualien and Mulin.
Mulin frowned, her eyes full of disgust as she asked, "What is this?" Hualin also frowned as she looked at her hand, then coldly said, "Whatever it is, kill these 2 first, and then talk." As soon as she finished, the 2 immediately launched a direct attack towards Noan and Honan. Die already. On the stands, a young man with black hair watched the scene confused and said, "What is that fortune teller doing?" The long, blonde-haired guy next to him also goggled and continued speaking. And was that the healer just now, throwing some kind of low-level toy poison dart? These 2 are just like lambs waiting to be slaughtered in front of the warrior. In the observation room, Lam nervously covers her mouth with her hand, her heart pounding as she silently calls out Nuo. In just a moment, Luojun nearby suddenly widened his eyes and shouted, Lam, look over there!" Outside the arena, a sword suddenly dropped to the ground. Mulin's face was full of panic as she looked at her arm covered in the strange blue substance and shouted, "What are these things?" Hoalien nearby also cried out in pain, bending down to look at her poisoned body, her eyes bloodshot and furious. She shouted in disbelief, "You used poison?" Noan and Honan only coldly glanced at them, silently confirming without words. Hoalien nearly went crazy, eyes wide with rage as she charged forward, shouting, "I will kill you!" But Honan didn't just stand there accepting the attack, quickly raising her compass to counterattack. "She still wants to kill us. Dream on." Hailstorm. As soon as he finished speaking, a hailstorm suddenly poured down, piercing through the bodies of Hoalien and Mulin. Both of them were powerless to resist, their faces pale and eyes wide with shock. What kind of poison is that? With such a terrifying toxicity, it can completely strip a warrior of their fighting ability. Lo Tuan, standing beside him, recognized this earlier and slowly explained with an intrigued look. The rare poison of the water devil requires the opponent to be soaked all over as a condition for it to take effect. So no one has ever used it before. I never expected it could be combined with the Rainmaker. Outside the arena, Pi Tuang was stunned to see his 2 teammates defeated and exclaimed, "How could this be?"
Jang Kai nearby stood relaxed, smiling slightly as he calmly said, "In battle, a seemingly useless profession, a skill that appears ineffective, a poison that looks harmless. If combined properly, they can still unleash astonishing power." My eyes full of confidence as I look at the wall, I shrug and reply, "If you think our Fire God squad is just that, you're very mistaken." Hey, look, that drunkard is getting up. On the arena floor, a figure slowly stands up, their footfalls kicking up dust. That person is Nguyen Ngu. He clutches his stomach wound, trembling as he supports himself to stand up. Mo Chen looked at the scene in front of him and sneered contemptuously, asking, "Do you still want to struggle to the death? You're just a weak spirit? Do you really think you can defeat a fighter?" Finally, he coldly declared, "Dismiss the entire Fire God squad and use you to lead the attack." Nguyen Ngu gritted his teeth and declared, "Nguyen Ngu, I have never been afraid of anyone in my life. No matter who you are, I am not afraid." Mac Tren saw him suddenly change and immediately became alert. Wait, why does this guy's gaze suddenly look so strange? Unlike the way he called for the beauty earlier, could he also be plotting something like the doctor just now? Nguyen Ngu suddenly roared in anger. "I'm telling you straight today, you have to listen to me. There's no other choice." Seeing his crazy words, Mac Tran got angry and charged forward. Damn it, how dare he joke around with me? What is that? I thought that drunkard had some incredible skills, but it turns out he's just the same old pervert, only making people nauseous. Wait a minute. Look carefully. There's something very strange about his current state. He seems alert, but is rambling nonsense. They hesitated when seeing Nguyen Yu's unsteady appearance, but when they said he was drunk, he gently dodged Mac Tran's spear and surprised him. Bai Tuong, standing outside and watching, was also wide-eyed in amazement.
What just happened was so fast. Wait, what exactly is going on?
How does it feel like the speed of that freak doubled after being injured? Jang Kai smirked and said to him, "That's incredible.
Do you know the difference between instinct and human reaction?" Phi Tuang gritted his teeth and shot a glance at him.
What are you rambling about now?
Jang Kai paid no attention and continued explaining. During combat, people usually rely on past experience,
Personal emotions, and various external factors to respond appropriately.
Mac Tren angrily jumps up, spear aimed straight at Nguyen Ngu. It's just luck. Let's see if I cut his head in half now. Watching Nguyen Ngu dazedly dodge, he continued. And instinct is the most primitive form of ability. He just dodged and teased Mac Tren. Beautiful lady, your speed still isn't fast enough. Mac Tren glared and shouted, "Shut up and die!" Jang Kai outside continued analyzing, but no matter how much real combat experience he had or how steady his mind was, he watched Nguyen Ngu prepare to counterattack, reacting with the most primitive human instinct. In front of that sharp spear, he dodged and then appeared behind Mac Tran in the blink of an eye, half a beat too slow. Damn it, this guy is clearly injured, so why does he always dodge attacks so precisely, even more agile than at the start, making his moves completely unpredictable? Previously, Honyan remembered him, scratched his head, and awkwardly said, "The drunken state will further stimulate my subconscious, making me transition from being completely drunk to a wondrous state between drunkenness and sobriety. Overall, I think it might be quite liberating." Honan knelt down to pick up the sword from the ground, thinking it's worth a try. She threw the sword toward Nguyen Nhu and shouted, "Nguyen Nhu, catch it!" Her lips curling up as she muttered, "Beautiful girl, are you tired now? I am still waiting for her fiery lips to kiss me until I pass out drunk." Mac Tran rushed forward, shouting angrily, "If you want to die, today I will definitely cut you into 8 pieces to vent my anger." His speed keeps increasing, putting pressure on Nguyen Ngu. The spectators on the stands gasped, "Look over there!" Although that drunken fool staggered around, he always dodged the attacks. Sweat poured down Mac Tran's face as he looked at him and thought, "No way, a drunkard is just a useless loser. The lowest ranked profession, how could I lose to a drunkard?" He charged forward fiercely, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Die!" as a sharp slash descended, silencing everyone who watched. A drop of blood falls to the ground as Mac Tran trembles in front of Nguyen Ngu, gritting his teeth at the sword before his forehead, sweat pouring down, then raising his head to look up. At this moment, Nguyen Ngu, flushed with excitement, grinned and said, "Take off your clothes yourself." Mac Tran, insulted like that, trembling with anger, said to him. He was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with rage. The audience was in chaos like never before. Oh my God. In the eyes of everyone at St. Yao Ren, the profession of brewing alcohol was considered trash. But now it can surpass fighters? Currently, 3 members of Team Falcon have fallen. Could the Fire God Squad really make a comeback? Phi Tuang on the other side immediately ran over, veins bulging with anger. The useless guy's Jang Kai saw this and stepped forward to block his path, preventing him from advancing. "You reveal the hidden card you've been holding all along. What's going on? Is this all you've got and you're already giving up?" From Phi Tuang, "Aren't you here to deal with me?" Phi Tuang gritted his teeth in frustration. "Jang Kai, as expected, you have that secret trump card in your hand." He suddenly smirked, a contemptuous smile on his face at Jang Kai. Phi Tuang rushed forward, laughing maniacally as he said to him, "But don't get too cocky too soon. Don't forget, my person hasn't completely lost yet." A slash cut through, shattering the poison vial. No one looked at her poison vial in panic, then frowned and shouted, "Not good!" Phi Tuang immediately pointed his sword at No One. "This damn doctor dares to use poison against me. All right, if you want to die, then I will kill you first and then deal with that cowardly fighter." Yuanju suddenly rushed forward to block and took the hit for No One, leaving Tumac wide-eyed in disbelief as he saw the sword pierce through him. But then, Yuanju unexpectedly grabbed his wrist tightly. He kept tightening his grip on Tumac's hand, then spun around with a surge of power that left him stammering in confusion. Vientru's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he raised his sword and said sharply, "But Tru Tu uses the body as bait to transfer attributes into the physique." Next, Tumac's eyes suddenly turned red and widened in horror because Vientru had ruthlessly thrust his sword straight through his throat, causing blood to spurt out violently. How could this happen? "Liet Ung, you want to kill my comrades, it's not that easy." Phi Tuang gritted his teeth in hatred, still unable to understand. Damn it, how did Hoathan's useless guys suddenly become so strong? According to the previous analysis, it's clear they have no chance of winning. Without waiting for him to react, Jang Kai quickly took out a card and said,
so now it's a decisive battle between us. Tu Fi Tuong, I will make you admit defeat wholeheartedly.
Phi Tuong is completely driven mad, biting his lip and trembling as if about to explode. His eyes are bloodshot,
And suddenly he stands upright, shouting loudly,
Jang Kai,
"Don't get too confident. My men can't deal with the trash beside you today, but Tu Fi believes I will definitely cut off your head."
Jang Kai didn't reply, only gritted his teeth silently, calculating. In battle, the most direct way to seize victory is to go all out and strike first.
On the opposite side, Phi Tuong rushes forward madly with his sword, eyes blazing, shouting, "Die already after the burst, I will cut you down."
Jang Kai still stood still, a strange blue light flickering in his eyes, silently thinking, the focused benefactor. The explosion of power is truly strong. Before Phi Tuong's sword pierced through him, he tilted his body to the side to dodge, while quickly calculating. A full-force strike from Tu Phi Tuong, even if it doesn't hit directly, will still be affected by the energy. But it also means he won't have much strength left after this attack. Jang Kai quietly murmured with a hoarse voice, quickly launching his second move. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly leapt into the air, causing Phi Tuong's sword strike to crash into the ground. His eyes widened in disbelief after the missed attack, voice filled with shock.
"What?"
Jang Kai flew to another corner, his face grim and cold, and said, "Tu Phi Tuong, you're defeated." As soon as the words finished, he activated the death card, unleashing streams of power. In a flash, Jang Kai threw the card straight at Phi Tuong.
"Who said I lost? Jang Kai, you dare to play with me? I'll kill you."
Jang Kai still calmly squinted as he watched Phi Tuong's crazed look, secretly assessing that the more emotions take over, the easier it is to make mistakes. He stood there composed, watching his card shoot through his chest, his mind still coldly calculating that the previous death order card was controlled and couldn't trigger a critical hit. After the death card had devoured his 9th life-seeking card, it perfectly inherited a 90% critical hit chance. Phi Tuong stared wide-eyed at the card piercing through his chest. Over there, Jang Kai was still lost in his own thoughts, combined with the enhanced attributes of the death card. This attack increased the death card's piercing power by 50 points, permanently boosted the critical hit rate by 15%, and increased critical damage by 150%. Phi Tuong's face was veins bulging, mouth trembling as he asked, "How is this possible?" Jang Kai silently sneered, thinking Tuong will definitely die. With a bang, the wall suddenly exploded, accompanied by his agonized scream. The sky darkened suddenly, rain began to fall, and on the ground, a bloodied hand hung motionless. In the drifting rain, Jang Kai calmly retracted his spiritual power. He glanced at the person lying on the ground and said coldly, "I told you, you lost." In front of that scene, Ngihong's group was stunned, mouths agape, pupils shrinking. Wow. Immediately after, all the spectators in the stands stood up excitedly, cheering loudly. "Oh my God, the Fire God Squad has won again. They have defeated Huyen Vo's elite team twice in a row. Truly a miracle." Jang Kai smiles with satisfaction. The people around Honan cheer enthusiastically, raising their hands in celebration, while Tu Hang breathes a sigh of relief. Lam Lam jumps up from her seat, her eyes seeming unable to believe what just happened. "Is it over?" Lo Tuan casually walks away with his hands in his pockets. It's over. Truly an impressive match. Jang Kai's performance remains as spectacular as ever. The orb also did not disappoint me. In addition, Nuan's performance was very impressive. He smirked as he recalled the recent battle. The medic isn't usually good at fighting, but that girl managed to arrange the complex 6 water demons and even used them effectively in combat. It clearly shows a high level of expertise in poison use. Lam Lam closed her eyes and nodded as if she understood. She added, "It's a pity Professor Lee's evaluation is already complete, or I believe Noan's performance would have been rated as A." Tu Hang sat down heavily on the ground, clutching Mac Tran and crying bitterly, "My beautiful girl, my treasure, why?" At that very moment, the boy was sprayed directly in the face with a can of spray, causing Tu Hang to faint instantly and collapse to the ground, while Honan shook the spray can in her hand proudly. "Even at critical moments, you still have to rely on me." Vu Vi was terrified by that action and took a few steps back. "What are you trying to do now?" Vien Tru angrily raised his sword to charge, but was held back by his comrades. "If you dare challenge this battle god, you're already prepared for a humiliating defeat." Jang Kai and the others hurriedly hold him tightly, trying to dissuade him. "Master, please stay calm." He helplessly raised his hand to his forehead. The current team really is becoming harder to manage. Just then, Wu Vi raised her hand to interrupt. "I declare now." She smiled and announced, and the result appeared on the screen behind. The Fire Spirit Squad won this battle.
and the crowd cheered loudly, "Fire spirit, fire spirit, fire spirit."
Jang Kai puffed out his chest proudly, feeling that this sensation was truly not bad. Amidst the roaring cheers, Jang Kai and his teammates stepped backstage. Long live the fire god. Long live the fire god. Long live. From the distant stands, a man chuckles softly. He nodded, a sly smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The fire team, how interesting. Night falls and the moon rises high. A few days later, at the main hall of the Deity Guild, hurried footsteps echo through the corridor. Captain Kai! Captain Kai! Jang Kai's team stopped and turned around in surprise. What's going on? Why are you so excited? Honyan panting heavily. He and Tu Hang raised their voices, saying, I went out with Nguyen Ngu earlier and accidentally overheard that the deep transformation materials and Mr. Feng Shui not only increased in price, but also sold out completely. The boy adjusted his breath and added, Since the alcohol deep and Mr. Feng Shui were abandoned by the army, the transformation materials have been stagnant for a long time. Her eyes shining brightly, her face full of anticipation. Do you all think this proves that our professions are not useless? Jang Kai crossed his arms and nodded in praise. That must be it. In the battle against the four wolf teams, their performance was outstanding, especially Nguyen Ngu. When he killed that night, the entire arena was stunned. But I think that even with the same profession, everyone's talent and opportunities are different, so the success of both is hard to replicate. Tu Hang and Honan, praised, immediately held their heads high with pride. Yuanju patted your shoulder, then pointed at himself and smiled, saying, What else could it be? After all, our fire god squad isn't ordinary. A warning siren suddenly sounded, and Honan opened the information panel, her eyebrows furrowing immediately. The latest news is that the Leopard Squad, which fought against the Hidden Dragon Squad, was wiped out except for one person, but in the final twist, the leader of the Hidden Dragon Squad betrayed and killed all the members of his own team. Everyone turned to look at her and exclaimed in unison upon hearing the shocking news. What? Jang Kai pursed his lips and pondered deeply, recalling that the Leopard Squad was under the Huyanvo Guild and possessed formidable abilities. The leader of the Owen Long Squad had defeated the entire Leopard Squad relying solely on his strength. Who could that fierce character be? Jang Kai's face turned extremely serious as he carefully warned Noan. Noan, the team leader of Oolong, cannot be underestimated. If you have time, investigate just in case. Maybe we will encounter them, and we won't be caught unprepared. She nodded immediately and followed the instructions. Yes. He then glanced at his four teammates, his tone casual yet serious as if announcing a decree. At this point, I also have good news to announce. The current battle situation is becoming more intense, and all teams are losing members. Our next opponent, due to lack of personnel, has decided to withdraw voluntarily because they have no chance of winning against us. So, Jang Kai said loudly, his eyes shining, delivering the good news directly, we have made it to the finals. Honyan cheered excitedly, so we made it to the finals with all team members present. Vian Tru also happily raised his fist and cheered. We are the only team without any casualties. Noan also smiled and looked at Jang Kai Bao, saying all thanks to Captain Kai for leading a great team. Nguyen Ngu also nodded in agreement with her, saying, Luckily, Captain Kai. Jang Kai gently shook his head, modestly replying with a slight smile. This competition still depends on everyone's good coordination. Only then can I move forward without worries about what's behind. Otherwise, no matter how skilled I am, I can't change the situation and make it to the finals. This victory belongs to everyone. He happily burst out laughing, with a relaxed and spirited tone, declaring, All right, everyone has worked hard during this time. The final is just around the corner. Take a day off to relax and reset your state. Everyone cheered excitedly after hearing this. Jang Kai also started making plans for himself, secretly deciding that during this free time he should go back home. And so, not long after, he returned to Zhangjiang City and went back to his luxurious villa. Inside the house, Atsu anxiously supports his older brother's arm and gently advises, Big brother, let me help you back home. You just got out of the hospital. Don't overexert yourself. An shook his head helplessly with a smile and explained, Antu, I'm not that fragile. I still want to train more so I can help Kai sooner. But just a moment later, the big brother was exhausted and panting, causing Antu to tremble and hurriedly ask, Are you okay, big brother? At this moment, a mysterious large hand suddenly appeared and gently placed on his shoulder, so it turns out that the owner of that hand is Jang Kai. He chuckled softly, teasing, If you catch a cold, how can you help me then? Antu was immediately delighted to see Jang Kai, her eyes shining as she exclaimed, Brother, why did you come back? But her joy was short-lived as Jang Kai soon questioned himself. Wait a moment. Like this, He looked at the round table filled with delicacies and silently thought, this feast is a bit too much. Tsu slowly carried the food out and, seeing that Jang Kai and the boss hadn't touched their chopsticks, asked loudly, "Oh, why aren't you eating?" Then she thought for a moment and enthusiastically turned to head into the kitchen. "Not to your taste? Then I'll go cook something else." Jang Kai looked pale, quickly stopping Antu. "Antu, enough already. Enough already. We're not pigs." Big Brother sitting beside gently smiled and explained, "Kai, Antu noticed you've been so thin lately." Big Brother gently fed him and also nodded to comfort him. "That's right, Kai. You've sacrificed too much for this family. Now your health is better. You don't need to risk your life in the demon spirit anymore." "Big Brother, too, I still have some things I can't fix right away, but you don't need to worry. I'm doing very well. This time I came back to see if you two are doing well." Suddenly remembering something, I asked seriously, "By the way, are the royal family still bothering you?" Tsu was startled and quickly burst out laughing, saying, "No, the security in the villa area is very good. Lu often sends people to take care of us, and the feeling of being watched and monitored like before has also disappeared recently." Jang Kai nodded satisfactorily, thinking to himself that Mr. Lu really keeps his word. I must thank him when I have free time. The elder brother sitting beside him also nodded and looked at Antu with concern. "That's right, Tu is now able to spend peaceful days at school, so he must have made quite a few friends." The girl immediately nodded in agreement. "Of course." Hearing that, he happily chuckled, his eyes filled with affectionate praise. "No matter what, our Tu is smart and kind, everyone loves him." Jang Kai also softly smiled and sighed, "That's great." Tu didn't say anything else, quietly picking up food and bringing it to her mouth, a fleeting look of confusion in her eyes, but then she happily closed her eyes to enjoy the delicious taste. Jang Kai remained frozen, worried inside, wondering, was I mistaken just now? It seems like Atu has something on his mind. The next day, Jang Kai hurried back to the demon spirit, and the fire god squad gathered to prepare for the final battle. A few days later, in a vast forest, a fierce wild boar charged wildly along with the alert, level 23 elite tier wild boar monster with sharp tusks. With a swift slash, a sharp sword suddenly flashed through the space, and the stern orb struck down with a clean cut, swiftly taking down the wild boar. After taking down that monster, he proudly slung his sword over his shoulder and smirked. Handling level elite monsters like wild boars with tusks is a trivial matter for this battle god. Honyan sitting nearby pouted and reminded, "Chutu, you're not the only one improving." Nguyen Ngu also nodded proudly and added, that's right, I also killed at least 3. Jang Kai quietly observes everyone, a bright expression on his face as he silently comments. The team's coordination is improving more and more. It seems focusing training before the match was a good idea. At this moment, everyone's devices suddenly lit up. Nuo cheerfully exclaimed, "We have information about the finals." A blue screen appeared, displaying a notification. The guild leader of the Fire God team. Important information for participation. Congratulations on reaching the finals. Your next opponent is the Ngu Long Squad from the Azure Dragon Guild. Come to the West City Holy Dance Arena at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning to participate in the competition. The Guardian focused intently on reading that announcement, frowning thoughtfully. The Nyoa Long Squad, I didn't expect their team leader to advance to the finals alone. Honyan hesitated, quietly muttering, that guy is really scary. And Nuo Nu then reported seriously to Jang Kai. Kai, last time you told me to investigate the leader of the Oa Long team, I have news now. She pursed her lips and calmly introduced, this person is named Dai Tang, a level 40 gladiator, wielding a silver longsword and a new member of the Green Dragon Guild this year. As soon as he joined, Diet Tang formed the Oa Long Squad, which under his leadership grew rapidly and became a formidable rival within the guild in less than half a year. Noan gently traced her finger over the screen and said seriously, because Dai Tang is a newcomer, the Oa Long team isn't as arrogant as the Eagle Hunters, so there isn't much information about him, but luckily I found a few videos of his previous battles. She paused briefly, then recalled Dich Tang's attack and shared her assessment. I noticed that the ghost image move he uses is extremely fast, almost capable of killing an opponent with a single strike. Honyan listened carefully, stroked his chin, frowned slightly, and evaluated the shadowless demon slash, which sounded like the move from the previous flying talisman, a technique used by Bei Luo's swift and agile fighter. Jang Kai nodded silently in agreement, his expression serious as he analyzed. Honyan is right, but the person who can showcase their talent in the grand tournament within half a year and fight alone straight to the finals must be even stronger than the flying sword.
At that moment, a strange sound suddenly echoed from the bushes behind him, and a mysterious gust of wind blew in.
A pile of sharp leaves suddenly thrown in a swirling motion straight at Jang Kai's back. He quickly dodged to the side and forcefully grabbed the person behind him, who was the hidden enemy. A masked, contemplative figure observes and evaluates. Your reaction speed is faster than I imagined. Jang Kai silently watches the opponent, saying nothing, only observing quietly. Suddenly, the other jumps out of hiding and rushes quickly toward him. He sheathed his sword and sighed, truly worthy of being the leader who led the team straight into the finals. Jang Kai, the captain of the Fire God team. In contrast to the quiet atmosphere, Vien Tru, Nguyen Ngu, and Honyan were making a loud commotion. Where did that masked coward come from? That's right, if you have the guts, everyone should fight openly and honestly. No one seems to realize something. Wait a minute, with this heightened figure. Seeing Jang Kai standing in front of me, blocking the way, Yuanju said dissatisfiedly, "What are you stopping me for, Kai? This guy was about to kill you." Jang Kai chuckled and calmly explained, "No, he was just testing me earlier, not intending to kill me, and the punishment for killing an opponent before the final isn't light at all. Then you said right?" Mr. D. Tang, hearing his name, took off his mask and smiled, saying, "So I was discovered after all." Yuanju couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "That's definitely him. Looking at you, you're still just a kid, huh?" Vien Tru pressed his knife close and shouted, "Hey, you're the squad leader of the ominous dragon team, right? Don't think I'll be afraid just because you made it to the finals. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll teach you a lesson right now." Dich Tong quickly waved his hand to explain, "Don't misunderstand. I have no hostile intentions. Jang Kai, actually, I came to negotiate with you." Hearing the words negotiation, Jang Kai asked suspiciously, "Negotiation? That's right. I've watched all your matches and your performance was excellent, especially you. Jang Kai, your ace left a deep impression on me." He still kept his smile and continued, "I honestly don't know if I would win if I fought your team." But Jang Kai didn't like beating around the bush and asked directly, "What do you really mean?" Dich Tang's smile became even more pronounced. "I hope you can have a solo match with me, using the result of our fight as the final outcome of the competition. At the same time, during the competition, you are not allowed to use your trump card. You furrow your brow at him, silent but still alert." Dai Tang sneers, "Well, of course, if it's a fair exchange, I won't use any weapons other than your dart, including shields and protective armor." Hey, are you trying to win so badly you're going crazy? What kind of ridiculous conditions are you making? We're not fools. Why should we agree with you? He put his arm around Jang Kai's shoulder and pulled him away. "Kai, let's go. Forget that crazy guy." "Sorry, I'm not interested in cooperating with you," Dich Tang chuckled, clearly still not willing to give up on you. "Jang Kai, your new profession, with your abilities, you still haven't been promoted. I guess you don't even know what your promotion material is." He continued, "If I told you that our guild could provide the coordinates of the secret realm to help you solve this problem, would you still be uninterested?" This statement from Ditang made Jang Kai hesitate. Clearly, this person has touched on what he needs. Jang Kai turned to look at him and asked again, "Yes, the secret realm." Ditang replied, "That's right." Seeing your interest in this, he continued to explain in more detail. Simply put, a secret realm is an unverified, mysterious area that contains many types of resources, essential for explorers to level up. The secret zones of the countries are all managed uniformly by the military, especially the large secret zones from the Blue Gate known as those secret zones. A few people step outside and Dai Tang continues. Of course, some small-scale secret zone exploration targets authorized by the military are also allocated to major guilds to motivate members. He continued explaining that in these secret realms there is usually a guardian who sets up challenges. If you pass the challenge, the guardian will reward you with rare resources, or answer a question of a certain difficulty level for the explorer. Then, Ditang took out a card and immediately introduced it. This information card recorded the coordinates of the secret realm our guild discovered. The stone pillar on the other side asked in surprise, "Is that true?" The rest of the team members remained silent, waiting for a response. Now spoke first, saying, "I think so. I heard you mention that last time the members of the Green Dragon Guild discovered a secret realm in the exploration area, divided by the nation." Tang put the card away and changed the subject. "I heard the royal family often causes trouble for you, so you probably really want to keep upgrading your abilities to become stronger, right?" He straightforwardly declared, "If you win, the secret realm information will be yours." Jang Kai pondered deeply for quite a while. Ditang slightly raised his lips and asked Jang Kai, "What do you think? This deal must be a great opportunity for you, right?" Hearing that, you immediately refused outright. His conditions are indeed very tempting, but I still cannot agree with him. He was so surprised by this reaction that he froze in place. Wenju also asked Jang Kai in surprise, "Why not agree? Kai, haven't you always wanted to change your position?" Honyan also nodded. "That's right, Captain Kai. If you can complete the transfer, you can also continue to level up smoothly." At this moment, Ditang stepped forward and asked Jang Kai, "Are you sure, Jang Kai, you didn't answer immediately, but said they've worked hard for a long time and finally made it to the finals?" "I am the team leader. If I abandon the glory of the Fire God Squad just for personal desire, then what kind of leader am I? What kind of friend, let alone trust?" Hearing that, everyone smiled with emotion. Only Yuanju remained silent with his head bowed. After speaking, Jang Kai turned and left. "If there's nothing else, we'll be going now. We need to continue training." As soon as he finished, Yuanju suddenly charged forward and punched him in the face. Jang Kai, with a flushed face, shouted loudly, "What are you doing, Chutu?" Then his face darkened as he said seriously, "Kai, are you saying this because you don't trust yourself or because you don't trust us?" Yuanju glared and shouted, "You won't abandon the team's glory for personal desire. And are we supposed to watch you sacrifice yourself for our own selfish wants?" Hearing this, Jang Kai hesitated slightly. Honyan also excitedly said, "Honestly, I can't wait to see Captain Kaitan give this bastard a lesson." Nguyen Ngu, standing beside him, also cheerfully advised, "That's right, Captain Kai. I'm still waiting for you to successfully transfer your position and lead everyone to continue leveling up." No one stepped closer to Jang Kai and said, "Kai, don't hesitate anymore. I've always believed in everyone from the beginning to the end and thought for everyone. The team also wants to trust and support you unconditionally." She smiled brightly. "This is what team spirit truly means, isn't it?" Seeing the team members earnestly trying to persuade her, he couldn't help but be surprised. Jang Kai bowed his head, a helpless smile on his lips. He sincerely looked at everyone and said, "Don't blame me if you lose." Hearing Jang Kai say that, the four of them immediately burst into excited laughter. He turned to Ditang and said, "I agree to your condition, but you'll regret betting against me because you confidently declared that I will definitely kill you myself." He chuckled with delight, eyes eager with anticipation. At the arena, thousands of spectators had gathered to watch the match. Vu Vai holding the microphone, guiding the words. The moment of excitement has finally arrived, and everyone's hearts are stirred. The finals of the Level 20 to 40 Challenge Tournament officially begin today. Additionally, the competitors and organizers have agreed that this match will switch from a team battle to an individual competition. The screen shows Jang Kai from the Fire God team fighting the enemy Tang from the Oolong team, with the two on the stands looking in shock. What, a solo match? Aren't all the members of the Fire God squad already leveled up? Giving up that advantage to fight solo is just crazy. Jang Kai is a bit overconfident. The guy next to him is also wide-eyed. Now that's worth watching. The enemy's power level is not to be underestimated. Facing a formidable opponent like Jang Kai, guess who will win? The pillar sitting on the chair also starts to feel anxious. What is going on? Suddenly I feel so tense, even more than when I was taking the entrance exam. This guy looks very sinister. Will Kai be at a disadvantage? Nguyen Ngu clenched Kovu's hand. Captain Kai will definitely succeed. That's right. If it were him, it would definitely be no problem. For the first time, not standing alongside Captain Kai, just sitting on the side watching, it feels a bit unfamiliar inside. Vuvi excitedly raises her hand and says, "Now we invite the competitors to the field." The four of them look down nervously and shout together, "We're here!" Under the arena, Jang Kai and Ditang stand facing each other, the atmosphere tense. He lifts his eyes and looks straight at you, then smiles confidently. Faced with that look, Jang Kai didn't show arrogance or contempt, but his mind was racing. Vuvi was explaining the rules to both of them now, so I had to clarify the rules once more. The only rule of this match is that the team whose player kills the opponent will win. She asked again, "Are the two captains clear?" Jang Kai and Ditang both replied, "Understood." Vuvi excitedly shouted, "All right, I declare the match officially begins." As soon as the command was given, Ditang charged straight ahead. "Jang Kai, is your dart more powerful or is my sword stronger?" "One fight is all it takes to know for sure." Jang Kai also had a dart ready in his hand, secretly calculating. "This guy is fast, but my agility isn't much worse, especially with the agility attribute from the story. If I keep my focus using my demon eye and wait for the right moment, hitting him won't be a problem." Seeing the enemy charge, Jang Kai began counting down. 8 meters, 6 meters, 4 meters. When the distance was close enough, he immediately prepared himself. Good. This is the moment when Tong charges forward with his sword like tearing through the wind, unleashing his ultimate move, the Phantom Shadow Slash, clashing with him, causing the arena floor to crack and smoke to fill the air. Jang Kai leaps up, avoiding that spot, completely unharmed. True Two wiped his sweat and said loudly. Luckily, Kai reacted quickly. Not only could he dodge extremely fast at close range when I launched the pursuit attack, but his explosive power also skyrocketed. Noan also anxiously analyzed, correctly, because the Phantom Shadow Slash can combine defense and attack in an instant. So Tang considers it his ultimate move. While Tang was still in the smoke, Jang Kai had circled around behind him and seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack with a swift strike. It seems that Tang had anticipated this and immediately turned around, a smug smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He charged past Jang Kai, swinging a sharp sword to block him. Jang Kai was caught off guard by his speed, only able to see the blade rushing toward him. When the tip of the sword was close to his face, he froze in shock. Too fast, even faster than before. Tang grinned and said to Jang Kai, it seems the outcome between us has been decided. Jang Kai didn't answer him, but shouted fiercely. Then suddenly, his figure seemed to vanish before his eyes, causing everyone in the team to shout, "Captain Kai, when did Jang Kai appear?" Behind Tang, he had to look around. He slightly curled his lips, thinking to himself that during this time, I have also watched videos of Tang's matches. Compared to the incredible speed he just showed, it's clear that in previous matches, he deliberately concealed his true strength. The enemy's expression darkened as he glanced behind and whispered, "Is that you, Lin, in the armor? But you managed to dodge again. From the guild's perspective, I really want to win, but meeting such an interesting opponent like you." Tang burst into laughter, eyes shining with excitement. "I'm really excited." Yuanju was also sweating with worry. This guy really irritates people, but I have to admit he has real strength. He's just too annoying. Honan and Nguyen Nungu beside him could only shout encouragement. "Captain, on the arena floor, Jang Kai and he are facing each other, both waiting for the other to strike first. You didn't rush to attack, but responded to the enemy's words. I have to respond to you the same way. You also awakened my desire to compete." He curled his lips, still maintaining a smug look as he responded, "You're quite spirited, kid. I really regret having to fight you. Here's my promise. Even if you lose the match, I will ensure you join the Azure Dragon Guild." "So what?" Jang Kai didn't bother to answer and just kicked off the ground, leaping into the air. He charged straight at Tang, shouting loudly, "Stop talking nonsense. The match isn't over yet." He also raised his sword, responding with great enthusiasm just as I expected. "So in the end, did you underestimate me or become more foolish? If you want to kill me, you should have thrown a few more darts." As he finished speaking, Tang dashed forward at lightning speed, a smile still on his lips. Jang Kai was simultaneously throwing a dart and executing a move, and the moment of truth arrived. Tang frantically swings his sword, deploying the Demon Shadow Unleashed Slash. "Are you trying to kill me at a closer range? Then you're too naive." At this moment, Tang's eyes suddenly widened. He forcefully thrust his sword down where Jang Kai was standing, causing him to be flung into the air. Immediately after, gusts of sword wind continuously struck Jang Kai's body, forcing him to retreat without a chance to defend himself. Jang Kai clenched his teeth, enduring the pain from the previous attack without any chance to fight back. Nguyen Ngu Vien Tru, along with Honyan and Noan, stood outside watching in shock and sorrow. They called out loudly for Kai, Captain Kai, and even those who witnessed the scene couldn't help but admire and marvel. As expected from the enemy's deadly technique, just a residual effect of the attack has already caused this much injury. If it had hit directly, I might have lost my life. Back in the fight, Jang Kai was gradually regaining his footing. He wondered why. Why was it like this? Jang Kai remembered the moment when the enemy's sword was pointed at his head. Previously, when he first used the Phantom Shadow Slash, he intentionally held back some of his strength so he could at least avoid danger. But that last attack, even though I used all my strength to dodge, I still felt the aftershock of the sword. Was it because the distance was too close for me to react, or had his Shadow Phantom Slash become faster than before? Jang Kai raised his head to look at the arrogant opponent in front of him, who stood there with a condescending smile and a taunting tone, saying, "You've already managed to stand up again? But you look pretty disheveled." You don't care about his tone and keep thinking, but you still feel like you've missed something extremely important. Enemy Tang's entire body is covered in a faint blue flame. He speaks. I remember Tu Fi Tuong once said in a match that when it comes to speed, he's never lost, right? Gradually, he smirked with a challenging look and said, "So no matter how fast the opponent is, they will definitely lose when facing me, because the stronger my opponent, the stronger I become." While Tang was still talking, Jang Kai stood firm on the arena. "Who said so? I'm not defeated yet." After saying that, he immediately swung his hand, launching the dart straight at the target. "Seeing your stubbornness, the enemy Tang praises you as a brave little kid. I like that, but it doesn't mean I'll go easy on you." He immediately swung his sword to slash across Jang Kai's shoulder. "Is that all the idea you have? How boring." Immediately after, another sharp sword slash swept across your body. "With your current speed, not even the edge of my sleeve would be touched." He warns you condescendingly like a superior ordering a subordinate to surrender. "My next strike won't give you a chance to rest." Saying that, Tang swings his hand, grinning cruelly, and unleashes a relentless attack. Jang Kai couldn't dodge and had to endure all those hits, his body seemingly unable to take it and spitting blood. Outside the arena, Honan's group watched anxiously. No one covering her mouth with trembling voice and tears welling up. "It's not good. Kai's condition looks very bad." The spectators outside the arena also held their breath in silence, watching in pain as the situation was completely one-sidedly overwhelming. Turning back to the arena, Jang Kai was now able to stand steadily again. The spectators in the stands continue to discuss, and Jang Kai has essentially taken the loss, giving up the team competition opportunity and insisting on fighting solo. What do you all think his true goal is? Beside him, the two sitting with smug faces and provocative words respond. What other purpose could there be? Showing off is just luck. This long-time loser only sneaked into the finals by chance. That's right. I think Jang Kai's death was well-deserved. Vien Tru gritted his teeth in anger upon hearing those words, and without saying a word, he immediately grabbed the collars of the two and questioned them, even though they didn't understand what was happening.
Yuanju angrily asked the two, "What did you say? If you have the guts, say it again."
Nuan quickly ran over to advise him. "Chutu, don't be impulsive. It's better not to fight with a dog or bother with trash that only knows to bite randomly."
"I said Jang Kai deserves to die. What the hell are you barking at?"
"That's right. Come on, everyone. Look here. There's a good dog protecting its owner." Yuanju glared angrily, veins bulging on his forehead, and gritted his teeth as he said, "You guys!" At this moment, a voice rang out, shouting, "What's all this noise about?" Lam is the one speaking. She stands in the stands looking down at the chaos below. Behind her are two soldiers. Her eyes radiate killing intent as she coldly looks at them and says, "This is the stands. Get the troublemakers out." A soldier responded clearly. No one looked at the person in front of her, surprised, and said, "Sister?" Lam stepped closer and explained, "This time, Jang Kai is fighting Tang solo. I was worried you might get too excited watching the match, so I came here to check on you. The troublemakers have now been taken away by the guards." Lam continued, "Those two are definitely members of the Huyen Vo Guild, so they intentionally caused trouble out of anger. Anyway, your fire spirit team is too outstanding. This time Huyen Vo not only failed to reach the finals but also lost face. They just want Jang Kai to die." Wenju still looked annoyed, spat on the ground, and then flicked away a disgusting fly. Hearing her sister's words, Nuan anxiously looked at the arena and called out to Kai. At this moment on the arena, Jang Kai was in a disadvantaged position, kneeling on one knee with his hand pounding the ground, facing his opponent Deng Tang, who stood calmly, sword in hand, exuding the aura of a master. Jang Kai tried to take a deep breath, raising his left hand as streams of energy rapidly gathered in his palm. Seeing that, Tang sneered and mockingly said, "Jang Kai, there's no need to be so stubborn. This match is already lost for you. Stop struggling in vain. As long as you agree to join our Thanlong Guild, there's still a chance to enter the secret realm," Jang Kai replied, his mouth still bloodied. I paused for a moment, looked at him, and then continued, "Still not defeated." Seeing your determined gaze, Tang felt confused inside. Clearly this kid had been cornered, but in its eyes there was no fear or panic, only calmness and an almost stubborn determination. He clenched his fist, gripping his weapon, and said, "Fine. No matter what, you refuse to admit defeat. Then I will crush your confidence completely." A sharp sword aura rushes straight at Jang Kai's face. The Phantom Shadow Slash. Outside the arena, Jang Kai's team was shocked. One member asked worriedly, "What's going on? Why is Captain Kai Chao avoiding?" Noan was so scared she dared not look at the scene before her, covering her eyes with both hands and sobbing. On the arena, Jang Kai still stood still, the sword aura gradually closing in, leaving streaks of tearing wind in the air as it passed. But at this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, immediately jumped up, swung his fists powerfully, launching an attack in a fiery, destructive state. On the other side, Tang suddenly felt like he was electrocuted, wondering what was happening, and suddenly his body went numb. His vision gradually blurred, the figure before him no longer clear. Wondering why he suddenly couldn't see the kid's movements anymore, Jang Kai's 4 energy blasts hit the enemy's sword, causing it to resonate loudly. He was terrified, thinking to himself, "Something's wrong, I got hit," Jang Kai shouted. At that moment, he continued to unleash the same technique, firing 4 beams of energy directly into the enemy's body. The 4 energy beams pierced through him, causing enemy Tang to scream in pain as the energy at the wounds gradually dispersed, revealing that they were actually sharp darts. A burst of intense electricity suddenly erupted, flashing continuously, revealing the enemy's body riddled with holes, charred wounds, and bloodstains, as Jang Kai stared in shock at the person in front of him. Despite being so badly injured, the enemy remained standing. You step forward, raise your sword, and point it at him. Then say, "You lose." Everyone in the stands was stunned into silence, staring at the scene below in disbelief. Hang exclaimed in shock, "What? Am I not mistaken?" Jang Kai retreated again in a desperate situation, just like everyone else, full of doubt, then continued, "What exactly is going on? How did Jang Kai do it? It's truly unbelievable." At this moment, Nuan's eyes lit up, and Honan and Nguyen Ngu standing beside her were also very happy, clenching Vu's fist. Yuanju, with tears in his eyes, choked out, I knew it." Kai wouldn't be easily knocked down like that. Tang looked at the hand holding the dart, pointing at him, and asked, "When did you find my weakness?" "I should thank you for reminding me of that." The scene shifts to 10 minutes earlier. Jang Kai is now gathering his strength, feeling that he's missed something crucial. What could it be? From above, Tang looks down and says to him, "I remember Tu Fi Tuong once said in a match that when it comes to speed, he's never lost to anyone, right? So I will tell you, no matter how fast your opponent is, you will definitely lose against me. It seems like you've grasped something now. Wait a moment, strength against strength. No mistake in losing. It's about strength against strength." His face gradually became confident, and his thoughts continued, as if he had begun to understand a little. The scene kept shifting. Before the Holy Lord Guild match, Jang Kai watched as Tang defeated his opponent and said, "I once watched his match. He can always use phantom images to kill his opponent at the most critical moment." At this point, I was so focused on his maximum attack speed that I completely overlooked how often he changed his attack tempo. But I forgot to mention this earlier. I recall when Tang approached me earlier and offered to help. If I told you that our guild could provide the coordinates of a secret realm to help you solve your problem, would you still be interested? Thinking of this, I say that you are someone who deliberately used information about the secret realm to negotiate with me because you wanted to win the match. Pausing for a moment, recalling Tang's eager eyes for victory, I continue. For Thang, once you decide, you will definitely succeed. He remembers how he quickly defeated his opponent in the previous match and then says, "A person with an extreme desire to win." If the first attack didn't use all his strength, it was probably to test the opponent. But once he saw a chance to win, he would definitely use his fastest speed to eliminate the obstacle in front of him. As he spoke, he looked at Tang with a sharp gaze and explained, but he didn't do so. The image of Tang appeared as a villainous mastermind manipulating opponents with ease. You continue to say it's like a previous match, where facing an opponent with quick reflexes and astonishing attack speed, your move was enough to end the fight with a single strike. You recall analyzing it then, but you seemed like an experienced hunter, calmly playing hide-and-seek after catching your prey. This clearly doesn't add up. During the battle with enemy Tang, you quickly realized I had identified another key point and formed a bold hypothesis. His sword aura moved in perfect harmony with him, and I even had the feeling at that moment that he could predict my movements. Was it just an illusion? At that time, Jang Kai had doubts but dismissed them. Maybe it was not just an illusion. The image of you getting up and continuing to attack after being injured keeps appearing. Who said that? I still haven't given up. I recall that moment and think to myself, rather than sitting still and waiting to die, it's better to take the initiative and verify for myself. Jang Kai continued explaining, I used my combat distance and attack speed to alter my energy, fighting you while testing my hypothesis. He risked himself as bait to confirm whether his assumption was correct or not. As Jang Kai predicted, he said, sure enough, the outcome is always the same. Your shadow assassin can't directly attack us, but from start to finish, I also couldn't avoid the aftershocks and got injured. He recalled that moment when a white-blue light shot towards him and pierced through his chest. At this moment, Jang Kai said, if you want to win that badly, of course you wouldn't be interested in playing hide-and-seek with me, so I guess you possess a mental skill that can predict your opponent's attack direction, and this is truly your ultimate killing move. At this moment, Ditong's eyes had turned bloodshot and wide with anger as he stared at Jang Kai, continuing his analysis.
He continued, "Moreover, I believe this kind of mental power skill of yours can detect the opponent's muscle contractions or the flow of energy on the surface of the body through a normal body, allowing you to predict the attack trajectory and launch a counterattack immediately."
Hearing this, Ditong immediately remembered how, during the fight with Jang Kai earlier, his vision suddenly blurred and hallucinations appeared.
Jang Kai's voice echoed in his ears, revealing his secret, and by using a skill to paralyze his mind and disrupt his judgment, even a moment's distraction could become his weakness.
So what? But at that time it was just your guess. Weren't you afraid of being wrong? Or even so, you can't beat me. He paused for a moment before asking, "Are you too confident?"
Jang Kai sharply replied, "You are the overly confident one."
Ditang was startled and explained, "You used the ghost shadow / to hide the true nature of your mental skill, meant to deceive your opponent." You stared intently at Ditang and revealed that to increase your chances of killing later, he mostly invested attribute points into areas other than spirit, which kept his mental strength low, giving me the opportunity to break the situation. Dich Tang exclaimed in horror, "You're betting everything." Jang Kai calmly replied, "Yes, but the truth proves I have won the bet. You have lost precisely because of the Tat-Sat skill you are most proud of. Or rather, you stopped here and slowly said each word, losing because of your arrogance in believing you have never failed." Huh, so that's how it is. Now on the arena, Jang Kai stands there with a cold gaze, quietly watching Dit Tang lying defeated on the ground after his loss, his body still bearing wounds, but his face remains calm as he speaks softly. "It's over." Vuvi's voice rang out excitedly.
"Oh my God, ladies and gentlemen, did you need that?"
In a situation with no advantage, Jang Kai found the opponent's weakness and delivered a fatal blow. Truly, a classic counterattack, a masterpiece among masterpieces. In the sky, a giant 3D screen displays the stoic, handsome Jang Kai, and the crowd erupts in cheers. Jang Kai is at the top. This battle is so cool, no one can compete with me. Jang Kai is now my only god. Jang Kai. The 4 people in the group hurriedly ran over. Wenjuo excitedly said, "The peak, Kai. Your performance was so cool, I was stunned." "That's right, Kai. I was so nervous I couldn't breathe earlier." Jiang Kai turned back and smiled gently, saying, "I made everyone worry." "Captain Kai, today, you shined brighter than any star in the hall. Don't forget, I'm your #1 fan." "I'm in too, me too." "Captain Kai, you're amazing." At that moment, Vien Tru raised his fist high and shouted, "All right, I've made up my mind. Tonight I won't drink and go home." After Noan, my dear sister, finishes comforting
"Kai, we'll go celebrate Kai's victory." Jang Kai quickly said, "Wait, is there still something else?"
But before he could finish speaking, a hand suddenly grabbed his shoulder and pulled him away. The pillar happily said, Let's go, I'll shout for you. Today we are going to celebrate all night long." "That's right. Hey, don't go yet. Now I officially announce that the winner of the competition is Jang Kai from the Fire God team." The stands immediately erupted in chaos with cheers. Jang Kai and below, Jang Kai's group paid little mind, happily walking away together. Lam Nam watched their backs and softly said, "I never expected Jang Kai to achieve such a feat, or perhaps he himself is the miracle." The scene shifts to a grand castle. The next day at the Divine Council Hall, a voice rang out. "Everyone come quickly, the army just sent someone to deliver the reward." "What can such a small box hold? The army is so stingy," Yuan Zhu said as he opened the lid. "Just open it and you'll see for yourself." As soon as the lid opened, 4 blue light beams like rectangular cards shot out instantly. Jang Kai's eyes widened as one of them suddenly flew straight toward him. Meanwhile, one card flew toward the fat fool Nguyen Ngu, while the other hovered in front of Ho Nan's chest. She said, "So the reward is given in the form of a card." Jiang Kai, looking at the object in front of him, was momentarily stunned in amazement. He said nothing more and reached out to grab it. As soon as he touched it, a powerful light burst forth from the card. Moreover, the light grew even brighter, but Jang Kai remained unfazed, clutching the card tightly in his hand. A notification appeared congratulating you on receiving the 9 Lives Destiny Upgrade, S1. At that moment, your weapon appeared along with the information panel. The 9 Lifetimes Destiny level S1 increases your strength by 14, piercing force by 17, and agility by 21. Special Effect 1. Each time you use a single attack of the Pursuit of Fate, the critical hit chance and critical damage will increase by 15%, up to a maximum of 135%. After activating a critical hit, all Pursuit of Fate effects will be reset. 2. Armor Reduction. Each piece of the pursuit weapon can deal damage within a small area. In a short time, the chain attack continuously hits this area, able to keep reducing the enemy's armor. You shout in amazement, "This is the upgraded version of the chain attack." Jang Kai silently thought, "I heard that rare S-grade weapons also have different upgraded forms like S, Psi, and S. 3. I didn't expect the tree men to also have a second form. This is so surprising." Moreover, the critical hit increases by 15%, meaning that 7 consecutive attacks will definitely trigger a critical hit, making it much more powerful than before, plus the armor reduction effect, which increases the chances of winning against high defense monsters. Just then, another card flew over. You're surprised and ask what this is, and Nguyen Yu quickly responds, "Captain Kai, I know this. It's a good item." This is called the Death Mother Stone, created by combining the Child Stone and the Mother Stone. Between the two, absolute attraction is generated. Hearing this, Nguyen Ngu imagined something funny and continued, "If I attach it to your gloves and your life-tracking device, then I won't lose my image." On the other side, Honan exclaimed in surprise. She said, "That's great." Her card now shows a woman wearing a mask holding 2 purple orbs in her hands with broken line symbols behind her. Honyan's eyes lit up as she loudly said, "I didn't expect my profession to be level 41 to 60, a material for class change of a spiritual master." Meanwhile, Nguyen Ngu looked dazed, happily gazing at the talisman card and smiling foolishly. "These rewards seem like they were made just for us." "Wait a minute. Juzi, Nuan, where are your rewards?" Yuanju explained, "Don't worry, after all, Nuan and I are still members of the army. The rewards have already been delivered to Captain Li Biu's place." After saying that, Yuanju approached and put his arm around you, whispering, "And also said that earlier you guessed correctly that this reward was given based on each of our fighting styles and needs. She really is generous." "That's right. Actually, the person delivering the rewards was Lu's man, and Lu asked him to pass on a message. These gifts were personally requested by Commander Wei. Wei Chihui personally requested it." Honyan immediately brightened and looked at the idol, saying, "It must be because of Captain Kai." "Captain Kai, your reputation is really impressive." Nguyen Ngu also agreed. "Yes, who is our Captain Kai anyway?" As expected, Commander Wei has a very sharp eye. Jang Kai smiled softly, silently grateful that Wei Jihui and Lu had helped him a lot, and he knew he had to thank them in person next time. By now, Noan suddenly asked, "So Kai, since you won the finals, the Thanlong Guild should give you the Secret Realm access card as per the bet, right?" Jang Kai replied, "Don't worry, they'll send someone in 3 days." Honyan pinched Noan's cheek and said, "I told you, Noan, Captain Kai worked hard to win the match. Don't keep worrying about trivial things all the time." Watching the peaceful and harmonious scene before him, Jang Kai quietly stood there, an involuntary smile forming at the corner of his mouth. A pair of feet slowly walking along the main road, it is Jang Kai with a contemplative look, hands in his pockets gazing into the distance as if recalling something. Suddenly he stops, thinking to himself, still not quite at ease about Atsu's expression, feeling like there's something on her mind. The image of the beautiful girl with blue eyes appearing in his mind, his thoughts continuing to linger. Today I want to surprise Antu by bringing the girl home and casually asking how she's doing. The sound of 2 students chatting echoes across the yard. "Hey, are you still up for hanging out after school today? Aren't you listening to the master saying there's a test tomorrow? You're so calm about it." The 2 students walk and chat happily, with similar scenes around them. In the hallway, a classroom door number appears, and as the door opens, Jang Kai steps in and asks, "Do you know if Jang An is here?" "Jang An isn't here," a young woman replied, stepping closer and asking, "I think I've met you before. Did someone call him away?" "You are his older brother, right?" "Yes, that's right, but he was called away." "Do you mean Sue was summoned to the principal's office?" Thiki sadly propped her chin and said no. Actually, this time a group of people has been watching over Jang An. Jang Kai was worried and immediately grabbed Thiki's shoulders, asking, "Are you being watched by someone? What does that mean?" The girl remembered a group of people from her memory and explained, "The leader of this group is named Zhao Liu. He's a troublemaker who recently transferred to the school. I heard his father works under the Huang Wei family and uses his influence to bully others at school, recruiting many followers. Even teachers can't control him." Jang An was called out by 2 female students who often hang out with Zhao Loi. At this moment, a boy hurriedly ran past the 2 people, panting and saying, "Hurry up, it's too late." Suddenly, someone appeared in front of Tu Hong and kicked him. Tu Hong, caught off guard, cried out in pain and fell backward. In front of him, Trio Loi and his 2 henchmen looked on with cold smiles, saying, "Quite brave, huh? I told you to come see me within 3 minutes after the bell rang, and you dare to treat my words like a breeze?"
Jang Kai and Thi Kai immediately ran over to see what was happening. The girl, upon seeing it, recognized instantly and said in amazement, No, that's not it. Brother Zhao, listen to my explanation. The two underlings of Zhao Loi didn't say anything, but everyone understood that as soon as he gave the order, they would immediately beat the kid up. Trio Loi swung his fist and shouted, I saw you rushing headlong into danger, but at this moment, his face suddenly froze. Min stopped his movement, his face full of surprise. The two henchmen behind also looked on in panic as the person who intervened stepped forward. Jang Kai calmly asked, Are you Zhao Liu? Do you know Huang Wei? Trio Loi angrily releases Tu Hang and glares at Jang Kai. Who the hell is this blind fool? You know it's me and still dare to act arrogant. I'm fed up with life, huh? Jang Kai's voice rang out. I am Jang Kai's older brother. Jang Kai looked straight at Zhao Liao and asked coldly, Where is Tsu now? So you're the reckless Jang Kai who offended the royal family? Why should I answer your questions? His face turned fierce as he continued to challenge. Of course, if you kneel and bark like a dog begging for mercy, I might consider showing mercy and telling you. Jang Kai looked at him as if he were already dead and replied, I just worry you won't be able to handle it. Seeing Jang Kai's indifferent tone and expression, Zhao Loi clenched his teeth in anger, tightened his fists, and charged forward. Still arrogant? Today I will show you what regret really is. One of the two underlings spoke up now. Brother Zhao, we'll handle him for you. Now the students are crowded around, gossiping loudly. Look over there, there's a fight, and it's probably some unlucky person who angered the Trio Loi family heir. Jang Kai stood there like a statue, not even looking at Zhao Loi and his henchmen rushing towards him, just silently with a serious face and deep eyes. Jang Kai sensed it and thought, it's too slow. In just a moment, he tilted his body to dodge all the attacks, leaving a fleeting shadow that was hard for the naked eye to follow. The two henchmen shouted in panic, What? Jang Kai quickly steps forward with one foot, using the other as support, delivering swift strikes to the two thugs. His agile movements follow one after another, with powerful straight punches to the face, knocking each one down in turn. The two of Trio Loi's underlings are writhing in pain on the ground, crying out, It hurts so much! Trio Loi shouted loudly, If you two brothers are both unruly, I will show you who truly sets the rules in this environment. The scene shifts to an outdoor court, in a quiet corner surrounded by a mesh fence, probably a basketball court. The sound of slaps and hits continues relentlessly as a girl endures each painful blow, her body covered in scratches. Yitin held the basketball in her hand, hitting and twisting the truth, saying, Little sister, we only told you to pick up the ball. Why are you using your face to catch it? Nuoc Lan, with her brown hair, also added, That's right, you're too careless. If people think we're bullying you, it'll cause us trouble. The two cruel and cunning girls looked at Tu trembling in pain as he sat slumped on the ground. Tsu at this moment tries to stay calm, clutching his head in pain, one hand pounding the ground before apologizing. One of the two cruel women says, It's good to know you were wrong. After saying that, she snatched the girl's bag and turned it inside out. She looked inside and said, See, this backpack is so dirty, aren't the books inside all rotten? Suddenly, a photo of the three of them fell out. Looking at the photo, the evil woman asked, What is this? And Tu was startled. The girl immediately stood up and ran over, reaching out to grab the photo back and saying, Give it to me. Her mind is flooded with memories, recalling that it was a birthday photo from last year when the two brothers first made a cake for her themselves. Why are you shouting so loudly? You're really fierce. Look at how tense she is. It seems we've found something interesting. An Tu is now being held tightly from behind by Nuoc Lan. The girl struggled and shouted, Give it back to me. Yitin, holding the photo, smiled slyly and said, If you keep whining, I can't guarantee I won't tear it apart. But just then, the ringtone from her pocket suddenly rang out. Yiting answered the phone. Hello, I'm busy. What's the matter? Suddenly I hear what the person on the other end of the line says. And I ask in surprise, Someone named Jang Kai came to the classroom looking for Jang An and ran into Zhao Loi. Then the two of them started fighting. Is there really someone so stupid not knowing their limits? Hearing the conversation, An Tu was stunned and couldn't believe it, silently thinking it was him. Thinking of this, An Tu immediately bit down hard on the arm holding him tightly. Nuoc Lan suddenly yells out in pain after being bitten, then she is shocked and immediately curses, You damn brat, how dare you bite me, are you crazy? Seizing the opportunity, An Tu escaped. The worried girl quickly ran away with all her strength. The girl's delicate legs seemed to be energized, and without hesitation, she immediately ran toward the classroom, hurriedly ignoring the wounds on her face. He shouted in panic and fear, worried that Jang Kai would be harmed by those cruel people. He is now in the corridor. Behind Jang Kai are two of Zhao Liu's henchmen lying paralyzed on the ground, while in front, Zhao Liu is raging wildly. Ai Tzu, just arriving and still stunned from worrying about Jang Kai, is now frozen in shock at the sight before her.
Hearing the girl's call, Jang Kai joyfully turned around and said, "An Tu." Turning around, the scene shows An Tu panting anxiously, covered in scratches, her worried eyes fixed on him. Then the girl asked again, "Are you okay?" As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes widened in horror as she stared straight at what was behind Jang Kai. Jang Kai, seeing An Tu's battered appearance, was filled with rage, his hands clenched so tightly that veins bulged, and he could only manage to say two words, "An Tu."
From behind, Trioloy's voice rang out, "Now there's no time to kneel, even if he wanted to." The cowardly attack came from behind, aiming to ambush Jang Kai, while he stood still like a statue, not moving at all.
Taitu shouted in fear, trying to warn Jang Kai. "Hey, watch out as time seems to stand still." In her eyes, only the images of Trioloy and Jang Kai remain, like a slow-motion film. Jang Kai suddenly lifts his foot, spinning quickly like a shuttle and delivering a powerful kick straight to Zhao Liu's face. Before he can react, he sees a dark figure rushing at him with incredible speed. Zhao Liu was struck by the kick and collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide with bloodshot veins, blood constantly pouring from his mouth as a group of students carrying tables and chairs walked by saying, "It's the third time. The teachers in the administrative office are sitting in air-conditioned chairs while we have to act as cargo cranes. I wish a lightning strike would smash these long tables into pieces." Dream on. Hurry up and move the stuff. Once you're done, you can go home early. The screams of the two evil women echoed as Aitin and Nuoc Lan rushed over, shouting, "Get out of the way!" Nuoc Lan, filled with hatred, looked as if she wanted to kill and asked, "Where is Jiang An? This one dared to bite me and make me bleed. I'll see if I don't pull out all its teeth later." Suddenly, a blinding light appeared at the end of the corridor.
Wait a moment, what is that? That's Zhao Liu.
He was sent flying backward after being hit by Jang Kai's kick and crashing into Nuoc Lan, as the worried shouts of his followers rang out, "Brother Trio, Sister Da!" The group of students carrying tables and chairs saw Zhao Liu break the table and looked on in shock, saying, "It's all shattered now, so there's no need to move anything. Should I go buy a lottery ticket?" At this moment, An Tu stared in shock at Jang Kai's back, still unable to believe it. The boy with the strong and steady back stood firm in front of An Tu, his hands clenched tightly, exuding a heroic stance as if protecting his sister. Looking at his brother, An Tu stammered as Trioloy painfully got up, thinking to himself, "Damn it, this hurts so much recently. I've been training at Ghost Spirit, and my physical abilities have improved a lot. So why can't I handle a strike from that kid? He's not at all like the weak chicken, the young master of the Royal Society mentioned." A leg appears blocking in front of Trioloy, who is kneeling on the ground, and it belongs to Jang Kai, who has somehow approached from above, looking down with eyes like those of a demon, emanating a chilling aura. He slowly said, "Do not bully him," word for word echoing in your ears. Zhao Liu looked at the person in front of him, his face pale and sweating, thinking to himself, "This guy's aura is too strong, really terrifying." At this moment, a female student outside exclaimed in surprise, "So, Jiang, do you have a really powerful older brother?" Seeing how stunned and confused Zhao Li looks, a male student asked, "Why does he look so familiar?" The friend next to him immediately replied, "I remember now. He's the explorer of the demon spirit Jang Kai, recently famous all over, my idol." Jang Kai, with a murderous aura, squeezed his face and asked, "You just said you're the rule of this school, right?" He stammered in fear, "What do you want to do?" Jang Kai punched him in the face and continued, "If you like to see dominance and violence as rules." At this moment, Zhao Liu questions his existence, wondering who he is, as Jang Kai's voice echoes in his ears, saying, "So today I will let you use this very body to remember clearly." Another punch to the right cheek, he continued, "Only those who can stand firm have the right to talk about rules." Zhao Liu's eyes widened, wondering, "Where am I?" Then a punch from below the chin. Zhao Liu painfully prays, "Oh Lord, come save me." Another punch is about to come down. Jang Kai says, "How dare you bully my Jiang family?" At this moment, a hand holds him back, and An Tu's voice rings out, "Don't fight anymore." The small girl with scratches on her face and worried eyes holding his hand tightly made him stop instinctively. An Tu continued, "Can we not fight?" "We not?" Jang Kai fell silent, no longer hitting Zhao Liu, and turned his back to An Tu without saying a word.
He suddenly spun around, his green eyes looking at Antu, his face much gentler, no longer as dangerous as before. He replied softly. At this moment, Zhao Liu was sitting on the ground with a swollen face, and behind Nuolan, she looked no better, curled up and sitting on the ground. Leaving them behind, Jang Kai and Antu happily walk away. He looks at his sister with a loving gaze. Jang Kai said, "Entu, go wait by the stairs, I'll be there soon." Antu obediently replied, "Yes." Without turning back, he spoke. The two only heard that, and Waklan and Yi Tin were startled and frightened. With a deadly tone, he continued, "Come here, I have something to tell you both." Nuoklan and Yi Tin broke out in cold sweat and hurriedly replied, "Brother Jiang no, Ka Jiang, please say it slowly." Night has fallen, the full moon shines brightly in the sky, and a beam of light flashes from a room in the school, where Jang Kai is carefully disinfecting the wound on Antu's leg. The obedient girl sat still, her soft feet covered with numerous scratches of various sizes, and every time Jang Kai cleaned her wounds, she would softly cry out in pain. "Tsu, did I hurt you?" Tsu stubbornly denies it. "No, I didn't hurt you at all." "That's right. Oh, and by the way, are you not busy in the underworld? Why are you here to pick me up?" Jang Kai replied, "If I hadn't come to find you today, when would you have told me about being bullied?" Then he paused and looked at Antu with affection, continuing, "I've been like your older brother since I was little, enduring everything without telling anyone." "And you? You face so many dangers in Kuitin, but you never told us?" Jang Kai stammered to explain, but Antu immediately interrupted. The girl said, "Brother, although you always come home with a bright, cheerful face, even Wei Jihui can't act recklessly when facing the royal forces. With the money you brought home, you must have risked yourself in the demon spirit realm to get it, right? I feel so sorry for myself for not having the ability to go there and help you, so all I can do is try my best not to make my father and you worry." Jang Kai remained silent, and she continued, "Moreover, they weren't too outrageous at first, just some rumors spreading, but recently they've become bolder, especially since I know you're busy with an important competition, so I can't let you be distracted." Seeing that Jang Kai didn't say anything, she asked, "Brother, why are you so quiet?" "I'm angry, I'm sorry." He didn't reply, but put a bandage on her and praised, "You're growing up faster than I thought." "Stand up," he continued. "Tsu, you don't need to apologize. You're not the one at fault. It's those bullies." He reached out to pat her head comfortingly and said, "Don't worry, those bastards at Demon Spirit won't be able to kill me. From now on, every day after work, I'll call you via video to check in. Can I do that so you won't worry anymore? But if you still dare to be bullied and endure it yourself, then both me and your older brother will level this school." At this point, his face brightened as he spoke naturally, because protecting his sister is just what big brothers do. Anh nhìn anh trai dậy xúc giọng, mặt út lệ. Rồi Giang Khai dựa tấm ảnh gia đình trả lại cho cô và nội, cất đi này. In the photo, Antu is holding a birthday cake with a happy smile, while Jang Kai and the eldest brother are gently looking at her. "Yes, I understand, thank you. Let's go home." Big brother thinks the two of you coming back together will definitely make everyone very happy. Tsu happily agrees. A few days later, at Demon Spirit, the scene shows a wooden house appearing in the middle of the forest, surrounded by tall trees with gentle sunlight shining down. Nguyen Gu's voice echoes, "Captain Kai, is this the secret realm location that Ditang gave us? Could it be that the Than Long Guild is playing us?" "It's just an ordinary wooden house," Ho Nan quickly said. "That's right, no traps were found." Jang Kai looked around and concluded that it didn't seem fake. "I analyze for everyone, look closely. Although this wooden house looks old on the outside, the inside is tidy and spotless, clearly having been thoroughly searched. Also, I noticed that the ground in the yard is uneven and bumpy, as if it had been dug up and then filled back in. Maybe it's the traces they left while searching for the secret realm's entrance." As he said this, he remembered Dich Tang's appearance, and then explained. Moreover, given Dich Tang's proud and arrogant personality, even if he lost, he wouldn't resort to underhanded methods. Ho Nan said, "If that's the case, a large organization like the Than Long Guild must have searched this place thoroughly, but still couldn't find the entrance. So how should the three of us find it then?" Nguyen Yu also nodded in agreement and said, "That's right. I wish Nuan Wan were here. Her information-gathering skills are incredible. She would definitely find something out," Jang Kai said. So it was because of the guild challenge that they borrowed Juzi and Nuan before. Now that the competition is over, they have to return to continue training. As the evening light gradually dims, Ai Chao continued, "We will camp around this area tonight and keep observing." The gentle sunlight before night falls bathes the house and surroundings in a strangely poetic glow, And when night comes, the bright moon replaces the setting sun, making the scene around appear hazy and mysterious.
Nguyen Ngu, with a bubble on his nose, sleeps soundly, hugging the stone tightly, a smile on his lips. He mumbles in his sleep, "I've lost weight lately. I don't feel soft to hold anymore, but you're still the wife I love most." At this moment on the hilltop, Jang Kai quietly gazed at the house, observing everything around him. He said nothing, silently wondering if he had been mistaken after all, since he hadn't detected anything unusual so far. A figure with long hair quietly appeared behind him, standing there silently. When he felt a hand on his shoulder, Jang Kai nonchalantly said, "Honyan, I'm not tired yet. No need to switch shifts, just keep sleeping." As the voice finished, the surrounding trees suddenly rustled in the wind, and an unusual feeling arose in his mind. Jiang Kai immediately thought no. He turned around, but all he saw were weeds and the sound of leaves rustling in the wind, with no sign of any figure. Jiang Kai turned back and saw Honyan lying next to Nguyen Ngu, still asleep and muttering in her sleep. "Kai, Captain Kai, let me teach this one a lesson. Demoness, taste the power of my water maiden." A shadow suddenly appeared right above your head. Jiang Kai was startled, his pupils constricting. When he looked up, he saw a creature with glowing red eyes, a pale face, and long flowing hair staring directly at him. A name suddenly flashes through Jiang Kai's mind, Lin Nu Yu. As soon as the thought appears, he immediately leaps back like a missile, keeping his distance from her. Without saying a word, Jiang Kai immediately launched an attack. Pursuit command. 3 men attacked, but it seemed ineffective, passing straight through the female demon's body without leaving any wounds. Jiang Kai was shocked and incredulous, thinking, "What? Can 3 men not attack her?" On the other side, the female demon was rushing at incredible speed, her face fierce, her hair flying wildly. In the sky, the female demon zigzags quickly, heading somewhere else. Jiang Kai saw this and thought to himself, "Her speed is too fast, and that direction is exactly the wooden house." Thinking of this, he immediately unleashed his power, sped up to chase after the female demon towards the house. He was determined to catch up. The demon eye focused intently. Jiang Kai shot forward like an arrow, with the house right in front of him. Without hesitation, he charged straight in, smashing through the front door and shattering the wood everywhere. Heavy footsteps echoed on the wooden floor of the house. Jiang Kai suddenly stopped, staring in shock at what was ahead. In front was a dressing table, and the female demoness was sitting facing the mirror, slowly stroking her long hair. Jiang Kai stood frozen, silently watching the female demon's back as her reflection appeared in the mirror. Her face was a skull with blood-red eyes, one hand holding her hair while the other grasped a comb to style her long hair. Jiang Kai no longer hesitated, immediately jumping up to attack the female demon, who on the other side seemed completely indifferent to him, calmly continuing to style her hair. In mid-air, Jiang Kai launches his attack, releasing fire and weapons that shoot out in 3 beams of light toward the female demon. As the attack approaches, it passes through her body like an illusion, causing no harm. Jiang Kai angrily shouted, unleashing all his fire and weapons simultaneously at the female demon. She did not dodge. As expected, Jiang Kai's attack was completely unable to harm the female demon. He was panic-stricken, thinking to himself that even after hitting her vital points, he still couldn't cause any injury. Through the shattered window, the sun slowly rises behind the hill, and a card emitting dark green smoke appears in Jiang Kai's hand. He considers trying again. Without saying a word, Jiang Kai continued to attack the female demon. The card shot through the air like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, it was flying right towards her head. The female demon still sat with her back to Jiang Kai, not avoiding him at all. Outside the window, the blinding sunlight shone in, filtering through the broken frame into the room. The scene in the room now seemed frozen, with only the image of the playing card slowly drifting like a slow-motion film about to touch the female demon, when suddenly Jiang Kai's eyes widened in shock as he stared ahead. In front of you, the female demon has disappeared without leaving any trace. All that's left in your mind now is one thought: gone. At this moment, the sun is already high in the sky, the sound of the lake echoing from the wooden house with a look of surprise.
"Captain, what did you say?" A shadow appeared and passed by this cabin.
Nguyen Ngu also broke out in cold sweat and anxiously asked the ghost girl again. Seeing the 2 people in front of him, Jiang Kai replied, "It happened too suddenly, so I didn't have time to wake her up. That ghost girl is very strange. She didn't harm me, but went straight to the wooden house and sat in front of the mirror to comb her hair." Honan stroked her chin thoughtfully and asked if it was related to the cabin's secret. Jiang Kai recalls the previous scene and says, "I think so too. I chased into the cabin, but no matter how I attacked, I couldn't kill it, and by morning it disappeared on its own." She disappeared. The scene replayed in his mind like a film unfolding before his eyes. Sat quietly in front of the dressing table and then vanished without a trace. Hunya said suspiciously, "That's strange." Suddenly, a loud laugh echoed through the wooden house. The three people talking immediately fell silent, startled as they looked toward the source of the laughter. That is the voice of someone who just appeared saying, "I didn't expect you to find it so quickly." Jang Kai frowned and stared at the newcomer before asking, "Who are you?" A voice from one of the four strangers who just appeared rang out. "I am Gao Wu, captain of the Green Dragon Society, and the pioneer exploring this world." That is the voice of the person in the middle, Gao Wu. He confidently looked at Jang Kai, the captain of the Thanlong team, and Gao Wu. Honyan at this moment said, "Why did you know about that demon from the Thanlong Society and not tell us?" The three Jang Kai looked at the people in front of them with suspicion. Quan Mok, hearing that, angrily stepped forward and said, "What do you mean?" And Gao Wu waved his hand to stop him and said, "It's fine, she's right. We do have ulterior motives, but we only want to see your strength with our own eyes. No ill intentions." After a moment, he continued, "Jang Kai, you are one of the few I acknowledge. We can work together." Jang Kai immediately refused the invitation without hesitation, saying, "I appreciate your assessment, but there's no need to cooperate. I will never work with someone I don't trust," and then turned to leave. "You said, Honyan Ningwen Nu, let's go." Ding Hao's eyes twitched and he said, "What's with that kid's face? Why does he look so upset?"
Does it think it's so clever? Ganmek said. Yes, we haven't uncovered the secret after 2 months. How does he think he's so smart?
Tuanvu also looked displeased and said, "The two guys were sound asleep last night and didn't notice anyone coming." And Gaovu then smirked and said, "I really admire Jang Kai's boldness. Let's see how he performs." As night falls, the faint crescent moon casts a soft glow over the surroundings, and a voice suddenly echoes. A white shirt suddenly appears floating behind the wooden house. The three of Jang Kai immediately chase after it, saying, "Follow the plan." There are 4 figures standing on the hilltop. It's the group of Aovu that appeared earlier. They look down calmly, and Junmo asks, "Captain, should we go down and check it out?" Aovu calmly said, "No rush. If Tuang Kai wants a fight, let him have this chance. It's been too long since we last met." On this side, Nguyen Ngu held his weapon in hand with an infatuated look, saying, "I really miss this." You rush towards the house like a missile, crashing through the wall and passing through the female demon sitting there. Honan, at a loss for words, quickly asks, "Are you okay?" Even Nguyen Vu's attacks are ineffective. Just as you said, attacks are completely useless against this demon. Honan angrily grabs the fat guy Nguyen Ngu, who is lying unconscious with his head swollen on the ground. Jang Kai couldn't think of a solution, and he said, "It's really tricky. You secretly ponder in your mind, what is the key issue here?" Jang Kai focused on the reflection of the female demon in the mirror, as if she was also looking back at him. Suddenly, her enchanting red eyes flicked over something he didn't catch clearly. Jang Kai was startled and thought to himself that something just flashed by, while behind him, Honan's voice was heard giving medicine to Nguyen Ngu. "Quickly take this hangover cure." Honyan looked up at Jang Kai with suspicion and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Nguyen Ngu is gradually regaining consciousness and sitting up. In Jang Kai's eyes, there are strange characters, and he says, "The eyes of the ghost in the mirror are not right. Do you see it?" Honyan looked again but didn't notice anything unusual and replied, "No, I don't see anything," then turned to ask Nguyen Ngu, "And you?" Nguyen Ngu answered, "Same here." Honyan suspiciously asked, "Do you feel dazzled?" Captain Jang Kai responded, "You think about it. I am very focused with my demon eyes. It can't be wrong." Her eyes looked deeply into the reflection in the mirror, and you concluded she was scared. Jang Kai thought to himself, "This is not the end yet." The face of the female demon in the mirror darkened now, unclear if it's due to the light or a problem with the mirror. Only in her eyes do the words appear. Are they the terror of the demon? Honyan looked at Jang Kai with concern and asked, "What are you muttering?" Jang Kai suspiciously said, "Terrorist tactics." As soon as she finished speaking, the female demon's head spun 360 degrees, her bloodshot eyes glaring fiercely at him. She slightly opened her mouth to reveal her white teeth and slowly said, "You?" The voice was heavy and cold, enough to qualify as a terrifying horror-level terror. As soon as she finished speaking, Jang Kai's eyes immediately widened. "You seem to sense that something is about to happen to you." Boom! Jang Kai suddenly disappeared before Honyan and Nguyen Ngu's horrified eyes, causing them to scream in panic. "Captain!" At this moment, Honan shouted angrily at the female demon, "Bastard, hurry up and return Captain Kai."
As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately rushed to attack the female demon, but she still calmly sat in front of the mirror, combing her hair as if nothing had happened. The female demon suddenly vanished like an illusion, lightly dodging Honan's attack and causing her to stumble and crash into the table. The sounds coming from the house made Gao Wu realize something was wrong. He said it seemed like something had happened. Niao Vu's group immediately entered the wooden house. Quan Mak shouted loudly, "Hey, what are you guys doing?" In front of Honyan and Nguyen Wu. They were still punching and kicking, hitting the air while asking, "Where did you take Captain Kai?" And Gao Wu saw this and immediately called for them to stop. Din Hao quickly replied, "Yes." Din Hao and Tuan Vu stepped forward, holding the two people's hands tightly to prevent them from losing control. Honyan struggled and said, "Let me go." Din Hao shouted, "Don't cause trouble. This mirror might be the key to solving the mystery. How can we let you two destroy it at will?" At this moment, Niao Vu stepped forward and asked, "Quickly tell me what just happened. Where are your team leaders?" While asking, he secretly wondered, "Strange, it's not dawn yet. How did that female demon disappear?" Honyan nervously pointed at the mirror and said, "The Captain Kai was pulled into the mirror." And Gao Vu was startled and thought to himself, "Pulled in?" Suddenly, everyone was terrified and turned to look at the mirror behind them, where faint, distorted green words appeared on the surface, making it impossible to read the content clearly. The mirror emits terrifying streams of dark blue light, and the words above gradually become clear. The personal terror dungeon has begun. Whether the explorer can overcome it or not, this dungeon will disappear forever afterward. Niao Vu, seeing the content, exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Another blue notification appeared. Jang Kai's mirror displays the explorer's progress in the terrifying illusion, followed by a mission progress bar, with no percentage and no time remaining. Jang Kai's eyes appeared as he looked at each line on the notification board, then surveyed his surroundings, thinking to himself, "What is going on? Is this mirror pulling me in?" The notification board continues to update, displaying a series of information. Congratulations on entering the Terror Puzzle solo instance. Level 3 difficulty. The Fear of the Unknown. Survive 30 minutes by killing all creatures in the Terror Maze. And Jang Kai will answer your questions to help you escape the unknown fear. If the completion time exceeds 10 minutes each time, the number of question opportunities will decrease until they run out. After completing the challenge, you will receive an S rank or higher weapon. Jang Kai quietly reads the announcement, feeling surprised. Is this a challenge from the secret realm? What is the Kai theme mirror? And what are the terrifying creatures? Where is it? Suddenly, he felt something beneath his feet and thought to himself, "The challenge has begun, huh?" Without hesitation, the weapon immediately appeared in his hand, launching a fire attack. Looking up at the sky and around, Jang Kai cautiously observed everything, and then wondered why it was still in ink-black darkness. At that moment, a notification appeared again, reminding you that in this secret realm, the effect of the fire weapon you use remains unchanged, but its glowing ability will be stripped away. After reading it, you immediately thought, "This time I have to complete the mission without seeing the monsters." Suddenly, countless glowing red eyes appeared in the dark sky, staring intently at him. Jang Kai froze in surprise, watching the scene before him, his wide eyes and dark pupils reflecting the terrifying sight ahead. Countless disgusting spiders with blood-filled backs and sharp teeth rushed towards me all at once. An idea suddenly flashes in my mind, and without hesitation, I charge forward to attack, saying, "Kill first, figure out the rest later." Jang Kai swung his arm, sharp weapons streaking through the air towards the monsters, leaving trails of blazing fire in the sky. The notifications kept appearing, and each monster was destroyed. Congratulations on killing the creature in the secret realm and earning experience. Jang Kai paid no attention, as he was now channeling all his focus and strength to deal with the monsters ahead. Each wave of attack, like blazing golden lightning, cut through the disgusting spider swarm, destroying them all before they could get close. The notifications kept popping up, and Jang Kai's experience points continued to rise. Jang Kai stopped, dust swirling at his feet. He looked ahead, the spiders had disappeared, and he wondered, is this considered completing the challenge? A few dozen monsters didn't seem too difficult. But just as I finished that thought, dozens of glowing red eyes appeared again, not fewer in number than before, and even more numerous. Jang Kai gaped, eyes wide, thinking to himself, "This can't be right. Countless eyes are staring directly at me, like a giant face smiling maliciously." At this moment, Jang Kai can only stand still, looking up at the sky, his hands clenched, ready for the next battle. Holding his weapon, he faced thousands of monsters alone, their glaring eyes like they wanted to devour him.
Jang Kai moved like a ghost, quickly retreating to widen the gap from the monsters. Then he threw his weapon forcefully, executing a fire retreat move. 3 sharp weapons like daggers streaked through the air, leaving long streaks of light across the sky as they passed. Flames and shockwaves from the explosion spread outward. I don't know how many monsters were blown to pieces. As the explosion gradually faded, the monsters reappeared and continued rushing forward as if unaffected. Jang Kai clenched his teeth, sweat beading on his face, and wondered in horror just how many there really were.
Hurry up, you still need to be faster. Now the mirror shows the number 77 out of 1 million, with a time of 44 seconds.
Ngao Vu immediately thought and asked, do these numbers mean Jang Kai killed 77 monsters in 44 seconds?
Quan Mak replied, the monsters in the secret realm are definitely not weak, killing 77 in 44 seconds.
This guy is really crazy, isn't he? Dean Hao wondered aloud. So the numbers afterward must mean there are 1 million monsters inside, right? Tuan Vu broke out in cold sweat and sighed. No wonder it's called the Terror of Chaos. This is not a place where humans should go. On this side, Honyan's face was pale, her mouth wide open, silently thinking, 1 million monsters. Recalling another battle, her thoughts lingered. Previously, during the fight against the Mare Lord on Vindong Island, there were at least hundreds of thousands of players working together. But now Captain Kai was alone. How could he possibly kill all those monsters?
No, let me go. I want to go inside. I want to save Captain Kai.
Ngao Vu's voice suddenly rang out, you can't get in. She didn't understand and asked what he meant. Ngao Vu replied seriously, because this is a private secret realm, he continued explaining. This private secret realm is different from a normal one. It only allows the explorer to enter alone, and the rewards within are always more abundant. But at the same time, explorers must face the unknown challenges alone, and the difficulty of these trials is also higher. With a regretful look, he closed his eyes and continued. Although I regret it, I think Jang Kai probably won't last much longer. At this moment inside the personal illusion, Jang Kai is still facing the terrifying monsters. He jumps high to escape their encirclement, but it's only temporary. The monsters surrounded him completely, blocking his escape. And Jang Kai could no longer avoid them, as they lunged to bite and tear him apart. He painfully thought it hurt so much, his body. The monsters clung all over him, covering his entire body. Jang Kai, exhausted and desperate, wondered to himself, is the gap too big? Can I really not win this time? His hand clenched tightly, he thought, but he kept being defeated by these lower-level creatures. I won't accept this. Suddenly, at a critical moment, a notification appeared, revealing that the explorer was close to death. A black and blue card suddenly floated in midair right in front of him. Around the card, blue patterns radiated outward, with the image of the Grim Reaper holding a scythe, smiling in the center. The card's information appeared, revealing the gambler's personal weapon, the Death card, with a hidden special effect, and the Wheel of Fate had been triggered. A sudden doubt flashed in Jang Kai's mind. What exactly was that sound just now? At this moment, your consciousness seems to exist in a space filled with light, surrounded by it on all sides, while your body gradually dissolves into faint blue smoke. As you look at that faint card ahead, you silently ask yourself. In that moment, strange patterns appeared in his eyes, demonic, eye-like, focused. Suddenly, his thoughts seemed to freeze. A white-haired girl with flowing hair is reflected in the pupil, holding a card in her hand as a notification sounds. Congratulations, you have activated the hidden special effect of the Death card's Wheel of Fortune in a near-death state. Spin the Wheel of Fortune. The Wheel of Fortune will randomly select an outcome for you. Looking at the card in Brain's hand, he silently thought about the Wheel of Fortune. The Death card also has hidden effects. At this moment, the girl raises her hands high, and the mechanical voice continues to echo, stating that each result has a dual effect of reward and punishment. Once the user spins the Wheel of Fate, they implicitly agree to accept both effects. The effect of the Wheel of Fortune is amplified multiple times by the gambler's talent. This effect can only be used once a month, and refusing to spin the Wheel of Fortune is also considered as using it. Watching the card carefully, Jang Kai wondered, are the double-sided effects rewards and punishments? A chance to survive or eternal defiance? While still contemplating, a question suddenly appeared. Are you going to spin the Wheel of Fate now? Still bleeding from the corner of his mouth, he smirked and said, what else to think? Of course, take a moment to stop, shout out loud, and move for me. The card immediately radiated streaks of blue energy, forming strange patterns that spread light everywhere. Everything around suddenly became bizarre and hard to explain. Jang Kai's body gradually turns white, only his distinctive green eyes remaining unchanged as waves of power ripple rhythmically from within him.
Jang Kai thought. The pain on his body suddenly disappeared. Looking at his own body, he wondered, is this my space of consciousness? Suddenly, a bright golden light appeared. He frowned and looked back. Jang Kai pondered silently and thought to himself, that was the image of a giant clock emerging, surrounded by strands of golden energy forming mysterious, softly spinning characters. Observing the object before him, Jang Kai concluded that it was the Wheel of Fate, and the clock hand suddenly moved, shifting from the center towards the 1 o'clock position. Seeing that, Jang Kai seemed to understand something and thought to himself, it's starting. As soon as he finished his thought, the hand didn't stop but spun rapidly, circle after circle. Jang Kai stands still, helplessly witnessing the unfolding scene as the clock hand keeps spinning non-stop before suddenly freezing at a new position. The notification message appears. The Wheel of Fate has completed its rotation. Jang Kai opens his eyes wide, watching the ongoing message still appearing. The notification now states that the beneficial status allows for rapid recovery. Battle damages will heal quickly, lasting for 60 minutes, with the innate ability activated at double speed, upgraded to ultra-fast recovery, enabling all expenses to be restored at the fastest rate, and the body reaching its peak condition. Then the content continues to change, indicating a negative status where vulnerabilities are exposed, making injuries more likely to be fatal. Lasting for 60 minutes, activating the double affinity, exposing weaknesses upgraded to a fragile body, any wound causing more serious consequences, and doubling the pain felt. At that moment, golden light radiated around Jang Kai's entire body, the energy flow becoming faster and more intense, and his whole body shining with a brilliant aura. Jang Kai feels as if his body is enveloped in warm water, as if he's soaking in a hot spring, with energy surging inside him and his body burning like a spreading flame. At this moment in the real world, after receiving that immense power, Jang Kai's gaze at the monsters was like a god looking at mortals. The disgusting horde still charged forward, wanting to tear Jang Kai apart, completely unaware of what was about to happen. With just a turn of his body, Jang Kai knocked them flying outwards. He shouted loudly, "Death God!" The cards have appeared, rushing through the bodies of each spider along their flight path at incredible speed. Jang Kai stands from afar, controlling as each one is killed in an instant, leaving no survivors wherever the cards pass. He gently raised his hand, and the death card seemed to be summoned, instantly flying back into his hand. Jang Kai turned his back, the death card lightly floating in his palm. He calmly said, "If you've finished placing your pieces, then next." The look in his eyes flickered, and a slight smile played on his lips. This is a life-and-death gamble. The blazing yellow flames shot out from the card into the sky, piercing through one creature after another, their blood splattering across the ground. At this moment, around Jang Kai, a dense web of spiders appeared, and although he had already killed many, it was like throwing salt into the sea. Observing the situation at hand, Jang Kai quickly analyzed that the betting time only lasts for 10 seconds, after which he would enter a long cool-down state and be unable to cope with the ongoing battle. Suddenly, he remembered something and thought, wait. Just now, after the death card swallowed the upgraded version of the Fate story, its attack power seemed to have increased significantly. Now, he unleashed a powerful strike, with immense energy knocking back the surrounding monsters. A card appears in Jang Kai's left hand, the same one from before, with waves of energy emanating around it. Without hesitation, he swings his arm and throws the card forcefully, saying, "Go." The fierce shockwave like a storm, the speed of the card flying was terrifying, with waves of flames swirling around its trajectory in midair. Now, he began counting each second, and with every count, the card swept away a large area of spider nests, burning them to ash. 3, 2, 1. As the final number ends, a series of powerful explosions erupt around him, shockwaves spreading across the area. The ground beneath his feet is also shattered by the destructive force of the attack. Jang Kai calmly stood there, with his back to the pile of monsters reduced to ashes, and with a satisfied and confident look, he thought to himself that indeed, just by letting the death card carry the flames to burn a larger area. Thinking of this, he smiled slightly and decided to blow up as many monsters as possible, then just wait for the explosion to occur during the fire to trigger a chain reaction. The continuous explosions still hadn't stopped, and the enormous number of monsters couldn't withstand such a terrifying killing speed. Jang Kai stands from afar, controlling the card and quickly wiping out the monsters, thinking that the death card is guided by thought, so its attack range far exceeds the 9 calamities of fate, allowing him to burn the entire battlefield. The image of the death card seems to be smiling happily because of the slaughter, flames still raging non-stop, and the huge number of monsters rapidly decreasing.
but it still takes some time to wipe them all out. What's going on? These guys are moving too slowly. Come on, they're monsters inside the secret realm. Can't they be a little stronger? Forget it. I'll go find them. Outside, the mirror shows Jang Kai's progress in defeating monsters in the secret realm. 416 out of 1 million. Time elapsed 209 seconds. Honyan, worried about Jang Kai's safety, nervously asked Nguyen Yu, "Is this mirror broken? Why has the number of enemies defeated suddenly stopped changing?" And Gao Vu said, "Even if only for a few tens of seconds. This is a secret realm surrounded by millions of beasts. Not a matter of you dying or me living. Just a few seconds can decide life or death." Quan Mak also replied, "Yes. Given the difficulty of this secret realm, it is completely normal for Jang Kai to encounter difficulties. Instead of rushing around worried, it's better to wait for him to get out and then arrange a psychological therapy session to prevent him from going insane." Honan's tears streamed down as SB retorted, "Pai, you're the one going crazy. The outcome isn't even certain yet. Don't talk nonsense. I trust Captain Kai," Quan Mak said unhappily. "So, is the current situation still not enough to prove anything? Besides, we've worked hard for months, and Jang Kai accidentally entered the secret realm. If he can get through it, I have nothing to say. But at least judging from the current situation, this opportunity has been wasted. That's a million wild beasts. I bet Jang Kai will definitely die." A voice rings out. "What the hell? It's Nguyen Ngu." You, with your chubby face, stare at Quan Mak and ask tightly clenched fists. Quan Mak remains silent, frowning. Nguyen Ngu's attitude and tone made him no longer dare to speak recklessly. Nguyen Ngu asked again, "I'm asking you, what are you betting?" Quan Mak lost patience and angrily said, "You're really hopeless? If that's the case, I'll be direct here. If Jang Kai can survive and get out, I will kneel here and call him father." Then he stepped forward and made his condition known to Nguyen Ngu. "If not, you have to kneel and call me father." He gritted his teeth and asked again, "Do you dare not?" Nguyen Ngu calmly and without hesitation replied, "Fine, let's bet," waiting for the urgent call to sound. "Oh my God, what's going on?" As they stare at each other fiercely, Junmi and Nguyen Ngu turn around suddenly to look at the mirror. The monster elimination progress has reached 6,201 million. Inside the secret realm, a fierce explosion erupted. Flames illuminating the entire area and the surrounding earth and rocks shattered into pieces. Other spiders also appeared one after another. Then Brother Duong rushed toward Jang Kai. He descended from above, muttering, "So they all gathered here? Hey, no matter if you're good or bad, you're still monsters of the secret realm." As he spoke, he launched an attack, each move as fierce as an explosion. Seeing they intend to escape, he shouted, "Don't run away. Keep fighting and don't stop." At this moment, the entire horde of monsters had fallen into the fire pit. Countless were blown to pieces. Rocks shattered everywhere. Smoke and dust filled the air, and blazing waves of fire spread across the area, while those not yet exploded were cut in half by the card. For quite a long time, continuous large explosions kept happening. After a long while, he finally stopped. The flames gradually died down, leaving only thick black smoke rising and ashes scattering everywhere. Holding the death card in his hand, his power gradually receded, and the flames on his fingertips slowly faded away. A notification appeared, indicating that all creatures in the mysterious realm had been killed. The time spent was 1,447 seconds. Jang Kai, with a proud look, gently smiled, and the card in his hand seemed to merge with his aura, making his image even more enchanting. He wondered aloud, "So it's over? I still have that super fast recovery state for over 30 minutes here. What a waste." As soon as she finished speaking, a dazzling golden circle suddenly appeared behind him, radiating brilliant gold light. He paused briefly, then turned his head to look, and at that moment a shimmering golden mirror materialized, accompanied by a resonant voice. "Congratulations, brave challenger. You have completed the Horror Nest challenge that is the voice of a female guardian of the secret realm." She continued, "I will now be the one to distribute your rewards." Jang Kai was surprised and thought to himself, "Is this the guardian of the secret realm that the enemy commander mentioned before?" Her voice continues, "Now you can ask the mirror up to 5 questions within your authority limits." Jang Kai happily strokes his chin, thinking this is a great opportunity. If he only asks about the transformation document formula, wouldn't that be a shame? Maybe I can take this opportunity to learn a bit more about the true nature of the demon spirit, and better deal with the dangers ahead. But I don't know the exact scope of my authority. As I was thinking, a countdown timer suddenly appeared on the mirror. There are 4 minutes and 32 seconds left. Klee reminds you to ask quickly. The mirror's power suggestion will drain in 5 minutes. Jang Kai widened his eyes, thinking, is there a time limit?
Without hesitation, he immediately asked what is the relationship between the demon beast of the ghost spirit and the blue spirit. At this moment, time seemed to freeze, leaving only the image of the two facing each other.
Jang Kai thought silently. Could it be that the difficulty of the question has exceeded the scope of his authority? Klee suddenly said, "Your first question has exceeded your authority. You now have 4 chances left to ask." Jang Kai silently thought, sure enough, he immediately changed the question. So in the transfer document, the spontaneous fire ignites, the metal changes abnormally, the floating mud is unstable, and the gentle breeze remains still. What do they each represent?
Suddenly, the surface of the mirror vibrated, with faint golden light rippling gracefully,
As if something was about to be revealed. Seeing this, he secretly rejoiced. Facing him, Clay was both like an angel and like a devil, gently raising his hands, and the mirror behind suddenly flickered with light. Wait a minute. This is an image of a withered tree with flames burning on its branches reflected in the mirror. Are you talking about a heavenly fire tree? Jang Kai stood still, watching the image of the fiery tree in front of him blazing with dazzling flames. A fireball appeared, emitting scorching sparks. He remembered what Nuan had said. These are about 20-year-old celestial fire trees. Those over 30 years old can become fertilized celestial fire trees. After killing monsters capable of producing fire seed cores, which are materials that can enhance the special effects of flames, Jang Kai happily exclaims now, "That's right. Fire can be generated directly without burning material." Isn't the heart of the celestial fire tree based on self-ignition? Initially, I should have thought of the Liudiem mountain range. The image in the mirror suddenly disappeared and returned to its original state. Jang Kai looked intently and then asked the next question. Bai Yin, I remember that one of the metals of the demon crystal exists in a liquid state at normal temperatures and is not uncommon. I didn't expect it to be a changeable metal. Suddenly a flash of insight crosses his mind as the scene in the mirror shifts to a barren land with only rocks and no plants or grass. He thought, this is a wasteland, but suddenly his eyes widened and he denied it. That's not right. Looking back at the scene in the mirror, it was a vast orange-red space with no figures, just an empty land. Tiny, sparkling white rays suddenly appeared, floating in the air above, and after a quick thought, you concluded they were dust particles. He analyzed and said, when dust falls to the ground, it turns into earth, so when it rises up, isn't it just floating mud and dirt in the air? As he finished speaking, the image in the mirror changed again, revealing a vast blue sky with gentle white clouds drifting by. Jang Kai stroked his chin, wondering if this time it was the sky, but it seemed empty. Does this have anything to do with the stillness of the wind? Look carefully at these images in front of you. It seems like you've caught something. Then he said, wait a minute, there's nothing. There's still the air? The notification appears, your 5 questions and the hint have been answered. Standing in front of the mirror, Jang Kai pensively rests about his chin, contemplating the heavenly fire, white silver sword, and the air of the mortal world. So it turns out that 4 types of materials for the level 20 silver transfer are all very common. It seems that the key is to break free from conventional thinking and see what others cannot. So, according to this guess, I wonder if the source of the river is mainly thinking of this. He said aloud, in the endless cycle of heaven and earth, the most common thing is rainwater. He secretly rejoiced, thinking, the answer is clear now. What surprise will this new gambler bring me after the transfer of the title? As he was thinking, he heard Clean say, now I will bring you the second reward. Jang Kai's eyes suddenly froze, and his whole body seemed to slow down as he focused intently ahead. A crystal-like object with 8 square edges and a central round hole appears before him, accompanied by the message, congratulations, you have received an SS-level Holy Radiance Crystal. He muttered the name of the item, Holy Glory Crystal, then reached out and grabbed the floating object in front of him. The notification panel immediately refreshed. Holy Fire. Crystal. S-level weapon can be controlled by thought. After activation, it creates a sacred destruction ring within half a meter around the target. Triggering the ring can effectively activate the Spirit Pink Purification once to cleanse the current abnormal mental state of the target, and also grants immunity to a random type of mental attack. Jang Kai was surprised and exclaimed, around the target. It seems my Holy Glory Crystal can not only be used for myself, but also for others, and it's very easy to use, just like the Death card, just need to control it with your mind. Holding the crystal in his hand, he continued, what's more important is that it also has a cleansing effect. Remembering the image of the female demon, thinking, humans have generally not been very strong against mental attack tactics, and your female demon only broke through the mental barrier, causing many explorers to fear and stop.
At this point, your face showed confidence as you spoke.
And now, with the additional death spirit armor I received earlier, I have 2 weapons that can resist mental attacks, and the notification appears again. During the circular battle, the body restrains the target and limits its actions. This process does not consume the user's energy. Killing the target can replenish energy for the Holy Aura Crystal. The healing state of the Holy Aura Crystal can last for 10 minutes, while the binding state can last from 3 seconds to 180 seconds, depending on the opponent's strength difference. Looking at the information on the board, he was amazed and wondered if there was a skill to restrict actions as well. But although this Holy Hui Crystal was surprising, it currently only seemed to have purification and combat support functions. At this point, he wondered why the SS rank was so high. The updated notification indicated that the Holy Soul Crystal was the only Demon Crystal level weapon obtained through other secret realms using Divine Tear, which could be upgraded to increase rank and unlock double activation states. You wonder aloud, is this the only Demon Crystal? Looking at the crystal in Jang Kai's hand, I analyze simply, my death card is the only weapon dedicated to the gambler. This Holy Spirit Crystal doesn't restrict professions, but there's only one Demon Spirit item. It also means that here, you silently thought but didn't say. At a critical moment, it might become my ultimate move. Now, the information on the mirror outside has changed. Progress is 1 million out of 10 million, taking 1,755 seconds. Honan, seeing this, happily asked, "Oh my god, Nguyen Ngu, please check this for me." Were there some numbers before? Am I seeing things? What? 100 million monsters in the secret realm have been killed by Jang Kai. Kunmo said, "Are we seeing ghosts? I think the lens is probably broken." The mirror in front of everyone suddenly lit up, its blinding light illuminating the wooden house and startling everyone. Ngao Vu shielded his eyes with one hand, but still glanced toward the mirror, wanting to see what was happening. At this moment, Honyan's face is full of surprise and joy, her eyes sparkling as she looks at the mirror. Jang Kai suddenly appears silently in front of everyone. Jang Kai appeared like a miracle, with a calm face and a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, shouting joyfully, "Kai, team!" Outside the wooden house, a series of light squares appeared like floating pixels in the air, revealing the hill and surrounding scenery. Guan Yu's excited voice asked, "Kai team, are there really 1 million monsters in this terrorist hideout? How did you manage to kill them all?" Honyan also hurriedly asked, That's right. Are there any other traps or mechanisms in the secret realm?" "The one overseeing that secret realm didn't give you any trouble, did they?" Jang Kai said softly with a gentle smile. "Honyan Nguyen, each of you says a word. I can't respond to all of them." The sound of Rao Wu suddenly rings out. "Jang Kai, honestly, I don't know how you did it, and I feel a bit unwilling, but congratulations on passing the personal trial this time." Then he paused for a moment before extending his hand and continued, "I also apologize to you for my arrogance earlier. Sorry, I shouldn't have hidden my feelings for the girl to test you, and I shouldn't have underestimated you." "Jang Kai, I have to admit you are the most outstanding young explorer I have ever met." "What kind of person am I? I've never needed anyone else to define me." Ngao Vu was stunned, surprised to see Jang Kai extend his hand towards him. Jang Kai looked at him and continued, "But thank you for your sincere compliment. I accept your apology, and honestly, you're not so bad either." Ngao Vu looks relieved, takes a deep breath, and a gentle smile appears on his face. He reaches out and clasps Jang Kai's hand, their hands tightening to show close friendship. Ngao Vu spoke in the same tone. Outside, Honyan and Nguyen Ngu happily smiled as they watched the two of them. The people around Quan Mac also looked at their captain with bright smiles. Honyan crossed her arms and said, "So I remember someone betting that if Captain Kai survived and got out, he wanted to do something, right?" The crowd involuntarily turned their heads to look back, and Quan Mac suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Jang Kai, still confused, asked Honan, "What are you talking about? What kind of fish?" Without waiting for Honan to answer, Quan Mac immediately knelt in front of him, so embarrassed he wanted to die, and said, "Demon 3. A few days later, under the clear blue sky, a tall white building gradually appeared before their eyes. Inside the building, Honan anxiously said, "Why has Captain Kai taken so long to transfer his position, and still hasn't returned? It takes even longer than before. No one transferred the position. Let's wait and see." At the same time, elsewhere, Jang Kai was floating in midair surrounded by countless rising beams of light. A strange blue-patterned circle slowly spins beneath his feet, suddenly erupting with energy that makes his hair fly wildly as beams of light gradually envelop his body. Jang Kai suddenly woke up, opened his eyes, and thought to himself, "I did it." At that moment, a notification panel appeared with lines of text gradually showing up.
Congratulations, you have completed the level 20 class change for the gambler profession. Your new class is Con Artist Master.
A person wearing a wide-brimmed hat tied in a ponytail holding a ruby in their hand, surrounded by falling playing cards, and Jang Kai softly says, Master of Deception? It sounds like a profession that understands gambling even better. The notification board continues to update.
Congratulations, you have completed the level 20 class change for the gambler profession. Your new class is now the Master of Deception. After class change, when the double talent activates, your basic attributes will increase by 100%.
All current talents are also enhanced. The super level talent has doubled.
The initial activation chance was already 100% and cannot be increased further. The super level probability has doubled from 1% to 3%. The super critical talent's activation chance, originally 0.1%, now increases to 0.2%. A 200-fold increase in critical hit activation chance.
After reading, Jang Kai's face showed a look of joy, secretly thinking that the probabilities of super level doubling and super critical hit had both increased. Although only slightly higher, that small change in this desperate situation was already hope to turn defeat into victory. Jang Kai looked up at iBrain and asked, Do I get a new talent with my new profession as a master con artist?
Yes, you will gain the innate talent of the master con artist Man Thien Kwahai. Man Thien Kwahai is a master con artist, already possessing a strong talent for deception, and you will become even more skilled at using hypnotic language to manipulate your opponent's body and deceive their judgment.
Jang Kai silently thought that it must be a tricked state, an upgraded version. If used well, there might be unexpected surprises. The message on the display continued to change, stating that additionally, under the influence of the amplified talent, he would also receive a second random talent, boosting agility and activating the talent multiple times. Seeing this, Jang Kai was amazed. A 40% increase means his agility stat is now higher than both the teleportation ability and the enemy's attack power. A con artist? Then I'll be waiting with anticipation. In the data research room, Jang Kai's image appears on a large screen filled with dense rows of data. And a man's voice echoes in front of the screen, clearly stating that he was initially rated D, but ultimately Jang Kai won the guild challenge competition. At first I thought this kid refused to join the army, insisting he had to defeat the royal family himself. I even laughed at how reckless he was, but after these battles, I realize I was the one sitting in a well. Looking at the image of the person appearing, he has done it. Now the royal family no longer dares to pressure the army.
Maybe it's time for us to improve our evaluation system. Professor Lee agrees.
Maybe so. Lam Lam handed Professor Lee a tablet and said, That's right. This is the latest data on the teleportation battle at Dilak Chiland that has just been discovered.
Sorry to bother you. Please analyze and see if there are any common features. He gently adjusts his glasses and asks, Have the countries that made the discovery reached 55? It's been so long and we still haven't gained anything. There's not much time left.
Lam Lam replied, But for some reason I have a premonition that we will find it soon. The sun has set on the horizon, and the hanging moon casts gentle rays down into the forest as Jang Kai and two others walk leisurely. Honyan leaned against the tree trunk, complaining and exhausted. No way. We've been wandering around here for so long, but we haven't even seen a single Kui Yue wolf.
Nguyen Ngu asked, Captain Kai, do you think someone came here to level up and we've already wiped out all the wolves in this area?
Jang Kai remembered the appearance of the wolf and said, It's impossible that the howling moon wolf differs from ordinary wolf demons able to stand upright and walk. This means they not only have sharp teeth and claws and incredible agility, but also fight in a very flexible way, making them extremely difficult to deal with. You turn to look at Nguyen Nu and continue. The small guild usually wouldn't provoke these monsters, and as for the big guild, if they had been here before, news would have spread out by now. Suddenly, a suspicious voice echoes in the blood moon night. Honyan, holding the Bagua compass in her hand and sweating coldly, asked, Is this bad luck?
Jang Kai saw that something was wrong and immediately asked, What's going on, Honan? Captain Kai, I was just passing time and did a divination, and I found out that tonight is a blood moon. The blood moon can awaken the ancient bloodline of the Wolf Clan, causing them to take human form, which not only boosts their combat power, but also greatly increases their intelligence.
Wen Yu also looked a bit scared and said, I heard that before the blood moon appears, the wolf demons will hide and wait. No wonder we haven't seen a single one today.
The gathered number of the Howling Moon Wolf tribe is no less than 100. Once transformed into humans, their abilities are probably not weaker than the Titch Long level armored generals from before.
There are at least 100 monsters here with strength equal to that of tier-long armored war generals. Nguyen Ngu's face beaded with sweat as he asked in fear,
So, Captain Kai, should we retreat now? Jang Kai's gaze remained steady,
and he coldly replied without hesitation. All three of them simultaneously looked up at the dark red moon in the sky. Jang Kai continued, "The blood moon has arrived." At this moment, the moon in the sky has turned a dark, eerie red, its crimson glow making the surrounding scene look terrifying, while below, only the rustling of leaves and scattered grass blown by the wind fill the air. Honyan instinctively covered her eyes as the wind blew, knocking the bag from her hand. The compass fell to the ground and rolled away, and she hurriedly chased after it. "Something's wrong with my compass." A pair of blood-red eyes appears behind the trees, watching the group that just entered the forest. At this moment, Honyan was still hurriedly searching for her belongings, completely unaware that danger was right in front of her. A shadow with glowing red eyes suddenly lunged out, like an arrow shot straight at Honan. She was so surprised she couldn't react, only able to stare wide-eyed as the creature rapidly approached. The shadowy figure like a demon darted through the air and suddenly pressed close to her in an instant. Jang Kai immediately unleashed his move and shouted, "Honan, get out of the way!" At this moment, Honan instinctively raised both hands, staring in shock at what she had just caught, her violet eyes sparkling with amazement. She picked up the kitten and nervously said, "It's over, Laban." Jang Kai was about to intervene when he suddenly saw Honan holding a cat in her arms, looking puzzled. "What is this?" In her hand is a very cute water spirit with soft pink fur, wagging and acting adorable. Honan's face full of confusion, her mind overwhelmed by the creature in her hand. She softly said, "Can we negotiate and take out everything from your mouth and give it back to me?" At this moment, Holin looked like she was choking, trembling violently as if about to vomit something, but her discomfort quickly disappeared. It anthropomorphized and smiled happily at Honan, causing her face to instantly stiffen. Honan was speechless, and her smile looked even uglier than crying. She angrily burst into tears and shouted, "Idiot, give it back to me!" Jang Kai and Nguyen-gu hurriedly stopped her. "Honyan, stay calm." He suddenly turned around feeling something and said, "Wait, this feeling." Behind him, countless eyes had appeared, staring intently, with a large figure in the center with glowing red eyes. One by one, monsters emerged from the shadows, wolf-like in shape, but walking on two legs, covered in fur with sharp teeth. A warning appeared, indicating they were mutated-level monsters, called Crescent Moon Wolf Demons. Jang Kai shouted, "They're mutated wolf demons! We're surrounded! Get ready to fight!" Nguyen-gu protected Honan. "Are there so many beauties like this? I am the Wolf King. Line up for me, I will love each one in turn." Jang Kai shouted in alarm, "It's not good." Nguyen Nu hasn't even entered his drunken trance yet and has already charged forward. The Hanbone Tower shield alone can't handle the encirclement and attack of so many mutated wolf demons. "I'll follow Nguyen Ngu now." "Understood." The 5 mutated wolves charged straight at Nguyen Ngu. Jang Kai from behind unleashes a fiery attack. Thinking to himself, these creatures attack fiercely, but have weak defenses, so keep your distance and continue attacking from afar. The powerful strike rushes forward. They can't react in time, pierced through their bodies, and die instantly. Immediately afterward, a massive energy from their bodies exploded violently, and the progress notification appeared, indicating the destruction of 5 level 45 mutated lunar wolf demons. Nguyen Nu is now going crazy, crying and shouting loudly, "My beauty is really angry. Someone is ruining my good deed." Jang Kai stands behind with a serious face. He ponders strangely, "These Lang Yu clearly have a large number. Why don't they attack all at once?" A sudden thought crossed his mind. Wait a minute, are they not testing our strength? At this moment, the monsters see their comrades being defeated and continue to step forward. Jang Kai's thoughts come to mind. Indeed, facing the monsters head-on, he has confirmed that his suspicion was correct. Without hesitation, he swung his arm, flames erupting, and the weapon in his hand shot forward rapidly toward the monsters. A massive energy burst exploded, and waves of fire spread around. From the center of the explosion, the monsters are burned. As the blast subsides, only thick black smoke rises into the sky. Behind the fierce mutated wolves that are unafraid of death, they continue to advance and challenge. Honan shouted in horror, "Captain Kai, this raid has already used 4 explosive attacks, 17 mutated wolf demons, but we've only killed 4. Jang Kai remains silent, quickly devising a plan as he realizes these creatures are clever and too scattered to be effectively attacked en masse. Hunyan, startled as if electrocuted, hurriedly turns around and shouts a warning behind her. A mutated wolf somehow slipped behind Jang Kai and lunged at him from above with its claws. Time slowed down, and he stood with his back to the monster, expressionless, his body perfectly still.
The sharp claws of the mutated wolf lunged down at incredible speed, showing no signs of slowing down. Jang Kai suddenly glanced back, his eyes full of murderous intent towards it. His giant hand and claws swept across, only touching a fleeting shadow of him, while Jang Kai instantly vanished like an illusion from his previous position. Man Thien Qua Hai. High above in the sky, your body suddenly appears and says, "What you see as reality is only what I allow you to see. Now enjoy the pain of your death."
He spun around and shouted, "Follow the order! Go!" The weapon immediately shot out and pierced straight into the monster's body.
A burst of blazing energy erupts violently, and a scream of agony echoes from the center of the explosion.
A notification appears, killing a level 55 mutated lunar wolf demon.
Over there, Nguyen Ingu was charging straight at the three monsters with her shield, saying, "Beauty! Brother Wolf King is here!" Her face still showed a perverted expression, unaware that streaks of fire had already appeared in front of her. The three mutated wolves were hit consecutively and quickly destroyed. The notification continued to appear, killing 3 level 55 mutated lunar wolf demons. Seeing that, Nguyen and Ngu immediately knelt down, rolled on the ground crying loudly. Honyan said, "It's too dangerous. If Captain Kai hadn't acted in time, Nguyen Ngu almost lost his life." She picked up the cat and pinched its cheek. "Don't think I won't do anything just because you look cute. Hand over my compass now, or I'll throw you to the wolves to eat." Jang Kai, startled, turned his head back and saw another group of monsters rushing toward them. This was the moment he called out, "Honyan!" At 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock. Honyan turned around in panic and froze at the sight before her. A mutated wolf lunged forward, its claws nearly touching her. Honan was too frightened to react, and the claws slashed down from above, splattering blood everywhere. Honyan was scratched by the wolf, 3 deep wounds on her arm bleeding steadily, each drop falling to the ground. Suddenly, the wolf demons opened their mouths in shock, all looking in one direction as if they had just seen something terrifying. Jang Kai thought to himself, it seems these wolf demons are scared, as if they just sensed an extremely terrifying aura. Suddenly he panicked and turned around. Wait a moment, the direction they are looking at is where a loud scream is coming from. "Honan!" Holin's condition has changed now, her aura becoming dangerous as she stands in front of Honan. Jang Kai, seeing this, acted immediately without hesitation, launching an attack with his weapon. But halfway through the flight, his weapon seemed to be blocked by an invisible force in midair. Honyan was now enveloped by a surge of power, her body lifted into the air, and as Jang Kai looked at the scene before him, he exclaimed in shock, "What is that?" The blazing red light emanating from Ho Lin's body became extremely dazzling. Jang Kai covered his eyes with both hands, trying to look ahead. As the smoke gradually clears, a deep red sky slowly appears before their eyes. Jang Kai, stunned, looks ahead and says, "This is a glowing sphere of brilliant pink light shining all around." The energy radiating from the sphere carries a mysterious and enchanting aura. Inside the sphere, Honyan lies motionless before suddenly awakening, softly groaning in pain, her violet eyes slowly opening. Honyan asked, "Who are you?" At this moment, Ho Lin appeared in human form with pink clothing, hair, and ears, attentively looking at Honan. She gently stroked Honan's cheek and said, "You lasted longer than I expected." Then, Ho Lin suddenly smiled and continued, "Clearly you're as weak as a rabbit, but very unremarkable." Lin's hand gently touched the wound caused by the Long Yu. Honyan closed her eyes in pain as black smoke rose from the scratch. Ho Lin glances and then says, "It's really troublesome." As she finishes speaking, she flicks her hand, and a wave of energy immediately covers the wound on Honan's hand, causing the black smoke to gradually vanish along her fingertips. Then she slightly parted her lips, revealing 2 tiny fangs, and her pink tongue slowly extended out. Ho Lin lowered her head, her small tongue gently touching Honan's wound, causing her to let out a soft cry. Honyan's face was now flushed as she licked her wound and said, "Hold on a bit, little rabbit." Suddenly, a ripple appeared. Ho Lin's barrier seems to be under attack from outside. She glances up, slightly surprised, as if observing the situation outside. Ho Lin wondered, how can he still stay alert under my suppression? Truly an interesting person. Outside, Jang Kai is continuously throwing powerful punches directly at the barrier created by Ho Lin. Inside the barrier, Ho Lin has now stood up, a faint smile curling on her lips as her eyes glance at Jang Kai. Her voice rang out, "If that's the case, let's play with you from inside the barrier." A sudden burst of pink light shot out straight at Jang Kai's forehead. Suddenly he froze, with thoughts racing through his mind. What? Why all of a sudden? He grew serious, staring intently ahead, sweat beginning to bead on his face. Jang Kai's whole body now felt like it was struck by lightning, a strange and inexplicable sensation spreading through his chest. He didn't know what had just happened to him. He turned around and looked back, thinking what's going on. His eyes suddenly widened in disbelief, and he said,
Wait a minute, this place is supposed to end here. The scene looks like doomsday, with desolate landscapes everywhere, and buildings engulfed in towering flames.
He wondered suspiciously what was going on, and his thoughts still hadn't stopped.
I keep recalling, why am I suddenly here? I was clearly still in the spirit forest just now.
Honyan, Nguyen, those wolf demons, and that fox spirit, where did they all go? Jang Kai shouted loudly to his teammates. Then suddenly a cry for help rang out. Save me! The ground suddenly shook violently, and he reached out his hand to feel the tremor, analyzing that it was caused by a colossal creature weighing over 50 tons. The cry for help sounded again, this time from a panicked young man fleeing with others. Who will save us? Behind them, the giant three-headed monster with blazing red eyes charged forward, turning the scene into chaos and extreme danger. It looked down at the tiny crowd below like an army of ants, then raised its head and roared, its eyes full of fury and destruction. Jang Kai realizes that the monster in front of him is a divine beast. At this moment, the three-headed monster with its enormous body and incredible speed charges straight at the fleeing crowd from behind. Jang Kai's face was full of surprise, not understanding why he was here and suddenly encountering a divine beast. His fists clenched tightly as he anxiously wondered what the hell was going on. Seeing the group about to be attacked, Jang Kai shouted, "Follow the order, but nothing appears. You guess it really can't use skills? Could it be that the system suddenly has a bug teleporting me back to Lam Tin?" But he immediately dismissed that thought and quickly identified the cause. No, this is not an illusion, but the strange power of that fox. Seeing the monster in front of him roaring wildly, he analyzed why in a real beast-god battle, the appearance of ordinary people was very rare. He quickly ran away, his mind racing nonstop. Furthermore, until now, no extraordinary person has appeared. With his strong physical strength, he quickly outpaced the ordinary people. A loud scream echoes from behind, filled with horror and pleading, begging everyone to save my child. It was the voice of a woman running with her child through the crowd, but now she had been bitten by the monster, and the baby in her arms had fallen. The horrifying screams echoed all around, but no one paid attention. Right now, all they want is to escape. Jang Kai reminded himself, "Stay calm, this is not the time to be a hero. Even if it's an illusion, I don't know what death here will lead to." Time slowed down, and although he knew it was an illusion, the baby's cries still echoed endlessly in his mind. The image of a hand holding the injured baby, like old footage replaying in his thoughts, kept appearing. His footsteps scraped loudly on the ground, kicking up dust as white energy beams shot out. He stopped, no longer running. A thought crossed his mind. Damn it! Even if it's not the truth, seeing the child about to face death itself, Jang Kai can't fool himself. Some things just can't be ignored. His face twisted with madness, Jang Kai dashed forward at full speed, grabbing the child and dodging the deadly jaws of the monster. Seeing its prey snatched right before its eyes, the monster reared back, howling, then crazily charged after Jang Kai. At this moment, he said nothing, holding the child tightly in his arms, using all his strength to desperately run away from the monster. His back was covered in blood. Torn in large patches from saving the child, he gasped for breath, thinking to himself that he wouldn't be able to run much longer. Even after countless trainings in the demon spirit realm and becoming stronger, without the ability to use skills, he is still just an ordinary person. The monster gives him no time to rest and continues its attack, a burst of energy shooting straight at him from behind. The ground shattered and debris flew everywhere, trapping your foot in a crack in the earth. He was startled and panicked. This is bad. Sharp spikes shot up from the ground, and just before falling, he quickly threw the child up to avoid being pierced. But right at the spot where the baby was about to fall, another sharp thorn suddenly sprouted. Time seemed to slow down as the baby's body fell, just a tiny gap remaining before it would be pierced. In the final moment, Jang Kai exhausted his remaining strength and reached out to hold the child tightly, a radiant smile spreading across his tired face. The baby in his hands trembled uncontrollably. He silently let out a breath of relief. I managed to hold on. But before his joy could last, a wet, licking tongue with huge, sharp teeth suddenly opened wide and lunged straight at him. Jang Kai's eyes widened, Dongtu curled up, his wounded face helplessly watching the impending disaster as they slowly sank into the viscous space filled with dark red liquids. Jang Kai, with a flicker of consciousness left, thought about his fate, his flesh almost rotting away. Strangely, Was this pain from being digested just an illusion? A voice suddenly echoed, like that of someone else, but it could also be a deep echo within his mind. He wondered to himself, look, this is the price he has to pay for pretending to be a hero. Who does he think he is?
You think you can become the savior just because you got lucky killing a few trash monsters? The image of the bloodied child crying out for help appears, but you can do nothing.
He was completely helpless, only able to watch himself and the child gradually sink into darkness, with those words still echoing in his ears. In reality, he did nothing, just a pitiful worm who couldn't protect anyone. With a face full of wounds, tears welling up in his eyes and streaming down his cheeks, he despairingly said, I can't protect everyone. That voice seemed to mock.
That's right, admit it. You're so busy worrying about yourself that you have no right to care for others. In his tired eyes, he saw a familiar figure gradually appear and approach.
That is exactly your own reflection. Perhaps it also mirrors your inner self. That voice asked again, isn't it true that humans are inherently selfish? It really hurts, but in fact you've already done enough. At this moment, another Jang Kai slowly reached out, gently caressed the face full of scars, and embraced you in his arms. The voice still echoed in your mind, so don't try to hold on anymore, just rest. At this moment, I feel like I am sinking to the bottom of the ocean. Bubbles passing by. Sunlight flickering in the distance, as if trying to reach me. Sit down quickly and eat while it's still hot, the man reading the newspaper beside you says. This boy is exhausted. Lately, he's been pushing himself and too hard. A warm scene appears before my eyes. A happy family of 3 with simple but delicious dishes neatly arranged on the dining table. Jang Kai was stunned, still dressed in his combat uniform covered in wounds, yet he found himself standing in the familiar house. The woman smiled softly and said, well, what else could it be, she said. Usually just falling down makes you cry tears of pain, but you still insist you're not hurt. The man beside him also nodded in agreement. That's right, after all, our little Kai has always been a boy. But no matter how strong he is, in the end, he's still just a child. His body seemed to stiffen, his face gradually shifting from shock to disbelief, finally transforming into deep nostalgia as he gazed at the figures before him, his lips trembling, he clenched his teeth and choked out, Mom and Dad. His father's warm voice echoed, Yao Kai, if you're tired, let's go home now. The call is choked with emotion, as if holding 1,000 words to say, Dad, Mom. It seems like he's back to his childhood, with a drumstick and a full bowl of rice in front of him, reaching out with his clumsy little hand as if trying to touch the figures of his parents. He softly asked, can we go home? The boy Jang Kai tremblingly reached out his hand toward the bowl of rice in front of him, and his voice wavered as he said, Mom, Dad, I'm sorry. Dad, But sitting opposite, his parents quietly listened. Suddenly, that tiny hand transformed into a strong, armored arm and slammed down hard on the table. This is your true choice. Jang Kai, now grown up, affirms that. Hearing those words, your parents suddenly burst into laughter, a faint blue-tinged white mist emanating from their bodies as a joyful voice echoed. What should I do? As expected, I still have no choice but to give up on this kid. That's right, I've grown up and have my own opinions now. Before they completely disappeared, they still managed to leave a message. Then don't forget your original wish. Keep moving forward bravely. My child, your parents will always be proud of you. Jang Kai clenched his fists and replied firmly, yes. Seeing the smoke about to disappear, he smiled brightly and said, I understand now. That peaceful moment only lasted a few minutes before a sudden catastrophe struck, pulling Jang Kai into a blindingly bright space scattered with broken glass, shattering his own unborn shadow. Moreover, behind the shattering glass are ravenous monsters waiting to attack. The strange events still continue, as a clone of Jang Kai suddenly appears here. He was so surprised he widened his eyes and exclaimed, what? And at this moment, you couldn't help but be angry, glaring at him and saying everything here is indeed just your farce. Without hesitation, Jang Kai immediately summoned his divine weapon to burst around him. The clone looked up and sneered, truly surprising. He was not lost in the illusionary thought. Perhaps that beauty was not enough to be considered truly good. Jang Kai's face darkened, only his bright eyes staring directly at the opponent. No matter how beautiful Tuvi's illusion is, I know it's just pretty fake bubbles, and compared to hiding here, I will gladly shatter them with my own hands. He sneered and said, beautiful illusionary bubbles? Is it like this? He said, while raising those enchanting pink bubbles filling the space. He continued to sneer. That's quite a clever way of putting it. I like it. So now, why don't you guess whether I can kill you in the illusion you claim is real? Seeing him rush straight at her, Jang Kai immediately leapt back to dodge. You are not afraid to face that evil form, so I bet that with your clumsy tricks, you won't withstand a single blow. Two identical bodies, two opposing souls in an illusionary space, as the peaceful night outside is stirred by a gentle breeze.
Jang Kai somehow returned to reality in a way that made you unwilling to accept your own return. Just as you regained your composure, you saw the familiar chubby figure lying there, yawning in front of you. Something's wrong. Could it be that Honan has been taken away? As soon as I asked, Honan was released and fell right into my arms. You look at her and ask if her wound has fully healed and if that demon wolf has healed Honan's injury.
Honan seems to be dreaming of something, her cheeks flushed, her tone playful. Do you hate it?
Jang Kai frowned and asked, but what exactly is she dreaming about? Why does she look so flushed?
Suddenly a voice rang out from somewhere. Are you an explorer from the Holy Realm? More interesting than I thought, Jang Kai thought to himself. This voice was from someone glancing around, but seeing no one, leaning his head against the tree.
Jang Kai glared warningly. So who are you? If you're confident, stop hiding.
Ho Lin's voice replied mockingly,
always so easily provoked. Unfortunately, your father isn't even worthy of knowing my name now.
Getting so angry like that, Jang Kai couldn't help but raise his voice. Hey, you.
The other side spoke calmly without any courtesy. But, considering how adorable you are, I'll give you a small gift.
Remember this. I'm only telling you this once. What are you forced to accept? The gift was a giant, shimmering gold map. Jang Kai was stunned. Wait, what is this?
After handing over that item to Jang Kai, Lin Ling said with excitement, it seems the boring days are finally over. I wonder what surprises are coming next. It really makes me eager to find out.
Jang Kai immediately rushed toward the source of the voice. Wait a moment. But that only made Ho Lin's joy grow even more. Humanity is interesting. Next time, I must enjoy it even more.
Jang Kai shouted angrily, wait a minute, this girl.
All that remained was the silence of the night and the hanging crescent moon in the sky. Jang Kai was stunned, muttering to himself. Then he disappeared.
The next morning, a loud scream shattered the quiet, and Captain Kai hurriedly asked Huonyan with urgency, did I almost die yesterday, so that fox demon saved me?
Be careful, Animecaps. Huonyan, why did that fox spirit save you? Did she say anything strange? Do you still remember? Huonyan was confused. Huh? Does she still know how to talk? Mentally damaged, I think I must have fallen asleep and forgotten everything. But right after, her fair face suddenly flushed with two pink cheeks. Honan thought to herself, except for that dream. In the dream, Ho Lin gently floats beside her, and she can clearly hear Ho Lin's soft voice whispering in her ear. This is a thank you gift, sweeter than blood. So, adorable little bunny, next time don't get hurt so easily. Thinking back, she still felt an indescribable vague feeling. It really was a strange dream. Jang Kai cleared his throat and called, bringing her back to reality. Honyan, what's wrong with you? Jang Kai pats Honyan's shoulder and smiles casually, saying, let's eat first. There's something I need to discuss with both of you later. She obediently replied, then rushed forward and hugged Nguyen-gu tightly, her eyes shining brightly, craving the delicious meat.
I'm here! And he was so startled, he shouted out loud, Honan, do you want to eat people?
Jang Kai looked at them and smiled happily. As soon as there was food, all worries disappeared. These two people are really funny. The next day, the three of them appeared in front of a narrow mountain pass. Jang Kai said, we're here. According to the map of that water demon, the coordinates are at this mountain pass. Honan hurriedly asked,
Captain Kai, are you not going to let us come along?
Nguyen-gu also agreed and said, that's right, Captain Kai. You said that the water demon is very cunning. Maybe it's a trap. Let's go find Lu's group and ask.
Jang Kai smiled and explained, there are a lot of military affairs on Lu's side. We can't keep bothering him.
Honan, who was injured and just recovered, needs more rest.
Nguyen-gu, after you got drunk and started fighting wildly, it's very dangerous inside with the thick fog. Stay outside and wait for me to return.
Honyan was worried and spoke anxiously, but Jang Kai went straight inside without looking back, just raising his hand to wave and saying, I won't worry, I'm just checking. If I find anything unusual, I'll come out immediately. As soon as he stepped inside, Jang Kai thought of Ho Lin. Her abilities probably far surpass any monster we've encountered, most likely a map boss, and if she wanted to kill me, she wouldn't bother with any hesitation. Moreover, it's actually the unpredictable feeling that catches my attention, more than her strange ability. And ultimately, I wonder what she really wants to do. The important thing is I can't understand why I always have this inexplicable premonition. 20 minutes later, Jang Kai reached the end of the canyon. He suddenly straightened up, his eyes shining brightly. In front of him was a clear blue lake surrounded by barren rocky land and a tiger. Jang Kai stood on a rock ledge looking down, seemingly nothing unusual. Suddenly, a stone seemed to deliberately fall right at Jang Kai's feet. He kicked it into the calm surface of the lake, and immediately the water that was still began to ripple, with waves rolling stronger and stronger. Jang Kai immediately dismissed his initial guess, his body tense. This pond has a problem, his eyes wide as he focused intently on a point beneath the water. What is that? A thick wave of malevolence suddenly emanated from the depths of the lake, making one's spine chill. This strange aura is much more terrifying than the monster fish. As the waves rise turbulently, I'm sure I'm about to escape. Jang Kai was startled, looking around for an escape route. Damn it, could I really have fallen into a trap? He turns back and immediately moves. Run, you have to run now. Jang Kai had only run a short distance when he suddenly stopped in his tracks as his body sent a warning signal. He felt extremely uncomfortable, a sense of irritation rising within him. It's strange. Why am I this scared? That fear is so overwhelming that it seems to swallow all other emotions, leaving only pure terror. Even when I first set foot on the demon planet and faced monsters, feeling the breath of despair for the first time, I experienced all kinds of emotions like fear, anger, regret, and helplessness as death approached. But I've never felt fear like this before, as if some force is deliberately magnifying my anxiety. If that thing is truly terrifying and powerful, why is it hiding under the lake like a cowardly rat? If it's deliberately trying to lure me closer, then why hasn't it attacked yet? Sweat begins to bead on Jang Kai's frowning face. His legs slipped a long way on the ground before stopping, and in his mind only one explanation remained. All of this was just to avoid being discovered, so they deliberately created a mysterious appearance. When the fear of being rejected faded, Jang Kai no longer cared and immediately unleashed his spiritual energy. He turned around to face the rising wave behind him. So let's see what exactly is causing all this trouble. Once again, amazement fills his eyes. Wait, that wave turned into a strange vortex emitting light, and a system message appeared below.
Congratulations on discovering the Lichai teleportation array. Escape the illusionary space and return to reality with hot news.
Among the top 10 countries in the world that mine demon crystals, Holy Virtue Nation will be the only one not to have a chance to participate in the global competition. Isn't it true that Holy Virtue always boasted about how powerful it is? If they kneel down and lick my shoes clean, maybe we'll consider giving them a few clues. That's right, kneel down and we'll help you find the teleportation array. Hearing those provocative words, the hand resting on the chair clenched slightly. Commander Wei frowned in anger. Could it be that we truly have no hope left? At that moment, someone hurriedly rushed into Commander Wei's room. Noticing this, he asked curiously, Xiaolu, why are you in such a rush today? The other person slammed their hand down on the table in anger. Commander Wei, it turns out we are Luo Jun. He shouted with joy, We've found the teleportation array. Wei Ung stood up in shock, not forgetting to confirm again. What did you say? The area in front of the mountain pass where the teleportation array is believed to be has already been guarded by security personnel who keep reminding everyone to step back behind the warning line. This is not a sightseeing spot. Guan Yu was also among the crowd, chin raised in observation. With so many people watching, it's crazy. Anyone who doesn't know better would think a king-level boss appeared.
Honan looked around and said, What can we do?
Finding the connection to the teleportation array is the top priority for Than Diu. With the army mobilizing so massively, it's hard to avoid attracting attention. Captain Kai, you've made a great contribution this time. I heard that discovering the teleportation array not only earned 2,000 guild contribution points and rewards, but even our Jiangzhong city leader got some credit. Jang Kai said awkwardly. The three of us were whispering when a hearty laugh suddenly rang out from behind, making all three of us turn around in curiosity. Wei slowly approached with a joyful expression, saying, That teleportation was real. Jang Kai, you did well. You have surprised me again and again. As soon as he appeared, the crowd immediately buzzed with excitement. Look quickly, Wei Qi Hui's group is here. Of course, Jang Kai has to come out and greet them. Commander Wei!
Honyan couldn't hide her joy and shouted out loud, forgetting her manners, You are Commander Wei, the guardian god of Jiangzhong City.
A police officer immediately shouted at her. Disrespectful. How can you call the commander by his name? But Wei Ung, in a good mood, didn't mind and waved his hand, saying, This isn't a formal occasion anyway, it's fine. Moreover, since you are friends with Jang Kai, you are also my friend. Accompanying him is a handsome young man named Hua Tianthun, a deputy general of the reserve team at the War God Temple of the Holy Dao Kingdom. He narrowed his eyes with a mysterious look, having often heard Commander Wei mention Jang Kai, and today, he finally met him. Jang Kai was a bit puzzled. This person, the heavenly spirit, had just shaken hands and introduced himself, rushing earlier, so now he was officially introducing himself. Hello, Jang Kai. I am Hoa Tien Than, the deputy commander of the reserve team at the War God Temple of St. Yao Kingdom.
I've heard of you for a long time.
Jang Kai also greeted back. Hello, Commander Hoa. Honyan and Nguyen Ngu excitedly squeezed in from behind. The deputy general of the reserve corps of the War God Temple also knows Captain Kai. Captain Kai has a great reputation. Wei Ying, standing nearby, said, The Angel is also the deputy commander in charge of this national competition, and upon hearing that you found the teleportation array, he immediately followed me here. He stood beside him, praising him. No wonder he was valued by Commander Wei, and he finally achieved something significant. He offered to give him a reward. That's right, Jang Kai. You helped us resolve an urgent crisis. Besides the glory you deserve, I have decided to personally give you my reward. Honyan and Nguyen Ngu's eyes lit up with joy. That was a huge reward. Jang Kai shook his head again, refusing, and said, I don't want any additional reward. The four of them were all stunned to hear that.
What did you say, Captain Kai?
Explain this, Commander Wei. I am just an ordinary person with no background and no power. Jang Kai only seeks recognition. Since entering the Demon Crystal, the royal family has oppressed me, and the major guilds have ostracized me.
Throughout that journey, you and Lord Lu's association stood against the pressure to protect me and my family.
The respect and kindness will always be remembered in my heart. Wei Ying was at a loss for words after hearing this. He still tried to advise him, saying, Jang Kai, don't act on impulse. I know your family situation. You're still young, but relying only on yourself to risk everything in the demon spirit. What will you do when your resources run out? Jang Kai remains firm and says, I do not act on impulse. I remind you of what you once said when you led me to the wreckage in the safe zone, standing nearby watching the battle between the superhumans and the beast gods. He recalls what he once said, but the rise and fall of the world are everyone's responsibility. Someone in this world must stand up and fight those monsters. You remember every time you fought, even if during the battle on Vindong Island, I was still somewhat uncertain.
So now, after going through all the stations with everyone, I think I understand a little more. Hearing Jang Kai's words, Nguyen Ngu feels a bit moved.
Captain Kai Jang Kai once again refused that reward. Commander Wei, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be here today. The reward should have belonged to you. The bright sunlight shines across the space. Compared to those extraordinary and indifferent people, although my strength is still weak and my enlightenment not high, your confident smile makes me determined to fight alongside everyone in my own way. Wei Ying's face grew darker and darker, and the angel beside him looked a bit annoyed. This kid was awarded by the commanding officer in his personal capacity, something many people longed for but couldn't get. Yet he kept refusing in front of everyone. He clenched his fists in anger and charged forward, quite bold indeed. Nguyen Ngu shouted. Captain Kai's fist stopped right in front of Jang Kai. His hand froze. If he had made up his mind, not even 10 bulls could pull him back. Nguyen Ngu and Honan were sweating with worry. Jang Kai looked straight at Wei Ying, finally giving in, but also because of his courage and stubbornness that knew no fear. Wei Ying patting you on the shoulder is what truly makes me respect you. Jang Kai was also very surprised by this gesture. The people standing behind couldn't believe what they saw. No way. This is the first time I've heard Wei Jihui praise someone else. That punch just now was incredibly fierce.
If it were me, I'd have been so scared I'd pee my pants, but that kid didn't even blink.
Even the angel couldn't help but nod. It seems Jang Kai has underestimated him. Huanian's eyes sparkled. Commander Wei, you're not angry, are you? Jang Kai also hesitated. Commander Wei, you're terrible. Wei Ying casually said, no need to say more. Even if you refuse me, it's not the first or second time. I respect your choice, and the rewards you deserve will still be distributed by the army according to protocol. All three of them looked pleased, and you quickly responded, yes, I'll have him moved elsewhere. All right, come with me for a trip. Henry still can't find him. Even after passing through this place countless times, who would have thought the teleportation array was hidden deep beneath the lake surface? Wei Ying raised his hand, instantly unleashing a strike that shattered the cliff, a divine power of destruction. Jang Kai, standing beside, was extremely amazed, saying, is the mountain body shattered? This is a vertical cliff shattered. Wei Ying turned to Jang Kai and said that this was pure primordial energy. Only St. Dio's warriors could awaken their innate talents and skills related to primordial energy, allowing them to control this kind of power. His face showed disbelief, and he thought to himself that, according to legend, primordial energy was a mysterious primal force that erupted when the Lam Tin planet was just formed. In my mind, I silently reasoned. I remember that the innate talent of the pillar is a martial artist's heart capable of creating side effects, one of which is the sword aura / using primordial energy. But this is the first time I've seen someone fight like that with my own eyes, and it's truly too powerful. He glanced at Jang Kai and continued. On the international arena, the saintly martial artist is now ranked 6th in the profession standings, but I have never believed in such rankings. The 1,000-year-old saintly martial path cannot be measured by a few meaningless numbers. Once primordial energy appears, those top 5 professions must stay 3 meters away. Wei Ying trusts in you, and there are also new professions with infinite potential like yours. I believe that one day, no one will dare to look down on the sacred art anymore. Jang Kai replied with a very confident tone. I also believe that. 7 days later, the military conference was held and news channels kept broadcasting. Globally, the number of countries discovering teleportation at the site has increased to 65, with only 15 more to reach the maximum limit of 80 countries. Breaking news, another teleportation has been detected, making it the 66th country in the world to find a teleportation site after Sacred Wonder. Breaking news, Country E and Country F are suspected of border conflict over the relic area. The angel stands on the podium giving a speech in the large hall. He spoke clearly, based on the intelligence gathered and the experimental results of many teams over the past few days. We have compiled some important information regarding the site. The angel then listed the regulations in order. First, explorers allowed into the relic area must not exceed level 60. When someone violates this rule, the system will automatically trigger an alert. Second, each person can only pass through the teleportation array in the relic area once. Once they die or leave, they cannot enter again. No warnings for a second entry. He continued to state the next rule. Third, the teleportation uses a team-based mechanism, with a maximum of 5 people registered each time, up to 3 groups per day, and at least 3 minutes between groups. Fourth, there are only 4 entry points inside the relic area. No matter which teleportation array the countries use, they will ultimately enter the relic from these 4 points. When it comes to the 5th rule, the angel's gaze grew cold and terrifying. The 5th rule was also the most difficult problem. Currently, powerful nations have begun cooperating to block the entry points of the relic area. Those below are all stunned after hearing this. What? He continued. The rules only say that 80 countries are allowed to enter the relic area. The global competition for dominance will begin, but it doesn't say that all 80 countries must participate. Every time they eliminate an opponent, they gain another chance to win. Therefore, they relied on their numerical advantage to station troops and block access points, preventing other countries from entering. The angel recounted the events that had occurred earlier, but the more troublesome part was that now all 21 teams of Tandieu had been destroyed and forced to retreat entirely. Half a month later, at Demon Star, Jang Kai's system kept alerting. Defeat, 5 level 55 Moon, Howling Wolf. Demons, 10 level 45, Moon Howling Wolf Demons, and 15 level 35, Moon Howling Wolf Demons. Congratulations, your level has increased to 21. You stand tall in the battlefield, finally reaching level 21. AI Brain has appeared. Your level has increased to 21, and you will unlock a new profession skill, Fire Clone. A notification then appears introducing the level 1 Illusion Clone skill, which can create up to 3 clones. When the decoy is activated, the main body will automatically enter stealth mode. Your eyes light up, so it's a decoy type skill. The system continues to notify that the fire substitute can perfectly simulate the actions, states, equipment, and skills of the main body, but the attack only has visual effects and cannot cause real damage. Jang Kai was a bit dissatisfied, unable to deal real damage. So when attacked, he could only be hit but not counterattack. A notification about the new skill's function appears again. The clone that takes damage will simultaneously absorb the opponent's stamina and mental energy expended, and it will not automatically disappear. After being summoned back, all the absorbed energy is fully returned to the main body. He smirked. So that's how it is. As expected, this isn't just a simple punching bag skill, but an energy conversion system that appears to be hit but secretly drains the opponent's energy. The system continues to provide guidance notifications. The decoy illusion can last up to 10 minutes, and you must not leave the main body more than 30 meters away. The stamina and mental energy absorbed by the decoy cannot exceed the maximum attribute limits of the main body. You can use the 3 doppelganger illusions simultaneously, or one after another. Each time you recover 500 mental energy points, 1 illusion's reserve will be restored. When reaching level 30, this skill can be upgraded. Jang Kai quietly calculated that although consuming 500 mental energy points is quite costly, with my current ability I can recover in about 3 or 4 days. In his eyes, a more terrifying expression appeared. I wonder what additional skills I will gain with the support of the double talent of the player. She explained further. When the double talent is activated, you will receive an additional random class skill. The system immediately lists a series of skills. A level 1 random skill that takes advantage of the situation attacks the target. Every time the target loses 1% stamina, I increase 4 basic stats by 19, boost critical hit rate by 1%, and raise critical damage coefficient by 1% when reaching level 30, allowing me to upgrade this skill. Jang Kai carefully asked again, the more they drain, the crazier my attack will become, right? He wondered silently. I heard that some explorer classes become stronger in certain stats when severely injured. I wonder who would win if they faced my random attack skill. The device in Jang Kai's hand suddenly vibrated. It was the beacon. The other side asked, Kai, what are you doing?
I'm leveling up right now. Master, isn't your team busy with training?
Do you still have time to look for me now? The other side hesitated slightly. Me? Jang Kai immediately asked back, alert. What's wrong? Yuan Ju chuckled softly and said, It's nothing. I just miss you. I don't know why, but I really want to hear your voice today. Jang Kai briefly felt worried. Hey, why does this guy suddenly seem so silly? He chuckled and made an excuse. Are you feeling sentimental? Maybe a little bit. Probably because I've been training too hard lately, and whenever I have a moment free, I start overthinking. But Jang Kai's intuition told him that his friend was in trouble. Hey, Master, why are you acting so strange today? Is there anything else you want to say? Yuan Ju still insisted on his answer. It's not real, all right, Elder. Keep fighting the monsters. The former sly subordinate suddenly hung up, making Jang Kai even more worried. Hello, Master. No one noticed your unusual state, so she softly called out. Chutu, isn't it true you said you missed Kai? Why not talk a little longer? Kai understands me too well. If I say more, he will definitely figure something out. He sincerely continued. I don't want to make him worry. Noan felt confused and was about to ask, but Vien Tru deliberately interrupted. Noan, what do you think people who go crazy after being killed and then offline would feel? What do you mean by that? Vien Tru also didn't explain, only hiding his smile and saying, Sometimes I don't know anything anymore, and I no longer feel troubled. If I think like that, I guess I no longer feel afraid. Noan pursed her lips, realizing that Tru too was trying to hold on for this mission, as her memories flashed back to 3 days ago in the large command room where 3 squads gathered. The Manhwa squad, the Thien Hong squad, and the Passionate squad. All 3 squad leaders shouted in unison, Commander Hoa. The angel decisively announced that time was urgent, so we should be brief in our words in a moment. They were dispatched to face high-level opponents. You think you can compete with us just because you're a bunch of trash? Listen up. Either beat me to prove your worth, or this big, fierce guy is actually Explorer Clementine Huac Kaiman, a cowardly human, level 50, arrogant because of his strength crawling through his pants. The viewers watching the screen are commenting happily, Go on, go on. Smile for them so the fools can see clearly. Facing Hawkman, some veteran warriors have fallen, and Duong Quang clenched his fists tightly, shouting, I must kill them. The Heavenly God continued to report that a tech company had developed a device capable of transmitting images from the D-Lock territory back, allowing a clear view of the brutal scene despite some delay. Over the past half-month, we have sent more than 50 teams into the D-Lock territory. More than 200 elite soldiers have been slaughtered and taken offline like this. The shocking news he just revealed left everyone stunned with their mouths agape. The angel continued, However, their sacrifice was not in vain. It also provides us with invaluable information. This is the map of D-Lock territory that we have recreated based on intelligence sources. Those of you present here probably already guessed what I want to say next. After 27 rounds of selection over the past period, we have chosen the most outstanding squads. I want the teams to take on this difficult mission. 3 days later, prepare to break through the encirclement once more. All squad leaders representing Dongthan members shout loudly. The Heavenly Spirit is satisfied and assigns the tasks. Currently, we know there are 4 entry points in the D-Lock land of divinity. Points A, B, C, and D. Within a day, teleportation teams using the same teleportation array will appear at the same entry point. Remember this coordinate. When the time comes, fight while retreating, and try to advance towards this direction to plant the Holy Light flag here. This is the key to this mission. Everyone's momentum surged. Li Bu spoke up. Commander Hoa, are we breaking through layer after layer of defenses just to reach this coordinate and plant the flag? I believe they will definitely keep chasing us to kill us all, the angel calmly replied. Our goal is not to risk our lives recklessly, but to break through the encirclement, because this is the secret plan that the higher management has been secretly implementing recently. Everyone was stunned and said in unison, The secret plan? He nodded in confirmation. Yes, So far, 73 countries have detected the teleportation array, but among them, 42 countries used their advantage of entering D-lock territory earlier to block the entry points. In this situation, any country trying to rely on their 3 teams to break the blockade is as unlikely as reaching the sky. However, it also means that there are still 30 countries left out, just like us. Therefore, we contacted several countries on the morning of the 3rd day, each sending their 3 strongest teams to form a temporary alliance to enter D-lock territory one after another. The mission's codename is Dawn Dawn, and everyone listened quietly and attentively. First, the breakthrough team will plant the flag here as a signal to lure the enemy deeper. Once successful, the remaining squads will immediately launch a full-scale attack at the 4 entry points to seize control in the shortest time possible. If the elite forces of the enemy are all lured to the flag position, the defenses at the 4 entry points will become weaker, providing the best opportunity to launch an external attack. However, this also means that once they accept this mission, the Holy Light team will face the fiercest attacks from the enemy. Currently, the opening countries are all stuck at various levels of deadlock. To break this deadlock, D-lock's territory is the best opportunity right now. So your actions this time carry the fate of the country and the survival of the nation. I repeat once more, even if only one person remains, you must carry the honor of Saint Dieu and fight to the end. Is that clear? In response to the angel's trust, all the chosen soldiers shouted together, fighting on without stopping, as they had to cross the narrow mountain path to reach the raging whirlpool at the end. Everyone's pupils widened in shock at the loud noise. The pink glove belonged to an old man. Noan gave Vien Tru a reassuring look and said, "Chu Tu, I believe we can do it for sure." He regained his confidence and trust, smiling and nodding, when suddenly the watches on everyone's wrists beeped an alarm. They all looked in surprise at the swirling gate like a tornado. The first team of the Heavenly Hang Squad had successfully broken through the encirclement with passion. Li Bu, without hesitation, shouted loudly, "Everyone follow orders. In this battle there is no retreat, no surrender, no regrets. Even if we are shattered and torn apart, we must complete the mission. Now follow me and charge forward 2 days later at the Divine Guild Hall." Is that so? Maybe it's a bit cheesy. Probably because I've been exhausted from training lately. When I have free time, I tend to overthink. Chodsu, is he really just tired from training? I haven't been able to contact him and Nuo No for 2 days, and I just feel an inexplicable sense of unease. Maybe we should go find them. As he reached for the fingerprint device, the 2 of them hurried over. Captain Kai, something has happened." My expression immediately became confused in front of the 2 of them. "Honyan, Nguyen Gu, what's going on that you 2 are in such a hurry?" "We just saw the trending video on the forum. Master 2 and Noan are in trouble." "What do you mean?" She touched the watch and a virtual screen appeared. After this video went viral, it was quickly discovered and forcibly removed by the Thandiu government. But I quickly saved it, my sharp teeth revealed in the frame. A teasing, challenging voice rings out. "Hey, there must be quite a few people watching, right? If you're confident, come here and save her." The guy shines his beam on the entire team lying on the ground, then on Nan, who is blinded and screaming. "Anyway, you understand the logic well. If you send a high-ranking officer to face us, maybe we will let that person go." The image of the top-tier pillar appears along with his voice. "Of course, if you admit to being a bunch of useless weaklings who are afraid of everything." Then he insulted them further by giving an order. "Where is everyone? Hang these 2 up." The criminal grinned broadly close to the camera. "Then just wait and see their blood drip drop by drop until it runs dry." The boy's emerald eyes stared intently at that guy. "So what's really going on? This needs to be retold from that time. 2 days ago at the Temple of Maitreya, Li Bu led his team through the gate and entered the land of Maitreya. We will provide you with synchronized translation. The language you hear will be rendered into divine speech. But for now, it is a thick pool of coagulated blood. Is there no sign of any troops stationed here?" Junmo is stern as he assesses likely the Heavenly Hang and Passion teams, known for their bravery and combat skills, probably coordinated with other alliance teams to lure all the troops away first. One team member asked Lai Bu for his opinion. "Captain, our current login point is Point A. Should we head southeast immediately?" At this moment, a call from a person claiming to be the commander arrives, and the information that follows leaves everyone in the group stunned. "Team members, your actions have been exposed. The Heavenly Hang and Passion teams who just arrived at the checkpoint were ambushed by guards." Countless shadows emerged from behind the fog, calmly stepping out to completely encircle the 5 people. The leader sneered and stepped forward as his subordinates nodded. "You fools really just received the signal and came to surrender." He grinned menacingly, blood dripping from his mouth. "Now let Clement and Hoke and I slaughter them all." Hawkman steps forward, warning, "Soon your fate will be just like your comrades." Nguyet Lin angrily charges back, Damn it, that bastard. Li Bu hurriedly stopped her. Nguyen Lin, don't be impulsive, come back here. But he rushed forward and kept stabbing with his sword, yet Nguyen Lin's blade couldn't pierce his armor, leaving him panicked. How could he fail to hit? Hawkman sneered now. Are you just scratching my itch? He laughed with pleasure. Oh, right. I forgot to tell you, unless you have the skill to kill me with a single strike, every wound will only make me stronger. Immediately after, his hand shot forward so quickly that Nguyen Lin was stunned. What the? Hawkman said with satisfaction. Now it's your head's turn to bloom. His incredible power made his eyes turn red. In the next moment, Nguyen Lin truly lost her life at Hawkman's hands, and everyone could only scream in disbelief. Yuelin, Yuanju, and Nuo widened their eyes in shock. Master Tron, now behind Hawkman, has appeared with another person. Hawkman, are you always this rude? He stroked the sword in his hand and warned, if you scare my adorable prey to death, I'll be very upset. This is a level 50 hunter-explorer with the swordsmanship profession. A green-haired girl also steps out, annoyed, and says, Stop talking nonsense. You two are so boring. Quickly finish the fight. Explorer Christina, a level 50 female mage. Hawkman teased W, huh? Why did you two come out here? Weren't you told that these prey belong to me? He immediately objects. So how can that be allowed? Hawkman, you're too greedy. Yuanju silently assesses the situation. These three are really too terrifying. No, I must step up and hold my ground. Li Bu stepped forward and ordered, Chutu, break through the encirclement with me. Tunan, protect Noan, understood. Then they immediately fought. Yuan Zhu was the first to charge forward, a warrior of sacred might here. I am Yuan Mo, the #1 warrior in the world. You bunch of trash, charge at me together. He leapt into the air with flashes of lightning, then struck directly at the enemy, causing them to scream in agony. Woe is eager to fight. The #1 warrior in the world? Then let me try fighting you and see how it goes. Hawkman refuses to back down, saying, Don't compete with me. Looking at this guy's aura and skills, it's quite interesting. I want to crush his head with my own hands, but Li Bu rushed forward first. My opponent is me. Over here, WH introduces himself as the one who will cut you down with the B Min sword. Vien Tru gathers his strength and retorts, What are you joking about? I am the #1 war god in the world. How can I let you act so arrogantly? Two swords clash. WH secretly marvels at the immense power, yet he still smirks cunningly and uses the illusion of the lingering shadow. Immediately after, he disappeared before Vien Tru's eyes. WH circled around and shouted, Idiot, I'm right here! A sharp sword strike immediately came down, but luckily the pillar reacted in time and leapt away to dodge. You grind your teeth in frustration. Your eyes can't keep up with his moves. WH materialized in front of Yuan Zhu. No matter how much of a braggart the loser is, he's still just a loser. Now go and die. Your eyes suddenly lit up as if you just realized something. WH strikes from behind, slicing through the shop, and immediately a stream of fresh blood sprays out, staining the space red. He was a bit surprised and let out a small sound of amazement. Li Bu had blocked that sword path. He struggled to hold on, trying to kill you. Have I asked you yet? Captain. Liu Bu shouted urgently, Trutu, stay alert, lead the Noan group to retreat outside. I'll hold him back, go quickly. But at that moment, Hawkman directly struck his head. Wasn't I supposed to be fighting your opponent? Why did you run over here? The next moment, Li Bu fell right in front of Vien Tru, his eyes full of excitement. Those two are still teasing each other. Hawkman, you're really useless. I swear I just let that old man bother me for a moment. It was a moment of carelessness. Yuan Zhu suddenly remembered the time when Li Bu had placed his hand on his shoulder and praised him. True, Z. Actually, I have always admired Jang Kai. Clearly you are all my team members, but it seems only he can awaken your potential. Yet I also have one thing I will absolutely not be inferior to him in. He smiled confidently and affirmed, I will definitely protect my team members until the very end. At this moment, Yuan Zhu stood before Li Bu's bloodied corpse, overwhelmed with emotion he couldn't contain. Meanwhile, Christina had defeated Sister Hoa with magic and coldly said, not knowing her limits. Behind Nuan, a reckless attacker rushed forward shouting, Go to hell! But she paid no attention, only worriedly calling out. Big Sister Hua, HC Man, and Wow also continue to challenge. The holy warrior duelers are indeed all useless. Come on, let's see who this prey will die in the hands of first. I will definitely not give in to you. Yuanju gritted his teeth and growled, a surge of powerful energy erupting from him. You bastards! That move stunned both WH and Hawkman. What? No one knelt before Hoa's body, calling out, "Hoa, sister!" Yuanju immediately pulled her up and reminded her, "She's no longer breathing. We have to leave now." At that moment, a glowing card appeared in Yuanju's hand.
WH immediately rushed forward, so it was the original energy, the thing your martial artists always pride themselves on.
Saint Dieu finally managed to send a soul-bound person. Hawkman is radiating killing intent, ready to strike. You want to run? Today, none of you will leave alive. No one anxiously warned, "Be cautious, Juicy." Juicy pushed her back and charged forward to face them.
WH immediately engaged in sword techniques with him and sneered, "Your spiritual power is too weak. That last strike was just luck. Now come and try the might of the devouring soul seal. Here I am."
Vien Tru clenched his teeth, trying to hold on, but in the next moment, his sword was shattered into two. Hawkman suddenly ambushed from behind, hitting the back of the pillar and shouting, "Go to hell, you fool."
The blow sent him flying back, and at the same time, no one was also captured.
No. Christina hovers in the air, urging them on. Enough. It's already past the time to finish this fight. She used her spiritual power to tighten the pillar, and he struggled and shouted, "Let me go!" Are you still not giving up? Honestly, to be able to hold out until now under the siege of so many experts, you really are very strong.
And she arrogantly continued, "But your plan has already been exposed. We have long since prepared our countermeasures.
No matter how much you struggle, it's useless." The crystal's gaze was filled with hatred as it stared fiercely at them. "Don't look at me like that. Your alliance of many countries to break the encirclement can increase your chances of winning, but the risk of your plans being exposed is also higher, isn't it?" A sinister smile gradually appeared on her lips. "For example, if a certain country uses your plan as a condition to gain entry, Yuanju seems to have understood their intentions, and his face immediately turns horrified. At that moment, Hawkman stomped hard on Yuanju's chest and said, "Hey, Christina, what are you and this guy whispering about?" He teased further, "Could it be that you have a crush on him?" "So what? Could it be that Hawkman I am still inferior to this useless guy?" WH also added a teasing remark. "Playing with a young lady like this, I doubt it's the behavior of a true gentleman." Christina paid no mind and coldly ordered them to die a satisfying death. To her, the two of them were worthy opponents to respect. However, Hawkman stopped and said, "Hurry up and let that healer stay to treat our wounds," and that stubborn guy's face at that moment looked like a demon. Keep him for Thandieu to play with. In another part of the forest, a few people were on strict guard duty, when suddenly a figure appeared behind a guard, then was struck at the weak spot at the back of his neck and immediately foamed at the mouth and fainted. The one who took action was Jang Kai. "I secretly vow in my heart, Chuju, Nuan, I will definitely bring you back safely." Hey everyone, have you seen that video yet? It's been 2 days and the army still hasn't organized a team to break through the encirclement. Organizing takes time. Rushing in now would just be pointless suicide. The army isn't stupid. With Saint Dieu being humiliated like this, now the whole world sees us as a joke. Her hand clenched in anger. Is there really no one capable of dealing with those savage beasts? I wish I could rush in there and settle the score with them. She imagines no one being beaten and blaming herself. No one, I'm sorry I don't have the ability to protect you. Professor Lee reminded me to quickly compile the data after returning. Yes. Lam hurriedly called back. Professor Lee, is today's data sampling finished? He nodded and replied, "It's done." The demon spirit is a huge mystery, and the teleportation to D-Lock's territory only makes me more certain. The secret behind the demon spirit is far beyond our guesses. Suddenly he remembered and asked, "That's right, Lam. Are you okay? Your sister's superior is concerned about her." Professor Lee also comforted her, saying that although Nuan is still young, her courage is commendable, and she must be very proud of her sister Nuan, a member of the army, and she should understand the bigger picture. Lam stepped forward and said, "Professor, let's go back." Suddenly, she noticed someone among the soldiers. "Wait a minute, that is Jang Kai, so you disguised yourself to get in here." At that moment, someone noticed and quickly stopped them. Everyone freeze and face this way. Jang Kai's eyes suddenly flashed, and he immediately ran off, causing those around him to be extremely shocked. Someone shouted, "Catch him, to officer!" Jang Kai quickly passes by Lam, glances at her briefly, then drops a smoke bomb. Smoke instantly fills the entire room. "The panicked soldiers are smoke bombs. What's going on?" Jang Kai was a bit surprised to see Lam standing there without reacting. So it turns out she was the one who threw the smoke bomb. Lam's lips trembled slightly. Now, I was counting on you." Jang Kai quickly stepped through the gate. Lam silently praying that no one would return safely. The scene shifts to Dialogue territory, where many people are gathered at the entrance. Look quickly.
Someone is entering from the ongoing path. Which country is this again? Looks like they weren't beaten enough 2 days ago, so they'll kill 100, then 200. Jang Kai steps forward slowly, standing proudly in front of them, surprising them. What? Just one divine hero? The whole group sneered. You think one of you managed to escape? So you're just a stray dog from the holy wine, sending only a useless, soft-skinned, tender-fleshed guy like you to negotiate. Your holy wine is all gone, or did you pee your pants out of fear? Jang Kai clenched his fist and said, I think you've misunderstood. I'm not here to negotiate.
What?
I'm not here to negotiate. Then what are you here for? Jang Kai's eyes turn cold as he declares, I came to kill. The moment you unleash your move, the timing and speed are so fast that those people can't react. In the blink of an eye, Jang Kai has cleared all the guards at the entrance. The scene shifts to the military meeting room, where everyone is gathered for discussion. The heavenly god asked seriously, Have we confirmed which country is the traitor yet? Vyung crossed his arms and replied, We have confirmed it. It's the country involved in the Dawn operation. They used the excuse of canceling the plan. Yesterday, someone discovered that 3 of their units had entered and stationed at Delok territory. Shen Feng angrily slammed the table. The highest commander of the city. Damn it, the traitors have taken a position in the national contest while our people are held hostage in Delok territory, uncertain if they are alive or dead. Heavenly Spirit anxiously said, Is there really no choice but to sit and wait for death? At that moment, a soldier hurriedly ran in to report. Commander Hua, someone has entered Delok territory alone. Tian Shen was shocked and immediately asked again what happened, then reported clearly. That person opened their system panel and reported in detail. 10 minutes ago. Jang Kai from the Fire God Squad disguised himself as a patrol team member and infiltrated the crack. Shen Feng immediately shouted, How dare you? Who does this reckless Jang Kai think he is? Trying to act like a hero all alone? Who does he think he is? Clearly, he was about to sacrifice himself. But what he said next made him suddenly speechless. Surprisingly, within about 15 minutes of Jang Kai entering, all 15 guard troops at the A login point were taken out. Heavenly Spirit! Wei Ying and Than Fong exclaimed in shock. What? The angel immediately ordered, informing the leaders of the countries. Our team has led the breakthrough at the login gate and can start Plan B in half an hour. Commander Hoa, Plan B is very important. Should we do more screening to prevent a second water song from appearing? Eagle Wing immediately interjected, No more time. Now 74 countries have already detected the teleportation array of Delok Chidia. Jang Kai has paved the way for us. We must seize the opportunity. The Heavenly Spirit also nodded in agreement and said, Yes, initiate Plan B during the operation. Deploy the military forces. And prepare to seize Delok Chidia. Understood. Cut to Zhangjiang City at the military zone's mental health center. Everyone is whispering and gossiping. Who is this person? It doesn't seem to be someone from our army, right? Li Bu exclaimed in surprise. Who is Jang Kai? Over at classroom 253 Tsu's class, the boys are excitedly chatting and the news is spreading rapidly. Who is that so cool? Unexpectedly, she single-handedly attacked the Delok territory. She leaned in to see who it was. Seeing Jang Kai appear on the screen, Tsu was stunned and called out to him. At the same time, a shocking news report also aired on the screen in the large building. The explorer Saint Dieu, whose name is unknown, entered Delok territory alone, and the scene shifts back to Yuanzhu with Noan Noan and the water singing group. Noan Noan anxiously calls out repeatedly, Master, are you asleep? He weakly responds, Noan Noan, my body hurts so much, are we going to die soon? I feel a bit scared. Hearing that, tears streamed down Noan Noan's face, but she still encouraged him. Master, pull yourself together. You are the greatest warrior in the world. Remember that. There are many watching us, and we absolutely cannot embarrass the soldiers of Than Dieu. Yuanzhu felt deeply guilty. But I saw Sister Hoa being brutally killed by them. I saw Captain and Brother Tron's heads being crushed. They, especially that big guy, are an invincible monster. His eyes gradually drooped. Noan, I'm so scared I can't hold on anymore. I keep calling out, Crew 2, True 2. Just then, someone stepped forward and splashed water in his face. Don't fall asleep, stay alert for me. It won't be fun if you die. Another sneers mockingly. Why is your cowardly teammate not coming to save you yet? They all mocked each other. Even the holy virtue is this cowardly, blinded for 2 days, not even daring to fight or move. Bakengyu happily stepped forward. So delicate. Hurry up and wake up to cry, so everyone can see how stiff the backbone of the holy virtue really is. Noan anxiously calls out to True 2. Suddenly, a blazing golden light appears out of nowhere. It hit Bakengyu directly, surprising him.
No one immediately looked at Vien Tru and glanced to see who was coming. Back Niu was knocked back so hard he was thrown to the side. Jang Kai has arrived. The spine of the Saint Diochi is softer than his bones.
Kai! I'm sorry, no one's pillar. I'm late. The crowd immediately shouted to inform the Hawkman Society. Someone is coming to rescue the hostage. Kill him.
Jang Kai's hand clenched tightly. Sorry, no one. I guess you'll have to hang on a little longer. Then he unleashed his power and charged into battle. Hoavu eagerly used his mind control technique. Jang Kai immediately activates his mental strength skill, his whole body enveloped in a source of light. Hoavu is amazed to see Jang Kai still resisting. What can't be hypnotized? Is that power gradually burning the body? But Hoavu still remained unharmed and kept provoking. Not very strong, huh? Even my armor couldn't break through. Suddenly, her eyes turned frantic, and Christina's body exploded in midair. Why is this happening? Haonian rushes forward quickly. Go and die. Illusory image 4. Clones are nearby. Deep Than also jumps up. Holy dazzling soldier, taste my deadly strike. Bianhang uses the dry curse spell, sealing your soul in the lowest level of hell. Jang Kai fights alone against all three, rushing past them, leaving a trail of blazing fire behind. All three of them immediately disappeared. Damn it, how many fake moves does this guy have? So agile in movement, damn it, why are my spells ineffective against him? Forget about them exploding. Jang Kai continues to deal with the remaining enemies. In the bushes, someone is secretly watching. Kantrak happily draws his bow. Hit by my poisoned arrow, he's definitely dead. Luckily, no one noticed immediately and warned Kai to watch his back, so he quickly turned around. Jiang Kai stepped back and narrowly dodged the arrow, which whistled past his leg. Jang Kai, instinctively falling, still managed to throw his dart, choosing his own death. The guy immediately disappeared. No one anxiously said, "Hurry up, Kai, there are too many, just leave us and go." Vien Tru muttered, Kai. Jang Kai is now lying on the ground, one leg trembling, while the others rush forward. Don't kill him outright. Let him experience the fear of death. Keep jumping. Keep being reckless. Wait to be chopped into pieces. That's the outcome of coming to save others. Then a series of slashes cut into your body. Seeing this, no one was even more terrified. Kai, even the pillar, was in tears as he watched Tu drop his phone and faint on the ground. Your classmates panic and shout, "Jang-un, quickly press the share button." Even the people at the hospital can't believe it. These crazy people deserve to be torn apart. Over at the headquarters, Wei Ying slammed his fist down on the table, causing it to crack. His face shows clear anger. The angel, despite the bitterness, still has to give orders. Plan B, how many minutes left? The other person turned around and answered, 10 minutes and 3 seconds. The angel grits his teeth and says, Plan B, this time must succeed. I want to pay the price for hitting the target. The pillar is stunned and unable to stand up. Kai, isn't it? He shouted and cursed. You bastards, if you're so brave, fight me one-on-one. If I don't tear you apart, I'm not your grandpa. Suddenly, Jiang Kai's voice rang out from somewhere. Master Zhu, I didn't expect that even when you're not drinking, you still have this side of you. I'm truly a bit touched. Wen Zhu was stunned, and no one's voice was also filled with joy. Jiang Kai was sitting on a tree at that moment. All right, stop yelling. My fate is quite stubborn. No one happily exclaimed. Kai, you're still alive. Vien Tru was so happy he started crying. Am I seeing ghosts? The torn rope lay on the ground nearby, next to several empty bottles. Jang Kai awkwardly stood in front of the two people and said, If you keep looking at me like that, my face will really be seen through. Vien Tru and No one leaned in closer, carefully examining him from head to toe. No one was the first to break the tense atmosphere. She hurriedly asked, What exactly is going on? I clearly saw him hit by the poison arrow, but why are there two people who look just like him? Jiang Kai raised his hand, smirking as he explained, The arrow only hit my pants, and the one who was attacked is that me, but actually it's just a clone created by my new skill. Yuanju happily asked, So you already switched to your new profession technique? And no one was still worried. Was that just a decoy? Jang Kai confirmed, Yes, about half a minute ago I grit my teeth and used a decoy technique to set the fire. The pursuing crowd immediately fell into the trap, thinking you were truly injured and rushing in triumph. Don't kill him right away, let him die painfully. Stop jumping around, stop being arrogant, just wait to be stripped and turned into mud. This is the fate of saving others. And it was at that moment that Jang Kai seized the opportunity to escape. I brought out the puppet to explain, This is my decoy to buy time to escape, while I quickly hid in the bushes. Yuanju and Nuan Nuan were both stunned. This was truly incredible. Nothing ordinary about it.
Yuanju immediately suggested, Kai, let's withdraw quickly before they realize the decoy. If those three freaks show up, we're definitely doomed.
Noan also nodded in agreement. Kai, you've exhausted too much of your energy. You can't fight off so many people now. On the other side, the chasing crowd kept stabbing at the puppet, laughter of pleasure echoing everywhere.
They were so cowardly, so fierce just a moment ago. Why are they so silent now? Where's that arrogance gone? Why are you lying there like a dead dog now?
You're so crazy and so arrogant. Suddenly, Tuan Lang stopped, turned his head to look elsewhere, and muttered, Why do I feel like something's wrong? He looked at a leafless tree and suddenly realized something was wrong. Immediately, Tuan Lang looked around to search.
As expected, he quickly spotted the three figures of Jang Kai hiding behind the bushes.
Tuan Lang angrily called out to his companions,
Don't fight anymore. We've been fooled. They're over there.
Jang Kai quickly grabbed the shoulders of the two and urged them, There's no more time, Jutsu. You take Nuan and run first. Leave the rest to me. Yuanju asked in horror.
Wait a moment, Kai. Are you planning to face the bugs alone?
Jang Kai urgently shouted, using a decoy to deceive, and the tattered puppet on the ground also vanished instantly.
The group of Tuan Lang shouted loudly, blocking the way. No one must escape.
Noan runs and calls worriedly. Kai's. Yuanju closed his eyes tightly, pulled her hand and ran, still reminding the fool to stay alive and come back. Seeing Tuan Lang's men rushing in, Jang Kai prepared his power and responded, Trust me, these trash won't be able to kill me. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot out countless throwing knives with powerful force, causing the enemies to scream in pain. Surrounding rocks shattered and dust and smoke obscured the view. At that moment, an angry voice rang out.
A bunch of useless trash letting a weak chicken kill you all like this?
Hawkman kicked fiercely towards Jang Kai. Luckily, he had prepared a defense in advance, but the tremendous force still knocked him back and slammed him hard into the rock behind. Hawkman, seeing Jang Kai still standing firm after the blow, became intrigued. What? So you're just a hairless kid after all. Why don't you hurry up and catch the person? The remaining ones immediately charged forward and responded clearly. WH sarcastically commented, Those adorable kittens ran off so quickly while we were practicing, truly mischievous. Hawkman gritted his teeth and coldly warned, It would have been better if you had listened to me from the start and disabled their legs. The elegance of some people really is just a way to cling to their arrogance. Christina frowned and said contemptuously, What use is your way of handling things besides making a mess of me? Moreover, WH, I warn you, one last time, don't use that disgusting tone anymore. Suddenly, Jang Kai chuckled softly and muttered, Too bad I almost summoned a knife that would have pierced Hawkman's hand instantly. His eyes widened, veins of blood bulging in his eyes. Hawkman, still unaware of the pain in his hand, looked on in confusion and said, What? W and Christina were both startled, his eyes turning red as he remembered. Damn it, was it just now? The scene shifts back to Hawkman rushing forward to kick at Jang Kai while shouting, A bunch of useless trash! Is this how a weak chicken kills you all? He adopts a defensive stance to block the attack, but his hand still glows as he activates his power. If only I had blown it up into a fountain just now. It seems Hawkman was so angry he started laughing, then used his healing ability on his hand while scolding, You little brat who's not even weaned yet dares to boast. Hawkman excitedly clenched his fist and charged forward, still taunting. Then I'll crush your head to see what's inside. WH also drew his sword and charged to help. Huak Koiman, your aggressive attitude is unseemly. Maybe I should teach him what the wonderful sound of breaking bones really is. Chapter 1, 137. Hawkman throws a powerful punch at Jang Kai. Luckily, he managed to step back and create distance to avoid it. That punch slammed straight into the ground, making the earth splash up. Jang Kai suddenly stepped back, trying to keep a safe distance. Before catching his breath, he had to tense up again to face him. WH lunged with his sword, but Jang Kai dodged by, tilting his body to the side, even taking the opportunity to counterattack with shurikens flying toward him. WH gently dodges everything and laughs teasingly. Not bad speed. He eagerly continued attacking. It's really interesting to see the prey struggle before dying, but it's more interesting if you obediently wait to die. WH uses a void technique to pierce through everything. Hawkman also rushed forward, raising his fist and shouting, You little brat, I have to smash you to pieces. Christina, while using her distracting spell, yelled, Those two idiots are still playing their hunting game. Why don't you finish it quickly? 3 consecutive attacks, Mon's powerful strike, Wao's sharp sword, and Christina's thorny vines, all were dodged by Jang Kai. He stomped his foot on the ground to gain momentum and then shot like lightning between Hua and Haman before they could react, both stunned and still in shock, as Jang Kai quickly dodged all the thorny vines and closed in on Christina. Suddenly, one of her vines tightly wrapped around your ankle. Christina smugly said, "Do you think my move isn't as good as the attacks from those two boss guys? Then you have underestimated me too much." Jang Kai said nothing and immediately launched countless throwing knives. Christina sneered arrogantly. "Don't think breaking these vines will let you escape. You're too naive." But Jang Kai's knives were planted straight into the ground. "Wait a minute, his target is underground." She looked in amazement at the throwing knives stuck in the roots of the vine. Then flames erupted, burning all the vines. Christina shouted in the horror, "How could this be happening?" The entire battle is being broadcast on the big screen in the conference room for everyone to observe. Heavenly Spirit looked surprised and exclaimed, "So Jang Kai chose to fight head-on to break the sorcery of the witch?" So from the beginning he didn't intend to avoid the vine, but deliberately attracted Huak, Koi Man, and Hua to separate Krisa. Shenfeng nodded in approval, pretending to retreat, but actually attacking. "This kid really knows how to deceive people." Vi Ung proudly said, "This kid's specialty is exactly that. When everyone thinks he's gone crazy, that's when they fall into his trap." For him, this might just be the beginning of turning the tide of the situation. Jang Kai had no idea about that conversation. At this moment, he was still launching darts at Hua and Hakman. "I am fire." They quickly jumped to avoid the attack. Jang Kai turns to look directly at Christina, still holding a few knives, and says, "Christina, you are the only one who respects the holy warrior, so I will give you a death that is satisfying." She angrily summoned a ridiculous weapon. Christina proudly responded while holding her staff. "You don't know who will die yet. Don't be too proud. Do you really think your fire can compare to mine?" "Let me show you what true power from nature looks like," Christina said, immediately unleashing a fireball spell. Jang Kai confidently throws his knife, so let's see who is stronger. Her fireball rushes with immense power, destroying everything around. Jang Kai's small knife didn't hesitate as it flew straight into the fireball. Surprisingly, the tiny knife withstood the fireball's power and pierced through it, continuing onward. Christina screamed in horror, "No way! How powerful is his attack?" When she saw the knife rushing straight at her, she quickly panicked, raising her staff and reciting a spell to create a black magic barrier in her name. A protective shield quickly formed, blocking the incoming knife, but its immense power caused cracks to appear in her barrier. The attack pierced through her protective barrier and stabbed into Christina's chest. She looked at the dagger deeply embedded in her, unwilling to accept it, and wondered how he managed to break her dark curse. Immediately after, the knife exploded violently. Christina screamed in despair. No, as the smoke clears, only Christina's battered body remains among the wreckage. Jang Kai stands by the pit, his eyes cold and merciless, as he mutters to himself. She is not a bad opponent, just unfortunate to be on the wrong side. After saying that, he calmly turned and walked away. At that moment, Christina's body suddenly emitted a glow. Jang Kai was startled and immediately turned around to check, only to see a stream of purple light rushing straight toward him. The system is now notifying you that you have received the Curse of Revenge. The Curse of Revenge triggers when a sorcerer dies, casting a curse on the murderer. The killer uses the same method to kill the sorcerer again, causing similar damage to themselves. Jang Kai's eyes widened in horror. What? You can't help but recall your previous knowledge. The sorcerer is a new profession from a foreign country that only appeared 3 months ago. This group is mysterious and strange. Their movements unpredictable, and even international records rarely document them. Surprisingly, they also possess a death revenge skill similar to a mermaid boss. Holding the knife in his hand, Jang Kai was full of doubt. What exactly is the curse's method that the words are talking about? Earlier, when I killed Christina, I used the death advancement. If I had used the previous version of death, would the curse have been triggered? Hawkman taunts smugly. You probably already received the gift Christina gave you, right? Are you super regretful for killing her? It's a pity now it's too late to realize. WH, standing nearby with a sword, also chimed in. It's a shame it seems that today the goddess of fate is very stingy. Without its sharp claws, how long can the beast struggle in the hunter's trap? Suddenly he turned and proposed, Hawkman, let's make a deal. Give me this guy to handle, and the one who appears afterward will be yours. Hawkman eagerly agreed with a smile. Fine, but you have to keep his head intact. I want to personally blow up like fireworks. W. Hung excitedly raised his sword and said, No problem. Then he immediately charged at Jang Kai, shouting loudly, the sword already drawn and ready to shed blood. The move W used was the Shadow Mirage technique. Jang Kai widened his eyes and quickly activated his illusion. At the very moment WH's hesitant strike descended, Jang Kai's figure had completely vanished. WH frowned in doubt. Gone? At this moment, Jang Kai appeared behind him, grabbing his shoulder with one hand and holding a weapon in the other. WH sneered. Do you think that doing this can control me? He immediately used his ability, Illusionary Escape, and Wao's body seemed to shift behind Jang Kai, throwing his balance off and nearly making him fall. Wo sneered at Jang Kai, his deadly dart no longer usable, and his escape skill unavailable for a second attempt so soon. With a firm grip on the sword handle, he praised, being able to force me to use the soul-devouring technique against a level 60 expert shows your skill. Then he turned around and sneered, but sorry, now it's your turn to die. W shouts loudly, Quan Xuan Tram, using the Feihon Qinyan technique, and immediately executes Quan Xuan Tram, with the spear aimed straight at Jang Kai rushing forward. You didn't dodge at all, letting the sword pass through your body. Jang Kai said coldly, you're the one who deserves to die. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward and threw the card at Wa. Wa gritted his teeth and quickly tilted his head back to dodge. In front of the face of my handsome face being slashed open, Wa gritted his teeth and realized that the dart didn't stop there. Jang Kai continued to control the card to turn back. Now, WH understood the mechanism clearly, and he proudly raised his sword and said, in front of my soul-devouring gift, your weapon is not worth mentioning. He forcefully slashed the card and said, let me cut off your last hope. But in reality, it was not as he expected. The card was incredibly tough, so strong that WH's sword shattered. He was horrified, eyes wide open. What? But before he could react, the card pierced straight through his chest, fresh blood spurting out like a fountain, and his noble legs could no longer hold him up. Jang Kai Yung Sao Lung, Tu Lai Labai Ko Min Roi Nye Zhong Noi. I heard that the soul-devouring seal you received is your only level weapon. He sneered mockingly, but it doesn't seem to be much. What kind of weapon are you really? Tell me. Before he could finish speaking, Jiang Kai directly shot the card through his head. W Han was completely destroyed, his body falling heavily to the ground. Jang Kai coldly retrieved the card and said in a calm voice, you just need to know that I am stronger than your beast soul. Hawkman watched the entire battle and clapped in admiration. He slowly approached, his voice tinged with wild excitement. It's so interesting, really very interesting. In just a moment, I managed to take down 2 strong enemies. When the global competition for dominance takes place, I avoid a lot of trouble, Jiang Kai replied coldly. Actually, it could have been even less work, like you not having the chance to participate in the competition for dominance. Hawkman excitedly said, so what I've seen through your tricks is that a split skill seems to help you restore your state. He calmly listed them off. Also, your best skill is using hidden weapons for long-range attacks. Hawkman crossed his arms and coldly looked at the corpse on the ground before saying, if you think about it, even the pitiful WH didn't understand until he died Christina was killed by your dart, yet you could use a dart to kill him while under a curse of revenge and remain unharmed, if I'm not mistaken. He raised an eyebrow and asked with a teasing tone, the dart earlier didn't actually kill him, it was disguised as another weapon. Is that right? Jiang Ka remained silent, choosing not to answer. Hawkman was not angry at all and calmly continued. You don't admit it, but that's okay. I can tell your attack is entirely a gamble on your critical hit. He started analyzing and concluded that among your talents, there must be one with a critical hit rate several times higher, which conveniently provides a stable critical hit chance for the darts. So on the surface, your attack seems terrifying, but in reality, you're not good at fighting, especially close combat. Jang Kai was stunned, not expecting him to figure out almost everything. Hawkman glanced at this previous wound WH left and said, you are injured and your stamina is gradually decreasing. He confidently asserted, you can no longer use your black darts to attack me now that I see through your tricks. Hawkman proudly displays his ability card, saying, I will be the ultimate nemesis to a speculator like you, as a gem appears, continuously absorbing dark red aura. What is the blood of the berserker? Hawkman's body seems to be infused with extra strength. According to known information, the blood of the berserk warrior is a unique treasure of the savage race. For brutal beings like Hawkman, the more wounded they are, the stronger they become, as the blood of the berserk warrior can instantly push them into a berserk rage, tripling their combat power. Hearing this explanation, everyone in the room couldn't help but exclaim together, what? Then Tin muttered nervously, do you think Jang Kai can really hold out until Plan B succeeds? Vyung was anxious and restless, while Hawkman was showing off his strength and taunting proudly. Do you know what this is? that warrior's blood is stronger than the only tier weapon like the Soul Devourer, which makes him even more berserk and threatening. Now I will crush your bones piece by piece so everyone in the world can see that even someone from Saint Dieu is not invincible. The arrogant tone echoed. In front of him, he's still a useless nobody. Even though Hawkman had closed in on Jang Kai, the boy didn't flinch and remained standing his ground. He grabbed Jang Kai's shoulder confidently, laughing loudly, knowing he couldn't escape and accepting his fate as a stray dog to obediently die. Then his other hand clenched into a fist and struck out, shouting arrogantly. Then enjoy it now. The punch lands straight on Jang Kai's right cheek. Then came an uppercut from below, followed by a punch to the left cheek to balance both sides. Hawkman grabbed the boy's hair and pulled him up, a look of contempt on his face. The final blow shattered his skull, and just then, Jang Kai suddenly burst into laughter. Hawkman immediately sensed something was wrong and thought, wait a minute. Could it be? Suddenly, another Jang Kai appeared behind him, running away. In the hospital room, everyone is watching the battle. Hao Ming excitedly shouts, I know, the one caught is just Jang Kai's clone. It has to be. Yang Guang also agreed and said that's right. If the main body was captured, he would definitely be dead, so it must be the substitute who remained calm. Li Bu pondered and commented, that's true. Jang Kai's experience is still a bit lacking. For seasoned and experienced individuals, it's easy to see through, but although the act was a bit poor, at least he managed to escape Hawkman's control. Watching the fleeing figures back, he assessed, we should advise Jang Kai next time we meet. The decoy has to pretend to be panicked a little for the opponent to believe it's real, or else what's the point? Hawkman finally snapped out of it, roaring in anger. Trying to run away? He threw the decoy aside and immediately chased after him. Daring to tease me, you're still too inexperienced. Hawkman froze in surprise, turned to look at him, only to see his body suddenly stiffen, eyes wide as he stared at Jang Kai. Hawkman tried to move, but it was useless, and he cursed angrily, damn it, my senses are paralyzed. Jang Kai's figure and Hawkman's eyes became blurry. Damn it, I can't see his movements clearly. At the same time, he threw the used recovery potion bottle aside, calmly saying, the savage person can't be killed, huh? Jang Kai gathers his strength and pushes off with his toes. He summons 2 long swords that rush forward. How long can you really endure under my watch? Jang Kai used his gambling time ability, struck Hawkman twice, and the system displayed gambling time with attack speed increased by 100%. Jang Kai confidently thought that a savage person has always focused on physical training and has weak mental strength. Under the control of the deception state, using 2 swords to continue attacking can break armor. He recalled the scene of corpses piled up at the 8-point login gate. As Jang Kai clenched the hilt of his sword, the system immediately announced a 20% increase in attack speed. Teed. A 15%. Critical damage bonus, a special combo effect, continuous attacks activating the level-breaking effect. Back in the present, he repeatedly attacked Black Man with that very sword. Seeing that he could still smile, Jang Kai frowned slightly. What? The critical hit hasn't activated yet. Akma realizes your intention and smugly says, 2 broken swords can't break my armor. Don't mess up. So what? But it's more than enough to dismantle your turtle shell. After speaking, he swung his sword forcefully. Jang Kai shouted loudly, Locked-in Hatak system display! Locked-in Hatak is attacking the target. Each time the target consumes 1% of stamina, it can upgrade the 4 basic attributes by 1%, increase critical hit chance by 1%, and increase the number of critical hits by 1%. With a swift slash aiming to split Hawkman's body in 2, his face still shows confusion, not understanding what just happened. But Hawkman still managed to tense his enhanced body to withstand the attack, and Jang Kai sneered again. Is that all the blood of the Berserker warrior has? You keep slashing at Hawkman, constantly mocking. A savage is just a berserk beast, looking down on the divine, harming my friend, and boasting that he's my nemesis. The final blow decisively shattered Hawkman's defenses completely. He screams in agony as Hawkman is thrown back, his body falling backward and sliding across the ground. That huge body slammed down onto the rugged ground and then went still. To be sure, Jang Kai didn't hold back and thrust his spear in again with full force. Then today, I will focus on killing Kak Tin like you. The strike is so powerful it tears the ground apart, the spear plunging deep into Hawkman's tough body. Jang Kai happily thought he had broken through the armor. At the moment of life and death, Hawkman suddenly gritted his teeth, summoning all his strength to sit up abruptly and tense his body. No, I can't lose, I'm here to make you die. Suddenly, the spear pierces through, causing fresh blood to flow along the blade. Hawkman's eyes bulge with unwillingness as he trembles, staring at the two swords embedded in his body. What? Shen Feng shouted in horror. This Hawkman is not only incredibly defensive, but also fueled by the blood of a fierce warrior, yet in the end he still got his armor broken by Jang Kai and hit his weak spot. The angel analyzed and said, "Based on what I know, high-quality sword fighters increase attack power and speed, but do not directly boost critical hits and critical hit frequency." He shared his hypothesis. Could it be that his strongest skill isn't ranged attack but melee combat? And is this level something a profession above level 20 can reach? Only Veong truly understands his strength and quietly objects in his heart. No, Jang Kai's specialty has always been ranged attacks. Thinking about the recent battle, he hesitated a bit. But today, when using melee weapons, he unleashed an even more terrifying berserk mode. Jang Kai's confident face appeared, and Wei Ung became more certain, even more relentless in his attacks. Back to Jang Kai, he glanced at Hawkman's battered body and sneered, "Big guy, isn't it true you love crushing others' heads?" Jang Kai drew a card, smirking mockingly. "Actually, I have a hobby too, and it just happens to be a good way to exchange a little." Hawkman desperately tried to lift his head in horror, then coldly swung his sword, warning, "Remember, don't touch Saint Dieu or I'll kill you." The death card appeared, a dark voice echoing through the space. Not yet the right time, Hawkman felt his body tearing apart and screamed in pain. "What is this? I can't stand this feeling of being tortured. Just kill me already if you think you're so good." Jang Kai smiled brightly, but the smile sent chills down others' spines, his face like a demon whispering, "Why rush? I told you the time isn't here yet, so you'll have to enjoy a little longer." At this moment, Christina ran over, and despite being blocked by guards, she still shouted loudly, "Commander Ma, please send someone into Dailak's territory immediately." Rewind 15 minutes to the scene where Hawkman was screaming, "Just kill me, I was witnessed by her." Christina thought in fear, what? That Saint Dieu kid tortured a monster like Hawkman to this extent? Even begging for death became a luxury. She remembered Jang Kai saying at that time, "Christina, you are the only one who respects the holy demon warrior. I will let you die quickly." Christina, trembling with fear, covered her mouth, thinking that back then he was just pretending to be kind. But now it seems that letting her die quickly and decisively was already a mercy, and an extremely merciful one. Witnessing Hawkman being tortured, she was worried about her own fate. That kid is really terrifying. Back to the present, Mian sternly questions, "Christina, didn't I already order you to conduct self-reflection? Who gave you permission to come in here? How dare you disturb the meeting between me and the esteemed commander of the nations? This is truly disrespectful." Christina was still terrified and hurriedly reported that the commander's attack today at the Lak Chi land was not simple, and if the Saintly and their allies took this chance to strike, it would be dangerous. Enraged, he shouted, "Shut up!" the veins on his hand bulging, and in a stern tone, he asked, "Are you trying to tell me how to do my job?" In front of Christina's stunned face, he continued scolding. "You are the subordinates we trust the most, but everyone has been killed by a mysterious divine child with an unknown background." Offline, the more he talks, the angrier he gets, and M's tone becomes sharper. "Does she think everyone at other login points is as useless as you? Dealing with such weak soldiers, there's no need to make a fuss. The 3rd and 4th battalions have already set out." He raised both hands, showing no shame in his ambition, and within 10 minutes, he would crush him into pieces. After finishing, MX ordered Christina, "Hurry up and get out. She can only bow her head and obey." "Yes." At the same time, Hawkman was still screaming desperately. The repeated stabs had both tortured his body and shattered his spirit. Hawkman was now completely desperate, begging non-stop, "Please just let me die. I won't dare anymore. I, Hawkman, won't bother the saintly light anymore in the future." Hawkman's eyes welled with tears, his gaze losing all focus as Tuku disappeared, and he kept repeating, "Please, just let me die quickly and painlessly." Jang Kai coldly manipulated his power and sneered, "You think you're so brave, but you're just a cowardly trash afraid of the strong bullying the weak, mocking others as useless, yet you're not even better than trash yourself." He refused to stop and coldly warned, "Remember to kneel when you meet the saintly one again." Finally, Jang Kai delivered the final blow and sent Hawkman away. His body instantly vanished into the ground. Jang Kai gently dusted off his hands and retrieved the death card. Suddenly, Jang Kai's eyes widened, his wounds suddenly worsened, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body trembled uncontrollably.
He secretly thought that when that guy just died, the effect of Lok Ten Hathak also disappeared, causing the pain all over his body to suddenly intensify. At that moment, a scream rang out, startling him.
Kid is the one who killed the Huoman Society. Jang Kai quickly looked up and surveyed the surroundings. From the forest, a fully armored army armed with weapons charged straight at him. Jang Kai quickly realized they were a defensive force dispatched from another login point, and it was clear from their appearance that their strength was not to be underestimated. You secretly evaluate each person, paying special attention to the leader. Ket leads the team forward to provoke.
Kid, do you think you can defeat the elites of multiple nations with your strength alone? If you're here, don't even think about going back.
So what? He silently vowed that he absolutely could not show weakness now. Jang Kai stood tall, calling out his phoenix, and confidently replied, "Just in time, today I, Jang Kai, will give you everything I've got." Smirking with contempt, he said,
"You're already dead and still daring to talk back." He immediately shouted an order, "Kill them!"
The rear troops immediately obeyed the order and charged, shouting, "Kill!" Jang Kai gritted his teeth and used rotten fire. Just then, a familiar voice rang out, causing him to stop.
"Captain Kai, going into battle without bringing us along, that's not very honorable."
Suddenly, thick dark clouds appeared in the sky with continuous thunderbolts striking down. Jang Kai looked up in
Amazement, as this voice was like tiny raindrops falling quickly, and a divine figure descended from the sky like a fairy. She confidently shouted, "Super powerful universal rain spell!" The enemy quickly scrambled to shield themselves from the rain.
The group of mages chanting spells were also interrupted, and they shouted in panic.
"What?" The entire battlefield instantly descends into chaos.
The attacks are bouncing back at their own teammates. Damn it, the chains are out of control. Jang Kai, surprised, calls out, "Honyan, wait a minute. When did your rain summoning technique become so powerful?" She blinked and smiled, saying, "Captain Kai, it's not just you. I've also discovered a new talent."
At that moment, Yuanju charged from behind, shouting, "The #1 war god in the world, Yuanju is here. Peasants, die."
With a single strike, he pushed back countless enemies in front of him. Jang Kai exclaimed in amazement, "It's the master.
Beautiful girl, I'm here to take your weapons and your youthful hearts as well."
Jang Kai, still stunned, turned around and said, "Nguyen Yu, there is a large army behind you, believed to be many times the size of the enemy, and they are quickly surrounding the battlefield. Lu Daishuyan, the leader of Plan B in the Laymin operation, riding a tiger and shouting loudly to protect Jang Kai, takes the defensive position. Everyone simultaneously shouts to defend the hero of Tandieu and fight." Jang Kai was stunned, thinking to himself, so many people. At this moment, Noan also appeared and asked, "Kai, we're not too late, right?" You quickly asked, Noan, what is going on? Why is everyone here with so many reinforcements?"
"Actually, at that time you told me and Juzi to go ahead."
"We all didn't want to leave you behind, but were afraid of holding you back, so we planned to retreat and hide. Wait until we recovered our strength, then come back to help you." At that moment, Juju was running while comforting you, forcing himself to hold on a little longer. "They are getting closer. Continue, Nuan."
But we hadn't had time to escape before the enemy troops started chasing us, so we had no choice but to keep running.
Suddenly, she stopped in shock, recalling that scene. Noan continued. "Just when the enemy was about to catch us,
Brother Lu appeared with his troops. Both of us were immediately taken for treatment. Everyone comforted him and said, 'From now on, just leave it to us. Your wound is quite serious and needs urgent treatment with a healing spell.'"
She continued saying that they also brought Honyan and Nguyen Ngu along. At that time, Honyan asked about her, and Noan asked, "Chutu, are you okay?" Nguyen Ngu, panting from running too fast, took a moment before speaking, saying that we came to save you all.
Additionally, Noan recounted how they surrounded the enemy, and not only did they fight, but the countries that had previously allied with Tandieu also launched a coordinated attack.
Jang Kai looked around happily and said,
"If they can mobilize the armies of various countries to launch a second attack so quickly, it's definitely not a temporary plan. It seems the army had a backup strategy prepared in advance." Noan stepped forward to perform healing magic while chatting. "Kai, if it weren't for you holding back the enemy forces at Point A, everyone wouldn't have had the chance to break through the encirclement."
"Stop talking and come here with me. I'll treat your wound first," Jang Kai said anxiously as he watched.
"There are quite a few experts here, especially the one named Ket, who is quite powerful. I'm worried."
Before you could finish speaking, Noan took Jang Kai's hand and said, "Don't worry."
At the same time, Dai Shuyan led the charge to eliminate the enemies. Watching that heroic figure, she said to him, "Lu is the core of Plan B in our Lamin operation. Dealing with that guy Ket won't be a problem, and look at everyone." In a corner of the battlefield, Honyan excitedly keeps attacking with booming voice as the super-powerful ice shards prepare to unleash a devastating cry, flying straight at the enemy, causing chaos and screams of pain.
Wing-Gu charged into close combat, his strikes decisive but still teasing his opponent. "Come on, don't dodge.
The more you struggle, the more excited I get."
Yuanzhuo said little and launched a full-force attack. The #1 war god in the world is here. Anyone who dares to be arrogant or greedy for territory will be shot down. Enemy troops fell one after another. Screams of pain echoed across the battlefield. Witnessing the scene, Keech clenched his teeth in anger and immediately ordered the retreat to the camp. Just then, someone from Jang Kai's side shouted loudly, "Point B, C, D have broken through the encirclement successfully and are heading towards the stronghold."
Jang Kai and No One happily exclaimed together, "We did it." In contrast, the troops behind them were panic-stricken and shouted, "What?"
Dai Sinarides on a tiger's back, raising his sword high, commanding the army to show these mere soldiers what true divine might is. He leads the charge into battle, shouting slogans of kill, fighting for the divine might. From then on, the enemy forces fell into chaos, being chased and scattered by Dai Shuyan's army, and their initial formation completely disintegrated. No one couldn't hold back her joy and said to him, "Kai, it's so good, we won."
"Saint Dieu has won."
Jang Kai smiled brightly and replied, "Yes, that's right."
Suddenly his eyes closed and his vision blurred. Jang Kai muttered, "It's too late." As soon as he finished speaking, he collapsed from exhaustion, and No One hurriedly caught him and called out Kai. After confirming he had only fainted from exhaustion, she let out a relieved sigh. No One whispers with a smile, "You've worked hard, rest assured, and sleep peacefully. The urgent news reports keep coming in." Today, the Multinational League launched its second assault, successfully destroying 4 major enemy strongholds in Dilok territory. After the defending forces repeatedly counterattacked, they were all defeated by the fortifications built by the League. The announcer repeatedly warned that the latest military intelligence shows the garrison forces have suffered heavy losses, with a 3-to-1 casualty ratio, and another report provides detailed coverage of the battle. At 6 a.m. Zhangjiang time, the 2nd Reserve Army of the League arrived at Dilok territory as planned, increasing the League's overall combat power by 40. The news reports continue with new updates. According to the latest information, the 3rd main force of the Allied Army has successfully logged in. The military spokesperson announced that this campaign marked the official occupation of Dilokchi by the coalition and at M's headquarters. A fierce debate erupted after hearing all the news. "Your people are useless. Even the 2 small squads of the Alliance and the Kid couldn't stop them." The deserter still has the nerve to speak. "If it weren't for your cowardice in battle, our counterattack wouldn't have failed." Now shifting the blame so eagerly, huh? Who was the one boasting earlier that the defense line was flawless?
After a heated argument, they finally blamed Mac, but ultimately it was Italy's fault for not sending more people
from the start. The whole group immediately agreed to blame him. "You're right. Everything turned out like this. Because of Italy's fault, Mac has to bear the biggest blame." Mac's eyes widened with anger, but he couldn't speak. At the same time, a broadcast echoed across the battlefield announcing that the Multinational League led by Saint Dieu had declared the opening of access to Dala territory from today. This action is more lenient than the previous blockade policy of the occupying forces and has received widespread international support. The camp area is neatly organized. The patrol guards stand in front of each tent. Suddenly, a figure appears from a distance, gradually materializing in the air. The guards quickly detected the intruder and immediately reported, "Attention squads, intruder detected." Recall, the intruder has been spotted. Hearing this, Daishuan also stepped out of the tent, observing the lone figure of the opponent suspicious, going alone into the Dilok territory. Thinking of that possibility, Dai Shuyan was startled. Could it be another person like Brother Jiang there? He looked at the nearby tent with concern, silently worried that if it was indeed him, it would be a big problem. Suddenly, the other person raised both hands and shouted, "Don't kill me, don't kill me!" He stammered as he introduced himself. "My name is Haris. I represent the Juice Country for negotiations." The group around Dai Shuyan looked confused. Then suddenly another person appeared beside Haris, cautiously asking, "Who is the team leader on your side?" "I am Kim Tae-jang from the Song Nation, representing the Song Nation, hoping to negotiate peace with you." A soldier shouted, "I remember the guy named WH is a swordsman from Juice. He has killed quite a few of our people." That singer's teammate immediately scolded, "Isn't the water song the traitor? Yet they still dare to come here." Harris took the opportunity to say, "I am here with sincerity. Our juice is ready to use resources to buy a spot in the competition. Taejang quickly explained, Big brother, we were also forced by the circumstances. We know we were wrong. Nuwakat is willing to pay double to buy a spot in the competition. Horace snorted coldly in anger, mocking. Your singing water is too wealthy, huh? Buying a slot once and now buying it again. Taejang also refused to be outdone and immediately retorted, What right do your drinks have to criticize us? Looking for the strongest customer? Wasn't it because this great deity of holy wisdom killed him instantly? If it weren't for your incompetence, we wouldn't have lost the battle. Horace and Taejang stood there arguing loudly. I said this, and they immediately retorted that your singing is truly useless. Try saying that again. No one notices that Dai Shuyen is trembling with anger. He got so angry he almost exploded. Everyone shut up for me. Horace and Taejang were about to fight when they hesitated in fear after hearing that. Dai Shuyen waved his hand to signal the guards, coldly saying, Peace negotiations. Sorry, we haven't received any notice. Just arrest them first. The soldiers immediately rushed to restrain them and shouted in unison. At the same time, inside the nearby tent, Jang Kai also vaguely opened his eyes and woke up. Honyan and Nguyen Nu, who are watching over him, happily move closer when they see he's awake. Captain Kai, you're finally awake. Jang Kai was startled and panicked, quickly stepping back and shouting, What the hell are you two doing? Don't tell me you've been standing here watching me sleep the whole time. Honyan quickly explained it was just because she was worried about you. We had just broken through Point A's defenses successfully, and you were so exhausted that you fell asleep. Nguyen also nodded and continued, and he had been sleeping for 3 days and nights straight. Suddenly, he clapped his hands as if remembering something important to report. That's right. 2 days ago, Juzi said, Captain Kai, your sister fainted at school after watching the video, and you rushed into Delak's territory alone. Jang Kai was startled and sat up, asking, What? Did Antu faint? Honyan helplessly reminded. Nguyen, can you stop being so vague when you talk? Nguyen, knowing she had slipped up, scratched his head awkwardly and said, Don't worry, no one said she's already awake. Not only do I know you're safe and sound, but I also know that in Thandio's victory, you played the most important role. She is very proud of her older brother. She is very proud of, Jang Kai sighed in relief and sat down. So, that's how it is? Honyan quickly changed the subject to keep the conversation going. She was excited to show off. To celebrate our big victory, I'll share a secret with both of you. Do you want to hear it? The two of them asked curiously, What is it? Honyan excitedly said, Remember when Captain Kai asked why my rain-making spells suddenly became stronger? Jang Kai nodded and said, That's right, Honyan. You said it was a new talent back then. Have you already leveled up? Nguyen Ngu anxiously exclaimed, Honyan, stop beating around the bush. She recounted seriously, not hiding anything from the two of them. Actually, ever since I left the area where the Howling Moon Wolf Beast was living, I felt my whole body become much more agile and flexible, which was very strange. Until a few evenings ago, when the system displayed a message congratulating you on a comprehensive upgrade of your basic attributes. A purple light envelops Honyan, and above the purple glow appears a notification of a new talent, Control Power, with several lush green leaves floating on her palm. Immediately after, a powerful purple lightning bolt shoots out from her fingertip. She happily said, Look everyone, my new talent allows me to control natural elements like wind, lightning, and water. To prove it, Honan continued to create a water sphere. Are you serious? Honyan, you can really control the direction of the water now. As soon as she finished speaking, Honan accidentally shot a stream of water straight into Nguyen Ngu's face. She nervously said, Sorry, actually, I only have basic control right now. I still needed a compass to perform during the stormy noon. Nguyen Ngu wasn't angry at all, calmly wiping the water off her face and sincerely praising, That's amazing. You haven't leveled up, but your attributes have increased, and you've gained a new talent. Honyan immediately regained her confidence and laughed loudly, saying, I didn't expect that following you two, the system might be lagging, so I was just benefiting from it. Only Jang Kai understood the reason and thought to himself, No, it definitely wasn't just benefiting without reason. My intuition tells me this is related to that demon fox. It seems to treat Honan very specially. Just then, Jang Kai's stomach suddenly growled in protest. He cleared his throat a few times to hide his embarrassment. Only then did Honan remember, We've been talking too much. Captain Kai hasn't eaten for 3 days. How could he not be hungry? She immediately ran out of the tent. Captain Kai, wait a moment. I'll go find some food right now. Nguyen Ngu hurriedly ran after him. I know what dish Captain Kai likes to eat the most. Seeing everyone caring about me, Jang Kai's heart felt warm, and his expression unconsciously became gentler.
At this moment, Daishuan came in to check on him and said, "I hear you're awake and happily calling Brother Lu."
Daishuan nodded and started a friendly chat. "Junior Brother Jiang, I've wanted to get to know you properly for a while, but these past few days I've been busy organizing the defenses, and since you also needed rest, I didn't want to bother you."
Jang Kai shook his hand sincerely and said, "Lu Daisha, thank you for coming just in time to save Juzi Noan and me."
Daishuan laughed and said, "Without you, our Lamin operation wouldn't have succeeded. You're the one who made the biggest contribution and truly deserves it." Then he continued, "By the way, young Brother Jiang, I actually have 2 more things I want to discuss with you." The Grandmaster solemnly listed, "First, some of the defending armies we pushed back are now requesting peace negotiations one after another, and they also want to buy slots to participate in the competition. At first, the higher-ups planned to refuse them all, but what they offered was just too much. Maybe you don't know that on the battlefield, our supply of divine beast resources is extremely scarce. But this is something the army can decide anyway. Is my opinion really that important?" Daishuan happily pats your shoulder and says, "If we say negotiations are negotiations, wouldn't that disappoint a hero like you who already handled the hardest part?" Jang Kai calmly delegated the decision to them. "This matter is up to you. As it involves national high-level interests, I trust the military will weigh the pros and cons well." Daishuan happily nodded, "Yes." Jang Kai asked again, "So what is the second matter?" Daishuan immediately said, "Actually, the second matter is Wei Qi Hui's idea. Although you have just recovered now, when the global competition begins, he conveyed Wei Yong's message. He hopes you can bring the core stone. To Noan and your small fire spirit team became one of the representative teams for St. Yao to participate in the competition." You asked in surprise, "Really?" Daishuan nodded and enthusiastically replied, "Yes, the Master and Nuo Na showed great bravery in the competition, already among the candidates this time, and you led them into battle with rich experience and clear strength. The position of team leader, Bantru, can only be yours." Then he spoke seriously, and Hoa Chi Hui also shared the same opinion, even promising that if they had the chance to rank and receive a reward, the prize would be split with 46% for you, 6 for him, and 4 for the army. Jang Kai pondered for a moment, but did not agree immediately. Daishuan immediately advised, "Maybe you will think the share is a bit small, but this level of competition is only open to the military since they bear the responsibility of protection and should be prioritized for resources. If everyone could participate, the country would fall into chaos. Junior Brother Jiang, do you think this is right?" Jang Kai didn't refuse nor agree and said, "Brother Lu, don't misunderstand. Actually representing St. Yao in the competition is also a kind of challenge for me. I am very willing, but this matter concerns life and death. I can't decide for everyone. I need to ask for their opinions first." Daishuan thought his words made sense and replied, "You're right. Your 2 teammates aren't soldiers, so they don't have this obligation." Jang Kai took the opportunity to ask Lu, "If our Fire Spirit Squad decides to participate as a team, could we ask you for a favor first?" "What is it?" "Captain Kai, we're back," Ho Nyan asked with curiosity. "Lu has already left?" The 2 plates of food were quickly finished. At this moment, Jang Kai also recounted the entire conversation from earlier to the 2 of them, then asked for their opinions. "The situation is that the global competition for dominance will be more dangerous than any battle before, so I hope you both think carefully before deciding whether to participate or not." Suddenly, an excited shout rang out from inside the tent. "You're too naive." Honan Hung eagerly agreed right away. "Captain Kai, I want to go. I definitely can't be left out of this global competition." Nguyen Ngu also immediately said, "I want to join too. Following Captain Kai and everyone, I'm not afraid of anything." Jang Kai, even though he had anticipated it, still felt powerless against their attitude. They truly are fearless of heaven and earth. A month later, at the icy demon realm, a figure emerged from beneath the water, gasping for breath as he looked ahead. Suddenly, his eyes widened, filled with terror as a gate appeared and the system notification flashed on the screen. "Congratulations, you have discovered the teleportation array to the land of Lokes." At the same time, someone stealing on the roof or explorers paying attention to the news also received the message. A soldier riding on horseback also looked surprised as he received the notification, which stated that the conditions for the global competition had been met and would officially start in 12 hours. The global network immediately lit up simultaneously. Countless white connection lines appear only at the location A of the Dilak Chi Dia, and the guards also receive this notification. The system announces that this competition will be broadcast live in HD quality. Each country can send up to 3 teams, each with 5 members. If the number of participants exceeds the limit,
Members of that country will die randomly and unexpectedly offline.
Jang Kai's team carefully read the rules. Nuo Nuo immediately said, "The final teleportation has been located. The global competition is about to start." Yuanzhu worriedly said, "Damn, these rules are too vague. They only say that more people will die, but how to fight, what the victory conditions are, they didn't say anything." Wengu asked curiously, "Could it really be that simple?" Honyan snorted coldly and speculated, "I think they probably want to wait until it starts before telling you which way to aim." Jang Kai also agreed with her. Honyan is right, but that's also good. At least this time those who like to play petty tricks can't prepare in advance. You smile softly and give the order. Everyone rest and recover, prepare to fight in 12 hours. Nuan Nuan's group responded excitedly. The night gradually receded behind the rolling mountains, and the rising sun dispelled the dark gloom. The system announces that the first stage of the global competition is about to begin, and reveals the rules of the game. After the competition begins, everyone will be teleported to random locations within the Dila Kingdom. There will be a 3-minute preparation period during which all damage is nullified, and a countdown timer will appear. The system provides an example. After the preparation time ends, one random member in each squad will be imprisoned. The imprisoned cannot act voluntarily but can be moved by others rescued or killed. It clearly states that in the same team, every 2 hours a new person will be imprisoned. If the imprisoned person is killed, the system will randomly imprison another team member until all team members are dead. Additionally, the system offers a reward for killing opponents, a rescue card. 5 rescue cards can free a team member from captivity, but waiting for them are countless monsters hunting prey. After the start of the competition, the outer edge of Dilak territory will be filled with high-level monsters and above, and their active area will gradually shrink from outside to inside as the competition progresses. 3 badges appear along with the system notification. When only 3 teams remain, the competition ends. The ranking will be based on the number of free members in the team and the remaining rescue cards in hand. The positions within the competition have been set with a countdown timer system. As the countdown reached 3, 2, 1, the final shout echoed, and the players' figures gradually fell into their respective positions. Just as Jang Kai stabilized his stance, the system notification immediately sounded. The competition begins. Next to Jang Kai, countless white shadows suddenly appear, signaling that players are about to be teleported. Seeing those who are not on his team, Jang Kai silently thought as expected. He narrowed his eyes and observed, confirming that all the main pillars were not here. Everyone immediately dispersed in 4 directions and quickly left the area. A fleeting thought crossed his mind: to isolate each person and then randomly imprison each individual. While running, Jang Kai kept analyzing the system's intentions. If at the right moment the captured person was surrounded by enemies, it would truly be a life-or-death situation. This rule may seem like it's testing each person's individual strength, but after careful consideration, he concludes that it's actually challenging the collective power and team cohesion of the group. Jang Kai's speed is much faster than others, but his mind is still deep in thought. As long as any team member is left behind and becomes a target for others to tear apart, it would be a devastating blow for the entire squad. At this moment, the system also announced that there were less than 30 seconds left to prepare. Jang Kai just left the area while calculating, with only 30 seconds remaining. He doesn't know if he's the one being held captive or not. For now, since he's still in a state of invincibility, it's best to find a quiet place to hide first and then figure out how to regroup with everyone. You must carefully identify your immediate goal, make use of the remaining time, and quickly eliminate the threat of captivity for the squad. At the same time, in Jiangzhong City, in the military command room, a large screen displays live footage of the entire competition scene. Shenfeng asked in shock, "What is going on? Why are they suddenly all hiding?" "Hide and seek?" Heavenly Demon explained. "They probably did that because of the rules of the contest. Anyway, only those who stay in Dila Kingdom know the specific rules of the competition." Then he turned to ask Commander Wei, "What do you think?" Wei Ung frowned and guessed it seemed like a warning before activating the hunting mode. He spoke confidently, but the 3 teams sent by Than Diu were all elite forces trained through war. The Scarlet Squad members are all strong and brave, while the Mountain River Squad is full of confident members. Wei Yung affirmed that no matter what, the only thing we can do now is trust our soldiers 100%, especially the Fire God Squad, which has long been renowned for Jang Kai. The scene shifts back to the land of Dilak, with Honan and Noan moving together. The 2 of them remain alert and scan their surroundings, when suddenly an attack comes straight down from above at their position. Honan and Noan immediately jump back to dodge. Especially, Honyan was furious and scolded, "Where did this thief come from? How dare he ambush the female hero?" Yuanzhu just descended from the sky, happily calling out, "I've finally been waiting for you."
Noan, and Honan. The two girls called out to the master in surprise, and Yuanzhu awkwardly scratched his head and asked, "I'm not trying to scare you two, right?" Honan asked curiously. "When did you arrive?" Mei Zhen looked surprised and called out to the master. Yuanzhu awkwardly scratched his head and asked, "I was lucky enough to notice my teleportation spot right in the forest near our camp as soon as I woke up." Then Vian Tru raised his watch and said I was trying to contact everyone to gather, but the signal was cut off because the competition had already started. So he hid in the corner to observe. I guess everyone would head back to the camp, so I climbed a tree to wait. As expected, they finally waited for the two of them. After talking for a while, Vian Tru suddenly remembered what he needed to ask. "That's right. Why did the two of you go together?" Noan immediately explained. "I met Honyan on the road, and we both guessed everyone would return to the camp to gather, so we came here together." Honyan stroked her chin and nodded in agreement. "Yes, that's right. If we thought of this, then I believe Captain Kai and Nguyen Yu would have thought of it too. As long as they can act freely, they will definitely come here," Noan said anxiously, not knowing who the next person to arrive would be. A minute later, there was a rustling sound from the bushes, and Yuanzhu immediately noticed and announced that someone was coming. A familiar pair of legs stepped out from the thicket. Everyone looked in shock at the person who just appeared. Ngu. "Oh, Honyan, it seems everyone has come back here as well." At that moment, the system's chest countdown also stopped, and everyone immediately realized with panic that the person being held captive was Yuanzhu. Hi. At this moment, Jang Kai suddenly froze on the tree, realizing with a start that he couldn't move. Could it be bad luck again? Jang Kai clenched his teeth and thought to himself, "What now?" It seems there is still someone there. Looking down with your eyes, there is a person hiding beneath the tree opposite. Jang Kai stared at him closely and then realized he was holding a weapon in his hand. He worriedly thought, "That guy has been watching me nonstop. When did he get so close?" It was clear that just now I didn't hear any sound at all. Jang Kai was shocked and guessed that he might have been lying in wait there beforehand and had seen me jump into the tree earlier. He gritted his teeth and cursed silently, "Damn it, but he has been waiting for quite a while and still hasn't seen any movement from the other side." Only then did Jang Kai gradually realize, don't tell me he's also being held captive like me. After observing for a while longer and seeing that the other person still hadn't moved, you finally let out a sigh of relief. Sure enough, unexpectedly, Jang Kai looked to the side and thought, "Wait a minute, is there still someone here?" Soon, he spotted another person lying in the grass. Jang Kai silently thought in despair, "I didn't expect there to be 3 people hiding in this small area, and all of us are unlucky enough to be imprisoned." He worries and calculates. However, this also means that as soon as any teammate from either side appears, they can easily kill the other two and obtain the 2 rescue cards. Jang Kai closed his eyes, trying to think of a solution, and despairingly asked, "Chuzhu, where are you guys right now?" The anxious pillar on the other side urged Honan to hurry. "Honyan, can you tell where Kai is?" Noan also worriedly said, "He's unable to move right now and could be in danger at any moment. We need to find him quickly." Nguyen also agreed. "Yes, Honyan, try to see if you can tell." Honyan took out her tools and hesitantly said, "I'll try." Although I'm not sure if I can be accurate, but before she could use her abilities, a group of people appeared. It's really a small world. That team from Y Country, the guild stepped aside and the squad became knights. Jack led the way, mocking with a sharp tongue. "Jang Kai is the leader of your group, right? It seems he's the one being held this time." Noan was immediately pulled back by her teammates to protect her. "You guys are from the Y Country." Jack raised his sword, his voice full of sarcasm and sharp wit. "That kid Jang Kai was left alone, while you guys rushed straight into my hands. Looks like today, Lady Luck isn't on your side." Yuanzhu also refused to show weakness and retorted, "I wonder who you are. So you are from the same country as Christina? Last time the compensation wasn't enough, and now you want to risk your life again?" Boris snorted coldly. "If it weren't for that cunning kid Jang Kai, how could your country's defenses have fallen? Why should Slot's participation in this competition cause such a resource shortage to compensate for?" Jessica sneered. "Today, I'll use you guys to settle the score, then go find Jang Kai to get back both principal and interest." Lobo turned to advise the person lying on the ground. "Tom, don't worry. Kill these 4 more and we'll have 5 rescue tokens and soon we'll free you from captivity." The group of the pillar immediately tensed up, sneering with pleasure, saying, "Without Jang Kai, you're just a bunch of children waiting to be slaughtered." He shouted loudly and charged with his team, determined to show them what despair's imbalance truly looks like today. Jack ordered to handle the healer first, Nuan Nuan was terrified to realize she had become the first target, but the pillar moved first, leaping into the air, ready to strike down, shouting loudly, "Hell's Descent Kick!"
With just a powerful strike, all 4 enemies were pushed back. Jiak sneered mockingly. Quite strong indeed. He immediately ordered Boris Lobo to handle the 2 others. Jessica and I are surrounding and attacking this bull and the healer. The other 3 are responding enthusiastically. Watching Nguyen Ngu and Honyan shielding Nanyan, they sneered and said, "One damn fat guy, one fortune teller. I can finish you all in 3 seconds." Nguyen Ngu clenched his shield tightly and shouted, "Fall back, this place is under my control." Honyan worriedly said, "We're in trouble. Nguyen Ngu hasn't had his drink yet." Boris charged with his sword, mocking. "Are you still trying to be a hero, fat pig?" His sword clashes fiercely with Nguyen Ngu's shield. Because he hasn't drunk alcohol, his strength is greatly diminished, and he can only barely withstand the attack with all his might. Honan raised her hands to the sky, forming a swirling water sphere in her palms, a super-powerful rain-summoning spell. A piercing scream echoed as the lightning bolt struck the metal trigram's shield. He yanked the chain, causing the shield to fly back, shouting, rain-making, might as well pray for his death to end his suffering. On this side, Yuanju runs to block in front of Nuan Nuan, swinging his sword, causing Jessica to be pushed back. Jiak takes the opportunity to rush forward, sneaking a strike at Yuanju's side. Nuan Nuan screams in alarm, warning him to be careful. Yuanju, startled by the scream, quickly turned his head to the side and brandished his sword to withstand Jack's relentless attack. But Jack's strength was too great, and he kept pushing forward, forcing Vientru to gradually retreat. Jack glanced at Vientru over his sword and said, "See? That fear in your eyes." He grinned eerily. "Do you really think someone like you can protect your teammates?" Jack unleashes all his strength, holding his sword tightly and laughing loudly. Go cry to the women. Vientru is amazed by his enormous power and is about to collapse. At this moment, Nuono extended her fingers toward Jack with a somber expression. A series of sharp needles pierced through Jack's arm from beneath the skin, causing him to stagger heavily. "What?" Over on the other side, Jang Kai is hiding on a branch. Half an hour has passed, and I don't know how Vientru and the others are doing. Suddenly, he sensed movement, turned around with a start, and saw a burly, fierce-faced man cutting through the bushes with a sword to reveal Harris hiding below. He squinted, smiled broadly, and finally found a target. Harris was terrified and couldn't react in time when he was discovered. Immediately, the burly man swung a decisive blow, blood splattering everywhere. Harris didn't even have time to scream as he was stabbed in the stomach and was thrown out, hitting Dao Din's hiding spot. The big guy smirked and walked over with his sword, with another man behind him. Dao Din was pinned down by a tree, lying motionless on the ground. He broke out in cold sweat, clenched his teeth, his nerves tense but helpless, as the burly man walking over suddenly stopped and looked up. He looked straight up at where Jang Kai was standing. The burly man lowered his sword. Jang Kai also grew tense. "We've been discovered." The burly man laughed loudly in excitement. "Nice, this time a big catch, 3 guys at once." Then he swung his sword to cut into Ding's arm. He collapsed on the spot as the burly man licked the blood off his blade, smiling eerily. "Thank you, brother, but I don't plan to let you go." The nailhead has now disappeared, leaving a gold card behind, as the burly man drags his sword on the ground, humming as he walks over to the tree where Jang Kai is standing with 2 dagger-shaped cards. "It's your turn next." Jang Kai frowned. "Am I really going to die this time? I can't move at all now unless their pillar arrives in time." Suddenly, he realized something, repeating his own words, unable to move. Jang Kai smiled. Did he just realize something? The burly man rushed up the tree, swinging his knife and shouting, "Go to hell!" Jang Kai remained still, unmoving in the face of his attack. He smirked, looking extremely confident in his decision. His inner voice was steady. What couldn't be moved was his body, not the death card. Immediately, the card shot up from behind. The burly man couldn't react in time, and as he swung his sword again, the card sliced across him, causing him to vomit blood. The card returns, this time piercing through the body to kill the burly man. Jang Kai controls the 3 cards to fly into the air, and he commands with his mind, "Death card, go." A gust of wind envelops the 3 golden cards, emitting a blinding light from them. The death card returns to Jang Kai's body. He calculated the 3 cards, but 5 are needed to save himself, so he's still too short. Suddenly, his eyes light up as he remembers something. There is a way. 5 minutes later, Jang Kai's 3 self-rescue cards slowly descend and hover in the empty space below. Damn, this is unbelievable luck, finding 3 rescue cards just like that. But suddenly, he froze, a wave of suspicion rising in his mind. Wait a minute.
This doesn't make sense. Why are there suddenly 3 rescue cards here? The man looked around in all directions. Clearly this place just went through a fight. The bloodstains are still fresh. Could it be that both sides were badly wounded and died on the spot?
But the value of the self-rescue card is too great, making the man still feel regretful. Maybe someone still alive heard his footsteps and panicked to run away, even leaving the rescue card behind. Carrying a glimmer of hope, he continued to observe the surroundings, but the more he searched, the more he felt something was wrong. That's not right. He cautiously moved forward, a growing sense of unease, as if something was off. Could this be?
At that moment, Jang Kai's death card suddenly appeared behind the man and struck him forcefully. His eyes widened with regret. It was a trap.
In just one move, the man was eliminated from the game, leaving behind a rescue card. Jang Kai thought to himself with satisfaction, now he has 4 rescue cards, only 1 more to go, and he can gain his freedom. You seem a bit worried, just wondering how the other side's team is doing. Over there, the pillar is dominating and attacking Jack. He panicked and retreated to keep his distance. Jack's companions immediately rushed in to support the team leader, and Nuan anxiously warned, "Chuzi, be careful behind you." Vientru grit his teeth and quickly changed direction, but still couldn't dodge the surprise attack from the enemy. He clutched his wound and jumped aside, cursing loudly. 4 against 1, shameless. At this moment, Nguyen Ngu threw something forcefully. "Chutsu, try my new wine." Vientru grabs Nguyen Ngu's untouched cup of alcohol. Do the enemies look down on him and mock him, trying to use the alcohol to numb himself and reduce the pain? Anyway, even the coward becomes braver after drinking. He sneers coldly and threatens, "I think that was the last drink before being beheaded. Daring to conspire against me, you're just rushing to your death." Lobo, holding the chain, rushes forward excitedly without realizing the danger. Suddenly, the fierce power of Vientru and Nguyen Ngu erupts. Vientru, as if injected with chicken blood, arrogantly declared that Vien Mo is the #1 war god in the world, a god who kills gods and demons who kill demons, while Nguyen Ngu also fell into a frenzied state, shouting loudly, "In my entire life, I have never been inferior to anyone. Where is the beauty?" What? Vientru darted forward like lightning, his single sword strike sending the entire group flying. Jiak clenched his teeth, his eyes filled with unwillingness. The pillar did not give him a chance to recover, leaping up to strike. The first war. God is here, everyone. Raise your swords and strike hard, shout loudly, and lie down to die. Jack's eyes widened in shock, his hand trembling as he froze for a moment before stammering. The pillar didn't hold back, swinging his sword fiercely, splitting Jack's blade in 2 and striking him hard, blood splattering everywhere. How far did he fly? The broken tree collapsed there. Boris was so frightened by the scene that his voice trembled as he said, "I've met countless swordsmen, but your devilish swordsmanship is even more mysterious and exquisite than that of a swordsman." In front of him, Nguyen Ngu was slowly advancing, pointing his sword at Boris, face flushed, telling him to stop talking nonsense and take off his shirt. Boris broke out in cold sweat, eyes wide with confusion, wondering how it had come to this. He saw Nguyen Ngu staggering towards him with shield and sword in hand. After drinking, this guy truly becomes a different person. Boris froze in place, watching Nguyen Ngu approach, his swordsmanship swift and fluid like drifting clouds and flowing water, leaving no trace, almost merging with his body movement. Nguyen Ngu now stood right in front of Boris, his sharp red eyes flashing as he swung his sword and grinned widely. A few days ago in the team's makeshift hut, Captain Kai here is Jang Kai holding out a combat manual. Nguyen Ngu, although you are not a swordsman, your natural talent and love for alcohol make you highly suitable for swordsmanship skills. The upcoming global competition is approaching. This is the skill book I borrowed from Big Brother Lu for you. Then I turned to look at Dai Shuyan, who has many military resources, and I want to ask for your help in finding a swordsmanship skill book for Nguyen Ngu to improve his strength. He looked at Jang Kai with confidence. It's nothing for the sake of national glory. Don't mention finding a skill book. I would even risk my life. Nguyen Ngu took the book and wondered if this was the skill book that swordsmanship explorers and legends always dreamed of receiving. The system immediately displayed the message, Vo Thuk Chi Nyan. When an explorer enters a state of absolute focus, their techniques are no longer constrained by form. The sword, like an extension of the body, moves naturally with the flow of the battle. Smooth as clouds and water. Unpredictable. Returning to reality, Nguyen Ngu's strike tore through Boris's shirt. Your thick fur? I like it. Boris, blushing, covers his chest with his hand. What do you want to do? This is a global competition for dominance, and yet you... Nguyen Ngu doesn't care, rushing forward while laughing. Are you missing a piece inside? Ah, I see now. You did it on purpose, didn't you, my little darling? Boris shouted loudly after hearing that, missing a piece. I'm fully dressed in outer armor, inner armor, and lining, so what could I be missing? His face was as red as it was about to explode. Nguyen Ngu kept slashing at Boris. This time he has no clothes left on his upper body, and his smile is still not enough. He grins mischievously. He keeps laughing. Boris holds the person in his arms, tears and snot streaming down his face. He shouted a single word without prolonging it. Lightning suddenly struck down, and the sky that was clear for a moment turned completely dark with clouds. Luokang Tuolium runs like the wind. Our assassins are the best at fighting in all adverse conditions. Do they really think they can stop us with this little trick? Dream on. Jessica is in front of him. Kill them quickly and decisively. No one also shows no mercy, throwing her orbs while shouting loudly. Honyan! Honyan grabs the bagua and spins the water to wrap around her hand. No matter what kind of assassin you are, I am a god in the rain. The spheres from Noan rush straight toward Lobo and Jessica. What the hell? My face, Honya, taking advantage of the moment when those two couldn't fight back, raised my hand to catch this cosmic, super-powerful hailstorm. Then, a hailstorm suddenly appeared. The stones pierced through Lobo and Jessica, falling to the ground, which also cracked open. 10 minutes later, back in the same forest where they fought fiercely, Vientru and Nguyen-gu were leaning against a tree, resting and sober. Noan kneels in front of them and softly calls out, Vientru, Big Brother Nguyen, are you both awake? Next to her are 2 empty bottles of the antidote. Vientru suddenly woke up and shouted, Where is that aggressive team from earlier? Who won? Where's the rescue token? Did we get it? Nguyen-gu was just as confused. Yes, that's right. Noan held up 5 shining rescue cards, smiling brightly, saying, Yen Tam, we have all 5 rescue cards. Honyan is calculating Kai's location now, and once we have the result, we can go save him immediately. Honyan also cheered happily, I know where Captain Kai is now. The 3 of them immediately became excited again, all eager to reunite with Jang Kai soon. Jang Kai, sitting on the tree, staring intently at the 4 cards on the ground, frowning in thought, says, Half an hour has passed, no new explorers have arrived, Yuan Zhu and the others still haven't found me. A loud noise echoed, and the ground seemed to shake violently. Jang Kai held tightly to the tree trunk, looking uneasy. Something's wrong. This disturbance means the area is starting to close in. The rumbling grows louder. It's the sound of stone footsteps. The giant stone creatures carrying trees are coming with fierce eyes. Below, a line of giant monsters march forward, each carrying a huge tree on their shoulders, including the level 65 leader and the level 88 king-level stone giant. Jang Kai, trapped and unable to move, could only take a cold breath and watch them from the tree. Even with the death card, facing 4 level 65 commander-level monsters, he had to fight for his life. Not to mention now there was also a king-level one. This time, it's dangerous. The giant stone spirits are swinging their trees to destroy everything around them. At this moment, Jang Kai had a sudden thought. Wait a minute, he observed carefully. These creatures look like they're made of stone and vines, with only their ruby-like eyes visible, and seemingly no mouth, ears, or nose. But just as they approached the canopy where Jang Kai was hiding, the stone spirit suddenly stopped. It turned around and clenched the trunk. Jang Kai nervously thought to himself, Could I be wrong about this? The crystal golem's finger pierced through the tough bark, and with a mighty lift, it hoisted the tree trunk, almost uprooting it from the ground. The giant tree trunk was gently lifted by Thach Tin Ku as he estimated, while Jang Kai clenched his teeth, trying to hold on tightly. Thach Tin Ku, completely unaware of his presence, casually slung the tree over his shoulder before continuing on his way. Jang Kai thought in shock, Am I being treated like a new weapon? As expected, he has no sense of smell. I carefully considered my options, almost activating the Wheel of Destiny earlier to take a gamble. Suddenly, the entire group of stone giants sped up and charged forward. The lead king-level stone giant led the pack to a cliff, below which was an open area where 2 sides were fighting fiercely. Neither side realizes that the stone giants are watching them while they are attacking each other with full force. Jang Kai worries that 2 teams are fighting. Seeing the rocks rushing down, he felt puzzled. There's a mountain blocking the way here. Yet these creatures have no hearing or sense of smell, so how do they know there's someone over there? Not long after, the 2 teams fighting noticed something unusual as the giant stone creatures started running quickly, but it seemed the stone giants had prepared in advance, gathering energy in their fists and delivering a powerful punch to the ground, causing the earth to crack open and form a hill. Large rocks then rolled down to block the escape routes of the 2 teams.
They had carefully calculated the positions to block the paths, preventing all retreat options. At that moment, the other giant stone spirits rushed forward carrying trees, each charging and swinging their trunks fiercely, one heavy strike knocking down a nearby player, causing a shrill scream. At this point, Jang Kai finally realized that this type of attack indeed allowed them to track prey through ground vibrations, which explained why he hadn't been detected. No wonder they didn't recognize me earlier, not only because of the thick foliage, but also because I was always on the tree, never touching the ground. Jang Kai thought that he couldn't let the giant stone spirit throw away this tree. If I just fall to the ground, they will definitely notice. The others are alert, watching the giant monsters in front of them. You lead the charge. Oliver finally decides to take a risk and orders everyone to rush forward, trying to leave the ground and jump to attack. Thak Tin Ku carries the tall tree on his shoulder. Oliver leaps ahead to attack, shouting, "I'll risk it with you!" From a hidden corner, Jang Kai quietly observes, knowing that with his level 60 combat skills, he cannot damage a king-level boss in a short time. Oliver's two swords slash down with full force. At this moment, Jang Kai realized, wait a minute, his real goal is to destroy the tree and escape while the enemy is distracted. He smiled excitedly to himself, this is truly a perfect opportunity. Jang Kai hides under the tree canopy, waiting for Oliver to fall into the trap. Whether he can escape depends on this strike. By the time Oliver realizes he's been caught, it's already too late. What? There's someone there. The death card controlled by Jang Kai shot straight out and slammed into Oliver. He spat out a mouthful of blood, trying to warn his teammates, but his breath was already ragged. Someone is exploiting the boss to cheat. Oliver's consciousness quickly faded away, and his body collapsed right beneath the giant stone creature. After being crushed by the monster, his body instantly disappeared, and the rescue card flew back toward Jang Kai. You happily looked at the 5 rescue cards in front of you. 5 cards? The system immediately displays a message. You have collected all 5 rescue cards, and the captivity state is now ended. Is there an ending choice? Jang Kai unhesitatingly chooses yes. A beam of white light emanates from his body. The system announces that the rescue card was successful, and the confinement state has been lifted. Jang Kai slowly moved his body, and after confirming the result, he excitedly exclaimed, "I can move again." Suddenly, Jang Kai lost his balance, only to see the giant crystal king raising his body high, preparing to attack his opponent. Jang Kai clenched the trunk, thinking to himself that this guy was focusing on the battle, and now was the perfect chance to escape. But suddenly, a feeling of unease rose in his heart. This feeling, a golden vortex, appeared in the sky. The system kept announcing that the first stage of the global competition had ended. The second stage begins, and the rescue zone is now open on the map, allowing the use of rescue cards to exchange for functional items. The notification continues to repeat. Squads will once again have a member captured. The captured person cannot act on their own, but can be moved by others, rescued by others, or killed by others. At the same time, this tree was thrown down, but Jang Kai remained motionless on the branch without moving. Moving to the nearby forest, Vian Tru's group was desperately rushing forward, quickly regrouping with team leader Kai. At this moment, the system announces that the second round of random imprisonment is about to begin. The pillar grits his teeth and says, "No time left, we have to find a hiding spot." Nuan quickly spots a hiding spot, a hollow tree on the other side. The pillar swiftly urges the group to get inside. "Hurry up!" The system shows a 3-second countdown. By the time the second sentence rings out, all 4 of them are already hidden inside the hollow. Finally, the system announced the group closed their eyes tightly, ready to face it. After a moment with nothing happening, a calm silence enveloped them. Then everyone cheered excitedly. "It's not me!" Trot Nguyen realized something and said, "So the person imprisoned this time has returned to Jang Kai's spot," and he helplessly thought to himself, "I knew it." A system notification appeared above his head indicating that he had been chosen as the prisoner for the second round. Jang Kai reluctantly thought, "My luck is really terrible." It seems that Thak Tin Ku has wiped out all the players below. One by one, the figures disappeared. Jang Kai quietly stood on the observation tree, remaining highly alert. Sure enough, the boss level and king level monsters wiped out the elite squad in less than a minute. I recall the system notification about the rescue zone opening on the map, where rescue cards can be exchanged for special items. Jang Kai quietly thought that the item mentioned earlier in the rules sounded like some kind of special tool. Although its exact function was unknown, since the system emphasized it so much, it must be extremely important. He quickly made a decision, whether to break free from the restraint or to receive the functional item. He had to gather the rescue card quickly. Observing the giant stone golems again as they moved along the tree trunk, he guessed the start was near, so he continued hiding in the tree as before.
letting this guy eliminate the competitors. Suddenly, a familiar sound echoed from the tree. Jang Kai was startled to recognize the noise. Could it be that he looked down and noticed a crack in the branch, secretly worried that the branch was about to break? Jang Kai remembered when the tree was lifted up. Could it be that was when the two stone spirits met and something was bound to happen? He gritted his teeth and thought, damn it, if he falls now, it's like walking into a trap himself, and all his previous efforts will be in vain. He silently prays in his heart, hang on, do not fall at this moment. Thaktin Ku continues to walk steadily, completely unaware of what is happening on the tree. The branch, now broken in half, was caught in a no-win situation, unable to move forward or backward. Thaktin Ku's heavy steps pressed down again, and the final branch couldn't withstand the pressure and snapped off. Jang Kai's breathing nearly stopped as he prepared to face his final fate, while Vien Tru's group wondered if the person being held captive at this stage was Kai. But wasn't Kai already imprisoned earlier? Honan speculated. I guess Captain Kai was probably rescued by the other two squads. After escaping captivity, he kept going. No wonder I could never pinpoint his location when I tried to predict it. Wenju let out a relieved breath. The strength of the Brotherhood of Knights is indeed formidable. For now, that seems to be the case. Only Nguyen and Ngu spoke to the point. Captain Kai's luck really is strange. He barely escaped captivity, only to be imprisoned again shortly after. As soon as she finished speaking, the group fell silent. No one quickly tried to lighten the mood. Everyone stay positive. Even though it's unlucky, it also shows that Kai is probably safe for now. Our most important task is to understand the situation clearly and then reunite with Kai's group. Honyan nodded in agreement. No one said. Yes, the first phase of the competition has ended, but we don't know which countries were eliminated or advanced. Moreover, it seems the new rules mention something called functional items. Suddenly, no one noticed something and quickly pointed to the faint purple mist, asking everyone, "What is that?" Vien Tru exclaimed in surprise. "That fog? I remember it wasn't there a moment ago." Nguyen Ngu nervously said, "I didn't see it earlier. Maybe some monster created it." No one immediately denied, "That's not it. If it were a monster, the surroundings wouldn't be so quiet. I have a feeling that place might reveal something very important." Honyan immediately encouraged, "So what are we waiting for? Let's see for ourselves." The whole group moved deeper into the purple smoke. When they arrived, the scene before them left them stunned. It was a dirt pillar with a statue on top, constantly emitting a brilliant light. The system immediately displays a message. Congratulations on successfully discovering the rescue zone. After touching the stone stele, using the rescue card can exchange for the corresponding functional item at the stele. The team members immediately cheered excitedly. "No way, we've already discovered the rescue land." Honyang pulls Noan over to a stone tablet and quickly checks what can be exchanged. The inscription shows that the map card can be used to locate all surviving team members, monsters, and rescue zones on the map. "They were both overjoyed," Honyan exclaimed. "This is great! Now we can avoid monsters on the way to find Captain Kai, which is not only more efficient, but also allows us to search for other rescue zones together after reuniting." Noan also nodded in agreement, and another line appeared on the stone tablet. The cost was 8 rescue tokens. Honyan looked grim. 8 tokens were really just extortion. It was impossible to exchange for them at all. Noan sighed and went to check another one. Vien Tru and Nguyen Ngu were also standing in front of 2 different steles. Honyan and Noan hold hands as they search for another monument. They pass by each monument one by one, using a single teleport card to perform an exact map-wide teleport, costing 7 rescue tokens. On the other side is a different function. The target lock card can search the entire map for a specified target, display the area within a 10-meter radius where the target is located, and maintain the lock for 2 hours, exchanging 6 rescue tokens. The other card records an abnormality removal status that can clear the abnormal status of a specific target, used up to 4 times, also exchanging 6 rescue tokens. After a while of searching, the 4 of them stand in front of the last stone stele. The serious voice notes that only the final stone stele remains. This stone tablet is also another card. The Global Information card provides a full intelligence report on the participating teams every 20 minutes. The monster in the competition area can also designate up to 3 teams not on their side or 3 monsters to check their status. Exchange rate: 5 rescue cards. Nguyen Yu hesitated, scratching his head. 5 rescue cards here are already the cheapest. Do you want to take them without exchanging? Once we're done using them, we won't have any cards left. Honan frowns and nods slightly. But this time, stumbling upon the rescue zone is already a great luck. There won't be such a good chance again next time. Missing the chance would be a huge loss. Noan shares her opinion as well. That's right. Instead of blindly searching for Kai and the others, it's better to first gather key intelligence,
Because in this kind of life and death confrontation, information imbalance is often the key to victory or defeat.
Shutu, what do you think? Vientru said seriously, in a low voice. I agree, and we can also use the global information cards to designate Big Brother Lu and Big Brother Chen's teams, so we can meet Kai again and quickly regroup with the main forces. No one stepped forward, with the other three standing around cheering.
No one, start moving. No one held out the 5 gold cards and whispered, let's try this.
She reached out and gently touched the stone tablet, guiding the 5 cards toward it.
The 5 cards immediately flew back, as if pulled into the stone tablet. No one raised both hands, still exerting her power, and the stone tablet suddenly shone with a blue light.
The system message appeared, indicating success,
The global information card, and whether the rescue card remains.
No one was overjoyed. It was a success. The electric sphere in front of the 4 of them kept growing larger, and they stood watching patiently. The charge dispersed, leaving only a notice board showing the current number of survivors in the contest. There are 906 people, 200 teams, the progress of monster infiltration, 327
boss-level monsters, and 43 king-level monsters. The activity area extends 17 kilometers around the competition zone.
Yuanju frowned in panic. Nearly 300 people have already been eliminated, and Huannan was just as tense. The early stage was only small-scale encounter starters, but as the rescue zone appeared and the monster invasion expanded, the real slaughter had only just begun. Wen Yu stands beside him with a worried look. Captain Kai is so famous that those seeking revenge are surely not only from the Y Nation, and now a target lock card has appeared.
I can't imagine how much danger he might face,
but luckily, he's not alone right now. No one quietly watches the new information appear.
May I confirm that you are adding the Sun Ha team and the team Red team to the designated target list on the global information card? Is
it Bai? She doesn't hesitate and moves forward.
I don't know how much longer Big Brother Lu and Big Brother Tron can hold on, so let's check the situation first.
The globe appears along with a report.
Team Sun Ha has 3 survivors, the Red team has 2 survivors, Yuanju and Honya shout together.
What? Wen Gu's voice trembling. Captain Kai no one was stunned, unable to believe this news, as Kai was not with their leader Lu. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the angel was watching everyone through a screen. That's great. The Fire God team seems to have discovered a very important artifact. Currently, both the Mountain and Sea team and the Red team have found their captured teammates, but the casualties are not looking good. Then Fong is also there. He looked up at the screen and finally saw where Jang Kai had been hiding all along, still undetected by the cameras. Wei Ying commented in a low voice. Looking at the situation of others, Jang Kai has probably been detained twice. This also confirms that he was the one who freed himself from the first detention, since we haven't seen anyone help him.
The angel just sneered and said, yes, I still don't understand how this kid does it, but he always surprises us.
Suddenly, Wei Ying noticed something on the screen. Wait a moment, that's him. He turned to speak to the technician. A row of 3 items in column A enlarged the screen. Yes, the screen immediately zoomed in to reveal a group of people. They are the 5 members of the level hunting team. The leader in the hat is level 60, and everyone following him is level 50. The angel frowned and ordered an investigation into the Sandkill team's records and all available achievements since the start of the competition. The technician typed while reading, noting that while all national teams have suffered casualties, the Visa's hunting team is particularly exceptional. He implied that the person leading with the hat is part of the team that still holds the record for no casualties so far. The leader of the Visa's hunting team is one of the top swordsmen of the Juice Country.
The technician's voice was steady but also highlighted the importance of Visas. According to intelligence, after breaking through level 60 a year ago, Visas voluntarily downgraded to 40, then, at an astonishing speed, trained back up to level 60.
From then on, we suspected that his talent was probably similar to him swallowing his saliva to calm down and shifting into reincarnation.
At the same time, outside the competition, the celestial spirit exclaimed in horror, reincarnation.
Shen Feng exclaimed in horror, is there really such a talent? Wouldn't that be cheating? In other words, this guy may look only level 60 on the outside, but his true strength far exceeds level 60.
Wei Ying confirmed seriously, and not only that, I've also heard some rumors about this kind of reincarnation talent.
He recounted everything he knew. The terrifying thing about this talent is that after each reincarnation, all of one's attributes increase dramatically. Strength, physique, agility, and mental state all cannot be precisely measured in terms of increase. And the more times one reincarnates, the more terrifying the attribute growth becomes.
The scene shifts to the Sonha squad, with Xiaojiang carrying someone on his shoulder, anxiously calling out, "But boss, your wound is bleeding again."
She snorted coldly, angrily scolding. The Xia Nation and Ji Nation are truly shameless. They even conspired together to ambush us. If it weren't for them, Fang Wei wouldn't have been imprisoned all this time, and your leader wouldn't be injured. Xiaojiang grits his teeth in pain, remembering what just happened, because Zhao Ming and Tran Qian would never sacrifice themselves in vain. Dai Xuyan immediately cuts in. "Now is not the time for sorrow. We've already wasted a lot of time trying to escape. So speed up, and if we happen to encounter those monsters, the situation will be even more dangerous." Xiaojiang immediately responded clearly. Just then, a barrage of arrows suddenly shot from ahead. Da Xuan opened his eyes in horror, swung his sword to cut down all the arrows, and shouted loudly, "Who is that?" Juiced, the hunting team of the Japan Guild. The leader of the team stepped forward to taunt, and unexpectedly, while killing Jang Kai, he casually took out a few members of the Holy Divine. That person was Explorer Visas, a level 60 swordsman. He sneered and introduced himself, saying, "I am Visas. Remember this name because it will become your nightmare for the rest of your lives." Dai Shuyan secretly warned himself, "This guy's pressure is truly terrifying. Boss, let me hold them off. Do you want to run away? Once I lock onto my prey, there's no chance to escape." He suddenly appears beside Xiaojiang, teasing, "Let me personally have a fight with you all." She immediately swung her sword to attack, but was gently dodged by him. Suddenly, Visas changed direction and charged straight behind her. Feng Wei stared in shock as Visas swiftly grabbed his head and slammed it against the stone. Xiaojiang shouted in panic, "Feng Vi," and charged forward in fury. "You crazy, I'll risk everything against you." Visas coldly swings his sword, unleashing the brutal snow slash technique, countless spiraling blades shooting out, leaving Xiaojiang stunned. She was startled and called the captain, only to see Dai Shuyan leap high into the air, putting all his strength into his final attack. Who is the overlord? Visas didn't dodge at all. The sword slashed straight into his shoulder. Dai Sun was overjoyed, thinking, "Got him." But then his eyes widened. His movements suddenly froze, and he saw that the spot where Visas had just been standing had turned into a block of stone. Dai Xuan panically realized that it was a decoy. Before he could understand what was happening, Visas had suddenly moved and appeared above his head. His eyes emitted a strange light as he muttered, "Unstoppable shadow slash." Dai Xuan and Xiaojiang were panic-stricken but had no time to react as countless swords rained down, causing them to scream in agony. After dealing with two of them, Visas gently descends to the ground. He looks down at the trembling Dai Xuyan lying on the ground, realizing that he is still enduring the pain throughout his body, struggling to get up. Visas sneered mockingly, "I told you my prey can't escape whether it's you or Jang Kai. Any last words?" Dai Xuyan smirked coldly and arrogantly replied, "Jang Kai will definitely win the contest for the throne because of Thandiu." Visas threw his sword to the ground and sneered, "I'm afraid your wish will be shattered." The blade turning red shows he has activated his blood power. The sword was driven straight into Dai Xuyan's chest. Blood splattered everywhere. His eyes went blank, and his gaze gradually lost focus, his body slowly collapsing. In the end, Dai Xuyan was eliminated from the competition, and the rescue card appeared. Visas happily took the card. His teammates sneered, saying, "I think these trash aren't worth the boss's effort." Yes, it dirties his hands. With the boss and these 3 cards, he has collected all 7 rescue cards. Visas immediately ordered to use the zone-claiming card. He thought to himself, "Jang Kai, I really want to meet you soon." In the meeting room, the 3 angels looked at the screen in shock. I remember that Lu Daisun's personal strength was very outstanding, and his recent ability assessment was also at level S. Yet he was easily killed by this guy. They began to worry, if they encounter him, will Jang Kai still have a chance to win? Wei Ying pondered silently, lost in thought. The scene shifts back to Jang Kai's location, which is now filled with tree trunks, and he is still clinging to the branch in the same position as before. 20 minutes ago, just as the branch beneath his feet was about to break, Jang Kai thought he was about to die, but the scene before him left him utterly amazed. Suddenly, Thak Tin Ku's entire body shattered and fell to the ground in pieces. The tree on his shoulder with Jang Kai also dropped straight down. At this moment, the system issued a notification that Thak Tin Ku was entering a dormant state, with 19 minutes and 59 seconds remaining, and as soon as the message ended, a series of Thak Tin Ku fell one after another. Jang Kai carefully calculated that 15 minutes had already passed, and in 5 minutes, these monsters would awaken. Suddenly, several groups of people appeared from the forest ahead, approaching quickly, and I was startled, thinking that someone was coming. Some members of the Song Hat Squad couldn't help but speak out, truly not understanding why the Hawkman Association lost. With so many people, no one could kill Jang Kai, and someone immediately scoffed. If it weren't for Sheng Diao leading the attack in the second round, Jang Kai wouldn't have escaped. Just thinking about it made them feel uneasy, so they quickly decided to deal with Tan Dieu first to vent their anger, then rely on strength to fight for the top 3. Someone added, Jang Kai is nearby, our squad always uses zone cards to track him. This time he's running like crazy. Suddenly Lap Hang shouted loudly, Look over there! Visas's team just arrived, and his teammates looked confused and puzzled, claiming that the target should be nearby. The people around started to discuss. Wasn't that the assassination squad that refused to form an alliance earlier, saying they wanted to take down Jang Kai alone? Right now, the squads from other countries have already lost many people. Yet they have fought all the way here, without any injuries. Tuang Vu angrily kicks the stone beneath his feet. Just luck. Today I must take down Jang Kai. Have they split up and started searching? Did they find Jang Kai? We've searched everywhere around here, and there's no sign of the marked area showing this place. So Tuang Vu angrily kicks the nearby tree and curses. Damn it, did that kid notice something was wrong and run away? Just as he looked up, he saw Jang Kai's figure, and Tuang Vu froze. There was someone in the tree. After observing more carefully, his eyes suddenly widened in horror as he shouted loudly, Jang Kai. Jang Kai showed no fear at all, calmly thinking to himself that it's a pity the prey they risked everything to chase is actually the hunter. The crowd gathered around the fallen tree, shouting, Where is Jang Kai? Where is Jang Kai? Someone has spotted Jang Kai. This moment has just caught Vis's attention. Tuang Vu points at a tree and shouts, Look there! Jang Kai is hiding there! Everyone looks up and only sees Jang Kai standing still. Why isn't Jang Kai moving? Could he really be under a restraining spell? A person steps beside Visas, immobilized. No, earlier this person's position was clearly always moving. Tuang Vu shouted, so Jang Kai could hear that last time he pretended to be a stand-in. And now he's pretending to be under control. Besides petty tricks, what real skills does Jang Kai have? The keycard clearly shows you can move freely, so stop pretending and leave. The people around also started to shout. Yes, he was the one who pretended to be a stand-in to kill Hoak Kaimon earlier. Everyone, look at his expression. There must be a problem. Jang Kai looked down, showing obvious tension on his face. With about 60 or 70 people present, putting him at a disadvantage, he absolutely must not reveal any weakness. And before that, he had to keep them under control. You scan around and suddenly stop at one person. That is Visas. He is smiling, surrounded by deadly weapons. Jang Kai thought to himself, the killing intent is really strong. Visas drew his sword and approached the tree where Jang Kai was standing. There's a guy named Lu Dai Xuan. He's from your Holy Virtue sect, right? I have already destroyed their entire team. His voice was cold and the tip of his sword scraped the ground, making a terrifying sound. How pathetic. A bunch of useless trash that can't even fight back. I only used this sword to behead one, while the other 2 were killed in chaos with slashes. Visas looked up at Jang Kai, smirking, and said, I am Visas. Jang Kai, don't you want to avenge your people? This guy has killed our elder brother. Visas didn't hesitate, raised his sword, and attacked. In a flash, he leapt forward with great force. Visas charged like a wind towards Jang Kai, swinging his sword and shouting loudly, I will see if you can kill me or not. Jang Kai clenched his teeth in tension as Visas continued rushing toward him while he remained still. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, causing the people below to panic. What is this? Rocks are falling from the sky towards Visas, and the countdown has started. Just as the system appeared, with no time left and the hibernation ending, Jang Kai smirked. The timing was perfect. Visas was caught off guard by the falling rocks and fell to the ground. The giants began to appear, hurling large boulders at the crowd below. They shouted in panic, Look over there, at those rocks! Then more giants charged forward, running and roaring terrifying screams. The group saw this and ran for their lives. This is bad. It's the giant crystal army, damn it. No wonder the recent global information card showed monsters, but no one was running away. If they don't run now, they will all die here. Want to run? As a hunter, I haven't agreed yet, death card. The card immediately shot forward, hitting the ground and causing rocks to fall, chunks of stone being thrown down on the fleeing crowd. The card flies toward the ogres holding large sticks, who then slam their sticks into the ground, sending those people flying into the air before being pierced through by the card. Some are caught and crushed in the giant's hands, others are unable to escape and are trampled to pieces. The giants keep throwing huge stones, knocking people to the ground, and screams echo everywhere. Visas was arrogant just now, but now he's utterly panicked. Jang Kai is with these monsters again, damn it. How did he manage to tame them? He was running backward when suddenly a giant stone fell right in front of him, causing him to stop. A giant beast charged at him, grabbing a club and hitting Visas, who was thrown into the air. But at the same time, Visas managed to shout in time, using a bone substitute. Then he suddenly disappeared into the air, replaced by a broken piece of wood. Dozens of magic cards converged and surged toward Jang Kai as the giants kept attacking, while he threw stones and struck the ground, causing deep fissures and chasms that left the falling people with no time to escape. They screamed in despair as they fell into a bottomless mountain gorge with no sight of the bottom. Jang Kai remained motionless on the tree, his body shining with a dazzling golden light. At the same time, the rescue card system notification confirmed success, and you have successfully Jaichu the immobilization status. Immediately, Jang Kai joyfully leapt into the air, causing the branch beneath his feet to break in half. Jang Kai glanced down at the ground and smiled triumphantly. It's a success. He descended from above onto a large branch, facing the chaotic scene caused by the Vanguard-level bosses. As expected, using the King-level boss to harvest heads made dealing with that bunch much faster than expected. Remembering Visas' treacherous face, Jang Kai could only sigh in regret. Unfortunately, he still couldn't get revenge for the Lu Society. That bastard had escaped. He excitedly looked at the golden cards floating in the sky, his eyes shining with surprise at how many rescue cards he had collected this time. This is going to be a big win. On the other side was an army classroom building. In front of a series of surveillance screens, Wei Ying ordered the playback to rewind, slowing down to 10% to enhance the analysis of the residual images at 9.2 seconds. Ngoksam immediately sped up his actions after receiving the order. Yes? Jang Kai's image gradually appears on the large screen. Shenfeng is so stunned, he stands there, unable to believe his eyes. It's little Jang Kai. He was hiding in the tree. No wonder we couldn't find him all this time. I see now. Is this your plan? Jang Kai, Commander Wei, what is really going on? He calmly explained each point to Shenfeng. That monster is called the Stone Giant, extremely powerful but has a weakness. It lacks a sense of smell and hearing. They only rely on ground vibrations to track prey. Wei Ying added that as long as it doesn't step on the ground before pinpointing your location, it won't be able to detect you. In his mind, he pictured Jang Kai skillfully hiding from the bosses. From the moment he was imprisoned, Jang Kai must have been hiding in the tree. That's why the Stone Spirit Giant didn't recognize him. Then that tree became a weapon of the King-level giant, and he could only go along with the situation. The angel thoughtfully nodded in acknowledgement of that intelligence. That's right. Even in captivity and unable to act, everyone saw it just now. He has a secret weapon. I guess it can be controlled by thought. His continued analysis made Thonfeng extremely impressed. He exploited the powerful Thok Tin creature, using the secret weapon to kill players, collect rescue cards, and save himself twice. Even in this situation, Jang Kai was still able to survive. I am truly impressed, Wei Ying said quietly. Breaking free from captivity is only the beginning of the battle. The real challenge lies ahead for him and Hoa Than. On the other side, Jang Kai continued to move. Half an hour later, he stopped and looked around as if he had just realized something. This feeling is about to start again. A huge pillar of light suddenly shoots down from the sky, descending straight to the ground. Phase 2 of the global competition has ended. Initiate Phase 3. The system voice warns that the number of monsters entering the area is increasing, with a 200% boost in invasion speed on the map. It continues to explain the new rule. Each squad will have an additional captured member. The imprisoned cannot act on their own, but can be moved, rescued by others, and killed by others. The system illustrates this with a body exploding after 30 minutes. If not released within 30 minutes, all captives will die from self-destruction. The system display introduces a new type of tool, and a rescue zone will now feature an additional functional item. Jang Kai was tense about this brutal change. The competition was becoming more and more savage. Self-destruction. If I hadn't escaped successfully, I might have exploded into pieces after 30 minutes. The system screen display prompts him to find a hiding spot immediately. The third round, random imprisonment, is about to begin. Is it still me this time? Just hiding in the back. The countdown is at 3. Time is ticking away in tense seconds. Hey, what is it? This time, luckily, Jang Kai escaped. He exclaimed in relief. It's not me. A purple light in the distance catches your eye. Huh. It slowly rises and then merges into the atmosphere. Jang Kai quickly identified the source of the purple smoke. The object emitting it was surrounded by large rocks. Congratulations on discovering the rescue zone. After touching the stone stele, using the rescue card can exchange for the corresponding functional item on the stele. He was excited to discover the rescue land. Jang Kai stepped inside and approached the stones using the map card, teleport card, and target zone card. There are quite a few cards here, including cards to remove abnormal status effects and global information cards. These cards seem to be quite effective. You stand in front of a card and pay close attention. This is on the surface of a stone tablet, but the inscriptions make you think. Arena card, select one enemy target and one member of your team, including the card user. Enter Arena Duel mode, and both sides will compete in a separate combat space. Until one side is defeated, this state can be lifted. During the duel, you are immune to all external damage. The exchange, 30 rescue cards, a full 30 core cards, used up more than half of his rescue cards, not cheap at all. His thoughts kept circling in his mind, but this price also proved that the system's strategic evaluation was far superior to other cards. A yellow light appeared in Jang Kai's palm, forcibly targeting the arena. It seems this is the only attack card among the cards. The floating yellow cards in the air, I prefer to take control. So with fierce determination, you decide to gamble everything on one last game. 3 minutes later, the system panel appeared after the transaction was completed, with rescue cards remaining. 5 arena cards, 1 each, 1 positioning map card, 1 teleportation card for 1 person, plus 2 more cards exchanged. The immediate issues have been resolved, the imprisonment trouble handled, and 3 more artifact cards obtained. The most important thing now is to regroup with the guild leader. However, Jang Kai still gazed into the distance in deep thought, unsure of who among them was imprisoned this time. Elsewhere, a completely different scene unfolded, and Nguyen Ngu's legs were frozen and immobile. Everyone around was worriedly watching Nguyen Ngu, sweat pouring down his face and his expression full of helplessness. Yuanju quickly realized the situation and spoke out, while Honan anxiously searched for a way. It seems that this time the person imprisoned is Nguyen An. The 3rd stage is starting too quickly. We just broke through from the ambush, collected 4 rescue cards, but it's not enough to save Nguyen Ngu. No one recounts their team's difficult situation, fighting fiercely and exhausting a lot of energy. With such intensity, they have to find Kai and figure out how to get more rescue cards, which is too challenging. The system bulletin board appears, sending you the latest overall news. The current situation of the competition is displayed. Now there are only 305 contestants remaining, divided into 75 teams, with 542 boss-level monsters and 61 king-level monsters having infiltrated within a 38-kilometer radius from the edge of the competition area. Honyan was stunned and said, "The second phase has eliminated over 600 people. Now, with the beasts accelerating their invasion, the final battle might be just around the corner." The crackling sound in the bushes made the group alert. 2 cunning figures, Thu Vu and Bak Vien, stepped out one after the other. I've been watching them for a long time, and now only 2 wounded soldiers can fight, while 4 rescue cards are handed over willingly. We won't miss such a good opportunity. The 3 immediately took a defensive stance, daring anyone to come and try to kill the fire god. Hearing Noan, Honan, and Vientru's words, the 2 others immediately took advantage of their strength to bully the weak and charged forward with weapons in hand. "You can't even hold a sword steadily. Who are you trying to scare? Billy, kill them quickly and take the rescue cards. I want to cut off your heads to vent my anger." Suddenly, 2 blazing red darts fly in from nowhere. The 2 villains were burned to ashes. Seeing the dart, Noan exclaimed with joy, "This familiar dart." Honyan also recognizes this sneaky technique, just like her 2 friends. Yuanju also excitedly said, "This familiar way of knocking away." As they predicted, Jang Kai's figure truly appeared. "Sorry, I just casually took care of 3 ambush groups and arrived late." The atmosphere immediately became excited when Jang Kai returned, but True still doubted it and pinched his own cheek hard. "Wait a minute, this pain, I'm not dreaming, but isn't Kai supposed to be imprisoned?" Honyan also asked Jang Kai, "Yes, we haven't been able to find you yet. How did you find us?" Calmly tell them it's a long story. During Phase 3, the beast tide speed increases by 200%, and time is running out. Save Nguyen Ngu first. My matter can wait until later. You're brave, but we still need 1 more rescue card. In front of his teammates' surprised eyes, Jang Kai immediately stepped in to rescue Nguyen Ngu, touching the rescue card to his body. Nguyen Ngu instantly returned to normal, happily saying, "I am free again." Successfully used the rescue card, you have Jaichu the confinement status. The whole team look at him with a mix of surprise and joy as the cans lay scattered on the ground. "What? So you've always been acting according to the Thakchtin Kunyan." After hearing Jang Kai's story, everyone admired his bravery. Only Captain Kai would dare to exploit a king-level boss. The Vuong rank boss doesn't even bother to look at who it is. That's just too arrogant. Once again, Visas makes you regret it. It's just a pity I still can't avenge our boss for them. Seeing Jang Kai struggle, everyone was united in wanting to help him. Chao Wu's revenge for the boss isn't just his responsibility, but ours as well, as Noan handed Jang Kai the 4 cards. That's right, Kyovu, these are the 4 reward cards we just received.
All right, plus the 5 special reward cards the system just issued, so a total of 23 cards. You looked at Noan and added, but for now we still don't know what the rewards for the 4 special cards are, so let's hold on to them for now.
Fong hesitates, so what do we do next? Jang Kai begins to implement a plan for the team, finding the remaining members of the Red Squad and devising a new strategy. The scattered red bloodstains along the road. Brother Tron and Brother Ha had to lean on each other to take each difficult step forward to rejoin the Scarlet Squad.
Suddenly, the sound of footsteps unexpectedly close to the ground startled both of them, causing them to turn around. It was Jang Kai's team. They are overjoyed to find Mr. Tron and Mr. Ha, and both are surprised by the unexpected appearance. Brother Tran was stunned and exclaimed, "Little Jiang, how did you guys find out where we are? Wait a minute, could it be that you guys managed to get the Universal Information Card?" Jang Kai happily admits, "That's right." And Ha looks at the young men in front of him and can't help but praise. Earlier, when we passed by the rescue zone, we also wanted to exchange. But unfortunately, the rescue card had been used up to free us from captivity. Young people like us really are full of surprises. Tran suddenly remembered something and asked, "Right, the Sun Ha squad." Jiang Kai couldn't hide his regret and lowered his head to reply, "Brother Lu's group has all sacrificed." That news hit them like a heavy blow, leaving them speechless. With a determined look, Jang Kai observed them and then seriously shared his plan. "Brother Tran, Brother Ha, I now have a plan to speed straight to the finals, but it's a bit risky. Consider whether you want to join us. The sword is driven deep into the ground to show determination, so what else are you waiting for? The fierce battle has taken away our 3 brothers. Now every breath is a hard-won effort. Courage and willpower have once again returned to those 2 men. For the holy wisdom and for the brothers we've lost, I will level even mountains of swords and seas of fire." Faced with that unwavering determination, Jang Kai's team was also inspired. Suddenly, a fierce pain struck, causing Tron to bleed and collapse. Everyone immediately rushed to his side. Tran's body trembled and went numb as he let the kids laugh at him. He gritted his teeth and tried to speak, worried that his torn body might hold the others back. Luckily, Noan arrived just in time to treat them. Noan, Tran, haha, don't worry, I'll take care of your wounds." A gentle breeze blows, calming the entire space. Half an hour later, Jang Kai's current team had fully recovered and was standing under a large tree, looking up at it with confusion. "Little Jiang, is there something special about this tree?" "That's right, after we healed, I brought you here, but I haven't told you the plan yet." Jang Kai recounted, while imagining the king-level boss he encountered earlier. A team of giant stone spirits with one of them being a king level. "I used a targeting card to pinpoint its location, confirming it's about to lead the team here." A slight smile appeared on his lips as he continued, "If we follow them all the way, we can avoid fighting." Staying until the end, Mr. Tran couldn't believe his ears and was utterly stunned. "What? Are you sure you want to follow the king-level monster and not just walk to your death in vain?" His pupils dilated with tension, but then he quickly regained his initial enthusiasm as if he had seen a new path. "Given our current situation, it seems like the only way for all members to reach the end is to take a risky strategy." "That's right. At this point, we have to take a gamble." "Little Jiang, we trust you." Yuanju also spoke up to reassure and convince us. "Don't worry, big brothers. Following others might be a pointless sacrifice, but sticking with Kai won't be a problem." A giant foot stomps down hard, making a deafening sound. Jang Kai immediately gave the signal, and everyone focused on watching the ferocious monsters, destroying everything in their path. Jang Kai signals the group to jump and hold onto the trees tightly, as long as they don't touch the ground. The monsters won't detect them. Upon receiving the order, everyone immediately acts to defend against the monster's attack. Over there, a heavily injured man appears. It is Visas. He slumps down by the riverbank, still annoyed when thinking back on Jang Kai's attack. "It's too dangerous. I almost couldn't dodge, but how can that kid Jang Kai control a king-level rock golem?" A sudden noise made him alert, and he quickly assumed a fighting stance, ready for anyone who might be hiding. "Get out here." His move is full of power, smashing a large rock with a swing as he steps forward lightly, wielding 2 divine-level reincarnation talents and the blood demon art of a great swordsman. Willis gradually appeared before him with his entourage, a water-based fishing team. "Visa, your strength has always been underestimated.
Visas stared at them intently, thinking that information about reincarnation might have already been seized by some countries, but the blood demon image I've used publicly has not exceeded 3 times.
He looked at the blonde-haired man in front of him, who was smiling arrogantly, and thought to himself that this guy actually knew. So, Visas casually asked directly, "Who are you really?" The blonde-haired man introduced himself while reaching behind his back, saying, "I am Willis. Don't be so tense. I have no intention of fighting right now." And the brown-haired man pressed a syringe into his hand. Willis tightly gripped the syringe in his hand. It's a Type 3 super-fast recovery drug that can replace all the blood in 3 minutes, a gift from a friend who practices metallurgy, though I never intended to use it myself. Facing Visas's high alert, Willis just sneers and says, "Are you wondering why I'm helping you? Or do you think there is poison inside?" Oh dear. That really hurts my heart.
Don't worry, I look down on fighting with warriors. You probably know that there is someone named Jang Kai in this competition, right? When mentioning Jang Kai, Willis calmly said, "I heard he's not even level 40, yet he turned the tide in the qualifiers with just 1 match. It's a pity I had an urgent mission and had to leave at that time, so I didn't get the chance to fight him, which is really unfortunate."
A person as interesting as that, I think you must also be quite intrigued by him. Visas gritted his teeth, still keeping his guard up. "So what?" Willis didn't answer and stared intently at Visas. "Your wound looks like it was caused by a king-level monster. This toxin will reach your heart in 3 minutes. He continued, "If you encounter other squads taking advantage of the situation to ambush again, you will definitely die. Are you really willing to accept this?" Visas can do nothing but stand there motionless. Seeing that, Willis moved even closer to Visas.
"In this contest of dominance, the only ones I consider rivals are you and Jang Kai, so I'm really curious. Who is actually stronger?"
He stands in front of Visas, grinning provocatively. After all, only the stronger one has the right to be my opponent. Willis brushed past Visas so quickly that he couldn't see him, then held out the syringe and spoke to the brown-haired guy.
"Rim, I believe our smart Lord Visas won't let us down. Giving supplies to the opponent, is that really okay?"
"If it's about our ranking," Willis shrugged casually and said, "Rankings? Those things are nothing special. Unless there are opponents here I still consider interesting, and the old men in the army bothering me all the time, I wouldn't bother coming here." He stared intently at Vis with a sly smile.
"After all, in G country, it's been a long time since I met a soul rival. In the end,
I only promised those old guys to secure a spot in the top 3. As for the exact ranking, that's up to me to decide." Grim hesitated for a moment before saying nothing else. Rim watched Willis's figure as he carried his coat and left, a look of dissatisfaction on his face.
Willis glanced back at him, smirking, and said, "Come on, I know you're annoyed, but you can't beat me. And daring to doubt my decision as team leader, I'll have you eliminated right away." Grim stood still, watching Willis walk away, thinking to himself, that arrogant madman, then turned back to Jang Kai, where the giants were still carrying their staffs and marching, making the entire forest seem to shake. Mr. Ha stands on the tree, continuously marveling, "This is too incredible. Almost the entire journey we took was smooth except for a few shaky moments." Honan, hugging the tree trunk, looks proud. The Captain Kai's parasitic beast tactic is truly top-notch. And also, did you all see just now? When the Sun team from the country of Lo, upon discovering us hiding in the trees before they died, that expression, mouth wide open, almost fitting a whole chicken egg, so funny, I almost died. Wingu agreed. I see. Vien Tru added, "They were actually planning to ambush us, Tendiu, but we ended up catching them off guard. Truly satisfying."
Tron's eyes are passionate, with a hint of regret in his tone. If I had thought of this method from the beginning, maybe no one from the red team would have sacrificed.
Suddenly, the giants moved more slowly, stepping gently rather than forcefully like before. No one was a bit surprised. Perhaps they were tired.
Jang Kai frowned and activated his demon eye with intense focus, his eyes shining brightly. Do everyone remember if it was mentioned in the rules?
As time passes, the monster narrows the range of activity for the contestants from outside to inside.
Jang Kai grits his teeth, sensing a powerful yet hidden energy fluctuating nearby, and the strange energy currents truly appear in the sky. Jang Kai's face grew serious as he said in a deep voice, "At first I thought it was some kind of force controlling the monster's attack rhythm, but now I understand it's the barrier." Suddenly, the entire forest trembled violently, even more so than when the giants moved. Wengu shouted loudly to alert everyone. "An earthquake is coming!" Jang Kai immediately became alert, quickly turned his head to look around, sensing that something was rushing rapidly toward them.
Jang Kai shouted a warning as other monsters chased after them. In the unseen area, the deadly venomous creatures were rushing wildly toward them, and Jang Kai immediately realized that the stone people hadn't noticed us, but the others could. While the giants move more heavily, entering the strange energy streams, Jang Kai swiftly runs along the trees, then leaps into the air and says, "Now is the time. Your body can easily pass through the transparent barrier wall. The others should follow Jang Kai immediately." Wengu just landed and looked up at the monsters, seeing they were blocked outside and saying, "Indeed, the monsters can't enter." Jang Kai turned to remind him, "Once the barrier disappears, the monsters will rush in immediately. You lead the group and give the order. While this phase hasn't ended yet, let's move forward quickly and keep our distance from these monsters." Everyone immediately followed Jang Kai and shouted loudly. 10 minutes later, they still hadn't left the forest. On the branches above, a few strangers are watching Jang Kai run below. They are hiding behind large trees, and Jang Kai immediately realizes someone is watching him. The others also instinctively looked up, but Jang Kai reacted the fastest, immediately conjuring several throwing knives wrapped in flames. Jang Kai swung his hand and the blades shot straight ahead. He shouted, "Hu Nyan!" She immediately raised both hands, creating a compass of water and ice, and shouted, "Come here, the undefeated ice magic trembles, you fools!" Two sharp blades cut through the branches, causing the others to fall to the ground, while a giant hammer crashes heavily onto the ground. The people from Country D, the tribal squad, the reconnaissance squad, and the owner of the hammer, Henry, sneered and said, "We're exposed." On the other side, the people from the Mist Country, the Noble Squad, and the Spirit Squad also sneered and spoke. The names of the Holy Demon, quite alert indeed. Alice looked at Jang Kai with a pleased expression and praised him. "Quick reaction, you look pretty sharp." Jang Kai's eyes turned cold, and a slight smirk appeared on his lips as he said, "Did you really think we came in here unprepared?" Jang Kai recalled that 3 minutes ago when Nan Yan was running and opening the system panel, a message appeared with the latest global news. Currently, there are 25 survivors left in the competition, 11 teams, 1,400 monsters have infiltrated, 100 king-level monsters, and the activity radius is 298 kilometers from the edge of the arena. The pillar couldn't help but cry out, only to find there are now only 11 teams left. No one calmly replied. After all, under the pressure of the monsters, the squads are gradually moving closer to the central area. The chances of encountering each other are increasing, and the hunting becomes more and more brutal. It seems this competition for dominance will end soon. Jang Kai gritted his teeth and said seriously, "Except for the other 2 teams of the Holy Light, it's very likely that some of the 9 teams come from the same country as us, familiar with each other's skills and able to coordinate directly in battle." Everyone listened quietly to him, and it was also possible that the remaining teams would once again form an alliance to ambush our holy warriors. Jang Kai looked towards the dense forest ahead and said, "This forest is a natural hiding place, and it's very likely that the enemies are lying in ambush inside. Everyone should stay alert to any movement and immediately enter combat mode if there is any disturbance." Returning to reality, the people from Country N, the Bird Squad, the Messenger Squad, and the Holy Knight Squad approached and mocked. "Hey, Alice, now's not the time to be distracted by boys. Deal with these saints first. Our 3 nations still need to settle who's better." Brother Tron and Brother Ha are a bit cautious, but Brother Ha still speaks out. As expected, these people are exactly as Xiao Jiang described. They have formed an alliance. "Are you all here? I feel a bit suspicious again." "That's not right. I definitely felt a familiar aura just now." Henry charged forward, swinging his club, and sneered, "Kid, I can crush you into minced meat all by myself." But a series of ice shards suddenly shot toward him as William shouted, "Jang Kai is my prey!" The ice needles pierced Henry's arm before he could react. The henchmen immediately rushed forward when they saw Henry's arm was cut off, shouting for their boss without noticing William standing behind them. He swung his sword to cut across all 3 of them. Seeing them fall at his feet, William cheerfully said, "Lucky, we've got 1 less opponent." Another voice suddenly rang out. "Jang Kai, who would have thought the one who just appeared is Visas?" He sneered and said, "Finally, you are just like Than Diu's useless squad, all unable to escape my grasp." Jang Kai's group all turned their eyes toward Visas, but only he spoke. As expected, he is not dead yet. Then Jang Kai glanced at Willis, who was smirking behind Visas, and wondered silently, "These 2 don't seem like people from Y Country, especially that blonde guy who draws strange attention." Honyan immediately assumed a fighting stance and asked in a stern voice, "Did you kill Mr. Lu? Today I will avenge Mr. Lu." Wingu and Vien Tru Dongtan shouted, "That's right." Visas rushed forward, stabbing straight ahead, then sneered and said, "It's just a pity that even the right to kneel before me and beg for forgiveness is something you don't have." Jang Kai immediately stood up, swung 3 swords in quick succession, and shouted, "Don't be too arrogant! I will avenge Lu and take your life!" William instantly swung his sword deep into the ground and loudly gave an order. The most numerous among the Holy Virtue are taking this opportunity to eliminate their squad first. Alice is not lagging behind either, casting a repentance spell that creates a blazing magic stream, then coldly snorting, "What more needs to be said?"
Jang Kai's group all froze in place as the pale purple bones began to spread and cover their surroundings. Yuanju, Wennu, Nuannuan, Hunyan, Anha, and Antrun suddenly stopped. No one moved anymore. Jang Kai, stunned, turns to look at the sphere imprisoning everyone. William immediately seizes the opportunity, charges forward with his allies, and orders to eliminate them. Jang Kai clenched his teeth and thought to himself, "Something's wrong. The sect leader has fallen under mind control spell. If this continues, we will definitely die." He quickly turned around and ran toward them with only one thought in his mind: save everyone first. But Visas has no intention of letting Jang Kai go. He leaps into the air and sneers, "You're my prey. I told you that before." Hua, a wave of illusory magic shot straight at Visas, catching him completely off guard. On the other side of the screen, Shentong, the Angel, and Weiyang are watching the battle closely. Shentong can't help but say, "It's too dangerous. Jang Kai almost got hit." Watching the members of Jang Kai's group trembling from Alice's spell, then glancing at a trembling subordinate, begging for mercy. "Gods, please forgive me, I am guilty," Weiyang awkwardly explained, sincerely repenting. This mind control spell will make people fall into endless guilt. The more they resist, the heavier the guilt becomes, until they have no strength left to fight back. The Angel angrily slammed the table and shouted, "Jang Kai still hasn't taken care of himself, damn it. Is Saint Dieu really going to be completely destroyed?" Nguyen Yu suddenly smashed the bottle and shouted, "What repentance are you talking about?" "I did nothing wrong." All 3 of them were startled by Nguyen Ngu's actions on the screen. He smiled, holding his shield and running while calling out, "Beauty! Your brother is here!" Nguyen Ngu rushed in front of Alice and swung his sword, causing her to startle and shout something. Alice quickly raised her staff to block Nguyen Ngu's attack and shouted in panic, "Fatty, get lost!" The binding magic instantly disappeared. Haha, confused, turned to Tran and asked, "It seems we were hit earlier, so why did it suddenly happen?" Honyan quickly explained, "This Nguyen Ngu guy, once he drinks alcohol, naturally resists mental attacks, just like last time when facing the terrified scream of the Yulin female demon. Plus, a broken bottle of alcohol caused the Tuvi to leap over 10 meters high, sparks flying all over his body. The first war god, the demon god, all cut down, slaughter 100,000 enemies, slaughter." He slung his sword over his shoulder and taunted proudly, "If you want to touch the one of this battle god, first ask my sword." William shouted in horror, "This is primordial energy." No one, and Honan exclaimed together, "Well done." Brother Tran, standing nearby, watched in surprise as he drank and seemed to become a different person. Willis watched Visas and Jang Kai's family fight for a while, then said, "Rem, guess who is stronger between the 2 of them?" He replied slowly, "I don't know." "It looks like they haven't used their full strength yet." Willis spins the coin with one finger and cheerfully says, "Bingo, I knew even you would notice." After saying that, he clenched the coin tightly, and a fierce aura radiated from Willis. At the same time, he lowered his voice and said, "So it's time to remind these 2 lazy cats." A blinding beam of light shoots straight from the forest into the sky, creating a massive wave of shockwaves. The system screen displays a notification that the 4th stage of the global competition has begun, removing the monster barrier. The barrier wall immediately collapses. Willis slightly smirks and says teasingly, "Looks like I don't need to do it myself anymore." The furious roars of the monsters echo from afar. Jang Kai glances at them with a worried look. "Something's wrong. It's those monsters. We can't fight against such a large number of powerful bosses." He leapt into the air, throwing a series of cards, then shouted, "Death card, go!" Jang Kai silently thought that he had to quickly kill the opponent and end the competition, but what the death card pierced was only a piece of wood. He immediately realized, it's not good. It's the god of death. Visa is now right behind Honyun, calmly asking, "Do you know how to make my sword sharper?" Jiang Kai quickly shouts, "Watch out, Honan!" But as soon as he finished speaking, Visa pierced through Honan's stomach and sneered, craving the blood of its prey. Jang Kai immediately rushed forward, shouting loudly for Honyan. The ground suddenly lifted up, and water burst out. The level 70 elite monsters from the Ngo Kong faction burst out of the ground. Jang Kai turned to look at them and sighed. In just a moment, these beasts have already launched their attack. Visas suddenly widened his eyes as Honan, despite being stabbed, turned to face him. She clenched his hand tightly and asked coldly, "Do you want to run?" Honan formed a layer of ice that froze Visas's hand and tremblingly said, "The hunter and prey are also about to switch roles." Visas paled and muttered, "I didn't expect this girl." Nuan, attack now." Hearing the command, she immediately charged forward, throwing a few poison pills at Visas and saying, "I've waited too long." He immediately used the blood shadow boat to escape his body, creating blood-red wings behind his back, then disdainfully said, "In the end, it's not your fighting profession. You are still too weak." The glass vials containing poison fell to the ground and shattered. Visas easily shatters the ice layer Honyan created, causing her to cry out in pain as her sword is forcefully pulled out. Visas calmly said, "Consider yourselves lucky. If it weren't for the urgency of time, I wouldn't let you two die so easily." No one saw her fall to the ground and ran over shouting, "Honan!" Visas suddenly appeared behind No one and teasingly said, "Little sister, you'd better focus on yourself first." Instant kill. The sharp sword was pressed against No one's head, but Jang Kai from afar shouted the arena card and threw the yellow card through the monsters. Visa clenched his teeth as he watched it fly straight toward him. A massive explosion erupts, heat and smoke gathering into a giant sphere. The system screen immediately displays a notification detecting your forced target restraint, switching to arena mode with you. "Are you sure about this?" Jang Kai replied firmly. "Confirming this name is too dangerous. I must handle it personally." Visas was stunned as her body suddenly froze and couldn't move. The space around Jang Kai also seemed to freeze. No one was only focused on treating Honyan at this moment. She cried out and called, "Honyan, don't move. Let me treat you." Honyan's face was pale from blood loss. She tremblingly said, No one, maintaining your compassionate healer's strength might be our last trump card." No one tears up, then immediately shakes her head, "No." Honyan tremblingly took her hand and advised, "Don't cry. We've forced that bastard to use his life-saving skill, haven't we?" Honan's body began to fade, but she gently reminded No one, "Remember, to help Captain Kai's team, we must win." No one hugs her body and cries out, "Honyan!" The water idiots took the opportunity to rush forward after the order, and that medic was the weakest. "Kill her." Sparks burst from the pillar as he jumped high into the air. He bravely said, "My friend is a true warrior. It's not their turn to patch." After speaking, the pillar slashed down hard onto the ground, causing a huge explosion that knocked the others back. William charged from behind with his sword and angrily scolded, "Revealing your position to the enemy was the stupidest decision you've made." Yuan Dok Tik Vien Tru just slightly turned to dodge his attack because the system just announced an increase in speed and agility, and now he and Jang Kai and Visas are standing face to face inside the magic barrier. Doka roared loudly, revealing sharp fangs, but at this moment it was blocked outside the barrier where Visas and Jang Kai were facing each other directly. He carefully observed him, secretly assessing that his footwork was extremely strange and he absolutely could not afford any gaps for him to dodge through. Seeing Jang Kai look at him, Visas then smirked provocatively. He immediately took a stance, unleashing the Time Gambler, the card Demon Strike, then silently resolved to strike first. Visas charged without hesitation, executing the Blood Snow Slash, a sweeping sword that instantly knocked away all the cards Jang Kai had just thrown. You grit your teeth and wonder if this guy can somehow suppress the Berserk activation, because once triggered, its power increases hundreds of times. Visas kept swinging his sword a few more times, each strike hitting Jang Kai's moves, so he contemptuously said, "Too slow. Too slow. Jang Kai, your speed is too slow." Meanwhile, Willis and Grimm relaxed on the flying carpet watching the battle, Willis resting his chin and saying with interest, "A cunning and unpredictable opponent and a lightning-fast attacker. This is really exciting." Which of these two monsters will ultimately win? This battle truly was worth coming here for. Doc Nya roared loudly upon discovering Willis and Grimm and spat out toxic slime towards them. The flying carpet swiftly leapt up to avoid the toxic mess. Grimm stands in front of Willis, emanating a purple magic aura from the shadow enchantment skill. Suddenly, the two vanish, startling Dunya. It looked around, searching for Willis and Grimm, and when he saw Doc Nya heading back to the forest because he couldn't find them, he happily praised, "Your stealth skill is really useful. Now I can enjoy the show." All right. Down below, Jang Kai is staring intently with his demon eye activated. He leapt into the air, dodging Visas' sword strikes while throwing another set of cards, then suddenly realized something from his smug expression. No, it's not that he can suppress the violent strike. When this guy drew his sword, he aimed precisely at the side of the target's face, used minimal force to divert the attack.
and finally relied on the extremely sturdy defensive shield of the arena to completely nullify the power of the violent strike. Seeing Visas charge straight at him, Jang Kai also rushed forward, throwing a card and shouting. Visas immediately unleashed the Blood Demon illusion, causing a dense smoke explosion. The card Jang Kai released pierced through the thick smoke, yet Visas had vanished without a trace. He looked annoyed, silently cursing himself for letting him escape again. How many tricks does this guy have to stay alive? In such a confined space, the death card still can't get close to him. Jang Kai quickly summoned another card using the Holy Light complete, thinking to use it to trap him and force him to reveal himself, but before he could act, he suddenly widened his eyes as Dongzi curled up, and Visas had appeared behind Jang Kai without him noticing.
His face was crazed as the sword pierced straight into him. Visas exclaimed with delight, a true swordsman, like a demon. His sword suddenly sprouted a series of sharp spikes as Visas said, "Use blood," forcing him to thrust deeper, causing Jang Kai to scream in pain, but suddenly you clenched Visas' wrist tightly. Jang Kai slightly turned his body, glaring at him as a radiant energy radiated from his hand. Visas still maintained his cunning expression and sneered, "Your resistance is just the desperate struggle of the weak about to die. In my eyes, it's not worth mentioning." Visas tensed up, a thick black aura spilling out from his arm.
"What? Did you think the special effect of this sword was just about drawing blood?
You really are naive to think you can trade lives with me." He lunged forward and used blood sacrifice, stabbing his sword through Jang Kai's body, who couldn't dodge in time and was struck.
Jang Kai screams in agony, and Yuanju, witnessing the scene, can't help but feel worried.
Hai Nguyen-ngu, standing nearby, was also extremely anxious. When Brother Ha saw that he was injured, he was startled, pupils constricting in panic. No one from afar sees Jang Kai tightly wrapped by countless red tentacles and anxiously screams, "Kai!" as if she has identified her location through the shout. The giant monster suddenly burst out of the ground and charged at her. Seeing it about to hit no one, the brothers Tran and Ha immediately rushed in to support each other and deal with it. "Careful!" Yuanju, overwhelmed with rage, loses control and charges forward to counterattack.
"You damned bastard, I can't forgive you." William and his accomplices took advantage of Vien Tru's mistake and immediately launched their attack.
A good opportunity. Nguyen Nu wanted to rush in to help when he saw the situation was critical, but unfortunately, he couldn't. Before he could act, Nguyen Ngu was kicked away along with his sword. "You dare to save someone, you reckless fool?" Alice and her companions quickly joined the battle, her face full of smugness and a wide grin, not knowing her overconfidence would cost her her life. Meanwhile, Jang Kai's situation wasn't much better, as Visas lifted him up and threw him forcefully to the ground. That move nearly cost Jang Kai half his life. Visas sheathed his sword and smirked with a victorious expression. The dust gradually settles, revealing his body covered in blood. Jang Kai lies motionless on the ground. Nuan outside is extremely worried. She hurriedly tries to enter the barrier. Kai is still lying motionless. Her vision blurs and her consciousness gradually fades. No one looked at Jang Kai lying there and thought, "Is Kai seriously injured? Is he still alive?" Panicking, she burst into tears and immediately used her healing powers to save him, calmly beginning the treatment. As no one tries to break through the barrier, a notification appears saying your target is currently unrescuable. She sees the message and is horrified. "What?" Grimm and Willis, who had been watching from above all this time, finally spoke up.
"That light barrier seems to completely separate from the outside world." Willis agrees.
He squinted to assess, his life hanging by a thread but left untreated. It seems Visas is still stronger. Willis recalled the last time he met Jang Kai and thought of his arrogant expression. If he encounters the Saint Demon in the future, he should remember to kneel and take a detour. Willis watched carefully and sighed. This guy is interesting. But his mood changed very quickly. He was excited just a moment ago, but now Willis looked dejected. But for some reason, Grimm seems a bit disappointed. In the military meeting room, the Angel and two others are watching the battle unfold. Wei Ung was the first to speak. Since Jang Kai hasn't reached level 30 yet, fighting against top-tier experts with strength beyond level 60 is truly a significant effort. The heavenly spirit beside him nodded lightly in agreement. That's right. Tiancheng frowned with a wary look and reminded everyone, especially the Visas, to remember this name. A day will come when he will become the greatest threat to Saint Yao. Even though he saw that you had lost the ability to fight, he still wouldn't let go. Visas continued to swing his sword a few more times, causing Jang Kai, who was already injured, to cry out in pain. He paused to observe, feeling strange because Jang Kai seemed to have completely lost the ability to fight. This guy isn't resisting at all. Could it be that he's accepting his fate? You tremble and grit your teeth softly. Maybe this is enough, right? Jang Kai softly smiles as a shining gold card appears in his hand. Jang Kai clenched the gold card in his hand, his eyes full of anticipation. Finally, the gold card revealed a dazzling golden space. Jang Kai's body is being reconstructed at the center of the giant golden clock. The electronic display flickers faintly and you are in a near-death state. The hidden effect of the death card on the Wheel of Fate has been activated. The Wheel of Fate is now in motion. Is it moving? You, in the white cloud-like form, Jang Kai said resolutely with determination. Move for me. The clock hands start moving from 0. As they do, their speed gradually increases, both the minute and second hands spinning rapidly like a gust of wind. The final clock stopped, with both the minute and second hands at 00. The Wheel of Fate had completed its rotation. The display flickered continuously, and the reward was a primordial force attack ability, lasting for 60 seconds, with double activation to double the primordial power, also lasting for 60 seconds. The penalty is to choose one talent that cannot be used for 10 minutes. Activating double talent requires selecting 2 talents, both of which will be disabled for 10 minutes. Another display appeared immediately afterward. Superboy, Super Baukich, Quickness Enhancement, Heavenly Sea Network. Please choose the talent to disable. Jang Kai Trun Tru immediately made a decision to disable the super-level multiplication and agility enhancement talents. After careful consideration, he realized that super-level multiplication was not very useful in actual combat. And even with increased agility, it would be hard to surpass his opponent, so he might as well find his weakness and focus on powerful attacks. A blue light enveloped his entire body. The display shows that the super-level double and agility enhancement talents have been disabled. Congratulations, you have received the Primordial Energy Attack talent, which can be used for defense or to increase elemental damage when attacking. Jang Kai's body is now emitting a blinding white light as if about to vanish. His body still sways uncertainly, and his consciousness is gradually being pulled back to reality. Damn it, life force is indeed gradually running out. Even the new innate talent granted by the Wheel of Fate can't save this dying body. Just when despair takes over, Jang Kai's body seems to be healed, with green plus signs continuously appearing to restore his vitality. His pupils dilated, flashing with red like sparks of fire. After a long while, he was a bit surprised that the body still hadn't disappeared. Could it be that this guy isn't dead yet? Visa smirked with a proud smile, swung his sword a few times, then unleashed the unbeatable flash step slash. This attack will kill you completely. At that moment, Jang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, the red glow in his eyes not only remaining but burning even more fiercely than before. Jang Kai seems to be empowered, suddenly sitting up and grinding his teeth as he stares at his opponent like he wants to tear him apart. He immediately responds with a decisive attack. Because he thought you were about to die, he let his guard down and was caught off guard, stunned in disbelief. What? Both of them fell to the ground at the same time and then faced each other. Jang Kai stared at the opponent and warned, I told you to kneel and take a detour when you see the saintly one. Then Fong watched from afar, wide-eyed in shock. Am I just seeing things because I'm old? The angel was also stunned, even feeling the intense fighting spirit emanating from him. What is really going on here? Wei Wang stands beside, confused and speechless, only able to continue observing. Gree was stunned, speechless with disbelief. How could this be? Willis looked intrigued, watching intently. Things suddenly got more interesting. Hans wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and asked, Do you have the innate talent to heal wounds? Jang Kai didn't answer right away, standing still as if pondering something. Going back about an hour earlier, everyone was gathered, wondering. Hi, this is a shining gold card floating in Jang Kai's hand. It's the arena card I exchanged for after using 30 rescue cards. It can trap an enemy and one of our allies in an independent space immune to all external damage to conduct a duel, ending only when one side is dead. Troops. Honyan listened and became very worried, quickly asking, if the independent space is immune to external damage, does that also mean it can't receive supplies from outside? So if someone is seriously injured, they can only leave it to fate? Nguyen also nodded and said yes. Noan suddenly remembered something and said, maybe we could try this. The latest experimental product from Professor Lee, the symbiotic pupil. As Noan spoke, she reached out her hand, and 2 crystal-like flowers, one blue and one pink, radiated a strange glow. The 2 Con-Ngoi symbiotes with blue and red petals will sense each other and can bypass the space shield within 3 meters to transfer energy. The current energy consumption is 10%. Noan handed Jang Kai the pink crystal flower, surprising everyone, even though it can pass through the space barrier.
Jang Kai looked at Noan with a determined gaze and then advised her, but a 10% energy loss is not low. Noan, unless it's an emergency, please conserve your strength and protect yourself well. Noan smiled and nodded without hesitation. Returning to the present, he looked to the side and nodded slightly. Noan, only to see outside the light barrier she had already collapsed weakly, her whole body trembling. Noan tried to lift her head to look at Jang Kai and encouraged him. Stay strong, Kai. After she finished speaking, she collapsed and disappeared. The pink light gradually faded away, along with my own strength. Your gaze ignites with murderous intent. Jang Kai secretly vows to Noan that she used her symbiotic pupils to transfer all her energy to him. Visas is going crazy, laughing mockingly and taunting. Jang Kai, you exhausted yourself forcing me into this barrier. Is it just to wait for me to slaughter everything? But you won't be able to stop me. After I kill you, I will hunt down everyone from Saint-Dieu. His arrogant words infuriated him. Jang Kai gritted his teeth, assumed a fighting stance, and immediately launched an attack, countless blue lights swirling together into a cluster of death cards and rotten fire. The blue energy stream of Jang Kai crashes into Visas's red energy stream. The two forces collide fiercely as he watches closely to seize the opportunity. At this moment, a book propelled by that same energy burst out, and the angel was stunned. Could it be an attack source? He's not a martial artist. How could this happen? Visas immediately kicked off and ran forward, declaring, I will find a way to kill trash like you. I will cut every inch of your bones and throw you straight into hell. Soon, the distance between Visas and Jang Kai was closing. He raised his sword and slashed out a bloodstorm slash. Jang Kai looked at his opponent coldly and said, Your swordsmanship is too slow now. The ground beneath Visas suddenly cracked open, filling him with panic. No, this can't be happening. This can't be real. Are you joking? He sneered with a mocking laugh. Now do you see who the real trash is? A treasure with destructive firepower appeared from his waist, and Visas let out a few painful groans. Ugh! He can't accept the truth, his eyes bloodshot. I lost after all. Facing a formidable opponent like Jang Kai, Visas could only accept his fate as each sword cut through him, his body falling to the ground with fresh blood splattering. At this moment, fragments of his shield shattered and Visas's figure gradually disappeared. He quietly watched what was happening in front of him. Jang Kai felt a sense of relief. Finally, the monsters here stood still in a corner. Next to him lie Visas's body and others scattered on the ground, while soldiers try to stab their swords into Tran's chest. He cried out in pain, How dare you destroy my sacred relic? Tran's entire body erupted with power, sending the soldiers flying backward. If you want to pass, you must first step over my corpse. He thrust his sword into them with determination. But if we all perish together, in this moment I am invincible? Just then, the figures of Tran and Ha gradually disappeared, while Vien Tru, clutching his blazing sword, charged forward. They left a message and then handed it over to you. Remember to drive the sword deep into the opponent's shoulder and pin them to the tree. He said, Look carefully. This is the result of angering the #1 war god in the world. The opponent grits his teeth in pain but can't do anything. William clenched his hand around the pillar's stomach and planned to play a game of sinking ships and broken nets. Don't even think about surviving. Alice's side is not looking good as the monster charges fiercely, causing the ground to crack apart. As the thick smoke gradually clears after being destroyed by it, she is covered in wounds, with injuries of all sizes all over her body. Nguyen Nu's eyes lit up as he saw Alice, battered but still unable to hide her fiery spirit, standing firm after the shock. This little girl is really spicy, truly exciting. I like it. Just then, the hungry beasts charged forward and she screamed in panic. Damn it, it's a beast tide. Willis sat on the mat, looking down and teasing. It seems the adorable kids have already left in hunger. Jang Kai remains lying motionless on the ground, not moving at all. The crystal is fighting William, stabbing his body with a sword while he thrusts his hand into his stomach wound. Nguyen No clenched his teeth, trembling violently, unable to hold back a cry of pain. Alice struggles to hold her staff to the ground to keep from collapsing. Willis sneers. It seems that before these people truly settle the score, the adorable kids will have already begun a slaughter. As he finished speaking, a horde of ferocious monsters charged in. William saw that the situation was dire, and the hand stabbing into the pillar's stomach suddenly began to glow. He shouted in panic, "This is William gone crazy!" He roared, "The beast of desire has arrived. Let's go to hell, you dog." At that moment, a flaming dart flew in and pierced William, saving the pillar from a life-or-death situation. His agonized scream echoed as Jang Kai gasped for breath, the knife still in his hand, and said, "It's over!" At the same time, the monsters from afar charged forward fiercely.
The other monsters saw and turned to look, unsure of what had happened, and all 7 giant monsters retreated at once. Everyone was stunned and thought, the beast tide has retreated? Suddenly, a beam of light shone down from the sky, accompanied by a system notification revealing the top 3 teams in this global competition. All survivors will have their full strength restored before proceeding to record their achievements. As the mechanical voice stopped, Jang Kai's body was immediately healed. Yuanzhu cleared his throat, feeling his wounds gradually recover. Nguyen Nu drunkenly hugs the monster's tail and laughs foolishly. Beauty. This touch. This elasticity.
Alice, even after being treated, still startles in fear. Jang Kai looks at the throwing knives in his hand with great joy. His strength has fully returned.
At this moment, Nguyen Nu also regained composure, his eyes meeting the despising gaze of the monster. Nguyen Nu shouted in panic as the monster ran toward him and embraced him. Jang Kai asked confusedly, Nguyen Nu, are you okay?
At this moment, the system appears with a report, listing the surviving members of each team along with their rescue card counts and ranking the remaining squads. First, Alice receives a gold key, the Noble Squad from Country N, and another member with 38 rescue cards ranked 3rd receives a D-Lock key.
Next, Willis receives his reward. The Diao team from Country Dui, with 2 members holding 98 rescue cards and ranking 2nd, each received 2 Dila Chidia keys. Willis looked regretful and said, So we only got 2nd place. He raised the key and spoke to the person behind him with a sorrowful tone.
Rim, I tried so hard but still lost. It hurt so much, and I didn't get any comfort. In the end, Jang Kai's team got the 3 keys. The Fire God Squad of Then Du still has 3 members with 108 rescue cards, each receiving a D-Lock key. Vien Tru still looked dazed and said, What is Jang Kai happily joking about with the key? And why are you still standing there stunned? You smile and confirm the Holy Divine has won, and Yuanzhu and Nguyen Ngu are now regaining their composure. The 2 of us happily rush forward to embrace Jang Kai and cheer.
We won. I knew it. That joyful scene was fully replayed on the screen, capturing every moment in the meeting room.
Shenfeng still hasn't regained his composure and stammers, Am I dreaming? Our saintly miracle won the global first prize. Everyone in the hall couldn't hide their excitement and cheered loudly. Wei Ying looked up at the big screen, praising without holding back. Fire God did a great job. The angel solemnly turned around as if he was about to announce something. Everyone listen to me. The heavenly god clenched his fist to his chest and declared emotionally that today's victory of Saint Dieu is linked to every hero who fought bravely on the battlefield. This is the true spirit of the Holy Spirit army. The angel places his right hand on his chest, his voice full of authority and pride. From today on, the reputation of Saint Dieu will surely echo across the world. General Wei Duong, the Divine Wind Commander, and others share the same pride, all placing their hands on their chests in response. Yes, the system also revealed that the reward for this mission is extremely generous. Huge sun fruits appeared one after another before everyone's eyes. The global arena will temporarily close in 10 minutes. The winning team should bring the key and re-enter the arena at 1 p.m. on the 15th. Discover the lost relics and unlock the mysterious treasure. The blue barrier gradually fades away and then disappears. We will now confiscate all rescue and function cards in your possession. A blue vortex gradually forms. The space portal opens, so hurry and leave the arena through the teleportation gate. Alice leisurely steps into the portal, muttering complaints as she walks, finally relieved to go home and take a shower, feeling so sticky and gross. Seeing everyone leave one after another, Yuanzhu immediately slung his arm around Nguyen Ngu excitedly. Let's go, Kai. Let's quickly go back and share this good news with the Noan Society. Nguyen Ngu smiled brightly and nodded in agreement. Yes. Jang Kai's gaze turned more determined than before, finally rewarded for everyone's sacrifice. Suddenly, he became alert, his cold eyes flicking to the other side. Jang Kai notices Grimm and Willis talking behind him, but these two still attract attention. He quietly observes and evaluates them, feeling that things are not as simple as they seem. Winning 98 rescue cards proves their strength is truly formidable, and they can even form alliances and travel with arrogant and proud people, like Visas. Jang Kai suddenly recalled a detail from the fight earlier. I remember they used some kind of concealment skill earlier to avoid hostility, yet they weren't attacked by those monsters. Focus your mind and try to deduce their purpose. I have a feeling that guy definitely belonged to Huisomotamitas. Jang Kai looked at Willis's always smiling face, but remained unaffected, calmly realizing that he was much more dangerous than he appeared. Suddenly, Willis turned his head toward Jang Kai, causing him to startle slightly.
You can't help but be surprised that he's also looking at me. Willis slowly steps forward toward Jang Kai, and no one knows what his true intention is. Willis stopped, smiled, and extended his hand for a handshake. Hello, Jang Kai. My name is Willis. I've heard of you for a long time. You know my name? Willis smiled friendly to ease the atmosphere. Don't be so tense, my friend. Your potential exceeds my imagination. Tonight's performance was spectacular, but I'm also very curious about your profession. Jang Kai, unimpressed, immediately turned and walked away. If I remember correctly, you and Visas are from the same group. I don't think we're friends at all. True Z, Nguyen Engu, let's go. If you don't want to get involved with him, then clearly draw the line. It's best not to get too involved with dangerous people like this. Vien Tru and Nguyen Engu followed your friend's lead. Yeah. Willis didn't plan to let it go, so he sped up to block your path. Seeing that the opponent intended to cause trouble for his friend, Vien Tru angrily charged forward and said, Hey loser, you're really shameless if you want to fight. Willis stood there with a cunning smile, gathering a burst of energy to form a small blue sphere in his hand. Jang Kai reacted instantly like lightning, quickly stopping his friend and then rushing forward. Chutu, don't come any closer. Jang Kai releases 3 small swords, but the sphere seems to have a remote sensing ability and evades all of them, then continues flying straight toward him. The 3 small swords miss their target and embed into the ground. The blue sphere was almost touching his face. Jang Kai was caught off guard and froze in place, frightened. Nguyen Ngu and Yuanju anxiously turned back, both shouting in unison to warn him to get away. Captain Kai Kai! Jang Kai was stunned by the speed of that sphere. Too fast! As the blue sphere was about to hit him, it suddenly changed directions and shot up into the sky before unexpectedly exploding, causing a slight tremor. The fragments from the sphere began to reassemble into a new shape. It was a letter with a skull seal that fell and landed in Zhang Triet's hand. The letter emits a characteristic blue glow belonging to its owner. You closely observe the letter. After finishing, Willis and Grimm also entered the space gate to leave. Before departing, Willis still politely bid farewell to Jang Kai. Nice to meet you, Jang Kai. The 3 of them still didn't understand what was happening, just standing there and looking at each other. Willis looked pleased, paused for a moment, then said, I look forward to our reunion. Jang Kai stands from afar, his eyes filled with concern as he stares intently at the man. Gray follows Willis, stepping through the teleportation gate. He hesitated and asked, What exactly was that thing you gave to Jang Kai? Before he could finish speaking, 3 arrows shot simultaneously, almost piercing green. He looked panicked at his cut hair in front of Willis's annoyed gaze, his face darkening as he coldly reminded him to stop interfering in his affairs. I hate it, I repeat. After finishing, Willis stretched and yawned as if nothing had happened. I guess I'm a bit hungry. Maybe I should treat myself to something tasty when I get back. Gray was so frightened he broke out in a sweat and instinctively opened his mouth, almost revealing himself to the main church where Jang Kai, Nguyen Ngu, and Yuanju were gathered. Yuanju looked at the letter in Jang Kai's hand and asked, Kai, are you still thinking about this letter? As Jang Kai touched the letter, a magic circle instantly appeared, emitting a cold aura that froze his fingers. Jang Kai was startled and furrowed his brow as he observed its condition. He quickly withdrew his hand full of curiosity, wondering what was inside since he had not been able to open it since receiving it. Nguyen Ngu, standing beside, suddenly spoke up. Captain Kai, I just remembered. I heard there's a profession called alchemist. They craft items with special magic. Maybe this letter has been sealed with some kind of enchantment. Jang Kai, while imagining, repeated Nguyen Ngu's words. Alchemist and seal? Yuanju said seriously. Willis doesn't seem to be a good person. Who knows what tricks he might have played with this seal? Hi, maybe we should ask someone from the military to check it out. Jang Kai didn't answer, only pondering silently. No, that guy is hiding his true strength. If he wanted to kill me, he would have done so long ago. His power is clearly superior to mine, but he is willing to give up the fight for first place in this competition. Looking at Fong Thu in his hand, he is filled with suspicion, wondering what exactly he is planning. In half a month, I must find him and get answers. Suddenly, Lu Tuan's voice rang out from behind. I guessed right. You guys are definitely here. Seeing you and your 2 bodyguards approaching, Jang Kai asked confusedly, Why are you here, Lu Tuan? Lu Tuan cheerfully teased, Why am I here? Do you know how many people are crowded at the mountain pass waiting for the heroes to return victorious? You guys are the worst, sneaking back secretly to hide. Jang Kai quickly explained, Lu, you know I don't like being watched by a crowd. Lu Tuan just blinked and said, You might not meet the others, but how can you not meet Wei Chi Hui?
Commander Wei is also here, Lu Tuan replied straightforwardly. Not only Commander Wei, but also high-ranking officials in charge of this operation, including General Hua Tiantian, have all come to the mountain pass.
Wow, so many people, I didn't expect that. Unlike you, Nguyen Ngu and Yuan Zhu cheered excitedly.
This time we look impressive, Kai. I've never seen such a grand atmosphere since I joined the army.
Hearing that, Jang Kai immediately let out a sigh of relief. He suddenly remembered something he needed to ask.
That's right, Mr. Lu. I have a quick question.
How are Honan, Nuan, and the Luan Society doing now?
Nguyen Ngu also asked. Can we visit? Vian Tru agreed immediately. That's right. Is everyone okay?
Lu Tuan replied, visiting might not be very convenient, but rest assured, all members involved in this operation will receive the highest level of psychological treatment from the military immediately after going offline, and they should recover completely within 7 days. Jang Kai, Nguyen Ngu, and Vian Tru all felt reassured upon hearing this. Lu Tuan then continued, we have granted special privileges to the Fire God Squad for their significant contribution, allowing you to use the green lane just like the military. Lu Tuan explained calmly, yes, that's right. To ensure smooth mission execution, all military members after going offline will have priority rights to skip the queue and log into the Demon Crystal. Quickly, if approved, within a year the Fire God Squad will have 100 uses of the green path, meaning even if killed offline, you can still return to the Demon Crystal with priority. All three excitedly shouted together 100 times. Nguyen Ngu cheered.
Then this time Hunan can also return with Nuan immediately.
Vian Tru slung his arm around Jang Kai and said, Kai, soon our Fire God Squad will be reunited.
Lu Tuan added, that's right, Jang Kai. There's one more thing I think I should tell you first.
The matter involving the Huyen Vo Guild. Have those damn royal bastards been bothering your older brother and Tu lately? Lu Tuan hurriedly explained.
Don't worry. Ever since you defeated the royal representatives in the challenge against the guild, the royal family has mostly stopped.
He recalled the image of Huang Wei curling his lips and muttering, I heard that after Huang Wei was killed by you last time. He's been going crazy ever since. Then Lu Tuan remembered the scene of Huang Dat trembling and shouting under the blanket, No, don't come here. I don't want to go online anymore. Huang Dat remains haunted by the abuse and murder he suffered at your hands, going mad and collapsing whenever he hears your name. Then Lu Tuan mentioned Huang Thong, who, upon hearing you won the championship today, was so furious that he spat blood and fainted.
The soldiers shouted out, Chairman Lu Jun continues, to avoid disrupting the entire guild's operations.
The Huyen Vo Guild has appointed new personnel, and Huang Thong's position as chairman has been taken over by a new person. Her name is Ha Thi Thi, a strong woman, still young, decisive in action, formidable in tactics, backed by 4 powerful generals, each a top expert known as the 4 Queens whom ordinary people dare not provoke. At this point, Lu Tuan seriously advised, you have to be careful with that Ha Thi Thi girl. Hearing this, Zhang Bai felt full of doubt. Was Mr. Lu Tuan warning him? Brother Tian patted him on the shoulder and said, even though Ha Thi Thi is a distant relative of the royal family and might hold a grudge against you, I hope my concern is unnecessary. Yuan Zhu smiled confidently and said, whatever her last name is Huang or Ha, if she wants to bully Kai, she has to take down this Yuan Zhu first. Nguyen Ngu also added, I'm in too. Zhang Bak turned to look at the two, then said firmly, hey, you two. After all, I am the captain of the Fire God. The ones dreaming nightmares are the troublemakers. The scene shifts to 7 days after the meeting with Lu Jun, as Zhang Bai's team fights a level 45 elite blood-sucking water buffalo demon, a level 65 war general. A series of fierce water buffalo monsters charged up from the ground. Nguyen Ngu held his shield and charged forward, shouting nonsense. Hey babies, your skin is so soft, let me, King Nguyen Ngu, bathe in the pool of love with you. A flash of lightning strikes, swiftly cutting through the massive water buffalo. The one who created that lightning is none other than Jang Kai. His body is emitting sparks of electricity. The water buffaloes have fallen, and the system screen immediately appears. You have successfully killed the elite-level blood-sucking water buffalo X-20. However, a few monsters, unaffected, still charged toward him, the largest water buffalo glaring with a fierce expression and sharp teeth. As it ran, the others roared and charged after it. Jang Kai smiled faintly and said, let's end the fun. He leapt off the ground with a powerful push. Jang Kai spun in midair, threw the card and shouted, Death card rotten fire. The card immediately pierced through the stomach of each water buffalo demon. The system screen kept notifying you of your success in killing the water buffalo blood-sucking demon-level General Tier 3. You have successfully killed the elite level 35 blood-sucking water buffalo demon. As Jang Kai lands, the notification appears again, stating you have successfully killed the elite level 40 blood-sucking water buffalo demon. Congratulations on reaching level 31. You look at your hand, feeling a surge of amazement inside. It's been less than 7 days and you're already at level 31, but it doesn't seem to feel any different.
This is the AI brain appearing before you. The system screen shows you have successfully leveled up to level 31
and activated the super level multiplier talent. Here are your current basic attributes. Strength 280, Physique 284, Agility 552, Spirit 442. Your talent has been activated, and Agility has been enhanced. Your Agility has increased by 40%. Jang Kai's eyes pause on the attribute list. Strength 280, Physique 284, Agility 772, Mental 442. He excitedly thought to himself, finally activated. Is this super level multiplication? Looking at the introduction on the screen, weak physique, any damage will have more serious consequences, and they will endure pain twice as much. He whispered to himself that after leveling up his talent last time, the chance of super evolution increased by 3%. It seemed like not much had changed, but now it occurs once every 33 times instead of 100, so the probability has risen quite a lot. Seeing the strength stat at 280, Jang Kai cheered inwardly. Even the weakest attribute of strength is now close to 300 points, much higher than a level 40 warrior. Then he glanced at the agility stat of 772, feeling even more excited, with agility exceeding 700 points. The agility of a level 40 elite profession, combined with gear that can reach 450 points, is already very rare. Jang Kai subtly moved his hand and silently marveled. Just this attribute alone. He has even reached a level equal to the total of 4 attributes of others at the same level. He remembered Willis's sly smile when holding the magic orb, and Jang Kai clenched his fist, determined to say, "If I meet that guy again, I definitely won't lose in speed." 10 minutes later, Nguyen Ngu's antidote had fallen to the ground. "Captain Kai, I've now reached level 34, and 6 more levels will let me prepare for my next class change." Jang Kai patted Nguyen Ngu on the shoulder and praised him, saying, "Well done. These past few days have been tough, but you've improved quickly." He scratched his head and chuckled, replying, "It's just a pity that the leader has returned to the army. If not, with Captain Kai leading, he would surely progress even more than I did." Jang Kai cheerfully said, "Anyway, Juzi is part of the army, so the military must have their own arrangements for him." Look towards the forest ahead and change the subject based on the time. Honan should have returned already. Let's go back to the guild first. After walking for a while, they come across a group of people moving, and Nguyen Ngu curiously asks, "Where are so many soldiers headed?" Jang Kai observes their direction and replies, "That way I think is the quarantine zone guarded by the army, used to prevent monster attacks." Just then, a female voice suddenly calls out from behind, "Jang Kai." When he turned around, he saw Lam Lam approaching and asking, "Why are you guys here?" Jang Kai quickly explained, "I was training in Nguyen Ngu and was about to head back when I happened to pass by here." Looking at the group of armed people, he asked, "Did something important happen that caused the army to suddenly mobilize so many people to the quarantine zone?" "In 2 months, the army will team up with the major guilds to hunt for map bosses in the Lachlan Axis area." Both Jang Kai and Nguyen Ngu exclaimed in surprise, "Hunting map bosses?" Lam Lam seriously said that the map boss not only surpasses the king-level boss in rank, but also triggers a beast tide whenever they attack, bringing countless monsters to assault the quarantine zone fiercely. Are there really countless monsters? A hint of worry flickered in his heart, because the merfolk boss on Vindong Island was only a king level before, but it almost caused the 200,000-strong army to be buried. Lam Lam looked down at her watch and said, "Yes, and the stronger the boss, the larger the scale of the beast tide. According to government statistics, the size of the recent beast tide has reached millions." Jang Kai and Nguyen Ngu both exclaimed, "So it will be very dangerous." Lam Lam said seriously, "To open new territories and secure survival resources, the quarantine zone must not fall. Therefore, we plan to deploy at least 5 million troops to fight this beast tide. Even if it's dangerous, we still have to fight." Hearing Lam Lam say that, Jang Kai could only remain silent. The next scene shifts to the psychological treatment center. As Honan sees Jang Kai and Nguyen Ngu, she cheers up. Finally, both of them are back. She quickly ran over, hugging the two tightly, shouting, "I missed you so much." Jang Kai held Honan's shoulders and asked with concern, "It must be really crowded at the mental health center, right?" She immediately complained. "What else is there to say? Actually, no one and I have been fine for a long time. But the army said we need to observe for a few more days first. If it weren't for rewatching the global competition videos to pass the time, the two of us would probably be bored to death. Honyan suddenly looked serious and said, mentioning this, Captain Kai was so cool when dealing with that visa guy, it was like he helped me vent my anger. But Jang Kai modestly replied, I could win the visa, but I have to thank you and no on for that. Now that both of you are safe and sound, that's the most important. At that moment, Jang Kai's inbox lit up with 36 unread messages. He opened it and said they were requests to join the guild. Seeing the numerous messages coming in, Nguyen Ngu excitedly exclaimed, I didn't expect so many people to want to join our guild. Jang Kai frowned as he read the messages, but still responded. Actually, since winning the guild challenge, there have been continuous applicants, but most are not suitable. My eyes suddenly pause, and Jang Kai hesitates to say, this person looks at the information displayed, Explorer Taming, a level 32 hard cultivation profession. The level 32 explorer who discovered the Luke Tui Kui formula is a hardcore cultivator. Honan guesses, Captain Kai. Maybe this person can provide us with a lot of dungeon intel in the future. Do you want to keep him? Jang Kai smirks and decisively says, we'll see after we meet. The next day, in the Red Moon Forest, Shen Ye was sitting under the waterfall, letting the water pour heavily over his body when he suddenly jolted awake at the sound of a call. Taming, standing in front of him, is greeted cheerfully by Jang Kai, Honyan, and Nguyen Ngu waving their hands, while the sound of water pouring down from the waterfall echoes loudly and continuously. Taming stepped onto the shore and said, President Zhang, you guys arrived faster than I expected. Jang Kai didn't beat around the bush and said directly, I don't like beating around the bush, so I'll be straightforward. If you want to join the Fire God Guild, that's fine, but you also have to prove your sincerity and value, for example, by providing intelligence on a certain dungeon. Taming just fell silent as he spoke, then finally nodded and said, no problem, but I have one request. Help me reach level 40 first. Honyan frowned, looking annoyed, and said, I've never seen anyone who wants to join our guild but still makes conditions. Taming straightforwardly said, the choice is twofold. I want to join you, but I might also choose not to if you find it difficult to decide before I finish speaking. Jang Kai interrupted. Just level 40, right? Taming chuckled softly and said, you have quite the attitude. Reaching level 40 still takes a whole year. Jang Kai's lips also curled slightly, and he calmly said, a year, at most 5 days, or maybe less than 5 days. The scene shifts to 3 days later, still in the Red Moon Forest, as the water buffalo, pierced deeply, screams in pain. When it falls in front of Taming, a system notification appears. Congratulations on reaching level 40, he shouted excitedly. Level 40? I've reached level 40. Jangbok stood beside him and offered his congratulations. Congratulations. Once you find the material for the transfer, you can proceed with the transfer again, Shen Ye said excitedly. Wow, I can't believe it. Just 3 days and I've already gained 8 levels. The experience I've gained in these 3 days is even more than what I accumulated through a year of hard training. Honyan runs over pretending to scold him. Now you know how powerful it is. Let's see if you still dare to look down on Captain Kai. Nguyen Ngu also chimed in to support. That's right, I'm not bragging, but our Captain Kai is really impressive. Chairman, I truly respect him and agree to hand over the intelligence I possess to the guild. Jangbok frowned and said, oh. Taming slowly recounted, do you remember when you found me? I was training in front of the waterfall. Actually, behind that waterfall there is a cave, and a mysterious light portal appears every 6 days. Hearing that, Zhang Bai was immediately shocked. The mysterious light bridge. Honan and Nguyen Ngu also widened their eyes in surprise. Taming continued, yes, but that light sphere moves incredibly fast, appearing for only about 10 seconds before vanishing. I tried to catch it before, but I was pushed away. Jang Kai asked curiously, when was the last time the luminous orb appeared? Taming stroked his chin and thought, 5 days ago, so it should appear again tomorrow. Captain Kai, this doesn't seem to be something we've encountered before. I have a feeling this could be a clue to some kind of serendipity. Finally, Jang Kai decided to say, if we've encountered it, let's go see for ourselves. The other 3 immediately responded clearly. They approached the cascading waterfall and 4 of them entered the cave behind it. Taming then explained, I used to live here, so my belongings haven't been moved out. Maybe no one has been here before. Honan looked up at Tranhong and praised, this cave is much bigger than I thought. How did you find this place in the first place? Taming scratched his head awkwardly and said, I was just here to see if this place was suitable for cultivation, and I ended up meeting that light sphere.
The broken stones flew everywhere, almost knocking me out. After I woke up, I started cultivating to heal my injuries in the waterfall. After that, I didn't dare to tease the light orb anymore. Luckily, it didn't pay attention to me, so I remained safe and sound. While he was speaking, Jang Kai stepped up to the stone wall beside him, touched the crack, and silently calculated. The cliff here is extremely hard, but it was shattered like this by that light sphere, showing how dangerous it really is. Jang Kai suddenly glanced to the side and saw a blindingly bright light sphere appear near the cave entrance, then immediately shouted, "It's here!"
Jang Kai quickly throws 3 fire-wrapped knives and shouts for it to be caught. The luminous sphere darts chaotically through the cave, following unpredictable paths. Jang Kai watched and muttered, "Too fast, I couldn't even touch its tail with my pursuit." The light sphere suddenly rushed toward Honan. Seeing that, he shouted to be careful and immediately put the Libra 8 trigrams forward, then ordered the invincible ice silver technique. But the light beam still streaked past Hunan, making her panic and scream. "What?" Kwangko directly crashes into the cave wall, causing rocks and dirt to fly everywhere. Jang Kai immediately threw a knife and shouted loudly for her to bend down. She quickly followed his command. The knife struck the large rock, shattering it. Jang Kai immediately chased after Kwangko and ordered to block its path. Taming and Nguyen Ngu, who were blocking at the other end, responded clearly. But the glowing sphere shot past them before they could react, then bounced back and stabbed Nguyen Ngu in the back, causing him to stumble and lose his balance. Shinge quickly stopped and said, tensely, "The initial attack wasn't that strong. It seems it knew there were many people here, so its attack was several times stronger than before." Jang Kai activated his demon eye focused and said firmly, then threw 3 knives after betting on the timing. One of the 3 knives flies straight into the center of the luminous sphere, and everyone immediately cheers. It hit. That knife even sank deeper into the sphere. Jang Kai shouted in panic, "My command token has been eaten by it." The energy sphere immediately changed direction and shot straight up to Tran Hang, causing rocks to fall all around. A large stone headed straight for Jang Kai's face, leaving him confused. Fortunately, Nguyen Yu managed to raise her shield to shatter the falling rock. Zhan Ye also swung his spear to break the large stones falling, while Hunan created ice spikes to break the surrounding rocks. All 3 of them stand in front of Jang Kai and say together, "We will help block it again." The sphere rushes forward at full speed. Jang Kai threw out the card and solemnly read, "The death card, time is running out." You secretly thought to yourself, "Let's see if you can still withstand this move." The card actually hit the light sphere, but was immediately pulled inside it. Jang Kai, losing patience, shouted, "What? Could it be that even the death card can't swallow this?" Seeing it heading towards the cave entrance, he quickly shouted, "It's escaping!" Jang Kai immediately sped up to chase the orb and shouted, "Death card, come back to me!" The 3 behind also ran after, calling out anxiously, "Captain Kai, President." He grits his teeth, cursing inwardly. Damn it, what the hell is this thing? The orb suddenly stopped and emitted a deep blue aura. Watching the sphere gradually enlarge, Jang Kai thought to himself that he could sense the existence of the death card with his mind. He briefly saw a corner of the card and realized it was still here. Taking advantage of this moment, Jang Kai thought and rushed forward to reach out and grab the card. When his fingers nearly touched the orb, its light suddenly erupted in all directions with intense force. A system notification appears, revealing that the Divine Realm was unintentionally blocked, with the hidden hierarchy of secret realms uncovered, and the secret realm was intercepted by a master con artist, with the exclusive Divine Weapon reward system set as the gambler's exclusive Divine Weapon. Immediately after, Jang Kai falls into a place called the Divine Realm of Light. After regaining consciousness, his eyes slowly opened. Looking at the surrounding foggy scenery, Jang Kai puzzledly wondered, "Where am I? What is a divine realm?" The hidden secret realm mentioned earlier by the voice seems completely different from the previous secret realms. He suddenly opened his eyes in shock and said, "Wait a minute." Seeing the death card on the ground, Jang Kai immediately recognized it, and from afar, Hunan, Nguyen Nu, and Shan Ye were running over. Everyone was here. The system screen now appears again. "Congratulations, you have entered the hidden secret realm of the Bright Divine Realm. In 3 minutes, the demon army will launch an attack on the Holy Light Divine Realm. You and your team need to protect the Holy Light Divine Order for 300 seconds. After completing the mission, the squad will receive a secret treasure and an additional weapon based on each member's contribution. In this secret realm, S-rank items exceeding the current profession cannot be used." Jang Kai was startled and turned around, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes as Nguyen Ngu and the others slowly approached. He marvels that this luminous sphere is a secret realm. Jang Kai doesn't pay much attention and tries to recall the card, but the system reports that the death card cannot be retrieved, confirming that divine-grade weapons cannot be used in this realm. Suddenly, Honyan looked up and hesitated before asking, "What is that?" A radiant angelic training card appeared before everyone. Jang Kai suspiciously said, "This is the Holy Light Decree." He carefully examined the card and thought for a long time, recalling that the system earlier mentioned a weapon exclusive to the gambler class. That means it's very likely. This is also the second god card, the Light God's seal, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of Jang Kai's mouth with excitement. Suddenly, Honan shouted in panic, "Captain Kai, the ground is starting to shake." Jang Kai remained silent and immediately activated his eye technique, focusing his gaze like a radar scanning for any unusual signs. When he detected a demon army, he quickly warned everyone that it was an army of demons. "Captain, do we need to go stop them again?" "No, if we go down the foot of the mountain, the front line will be stretched too thin. The four of us can't hold such a long defense." Then Jang Kai turned back and ordered firmly, "We stay here to block the entrance." They stay until the mission is complete, then they receive clear orders. The system panel immediately displays a notification. The demon race's attack countdown is at 10 seconds. A glass bottle falls and shatters, signaling the fierce battle about to begin. 9-8. Jang Kai's team has completed their formation and is ready for battle. A tense expression is clearly visible on his face. The three magical artifacts in Shen Ye and Hu Nan's hands are all charged and ready. 21. Suddenly, the front glass cracked and opened into a gap. No. The countdown has finished, and the demon army is rushing forward in a frenzy. Jang Kai takes a running start and leaps into the air. He shouts loudly to remind everyone, "Attention all around." The battle begins. His hand releases a burst of fire. A series of sparks shot straight at the three-headed wolf as if to burn it down. Jang Kai's lips curl into a confident smirk as he prepares to strike. But the three-headed wolf only grew more ferocious, howling in anger that left you stunned to realize it was unharmed. Jang Kai immediately switches to a physical attack. "Damn it, these beasts are not afraid of fire." "Go use the deadly attack to strike directly." The knives immediately target the three heads of the three-headed wolf and rush in to stab straight into the target. The giant monster immediately lost strength and was defeated by Yu, crashing down into the demon army, crushing many of them beneath it. However, the army's numbers remain extremely large, and they continue to launch relentless attacks. Jang Kai struggles to hold them off alone, and suddenly a beast seizes the opportunity to pounce on him. But Nguyen Ngu quickly jumps out and shields Jang Kai. He excitedly said, "Kyung, I'm here!" Nguyen Ngu raised his shield to block the wolf's attack and slashed, causing it to howl in pain. At the top of the mountain, lightning was gathering densely. Hunan raised his magic weapon and issued the command, unleashing a super-powerful rain spell that echoed thunderously, summoning the demon army below. Ngu Nguyen saw the explosion ahead and shouted, "Nyu Nyan Yi, stop running." Jang Kai saw the situation was not good and shouted to remind him to stay back. Shen Ye received the order to rush over and grab his wrist. He reminded him, "Big brother Nguyen, stay calm." Yoon Nguyen's face was flushed, determined to run forward. "Damn it, let me go. Don't block me from enjoying these beauties." There are fierce attacks happening there, with strange things with red eyes flying out. "Captain Kai, what are those?" "I don't think I can stop them." His eyes flashed with surprise. "What is that?" A large number of monsters appeared, and Jang Kai immediately recognized them as mud monsters. Their bodies are gradually merging together. The flesh of the two mud monsters has fused into one solid mass. They merge into a giant boss monster. The boss with a towering figure rises from the swamp. There are smaller monsters escorting and clearing the way ahead, and we have 180 seconds to break their formation. Someone reports, "No, the reinforcements are too fast. We can't make it in time." Jang Kai urgently activates the decoy. Enter stealth mode. He orders Taming, release Nguyen Ngu. He follows the command precisely. Then Jang Kai turned invisible and ran ahead, simply running past the monsters. Nguyen's singing voice echoes, "Oh, my beloved lady." He sings all the way to the cave but doesn't forget his mission. "Let me give her a passionate kiss." The monsters in front of Nguyen are still unaware of what's happening, and that swamp monster with glaring red eyes turns back to look. It senses the danger, its face showing confusion. At that moment, Jang Kai Tang Hin drew a graceful sword, the sharp blade flashing as it slashed toward it. The entire swamp monster was struck by that power. You shouted, and Hunan seized the moment to break through the gap. She recites a spell to condense lightning, the universe's ultimate superpower, causing the spell to tremble and shake. "You bunch of trash." A bright bolt of lightning shoots towards the monsters. They panicked and scattered, but just as they were about to reach the lake goddess within a hair's breadth, Waves of power shot through them. Jang Kai coldly declared, "This strike will send you to hell."
They are now surrounded by monsters in water, their numbers overwhelming theirs. 2 minutes later, as the smoke gradually clears, Jang Kai struggles to endure the exhaustion, his strength nearly gone, with 33 seconds remaining.
Ngu Nguyen is still singing passionately, a group of hot little beauties. I like it. Right behind him, a monster is rushing at him. Suddenly, the holy light orb shone brightly like a sphere enveloping the huge monster. It was knocked back,
Flying backward, as Jang Kai unleashed the attack that hit it.
The monster exploded in that blazing power, with a countdown display showing 10 seconds. 10! You wait for each second to pass. 9 seconds remaining. 8 seconds remaining. Nguyen suddenly collapses to the ground. By the 7th second, Honan has not lowered her guard at all.
At the 6th second, the monsters are rushing forward in a frenzy. There are 3 of them present there. Counting down to the 5th second, Jang Kai was tense, almost ready to curse. Damn it, just a little more bum.
Suddenly, everything changed, leaving him stunned. Jang Kai gathered his strength, raised his sword, and the indestructible Vajra collided with the magic weapon, sparking wildly as sparks flew and rocks shattered, flying everywhere.
Taming's powerful strike slammed into the ground, causing chunks of earth to crack apart.
The demon army was pushed back by the pressure erupting from the center of the formation.
Jang Kai understood his intention and called out anxiously. Taming Honyan was startled and quickly gave a brief explanation of that technique.
That is the innate, indestructible body of a hardened cultivator. Once activated, it can strengthen the body for defense, completely immune to physical and mental damage. But as a trade-off, the true form cannot move.
The immunity effect only lasts for 3 seconds. This is bad. Taming can no longer hold on.
Taming struggles to hold on, his body trembling from the recoil of the attack. Jang Kai immediately understands and seizes the moment to deliver the final blow. Kill him now. A beam of light tears through the demon army formation, instantly scattering the monsters in a fierce blaze of light.
At the same moment, the countdown turns red and stops at 0.
A medallion gradually appears in midair, emitting a dazzling light as if to swallow the entire space, and Jang Kai's eyes immediately brighten with clear joy. This is the Holy Light Divine Token. Its radiant glow rises to the top of the mountain and then spreads out into a ring of light that envelops the entire space. The monsters from the demon race are instantly obliterated by the light.
Honyan excitedly shouted, "Captain Kai, look, the demon army has disappeared." A healing aura spread across Jang Kai's body. He was amazed and delighted, wondering if this was the healing effect of the divine light token. Everyone felt the same way. Honyan, feeling full of vitality, couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so powerful, the wounds heal so quickly, I feel a surge of strength all over my body." And Nguyen Yu still stood there, stunned, scratching his head, not understanding what was happening. Taming looked at his healing wounds and let out a relieved sigh. "I am not dead." The quest board now displays a message congratulating the challengers for completing the trial, and based on the total damage dealt to the demon race by the 4 of you, the following rewards are issued.
Seeing the savior, the entire team looked up with hopeful eyes as the reward items gradually appeared. The system slowly announced that challenger Taming received an A-rank weapon for ascetics, the Tula Cane. The demonic mirror can raise the difficulty level of the training ground by 1 level and enhance enlightenment to a certain extent, with greater benefits for ascetics in higher difficulty zones. In a state of enlightenment, the training efficiency is greatly improved. Taming happily accepts his reward.
That's great. Next up is Nguyen Ngu.
The system immediately fulfilled your request. Challenger Nguyen Ngu received the S-rank weapon from the Tu Kui Tu Tan Tu Dai, which can increase the explorer's death rate by 50% and boost the chance of entering the advanced drunken state by 30%. Nguyen Ngu looked at the item with a pleased expression. This is really good. The previous equipment only increased death rate by 20 or 30%, but this one boosts it by 50% and also adds a 30% chance to enter a high-level drunken state. That's amazing. Honan stepped over and patted his shoulder in encouragement.
Well done. With Tuthan Tudai, your chances of entering the drunken state will be even higher.
It's my turn, the system announces Honan, the challenger, who receives the unique weapon, the Fortune Teller's Storm Thunder Staff. She stands still for a few seconds, eyes wide with shock, then shouts loudly, "What?" The system continues to introduce the new weapon, the Storm Thunder Staff, with 72 spirit points, 44 strength points, and 11 agility points, is Shits. Effect 1 increases the user's spirit recovery by 50%. Effect 2 summons a lightning catastrophe. Level 1. Using the Storm Thunder Staff to summon a bolt of lightning that deals a fraction of 10,000 of the lightning's damage to a designated target with a maximum of 9 charges stored. Effect 3. Wind 5 Residence Level 1 allows control over the wind. After activating this effect, maintaining it will consume mental energy, and the materials needed for upgrading are the Thunder Spear, Wood, Wind, and Bird Spirits. Honyan looked at the staff in her hand, feeling elated. The Wind and Thunder Staff, right? Honyan, I also have the only tier weapon now. Wengu couldn't help but marvel that the only tier weapon can be upgraded. Honyan, now you can develop rapidly. Taming also praised, suddenly increasing over 70 points of mental power, so powerful and effective. No wonder it's the only level weapon. Jang Kai gently looked at everyone, a warm smile curling at the corner of his lips. It seemed everyone's harvest was quite good. So is the exclusive weapon of the gambler class the Light God Decree? He then turned his gaze back to the shining badge. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light exploded, sweeping across the entire space. Finally, the system called your name, and the challenger to Jang Kai received the exclusive weapon of the gambler, the Holy Light Decree card. Wengu, Taming, and Honyan also became excited upon hearing this. Jang Kai only slightly raised his lips, a faint smile as if he had expected it. As expected, the badge streaked through the air, carving a bright trail across the space and flying straight toward Jang Kai as if seeking its true owner. Jang Kai looked at the card in his hand and carefully read the functions of the Holy Light Decree, the card of the Deity Master, the only exclusive weapon of the gambler that can increase 4 basic attributes of the owner by 20%, with a penetration ability increased by 50 points, a permanent 15% increase in critical hit chance, and a 150% increase in critical damage. Although holding a rare treasure in hand, he couldn't help but think that these basic attributes are almost equivalent to the Death card. The Death card is powerful but has a fatal flaw: too much consumption. I wonder how effective the Holy Light Divine Order will be, but the system seems to read my mind and immediately appears. Effect 1. Burst Shot. After facing an enemy that cannot be defeated, the Holy Light Divine Order will automatically keep firing through obstacles, inheriting the user's attack attributes without consuming additional stamina or mental energy. Hearing this, Jang Kai's face immediately brightened with excitement. The system continues to explain that each counterattack carries all the damage capabilities, equivalent to a powerful strike, and the key point is that it does not consume additional stamina or mental energy. The system also provides detailed instructions on how to use this treasure, like spending one attack to gain several free damage opportunities. As long as you control it properly with the support of the critical hit causing high damage, it's completely manageable, Jang Kai exclaimed happily. Good, the system will continue explaining the function of the item. The second effect, Divine Form Lamb, consumes the user's strength, radiating a halo in 4 directions to create a wide area attack that inherits all of the user's attack damage. When the number of targets killed by the Spirit of Lam Dot reaches 100 or more, it will refresh the status of the user and the 4 surviving teammates with the lowest total attributes within range. The cooldown for this effect is 30 days. The final effect of the Bright Divine Order is the third effect. The Divine Weapon becomes the owner. The Bright Divine Order cannot be destroyed. Once received, it can be controlled with thought to summon, throw out, and recall. After hearing about the 3 effects of the talisman, Jang Kai fell into deep thought. This effect can help the 5 people on the battlefield, including himself, recover their states. Although the activation conditions and cooldown times are extremely harsh, like refreshing our previous state and recalling the feeling of recovery after the battle, this still means I have gained another extremely powerful trump card. Thinking of that, Jang Kai faintly smiled. At that moment, Hunan suddenly called out to everyone, "Look at this!" A sparkling treasure suddenly appeared before them, and the captain stepped forward, an eager expression urging them on. "Captain Kai, quickly see what it is." Taming also chimed in. "That's right." Jang Kai slowly opened the lid of the treasure chest, and a blinding light immediately burst out. Inside, there are countless rare items, clearly a special reward for them. Seeing the pile of objects, he froze in place for a moment. Taming quickly grabbed a piece of iron ore and exclaimed with emotion. Framtior can significantly increase the hardness of defensive weapons. This is the kind of top-quality material that master blacksmiths always desire. He excitedly examined each item closely. Feathers from the Dreambird, a king-level monster. This structure is perfect for making weapons and nightmare clocks for hypnotists. Taming kept talking more excitedly, unable to stop. J. Slim exhaled in amazement.
This is the main material for making high-grade disguising masks, and it also contains a medium-grade metallurgical solvent, which is said to be able to dissolve and perfectly recombine any metallurgical material. The value of this tube is enough to buy the most prosperous commercial street in Saint-Dieu. Brother X is introducing each type of item harvested from this secret realm. I never even dared to imagine such things before. Am I dreaming or what? Or seeing how captivated Taming was. Nguyen Ngu happily pinched his cheek to confirm it was true. But Honan then spoke up in a deep voice, reminding them that although all these materials were rare, high-grade items, it seemed like none of them could actually be used by us. I wish there was something that could enhance my Storm Thunder staff. Jang Kai immediately offered an idea upon hearing that. Our 4 pieces of equipment are already quite good. At that time, exchanging these materials for class transfer materials could also save us a lot of trouble. She fully agreed with your idea and happily said, "That's true. After all, just selling these items for money is already quite promising." If our guildmaster wants to fight the Huyen Vo Guild to the end, he needs to accumulate more capital. As the team was still celebrating, the system notification sounded, announcing the treasure had been revealed and asking everyone to leave the Bright God realm within a minute. The portal slowly opens. Jang Kai says, "It's time for everyone to set out again." The 3 of them immediately shouted loudly and quickly followed after him. In another place, a giant monster was destroying the city. It roared fiercely, its sound echoing as if tearing the sky apart. Suddenly, a figure rushed in, breaking the chaotic scene. TT jumps high, swings her sword directly at the monster, shouting loudly as she channels all her strength into the blade, then brings it down in a slash that splits the creature in 2 before it can scream. The giant corpse behind collapsed heavily, while TT gently lands on the ground. Outside the laboratory, a researcher praises truly talented. No wonder she's the leader, running at a speed that broke her previous record, with a strike force equivalent to a head-on collision with a 250 km/h train. The sound of high heels approaching from afar, a sweet voice speaks. Chairwoman Thithi remained silent, then gently turned her head to observe. When she saw Xuansheng enter, she asked, "How did everything go?" She pondered with a dissatisfied expression and replied, "According to the plan, Tuong Fong was probably transferred to City L, where the beast gods frequently operate, but our application was rejected." Hearing that, she frowned, her face turning unpleasant. "Is it Wei Ung?" Xuansheng nodded slightly to confirm. "Yes. After all, Tuong Fong also has a fixed team at the War God Temple in Zhangzhong. If Wei Ung doesn't agree, we can't touch him for now." Thi smirked confidently, crossing her arms and saying, "It's part of my plan. Tuong Fong is with the Huyen Vo Guild, daring to protect the Jang Kai family. There must be someone backing him." She hesitated and asked, "President, do we need to continue?" Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with a mysterious light as she replied softly, "Not yet. There's a better opportunity now to deal with Jang Kai." 2 days later, Jang Kai's team returned to the villa after the battle. Honyan stretched wearily and sighed, "I miss my bed so much after these exhausting days. Nguyen Ngu only thinks about food. Now I am so hungry I could eat a whole crab." Before they go to rest, Jang Kai calls back to inform them, "I know you 2 are very tired. In 2 days it will be time to return to Di Lak Chi Di to search for treasures, so rest well first." The 2 of them cheered happily. "Long live Captain Kai." Suddenly, the system flashed a notification. Honyan stopped curiously listening. Could it be that someone wants to join our guild? "Captain Kai, you're very busy now, but unlike what she guessed, this is an urgent notice about an emergency operation. The boss battle on the map is about to start, and the pressure on the southeast defense line is increasing rapidly. Your guild, the Holy Lord Guild, has not yet reached the minimum of 100 fighters to participate, so you are temporarily assigned to the Bright Guild for joint defense. Within an hour, confirm acceptance of the detailed assignment." Jang Kai read the notification carefully, with a serious expression. "Are we being assigned to the Bright Alliance to fight? But where did the Brightness Guild come from? If the scale wasn't small, we should have heard about it before, right?" Nguyen Ngu also nodded in agreement. "That's right. Why would I not have any impression of the guild challenge when I participated in the competition?" Taming explained seriously to his teammates. "When I was researching guilds before, I paid attention to the Bright Guild, which was established about half a month ago and is developing very rapidly. The chairman's name is Tranjuan Sin, a 2-star war god of the War God Temple in Zhangzhong City." She was stunned upon hearing this, knowing that the War God Temple ranks war gods from low to high, based on strength and achievements, such as 1-star, 2-star, and 3-star war gods. "I didn't expect the leader of the Brightness Guild to be a 2-star warrior from the War God Temple." Nguyen Gu rested her chin on her hand, thinking,
No wonder his ability to rally people is so strong. The number of guild members can quickly surpass 100. He continued in a deep voice about Xuan Xin. Additionally, Tran Xuan Xin also has another identity, as the former branch leader of the Huyanvo Guild. The other three were all stunned and exclaimed, "What?" Jang Kai fell into deep thought. "Did you say that the Kwangmin Guild was established half a month ago? This is a very interesting time. The new leader of Huyanvo just took office, and Tran Xuan Xin has just left Huyanvo to establish the Brightness Guild on his own." Your gaze turns cold, revealing a murderous intent. Coincidentally, this time he has been assigned to lead our divine guild. Onyan still didn't fully understand, and asked again, "Captain Kai, what do you mean?" Jang Kai sneered and muttered, "People say that the new leader of Huyanvo Hatithi is very cunning. How could a 2-star war god leave easily? It seems she's really eager to deal with me." At that moment, a group of people forcefully kicked open the gate of the villa. Liu Xian arrogantly and boldly leads people in. Is the leader of the Bright Guild the god's person here? You startle and turn around shouting, "Who is that?" Honan looks uncomfortable and immediately raises her voice. Where did this stray dog come from to bark like that, daring to barge into the Godlord's guild alone? Shen Ye also added, "Get out?" The guy raised his eyebrows in contempt and said, "A guild? In front of my Bright Guild? You little rookies are even calling yourselves a guild? That's laughable." Jang Kai still responded politely to Liu Xian, but he barged into a private area arrogantly and haughtily. Is this the rule when the Bright Guild cooperates with others? Isn't this the famous Jang Kai lately? Henry, speak clearly. I am the leader of Team 3 in this boss battle of the Bright Guild. Everyone must follow my arrangements. At that moment, the system flashed repeatedly. It immediately simulated the mission battlefield and announced that this was your defensive battle mission. If it cannot be completed, the losses will be borne by the guildmaster himself. The main team must have at least 4 members and form a suicide squad. What kind of joke is that? Our average level is not even level 40. Which guild would send a team below level 40 to lure a king-level boss? And Guin Yu couldn't hold back either. A normal level 40 squad even the level commander can't handle, and you're telling us to face a king-level boss? Are you crazy? Liu Xian stood to the side, observing, and then said with a hint of meaning, "A regular team can't do it, but the guild of the main god is different. It's the top contender in the global competition. So what does that prove? It proves that you are the strongest level 40 squad, very capable as the team leader." Jang Kai couldn't help but step forward and face him directly. While Lu Hien's eyes were full of pride, he sneered. With such a strong team, of course they have to go deal with the king-level boss. You think I'm right? President Jiang, this guy is deliberately saying that to make us go sacrifice ourselves. Lu Hien sneered again, continuing to mock, knowing that greater ability comes with greater responsibility. Our Bright Guild assigns such heavy tasks to you, valuing you so much. After satisfying his pride, he then led his team away. All right, the message is delivered and we're leaving now. Looking forward to your impressive performance. Now let's see how arrogant they still are. Honan cursed under her breath. Damn it! But Jang Kai just smiled faintly and softly said, Honan, it's pretty hot today, right? She immediately understood and cheerfully replied, Yes, sir. Suddenly, dark clouds and thunder rolled overhead as the clear sky turned stormy, and heavy rain began to pour down on Lu Hien's group. They complained, What kind of crazy weather is this? If you say rain, then rain, damn it, my clothes are soaked. Lu Hien angrily turned around and shouted, Stop talking nonsense and go back to the guild. Wherever they go, the storm follows and there's no escape. Honan smugly watched their distant figures and sneered. The big figures of the Bright Guild are just walking slowly. Watch out for the edge of the road. Captain Kai, just look at how scared they are, still pretending to be a big guild. Now they've turned into a bunch of rats. Only Shen Yi still worries about the mission. He asks, Guild leader, do we really have to be the boss's bait in this king-level fight? I'm worried, Jang Kai said thoughtfully. Our task is just to lure the boss, not to kill it. There might be a way to turn the situation around. After careful consideration, he ordered, Honan and Nguyen Ngu, rest well for the next 2 days and come with me to Dilak branch the day after tomorrow. Taming, the guild entrusted this task to you while we are not here. No problem. Chairman Jang Kai smiled satisfactorily and added, before leaving, There is still some time before the boss fight on the map. Once we find the treasure and return, I will lead everyone to complete the new class change. They cheerfully responded together, Okay. The next day, at the teleportation area of the Dilak territory, Jang Kai looked surprised at the people standing in front of him. Yuanju stared in shock and asked, Kai, I just heard Lu Luan say that the Guildmaster of the Divine also will join the boss fight, and that they are part of the Bright Guild. Is that true? Noan also curiously added, I heard that guild leader Tran Xuan Xin of the Bright Guild comes from the Huyan Vo Guild, so won't you guys be in danger? Jang Kai calmly replied, Yes, that's right, but there's no need to worry too much. I have a plan. Lu Tuan said seriously, Recently Wei Jihui has been busy handling other matters, and by the time he learned of this news, it was too late for him to intervene. I understand, Brother Lu. Sometimes you have to face challenges on your own. Jang Kai's lips curl into a faint smile as he responds confidently. If I can't avoid it, I might as well take this chance to test the strength of a king-level boss. Inside, you quietly consider and decide to test the new light god order you've just received. Lu Jian proudly pats Jang Kai on the shoulder. As expected, it's still Jang Kai that you and Commander Wei know. Truly brave. He said seriously, Yes, Brother Lu, there's still one matter I might need your help with. He wasn't surprised by that request. It's about your older brother and sister, right? Don't worry, I've already arranged for someone to protect them. Hearing that, Jang Kai felt more at ease and sincerely said, Thank you, Mr. Lu. The teleportation battlefield is now open, he said. Let's go, everyone, and head into the starting point. Inside the Delok territory, at the central area, Jang Kai and Hunan are the first to enter. When he looked to the other side, he was surprised to see Alice's group. On the other side, a team of two, Willis and Grimm, also appeared in the battlefield, leaving Nguyen Nhu utterly puzzled. Discovering the land of the Buddha requires the whole team to work together, so why are only 2 people from the Diao Yu squad here? Honyan explains, I thought their teammates had dropped out during the finals, but now it seems this team only has 2 members, and just with 2 people, they dare to compete, showing they are extremely confident in their abilities. The 2 people just mentioned are slowly approaching Jang Kai's group, and the leader warns him, That guy is coming, Kai. He narrows his eyes, assessing the opponent. Willis spoke first, saying, Hello, Jang Kai, we meet again. Jang Kai's voice grew deeper. What exactly did the letter you gave me last time say? The man grinned widely. That letter wasn't from me. My job is to deliver letters, only responsible for delivering them. If you ask, it's not my letter. Then whose is it? Willis's eyes turn cold as he sneers. You don't need to know who sent it. More precisely, he might not be human, but anyway, congratulations on defeating Visa and earning this spot. Jang Kai has many questions to ask him, so how can he open the letter? The sender is not human. What does that mean? Willis stroked his chin and replied cryptically, I don't know either. I can only say that if you can't open it, it means you're not yet qualified to read this letter. Yuan Zhu immediately shouted in anger, saying, I don't know no matter what you ask. What is the point of the mysterious setup? I think most of it is just nonsense. He shrugged and said, whatever you want to think. Jang Kai had been silently pondering all along. No, my intuition tells me he's not lying, but unfortunately, I don't think we can get valuable information from Willis. The system screen suddenly appeared amidst the tense atmosphere, welcoming everyone back to the competition arena. There are a total of 500 lost relics in this area, and using a key allows entry into 1 relic for exploration. Each relic contains 100 positive treasures, each holding only 1 item. The levels of treasure chests are divided into 4 tiers. Purple chests, from lowest to highest, include copper, silver, gold, and hidden, with a low probability of containing glowing treasure. There are no wild beasts in the ruins, but deadly traps may appear. If a member dies, they will immediately go offline, and the ruins will remain sealed until the team completes the exploration. Each team's exploration time is 1 hour. When time runs out, all members will be forcibly teleported back. This exploration won't have a live stream, but the reward lists for all 3 teams will be fully announced. Light streams start gathering in the sky, forming teleportation arrays. Alice holds the key and steps into the battlefield, glancing back with a sneer. Everyone has only 1 hour to explore. It seems that even if you win first place, that's all there is. She and her team disappear into the battlefield. Let's go. Willis and Green also follow one after the other. What surprises await us? It really keeps people looking forward to it. Well then, good luck. My most adorable friend. Noan said seriously. Kai, since we won first place, we need to find a way to maximize our benefits. He nodded in agreement. Yes, I think so too. Jang Kai outlined his plan. There are no wild animals in the Lost Ruins, so it's relatively safe, and we should split into 3 teams to explore simultaneously. Zhuzi and Nuan are in 1 team, then you take out another key. Honan and Nguyen Ngu are in 1 team. He cautiously reminded everyone to watch out for traps and not let their guard down even if they obtained the treasure. She looked at the magic stone and said, Captain Kai, I just cast a divination. There might be a surprise discovery in the northeast.
Jang Kai nodded and ordered, "All right, no more delays, let's begin the action." Everyone responded in unison.
At the lost relic site, in the exile forest beneath an ancient giant tree, a teleportation formation appears. He steps out, looking around.
System notification, you have entered the exile forest relic. The official exploration time has started. Count backwards.
Jang Kai observes the surroundings and quietly assesses the exile forest. Just hearing the name makes it seem unwelcoming. I wonder if Honan's fortune-telling is accurate. His blue eyes suddenly lit up when he noticed something unusual, a lone bronze treasure under the ancient tree. Jang Kai immediately becomes alert, prepares his move, and launches an attack. Is it that easy? Could it be a trap? The attack exploded violently right where the bronze gong was, with a huge radius.
After the explosion ends, the white smoke gradually dissipates. The bronze treasure chest opens, and the system screen displays information.
A 15-kilogram piece of top-grade celestial mineral that can be refined into celestial gemstone and directly upgrade the level of A-grade equipment. Jang Kai was extremely amazed and immediately ran over, not expecting it to be a forging material that could directly upgrade A-grade gear. Jang Kai smiled proudly when thinking about the set he would refine with the celestial mineral. The reason most high-level equipment can't be upgraded is due to the lack of corresponding forging materials, making these materials even rarer than the equipment itself. Both the treasure orb and the supreme celestial mineral were stored in his space. Jang Kai looked happily into his inventory, just a low-level treasure orb with top-quality celestial mineral. This is great! Let's keep exploring. Suddenly, something caused the ground to shake, and I immediately looked around cautiously. Could there be some monster? No. According to the rules, there shouldn't be monsters appearing in the lost ruins. Jang Kai stared in shock at the ground. Wait a minute. That is molten red lava erupting from beneath, causing the earth to crack into boiling streams of magma, he wondered. Could opening the treasure chest cause the entire forest to collapse and fall into the lava below? Damn it! No wonder that this place is called the Forest of Vanishing Digs. The forest must be fleeing. Jang Kai immediately ran for his life, cursing inwardly, "Honyan, you've doomed me." In another place, at the lost relic in the desert, Hunan suddenly sneezed. She looked confused at the sphere in the middle of the bagua and asked, "What's strange? Why did I suddenly sneeze like that?" Wengu excitedly shouted, "Look, Honyan, over here! There's definitely a treasure vault, and it's a silver one, too." "Wengu, hurry and open it up." He nodded. "Understood." The silver dagger opens, and the system screen displays information. The heart of the Crimson Flame Leader contains a crystal with pure firepower, which can be forged into weapons and grant eternal fiery strength. He excitedly held the heart of the Crimson Flame Lord in his hand. This is a fire attribute crystal that can be enchanted onto weapons. Honyan's eyes gleamed with amusement. As expected from a silver treasure trove, nothing here has ever disappointed. She looked around again and said with a hint of mockery, "I thought Huang Mak Ching Win was really terrifying, but it turns out it's just some moving sand dunes and a few ruined buildings scaring people." Honyan's eyes lit up and her mood also became cheerful. With this pace, it won't be long before we explore the entire surrounding area. She raises her weapon and charges forward enthusiastically, taking the opportunity to explore it thoroughly. Wengu also ran after from behind and started out. In another place, the lost relics, the maze garden. No one looked at the notification from the device and said, "Found it." The door opened and the system displayed an explanation. "Congratulations, you've discovered the level 120 class change material formula for the martial arts outfit." Vientru exclaimed excitedly, "I can't believe I got lucky and found the level 120 class change formula just by chance." The vines silently moved as the two focused on the treasure, waiting for the right moment. They suddenly lunged to attack. Feeling the approaching murderous intent, he glanced alertly as Vientru swung his hand to cut the vine that was seeking its own death. But one vine had already wrapped tightly around Vientru's ankle. He ignored himself and asked her worriedly, Noan, are you okay?" She stepped back and replied, "I'm fine. Luckily, you reacted quickly." Vientru lifts his foot to look at the vines. Every time he opens the treasure chest, these strange things rush out. It's really hard to defend against. Maybe we don't need to set them on fire for them to disappear. After a moment, he stroked his chin in thought and looked at the water bottle in her hand, which Noan had just sprayed on the vines while explaining. "This is a spray that repels similar creatures. In theory, using this will make the plants mistake us for a dangerous species and avoid approaching." The vines immediately retreated, no longer wrapping around Vientru's legs. Seeing the vines withdraw, he cheered happily. "It's a success." Vientru's confident gaze fixed on Noan. At this pace, exploring the entire area within the allotted time shouldn't be a problem. She nodded with a smile.
40 minutes later, the giant screen displayed the exploration time of 0040/0100, the actual combat achievements of the Fire God team exploring the Golden Pillar of the Sun and Snow. Lotus team with Nan and Nguyen Ngu, totaling 8 Silver Pillar of the Sun and Snow Lotus with Nan and Nguyen Ngu, 9. 10. Totaling 19 Bronze Pillar of the Sun and Snow Lotus with Nan and Nguyen Ngu, 20 and 41 Divine Wind. Seeing these numbers, everyone was stunned. What is Jang Kai doing? 40 minutes have already passed, and we've only opened 2 bronze treasure chests. Laki also said in surprise, "Yes? Isn't Jang Kai's strength very powerful?" Ngoksam, nervously typing on the keyboard, reported that a purple treasure chest appeared in the loot list of the Diaoyu and Guiti teams. Mao Fan exclaimed in shock, "The purple treasure chest, could it be that inside is a profession-specific material for level 120 jobs that has never appeared before?" Lakai immediately stood up and said, "Are the level 120 professions about to appear? Then won't Mo Water and Jay Water take this opportunity to become the focus of all Lam Tin?" Angelina calmly analyzes the situation. There isn't much time left, and currently Mo Water and Dai Water are almost the winners. Is Jang Kai's performance somehow suspicious? Could it be that he has fallen into some kind of trap? Also has a similar suspicion, it's likely. There are many types of lost relics, some with very low danger levels, but others pose deadly threats. Return to the battlefield. 15 minutes later, in the Daovang forest, Jang Kai was desperately running to escape the flowing lava, sweat on his face as he struggled to find an opening to unleash his silver aura. The rate of the forest's collapse is indeed accelerating again. A boulder carrying an entire tree hurtled toward Jang Kai. He jumps high to avoid the impact zone and immediately gets excited when he sees the light emanating from it. The dazzling golden light almost blinded him. Jang Kai reached out with his hand, risking everything for the treasure. He rushed to touch the bed, and it was immediately pulled into his space. The boiling magma surged violently, causing the ground to sink. His face grew very serious. This is not good. The entire area is about to collapse completely. Jang Kai accelerated suddenly, quickly moving through areas not yet swallowed by lava, rubbing against a rock to slow down, causing it to emit white smoke. Suddenly, Dung Yam erupted right beneath Jang Kai's feet, and he quickly pulled his foot back to avoid the heat. Behind him, the space was almost completely swallowed by the magma. Jang Kai still rushed forward, just a little more. Come on, faster. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, the collapse is too fast, I can't catch up. If this keeps up, we will be swallowed soon. Dung Nam is right behind Jang Kai. A sudden multicolored light burst across the space. He glanced suspiciously at that light. Could it be that a legendary shining treasure appeared among the wreckage? The screen shows a countdown timer, military classroom, exploration time 005830/010000. Then images of Noan Noan and Vian Tru appear on the screen, showcasing the Chung Guo of the Fire God squad. The purple treasure orb is finally obtained. Someone exclaimed, "It's the purple treasure orb!" Nyok Sam shouted with joy. Yuanju and Tanoan Noan discovered the purple treasure orb, their divine wind eyes shining. That's great. Finally, Saint Dieu has opened a purple treasure orb. The announcement sound rang out, revealing the actual results of the teams from different countries. Fire God Squad, 1 purple orb, 14 gold orbs, 33 silver orbs, 67 copper orbs. Diaoyu Squad, 2 purple orbs, 16 gold orbs, 30 silver orbs, 60 copper orbs. Noble Spirit Squad, 1 purple orb, 12 gold orbs, 25 silver orbs, 55 copper orbs. Yes. He kicked the table and stood up in shock. What? Did the Dungu Squad already open 2 purple treasure chests? Laki nodded and explained the situation. The true value of the purple yang is the highest. Although Hoathan's total treasure count ranks first, the amount of purple yang still lags behind. He looked at Jang Kai with disappointment. It's a pity. I thought Captain Hoathan would bring a surprise this time. But I didn't expect his performance to be the worst. Currently you have gold yang times 1, silver yang times 1, copper yang times 2. Another person also agrees. That's right. Wei Ying frowned, his eyes complex as he looked at the screen. Jang Kai, what kind of trouble are you really in? At the same time, at the Huyen Vo Guild, Thi Thi sat on a chair holding a glass of wine, with 4 beautiful girls behind her, the 4 seasons flowers. Dong Tuyet spoke first. So there are only 4 treasure dungeons? Isn't it true that everyone claims Jang Kai is the strongest under level 60 worldwide? Yet his achievements are even less than his teammates' odd numbers. 4 seasons. Flower sneered and said, "The eyes of the army are getting more interesting." Someone like this trash isn't even worthy of my slippers, yet he's still regarded as a treasure.
Wabon Muatulan grew angrier the more she thought about it. Every time she remembered the royal tournament being lost to this useless guy, it was truly the biggest stain on Huyen Vo. If I ever face him in the arena, I will definitely make him unable to stand up. Xuanxin silently nodded in agreement with Thulan, while Thi looked down on Jang Kai's achievements with disdain. First place in the global competition? That's just a medal from the past. The exploration time is 00.59.30/01.00.00. Gold UN 1, silver UN 1, copper UN 2. Looking at you now, even exploring relics keeps failing repeatedly. It's not just embarrassing. A now sneered contemptuously. It seems Jiang Kai's worth is only this much.
Dong Tweet said irritably. I'm so bored I could die. It's a waste that we even arranged the Holy Light Guild to deal with Jang Kai. I didn't expect him to be so weak.
Hahua crossed her arms and replied, Isn't that a good thing? Could it be that she wants to take action herself for him? Xuanxin looked seriously at the phone screen, her eyes suddenly wide with shock. What? That caught the attention of the other four. What's going on? This time she stared in shock at what just happened.
Thi shouted angrily, How is that possible? The system screen displayed the exploration time 0.559.57/1.00.00, and the shining treasure orb. Half a minute earlier, in the Daovong forest, Jang Kai was extremely suspicious. The legendary level shining treasure orb appeared in the mountain, yet how could it be there? Molten lava burst straight up from the ground right behind him.
Jang Kai's steps grew longer and longer. With no way to retreat, he leapt high to land where the Duong was. Then he bet everything. Jang Kai moves at an extremely fast speed, approaching the giant circle of light. He reaches out his hand to grab the glowing Duong. Jang Kai, full of hope, said, All right, now's the time. He hugged the Duong to his chest and shouted with joy, Got it! Jang Kai opens the sun disk, a dazzling light spreading everywhere. He stares in shock as the ground cracks apart, and he and the glowing sun disk fall freely into the boiling lava below. He struggled to push himself onto the surface of the rock to stay alive, while the magma below continued to erupt relentlessly. Jang Kai helplessly holds the glowing Duong Fat as they fall. Damn it, we've reached the limit. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he thought to himself, Ho Nyan, this is a good place you chose. As Jang Kai was just a few meters away from the lava, his body gradually disappeared. The system announces that the exploration time has ended. 1 hour. Jang Kai narrowly escaped the lava just before it swallowed him. Then the lava erupted again, leaving the ground completely unstandable. The angel slammed his hand down on the table, breaking it apart. He shouted excitedly, Amazing! This kid Jang Kai is truly a genius. He doesn't act, but when he does, he leaves everyone in awe. Tianqi stared at the screen and sighed. How did Jang Kai manage to open the glowing treasure chest in the last few seconds? Mao Pham stood up in confusion. The glowing treasure chest, isn't it supposed to contain a level 140-star profession material? Ngoksam definitely said, even if it's not a level 140 material, it must be the highest quality material available now. Wei Ying let out a relieved sigh, almost fooled by Jang Kai. His harvest at the D-Lock territory might change Thandio's position on the international stage. Somewhere else, something fell heavily to the ground, making a deafening sound. Jang Kai furrowed his brow in pain, slowly opened his eyes, looked up at the blue sky, and wondered if he was still alive. Honhan and Nguyen Ngu Hot Hai ran over. It's Captain Kai. Noan and Vien Tru also immediately ran after. Kai, what are you doing? Your entrance was really cool, huh? You asked in surprise. Is everyone here? Yang Kai quickly assessed the situation. The molten lava has disappeared.
This is the territory of D-Lock.
He slowly stood up, recalling the system's announcement. The exploration time has ended.
1 hour, 0 minutes, 0 seconds, /0 hours, 0 minutes, 0 seconds.
That's right. It must have been then, he asked quietly. What's wrong with Captain Kai? He looks so strange. She stroked her chin thoughtfully, looking at Captain Kai's disheveled appearance. Could it be that the harvest from the relic wasn't good, and that's why he's so agitated? Yuanju waved his hand in front of Jang Kai's dazed face. Kai, are you okay? Kai, don't scare me. The treasure of the sun can be opened as much as you can handle. Just don't go to the ruins and end up looking like a fool. Otherwise, we'll suffer a big loss. Jang Kai extends his glowing hand with a confident smile as bright pearl appears, and Honan is left speechless with amazement. This is her stammering. Oh my god, the glowing treasure is shining brightly. Could this be the legendary item?
Jang Kai proudly declares, Duong treasure is shining, we got it. The four others stare wide-eyed at the glowing object in his hand. He happily rushed over to Jang Kai. This kid isn't just exploring, he's clearly making a miracle. Honyan and Nguyen Ngu also ran over to hug him. No one exclaimed, Kai, you're so cool. A familiar voice from behind caught Jang Kai's attention. It really is the glowing sun treasure. Alice and her team, in tattered clothes, step out of the battlefield. You guys managed to find the shining treasure? How is that possible? Yuanju stepped forward to shield the four, responding fiercely. What's so impossible about that? Stop underestimating others and don't forget that on this arena, a few of you are defeated by us. Honyan chuckled mischievously, winking as he continued. That's right. Now you know that even among explorers, the gap between first and third place is clear. Alice gritted her teeth in frustration, but couldn't do anything. Her teammates shouted in anger. What are they saying? Alice frowned and shouted at him. Is that not embarrassing enough? Get back here. They helped each other retreat. Alice ordered them to go. Yin chuckled. Look at how angry they are. He's really angry. Jang Kai's lips curl up. Strength is the best way to dispel all doubts. Nuan nodded in agreement. The five of them moved deeper into the forest together, while two people behind the trees observed everything. Rim said, Aren't you going to say hello to an old friend? Willis squinted, smiling with a hint of meaning. No need. I think we'll meet again soon. 3 minutes later, your team stepped out of the teleportation array, and Chairman Tan Vu of the military committee said, Congratulations on your outstanding achievement in this exploration. He looked at him suspiciously and said, Hello, Jang Kai. I am Tan Vu, head of the military committee. I wanted to meet the Fire God Squad in Legend last time, but unfortunately you had already left. This time I finally got the chance. You are welcome. Hello, Commander Tan, Honyan whispered to her. Noan, what is this committee? Is it to manage affairs? She explained that it can be understood as the unified agency managing all military organizations nationwide. Even the guard commanders are under their authority. Jang Kai's face grew serious. Tan Chi-hui came because of the loot division, right? I've already discussed the division ratio with Mr. Liu earlier. He shrugged and calmly replied, There's no rush. Based on the results of the loot distribution at this arena, we are the ones who gained the most. You've all worked hard today. Tomorrow we'll discuss the detailed division within the army. What do you think? Chapter 186. Noan stroked her chin and said incredulously, I didn't expect Commander Tan to be so friendly. Jang Kai agreed comfortably with Tan Vu. All right. Ha Vu quickly stepped forward to call him. Commander Tan. Tan Vu replied, what's wrong? She leaned in close and whispered in his ear that the transfer was supposed to be to City L. You still heard every word clearly and exclaimed in amazement, What? Did you think you were about to be transferred to City L? The other four people were also stunned when they heard this news. Yuanju broke out in cold sweat. Could City L really be a dangerous area teeming with beast gods? Tan Vu nodded. That's right. What's wrong? Do you know Tuong Fong? Your face looks extremely serious. I thought he was my friend Tan Chi-hui, so what is the real reason for this deployment? He explained clearly to Jang Kai that Tuong Fong is under the management of the Huyenvo Guild, but recently Huyenvo suddenly wanted to transfer him, even though he is also a member of the War God Temple in Jiangzhong. Wei Ji Huai refused to let him go, so the matter remained unresolved. Huonan snorted in anger, clearly annoyed by the evil people of the Huyenvo Guild, who obviously saw that An Tuong had helped Captain Kai before and deliberately made things difficult, and the pillar also agreed. That's right, they clearly used public matters to settle personal scores. Nguyen Yu also said angrily, That's too much. No one called out to Kai Jiang Kai, but he remained silent, his hand clenched so tightly it trembled. The scene shifts to nighttime, with a full moon hanging bright in the dark sky. He leans against the tree, arms crossed, quietly looking up at the sky as footsteps approach, and the voice of the officer is heard. You're staying up late at night just to pretend to be deep in thought? Jang Kai looked surprised at you holding 2 bottles of beer. Truzu, he asked directly so you couldn't refuse. Have a drink with me. Jang Kai casually takes the beer. Hope you're okay, True Tu, but later don't go bothering the #1 war god with your chatter. Yuanju smiled and glanced at his teammate, hearing someone say from afar that there was a moonwatch stone here. So he guessed you were thinking about Tian Tang's matters and the division of the spoils. He tightened his grip on the beer bottle and nodded thoughtfully. He told Jang Kai clearly that I couldn't help with Tuong's matter, but the division of the spoils had already been agreed upon on the way back. Everything is entrusted to you to arrange, and tomorrow you should discuss with the army how to proceed. We have no objections. Hearing that, you felt extremely guilty.
These are all the rewards you fought so hard to earn. It concerns everyone's future. Yuan Zhu impatiently patted Jang Kai hard on the shoulder, interrupting him. Idiot, in my opinion, Kai. You're good at everything. You just overthink and trap yourself in a vicious cycle. What are we to each other? We are brothers, a team. Everyone risks everything for you. Do you still want to count materials on top of that? You still feel uneasy and want to argue, but Yuan Zhu doesn't let you speak and looks straight into Jang Kai's eyes sincerely. Kai, no matter how good your skills are they as important as everyone's feelings and the future of the guild? The Fire God Squad can go from being seen as a useless team to risking everything to win the national competition. Is it really worth relying on these materials? He recalls every memory of everyone fighting together. We rely on trust, ready to back each other up, and even in our last breath, we must bravely find a way to survive from despair. It is trust that, even if it costs bones and flesh, must hold the last fortress for the brothers. Vayan Tru points to Jang Kai's chest, saying these things are more valuable than any material. Don't get confused about what comes first or last. It's like you suddenly understood something, and a light gradually appeared in Jang Kai's eyes. Yinju reassures you, so don't let unnecessary worries become a burden. You're our team leader, the pillar of the Fire God Squad, and we support all your decisions unconditionally. Those words moved Jang Kai deeply, and then he let out a gentle, relieved smile. Juzi, you gently pat the back of the elder's hand with your hand, and Jang Kai returns to his familiar, confident demeanor. Since I was wrong in my thinking, with you all here, I will be confident to do it. The next day, when the guard saw Jang Kai's group, he spoke up. Please come in. He led his team into the room where the military committee members were already seated on one side, waiting for the 5 of them. Jang Kai politely said, Sorry to keep you waiting. Tan Yu stood up, pointing across. We just arrived too. Please take a seat. Before sitting down, he softly called Noan Noan. She nodded in response. A spark of light rises from Noan Noan's palm. The cards from the divine treasure items collected by Jang Kai's group are all laid out in front of her. Tan Vu excitedly looked at those items. Are these all the loot from the ruins? Brother Jang Kai, what exactly is inside the purple and glowing treasures? Have you finished discussing the division? You answer him. The purple divine treasure is an important material for class promotion for level 120 swordmasters with a total of 10 pieces. Jang Kai pointed to the glowing Duong card, and with a sharp glance at the military committee group, he said, We only kept this one. The rest belong to you. Are you keeping the reward from the glowing Yang treasure? Jang Kai replied, Yes. When Lu and I agreed on sharing the spoils, we took 60% and the army 40%. But these rewards are hard to convert into money and impossible to split, so it's absolutely fair. Tan Vu nodded in agreement. You're not wrong, honestly. You've taken a bit less than you should have. After a brief pause, he continued, It's just that you know the shining treasure is what the army values most, and maybe it can change a lot of things. At this moment, Yuan Zhu sitting opposite turned around, resting one hand on the back of his chair as he looked at Tan Vu. Commander Tan, you should be more confident and drop the word maybe. Tan Vu didn't understand and asked what you meant. Jang Kai gently smiled, holding a card with a shining rainbow-colored treasure chest image, and his voice was full of confidence because it contained 3 sets of complete level 140 gear materials. Tan Vu couldn't believe his ears, his eyebrows furrowing instantly, eyes wide open, mouth agape as he stared at Jang Kai. Lu Vu slammed his hand on the table in shock and exclaimed, 3 complete sets of level 140 gear materials? That means Saint Dieu not only has hope of producing level 140 gear, but could also have all 3 appear at once. This makes us much more confident whether we're exploring the ghost spirit or facing the beast god. At this moment, Tan Vu fell into deep thought. After this kid proposed the division plan and still didn't leave immediately, it seemed he was giving himself a chance to negotiate. On the other side, Jang Kai acted as if nothing had happened, raising his hand to take the cup of water and taking a sip with his eyes closed. Brother Jang Kai, let's be direct. If the army wants this card, what are they willing to trade? Smiling with white teeth, I reply, All right, Commander Tan, since you're so straightforward, I have 4 conditions. I place the glass down and continue. First, I need a complete set of level 40 class transfer materials for martial artist, doctor, feng shui master, death spirit, ascetic, and 2 sets of destiny transfer materials. Tan Vu asks again, Destiny, do you mean defective materials? Jang Kai nodded slightly. That's right. Tan Vu sighed in relief and confidently replied, These requests are not difficult. I will send someone to the warehouse to get them for you later. So, what is your remaining condition? Jang Kai crossed his arms and bowed his head, saying, Monday, I have already confirmed. Tuong Fong has long wanted to leave the Huyanvo Guild, but they refused to let him go, claiming they had invested a lot in his training. Now, his calm expression fades, his eyes turn sharp, and he says seriously, "I hope the army will help him pay off that debt and recruit him." Tanvu seemed to have anticipated this and calmly replied, "Indeed, your bond is very deep, willing to exchange a royal card in your hand for his safety." "All right, I agree to this condition." Seeing that Tanvu has accepted, Jang Kai proceeds to present the third condition.
"You cannot be transferred for 5 years, and Commander Wei must leave Jiangzhong City." Tanvu frowned in confusion and asked, "Brother Jang Kai, what is the reason for this request?"
Nuan Nuan stood beside him, wondering if Kai was worried that the Huyanvo Guild would continue to target Wei Chi Hui.
After all, the Brotherhood Society had once been protected by Wei Chi Hui, but Wei Chi Hui always charged ahead alone without any support behind him.
"Tan Chi Hui, the reason is quite complicated. Just consider whether you can meet my condition." Tanvu thought for a moment and then said, "I don't quite understand your intention yet, but I can agree to this condition, so what is the final condition?" Jang Kai's lips curled slightly as he slowly said, "I want." After a brief pause, his face turned serious, and he spoke each word clearly. "The Huyanvo Guild is disbanded from now on." "What do you mean?" Next to Tanvu, a bald man suddenly stood up and slammed the table, saying, "Jang Kai, what are you joking about? The Huyanvo Guild is one of the 10 major guilds of Thandiu, and is a key force pioneering in the front lines. Without them, our speed of pioneering would slow down significantly." Havu also spoke up to explain. "The Huyanvo military industry behind the guild is crucial for the overall strength of Thandiu, both online and offline. Asking to disband Huyanvo, I'm afraid you've overestimated our limits of intervention." Hearing that, Jang Kai immediately stood up and decisively said, "If that's the case, then I haven't said anything. I will take my leave." Another person from Tanvu's side stood up and loudly said, "Jang Kai, what good is it to take level 140 martial equipment materials? You're not a martial artist. In the end, you can only sell yourself for money. Name your price, and we'll pay to buy you." Jang Kai turned around, glanced briefly, and asked, "How much do you think is a fair price for an item capable of changing the fate of a nation, but unfortunately no matter how much money I have, I won't sell it?" Tanvu looked intently at him, deep in thought. It seemed this young man was determined to oppose the Huyanvo Guild. He gently propped his chin with his hand, contemplating. "The influence of the Huyanvo Guild is certainly significant, but even if it disbands, its members and resources will be absorbed and integrated by other guilds in Tangdu. From a national perspective, the overall combat strength has not decreased at all." Jang Kai led everyone and said, "Let's go." Nguyen Ngu nodded slightly and followed. At this moment, Tanvu stood up and shouted loudly, "Wait a moment, you all, Brother Jang Kai. Please stop." Jang Kai slowed his steps but did not turn around. Tanvu approached and said, "It's embarrassing to admit, but I don't know what conflict there is between you and Huyanvo that has led to this. But honestly, dissolving Huyanvo is truly too difficult. However, I have a suggestion for adjustment. Maybe you could consider it." Hearing that, Jiang Kai's lips curl slightly, as if he has achieved his goal. He turned around calmly and said, "Please, ask Tan Chi Hui." Tanvu continued, "Trying to disband a large branch of the Huyanvo Guild is the biggest concession we can make." "What did you say? You want to disband the Huyanvo Guild branch in City S? How dare Jang Kai make such a request?" Hearing Thought Thi say that, Xuanxin and Ha Hua were also startled, about to disband the branch. On the other end of the phone was Havu. "You said, Chairman Ha, actually the committee is studying it. Issuing the notice is just a matter of time." Hearing that, Thithi's face was covered in sweat as she anxiously asked, "What do you mean? Could it be that the value of Huyanvo is not even equal to the transfer materials? Among the dozens of transfer materials of Thangdiu, how much have we contributed, and in the end, we are treated like this?" Havu explains, "Don't be agitated. The key is that Jang Kai has level 140 martial transformation materials, enough to change St. Yao's ranking internationally." Thi, unwilling, says, "Weren't we already sending people to explore the new map? Maybe we will quickly gather enough of those materials." The voice from the other end replied, "That's just a maybe." Havu's voice continued to ring out. She also knew how great the pressure from the beast god was right now. "We don't have time to wait for her." "Maybe, and besides, you only lost one branch." "President Ha, you shouldn't provoke Jang Kai." Her eyes widened as if she was intensely stimulated. The phone in her hand slipped and hit the table hard. Thi stood unsteady, trembling all over, her heavy breath constricted in her chest. Xuanxin then said, "Huyanvo's ability to stay in the top 5 among the 10 major guilds is thanks to the efforts of the S City branch." Ha Hua added,
At least half of the core team members are recruited from there, and if it's disbanded, our future combat power will decrease by at least 40%. Thythe's face turned fierce, and she said with hatred, "We've been preparing for so long, everything was just about to be arranged when he turned the tables on us. Damn it, if he hadn't gotten the glowing sun treasure, I'd be dead by now and wouldn't dare to ride all over me." As she finished speaking, her phone screen lit up. A voice announced, "The resolution has been passed. Chairman Ha must disband the S-City branch before 3 p.m. tomorrow." She stood frozen after hearing this, her mind in chaos, speechless, her face expressionless as she swung her hand to throw the phone away. Chuanxing and Hahua stand nearby, worriedly calling out. Thi is almost going insane right now, trembling as she thinks, "Jang Kai, I must kill you." The next day, at the Huyenvo Guild branch in S-City, a modern military base appears. "What's going on?" I hear the commotion outside the gate where the A military zone is stationed. "Why disband? Is there a mistake?" "That's right. Huyenvo is one of the 10 major guilds of St. Yao, so how can a branch just say it's dissolved without giving us an explanation?" Someone else quickly stepped forward and said, "Please calm down. This is the headquarters decision." The crowd ignored him and rushed forward to question. "Come on, where is Ha Thi? What right does she have to disband our branch just because she showed up first?" "Yes, Bao Hatithi came here to explain herself. We need an answer." Ho Nyan smugly praised, "The army's efficiency is truly impressive. They finished what they promised us in just 1 day. That really makes me angry." Vien Tru also laughed loudly, saying, "I can't help but laugh just thinking about Bao Hathithi's angry, distorted face." Jang Kai approached from the gate and greeted everyone. "Are you all here?" Wing Nu smiled and said, "Captain Kai has arrived." Vien Tru approached, put his arm around him, and asked, "Kai, why are you only coming back now? Hurry up and watch the show or you'll regret missing it." Honan is right. The Huyenvo branch is in chaos right now. Jang Kai softly said, "Lu just told me that the Huyenvo branch in S-City has been ordered to be shut down by 3 p.m. today." He looked at everyone and continued to inform. Additionally, due to this issue, Huyenvo's internal affairs are also in chaos. In this dungeon boss battle, Huyenvo will retreat, and the Murder Demon Guild will step in to ensure the firepower of the battle remains unaffected. Honyan asked, "So the Brightness Guild?" Jang Kai explained, "Although the Brightness Guild is supported by Huyenvo, it remains independent and not only unaffected, but also recruits former Huyenvo talents to strengthen its power." Hearing that, Honyan pouted and crossed her arms, saying, "So we still have to follow that annoying Lu Hien's orders." A scheming and petty face appeared in everyone's memory. Jang Kai calmly replied, "I also want to see what tricks they can pull now elsewhere." A tall building appears, a face shows up. A white-haired man, gasping for breath. "Over there." Ah Tzu held the watch in his hand, happily saying, "That's great, 3 minutes and 20 seconds. 5 seconds faster than last time." At this point, the elder brother was gasping for air, resting his hands on his knees, too exhausted to reply. Tu stepped closer, caringly saying, "Big brother, wipe your sweat quickly, or the wind will blow on you, and you'll catch a cold." The eldest brother took the towel and replied, "Let me do it myself. I'm no longer as weak as before." He wiped his sweat and said, "With this progress, I think I will recover quite a bit soon enough to go help Kai." Hearing that, An Tu sternly warned, "You also need to be careful. You can't keep copying your older brother's reckless ways." Just as they were chatting happily, a sudden singing voice rang out. "It's Jang Kai," he happily said while carrying 2 bags of things. "No wonder he's been singing lately." "So someone is talking behind your back." Kai's second brother. In the room, the eldest placed the fruit tray on the table and said, "Jiang Kai, I didn't expect you to be so strong now after seeing your performance in the competition." "That's right, second brother. You're so cool." She scolds you, but second brother, you really didn't inform us about such an important matter in advance. I was so scared at that moment that I fainted. Luckily, the army finally brought the news that you were safe. Jiang Kai gently pats Tu's head to comfort him, explaining that it was an emergency and he was just too anxious at the time. "Sorry, Tu, I caused everyone to worry. I finally managed to sleep and left a message." "Huh. It's good that you know, but don't scare me or Big Brother anymore." He took out 2 test tubes containing liquid. "Big Brother 2, let's put my situation aside for now. Today I came not only to personally report my safety to everyone, but also to hand over these 2 transfer documents to you both." Both of them stared in amazement at the item. Jiang Kai solemnly introduced, "This is the 2 parts of the Destiny document. My profession is to transfer the profession from the Destiny document. You analyze this special type of document that can be transformed into a corresponding profession based on the user's characteristics." Tzu must marvel and exclaim, "It's truly amazing." He handed her a bottle and said, Tsu, you're still young. I hope you finish your studies first before deciding your path, so I will temporarily keep your part. The remaining bottle Jang Kai gave to the Demon King, he can leave at any time, but that path will be much more difficult than you imagine. He needs to think carefully. He has accepted his younger brother's kindness, and he has thought it through. The boss still feels guilty. Back when he was bedridden, he only hated himself for not recovering quickly enough to risk everything at Kui Tin, but his body just wouldn't cooperate. Tu Ngeve Ti La Lang. Big brother, you understand clearly. He's exhausted because he's been working hard to support us, and now he's blaming himself. He continued, but I heard that most explorers in Demon Spirit undergo long-term training. I have no experience and my physical condition is weak. I'm afraid I can't even pass the trial to become a cultivator, but I will definitely risk my life to train. Jang Kai patted his shoulder to comfort him, saying, Big brother, don't put too much pressure on the trial to become a cultivator. I have a way, and I believe you can also walk the path ahead.
You revealed a secret. Once you reach the superhuman level, you can also withdraw current attributes.
Then in Lam Tin I can be like Black God and the boss think I am, fighting divine beasts and avenging my loved ones. Antu put on an apron and told them, I've been cooking for the boss these days. I'm also free and not used to it.
Today the boss will stay and chat with second brother for a while. After dinner, I'll call you both.
All right, I'll get back to discussing the main matter with you. The big brother thinks that during this boss battle on the map, your guild will be responsible for luring the king-level boss.
Worried that brother 2 might be anxious. I haven't told him yet. Jang Kai, honestly, do you think you can retreat completely unscathed? Jang Kai assured him, don't worry, I will stay safe. He still isn't convinced.
That is a king-level boss, Zui, and you are worried. Let me analyze the situation so you understand.
Boss battle on the map is not only about expanding the Holy Light's territory at Demon Star, but also about the confrontation between all Lam Tin humans and the Beast God. This is a situation that only generations risking their lives can create. This matter is of great significance to us. No matter how dangerous the upcoming battle against the king-level boss is, you must step forward and do it. You can't back down. Seeing your face darken, I cautiously asked, Big brother, are you angry?
Big brother honestly replied, You fool, I'm just happy.
Seeing you now grown into a man who can shoulder the world, I'm happier than I can say. How could I hold you back?
He didn't forget to remind you, but one thing is to take good care of yourself. If you're tired, come home.
And remember, the boss and brother Tsu will always be behind you, supporting you unconditionally. With their support, Jang Kai feels reassured.
Yes, big brother.
A few days later, inside the dungeon, Ho Nyan happily reports back.
Spirit Summoner, Captain Kai, I am now a Spirit Summoner. Her information is now displayed.
Explorer Ho Nyan, level 41, Spiritual Medium. Nguyen Nu jumps up with joy.
I have also switched to the Death Fanatic class. Explorer Nguyen Angu, level 41, Death Fanatic. Jang Kai asked with interest, What are your innate talents? Ho Nyan replied, My innate talent is the Crying Ghost Wolf, which allows me to communicate with spirits through the spiritual realm and command them to attack targets. You seem quite surprised. Oh, is the attack power of the vengeful spirit high? She awkwardly smiled and replied, Right now it's not very strong, mainly to disturb the target and has a certain chance to cause a breaking effect. Jang Kai understood that temporary attacks are not enough, but his control now is already very strong.
With the Thunderbolt staff and the Ghost Crying Wolf talent, he has 2 major controls, making it difficult for others to kill him,
and earning praise. She blushed shyly and said, Yes, I think so too. Nguyen Nu excitedly announced that as the Crazy Singer Captain, my new talent is the Crazy Singer Tung Tu.
Jang Kai compares the Crazy Singer, and it sounds stronger than the previous passive talent from his past. Honan urges Nguyen Nu quickly tell us how crazy this singer is. He revealed that this talent could activate my innate nature and body instincts, and also has a certain chance to trigger the state of true self. This shocked both of them.
A state of true self? Nguyen Nu said as he stabbed forward with his sword.
That's right. Although I don't fully understand it myself, this talent is very special. Different trance states will activate different effects depending on the circumstances and emotions at the time.
Honyan nodded and said, That's impressive. I've just never heard of it before. Jang Kai stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, People who can switch from wine demon to wine madman are extremely rare, and with the countless variations of innate talent, it's very normal not to have heard of it. In my opinion, the rarer it is, the more potential it has. Nguyen Ngu blushed with pride and let out a soft hum of acknowledgement. At this moment, the watch on Jang Kai's wrist vibrated as if he had received a notification.
A 3D display appeared, and Jang Kai happily said, Master, she said that she and Nuan Nuan have also successfully transformed their classes. Great. Now that we fight together, we'll be much stronger. Honyan asked, so Captain Kai, are we going monster hunting again today? Jang Kai's eyes suddenly turned serious as he looked out the window and calmly said, the day after tomorrow is the boss battle at the map. Call Taming, and we will leave immediately for the quarantine zone to prepare for battle.
Honyan and Guingu replied together with a determined look. The next day, at the Lachlan Ridge, a majestic scene unfolded with mountain ranges like giant horns piercing the sky. Below is an area set up by the army with tanks, tents, and observation towers, with faint figures moving nearby as if on guard and reconnaissance. One person pointed behind them and asked Jang Kai's group, do you four understand clearly? Then he pointed to the forest on the other side and said, the Guildmaster's mission is to lure the king-level boss in that direction. Don't get confused. Jang Kai confidently replied, don't worry, we won't mess up. Tran Yet stroked his chin and smirked. Just remember, do it well and don't die at the boss's hands. After finishing, he turned his back and walked away without looking back, leaving Jang Kai's group behind. Nguyen Yu muttered irritably, damn it, look at that guy's face. He clearly wants us to hand over our lives. Honan also angrily agrees. That's right. Jang Kai seemed unconcerned as he gave instructions. At that time, just follow my lead and respond to each move accordingly. Jang Kai and Taming stood in the forest, discussing for a long time to prepare for the upcoming battle. At another place, Guangming Guild leader Chen Xuansheng looked at the person in front of him and said, you must ensure that Jang Kai's guild obediently passes through there when the time comes. Also, have the ambushers been chosen yet? No one from our guild is allowed to be used. The army prohibits internal conflicts during the period of the glorious dynasty. Lu Hian-fake smiled and said, yes, Chairman, rest assured, I have paid a large sum to secretly hire experts. Completing the mission is no problem. We won't reveal ourselves. With a sinister look on his face, he continued, I will also personally set an ambush nearby to make sure nothing goes wrong. Tran Xin thought maliciously. Jang Kai, who has known Huyen Vo Hui Huang for so long but keeps failing against you, this time I will make sure you die without a burial place. The sun has now set, and thousands of stars and planets appear, creating a mystical scene. Below, everything is quiet, as if everyone has fallen asleep. The light gradually emerges from behind the mountain range, whether it's sunlight or something else. The ground suddenly trembled violently, rocks and debris flying everywhere, as hundreds and thousands of monsters of various shapes charged forward, leaving a cloud of dust behind. High above, a horned man with veins bulging on his forehead gestures forward. The army immediately takes their positions to attack the monsters. Hundreds of shells and guns fire continuously straight at them, as shouts of victory echo through the sea of flames for the holy wine kill. Tai Jiang shouted loudly, trying to hold out until the 5 great guilds kill the boss, and the 7th team on the left wing quickly connect. Suddenly, the ground exploded, rocks shattered and flew everywhere. 3 monsters leapt out from underground, crocodile-like bodies with spiky backs charging to attack. A soldier shouted, Squad 3, surround the golden horned dragon. Absolutely do not let it break through the line. Squad 4, reinforce the firepower now. The firepower aimed at the monster's head was like scratching an itch, leaving no wound. It charged forward like a bullet, knocking the crowd aside. The continuous cries of pain echo as Tai Jiang, badly injured, falls to the ground and shouts loudly, Send reinforcements. These Naglong are too powerful. We can't fight them. As soon as he finished speaking, a winged dragon appeared behind Tai Jiang, opening its mouth full of fangs, ready to bite his head off. The scream suddenly stopped, blood splattering from the monster's mouth as the explosion ahead caused the ground to crack and rapidly approach everyone. Damn it, are these beasts' armor made of diamonds? Jang Kai said nothing, his sharp eyes fixed ahead. Taming gritted his teeth and said seriously, the level commander Kim Jiak Nyak Long is already hard to deal with. I can't imagine how terrifying a king-level monster must be. Nguyen Ngu didn't speak, only nodded silently. Jang Kai said, we can't panic now. No matter what, we must be ready to fight at any moment. One monster after another appears in different shapes and sizes, but all are fierce and bloodthirsty. The crowd stared in horror at the scene ahead and shouted, It's not good! A king-level monster has arrived, a level 120 king-tier beast. The sword tiger single-handedly drives away the surrounding people, its sharp claws aimed at someone at its feet. In the tiger's deadly fangs, this person can only beg for help. At its feet lie a multitude of bloodied corpses. Jang Kai's team was utterly terrified upon seeing this scene. William shouted,
Listen up, servants of the Divine Lord. You have 3 minutes to lure the level King Tiger boss behind the trees and buy us time for reinforcements. If you don't complete the mission, just wait and disband. That's the end of me. The other two aren't convinced about stalling for 3 minutes.
Are you kidding? You guys didn't mention any time requirement earlier. That's right. And what do you think you are? On what basis do you say disbanding is disbanding?
He reminds you, what time is it now, with the beast tied right in front of us? Do you understand what the big picture is?
If this beast tears through the defenses, can you useless guys handle it?
William leads the way and leaves.
Come on, instead of arguing with me, Chibang should think about what to do. The members all look in his direction, waiting for orders. Hey! Captain, what should we do now? Do we really have to follow his orders?
This is clearly a trap. Captain Kai, we follow your lead.
The roar of the sword tiger and everyone's shouts echoed my arm. Those people panic and run away, unable to stop them. Retreat, we can't handle this. At this moment, Jang Kai is deep in thought. Then he quickly jumps off the ground and announces that the Fire God Squad has begun fighting. The streams of fire shot downwards, hitting Kimho's body like a target, and it roared in fury.
The sword tiger chases after the one who dared to hurt it. The Fire Spirit Squad quickly flees, and the sword tiger leaps forward, aiming to strike a team member.
Jang Kai is worried. Nguyen Ingu is firing countless streams of fire at the saber tiger.
It suffers pain as the flames spread, and the saber tiger becomes even more furious, charging forward.
Jang Kai took the opportunity to hold him and run away, while Kimho's claws missed mid-air, and he was amazed by its speed. Too fast, Honan jumped down with her staff to help. Heroine Ho arrives here to see me. Unmatched wind and cloud shelter. Thanks to her help, the sword tiger was stopped, and Jang Kai took the opportunity to drag Nguyen Ngu and run wildly. The sword tiger is thundering behind them, but they are pulling away from it. You lead the squad to run towards the forest, keep running forward, towards the trees ahead. The sword tiger can't let them escape, so it roars out with a sonic wave. The boss activates the Death Fury skill, knocking them forward with its power. Everyone, be careful, the wind is too strong, damn it. Horan is struggling, is this its skill? At the same time, the sword tiger had already closed in behind Jang Kai. He gritted his teeth and turned to look at it,
sending several streams of flames toward the sword tiger as his clone ignited.
That surge of power struck the side of the saber tiger, and its roar made the body of the illusory body stiffen. The clone is pinned down by the saber tiger's fangs, but a beam of light emanates from within. He summons the clone to deceive, then turns to Honyan and warns, "Captain Kai, there's a forest ahead." The sword tiger roared in fury as its prey slipped out of reach, shaking the mountain and forest with its deafening cry. It was circling through the forest without finding them. Jang Kai was hiding on a high branch, not even daring to breathe heavily. He remembered the night before the boss battle. He had previously emphasized to the members about the upcoming major fight. Our opponent this time is a king-level monster. I want to emphasize again that when completing the mission, you must do your best to avoid direct confrontation with the enemy. His alcohol may boost his strength, but it also makes him lose control. When facing an overwhelmingly powerful opponent, losing control is no different from death. So tomorrow, not a drop of alcohol is allowed. He has understood and obeyed. Jang Kai continued to give orders, but Hunan's innate talent and skills facing a king-level monster were too mismatched. However, that was the most flexible support for the team. If any of us are targeted by the monster, she will step in to protect. Shen Ye, your defense is our most reliable fortress. When necessary, you and I will work together to stabilize the situation. The two of them patted their chests and assured us, "No problem, leave it to Lady Ho." Eve. Understood. Chairman Jang Kai analyzed that the ideal situation is for us to avoid direct confrontation with the king-level monster, lure it into the forest, and complete the mission. As it is a dangerous task, I cannot ignore the worst-case scenario. If it comes to the end and we can't avoid it, then we have to risk it with that beast. Everyone, get ready. The Manga expressed that if he hadn't joined the Fire God Squad and gone through the fierce battle in the Bright God realm, he might still be a lone wolf risking everything on his own. The harmony and joy of trusting teammates with your back, sharing the same purpose and fighting side by side were things he had never experienced before. Chairman, I want to fight the strong enemy with you, but I can't even do that. Nguyen Yu added, "Us too, with everyone's unity, you can extend your hand." They clasped hands and prepared to fight, united in purpose to win this battle, fighting together until the very end. So now you're hoping this forest is a natural shield and that it can buy us some time, but seeing the situation below, Jang Kai is tense. It's dangerous. This is its body emitting a blazing golden aura. The Monster King level warning system has activated the Blood Essence's pursuit skill, targeting the enemy. Jang Kai realizes he's been spotted,
and in the crimson pupils of the saber tiger, no one can escape. Its power surges up into the branches, knocking Jang Kai down instantly. Captain Kai has arrived. Even Taming is panicking. Chairman, at this moment, Jang Kai is using the death card of Rotten Fire, unleashing his power on the sword tiger, which is already bleeding fresh blood, and their group immediately descends to the ground. Honan eagerly asks, "Did you break through the armor?" Nguyen-gu quickly turned and ran. "Take the chance to run now. The ambush team should be arriving soon." He sensed danger behind him and turned to look. Seeing the tiger sword being healed, the recovery was happening too quickly. A blinding source of energy is gathering from its mouth as their group's steps are swept away by the raging wind. Honyan is being pulled back. The force is too strong. His body can't control it. He's about to be sucked in. He silently curses, "Damn it, the gap in strength is too great. Do I really have to use it again here?" These 3 minutes felt endless. Taming activated the indestructible Vajra, but he was still being pulled into the tiger's mouth sword. They anxiously call out to Taming, who is now struggling to resist inside its mouth. Jang Kai observes the situation to find a feasible solution, while Taming grits her teeth and fights on. He unleashed countless streams of fire. Taming, she fought to hold on. The entire body of the sword tiger was being fiercely attacked by gunfire. But when no damage was dealt, Jang Kai was stunned. "What? You can't afford to be anxious. If this keeps up, everyone will have to die once they are exhausted." Jang Kai grit his teeth and forced himself to think. He told the members, President Honan, President Nguyen, that the gods' mission depends on everyone. Their hearts are filled with fear. Could it be that Taming is leading them into the tiger's mouth? Taming regretfully said, "I wish I could fight to the end with everyone." Jang Kai couldn't bear it as Taming's mouth was bitten by the sword tiger, blood pouring out. His final wish was to run away. They fell to the ground from the aftershock. Jang Kai frowned and looked at the scene, shouting loudly, "Death card! Death card!" The wrath of the gods. A card was thrown out, flying towards the sword tiger. Honan grabbed your hand. "Captain Kai, run quickly. Don't let Taming's sacrifice be in vain." The perfect sword. Tiger advances unscathed. Nguyen-gu blocks with a shield, risking all 3 being knocked into the air as dark mist emanates from the tiger's mouth. Jang Kai is astonished by this scene, a powerful force descending upon him, with a large blackened patch on the tiger's back. That sudden situation left everyone stunned. That group of people appeared. Are they really sending kids like you to lure a king-level boss? Are you crazy? Who are they now saying, "Sorry for being late. The location forecast was wrong. Hurry and find a safe hiding spot. Leave the next part to us." They rushed toward the roaring tiger. Honyan, looking disheveled, said, "It's the rescue team, the superhuman combat squad." Nguyen-gu shouted, "Captain Kai! Honyan, look over there. The tiger sword is under continuous attack, and a team of people is approaching around it." Jang Kai said, based on the scene and coordination, "This is surely the elite team of the 10 great guilds, with strong support plus the most extraordinary superhumans. Today, even if this beast grew wings, it would be hard to escape. Our mission is complete. Quickly find a place to treat the wounds." At night, by the quiet riverbank, medicinal bottles are scattered on the ground as they talk, thanks to Nao's careful planning and the prepared special medicine. "The wounds are healing quickly, and I feel much better now. It's just a pity about Shen He," Honan added. "It's still the Kwangmin Guild's fault for being so disgusting, only telling us at the last minute that we have to hold off the level 3 king beast for 3 minutes. Wen Nu was annoyed, unsure why the military side agreed to this plan. While they argued loudly, he quietly looked at his reflection in the water, revealing that those 3 minutes might not be for the mission, and the military might not even know about it. The 2 of them were stunned. "Captain Kai, you mean that more than anyone. Jang Kai understands that this is a deadly trap prepared by the Bright Guild for us." The branch in his hand draws a line on the ground. Jang Kai drew a diagram showing that in a classic bait and ambush battle strategy, to avoid mistakes, troops must be prepositioned and tightly coordinated at the location. But what about this arrangement? Knowing that the target is a king-level monster, but still asking us to hold it back for 3 minutes after we arrive, could those 3 minutes be for the ambush troops who are already in position to hurriedly rush from the battlefield here? The 2 of them gradually digest his words as Jang Kai continues to analyze, explaining that the army had been planning this battle for many victories. Supplies and troops poured in, and reinforcements appeared from deep within the forest, proving they had been ambushing there all along. Honyan was shocked. So why? He emphasized, "This is exactly the point I wanted to make. Do you still remember the explanation given when the superhuman appeared?" At that time, they apologized for being late and said there was a mistake in the ambush location prediction, so you should find a safe place to hide quickly. Honyan replied, "I remember now. They said there was an error in the ambush location forecast.
Jang Kai asked Van Lai, so the forecast of the wrong location, with a strong army stationed to guard in the boss battle and a decisive victory planned, how could there be such a catastrophic mistake?
Unless this was premeditated, I fear some rats in the shadows are misreporting military intelligence on purpose to delay the reinforcements. They understand Jang Kai's intentions, and Honan is furious. Damn it all, everyone is helping Than Du expand his territory, yet they still want to secretly scheme against us.
Taming cannot die in vain, and we cannot suffer for nothing. I must find the Bright Guild to get an explanation. Nguyen Ngu added.
That's right. A loud laugh echoed. So you're hiding here, wanting an explanation? Fine.
The three of them glanced at the newcomers,
and Liu Xian declared that if they could survive and leave here today.
You frown when you see Liu Xian. He takes off his mask.
You have sharp eyes, a little one. I didn't really want to face this myself either.
But I thought about it and decided that after you guys die, I just need to collect the watches, alter the records, and then write a perfect report. Once it's done, even if you want to frame me, the army will see you as rabid dogs. Jang Kai looked down on his treachery more than I expected. Lu Haiyan confronts him.
Jang Kai, honestly, I've been annoyed with you for a long time. Nguyen Ngu shouted, That Lu guy, you're really bold.
During the boss battle, everyone fought with all their might, yet you dared to disobey orders and instigate internal conflict. What internal fighting are you talking about? We're not fighting among ourselves. Don't spit blood and blame others. Clearly, it's you three, not four, who were severely wounded and killed by the Boss King because you couldn't be saved. Honyan gathers lightning on her staff. Stop wasting time. Today, the female hero will act in accordance with heaven's will and take your dog's life. Liu Xian, send your people into battle. What are you standing there stunned for?
Kill them all, fight quickly, and win fast. Everyone charge forward now. Jang Kai launches a missile. Do you really rely on just you guys?
They block your missiles with shields and charge at you. You're quite capable for a spoiled brat, but facing us is only death. Corrosive poison, Black Knight Swordman. The leader uses Quatkot Toithak, and he blocks with a shield. In my whole life, Nguyen Ngu has never been inferior to anyone. And at last, the fine wine was enjoyed in a satisfying fight.
They all were knocked away by that power.
Jang Kai cheers and fires a missile at the same time. Nguyen Ngu fights really well. The missile fires at them, exploding in a blaze of fire across the dazzling sky. Liu Xian orders the shield to move forward, blocking the kid's dart. Honyan steps forward, raising her magic staff high, a fierce demon wolf, as lightning roars down from above. They are terrified. What is that? Monsters emerged from the ground, and a soldier with a shield stepped forward to block them, retreating as a wave of energy shot from behind. A demon escaped from his body. The shield in his hand fell to the ground, and his whole body trembled as he gasped. What? At the same time, the other monsters charged forward, using their fists to smash the enemy's heads off. The others rush in to tear their opponents apart, enjoying a bloody feast. It turns out it was just an illusion in the soldier's mind.
He clutching his head, shouting, No, no, get away! Lu Hien realizes it was a terrifying attack. Damn it, stay away from those shadows. They are passing through the bodies of the others, and none of them will escape.
Jang Kai declared that the illusion would be your grave, and while they were stunned, he took care of them all. Behind a fierce explosion, everything was set ablaze. Nguyen Ngu gasped for breath. What kind of day is it that so many celestial beings have descended to Earth?
Come on, everyone, let's have some fun.
They rush forward in anger. Damn it, kill that shameless fatso. Nguyen Ngu's cheeks flushed unusually. He swung his sword to strike, a divine masterpiece with an alluring figure, causing all these people to be sent flying backward. From the sky, missiles rained down like a storm, burning fiercely in the raging flames. Nguyen Ngu called out, Who else wants to play with me next? Jang Kai thought to himself, It was sword energy just now. I remember Nguyen Ngu once said that after entering the state, the ego would gain different abilities. It seems sword energy is one of them. A pillar of light shot down. The crowd from afar was stunned. What is that? It's Honan striking, with thunder roiling and leading a thunder tribulation.
They are terrified. What? She can summon the heavenly thunder star?
With this aura, could it be that she is a hidden, extraordinary person? Lu Hien was panicked. It was impossible. Honyan looked down on them, unable to defeat a king-level monster, so how could he not handle a bunch of insignificant pawns like you? Now surrender and face your death. Lu Hien orders to kill them and capture them, increasing the reward by 50%. As the lightning strikes down, they no longer care about the bounty and quickly run away. This woman is not normal. She's both a heavenly thunder and a ghostly soul, controlling a domain and attacking fiercely, plus a perverted drunkard. Anyone who wants to fight, go ahead, I'm not fighting this time. You crazy. This fire squad is all crazy. Seeing everyone else run away, he panicked. Damn it, everyone come back here. Seeing others abandon him, Lu Hien thought anxiously, this is bad. A surge of lightning struck him down, and as the thick smoke cleared, Lu Hien's face was smeared with dirt, feeling only that his clothes were slightly scorched and a bit numb. There was not a single soul around him. Honyan sneered. Do you really think your courage is so small? My lightning tribulation is just a minor illusion, yet it can scare you so much. The guy grew even more furious. Damn it, you dare to mess with me, so now I'll cut you down. Captain Kai, you swing your sword. You are my prey. He's running away, relying only on you. None of you three will escape today. You quietly analyze the situation. Lu Hien swung his spear down from above, and Jang Kai quickly jumped away from where he was standing. He continued to chase after him. Jang Kai dodged. Hunyan let out a cold snort below. This Lu guy is really an arrogant braggart, sticking close to the face and not giving Captain Kai a chance to breathe. Nguyen Ngu added, That's right, I think to myself. Normally, the profession's advantage is agility below level 60. Considering various enhancements, agility is also extremely difficult to break through 1,000 demon eyes focused. This guy just crossed level 60. His agility can definitely surpass 1,000. Is this the suppression of class transition levels? Under level 60, no one has ever escaped completely from my spear. Go die. Lu Tin ambush. You dodge quickly. Montian is too vast but still too slow. Lu Hien couldn't believe it. What? Jang Kai attacked from behind, aiming to end the fight quickly. Honan shouted, Look, Captain Kai is about to unleash his ultimate move. His spear has fallen to the ground. Lu Hien activates the command like a mountain. This is to broaden your horizons. What do you call a true military king? Jang Kai was shocked to see this move as a surge of energy rushed toward him. Jang Kai felt that this oppressive feeling was fundamentally impossible to distract from. The death card, he crossed his arms to block the attack, while the others anxiously shouted, Captain Kai, be careful, don't come over, fall back. They silently listened to Jang Kai. Liu Xian sneered confidently. Jang Kai, consider yourself lucky. Under the army's command like a mountain, your body and mind are under heavy pressure. Your two useless teammates, if they want to attack fiercely, not to mention saving you, they will struggle just to protect themselves. And your luck ends here. His spear aimed at him, saying, Now die for me. Jang Kai stood there facing Lu Hien, while the team members anxiously called out to Captain Kai. You activated the Holy Light Orb to block it, and his spear couldn't go any further. 2 rings of light appeared on Lu Hien's arm, and he cursed, What the hell is this? Lu Hien's whole body stiffened as a ring of light wrapped around his waist. Honan noticed that it seemed like that person's hand couldn't move. Nguyen Ngu cheerfully exclaimed, It's Captain Kai's Holy Light Orb. Lu Hien revealed his trump card, Jiang Kai, don't think only you have divine weapons. The Divine Might gemstone and the protective aura around him radiate dazzling power, making Lu Hien more confident. See that? The Holy Light Amulet of Captain Kai is not enough to resist that power. This is the absolute power of a level 60 war king. You will definitely die at my hands. The spear pierced into your body, bleeding. They hurried over worriedly. Captain Kai Nhu Honyan realizes, wait a moment. That was when the figure shattered, and she realized it was the fire god. Jang Kai was behind. Is this the power of a 60-star warlord? That's all there is to it. You summon the death card, God's Wrath. The card flies toward the target. Lu Hien's back was pierced by the card, the outer armor torn apart. Jang Kai was amazed to see that he was unharmed and landed saying, This armor automatically protects the owner. Lu Hien curses. Damn it, your top-tier armor, I remember this card of yours. You used it to kill that idiot Vi in the last qualifier, right? Jang Kai remains silent in the face of the insult, then charges forward. As I thought, even your last trump card has been sealed tight by me. Jang Kai, you're cornered and out of options. Just kneel and wait for death. You fire a missile, relying only on yourself? Do you think you're worthy to decide my life or death? Liu Xian activates the divine power of the protective gem, while Jun Lershun unleashes a pressure that presses down on Jang Kai. You think you can turn the tide just by dodging a few petty darts? This move will leave you dead with no grave. 2 teammates rush to help. Captain Kai is cautious. Jang Kai seizes the opportunity. At this moment, a playing card flies out from the flames. It shot straight at the arrogant guy. Lu Hien's back was hit, fresh blood splattered everywhere, and the spear tip stopped just before his chest. He couldn't believe it. No way. How could you still be hiding the second death card? Jang Kai grabs the spear's blade, and the game ends here. From behind, a stream of gunfire pierces through Liu Xian's body, and he screams in pain. The watch slowly slipped from his hand, and Jang Kai caught it immediately. He landed on the ground as dust and smoke dispersed around him. The two people behind Hot Hai ran over. Captain Kai Jang Kai fainted and only woke up about an hour later, his body bandaged. Nguyen Ngu happily exclaimed, "Great! Captain Kai is awake again." Ho Nyan Tu retaped, "Captain Kai this time was too dangerous. His spear nearly pierced your heart. Luckily, I was able to treat you with no one's medicine. I've provided emergency care." Jang Kai sat up and said, "Thank you." "Wait a minute. Did you see when I took out the watch earlier and was looking for this?" "Don't worry. Nguyen Ngu and I knew it was important, so we stored it for you right away." Jang Kai asked if he had checked the contents inside, and Nguyen Ngu replied that there were a few notes inside. It records that Liu Xian and Tran Xuan Xin secretly hired assassins and devised 3 attack plans against us. Our mission was successful, but we were ambushed midway, which was one of those plans. "You ask further? What are the other 2 plans?" Honan raised her voice. "I get annoyed just thinking about it." "If we don't complete the mission, they will create a false scene to cover up our failure and cause heavy casualties, then blame everything on us. But if we do complete the mission, and Captain Kai sacrifices himself offline, they will doubt your abilities and pressure the military not to protect you anymore." Jang Kai furrowed his brow and said, "Looks like they won't stop until they kill us all. But now I have the evidence in my hands. Let's see who can smile last." Those 2 believed that as long as they hand over the evidence to the army, they can completely eradicate the Bright Guild. "Yes." Jang Kai chuckled softly and said, "Not in a hurry." The 2 of them were stunned, not understanding what he meant. Jang Kai urges, "Let's go back to the camp first and see the situation on the battlefield." Both of them nod in agreement. The scene shifts elsewhere, and the battle rages fiercely with chaotic voices echoing through the chaos. "4th squad, call the 4th squad. The wounded have just been brought in. Hurry and reinforce. I repeat, hurry and reinforce." Someone being treated shouts loudly, "My leg, keep fighting, medic team." They stand on the high cliff observing and discussing, this time fighting the beast tide. The army sent extra troops for defense, but casualties are still severe. People say that now it's becoming harder to break through. I didn't truly feel it before, but now I finally have experienced it myself. Jang Kai agrees with this. That's right. For decades, Shengdiao has mined 98,000 square kilometers of land, every inch soaked with the blood of predecessors. Mining demon crystals is linked to the survival of Lam Tin. Now, mining faces many difficulties, and the threat from the divine beasts is increasing. Our time is running out. After speaking, Jang Ka looked quietly and sadly. The next day, a new day began, and he returned to his tent, wrapping bandages around himself. Honyan happily ran in to report, "It's a victory, a victory. The Holy Wisdom battle is a victory. Just received the news the army and the 10 great guilds successfully teamed up to kill the dungeon boss." His face brightened again. "That's great, that's right. How are Noan and True Two doing?" She replied, "I knew you would ask." "I've checked it out. Their teams are not only safe, but also about to be recognized by the army for their outstanding performance." "Captain Kai, do you think we should prepare a celebration party?" Jang Kai praised, "Well done. Taming has a green path slot. I think he might be able to rejoin the team soon." Nguyen Ngu hesitated, but because too many people had died this time, to prevent other monsters from attacking, the quarantine area was still under lockdown. He dressed neatly and said, "Yes, at this moment, we still cannot return to the main guild." "I understand the army is also considering safety." Honyan suddenly remembered, "Right, Captain Kai, the boss battle is over. So when should I submit Lu Hian's belongings? Or do you have other plans?" Someone outside the tent is calling, "Jiang Kai, come out." Nguyen Ngu peered out from the tent to see who was there. He reported it was Tran Xuan Xin, and he was bringing quite a few people with him. Honyan angrily scolded, "How dare Tran Xuan Xin come here? I'll settle this debt with him." Jang Kai from behind reminds them to stay calm, saying, "I want to meet him myself," and the 2 of them walk into the woods to talk. "You speak up? So is Commander Tran's army here for something important?" He orders, "Stop talking nonsense and hand over the items." Jang Kai crossed his arms and pretended to be innocent. "What watch?" Xuan Xin angrily said, "Don't pretend with him. It's Lu Hian's watch." You reply, "Captain Lu's watch, if you're not going to find him but asking me instead." It seems Chairman Tran already knew they were lying in ambush in the woods. Shinsin threatens Jang Kai, "Stop playing this game. After you return to the base, if you don't immediately hand over the watch, aren't you just waiting to negotiate terms?" But I'm not so easily scared. I advise you to be a bit more sensible. Yes, you have backing behind you because of the watch, but what about the people under your command?
Is their support as solid as yours? If you dare to challenge, try touching my people and see what happens.
He snorted coldly. So what if I touch it? Since I have the watch, I can pretend nothing happened. Jang Kai's lips curl into a slight smile as he asks curiously, "What are you laughing at, Jang Kai? You expose us, ambushing me during the beast tide. Now you want me to keep quiet as if you're giving charity." Tran Xuan Xin. I've met shameless people before, but I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. Threaten me, and let's see if your title of war god still holds once I hand over the watch to the army. Xuan Xin was caught off guard that Jang Kai already knew everything, speechless with shock. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, this cunning kid Jang Kai is more difficult than I thought. If things go on like this, both sides will likely suffer. Meanwhile, you quietly realize that although Tran Xuan Xin is scheming and ruthless, he also has a fatal weakness. For him, losing the glory of being a war god is even more unbearable than death. Are you asking me to help you deal with the Huyanvo Guild? Jang Kai praised. The guild leader. Tran is indeed smart. You are secretly planning that Huyanvo is the one opposing you. The Guangming Guild only follows orders, even if you submit the punishment to them. Without concrete evidence, you still can't touch Hathithi and Huyanvo. Jang Kai said, I wonder if the conditions Chairman Tran set are worthy of a war god. He agrees. Fine. I will resign as chairman and lead all my subordinates to hand over the Light Alliance to someone unrelated to Huyanvo. Moreover, I will give you another chance to deal with Huyanvo. Jang Kai was surprised. What opportunity is this? Xuan Xin replied. Huyanvo's branch in S City was wiped out by you, losing all reputation and weakening its strength. Now many elites are leaving one after another, and Huyanvo is no longer trusted. To stabilize the troops and prove Huyanvo's leadership once again, the senior managers of Huyanvo have ordered that they must win the championship in the 10 Great Guilds competitive event. Jang Kai nods seriously. The betting competition of the 10 Great Guilds? Yes, that's correct. It's a guild point accumulation betting match held between the 10 Great Guilds and other guilds. The 10 Great Alliances will each send 100 experts into battle, with each team starting with 100 points of accumulated credits. In the betting process, if the challenger is not pushed off the arena within the time limit, they can earn the points for this round. Meanwhile, the 10 Great Guilds must contribute an equivalent amount of their own points to cover the bets. In short, the points accumulated in this round will belong to the fighting top 10 guilds. After the competition ends, the top 10 guilds will rank again, based on their remaining points after subtracting the previously wagered points from their total accumulated points. The lowest-ranked guild will lose 10,000 guild points, meaning the 10 great guilds will act as the house, accepting challenges from others and competing for rankings. So, it's like that. Jang Kai understood that as long as he isn't knocked off the arena within the time limit, he can earn points. So if I defeat a member of the 10 great guilds, how will that be counted? Xuansheng found it really funny. Defeating them? Relying only on you? Those people are at least level 70 experts, so it's natural to be confident. If you can do it, you'll earn 3 times the guild points. You think to yourself that you can defeat Huyanvo and quickly accumulate guild points at the same time. This is a good opportunity, a win-win situation. Then I should ask, this level of competition probably also has restrictions on eligibility, so how can I participate? He took out a card. Of course, it's an invitation to the competition. With it, your guild's deity master can send someone to participate. Jang Kai, where's the watch? Don't mess with me. Jang Kai reassures him, don't worry. I promise not to hand over the watch to the army, but if you want to get it back, you still have to agree to one condition of mine. I want to learn more intelligence about Huyanvo. Sun Sin was stunned. What? You want me to become your spy, huh? I shrugged and said, why be so harsh about it? We are partners, he's hesitating. Why should I trust you? Jang Kai emphasized that he had no other choice left. Wanson saw that you were right and couldn't argue, so he angrily raised the card and then handed it to you. It's best if you can say and do what's needed. Jang Kai takes the card, happily cooperating. He returns to the tent to call Ho Nyan and Nguyen Nu, who have been waiting for a long time. Team leader, you finally arrived. If you don't come back soon, Nguyen Nu and I are about to go find Lu to call for help. Jang Kai reassured him. Don't worry, I'm fine. Everyone looked at this and squinted when they saw the card, saying, this is your introduction. This is the invitation card for the big alliance duel between 10 major guilds. Simply put, it is an event where guild points are used as stakes, hosted by a major guild that invites experts from other guilds to challenge. To restore the guild's reputation and recover the lost elites, the leadership of Huyanvu is determined to win the championship at all costs. Honyan asked curiously, do you want to join, Captain? Jang Kai admits that yes. Thinking back over the past few days, whether it was nearly losing my life to a king-level boss or almost falling for Lu Hien's tricks, we've all been too passive.
If Huyen Vu still refuses to let me go, then on the arena, let's settle the score fairly with strength.
They are excited. Great, I couldn't wait any longer. It's time for Hathaithi to broaden her knowledge. Let's see how formidable our team leader Kai really is.
Captain Kai, when does this match start? You answer.
There's about a month left. At night, a campfire is lit to illuminate the two tents. You are contemplating that to win within a month. The best way is to quickly complete the transfer of the title. It's just that due to the unique nature of my profession, I must first find the divine material to upgrade the class to level 40. Suddenly, a scream rang out from the forest. Help me!
Is anyone there? Help me!
Jang Kai remembered what Nguyen Ngu had said, but because so many people were injured or killed this time, and to prevent other monsters from attacking, the quarantine zone was still under lockdown. He realized it was a cry for help.
Jang Kai quickly rushed forward. Could it be that monsters are taking advantage of the night to infiltrate and launch an attack?
He sped up towards the source of the sound.
What he sees before him shocks Jang Kai. Countless missiles soaring into the sky, but what falls to the ground is just a bitten apple.
Jang Kai can't believe it.
What is that? Someone is coming out of the forest. I just wanted to give an old friend a gift to reunite.
You're staging such a big show. Isn't that a bit too much? Jang Kai denied. Why wouldn't I remember that we're friends?
You realize that it's the Red Moon Forest's water demon. When did he arrive, and how could he silently break through the defenses of the surrounding army without a sound?
Dong Li replied. So that means you still haven't quite managed to forget me, huh?
Jiang Ka silently kept his guard and looked at her. She sneered and said, if I join you guys for a little while, wouldn't tonight become more interesting?
Jiang Kai, be careful. What are you planning to do?
Dong Li shot a palm strike at you. It's truly something to look forward to. You used the death card and the light decree to block her, feeling nervous. Can you stop her?
Damn it, I have to risk it.
Dong Li's power clashes with the shield created by Jang Kai as beams of light pour down from above. You stare blankly and look up. What's going on? Those beams of light try again, circling back to attack the center. Dong Li speaks. The last match was supposed to be a boring human victory or defeat, but I didn't expect you to be somewhat interesting. Consider it a reward for sparking a greater curiosity in me. Take what you need. It's inside there. Don't waste my expectations. Remember my name.
Dong Li, she said goodbye.
See you next time. Jang Kai catches the falling card. You frown, thinking it to yourself, this guy. The forest returns to its usual peaceful state, and in Honan's room, who is still asleep, suddenly something runs in from outside the window. She woke up and shouted loudly, and Dong Li looked up at the bed with a look of amazement. It turns out Honan is dreaming. If you mess with the water maiden, you've met a tough opponent. Now you should be afraid. She looked annoyed after being startled. Dong Li jumps onto the bed, observing her peacefully sleeping face. Her eyes emit a fiery red aura, and in Dong Li's eyes, Honan sleeps with tears streaming down. She transforms back into her human form. Indeed, even while sleeping, she can't stay still, and I see her softly groaning in discomfort. Dong Li looks intrigued. A nightmare. Poor little bunny. You seem so uncomfortable. How funny a fragile human body can't even take a hit. So am I really that curious? Is this restless dream a weakness you are hiding? All right, tonight we'll make an exception. Her finger creates a ring of pink energy. Then they dispersed around the mirror lake bed, and Dong Li transformed back into Hu Yen. Sleep well, little rabbit. 3 days later, at Black Yuan Mountain, they all arrived here. Nguyen Ngu was curious. Captain Kai, can you really find your transfer material inside Black Yuan Mountain? But this place seems too ordinary. I thought to myself, whether it's guiding me to find the teleportation array or that mischievous prank last night, the person named Dong Lai may like teasing others but has never shown malice. Is what she said really the transfer material of Heaven's will that I want? Maybe it's worth taking a chance. I answer that this is a hidden map, not an ordinary secret realm. You can feel the fluctuations when entering a normal secret realm, but the hidden map is different. Captain Kai, what should we do now? Jang Kai took out an activation card with a sensor, and sure enough, this is the key. He waved the card forward, a beam of light appeared, and the card flew toward the mountaintop. The other two exclaimed, the hidden map is open, and the secret entrance is inside the mountain. Jang Kai steps onto the path of light. Its existence might be limited, so let's hurry. The two of them follow the order. Understood. The three of them gradually reached the end of the path, their steps floating above the light. At this moment, Jang Kai led the jump, and all three leaped into the hole below. They were pulled into the energy flow, and he continued to lead the way following the instructions, disappearing into that space-time vortex. All three landed with great momentum. Nguyen Ngu, holding his aching head, asked, Captain Kai, are we still alive? Honan was stunned. Could this scene mean that this place is... Jang Kai continued, "Found it, hidden map, notification system. Congratulations on discovering the hidden map. Tiantung Cave."
Nguyen Ngu curiously stepped into the forest. What kind of monster might be hiding in this dense woods? Honyan sensed movement in one direction. Look, there's something moving over there.
Hearing that, they both glanced toward her direction and a monster ran out from the bushes. The three of them were momentarily stunned, and Nguyen Ngu anxiously shouted, "Captain Kai, unleash the pursuit spell."
The rotten fire rocket exploded in front of the monster, which growled and created sound waves that dispersed the flames. Jang Kai opened his mouth in shock. What?
"It's facing you now. The two people behind are shocked."
No way. Did it just use primordial energy? No way. This is too rebellious. I wonder what kind of level monster this is to be able to awaken primal energy. The watch in Jang Kai's hand displays the word as the monster roars and unleashes its power. He jumps high into the air and launches the missile downward. The missiles were all blocked by that sound wave shield. Jang Kai quickly approached it, landing on the ground and cautiously watching his opponent. 3 streams of missiles fly swiftly toward the monster, while Jang Kai steps back and calls out to Honyan, who skillfully brandishes her staff and says, "Come here and watch me." The fierce demon wolf is good. The fierce demons rise from the ground, one of them targeting the monster. Captain Kai, the black monster won't withstand the mental attack. It's hit. I commend you. This one has a core energy shield protecting its body so the pursuit spell can't penetrate. But if it disperses, the pursuit spell can't break the defense. Then the demon eye focuses intently on one point, unleashing all its power to attack. Jang Kai continues to fire the deadly strike. Break! The missile strikes its back. Huinyan cheered happily. The armor is broken. You use your ultimate move, the final blow. I'll end you. As the final blow lands, the system displays. Congratulations on successfully killing the level 65 Black Panther Shadow. You received a common Black Panther corpse and a basic alert level Panther Spirit Essence. Your experience points are full. You cannot gain more experience points, so please level up your profession quickly. That surge of power was absorbed into the sphere in his hand. Honan observed it. I've seen plenty of corpse cards, but this Black Panther monster actually dropped a rare spirit stone. Nguyen Yu reminds her, look inside it. It's still glowing. You are surprised and say, level 65 Black Panther Shadow? The hidden map is indeed strange. Even monsters can drop spirit essences. Honyan, do you have an appraisal card with you? She immediately pressed the card against the orb. A glow appears, and they exclaim in shock. This is the basic level report of the Black Panther Spirit Essence, storing the energy of the Black Panther image, which can directly increase 5,000 experience points. When 2 Panther Spirit Essences merge, they can form a higher Purity Spirit Essence, gaining even more experience points. The basic Spirit Essence cannot exist independently for long, nor merge into the body. The lower the purity, the faster the energy dissipates. Use it quickly. Both exclaimed in amazement. After using the Spirit Essence, not only can it increase experience points, but after fusion, it can also level up. Exactly. This is the first time I've heard of something so miraculous. Honyan stroked his chin in thought. So what does it mean that the basic Spirit Essence cannot merge with the body? Could it be that the higher level ones can merge? But what is the effect of merging with the body? Nguyen Ngu is also confused and doesn't know either. Jang Kai silently thought that although there is no clue about the divine mission transfer material for now, this divine beast essence might bring other gains. He reminded himself that this has a time limit, so he should eat it first. As for the answer to the question, go check it yourself and you'll know right away. Jang Kai led them into the forest to see if there was a group of small tigers gathered together so they could kill the herd and improve efficiency. Just in time, a group of black panthers is patrolling nearby, and they hide behind the bushes to observe. Nguyen Ngu whispers, "It's the Black Panther. There are 5 of them here." You analyze the Black Panther's central defensive position as a shield of primordial energy. Although its level isn't high, sustained focused attacks on a single point are needed to break its armor. Then you order, "Oh, none, use the demon howl wolf to restrain its movements and create an opening for me to break its armor." Nguyen Ngu, quickly give the order to protect Honyan. They both remember your instructions. Understood. Jang Kai prepares himself. All right, then let's begin the fight. Honyan makes her first move. The female hero arrives here. The ghostly wolves howl fiercely. The ghosts emerge from the ground, passing through the Black Panther. She cheers happily. She has gained control. The Black Panther started howling fiercely. She's afraid it's dangerous now. The fear-inducing move has lost its effect. The missiles fired by Jang Kai were dodged successfully by the Black Panthers. He urged the fox girl to focus, strengthen the attack while Nguyen Ngu protected her. The missile streams were blocked by sound waves. Nguyen Ngu struck back, unexpectedly encountering a wildly seductive dark beauty. "Damn it, come here and dance a song with me."
Honyan up high raises her staff. The appetizer is over. Now tremble and prepare.
The fierce ghost wolf is good. The ghost wolf pierces through the chest of the Black Panther.
When the focused demon eye is activated, Jang Kai immediately orders to start hunting. The gambling time is released, the Black Panthers are hit, and the system sends multiple notifications. Congratulations on successfully killing a level 65, 68, 70, and 72 Black Panther crystal.
2 members happily run over to Captain Kai, who currently has 5 orbs. The appraisal report shows these essences can be upgraded through fusion, but I don't have the right fusion device right now.
Nguyen Yu said, maybe we can try using this.
When I go buy wine-making equipment, I might as well get a fusion device too. Maybe we should try fusing 2 of them first.
Jang Kai was surprised, as the energy source and system origin were unlimited, so he decided to bet big and fuse everything, all eyes on the mouth of the vial. A blazing stream of energy radiated outward, a massive column shot up into the sky, then exploded in midair.
They are delighted. It's a success. Jang Kai has obtained a spirit essence.
He was surprised to see that the high-level spirit crystal, which stores energy from the fusion of the report's photo object,
would directly increase 240,000 experience points. When used, could be fused with the body, boost fire intensity by 10 points, raise flame temperature and damage, and enhance destructive and piercing effects against energy and physical defenses. Honyan touched it with his card.
What? The experience points from the spirit report essence have increased by several times. Nguyen added, not only that, after merging with the body, it can also increase the firepower by 10 points.
She suddenly remembered, that's right, Captain Kai, your incendiary gloves can also cause fire damage, right?
He asked.
Your fire damage gauntlet can also cause fire damage, but the damage isn't high, mainly relying on critical hits to kill opponents.
And your fire intensity?
Jang Kai put it in his mouth and said, it's worth a try. Immediately, he felt something unusual, his heart suddenly pounding faster, as if this power was like a warm current flowing through his entire body, ready to surge out. His eyes were blazing with fire. This was the feeling he had been waiting for. Jang Kai's palms also burned with flames, so he immediately tried to unleash his pursuit.
The flames shot forward, hitting the tree trunk, which soon exploded into fragments, forcing them to retreat because of the powerful shockwave, leaving a shallow crater behind while the fire still blazed fiercely.
Honyan, that was impressive. The heat and destructive power of this flame are completely different from before. Jang Kai was pleased. The effect was perfect. She reminded Captain Kai that this was only a high-grade spirit essence beacon, yet it already had such power. If they could find more, their abilities would surely reach a new level. He secretly thought Honyan was right. The power of the spirit flower core is truly extraordinary, and chances to access the hidden map are very rare.
Jang Kai led the way. All right, let's keep moving forward. The hunt has just begun.
30 minutes later, they ventured deeper into the forest, where silence was so complete that only the sound of their own footsteps could be heard. Jang Kai felt so still that it was frightening, a chilling sensation like something was watching him closely. Honyan urged Nguyen Nhu to keep up, saying if he lagged behind and got lost here, they wouldn't care. He ran up to this point. Wait for me, both of you. Somehow Nguyen Ngu's foot caught on a skull, and he kicked it forward. The skull fell to the ground with a thud, and many red eyes appeared in the forest, everyone immediately terrified. What is that? A herd of beasts rushes out from inside. Jang Kai releases his pursuit. Beware of the lion herd.
The lion pack used shields to block, but your power was too strong. System notification. Congratulations on killing a level 70 gold core monster.
Congratulations on successfully killing 4 level 70 gold tier monsters.
The 2 of them cheered as they increased the intensity of the flames and broke through the primordial energy barrier of the monsters.
Well done, Captain Kai.
Jang Kai is feeling more confident.
Good. Keep attacking.
The next group of lions has used Bloodstorm to block them.
You're surprised? Can't the pursuit spell cause damage?
Honan makes her move.
Captain Kai, let me help you out, see what I can do. The fierce demon roars. Surrounding the lions are blazing red mists as the demon rushes toward them.
She was surprised? What is it?
Are the souls being corroded? Jang Kai wondered. The blood energy emanating from these monsters, not only strengthening their defenses, but also having a corrosive effect. Looking at the powerful lions below, he felt like he had missed something. Jang Kai immediately activated his demon eye and identified the target. Wait a minute. It's that one causing trouble. It's the one behind the continuous surge of blood energy. It is a fierce lion, General. It leaps toward the lake. She quickly dodged to the side to avoid the pounce. He nervously unleashed the fire of pursuit. The fire command fell right next to the lion's claw. This time, Nguyen Ngu rushed forward, pushing the lion away with his shield while singing. Beautiful girl, your fur is so thick, I like it.
The rest of the lion pack all run towards Jang Kai. I'm annoyed. Damn it, there are too many of them. If this drags on, we'll all run out of energy and die. Jang Kai orders, Honan, can you hold them off? I am holding the beast back behind. You need to immediately strengthen the attack and support the offense. Honan understood immediately and replied, yes. Jang Kai leapt into the air, using the gambler's time to catch the king first. The deadly pursuit shot toward the beastly lion, and their shield showed cracks. Jang Kai is clearly delighted. The tactic worked. He calls Hona into the arena. She summons and shouts, let everything turn to dust. Thunder roars. The fierce demon wolves and evil spirits pass through the lion warriors, and they are lost in a dreamless state. Jang Kai nhận thấy rõ ràng phép gậy kinh sợ gia cố tác dụng rồi. Những dối thu càng mạnh thì khả năng kiểm soát càng yếu. Muốn giết chết chỉ bằng một dòng thi chỉ dựa vào uy lực của truy mệnh là quá thấp. All the lion cubs were attacked, their bodies pierced by flames. Honan was amazed. They're really strong. The demon beasts are being hit repeatedly. The roar of the beast echoes through the forest. The system announces congratulations on successfully killing the level 724 golden fur beast. She landed on the ground, successfully. The luminous divine order of Thoi Hua directly shattered the energy shield of the lion cubs. Not long after, Honyan's eyes showed fear. Captain Kai, run now, it's dangerous. The beast lunged recklessly at him, and Jang Kai realized it intended to perish together with him. As its claws strike down, you activate your illusion. Nguyen Ngu's eyes light up with interest. Stay there, you're quite spirited. I like that. A sword strikes the beast, releasing a cold, icy aura. Honan sees a good opportunity, combining sword energy with flames to weaken the beast's primal energy shield. Then, he thought, this is his sword gradually piercing through NS's shield. At the same time, Jang Kai charged forward from the opposite side. You pour out your flames with all your might, but idiot, your performance ends here. The divine order of Holy Light's second attack shines down, and the monster's shield begins to weaken, a strike piercing through the shield into its body. System notification. Congratulations on successfully killing the level 85 golden fur monster. You have received the corpse card of the 14th spirit beast, the essence of the 14th spirit soul, and the scattered lion corpses on the ground. Honan widened his eyes, then slaughtered. Nguyen Nu, lost in confusion, walks over. Not my beautiful lady. 30 minutes later, he collapses to the ground. After sobering up, someone recalled passionately kissing the lion, and the two teammates had to pull him away repeatedly. Hunan teased, who told you to be so deeply in love? Both Captain Kai and I couldn't stop it. She fell silent at the sight before her, watching the golden brilliance of the essence soar, and Jang Kai announced it was successfully refined. You hold that gem in your hand. Is this the fusion of the spirit essence master between the monster general and the monster elite? I wonder how powerful it is. Have you all recovered your states? This is perfect. Honan, help me check this newly fused spirit essence card. She agreed excitedly. No problem. The information panel shows that the spirit essence of the rare master contains energy from the golden hair monster, obtained through artificial fusion. Using it directly will grant 135,000 experience points, can be merged with the body to increase the primal energy by 10 points. She was surprised by the warrior's primal energy. Nguyen Ngu interjected, saying that primordial energy is the renowned skill of martial artists from Tianvu City, and it can be said that martial artists can reach the top 10 professions worldwide, mainly because of their offensive primordial energy. It's a pity that Juzi isn't here. Otherwise, this essence of the refined treasure would be perfect for him. Honyan urged him, not knowing how long this essence could last. Captain Kai, hurry up and eat. Your class is always unpredictable. Maybe it will bring some surprises. Jang Kai stroked his chin in thought, previously unleashing his primal force by controlling the Wheel of Destiny. But that was just a coincidence. In short, with his current professional skills, he basically cannot launch a primal force attack. Your eyes show surprise. Seeing you standing still, they remind you, Captain Kai, why aren't you eating? These are all top-quality items. Wasting them would be truly a shame. Yes, Captain Kai, what's wrong with you? Jang Kai replied, this essence of a top-grade spirit item cannot be wasted, but the most suitable person isn't me. Honyan doubts it's not him, so who else could it be? Me? Jang Kai explained that the sword aura Nguyen Ngu unleashes not only supports the flames of the bright divine order to weaken the barrier of primal energy, but also quietly generates a subtle resonance with that barrier. Although sword aura isn't as refined as primal energy, only strength and source can normally produce such resonance. Therefore, I guessed that perhaps from a certain level, sword energy can also be considered a type of primordial force. When they heard this, the two of them fell silent.
Honyan admired and said, Nguyen Yu, if it really is as Captain Kai said, your sword energy must have caused a qualitative change. This drunkard's profession might be a shortcut to success, he replied happily. Really? Jang Kai handed it to them, trying to see if it was obvious or not. Nguyen Ngu Kun No Chonglong Bantai. Honyan Chive Fia Truk. Captain Kai, is there light over there? Do you agree to go check it out? It turns out that the light was emanating from the sun disk. The three of them realized it was the treasure sun disk guarded by the lions. When the sun opens, a dazzling beam of light shines down. The item displays the unyielding, holy hero, providing an energy shield. The defense against physical attacks is highly effective, resistant, immune to rage and piercing damage. The defense has durability, which decreases when consumed but will increase with level upgrades. I happily said that my innate skill leans towards agility and spirit. This unyielding holy badge actually helps strengthen my physical body and power, compensating for my defensive weaknesses. Nguyen Ngu was so happy. That's great. Honyan asked, what's going on here? In front of her appeared dozens of incomplete sets, from 1 to 90 volumes, that could be combined into a complete skill. She was surprised to find that it was a skill that required assembly before it could be used. Nguyen Ngu realized it still seems to be the type of skill he saw when setting it up for the first time. We only found the first volume. If we want to complete the skill, it looks like we need to find the remaining 8 volumes. You quickly catch this paper, Jang Kai pondered. The monsters of Fairy Tongue Cave all have protective primordial energy, such a powerful ability. The complete skill requires 9 volumes to be assembled. Its power must be extraordinary. I've decided that the monsters here are the treasures of essence created for us. If we don't take them, then before we leave, we'll catch them all in one net. Nguyen Ngu agreed. Time passed quickly, and the clear blue sky contrasted with the peaceful scene as a pack of fierce bears charged forward. 2 members have brought the team leader Kai back to him. Jang Kai calmly controls his aura, the badge on his shoulder shining. When the bear AP approaches Jang Kai, a yellow shield is raised, and fire erupts from within to burn the beast. He withdrew the cart and said, "Too weak. System notification. Congratulations on successfully defeating the level 80 mountain armor beast ×3. They fought until dusk, the waxing moon rose, and this time it was another pack of fierce beasts." They head towards the 2 standing figures, demonic spirits emerging from the ground, piercing through the bodies of the beasts. She gives way to her teammates, completes the territory control, and releases Nguyen Ngu. He took a deep breath and softly hummed a song. Nguyen Yu drew his sword, and his sword intent was much stronger than before. He sings loudly with a self-made song. "Sorry, tonight you are all mine." The sword spirit transforms into an icy lion that charges out, and all the ferocious beasts are helpless against its claws, falling one after another. Honan watches this spectacular scene, and it seems Nguyen Ngu's potential as a drunkard profession is about to be fully unleashed. It's Jang Kai's turn to gather the net, as the gambling time yields results. Flames transform and shoot towards them. An explosion erupts below, and flames burst out in all directions. From half a month later, the Fire God Squad, consisting of a gambler, a drunkard, and a fortune teller, set out to clear Tiantung Cave. From Honyan's terrifying soul to Nguyen Ngu's reckless sword energy, red flames replaced the previous feeding chain of big fish swallowing small fish, the elites inside Tiantung Cave, and the first encounter with Battle Titan-level monsters. What true despair really is. But the Fire God Squad has almost become the new rule of this land. They fight so fiercely that the ferocious beasts can only turn and flee in terror. Half a month later, this forest was rarely peaceful again. Jang Kai was holding a spirit essence in his hand. The displayed information shows a top-tier tiger spirit essence sealed with energy from the Lam Shuang Bak Ho, obtained through artificial fusion. Using it directly grants 200,000 experience points and can be fused with the body to increase wind strength by 15 points. Honan is delighted because the tiger spirit essence can enhance wind strength. He handed it to her and said, "Honan, it's yours now." Honan was excited. "Great. This time it's finally my turn to level up," Jang Kai thought to himself, noting that the types of beasts here vary, and the experience points dropped along with the attributes of the spirit shards are all different. Now my fire damage has increased to 40 points. Nguyen Yu's sword aura has risen to 30 points, and Honan's wind power has also been upgraded to 30 points. The 8 incomplete volumes of the martial arts have all been collected. After finding the 9th book, we can successfully combine the mystical skill. In addition, our experience points are fully accumulated. Once we gather all the materials for the transfer, we can perform the transfer again. Jang Kai's gaze shifted to one side, a hint of doubt in his eyes, for there was a figure there. Yet it was as if no one was there at all. Was Jang Kai just hallucinating? A few days later, smoke from their fires rose into the sky. At night, he sat resting against a tree trunk. The quiet space is filled with Nguyen Ngu's snoring sounds. Ho Nhan wakes up and asks, "Captain Kai, have I been sleeping too much?" "You should rest quickly. I'll watch over the night shift." Jang Kai reassures her, "It's okay, keep sleeping. I'm not sleepy now. When I can't hold it anymore, I'll wake you up." She yawned and said, "Then you definitely have to wake me up." He responded softly with a hum, and the shadow appeared again. Jang Kai was startled again by that thing. He ran over to shake her, saying, "Ho Nhan, wake up. The shadow has returned. Quickly call Nguyen Ngu to wake up." Ho Nhan mumbled in her sleep. The shadow under the moonlight that Captain Kai once warned about when she wakes up. Jang Kai's figure had run far ahead. I followed to check. The two of them remained alert. She warned him to be careful, Captain Kai. He sped up to chase after the other person. Jang Kai shouted, "Stop. I definitely won't let you escape this time." 15 minutes later, you reached the top of the mountain. Jang Kai activated his demon eye with focus, eager to see what exactly was still causing trouble. The empty space in front of him, he was stunned to see it disappear. Damn it, was it letting it escape? Jang Kai's eyes sharply looked in one direction. Wait a moment, in front of me is a sword stuck in the ground. Jang Kai hesitantly steps forward. A sword? When your hand touched the hilt, why did such a weapon suddenly appear inside the fairy tongue cave? Jang Kai forced himself to lift it. Get out of my way! Finally, he managed to draw the sword, only to be disappointed when he saw the hilt was broken again. What is the true origin of this sword? The information panel shows it as a sacred artifact, the only divine weapon, in severely damaged condition, with a warning that its core is seriously defective. Most attributes and special abilities have been lost. Furthermore, when the user's strength reaches the level of the previous owner, the special ability to recognize the owner can be activated, preserving one special ability. The memories of the past life, the fake divine artifact has fought alongside its owner for many years, still retaining part of its memories in a damaged state, preserving two special abilities, and lingering resentment has not yet been eliminated. The sacred artifact faker has a deep-seated grudge against the monster. When the level check is not lower than the king-level boss, it can activate memories from the previous life and initiate autonomous attacks against it. Jang Kai was surprised. What is this? The only divine weapon that can automatically activate an attack, with the lowest activation condition being a king-level boss or higher, and the higher the rank, the more so, like map bosses and the Guardian Lord. Your master, what was your true strength in your previous life? The sword in his hand trembles. He is surprised. So this is what you want. The sword shoots out of Jang Kai's hand and plunges into the ground. A mist emanates from it, and the dark figure reappears. He is stunned. Is that you? So, this divine talent user is actually the true form of the shadow. The shadow points the sword downward. Jang Kai curious. What do you mean? Stay alert and don't act rashly. The sword stuck in the ground also trembled, and the opponent's hand reached out to him. Jang Kai was surprised. Do you want to fight me? The opponent nodded in agreement, and I was quite surprised. This guy went through so much trouble to lure me here just to fight me. Challenging me isn't hard, but I don't know the opponent's strength, and if I lose, it will trigger a deadly punishment. The consequences are unimaginable. The opponent has already acted before anything happened. Jang Kai hasn't prepared yet. Not good. It's about to strike. He jumps up. If he can't dodge, he takes the chance first and makes a gamble. He takes out the death card, the light god seal, and the demon eye, focusing intently. Flames burst forward as the energy surges toward the mysterious person. This person's body disintegrated as the power swept through, and the mysterious figure appeared before Jang Kai. He didn't expect the opponent to be so fast. We're in trouble? Jang Kai activates his illusion and disappears, retreating backwards to keep a safe distance. Jang Kai cautiously watches the opponent's actions, his eyes filled with horror. What is that? The opponent's sword appeared right in front of him. Jang Kai realized he had lost. It was so fast he didn't even have time to react. The mysterious person silently looked at him, then disappeared, and he couldn't keep up for a moment. Vanished? Wait, this is the information about it appearing. The incomplete fragment, X. Congratulations on collecting Tan Quyen 1 to 9, which can be combined into a complete skill. Jang Kai is delighted that 9 of the Tan Quyen are still unknown. Could it be that the name just now was only a test of my strength? I never expected the final piece of the incomplete scattered book to come from a saintly talent faker. Unless the final combined skill and this sword are related, then we'll only know by trying. Show me your complete inheritance scroll here. In the air, the yellow papers swirl around each other. It exploded brightly in the sky. You marvel at how powerful it truly is.
The skill information for Moonfall Celestial Sword ranked with a total of 9 levels. The first sword mastery condition requires agility of 1,500 or higher. The effect takes 3 seconds to activate. Perform an attack and the target bypasses the elemental defense. Speed increases by 100%. Critical hit rate by 100%. Critical damage by 100%, and negative effects like stunning are inflicted on the target. The skill lasts up to 3 seconds, with damage and control effects on monsters increased by an additional 10%. The cooldown time is 10 hours, and you are extremely excited, with a 100% increase in speed, critical hit rate, and critical damage. This item, even without a critical hit, can influence the battle situation against martial artist opponents, and the additional damage effects can create opportunities for follow-up combos. Although the effect of this skill only lasts up to 3 seconds, in a life-and-death battlefield where every second counts, even a 0.1 second mistake can determine survival. If we talk about sword techniques among us, Nguyen Ngu Hawk is the most suitable, but even the quickest must reach at least 1,500 points and have a 3-second preparation limit, which is too difficult for him. All right then, with this ultimate killing sword and that sword, Jang Kai pulls them out, the card in his hand hovering above. You slide the sword through the card, and Jang Kai decides, I will use you. System message. You have learned the skill, Falling Moon Fairy Swing Sword. It wasn't until the morning light shone down on the forest that he leisurely returned from the depths of the woods. They had been waiting for a long time. It was Captain Kai. Both of them worried all night. Captain Kai, you're finally back. Did anything happen? Why did it take so long? That's right, we also plan to follow the same path you took to look for you. Q. Jang Kai orders, Honyan, Nguyen, pack up and get ready to depart. Is he just discovering a new monster, or is this the lair of a monster general? Jang Kai announced that this time we are going to attack the king level. Both of them were terrified, sweat pouring down. What? Where they are, the lake is filled with these dry skeletons. Those skeletons have been submerged underwater for who knows how long. They stand silently on the shore, observing everything. The two of them exclaimed, how many bones of monsters are there? What kind of giant creature could eat them like snacks? Jang Kai, sensing danger, ordered the two to step back. A strange movement appears from the water. 2 glowing eyes emerge, and a giant dragon rushes out of the lake, causing Honyan to stammer and retreat. Its terrifying eyes evoke horror, and its scales seem like an invulnerable armor. It's so huge that even standing in its shadow makes the three of us look tiny beneath it. I feel like I can't even breathe normally. Nguyen Ngu hesitated and asked, do we really have to face this thing, Captain? The giant dragon charges toward them. Jang Kai orders Nguyen Ngu protect the lake face, quickly move to its back and perform the illusion transformation, causing a shockwave that makes the other 2 members lose their footing and fall. Jang Kai tries to slip away from it. I was also stunned just now. This sense of pressure is undeniable. Only a king level can't let it control the rhythm completely. I need to take the initiative and find its weakness in defense. You two retreat to safety, let me go up. Jang Kai's palm gathers flames as the sword appears in his hand, questioning this guy. Both of them are stunned. What? The captain actually took the initiative to charge forward. The giant dragon swooped down from above, releasing icy air, heading straight for where Jang Kai was standing. He cautiously glanced at the ground where ice spikes protruded. This ice frost attack was a wide-area assault, not just an ordinary strike, but aimed to turn the entire battlefield into a frozen land. That tactic completely blocked my movement space. Clever move. No wonder you're a king-level monster. The giant dragon roared and appeared right in front of Jang Kai. They shouted in panic, Captain, it's dangerous! Honan couldn't believe her eyes. What? You actually managed to dodge its attack, she marveled. So fast, am I hallucinating? The captain just dodged and his speed seems to have doubled compared to before. I wonder if he's planning to launch an attack that bypasses the defense with The system has activated the Moonfall Celestial Sword skill. Jang Kai throws down the sword for Tao. It used its shield to block, and the sword pierced the Long's shield as a fierce wind blew, making both of them struggle. The power is really strong. The shield has a crack, fragments flying out, and the Ku Long's eye was pierced by the sword. Jang Kai breathes a sigh of relief as he lands. I hit it. You raised your hand above, pulling the sword out of its eye. Jang Kai sheathed his sword, looked at the blood-stained blade, and shouted, Well done! Oh, what? Is this the captain's new trump card? A broken sword, yet it can directly pierce through the boss-level king's energy shield. Nguyen Yu continued, Oh my god, now I understand. No wonder the captain dared to bring us here to challenge the king level. So there is such a divine weapon. Despite losing an eye, the giant dragon remains fierce. It unleashes countless attacks, all converging on Jang Kai. They are worried, Cap.
Get worried, Captain, be careful.